while others transmigrate to become sect leaders starting with blank-slate disciples. I transmigrated a second time and activated the Multiverse Transmigrators mutual aid system. You can get a free time traveler's gift pack every day. It can also be endlessly synthesized and upgraded into divine level rewards, starting off by directly synthesizing a golden disciple recruitment order. A swordsmanship prodigy guaranteed to draw SSS tier talents every time. With a casual wave, he produced earth-grade cultivation techniques and magical treasures. He took over an entire village as a construction crew without spending a dime. While other players were still scrambling for purple tier disciples, my sect has been leveling up effortlessly, and the twin golden disciples are about to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. But the system alerted that a powerful demon was lurking in Bai Xi Village. My first assigned mission doesn't seem as simple as I thought. Chapter 1 I've crossed over again. Individual number 9527 from Blue Star's population of 10 billion is about to be deployed into the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Before entering the 9 heavens and 10 lands, please remember the following key points. 1. You will become the sect leader of a certain faction in one of the worlds within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, tasked with defending your world against invasions. 2. Each sect leader will have one free opportunity per year to recruit disciples randomly, with talents ranging from white to gold grade. 3. Pay attention to collecting luck. The system will launch certain events that can only be participated in if luck requirements are met. 4. The cultivation level of a sect leader is closely tied to the sect's rank. The fastest way to improve cultivation is by raising the sect's rank. 5. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are extremely dangerous. Sect leaders, please stay vigilant. Recklessness in cultivation leads to tears for loved ones. 6. Upon waking up, Lin Cha felt extremely astonished. He discovered that he had actually traveled through time once again. This is absolutely ridiculous. I've actually traveled through time twice in a row, and even caught up with a nationwide cultivation craze. Listening to the incessant chatter in his mind, Lin Cha was utterly speechless. Fortunately, this wasn't his first time traveling through time, so his mental resilience had grown much stronger, allowing him to adapt quickly. He looked around. There was no gaming chair, no computer, no phone in sight. There was only an empty, desolate great hall. Please enter a name for your sect. Naming? What should we name it then? After Lin Cha pondered for a moment. Myth Sect. Congratulations, player Lin Cha, for establishing the Myth Sect. You have received a random Grand Sect reward package. A white light flashed before Lin Cha's eyes, instantly enveloping the entire hall. Above the hall's entrance, 3 dignified and majestic characters appeared on the plaque. Myth Sect. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he felt. After all, which Chinese person could resist the joy of sword flight and the thrill of building a sect from scratch? With a mere thought, a blue screen materialized before him. Founding Sect, Mythos Sect. Sect Leader, Lin Cha. Talent, none. Sect Rank, 0. Cultivation, mortal. Disciples, none. Sect Influence, none. Sect Fortune, 0. Items, Novice Gift Pack, Immortal Seeking Platform Recruitment Order *1. Staring at the word none boldly displayed under the talent section, Lin Cha was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't it promised that everyone would awaken a talent? Why don't I have one? Could it be because I'm a transmigrator for the second time? Just as Lin Cha was pondering how to cope without a talent, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, player, for awakening the Multiverse Alliance Transmigrator Mutual Aid System. This system is dedicated to helping every Chinese son and daughter wandering far from home, providing the host with a Transmigrator Assistance gift pack every day. As the host levels up, the system will unlock more features. Hearing the voice in her mind, Lin Cha couldn't help but break into a delighted smile. System, activate the Transmigrator Assistance gift pack. He was eager to find out what kind of good things his system could grant him. Then a golden light accompanied by several blue lights landed in the inventory. Golden Disciple Recruitment Order, guaranteed recruitment of 1 golden quality disciple. Wow, a golden legend. This Transmigrator's mutual aid package is ridiculously awesome. You must understand that a golden quality disciple already represents the highest level of talent one can normally encounter. Lin Cha was stunned. He knew full well that with a golden quality disciple, he could easily gain an edge over others in this era. Suppressing the urge to recruit immediately, he continued examining the other 2 dropped items. Body binding technique, blue writing the character, ding, meaning to immobilize, on one's palm can immobilize any individual. Water cloud mantra, blue a low-grade profound tier water attribute cultivation technique. After browsing the Transmigrator's gift pack, Lin Cha proceeded to open the novice gift pack. After all, the items needed for cultivation entirely depended on what could be obtained from this beginner's package. Congratulations, player Lin Cha, for unlocking the beginner's gift pack and obtaining the Earth Tier Lower Grade Sword Technique, 7 stars Sword Technique, the Earth Tier Lower Grade Cultivation Method Tai Scripture, and the Upper Grade Magic Treasure Thunderbolt Sword. Quite fortunate, 1 Sword Technique Manual and 1 Cultivation Method, both at the Earth Tier, and they even gave me a Spirit Sword. Lin Cha was overjoyed. After all, the beginner's gift package was somewhat randomized, offering a chance to obtain cultivation techniques or spiritual artifacts of various grades. Randomly obtaining an Earth-tier item indicates that his current luck is exceptionally favorable. Lin Sha rubbed his hands together, opened his backpack, took out the Immortal-seeking platform recruitment token, and clicked to confirm recruiting disciples. Wait for a moment afterward. Congratulations, player Lin Sha, on successfully recruiting a disciple. Your disciple is on their way and will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment. Let me see what quality of disciple I've drawn. Lin Sha knew the rules of disciple recruitment well. The recruited disciple wouldn't appear before her immediately. Instead, there would be a brief waiting period, though exactly how brief remained uncertain. Since waiting for one meant waiting anyway, and waiting for two made no difference, Lin Sha decided to use the golden disciple recruitment token at the same time. With the disappearance of the golden disciple recruitment notice, Lin T's gaze returned once more to the light screen, where there was still a regional channel at the bottom. Opening the regional channel. Ah, brothers, it's finally my turn for some good luck. I actually managed to pull a heaven-tier, upper-grade cultivation technique from the newbie gift package. Do you think this technique is any good? Damn, are you the games plant? You're not here to ask questions, you're just here to show off. A heaven-tier, upper-grade technique? I'm practically drooling with envy. Have you ever seen disciples of purple quality? Right now, I feel like I'm the child of destiny, with the potential to become an emperor. Holy crap, there's actually a big shot upstairs. Big boss, if you ever ascend to the great emperor's Dao in the future, don't forget us, your sworn brothers from different fathers and mothers. Thanks to the love and support from all my brothers, I am willing to establish the Sky-Shattering Gang. I warmly welcome all brothers to add me as a friend. Let's strive together and make progress side by side. We will carve out our own destiny in this world of immortal cultivation. Big bro, take me with you. Same here. The regional channel was bustling with activity, showing that there were quite a few people in the same area as Lin Sha. From their conversations, Lin Sha realized most of them hadn't been particularly lucky either. After watching for a long time, only that guy who formed the Zhatian gang, with the ID Xiaohan, managed to obtain the Mystic Tier technique and a purple grade disciple. He seized this wave of popularity to recruit more members. Of course, there are definitely lurkers like Lin Sha on the channel who, unsure of the world's specific circumstances, don't want to expose themselves too early. Lin Sha had no interest in Xiaohan's influence. After all, even in an orderly world, trustworthy people were few and far between, let alone in this chaotic one. The more likely scenario was meeting a fellow villager, only to get stabbed in the back. The so-called organization established by Xiaohan, Lin Sha could be certain, was definitely not just about mutual assistance. There must be some profit to be gained. What intrigued Lin Sha the most in these contents was the fact that disciples' loyalty could actually decrease, which immediately made him nervous. If disciples' loyalty could fluctuate, it meant that these disciples weren't emotionless NPCs, but individuals with their own sense of self, capable of joy and sorrow. Chapter 2, Golden Legend. Please note, the disciple recruited by player Lin Sha has arrived at the mountain gate. Player, please proceed to recruit them. As soon as the notification chime sounded, Lin Sha hurriedly used the system's teleportation ability to arrive at the mountain gate. Before the towering mountain gate stood two young boys who didn't appear to be very old. A plainly dressed young man, carrying an axe in his hand and a bundle of hemp rope tied around his waist, had thick eyebrows and big eyes, appearing honest and simple. Another young man, clad in fine robes, had a pale complexion but bright, piercing eyes, though he coughed from time to time. Is this the legendary abode of immortals? I must become a disciple of the immortals, only then can I avenge my father and mother. The silk-clad youth's eyes revealed a hint of determination. Just as the two youths were lost in their own thoughts, an unusual gust of wind suddenly swept down from the mountaintop. This was no ordinary mountain breeze, it carried a fragrance neither of them had ever smelled before, reminiscent of air after a snowfall when the sun first breaks through, or of green lotuses glistening with morning dew. Where the wind passed, the surrounding leaves rustled inexplicably, producing a whispering sound despite the absence of any other breeze. Ha! The silk-clad youth frowned slightly. Do you smell that? This scent is so strange. The other youth was about to respond when he suddenly noticed the mountain mist ahead beginning to flow unnaturally. The once uniformly distributed white fog abruptly swirled, forming a vortex-like passage. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden beam into the center of the swirling mist. A figure slowly emerged from the swirling mist. The first thing that appeared was a spotless white robe, its fabric glistening with a pearlescent sheen under the sunlight. Though it looked as light as gauze, it exuded an air of solemn inviolability. Next came a pair of pale hands, their fingers slender and jade-like. When the figure fully stepped out of the mist, both children involuntarily held their breaths. It was a man, seemingly in his early 20s, with features so handsome they seemed otherworldly. His skin resembled fine mutton-fat jade, nearly translucent in the sunlight, his eyebrows arched like distant mountains, sweeping dramatically toward his temples. But it was his eyes that were most remarkable, their irises bore a faint silvery hue, their gaze calm as still water yet too intimidating to meet directly. His black hair was loosely tied with a white jade hairpin, a few strands cascading over his forehead, adding to his transcendent aura. The most astonishing thing was that wherever he walked, the weeds beneath his feet automatically parted, as if afraid to touch the hem of his robe, and when he stood still, the surrounding mist would not come within 3 feet of him, forming a peculiar fog-free space. I immortal, and immortal. A plainly dressed youth, his face filled with excitement, immediately knelt down and bowed, his voice brimming with reverence. This was an immortal, one of those legendary beings who could boil seas and scorch mountains. Name, Wang Ergo. Age, 14. Talents, mountain village commoner, white, childlike innocence, purple. Aptitude, 83. Comprehension, 82. Loyalty, 100. Country bumpkin, white comprehension of cultivation techniques is relatively slow during practice. Childlike innocence, purple talent +5, insight +5 during cultivation, practice speed increases, and higher likelihood of sudden enlightenment. The plainly dressed youth was none other than Wang Ergo, a purple-tier disciple, much to Lin Cha's delightful surprise. Then he looked at another young man, and what caught his eye was a golden legend. Name, Gu Chang'e. Age, 15. Talents, Heaven's Envy, gold, sword heart clear as mirror, gold, martial arts prodigy, gold, sea of blood vendetta, black. Aptitude, 91. Comprehension, 90, 100. Loyalty, 85. Heaven envies the talented, aptitude +20, comprehension +20, cultivation speed +50%, lifespan halved. Sword heart illumination, sword cultivation speed +100%, born to be a sword cultivator. Martial arts prodigy, possesses unique insight into weaponry, increasing attack damage by +40%. Deep-seated blood feud, a youth bearing a family blood feud has double the chance of developing inner demons when failing to exact vengeance. Upon successful revenge, cultivation speed increases by 10%. Golden legend, Lin Cha couldn't help but marvel at the introduction. His comprehension directly maxed out while practicing the sword technique. The only regret was that Gu Chang'e's lifespan was only half that of others. Becoming a genius ultimately requires sacrificing certain things. As for this deep-seated blood feud, Lin Cha was somewhat intrigued. He planned to investigate it thoroughly later, though he wasn't concerned about how powerful Gu Chang'e's enemies might be. After all, the fact that they hadn't eradicated a mere mortal spoke volumes. Not bad potential, Lin Cha remarked lightly, a glint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Would you two be willing to follow me in cultivation? The two children froze, exchanging a glance that reflected both astonishment and disbelief. See cultivation? Wang Ergo stammered, like you, immortal riding clouds and mist, living forever? A faint smile touched Lin Cha's lips. Riding clouds is mere minor magic, and immortality isn't the ultimate goal of cultivation. The path of immortal cultivation is the great Tao of comprehending heaven and earth's truths, transcending mortal constraints. Gu Chang'e feigned composure as he asked, Immortal, why did you choose us? It was destined. Lin Cha looked up toward the mountain peak, his silver eyes shimmering like a flowing galaxy. I have been in seclusion for a long time, and on the very day I emerge, I encounter the two of you, such as heaven's will. Moreover, his gaze settled once more on the two children. Your talents are extraordinary. It would be a true waste for them to be buried in the mundane world. I am the sect master of the mythic sect. As our sect has just opened its doors, would the two of you be willing to join us? Wang Ergo felt his heart pounding wildly. Since childhood, he had heard his father's tales of immortal sages in the mountains, yet he never imagined he would one day meet one in person, let alone be taken as a disciple. A brand new world seemed to be opening its gate before him. I will. Wang Ergo suddenly exclaimed loudly, then seemed to remember something and added, but I must ask my parents first. I am willing too. Disciple Gu Chang'e is honored to become a disciple of the mythic sect. Gu Chang'e didn't hesitate at all, for he clearly understood his physical condition. Without this immortal opportunity, he might not even live past 30. He didn't want to die, at least not without accomplishing anything. Gu Chang'e and Wang Ergo have joined the mythic sect. Lin Cha was astonished to discover that two new names had appeared in the sect disciples column, Gu Chang'e and Wang Ergo. At the same time, his cultivation level had directly soared to the peak of qi refinement. Excellent, excellent. Lin Cha laughed heartily and declared, in that case, from now on, you shall be disciples of the mythical sect. Remember our sect's rules, respect your masters and elders, maintain harmony among fellow disciples, and slay demons to uphold justice. Gu Chang'e and Wang Ergo kowtowed respectfully to Lin Cha 3 times and replied, we shall faithfully abide by the sect leader's decree. Lin Cha smiled faintly, then extended his fingers toward the two. Two beams of white light shot out, though they instinctively tried to dodge, the light was far too swift. In an instant, it vanished into their minds. This move greatly astonished the two of them, making them yearn for immortality cultivation even more. The teachings and sword techniques of the mythical sect have just been transmitted to you. You may first try to comprehend them on your own, and if there are any parts you don't understand, you may ask me, the sect master. As soon as the words were spoken, he looked at Wang Ergo, take me to see your parents. Chapter 3, Clearing the Forest to Establish the Sect. A cold gleam split the air as a dragon's roar pierced the void. As the thunderclap sword left its scabbard, violet blue arcs of lightning erupted from its blade, tearing the thick fog into wisps of scattered cotton. The snow beneath their feet suddenly caved in. Gu Chang'e stumbled, grabbing Wang Erdu's back collar, only to see the 3-foot-long blue blade already suspended 3 feet above the ground. The thunder patterns flowing along its spine cast flickering light and shadow upon the 3 figures' robes. Upward sword. Lin Cha tapped her finger lightly, and the thunderbolt sword emitted a clear, resonant ring. Before Wang Erdu could react, an invisible force lifted him by the collar. By the time he regained his senses, his coarse-cloth shoes were dangling above the blade, which was spitting out flashes of lightning. Gu Chang'e, however, deftly flipped herself onto the sword. The jade pendant at her waist resonated with the sword's ring, sparking tiny specks of light. The sword's shriek pierced the air, parting the sea of clouds. Wang Erdu clung desperately to Lin Cha's waist, knuckles turning white as he stared at Song Tao retreating beneath his feet. Gale force winds whipped shattered snow into his face. An icicle from a cliff juniper branch, shattered by the sword's aura, whizzed past, grazing the tip of his curled hair. Damn it! He hunched his neck, burying his face into Lin Cha's back, yet glimpsed through his armpit the sunset melting the evening snow across the mountains into a golden red glow. In stark contrast, Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged atop the sword hilt. His brocade robes fluttered in the wind, his eyes brimming with longing for mastery over the blade. When they landed at the village entrance, several laboring villagers stared in stunned silence. Some even knelt instantly, crying out, "Immortal! Ergo, you rascal, you're finally back. Sneaking into the mountains early this morning, you've worried your parents sick." A middle-aged man peered out, dressed in a blue scholar's robe with the refined demeanor of a village teacher, smiling reproachfully at Wang Erdu. Soon after, a sturdy farmer carrying a bundle of firewood on his shoulders arrived, followed by a peasant woman. "Father! Mother!" Wang Erdu sprinted toward them, only to halt abruptly a few paces away, unsure how to explain the scene unfolding before them. Lin Dashan set down his firewood, his rough hands gripping his son's shoulders, yet his eyes remained fixed on the white-robed immortal nearby. What's going on? Who is that?" Before Wang Erdu could answer, more villagers gathered around. Some whispered among themselves, others knelt down to pay respects, while bolder children peered curiously from behind their parents. "Father, mother, master. I encountered this immortal on the mountain. He said he wants to take me as his disciple." Old Wang sucked in a sharp breath, the wrinkles on his dark face deepening. Could it be, my heir Guzi is truly going to become a disciple of an immortal? Just as chaos erupted among the Lin family, a booming voice cut through the crowd, "Make way! Everyone, make way!" The crowd parted, revealing an elderly man leaning on a cane, his hunched back swaying as he approached. "Ergo's father, what's there to hesitate about?" After speaking, the village chief respectfully bowed to Lu Mingxuan. "I am the village chief of Linjia village. I did not know the immortal had arrived, and I failed to greet you properly. Please forgive my oversight." Lin Cha replied calmly, "No need for formalities. I passed through here today and discovered Wang Erdu possesses extraordinary talent. I wish to take him as my disciple. What are your thoughts on this? Additionally, our sect requires a dwelling to be constructed in the coming days. Might the old village chief grant us this favor?" The old village chief's cloudy eyes sharpened. If it is a dwelling for an immortal cultivator, it is naturally an honor for Bai Xi Village. Please allow me to gather the villagers to ascend the mountain and construct your residence. Ergo, now that you found your path to immortality, don't forget our Bai Xi Village. The old village chief emphasized this point before hurrying off to gather villagers. Many followed him, hoping to be chosen and catch a glimpse of the immortal realm. Before long, the old village chief had selected 30 sturdy men, who now stood before Lin Cha. "All is ready. Let us set forth." Lin Cha performed a hand seal to activate her lightness technique, carrying the group swiftly into the mountains. An hour later, the group arrived at the foot of the mythic Sect's mountain. As they stepped through the mist before the mountain gate, the scene suddenly opened up before them, revealing a picturesque landscape of mountains and clear waters. Perched atop one of the peaks stood a towering palace, its facade bearing the characters Mythology Sect. Gazing upon the magnificent hall and the graceful peaks, Gu Chang'e and Wang Erdu's already delighted expressions grew even more animated. Lin Cha looked at the elderly village chief at the head of the group and spoke softly, "My request is simple. Though I carry no gold or silver treasures to offer as thanks at this moment, I can promise this: should any of your descendants show signs of divine affinity, they may all enter the Mythology Sect to cultivate and become disciples of our order." Lin Cha's offer was essentially a free ride. Even if the villagers of Bai Xi Village hadn't assisted him, he would still accept any qualified children from the village as disciples of the Mythology Sect. Yet he offered this as repayment, if only to earn the villagers' gratitude. Just as Lin Cha had anticipated, upon hearing that their descendants might also walk the path of immortality, the villagers were overcome with joy and gratitude. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank you, Immortal Master! Thank you, Immortal Master!" Player Lin Cha wins the hearts of Bai Xi Village villagers. After slaying the great demon lurking within the village, Bai Xi Village automatically falls under the player's jurisdiction. The elderly village chief's face flushed crimson with emotion. He was overcome with the urge to kowtow to Lin Cha multiple times. This was a divine blessing. His contribution would surely merit its own page in the clan's annals. Soon, the old village chief led the villagers of Bai Xi Village, each wielding an axe, as they enthusiastically began constructing houses. Chang'e, Ergu, you two continue your cultivation while keeping an eye on them. I shall return to the main hall first. With that, Lin Cha turned and departed. Once Lin Cha's figure vanished from their sight and he returned to the main hall, Gu Chang'e and Wang Erdu exchanged glances. Are we dreaming? Then, without any prior agreement, both of them pulled a blade of grass and stuffed it into their mouths. Feeling the grassy taste, they suddenly burst into laughter. This wasn't a dream, they had truly become disciples of an immortal. Little did they know, the immortal they so deeply revered was also grinning like fools at that very moment. Golden legend. Heh, and he even gifted us a purple tier disciple. Lin Cha was ecstatic. Not only had he gained a golden tier disciple, but his sect had also advanced a level. Cultivation sect, mythology sect. Sect leader, Lin Cha. Talent, traveler through time. Cult level, 1. Cultivation, Shi cultivation perfection. Disciples, Gu Chang'e gold, Wang Erdu purple. Sect controlled territories, none. Cult fortune, 100. Items, tier 1 sect grand gift pack. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for successfully advancing the sect to level 1. Level 2 sect quests are now available for viewing. Cultivation sect advancement tasks. 1. Have one disciple within the sect who has reached the 9th level of cultivation. 2. The sect has over 10 disciples. 3. The sect must control at least one territory. 4. The sect's fortune reaches 100. Completing the sect advancement quest will yield generous rewards. Looking at these promotion tasks, Lin Cha felt overwhelmed. After all, there were so many requirements just to level up. Fortunately, possessing a disciple of golden quality would significantly accelerate cultivation, meaning reaching a level 2 sect shouldn't take too long. Opening the level 1 sect grand gift pack. Congratulations! You have obtained 200 low-grade spirit stones and 36 yellow sprout pills. The haul was rather meager. While spirit stones and pills aided cultivation, Lin Cha's current cultivation talent was mediocre. It would be better to give all the spirit stones and pills to Gu Chang'e and the others. He could wait until he obtained cultivation talent from a future gift pack before focusing on his own cultivation. After opening the gift pack, Lin Cha reopened the regional chat channel, hoping to gather some information. The chat channel was still buzzing with activity. Guys, I think I'm hopeless. What's wrong? Why no hope? My disciple got a white grade item, and the cultivation technique is just the most basic yellow tier 1. I feel like I've got no hope of cultivating to immortality. What's there to fear? Didn't they say we get one free disciple recruitment chance each year? You can't possibly recruit white grade disciples every single time, no one's that unlucky. Guys, I recruited a purple quality disciple with a water virtue spirit body. I'm offering top dollar for a water element cultivation technique. I'll trade all my current techniques and magical artifacts for it. Purple grade? Looks like the big shot is about to take off. Might not take long before he upgrades to a second tier sect. Big shot, why not check out our carefree gang? We've got top tier yellow grade water element cultivation techniques. You've got the nerve to offer mere top tier yellow grade? If you join our Exploding Heaven gang, we'll give you a low grade mystic tier cultivation technique. Sky shattering gang? Let's discuss privately. With a purple grade disciple, he's already this popular. If a gold grade 1 appeared, the entire channel would go wild. Gold tier? You're daydreaming. How could our region possibly have gold tier? Remember, purple tier disciples are already as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. To pull gold? That person would be gambling their lifespan away. Chapter 4, Opening another gift pack. However, based on what Lin Cha had gathered so far, newbie sects were all located in so-called newbie villages, where major dangers were practically non-existent. Surrounding the sects are villages and settlements, likely the territories mentioned in the sect advancement quests. The sect leader must find ways to bring these settlements under their control. Finally, high-quality disciples were extremely rare and faced the risk of being snatched away. After all, not everyone would congratulate you. Some, driven by envy and resentment, might choose to destroy everything. Lin Cha sorted through the information he'd gathered. He knew that if he were to broadcast the news about his golden quality disciple right now, he would undoubtedly attract a following. But Lin Cha harbored no such thoughts. He understood that at this stage, the true threat lay not in the natives of this strange world, but in his fellow disciples stranded in the same region. Before he possessed overwhelming strength to crush them, establishing his own faction was entirely ill-advised. As this thought crossed his mind, a timid voice suddenly echoed from outside the grand hall. Master! Lin Cha looked toward the entrance and saw a dark-skinned youth standing outside, holding a roasted wild game, looking somewhat flustered. Recognizing the figure as Wang Erdu, Lin Cha beckoned him inside. Stepping inside, Wang Erdu knelt down with a thud. Immortal, this is the game I roasted. Thank you for accepting me as your disciple. After understanding Wang Erdu's purpose, Lin Cha extended a hand to lift him up, helping him stand once more. The game meat then floated toward Lin Cha. This sect master accepts the game. Now go summon Gu Chang'e to the main hall. This sect master has matters to discuss with you both. Wang Erdu respectfully acknowledged the order and then withdrew from the main hall. He now had 2 disciples. Though their character differed, both possessed decent talent, so resources should be distributed fairly. As for the future, that would depend entirely on their cultivation progress. Hey, this kid's got a knack for grilling the flavors actually pretty good. Lin Cha, currently at the peak of qi cultivation, hadn't yet mastered fasting and still needed to eat daily to sustain herself. Just as Lin Cha finished eating the wild game, voices echoed from outside the hall. Disciple Gu Chang'e and Disciple Wang Er to seek an audience with the sect master. Enter. With that, 2 figures stepped into the grand hall. Disciples pay their respects to the sect master. Gu Chang'e bowed deeply. Wang Erdu, flustered, awkwardly mimicked Gu Chang'e's gesture and bowed toward Lin Cha. Seeing this, Lin Cha smiled faintly. I summoned you both to discuss the rules of the sect. Gu Chang'e and Wang Erdu's expressions turned serious. Within the sect, disciples are categorized as menial disciples, outer door disciples, inner door disciples, and true disciples. However, as the sect is still in its infancy and you two are its only disciples, many regulations remain incomplete. I have decided to take both of you as disciples, both as true disciples of my lineage. Gu Chang'e shall be the senior disciple and Wang Erdu the junior disciple. Both of you are the future of our Shushan sect. Lin Cha had originally intended to focus all his resources on cultivating Gu Chang'e alone, using limited resources to nurture a single prodigy. But considering Wang Erdu's pure-hearted devotion and the daily new gift packages he received, he ultimately decided to accept both as disciples and treat them equally. Their future prospects would depend entirely on their own abilities. Thank you, Master. Both Gu Chang'e and Wang Erdu were overcome with joy at that moment. Gu Chang'e understood that becoming a true disciple meant he would receive the sect leader's full cultivation support, ensuring he wouldn't meet an early demise. As for Wang Erdu, his mind was filled with thoughts of becoming the disciple of an immortal, truly bringing honor to his ancestors and worthy of having his own branch added to the family genealogy. Both of them couldn't help but grin like fools. Here are your cultivation resources for this month. With that, Lin Cha produced 200 spirit stones and 2 bottles of yellow bud pills, distributing them equally among her 2 new disciples. Once you sense spiritual energy, you may swallow the yellow bud pills to aid your cultivation of the Great Ease Classic. As for the spirit stones, after reaching the first layer of qi cultivation, you may gradually draw spiritual energy from them to assist your practice. After briefly covering the fundamentals of cultivation, Lin Cha instructed the pair to find their own cave dwellings for practice. With these resources, I wonder when they'll break through to late qi cultivation. They must complete their advancement tasks early. Otherwise, as mere ants at the qi cultivation realm, they'll have no sense of security in this cultivation world. We must eliminate that hidden demonic creature swiftly. Once done, we can incorporate Wang Erdu's village into our jurisdiction. While we're at it, we can recruit a batch of disciples and see if we can gather 10 people. After sorting through these thoughts, Lin Cha briefly scanned the regional channel. Aside from a few people chatting about water, there was absolutely no valuable information to be found. She dismissed it and opened the Tai Classic, attempting to comprehend its cultivation techniques. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the mist and shone upon Mount Shu. Beneath a large tree, Gu Chang'e sat in meditation, maintaining the same posture all night. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as if sensing something above. He opened the jade bottle beside him, took out a huangya pill, swallowed it, then clasped a spirit stone in his hand and resumed his meditation. Soon, spiritual energy gathered near the tree, surging toward Gu Chang'e and flowing into his body. Moments later, the energy dispersed. Is this cultivation? Does this mean I've successfully broken through to the first layer of qi cultivation? A faint smile touched Gu Chang'e's lips, then he burst into laughter. In just one night, he had successfully broken through to the first layer of qi cultivation. Wang Erdu, awakened by the commotion near the tree, cast an envious glance his way. While he could barely sense the spiritual energy himself, Gu Chang'e, who had been cultivating alongside him, had already successfully broken through to the qi cultivation stage 1, becoming a true cultivator. Yet Wang Erdu, with his simple and honest nature, felt no jealousy. His heart was filled only with genuine joy for Gu Chang'e's breakthrough. Inside the Shushan Grand Hall, Lin Cha stretched lazily. This first night in this strange world still felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Once we have enough manpower, we absolutely must renovate the mythic sect. At the very least, I need to get myself a more comfortable cave dwelling. It's utterly improper for the head of a sect to sleep in the main hall like this. Looks like there's a surprise. Lin Cha suddenly noticed a change on his interface panel. Opening it, he was startled to see that Gu Chang'e had already reached the first layer of qi cultivation. Truly worthy of the golden legendary title. In just one night, he successfully entered the qi cultivation realm and became a genuine cultivator. That kind of talent is truly enviable. Lin Cha felt a pang of emotion. Yesterday's cultivation had also taught him more about the path of cultivation. Cultivation in this alternate world wasn't as grueling as depicted in those mortal cultivation novels from his previous lives, but the speed of progress varied depending on a disciple's quality. Even white-tier disciples could perceive spiritual energy within a month and step into the qi cultivation stage 1 to become cultivators. Chapter 5, The Deal. A daily gift pack. Wonder what goodies I'll get today? Yesterday brought a golden disciple recruitment order. What would today bring? Let me see. A cultivation technique manual? Another disciple recruitment order? A miraculous elixir? Or perhaps a divine weapon? As he summoned the system interface, his fingertips traced a faint golden arc through the air. Yesterday's disciple order, covered in golden patterns, still lay at the top of his inventory. Today's random gift box glowed with an enticing purple radiance. The moment the blue light burst from the box, he caught a whiff of a piercing sword aura, a 3-foot-long blade, entirely azure, with a lifelike chi dragon coiled around its pommel. Cold dragon sword? Lin Cha traced the icy patterns on the hilt when suddenly, the clang of swords echoed outside the sect's main hall. Peering through the doors, he saw Gu Changa practicing his morning drills. The pure white robe fluttered wildly in the swirling sword chi. Each of the youth's movements channeled the essence of heaven and earth, faintly revealing the shadowy outline of a blue lotus. Lin Cha promptly stowed the sword into her inventory slot. With these resources, Gu Changa should be able to reach the late chi cultivation stage very soon. I must complete the remaining advancement tasks swiftly. Otherwise, if Gu Changa breaks through to the 9th layer of chi cultivation while I remain stuck at the chi cultivation stage, that would be truly laughable. But it's also time to get Changa a proper sword. He stowed the cold wyvern sword into his Srimala ring and opened the trading interface on the light screen. The moment the listing for a low-grade Xian tier cultivation technique appeared on the regional channel, the entire light screen rippled like a tidal wave. A blue-grade water attribute lower-grade Xian tier cultivation technique for spirit stones, pills, and various valuable items. Interested parties may send private messages. No time wasters, please. Wait, someone's actually selling a low-grade Xian tier cultivation technique right now? This game really is a case of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. I only have a low-grade yellow tier cultivation technique, and sometimes my disciples give me weird looks. Turns out we're just too poor. We underestimated the big shot's capabilities. We're still hoarding yellow-grade techniques like treasures, while they're already selling Xian-grade ones. This guy's definitely just trying to grab attention. It's only been 2 days. How could anyone have gotten 2 cultivation techniques already? Bro, I'll pay 10 spirit stones for it. Can't go any higher. Bro, how about trading your black silk photo for it? Lin Cha's single sentence set the regional chat channel ablaze. With Earth-grade techniques currently unavailable, Mystic-grade techniques represented the highest tier anyone could hope to obtain. After posting, Lin Cha ignored the chaotic regional chat and carefully read her private messages. Xiao Han, bro, I'm the leader of the Sky-Shattering Gang. How about joining us? We can help each other grow stronger. One of our big shots is missing a water element cultivation technique. We're willing to trade other techniques for it. Once he gets powerful, he'll definitely protect you. Lin Cha glanced at the message. He hadn't expected this person's knowledge of Yin Kingdom's geography to be so limited. Then he typed a single word. Get lost. Without waiting for Xiao Han's reply, he blocked him outright. Damn it. Someone actually tried to freeload off him. On the other end, Xiao Han stared at the giant exclamation mark on his screen, his face flushing crimson. Neither on Blue Star nor in the cultivation world these past days had anyone ever treated him this way. Since Lin Cha had hidden his name for safety when selling the cultivation technique, Xiao Han, furious though he was, had no clue who had blocked him. This sent his blood boiling. He shut off the private chat and couldn't help but curse, "Don't let me find out who you are, you anonymous bastard. Or else, I swear I'll bring a mob to tear your sect apart." Lin Cha, still searching for buyers, remained unaware that his blocking had already drawn someone's attention. Shen Ming, bro, I'm the leader of the Carefree Gang. I'll take that cultivation technique you've got for 500 low-grade spirit stones. How about we become friends? Lin Cha, I don't think so. Zhou Jingwen, bro, I'll show you some sexy pics. How about you give me that cultivation technique for free? After searching for ages, Lin Cha found his inbox flooded with haggling offers and freeloaders, leaving him utterly frustrated. Maybe I should just put it aside for now and see how things go? Lin Cha considered finding a few more. If that didn't work, he'd put it away for a water attribute disciple to use later. Just as he was about to give up, Lin Cha finally found a unique private message. Zhang Dahai, bro, I've got a fate token here. See if you can trade it for your low-grade Xian tier cultivation technique. If not, I'll throw in some extra spirit stones. Image.jpg. Opportunity token blue, upon use, grants the location of an opportunity. May involve some risk. An opportunity token? This novel item was a first for Lin Cha. He'd never seen one mentioned in the regional chat before. Opening it granted an unknown opportunity and danger. It was pure gambling. Even so, Lin Cha could sense this was a hot commodity. After all, no one would turn down an opportunity. He couldn't fathom why this person would trade a fortune token for a cultivation technique. Meanwhile, a burly man looked at his disciple before him with utter helplessness. A normal person opening a beginner's starter pack would at least get a low-grade yellow tier cultivation technique. Yet he didn't get a single technique. Instead, he pulled an opportunity token. He couldn't tell whether he was lucky or unlucky. After recruiting disciples, he couldn't guide their cultivation after all, he had no cultivation techniques to offer. While he understood this opportunity token was valuable, even treasures needed the right moment to be used. Just then, Lin Cha's information caught his eye, and Zhang Dahai felt it was fate. He decided to send Lin Cha a private message. Lin Cha, alright, I agree to the exchange. Lin Cha has sent you a trade request, low-grade Xian tier cultivation technique in exchange for the opportunity token. Accept? Zhang Dahai clicked accept immediately. As the opportunity token vanished from his hand, a new jade slip appeared in Zhang Dahai's backpack. Meanwhile, Lin Cha toyed with the fate token in her hand. He had no intention of using the opportunity token just yet. After all, his two disciples were simply too weak right now. If he went off seeking opportunities and his home got robbed, he'd be screwed. As for the opportunity itself, it wasn't going anywhere. On the third day, Lin Cha awoke to a surge of spiritual energy fluctuations. Glancing at his interface, he was stunned. Breaking through one cultivation layer in a single day? No wonder he didn't live long. Even I'd be jealous of that, let alone the heavens. Yesterday, Gu Chang'e had just stepped into Qi cultivation level 1, and today he had already broken through to level 2. Could he possibly be the chosen one? After all, Wang Erdu was still struggling desperately to break through Qi cultivation layer 1 at this very moment. At this rate, by the time Wang Erdu finally broke through to Qi cultivation stage 1, Gu Chang'e would likely be in the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. The gap was simply too vast, it felt like Gu Chang'e was living a cheat-enabled life. After her initial shock, Lin Cha proceeded to activate the cross-dimensional traveler's mutual aid gift pack as usual. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has obtained the high-grade yellow rank spell, Incinerating Flame Technique. Upper grade yellow rank. Seems somewhat useful, but not particularly valuable. For such useful yet redundant items, Lin Cha's standard approach was to toss them into the regional chat channel to trade for cultivation resources. Chapter 6, The Enlightenment Order. Lin Cha's fingers danced swiftly across the air, the blue glow of the regional chat channel illuminating his sharp brow. As the message send icon flashed, he instinctively touched the storage pouch at his waist where a recording jade slip lay, now radiating a scorching heat. High-grade yellow rank spell, Incinerating Flame Technique. 500 low-grade spirit stones or 100 yellow bud pills. This message felt like molten lava dumped into a cold pond, instantly boiling the previously calm chat interface. Are you kidding? Someone was selling cultivation techniques in the channel yesterday, and now someone's selling spells today? How many days has it even been? A spell? A high-grade yellow rank spell? Who would sell something like this? Who would ever complain about having too many spells to learn? Exactly. Even for their own disciples, this would be an excellent choice. Has this person lost their mind? Honorable foster father, I'm your blood-related son. You must send me this spell. Looks like it'll end up in some rich guy's hands again. Folks like us, barely scraping by, can forget about it. Lin Cha watched as praise flooded the channel at a rate of 10 messages per second. He quickly closed the regional chat and opened his private messages instead. What the hell? Xiaohan's expression darkened instantly when he saw a red exclamation mark appear before his sent message. The moment he spotted someone selling a high-grade yellow tier spell in the regional channel, he'd immediately contacted Lin Cha. After composing a lengthy message, hoping to trick the seller into giving him something for free, he discovered he'd been blocked. Suddenly, Xiaohan remembered that yesterday, some idiot had blocked him too. Could it really be him? Where did he get so many good things? Xiaohan's face was now twisted with envy and admiration. After all, he considered himself quite fortunate to have recruited a purple-grade disciple, yet he only possessed one high-grade yellow-tier cultivation technique. Yet this mysterious blacklisting figure apparently had extra Xian-grade cultivation techniques to spare. Daring to sell off such crucial items during the novice stage, clearly another fool. He'll likely join the ranks of those killed within days. Xiaohan consoled himself. After all, he possessed a purple-grade disciple already surpassing most others. As long as he continued developing steadily, he was certain to become a rising star in the future. Lin Cha remained oblivious to Xiaohan's inner thoughts, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. After all, he was a man with a cheat code. Within minutes of the regional announcement spreading, Lin Cha's private messages had piled up to 99 plus. Zhao Yanyan, big shot, how about 100 spirit stones from me? Lin Cha, do you think I'm looking for a sucker? Lin Guogui, big shot, I can show you uniform appeal. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Can you help me? Lin Cha, Sigma men don't need love. After flipping through dozens of private messages, most were just freeloaders. Even those willing to pay offered ridiculously low prices. Lin Cha was utterly speechless. Did he look like someone who could be easily fooled? But Lin Cha wasn't in a rush. After all, the spells could be used by herself or passed on to her two disciples. Scrolling to the very bottom, Lin Cha finally found a conversation that piqued her interest. Wang Dachui, big shot, you there? I'm willing to trade 300 low-grade spirit stones and 40 Huanya pills for this spell. Lin Cha, you're not trying to scam me? Remember, all our transactions are protected by the way of heaven. Wang Dachui, relax, boss. All this came from my starter pack. Honest. I still have hundreds of spirit stones and yellow bud pills left. Reading the reply, Lin Cha was stunned. There were actually experts here? No wonder with so many people, a lucky one would appear. Lin Cha thought for a moment before typing, alright, prepare 300 low-grade spirit stones and 40 yellow bud pills. I'll send you a trade request now. Mysterious user has sent you a trade request, high-grade yellow rank spell, burning flame technique, in exchange for 300 low-grade spirit stones and 40 yellow bud pills. Meanwhile, the girl with twin spiral buns spun around 3 times on the spot, clutching the suddenly appearing jade slip. Silver bells dangled from her hair, jingling wildly. Having already obtained a Shin grade cultivation technique and a purple-robed disciple, and now an upper-tier yellow grade spell, this starting hand was surely enough to make her look down on most players. I'll be clinging to this big shot's coattails from now on. Yesterday a Shin grade cultivation technique, today a Huang grade spell, who knows, maybe next time he'll sell weapons. My current stash of spirit stones and pills won't be enough. She then examined the talent of the purple-tier disciple she'd recruited, talent for crafting talismans. Her expression instantly clouded over. This disciple of mine is a money pit too. Lin Cha, having secured the resources, was thoroughly satisfied. 300 spirit stones plus 40 yellow bud pills should last her a few days. Once Guchanga breaks through to mid-stage chi cultivation, I'll finally be able to venture out and seek my own opportunities. Lin Cha slumped back in her chair in the main hall, looking bored. There aren't any suitable tasks for them to do right now. Cultivate spirit fields? They don't even have any spirit plants to begin with. Maybe I should assign them tasks to improve their cultivation first. Nah. Best to nurture them in the early stages. No rush for now. We'll address it once the sect is properly established. That day, Lin Cha summoned Wang Erdu and Guchanga to the main hall. After filling their ears with motivational speeches, he took the opportunity to inspect the construction progress. After a night's rest, Guchanga successfully broke through to the 3rd layer of chi cultivation. By now, Lin Cha had grown accustomed to such feats. It would have been strange if he hadn't advanced. Shortly after Guchanga reached the 3rd layer, Wang Erdu also successfully attained the 1st layer of chi cultivation. On the 4th day, Lin Cha obtained another new item from the Transmigrator starter kit. Enlightenment Token Green, upon use, allows up to 2 disciples to enter a state of sudden enlightenment. After the enlightenment ends, their cultivation level increases, with a chance to refine their cultivation techniques and deepen their understanding of spells. Seeing the up to 2 disciples restriction, Lin Cha didn't hesitate and used it immediately. After using it, Lin Cha noticed the 2 who had been discussing cultivation techniques suddenly fall silent, standing face to face. Lin Cha walked over to them and remained nearby, watching over them. At this moment, Lin Cha's sole focus was rapidly advancing the cultivation levels of these 2 disciples. With only chi cultivation stage cultivation, Lin Cha felt utterly insecure in this cultivation world. Moreover, she knew next to nothing about the outside world. Wang Erdu was just an ordinary peasant boy, and as for Guchanga's so-called family vendetta, she couldn't bring herself to ask directly, fearing she might inadvertently stir up his inner demons. As 4 hours passed and the evening glow filled the sky, Lin Cha noticed the 2 disciples' eyes flicker. Moments later, they opened their eyes. Greetings, master. Guchanga and the other immediately bowed upon seeing Lin Cha. Quickly, let me see how much your cultivation has increased and how much you've grasped of the techniques and spells. Lin Cha stopped their bows and inquired with genuine concern. Guchanga and Wang Erdu sat cross-legged on the ground, taking a moment to assess their progress. Guchanga spoke first. Master, I feel I can break through to the 4th layer of chi cultivation by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Wang Erdu, however, seemed a bit embarrassed. Master, I feel my cultivation hasn't increased as much as senior brothers. It matters not. You both entered a state of sudden enlightenment just now. I employed certain methods. Absorb these insights thoroughly and strive to transform them into your own strength as soon as possible. Lin Cha watched the 2 of them with deep satisfaction. Chapter 7, Slaying the Wolf Demon. On the 5th day, the first thing Lin Cha did upon waking was open his gift pack. Unfortunately, this time he only obtained 5 talismans, 1st-tier explosive flame talismans, which could at least serve as a means of self-defense. Following his routine, Lin Cha then made his rounds to inspect his sect, checking on the construction progress along the way. It must be said that the cultivation world was truly different. Dozens of men building houses was quite efficient. In just 3 days, 1 courtyard had already taken shape, and it would likely be completed in another 2 days. After chatting with the old village chief and the others for a while, Lin Cha headed toward the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, Lin Cha's divine sense detected a creature radiating blood energy within a grove at the mountain's base. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a wolf demon currently fixated on the mythic sect's compound. When did this place get so much blood energy? And there are even 2 human chi cultivators here. The leader must not know about this. If I devour those 2 chi cultivators, I might be able to challenge the leader. Then, I could take the leader's seat. The wolf demon's mouth watered as it spoke. Which one do you want to devour? The 2 human cultivators, of course. The one with slightly higher cultivation broke through a minor realm every day for the past 3 days. He must be a prodigy among humans. If I devour him, I'll surely be able to break through a realm every day too. The wolf demon replied, then suddenly snapped to attention, glancing toward the source of the voice. There stood a human cultivator, none other than Lin Cha. You little wolf demon, you're quite bold. With only a measly 5th layer chi cultivation, you dare set your sights on my disciple? Lin Cha felt immensely fortunate for his daily habit of patrolling his sect. Had he not, and this wolf demon charged in causing trouble, Lin Cha would have truly wished for death. The wolf demon, who had been scheming how to sneak in and devour all the humans, now wore a distinctly human look of terror. With only a 5th tier chi cultivation base, he knew he stood no chance against someone who could appear silently at his side. Watching the wolf demon dart its eyes around frantically, clearly wanting to flee, a subtle smile spread across Lin Cha's face, trying to run before the fight even starts? Why not give it a shot? What if you manage to beat me? Then I'd have one more meal to enjoy. Lin Cha's words struck the demon wolf like a siren song, capturing its attention and stirring its desire to flee. Seeing the wolf demon fall for the bait, Lin Cha sneered coldly before flicking the exploding flame talisman she'd been clutching in her hand. You worthless creature. I'm waiting for my talisman to activate. What are you waiting for? Waiting for death? A lowly wolf demon dares to target my sect's disciple? Today, I shall flay your skin and strip your bones. And I'll use your flesh to enhance my beloved disciple's cultivation. After flinging the talisman, Lin Cha drew the thunderclap sword, guarding herself cautiously. As the dust settled, the wolf demon lay on the ground, its body a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Human! I am a demon of Lion Camel Ridge. You cannot kill me. If you do, you will surely invite Lion Camel Ridge's vengeance. Seeing Lin Cha raise her sword to strike his head, the wolf demon desperately threatened, fear gripping him. Haste and compliance command, binding restraint. Lin Cha cast the immobilizing seal, pinning the wolf demon in place before inquiring, "Oh, you Ridge? What is that place?" A flicker of despair crossed the wolf demon's face. The human cultivator before him actually didn't know about the renowned Lion Camel Ridge. Yet even so, clinging to a sliver of hope for survival, he pleaded for mercy. "Oh, you Ridge is the largest demonic power in all of Wuchen province. It's the domain of the Great White Elephant King and the Great Blue Lion King. I'm just a patrol demon under the Great White Elephant King. I only stumbled upon this place by accident. The Great White Elephant King has a particular taste for human cultivators. If you release me, I'll help conceal this place's existence. You won't be eaten." Lin Cha felt a pang of helplessness. He never imagined that a demonic faction stronghold lay so close to his home, or that his own sect was within its sphere of influence. What cultivation levels are these White Elephant King and Blue Lion King you speak of? The wolf demon's eyes lit up at this, and he hurriedly replied, "The White Elephant King and the Azure Lion King. In terms of your human cultivation levels, they're roughly at the nascent soul stage. However, the White Elephant King is significantly stronger. Between them, they command 8 Golden Core Demon Generals, and countless Foundation Establishment Stage Demons. If you kill me and draw out the Demon Kings, you'll surely die." Lin Cha now felt deeply troubled. As merely a chi cultivation cultivator, facing Foundation Establishment demons appearing at any moment, it was clear his decision to lie low for now was entirely reasonable. Unmoved by the wolf demon's words, Lin Cha pressed on, "Besides you, are there any other demon beasts here?" The wolf demon now sought to curry favor with Lin Cha, hoping to escape successfully and return to Lion Camel Ridge to summon reinforcements for revenge. Without hesitation, he betrayed the other demon beasts. Yes. In these outlying areas of Lion Camel Ridge, every village and town has minor demons stationed as guards. We patrol to prevent those minor demons from stealing from their own posts to stop them from devouring every human in the entire settlement. As our Great White Elephant King puts it, this is called sustainable development. Lin Cha's face darkened with anger upon hearing this. What's the name of the demon beast here? The wolf demon, having already sold out his comrades, spoke without restraint. The demon occupying this area is called Foxtail. It's a fox that attained demonic power. Its favorite pastime is disguising itself as a teacher, then choosing to devour its brightest disciple. In its words, it's called replacing brains with brains. As for its cultivation level, it should be at the peak of chi cultivation now. It likely won't be long before it breaks through to Foundation Establishment and returns to Lion Camel Ridge. Then do you know where it is now? The wolf demon looked troubled as he turned to Lin Cha. "I have no idea. We lesser demons only meet when recruiting new members. We never see each other otherwise. If that's the case, does that mean you're no longer of any use to me?" Seeing she couldn't extract any further information, Lin Cha raised her sword and unleashed a sword chi strike toward the wolf demon's neck. Then he murmured softly, "Relax. Feeling dizzy is normal." After slaying the wolf demon, Lin Cha suddenly felt a piercing clarity in his sword heart. An overwhelming sense of ease washed over him. It seems the outside world is extremely unsafe. Even a lowly chi cultivation demon possesses such cunning. Clearly, I cannot venture out until I break through to Foundation Establishment. After his emotions settled, Lin Cha gazed at the decapitated wolf demon and silently resolved within himself. Yet the mere mention of Lion Camel Ridge sent an instinctive chill down his spine. After all, Lion Camel Ridge originated from Journey to the West, a world where immortals roamed freely. In the novel, Lion Camel Ridge was described thus: within the Lion Camel Cave, skulls piled like mountains, bones like forests. The ground was strewn with human hair, rotting flesh stank to high heaven, and human tendons glistened on the trees. To the east, lesser demons carved flesh from the living. To the west, fierce demons boiled human meat, a scene straight from hell. Moreover, Lion Camel Ridge was ruled by 3 grey kings, a white elephant, a blue lion, and a golden-winged giant phoenix. Now the 2 had appeared, Lin Cha couldn't help but feel a lingering dread. After pondering for a moment, Lin Cha decided to set the matter aside for now. After all, the affairs of Lion Camel Ridge seemed distant from her concerns at present. The most pressing issue was the fox demon lurking right at her doorstep. Chapter 8: Players Tending Toward Alliance. According to the wolf demon, this entire area belongs to that fox demon. And that fox demon is now, just like me, a mere ant at the peak of chi cultivation. Lin Cha felt a headache coming on. While peak chi cultivation practitioners were indeed insignificant in this world, they were formidable foes for him personally. One of them would have to die, and he certainly didn't want it to be him. That left only one option: the fox demon would have to die. However, the fox demon's death would inevitably alert Lion Camel Ridge. After all, a minor demon on the verge of advancing to foundation establishment would possess some demonic veins. Looks like after taking care of the fox demon, I'll have to hurry up and upgrade the sect to level 2 to boost my cultivation. This damn place is far too unsafe. That cursed heavenly Tao even placed me within the influence of Lion Camel Ridge. Sect Master. At the mythic sect headquarters, Gu Changge and Wang Erdu, who had heard the commotion, now stared blankly at Lin Cha, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The white-robed youth now stood before the decapitated wolf demon, thunderclap sword in hand. Blood soaked the earth beneath them, yet not a single drop stained Lin Cha's body. Hearing the voices, Lin Cha sheathed the thunderclap sword and turned to the stunned Gu Changge and Wang Erdu. "Ah, it's Erdu and Changge. You're just in time. Quickly take this wolf demon back. I've been worrying lately about how to give you a proper supplement. Then this wolf demon saw me and tried to devour me, so I just killed it on the spot." Gu Changge finally understood the sword energy he'd sensed during his cultivation had been his sect leader's doing. Admiration surged within him. "Alright, let's take this little wolf cub back. It'll be a proper tonic for you both. This demonic creature is incredibly nourishing. Eating its flesh is no less potent than swallowing a yellow bud pill." Lin Cha deliberately omitted the fact that a powerful demon still lurked near the sect. After all, neither of his disciples had even reached the mid-stage of chi cultivation. Revealing this would only distract them from their training, especially Ergo, whose family lived down the mountain. If he got distracted and something went wrong, it would be disastrous. As for within the mythic sect, if that fox demon dared to come, leveraging home field advantage, even if they couldn't instantly kill it, they could still wear it down to death. Lin Cha returned to the main hall, while Wang Erdu and his companion dragged the wolf demon's corpse back to their training grounds. Staring at the corpse, larger than either of them, the 2 disciples felt a bit daunted. "Senior brother, is this what demon beast meat looks like?" Although Gu Changge had never interacted with chi cultivators before, as the heir of a martial arts lineage, he had heard tales of martial heroes successfully hunting minor demons that had awakened sentience. Without exception, these creatures fetched astronomical prices on the market. Now, a whole demon beast lay before them. Not only Wang Erdu, but even Gu Changge had never seen such a quantity. At that moment, Gu Changge used his hand as a sword, gathering spiritual energy into a blade of chi that sliced down upon the wolf demon. Had Lin Cha been present, she would have noticed that Gu Changge's cultivation of the 7-star sword technique had likely reached a preliminary mastery. After all, he had only begun practicing this technique a mere 3 or 4 days ago. Returning to the main hall, Lin Cha collapsed into a chair. Her first taste of bloodshed had initially filled her with exhilaration, but now a lingering unease settled over her. After all, it was her first time. After resting for a while and growing bored, Lin Cha opened the regional channel. "Is there any big shot out there who could lend me a hand? I just picked a name for my purple spirit sect, but some passing disciple insisted my sect's name was identical to his sect's, claiming it was a huge insult to them. Even when I said I'd change it, he wouldn't budge, he just wanted me dead. Now my disciple's been killed, and that sect's disciple is chasing me like a dog with fleas. Bro, I'll feel sorry for you for 3 seconds. Hope you don't have such bad luck next life choosing a name that's already taken. You just wait, you little punk. Once I break free, I'll hunt you down and kill you." After uttering these words, the Xiling sect leader's avatar dimmed almost instantly. As expected, he had likely been killed. At that moment, Lin Cha suddenly realized staying within the sect might not be safe either. "You guys must have noticed 1 wrong move here and you're dead. Sometimes it's even unwarranted misfortune. Even hiding in the sect, some powerful being might just pass by, take a dislike to you, and casually wipe you out. So, brothers, we need to level up fast. Only by becoming powerful can we gain a voice in this world and stop letting others humiliate us." The speaker was none other than Chen Ming, leader of the Carefree Gang. Lin Cha continued lurking in the shadows, silently agreeing with Chen Ming's words. Hey, big shot, what should we do? I don't want to cultivate anymore. I just want to go home. I miss my mom and dad. I really want to cultivate, but this world is too dangerous. All I want now is to go home. This game has absolutely no newbie guidance. Everything has to be figured out on your own. It's impossible to keep playing like this. Hey, upstairs. The boss already said this isn't a game, it's a real life or death war between us and the natives. Seeking a big leg. I'm a lowly, light and flexible, easy to push over. I know everything, just hope my big leg will be kind. Chen Ming, everyone, listen up. To help us all survive better in this cultivation world, I've created 2 separate chat channels. There, you won't need to reveal your real names or identities. You can exchange resources and intelligence freely. However, joining these channels requires a small payment of spirit stones. The first channel only needs 1 low-grade spirit stone, while the second requires 10 low-grade spirit stones. Brothers wishing to join can send me a private message. I'll add you to the group based on the number of spirit stones you pay. After that, Chen Ming fell silent, already checking his private messages. Beneath his post, a flurry of comments erupted. After all, spirit stones were currently considered strategic resources. Whether 1 or 10, they held immense importance for ordinary people, especially since most started with only 100 low-grade spirit stones. It was clear Chen Ming intended to weed out some members, consolidate the current group, and then further segment them. If he'd only opened one group chat with a 10 spirit stone threshold, the vast majority in the regional channel would have turned against him. But now he offered a second option: join another group for just 1 spirit stone. Within this group, they could still access information and exchange resources. Thus, only those living below the subsistence level would genuinely harbor resentment toward Chen Ming. Their hostility was utterly insignificant to Chen Ming, who had already secured the superficial support of the vast majority. Lin Cha found Chen Ming's approach fascinating. His tactic of dividing people proved remarkably effective. Most individuals were short-sighted and impulsive, fixated only on immediate gains or following the majority. However, Lin Cha paid little heed to Chen Ming's minor maneuvers. In his view, while Chen Ming's tactics might work in an ordinary world, this was the cultivation realm. Here, raw power was the only hard truth. Where in the world were there so many prodigies capable of challenging opponents far above their level? Within the same cultivation realm, early foundation establishment cultivators could never defeat mid-stage ones, and mid-stage cultivators could never overcome late-stage ones. Chapter 9, Cultivation Mutual Aid Society. Lin Cha opened Chen Ming's private message and composed a reply. Lin Cha, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Bro, pull me into the group. Before long, Chen Ming replied instantly, got it, sending you an invite right away, big bro. Reading Chen Ming's reply, Lin Cha couldn't help but admire the guy. He was shamelessly shameless for spirit stones. Player Chen Ming has invited you to join the Cultivation Mutual Aid Society. Do you wish to join? Lin Cha naturally clicked to accept. As Lin Cha expected, the mutual aid group already had over 70 members. As for the other low-threshold group, its membership was undoubtedly even larger. After a while, noticing no one had joined, Chen Ming posted a message. Chen Ming, thank you all for trusting me. I just want to provide a more convenient place for us to exchange resources. Here, I'd like to offer you all some free intel. Chen Ming, I'm sure you've all noticed that wherever our sects are located, there's always a territory we need to reclaim. But danger comes with opportunity. Once we reclaim that territory, a resource that strengthens our power will appear. So everyone should resolve their territory issues quickly to gain an edge. And from what I understand, the faster you reclaim it, the better the resources will be. Thanks for sharing, brother Chen Ming. I'll start figuring out how to reclaim our territory right away. Since everyone's here seeking resources, I'll share some intel. Have you come across blueprints? The structures depicted require spirit wood or spirit iron for construction. Once built, they grant bonuses. Ordinary materials yield no such benefits. Also, a quick plug, if you haven't used spirit iron, feel free to trade it with me for resources. Lin Cha was genuinely surprised by this revelation. He'd never encountered blueprints before. This was an unexpected windfall. Building blueprints? That sounds just like those games. How can we get these blueprints? Don't ask me about that. I got mine from a beginner's gift pack. I have no idea about other ways to get them. Lin Cha pulled out a low-grade yellow tier weapon and shared its details in the group chat. I've got a low-grade yellow tier broadsword here. Anyone interested? This broadsword was looted from the wolf demon after it was slain. As a low-grade yellow tier weapon, he had no intention of keeping it. But just because Lin Cha didn't want it didn't mean the others in the group wouldn't. No way, another big shot selling weapons? How come every day lately has a big shot selling good stuff? Big shot, name your price. I won't haggle. Lin Cha stared at the low-grade yellow tier blade, feeling a bit troubled. He wasn't sure of its market value and feared selling it too cheaply. After pondering for a moment, he sent a message. 100 low-grade spirit stones or 20 yellow bud pills. Also, bulk purchasing blueprints and various valuable items. Lin Cha took the opportunity to promote himself. Here, no one was constantly trying to freeload off Lin Cha. After all, those who could join the group were generally considered to have some financial means. Even so, 100 low-grade spirit stones required careful consideration from the members. Lin Cha didn't mind. After posting the message, he prepared to check his private messages. With over 80 people in the group, surely someone would be interested in the blade. Within a minute, Lin Cha's private messages were flooded with over a dozen inquiries, all seeking to purchase the blade. In the end, Lin Cha chose to trade with a mysterious individual who opted to pay with Huanya Dan. Immortal Cultivation Mutual Aid Group. Lin Cha, the weapon has been sold. Please refrain from sending me private messages. Should I have any weapons or other items for sale in the future, I will definitely consider the brothers in this group first. More in the future? Then you gotta prioritize me, big shot. In the future? You've been the one selling stuff these past few days, right? Seeing this message, Xiao Han, leader of the Exploding Heaven gang, tentatively sent a message to the weapons seller. Sure enough, a red exclamation mark popped up. Xiao Han's face instantly flushed crimson. Where did this guy get all these goodies? He must be cheating. Xiao Han was absolutely certain this guy was the same one who'd been selling cultivation techniques and spells earlier. He was like a walking money tree. No way. I need to find a chance to probe this guy's background and figure out how to squeeze some profit out of him. This thought energized Xiao Han immensely. After all, everyone was currently at the peak of chi cultivation. If he could pinpoint this rich guy's location, perhaps some underhanded tactics could yield substantial gains. After all, the path of cultivation was inherently one of seizing opportunities from others. If you couldn't hold on to an opportunity, it only meant that opportunity wasn't meant for you. At that moment, Lin Cha remained unaware that he had already been targeted. He gazed at the 1,000 spirit stones in his backpack, more than enough to sustain his 2 disciples for a while. I wonder when Gu Chang'e will break through to the late stage. Once I pinpoint that fox demon's location, I'll go straight to him and finish him off. Then, after Gu Chang'e advances to the late chi cultivation stage, our sect can finally upgrade. As for disciples, Lin Cha planned to start recruiting from Wang Erdu's village. Once the courtyards for his 2 precious disciples were built, he'd announced to the villagers that he'd test their family members for spiritual roots to see if any possessed the seeds of immortal destiny. If they did, it would motivate them to work harder. If not, well, they couldn't blame Lin Cha for not giving them a chance. It would be their own descendants' lack of potential. After settling these matters, Lin Cha sat cross-legged in the main hall, attempting to continue absorbing and expelling spiritual energy to transform it into magical power. When Lin Cha awoke from her meditation, the next day had already arrived. Lin Cha rubbed her small hands together before drawing another gift package. As a golden light appeared, excitement instantly flashed across Lin Cha's face. Gold! Awesome! Awesome! A single pull in gold! Who else has this kind of luck? As the golden light faded, Lin Cha discovered it was actually a blueprint. Demon Suppression Tower, imprison demons within the tower to reduce their cultivation and condense essence pills. Construction requirements. Level 1 Demon Suppression Tower, Demon Bones 04, Spirit Wood 0500, Spirit Iron 0500. 2-story Demon Suppression Tower, unlocked. Products. Vitality Pill, enhances cultivators' cultivation levels regardless of realm. Higher demonic realms yield greater effects. The Demon Suppression Tower requires such extensive resources just to construct its first level. Still, these vitality pills are valuable. Once we have the tower, our sect will never lack cultivation-enhancing pills again. Lin Cha didn't dwell on it. For now, he only had the bones of a demon beast and he wasn't sure if they'd be useful. He promptly stowed away the blueprint. Though eager to construct the demon sealing tower sooner, he hadn't gathered a single complete set of the 3 required materials. Rushing it would serve no purpose. Chapter 10, The 9 Provinces. Day 5 in the Immortal Cultivation Realm. Upon waking, Lin Cha discovered from the sect's log that Gu Chang'e had successfully broken through to the 4th layer of chi cultivation, while Wang Erdu had advanced to the 2nd layer. Seeing this, Lin Cha instantly teleported from the main hall to appear before Gu Chang'e. Under the pine tree, Gu Chang'e stared blankly at Lin Cha before rising to bow. Disciple Gu Chang'e greets his master. Chang'e, you've already broken through to the 4th layer of chi cultivation? Lin Cha looked at Gu Chang'e, growing increasingly delighted. My disciple Gu Chang'e possesses the potential of an emperor. Yes, master. I just broke through at midnight today. Now that you've reached the 4th layer of chi cultivation, you must cultivate diligently. These pills and spirit stones are your reward from me. With that, Lin Cha produced 100 low-grade spirit stones and 30 yellow bud pills, presenting them to Gu Chang'e, who hastily accepted them. After distributing the resources, Lin Cha teleported back to the main hall. Lin Cha adopted a hands-off approach toward Gu Chang'e, for his innate talent was simply too extraordinary. Even if Lin Cha knew cultivation techniques, he doubted he could offer meaningful guidance, especially since Lin Cha himself was merely a half-baked practitioner who learned cultivation entirely from novels. To attempt teaching him would be nothing short of misleading a disciple. After Lin Cha departed, Gu Chang'e resumed his cultivation, sitting cross-legged beneath the pine tree. Upon sensing Gu Chang'e's renewed cultivation, Lin Cha couldn't help but marvel at his own luck. To have encountered such a disciple gifted, quick-witted, and exceptionally diligent in practice was truly remarkable. With disciples like this, how could his sect possibly fall short of others? Nearly half an hour after Lin Cha returned to the main hall, his interface suddenly alerted him to an incident at the mountain gate of the mythic sect. Lin Cha opened the sect interface with curiosity. The notification read, "Unidentified demonic beasts have infiltrated the sect." Lin Cha's expression darkened instantly. He sprang to his feet and rushed toward the mountain gate. To avoid alerting the enemy prematurely, Lin Cha teleported to a spot not far from the mountain gate before walking toward the group. The villagers of Bai Xi Village hurriedly bowed in greeting to Lin Cha. Lin Cha scanned the villagers of Bai Xi Village, briefly assessing each one's innate potential. Within the gates of the mythic sect, Lin Cha could perceive anyone's aptitude, but once outside, he was powerless to do so. After his scan, Lin Cha wore a look of disappointment. This was already the third batch of young adults from Bai Xi Village, yet not a single white-grade villager had emerged. These people didn't even have a chance to make up the numbers. Well, it seems Bai Xi Village has done well enough to produce Wang Erdu, a purple-grade disciple. Lin Cha's gaze drifted to the rear of the line, where a man dressed as a scholar caught his attention. Suddenly recalling the wolf demon's dying words, Lin Cha fixed his eyes on him. Name, Fox 13. Age, 199. Cultivation, Qi cultivation, 9th layer. Talents, Charm Blue, Fox Heartfire Green. So this must be the fox demon the wolf demon spoke of. Lin Cha remained outwardly composed, though inwardly he was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that by not seeking out this fox, it would instead come to him. Unfortunately, the area was swarming with ordinary people. Lin Cha now found himself in a predicament. While he could harness his sect's power to forcibly suppress this fox demon, injuring any of the humans present would create an extremely difficult situation. Fortunately, the fox showed no intention of attacking either, or rather, it seemed deeply wary of Lin Cha. Just as Lin Cha suspected, the fox demon was deeply troubled. This place is now under the jurisdiction of Lion Camel Ridge. Why would a human cultivator establish a sect here? The fox demon was deeply perplexed, but his greater concern was that this was Lin Cha's home turf. He feared that if he made a move, not only would he gain no advantage, but he might even lose his life. The fox demon spent most of his time in Qingfeng town. Recently, he'd been thinking of visiting the surrounding villages for a change of pace. Upon arriving at Bai Xi Village, he'd heard rumors about so-called immortals. So he decided to head up the mountain to see which cocky youngster had dared to trespass on his territory. He planned to devour the intruder whole and use the opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Now, however, he felt uneasy. The aura Lin Cha projected clearly matched his own at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, making him hesitate to act rashly. Meanwhile, Lin Cha also harbored significant apprehension. He feared he might not be able to subdue the fox demon outright, potentially driving it to desperate measures. After all, his own Qi cultivation at the 9th layer lacked any real combat experience. Both man and demon now harbored hidden agendas, each scheming against the other while maintaining outward composure. Soon, the villagers of Bai Xi Village began gathering at the site where the foundations had been laid to continue building their homes. The fox demon did not join them, for his purpose here was not to labor. Bowing respectfully to Lin Cha, the fox demon spoke with a hint of admiration in his voice. "I am the village scholar from Qingfeng town. I had intended to wander these parts for a few days to clear my mind, but never imagined I would encounter an immortal. It is truly an honor." Seeing the fox in human form, Lin Cha smiled warmly. "Sir, there's no need for such formalities. Though I've lived long in these mountains, I hold the utmost respect for scholars like you. Without your kind, how could our human race ever hope to preserve its heritage? We've hit it off at first sight today. Would you be willing to accompany me to my hall for some mutual learning?" The fox demon's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected Lin Cha to be so shameless a cultivator, actually using the word admire toward a mere mortal. The fox demon quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat with a dry chuckle. "Since the immortal has extended such an invitation, this humble one shall gladly accompany you." Gu Chang'e, observing from afar, sensed something peculiar about their dynamic, though he didn't dwell on it. "I must continue my cultivation. As my master said, practitioners at the Qi cultivation stage are like ants easily crushed. I must accelerate my cultivation to gain greater strength faster." Gu Chang'e clenched his fists tightly and drew a deep breath. He then returned to the pine tree and resumed his cross-legged cultivation. As for Li Ergu, he hadn't noticed a thing over here. He remained completely immersed in his cultivation. Inside the grand hall, Lin Cha and the fox demon sat facing each other, their familiarity as deep as that of lifelong friends. "Sir, you're not from Qingfeng town, are you?" Lin Cha's gaze was piercing. He had intended to subdue the fox demon the moment he entered the hall. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly realized he still knew little about the surrounding area. This old fox had lived nearly 200 years, it must know something. Thus, Lin Cha chose to first squeeze every last bit of information from the fox demon before disposing of him. Your insight is profound, master. I was originally from Qingxi City. Unfortunately, I failed the provincial examinations. Since then, I've wandered far and wide, finally settling in Qingfeng Town 5 years ago. After all, teaching and nurturing students, watching them pass the imperial examinations, is also a way to contribute to the nation. Hearing this, Lin Cha couldn't help but feel a surge of contempt within, yet he still forced a hypocritical smile onto his face. Sir, your sense of duty is admirable. But might you share more about the affairs of the dynasty? This humble monk has been devoted to cultivation for over a decade since stepping onto the path of immortality. Only recently, following my master's ascension, did I emerge from seclusion to establish a new sect as per his final wishes. Lin Cha naturally intended to flatter the fox demon to death, hoping to extract more information from him. This demon had assumed you were some hot-headed young upstart from a prominent clan, but it turns out you're merely a solitary cultivator without any background. The fox demon now held him in contempt, his guard lowered by Lin Cha's flattery. I know little of such matters myself, for I've never ventured beyond Qingxi City. All I know is that we now fall under the jurisdiction of the Great Thousand Dynasty. Its territory is divided into 9 provinces, each vast and boundless. Mortals could spend their entire lives without ever leaving a single province. As for what lies beyond the 9 provinces, that is beyond my knowledge. Chapter 11, Slaying Demons and Evil. Hearing the fox demon's words, Lin Cha surmised that this so-called regional channel likely comprised players from a single province. As for the actual size of such a province, no one could say for certain. The only thing Lin Cha knew was that this province housed a population of 1 million people, and even within the province, this million were but a drop in the ocean. By this reckoning, the number of cultivators was truly staggering. What then of the might of the Great Thousand Dynasty that unified the 9 provinces? Moreover, according to the game's lore, 100 billion people had crossed over. This implied that this world wasn't limited to the Great Thousand Dynasty alone. Indeed, it might not even be the only world. After all, the 9 heavens and 10 earths in Chinese mythology represented 19 distinct realms. Unfortunately, just as Lin Cha wanted to probe further, the fox demon politely declined, citing a lack of knowledge on the subject. With that, Lin Cha cast a slightly pitying glance at the fox demon. Fox 13, since you refuse to continue this conversation, then come and take my life. The smile that had graced the fox demon's face froze instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned and attempted to dash toward the hall's entrance. But the moment he stepped outside the hall's threshold, Lin Cha used the power of her sect to pin him to the spot. Now the fox demon realized all too well that he had likely been targeted long ago. The earlier conversation had merely been a ploy to lower his guard. This human chi cultivator had likely harbored murderous intent toward him all along. He couldn't even fathom when his identity had been exposed. The fox demon's once proud face instantly contorted into a pitiful expression. Don't kill me. Spare my life, and I'll swear allegiance to you. Seeing himself completely sealed by Lin Cha, unable to move, he had already abandoned any thought of resistance, focused solely on survival. As long as he could live, what did it matter to bow his head and serve a master? Lin Cha approached, a smile playing on her lips, and crouched before the fox demon. Is that your last wish? Well then, farewell. And I'll never understand after nearly 200 years of existence, why were you still so foolish? How could you dare come to my domain without absolute power? The fox demon raised its head, only to meet a pair of icy eyes filled with terror. Sword chi rained down like a storm. The fox demon, driven by the threat of death, revealed its true form only to be pinned in place by the relentless waves of sword energy. Outside the main hall, Gu Chang'e, Wang Erdu, and the villagers of Bai Xi Village heard the commotion and looked up simultaneously. They witnessed the scholar instantly transform into a fox. This terrifying sight instantly sent the Bai Xi villagers sprawling to the ground in terror. When had they ever seen a fox 3 or 4 meters tall? Then, the thunderbolt sword blazed with a brilliant purple light, its edge razor-sharp. In the fox demon's eyes, the sword tip rapidly grew larger. Before it could comprehend why Lin Cha had suddenly attacked, the long sword pierced through its eye socket, piercing its fox skull and pinning it firmly to the ground. I have no interest in enslaving a demonic creature, especially one that has devoured humans. Haven't you heard the saying? Those not of our kind harbor different hearts. The fox demon's body convulsed wildly, emitting a shrill howl, but after a few desperate struggles, it fell still. What a pity. I was hoping to extract more information from you. Since you refuse to speak, don't blame me for not letting you live a moment longer. Seeing the fox demon still, Lin Cha swiftly severed its head to ensure it wasn't feigning death. And so, a demonic creature at the 9th layer of chi cultivation, one that had dominated over 100 other demons in the entire town of Qingfeng, died completely, silently, without a trace. Lin Cha marveled at the sheer power of the sect's influence, which had pinned the 9th layer chi cultivation demon beast to the spot, rendering it helpless and turning it into mere meat on her chopping block, ready for slaughter. Without sect power, Lin Cha alone would have had no guarantee of defeating such a formidable demon. She couldn't even be certain it wouldn't threaten the lives of Gu Chang'e and the villagers of Bai Xi Village. Congratulations! Player has successfully slain the fox fiend. Qing Shui town has been reclaimed. Sect fortune plus 100. As the fox demon perished, the system notification echoed in Lin Cha's ears. Only then did she truly believe the fox had no chance of survival. The second sect advancement task was finally complete. A surge of joy filled Lin Cha's heart. This daunting task was done, and the remaining two would simply be a matter of time. Lin Cha then carried the fox demon's corpse before the villagers of Bai Xi Village, addressing the crowd. This one has uncovered that the so-called gentleman of Qingshui town was in fact a demonic beast terrorizing the land. Today, this demonic beast has been slain by this one. Henceforth, no one in the entire town of Qingfeng shall vanish without cause. Henceforth, our mythic sect shall safeguard your peace. In half a month, I shall preside over the celestial affinity ceremony at the mythic sect. You may spread the word to the people of Qingfeng town, all may bring their descendants. Any who possess celestial affinity shall be accepted as disciples. Since the fox demon had been slain by Lin Cha, its territory naturally fell to her rightful claim. The old village chief led the villagers of Bai Xi Village in kneeling. We thank you, immortal. We are willing to sculpt your divine statue and worship it daily. Originally, Qingfeng town had only one proper schoolmaster. Now that this teacher had become a demon, the villagers of Bai Xi Village were terrified. Everyone wanted to live longer, none wished to be snatched away and devoured by demonic beasts for no reason. Through the villagers' efforts, 2 courtyards now stood halfway up the mountain. Though still far from ideal, they were better than nothing. Seeing no further issues, Lin Cha divided the fox demon's meat into 2 portions. One half was given to Gu Chang'e and Wang Erdu to share, while the other he intended to sell, hoping to gather more spirit stones and elixirs. After giving the fox meat to the 2 men, Lin Cha returned to the main hall with the remaining half. As for Wang Erdu and Gu Chang'e, they naturally planned to slowly roast the fox meat and savor it. The villagers of Bai Xi Village also returned en masse, preparing to erect a statue in Lin Cha's honor. Simultaneously, they gathered the village's young and strong men to spread the news throughout neighboring villages in Qingshui town that Lin Cha would soon begin recruiting disciples. Having witnessed Lin Cha slaying demons and exorcising evil with their own eyes, they finally grasped the true benefits of cultivating immortality. Only through cultivation could one escape the fate of being devoured by demonic creatures for no reason. Back in the main hall, Lin Cha sat in his chair, fingering a pink bead. He had extracted it from the fox demon. Based on his understanding, this should be what was known as a demon beast's inner core. He simply couldn't fathom why a male fox's demon core was pink. Ah well, I'll just keep this thing for now. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. It must be said, this fox was dirt poor. He had only a dozen or so spirit stones on him, and as for magical artifacts or elixirs, he had none whatsoever. If anything on his body held value, it was likely his demon core and his flesh and blood. Chapter 12, Gathering Materials. After stowing the demon core away, Lin Cha prepared to open the Mutual Aid Association to see if there was anything he needed inside. He might as well sell some of the fox demon's flesh to recoup some of his expenses. Master Chen truly lives up to his reputation. It's only the 5th day, and his disciple has already successfully embarked on the path to immortality, becoming a Qi cultivation stage 1 cultivator. You gotta admit, purple tier disciples are something else breaking through in just 5 days. My blue tier 1 still hasn't given me any reason to celebrate yet. Lin Cha glanced at the chat log, which revealed that Chen Ming's disciple had successfully broken through to the Qi cultivation stage 1 after 5 days of cultivation. Then the mutual aid group members started fawning over him. Master Chen, you must be the top cultivator in our region. Achieving cultivation in just 5 days. Master, please look out for us in the future. Only then did Lin Cha realize she had long since surpassed this group by a wide margin. It had taken her 5 days to reach Qi cultivation level 1. If they discovered that her weakest disciple had entered level 1 in just 3 days, and her strongest was already at level 4, wouldn't that make them jealous? But Lin Cha had no intention of revealing it. Such matters were best kept to himself. A cup overflows when it's full. He murmured to himself. Outside the window, bamboo shadows swayed, slicing the moonlight into shimmering silver foil. The world says the trees standing tall in the forest are sure to be struck down by the wind, yet they fail to see that true ancient giants always know how to bury their roots deep. Chen Ming, constantly fawned over by the crowd, kept making empty promises. The group chatted animatedly in the chat channel, and by now, no one was thinking about exchanging supplies or intelligence anymore. Lin Cha understood this perfectly well. After all, everyone now grasped the importance of intelligence. At first, perhaps some do-gooders shared information out of a spirit of goodwill, but as time passed, they realized intelligence held value. Useful tips could always be traded for spirit stones. Naturally, no one was willing to give away intelligence for free anymore. People were inherently selfish. Lin Cha scrolled further up, hoping to find some useful clues. Unfortunately, most people only shared general information in the mutual aid group before privately messaging interested parties. Consequently, the group itself contained very little content. Most posts were just people discussing how their disciples were doing, basically small talk for the group, sprinkled with mutual praise. After searching for a long time, Lin Cha found almost no useful leads. The only potentially valuable tidbit was that one member had accidentally encountered a cultivating family. However, the strongest cultivator in that family was only at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. The member later discovered that members of such cultivating families generally possessed cultivation aptitude, and often of a significantly higher quality. This information sparked an idea in Lin Cha. If he could find such a cultivation family, he might complete the system quest quickly. Lin Cha then posted his offerings and requests on the mutual aid forum. Lin Cha, selling 40 gene of 9th layer Qi cultivation fox demon meat. Price, 10 low-grade spirit stones per gene. Purchasing spirit wood and spirit iron. Spirit wood, 2 low-grade spirit stones per unit. Spirit iron, 5 low-grade spirit stones per unit. Lin Cha had considered setting a higher price for the fox demon meat, but given that most people currently possessed limited spirit stones, she opted for a lower rate instead. This approach allowed her to gather resources quickly while also doing the group members a favor. Lin Cha's announcement instantly silenced the praise directed at Chen Ming. Within seconds, everyone began showering Lin Cha with admiration. This big shot is so fierce, taking down a 9th layer Qi cultivation demon beast outright. Demon beast meat boosts disciples' cultivation. The big shot selling it is practically doing us all a favor. This master is likely the strongest fighter among us to take down a demon beast of equal cultivation level so swiftly. I'm heading over to PM the big shot right now to buy a pound for my disciple to sample. After posting this message, Lin Cha's private messages instantly surged to over 40. Keep in mind, even though the Cultivation Mutual Aid Society had grown slightly, its membership still hadn't exceeded 100 people. Now, nearly half of them were messaging Lin Cha. Opening the messages, most were inquiries about purchasing demon beast meat. The majority opted for spirit stone transactions, though some chose to trade directly with spirit wood or spirit iron. Lin Cha naturally accepted all offers. Though he announced selling 40 pounds, a single fox demon yielded over 200 pounds of meat. Taking 100 pounds for himself, he controlled the supply and with everyone benefiting who would dare leak the details. It must be said, the group was full of wealthy individuals. Within a mere 5 minutes, all 100 caddies of fox demon meat were sold out, netting Lin Cha 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, as the acquisition of spirit wood and spirit iron continued, the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones Lin Cha had earned hadn't even had time to warm his pockets before they were traded away again. He even had to dip into his accumulated spirit stones, yet the spirit iron still fell short by over 40 units. Still 43 units short? Lin Cha frowned, staring at the dull mass of spirit iron in his backpack before suddenly chuckling softly. His fingertips traced a brilliant arc across the light screen. Within the golden ripples of the regional channel, a line of vermilion characters slowly materialized, urgently purchasing spirit iron. Best price offered. Before long, Lin Cha's private messages once again surpassed 99+. However, most of the content consisted of meaningless pleas for support or handouts, with little useful information. One message, however, caught Lin Cha's attention. Big shot, I'm the one who traded spells with you last time. I've got about 20 units of spirit iron here. If you need it, we can make a deal. Seeing the name Wang Dachui, Lin Cha immediately recognized him. After all, who in their right mind would go by Wang Dachui? Lin Cha, sure, I'm still buying. I'll send you a trade request. Let's do this now. Alright. With the final 20 units of spirit iron acquired, Lin Cha now needed only one last demon beast skeleton to complete the blueprint for the demon suppression tower. This made Lin Cha feel a surge of excitement. He desperately wished a demon beast would mysteriously appear within the sect. After all, who said demon beasts were bad? They were incredibly useful. Every part had value. Their meat could be sold for spirit stones, their bones used as foundation materials, and their demon cores refined into pills. While Lin Cha reveled in his joy, a certain sect master elsewhere was overcome with dread. He had originally planned to seize an opportunity to use underhanded tactics to uncover Lin Cha's identity and location, kill him in the process, and then claim his fortune and disciples. But now it seemed clear that Lin Cha, who could already slay a 9th layer Qi cultivation demon beast, was no longer someone he could possibly confront alone. Xiao Han hadn't yet realized the shift within his own heart. His initial jealousy had now transformed into genuine fear. Chapter 13, The New Disciple. As the clock struck 12, the 6th day arrived as promised. Rub my hands together, good luck is coming. Lin Cha opened the gift package precisely at 12 o'clock. Congratulations! Player has obtained the Ascension Order Purple. Ascension Order? What on earth is that? Ascension Order Purple allows recruitment of purple tier disciples. However, the disciple will be hunted down and must be rescued before being killed. Hunt difficulty scales with sect level. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a good thing? I recruit a disciple, and there's a chance they get killed, leaving me with nothing? Lin Cha felt utterly helpless. He never imagined his cheat code would give him something like this. Even so, Lin Cha used it immediately. After all, his sect's current level wasn't high, so even if there was danger, it shouldn't be too difficult. Ever since activating the Ascension Order, Lin Cha dared not sleep. He now constantly monitored the sect log, terrified that if he looked away for even a second, his purple quality disciple might vanish. An hour passed like this. Just as Lin Cha began suspecting the system was messing with him, a new alert appeared in the sect log. Your unrecruited disciple is being hunted down. Several miles from the mythic sect, 3 riders on horseback charged toward the sect at breakneck speed, pursued by over a dozen pursuers. Young miss, this old servant can only accompany you this far. A Jew stood with his sword drawn. 3 feathers pierced the back of this elderly Chu family retainer, blood trickling across the stone pavement like a winding stream. 12 dark armored guards closed in like a fan, their iron boots crushing the moonlight beneath their feet. Xu Mingyao clutched the half-broken phoenix-patterned jade hairpin in her embrace, the only thing her mother had left her before passing away. The leader of the pursuers suddenly flung a gilded invitation card. The gold-embossed character betrothal glowed coldly under the moonlight. The third young master will present his betrothal gifts tomorrow. If you turn back now, these 2 traitorous servants might be granted a whole corpse. Suyin suddenly lunged at the nearest black-clad figure, her petite frame clutching him as they plunged together toward the cliff's edge. Xu Mingyao's scream caught in her throat as a Jew's broken blade sliced through both throats. When the warm, metallic spray hit her eyelashes, she finally snapped the jade hairpin in 2. The Chu family only wants a corpse for this marriage alliance, right? The moment the blade pressed against her neck, the night wind abruptly froze. Moonlight crystallized into ice on 13 steel blades as the pursuers realized in horror they could no longer move. The scent of pine resin mingled with blood wafted past her nostrils as Chu Mingyao watched the black armored guards shatter inch by inch like glass figurines. The blue tassel of a sword brushed her trembling fingertips, while Lin Cha's cloud-patterned sleeves obscured the crimson moonlight. The one I choose is mine alone to decide. Half-dissipated sword energy still hung from Lin Cha's fingertips, while his divine aura bent the ancient pines at the cliff's edge. Xu Mingyao collapsed into the hem of his trailing robe, watching the pursued leader dissolve into a shower of blood-red petals within the sword intent. After hearing Lin Cha's words, Xu Mingyao's relief at witnessing the guard's disintegration turned to unease. Such terrifying power, this must be a legendary mortal world immortal level master. And yet, she had encountered such a legendary figure. Lin Cha watched the girl's rapid emotional shift with mild curiosity. Senior, this humble maiden did not mean to intrude upon your place of cultivation. I beg you to spare me. Xu Mingyao stammered out. Seeing the worried expression on the girl's face, Lin Cha was baffled. He couldn't understand why, after saving her, this little girl acted like a mouse seeing a cat whenever she saw him. Young lady, there's no need for concern. I am the patriarch of the mythology sect. This place falls under our jurisdiction. Seeing the girl's expression, Lin Cha could only speak up to try and reassure her. Just as Lin Cha was contemplating how to bring Xu Mingyao into the sect, a figure approached from afar, riding a sword. Greetings, master. Chang'e, why have you come? Lin Cha looked at Gu Chang'e with curiosity. Master, I was cultivating when I sensed spiritual energy fluctuations outside the sect. I came to investigate, never expecting it to be you. Gu Chang'e sheathed the Hanli sword and bowed respectfully to Lin Cha. So cool. Just as Lin Cha was about to say something else, a starstruck voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Lin Cha and Gu Chang'e both turned their gaze toward Xu Mingyao, who had fainted immediately after uttering those 2 words. Chang'e, perhaps you should wear a veil when you go out from now on. Your master truly fears it might disrupt the peace within the sect in the future. Lin Cha felt a bit helpless. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone faint at the sight of a handsome man. Lin Cha then had Gu Chang'e support Xu Mingyao back to the mythology sect. Name, Xu Mingyao. Age, 16. Talents, Array Prodigy Purple Love Struck Blue Restless Mind White 9 in Constitution Purple. Potential, 74. Comprehension, 72. Loyalty, 50. Formation Genius Purple plus 30% efficiency and experience when learning formations. Extremely low chance to develop new formations. Flirtatious Blue, when training alongside an admired person, training speed increases by 50%. If cultivation level falls below that of the admired person, training speed increases by an additional 50%. Distracted White, cultivation speed reduced by 20% when practicing alone. 9 in Constitution Purple, superior alchemical vessel physique. Before breaking the primordialine, cultivation speed increases by 30%. During dual cultivation, both partners' cultivation speed increases by 40%. Note, current object of infatuation is Gu Chang'e. Reading the girl's profile, Lin Cha finally understood why Xu Mingyao had fainted outright. She truly had fainted from being overwhelmed by handsomeness. Only it wasn't him, but Gu Chang'e. This was hard for Lin Cha, who prided himself as Myth Sect's most handsome disciple, to accept. Nevertheless, Lin Cha was thoroughly satisfied with Xu Mingyao's aptitude as a disciple. She possessed 2 purple talents and 1 blue talent, and was also a genius in array formations. As for that white negative talent, Lin Cha could easily ignore it. After all, Xu Mingyao already had someone to admire Gu Chang'e. All he needed to do was have Gu Chang'e mentor Xu Mingyao. Once this minor talent was activated, her cultivation speed would increase by at least 130%. Wasn't that essentially a guaranteed path to rapid advancement? With the slyness of a fox, Lin Sha pointed at Chu Mingyao before turning to Gu Chang'e. Chang'e, I sense this girl has a profound karmic connection with our mythic sect. The master has decided to take her as a disciple, though he's rather busy with affairs lately. After feigning thought, she smiled and suggested, how about this? Since you're the mythology sect's foremost disciple, why not guide our new junior sister? As the saying goes, reviewing the old leads to new insights. Once she awakens, impart the Great East Classic to her and instruct her diligently in cultivation, won't you? Gu Chang'e could only nod in resignation. He then brought Chu Mingyao to his courtyard and helped her onto the bed. Seems the sect is gaining another junior sister besides the second disciple. Gu Chang'e shook his head, then returned to the courtyard. He sat cross-legged by the entrance and began a new round of cultivation. Chapter 14, Activating the Opportunity Token. Upon returning to the main hall, Lin Sha suddenly recalled the Fate token he had traded with Zhang Dehai some time ago. He retrieved it from his backpack. For some reason, he suddenly felt that now might be the simplest time to activate the opportunity token and seek his destiny. Following his intuition, Lin Sha activated the token immediately. Immediately, a blue arrow appeared on his mini-map, displaying the route to his destination. Following this path would lead him to his opportunity. Glancing at the distance, Lin Sha estimated it wasn't too far. With my cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi refining, the explosive flame talisman in my possession, and all the decent demon beasts in the vicinity already taken care of, heading out to seek an opportunity like this shouldn't pose any problems, right? Lin Sha still felt a twinge of unease. After all, that fox demon hadn't revealed much about cultivators last time. Even so, he chose to explore. He trusted his instincts were sound. After all, if he kept guarding his own little patch of land while watching others seize every opportunity, they might just overtake him in the end. So Lin Sha sought out Gu Chang'e, gave a brief explanation, and left the sect. Following the blue route, he headed toward the location marked by the blue arrow. The location marked by the blue arrow lay deep within the forest. He searched the area thoroughly before discovering an unusual-looking fruit tree in a hidden corner, bearing 4 fruits at that moment. The moment Lin Sha spotted the tree, he concealed his form and began scanning the area for any potential demon beasts. Sure enough, within moments, Lin Sha spotted a small emerald green snake. What puzzled her, however, was that this snake was female, possessing only a 5th layer Qi cultivation level, and appeared visibly weak. This made Lin Sha wonder if another snake might be lurking in the shadows. She continued observing for over 10 minutes, but saw no sign of a second snake. Well then, I'll gladly take these few spirit fruits. Lin Sha quietly drew the thunderclap sword and slowly approached the female snake. Only when he saw her grow tense did he halt his advance. Once the mother snake regained its composure, Lin Sha burst from the woods and charged straight at it. With several flashes of sword energy, the mother snake was cleaved cleanly into 4 pieces. With the mother snake slain, Lin Sha promptly gathered the spirit fruits. After a moment's consideration, he uprooted the spirit tree itself and stowed it in his backpack. With the most valuable items secured, Lin Sha began searching for the snake's nest. A mother snake this weekend had likely just laid eggs. Spirit eggs were a potent tonic, taking them back to nourish his disciples wouldn't be amiss. After all, these were gifts from nature. After searching, Lin Sha successfully located the nest. As he suspected, the mother snake had indeed given birth recently. There were 5 eggs in total. Seeing nothing else worth taking, Lin Sha quickly oriented himself and set off toward the sect headquarters on his sword. Upon returning to the mythic sect, Gu Chang'e remained stationed outside the gate, never straying an inch. Only when he sensed someone approaching did he pause his cultivation. Master, the junior sister hasn't awakened yet. Gu Chang'e's tone carried a hint of worry. After all, Lin Sha had been gone for nearly 5 hours, and Chu Mingyao had been asleep for almost 6. Lin Sha glanced at the motionless girl lying on the ground, a wicked smile curling her lips. Looks like she might not wake up at all. If it comes to it, we should just bury her. We can't let her die without a proper resting place. But there are too many beasts around here. Even if we bury her, they'll dig her up. It'd be easier to burn her to ashes first before burying her. Hearing Lin Sha's words, Gu Chang'e opened his mouth to protest, but upon catching Lin Sha's gaze, he understood his master had other plans and fell silent. Only the simple-minded Wang Erda spoke up, Master, why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe junior sister will wake up soon. Lin Sha looked at her simple-minded second disciple, feeling a bit helpless. Seeing neither disciple playing along, Lin Sha walked over to Chu Mingyao and said calmly, I know you've been awake for quite some time. The moment Lin Sha stopped beside Chu Mingyao, she suddenly leapt from the bed. A steel wire shot out from the ring on her finger, striking toward Lin Sha's throat. Impressive. Decisive and ruthless, a true talent. Lin Sha's expression remained unchanged as he offered his appraisal. Every movement of Chu Mingyao was under his divine sense, leaving her with no privacy. He slowly raised his right hand and with a mere flick, the ring that had been on her finger transferred into his hand under her startled gaze. The gap between mortal and immortal was now starkly visible to the naked eye. Even with Chu Mingyao's modest martial arts talent, attempting to assassinate a cultivator at the early Qi cultivation stage was a pipe dream, let alone someone like Lin Sha, already at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Lin Cha chuckled softly, his face showing no trace of anger despite the assassination attempt. I sense you harbor some resistance toward cultivating immortality. Might you care to discuss it with me? Xu Mingyao, her most trusted tactic now nullified, turned deathly pale. She bowed her head. Do with me as you will, master. Just let me cultivate. Lin Cha found it peculiar that Xu Mingyao feared cultivation so intensely. He couldn't understand why, when it came to cultivating immortality, the villagers of Bai Xi Village were desperate for any opportunity, yet when he offered one to Xu Mingyao, she refused it. However, Lin Cha wouldn't let Xu Mingyao off the hook just because of her thoughts. If he didn't take her as a disciple now, wouldn't all his hard work from the past night have been for nothing? But more than taking Xu Mingyao as a disciple, he was now far more curious about why she refused cultivation. Xu Mingyao stared at Lin Cha, her face ashen. Master, I suddenly want to return for the arranged marriage. Could you please let me go? Lin Cha replied, those people are all dead. Even if you return, the arranged marriage won't end well. Xu Mingyao fixed her gaze firmly on Lin Cha. Lin Cha fell silent, as if deep in thought. Xu Mingyao watched him expectantly. Wang Erdu, who had been trailing behind Lin Cha, had wanted to say something but was pulled back by Gu Chang'e tugging his sleeve. I've met many mortals. When I told them I could guide them toward cultivation, they were overjoyed. Even knowing they lacked divine affinity, they still hoped their descendants might cultivate. But with you, it's completely the opposite. I can see nothing but fear in your eyes toward cultivation, not a shred of desire. Can you tell me why you're so afraid? If you tell me, I might consider letting you go back. Upon hearing this, Xu Mingyao's eyes lit up instantly. She looked at the white-robed youth cautiously, her gaze brimming with hope. Really? Lin Cha nodded. Chapter 15, The Third Disciple. Only then did Xu Mingyao reveal why she refused to cultivate. Mother said that if anyone ever asks if I want to cultivate, I must never agree. Those people just want to eat people. Hearing this, Lin Cha's expression grew solemn. He felt he might have underestimated this world. He then looked at Xu Mingyao, his expression gentle as he asked, what about us three? What do you think? Xu Mingyao stole a glance at Gu Chang'e standing behind Lin Cha, then flushed slightly, her entire demeanor becoming bashful. Lin Cha was momentarily dumbfounded. He inwardly screamed, didn't you just say cultivators all want to eat people? Why are you blushing like a bubble teapot at the sight of Gu Chang'e? After a moment, Xu Mingyao murmured softly, I don't think you're bad people. Since we're not bad people, it makes sense for you to stay on the mountain, right? Lin Cha smiled at Xu Mingyao. Oh, and if you cultivate diligently and attain enlightenment, I might consider letting you leave the mountain someday. Lin Cha had no intention of truly letting Xu Mingyao go. She was a purple-grade disciple, hard-won through his own efforts. Releasing her would be a betrayal of his labor. You're breaking your promise? Xu Mingyao stammered in panic, utterly shocked that someone could break their word. Lin Cha paid no heed to her complaints. He touched his finger to Xu Mingyao's forehead, transmitting the Great East Classic to her. Then he turned to Gu Chang'e. I'm entrusting her to you, senior brother. Take good care of your junior sister. Remember, tell me the moment she attains enlightenment, or you'll never be allowed to leave the mountain again. Lin Cha thought that once Xu Mingyao sensed the spiritual energy, she would naturally discover the joy of cultivating immortality. By then, she wouldn't be clamoring to leave the mountain anymore. Player Lin Cha recruits disciple Xu Mingyao. Xu Mingyao's sect loyalty plus 20. Staring at the pop-up notification, Lin Cha shot Xu Mingyao a look of utter disbelief. She only asked Gu Chang'e to bring her along for cultivation just moments ago. Xu Mingyao had been utterly resistant, yet now she instantly pledged her loyalty to the sect? Seems my understanding of Gu Chang'e hasn't reached its limits yet. After sensing the new knowledge about the Tai Jing in her mind, Xu Mingyao felt as if she had discovered a whole new world. So mother was telling the truth all along. Confusion washed over her as she clenched the phoenix-patterned jade hairpin. Perhaps cultivation wasn't such a bad thing after all. Junior sister, there's no need to worry. Master just has a playful streak sometimes. He enjoys joking around now and then. Gu Chang'e spoke comfortingly to Xu Mingyao. He could sense his master's earnest desire for this young junior sister to stay. Xu Mingyao glanced at Gu Chang'e, her cheeks flushing ever so slightly. Does that mean once I attain enlightenment, I can leave the mountain? Gu Chang'e pondered his master's words before nodding. Seeing this, Xu Mingyao no longer resisted. She calculated silently, if that's the case, then once I attain the Tao, I'll return to rescue father and my mother. I can also visit mother's grave to tell her that not all immortals are evil. The Chu family has been oppressed by the Lu and Zhao families for so long. If I could become an immortal like my master and the others, surely the Chu family would never be oppressed again. But having never been exposed to such matters, Xu Mingyao didn't know that even among cultivators, there were distinct tiers of power. After Gu Chang'e gave up his courtyard for Xu Mingyao, he introduced her to Wang Erdu, who had been standing silently by his side. Only then did Wang Erdu flash a simple, honest smile. Don't worry, junior sister. If you ever need anything, just come find me or senior brother. Having grown up in the village, Wang Erdu had never encountered such an ethereal beauty before. His voice dropped unconsciously as he spoke. Such a personality surprised Chu Mingyao as well. She smiled back and replied, "Then I will definitely come to Senior Brother Wang whenever I need anything. But for cultivation matters, you should seek out Senior Brother Wang. Master always calls him a genius. It took me 3 days to break through to the Tao, but Senior Brother Wang did it in just one night." Gu Changge quickly interjected, "Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." Yet a hint of youthful pride still shone through his words. Chu Mingyao glanced at Gu Changge, then looked at Wang Erdu as if seeking confirmation once more. Wang Erdu nodded. Though she hadn't embarked on the path of immortality herself, she had dabbled in martial arts. She knew well that mastering anything in a single night marked one as a prodigy among prodigies. She had once believed she was kept by that so-called sect master because she was an unparalleled genius. But now she realized she might not deserve that title. The youth before her, called the eldest disciple, was the one who truly stood alone. Observing the girl's gaze, tinged with a hint of reverence, Gu Changge suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of contentment wash over him. In that moment, he understood. He finally grasped why his own master made such a solemn and elaborate entrance each time. Lin Sha, of course, had no idea that her founding disciple was already beginning to take on her own traits. Upon returning to the main hall, he retrieved the 5 fruits he had obtained earlier from his backpack. After a moment inside the bag, the spiritual fruits information was successfully analyzed. Yuanling fruit, high-grade first-tier spirit fruit. Consumption grants 100 days of cultivation. When refined into Yuanling pills, the effects are even more potent. Primordial spirit tree, first-tier superior spirit tree. Blooms once a year, bears fruit once a year, yielding 5 fruits each time. Advancement method 1, planted on a third-tier spirit vein. Advancement will occur after 49 years. Advancement method 2, utilize a second-tier spirit gathering array while burying 49 mid-grade spirit stones beneath the Yuanling tree. Advancement will occur within 1 month. Reading the advancement requirements, Lin Sha felt utterly helpless. He lacked the means for either method. A third-tier spirit vein required him to reach the golden core stage before his sect's spirit veins could automatically advance. As for the second requirement, a second-tier spirit gathering array and mid-grade spirit stones, he couldn't even begin to fathom acquiring them. Lin Sha temporarily lost interest in advancing this fruit tree. Following the cultivation method provided by the system, he planted the spirit tree near the main hall. After all, this was the sect's first spirit tree. Though its grade was somewhat low, it held commemorative significance, signifying the sect's first sustainable resource. He then distributed the 5 fruits, 2 went to Gu Changge and Wang Erdu. As for the remaining 3, 1 would be given to Chu Mingyao once she attained the Tao. The other 2 would be stored away for now. Chapter 16, The Celestial Array. By the time all matters were settled, the day was drawing to a close. Calculating the time, Lin Sha realized only half an hour remained before the 7th day began. He decided against sleeping and would wait until after opening the gift package before resting. At the stroke of midnight, a gift package materialized before Lin Sha. Goddess Nuwa, Jade Emperor, 3 pure ones, Earth Goddess Ho 2, God of Wealth, bless me with another golden legend. Ever since his second golden drop, Lin Sha had been fixated on obtaining another golden legend item. Congratulations! Player Lin Sha has obtained the high-grade yellow rank technique Emerald Wave Art. Lin Sha felt a pang of disappointment, wondering if her luck had run dry after that one golden legendary drop. Day 8. 9th day. Day 10. For 3 consecutive days, he obtained 3 more high-grade yellow tier weapons. Not a single one was a sword-type artifact. Instead, he got a hammer, a broadsword, and a fan. However, there was good news. After consuming the Yuanling fruit, Gu Changge's cultivation had now reached the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. With a bit more consolidation, he might break through to the late stage of Qi cultivation. As for Wang Erdu, he had successfully advanced to the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation and was likely nearing the 4th layer soon. Day 11. Lin Sha noticed in the chat feed that players were rallying friends to attempt a new dungeon. Several responded, but within minutes, their avatars all went dark. Only one person managed to send 2 words before dying. Demons. This instantly sparked a flurry of discussions among players, though most of it was just idle chatter. Day 12. The 3 little ones continued their peaceful cultivation, with not a single incident occurring throughout the day. Another 5 days passed in this manner, bringing Lin Sha to her 17th day in this world. Wang Erdu successfully broke through to the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, but Gu Changge remained stuck at the 6th layer. According to Gu Changge himself, he was now just one final breakthrough away. As for Chu Mingyao, Lin Sha couldn't fathom what had gone wrong. With such accelerated cultivation speed, she should have broken through long ago, yet she remained stuck. Right. Just arrange things like this. Tomorrow is our mythology sect's first ascension ceremony. We must take it seriously. Though our numbers are small now, I believe that with time, we will surely rise to glory. Lin Sha directed her disciples in tidying up the square. After all, tomorrow was the day promised to the people for the grand ceremony, so it naturally needed to be somewhat grand. After working for a full hour, the square was finally somewhat tidied up. Just as Lin Cha prepared to return to his cultivation, he suddenly sensed something amiss at the mountain gate. Instantly, he teleported there. There, a demonic creature snake-tailed from the waist down, human-bodied above was peering into the mythology sect. Beside it stood two snake demons of slightly lesser cultivation. Who'd have thought they'd track us down after all this time? Their noses must be sharper than a dog's. Without a word, Lin Cha activated the remaining 3 explosive flame charms and hurled them forward, followed immediately by 3 streaks of sword energy. As a practitioner of survival tactics, Lin Cha understood the importance of overwhelming firepower. When the smoke cleared, 2 of the 3 serpent demons lay dead, leaving only the strongest one clinging to life. Just as he strained to locate the enemy, he felt as though his head had been severed from his body. A voice echoed in his ears. 3 sword chi strikes and 3 exploding flame charms couldn't even finish off a 9th layer chi refining cultivator. Looks like next time I'll need to start with heavy firepower coverage using sword chi first. Then, a pair of cloth shoes appeared before his eyes. Lin Cha surveyed the 3 corpses inside. You, of all people. You managed to escape death once, yet you had to come here to throw yourself into it. And not only that, but you brought me such a generous gift. Well, since you're being so sincere, I'll overlook the waste of my 3 explosive flame charms. With that, he carried the 3 demon corpses back to the sect. Using his backpack, he separated the flesh and bones of each creature. He then retrieved the demon bones, spirit wood, and spirit iron he had collected earlier. Finally, he pulled out the blueprint for the demon suppression tower. What made Lin Cha slightly awkward, however, was that the blueprint didn't transform into a structure. Player Lin Cha lacks sufficient materials to construct the first level of the demon suppression tower. Missing, demon bones 2-3. I have 5 demon bones here, and you're telling me I'm still short one? Lin Cha felt his composure cracking. Fortunately, this was his first attempt at materializing a building. Worried something might go wrong, he hadn't invited his 3 disciples to watch, otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. How is this any different from deceiving consumers? You never mentioned needing demon bones from a 9th tier chi cultivation demon beast in the first place. With no other choice, Lin Cha reluctantly stowed away all his resources, pretending nothing had happened. Day 18. Today marked a significant occasion for the mythic sect. Lin Cha was about to inaugurate its first ascension ceremony. At dawn, Lin Cha gazed at the mutual aid gift pack he'd accumulated over 8 days without opening, his expression unusually joyful. Today I'm holding the ascension ceremony. I have no other requests, just give me a good one. With that, Lin Cha merged all 8 gift packs into one. Player Lin Cha combined 8 gift packs, obtained 1 enhanced gift pack. May the gods bless this opening. Lin Cha's eyes were glued to the gift pack. He hadn't opened a single one in 8 days. For those 8 days, he'd constantly thought about opening just one. He'd forced himself to hold out until now through sheer willpower. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation. A flash of golden light appeared, heralding yet another golden legend. Lin Cha gazed at the 5 characters, a smile gradually spreading across her lips. Celestial Star Array. Array type treasure. Description: a high-grade 9th tier formation suitable as a sect's main array, possessing multiple functions. Function 1, enhances spiritual energy within the sect, tripling its concentration at the array's core. Function 2, absorbs the power of the celestial stars to temper disciples' bodies, enhancing their physical strength. Function 3, during combat, harnesses the power of the celestial spheres to launch counterattacks. Function 4, suppresses the sect's fortune. Function 5, can alter the quality of sect disciples, with lower quality disciples experiencing more pronounced effects. No wonder Lin Cha's grin grew more maniacal the longer he read the description. This formation's capabilities were indeed absurdly versatile, encompassing nearly every aspect, combining elements of spirit-gathering arrays, offensive formations, and defensive structures. It could be called an all-rounder. Lin Cha readily believed such a formation deserved its red tier classification. Chapter 17, The Ascension Ceremony. As the sun rose, the entrance to the mythology sect was bustling with activity, densely packed with people. Most were common folk clad in simple robes, while only a handful wore splendid attire. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation as they gazed toward the mountain gates. As the mist in the valley dissipated, a white beam of light appeared in the sky, revealing a young figure standing atop a spirit sword. He looked out at the eager crowd. I am truly honored that so many have chosen to attend the mythology sect's ascension ceremony. Though his voice was not loud, it carried clearly to every ear. Is this what an immortal looks like? One day, I too will become such a being, immortal and ageless. If I become an immortal, will I finally be free from the landlord's exploitation? Will I have endless white rice to eat? Becoming an immortal? White rice? That's nothing. I'll eat a bowl of meat and toss another bowl away. The moment they saw Gu Changa standing atop his sword, all doubts vanished. They desperately wished to be the next immortal. Soon, Gu Changa led over 500 followers up the mountain. Never before had the mythic sect witnessed such fervor since its founding. Lin Cha used the sect's power to hover mid-air, surveying the group of seekers Gu Changa had brought. Their aptitudes were nothing short of pitiful. All 500 were hopeless, not a single one possessed any talent. Lin Lei, no aptitude. Xiao Hui, no aptitude. Qin Pingping, no aptitude. Zhou Simeo, no aptitude. Looking at the group before her, their eyes fixed on her with expectation, Lin Cha could only sigh helplessly. Changa, move on to the next batch. None of these have the qualifications. A single sentence shattered the cultivation dreams of 500 people, abruptly snapping them out of their fantasies of becoming immortals. Immortal, you haven't even begun the assessment. How can you so rashly declare us unfit for cultivation? A man dressed in somewhat extravagant attire led the questioning. Seeing someone take the initiative, others reluctantly followed suit. Why did you decide we have no chance at cultivation with just one glance? Lin Chai regarded the leader of the dissenters, her expression unreadable. What explanation do you require from me? His voice was soft, as if he hadn't been angered at all. Yet the moment the words left his lips, those who had spoken up collapsed to their knees. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't move. Only then did they realize how laughable their earlier thoughts had been to expect an immortal to justify himself. As agonized moans began to rise from the crowd, a sudden notification flashed through Lin Cha's mind. Note: unjustified slaughter of mortals incurs karmic debt. As karmic debt increases, the tribulation during realm breakthroughs becomes more perilous. Should a player's karmic debt become excessively high, they will be hunted down by righteous cultivators. Upon hearing the alert, Lin Cha chuckled softly before releasing his pressure. He hadn't expected that his simple attempt to instill fear in mortals would inadvertently uncover such information. Though Lin Cha was tempted to investigate further, he had disciples to recruit and could only set it aside for now. He waved lightly toward the kneeling crowd below, and all were instantly transported out of the mountain gates. Soon, the second group was brought forward. Having witnessed the warning example, this batch displayed markedly greater reverence. Greetings, immortal. Lin Cha smiled with satisfaction. Among these 500, there were a few promising prospects. While they couldn't compare to his 3 disciples, a sect couldn't possibly consist entirely of geniuses. There were 5 promising candidates in total, though the highest ranked among them was only Blue. Name: Zhou Jie. Age: 13. Talent: quick-witted and studious Blue. Potential: 58. Comprehension: 66. Loyalty: 80. Bright and eager to learn, insight +8, plus 10% speed in comprehending spells and cultivation techniques, with a very small chance to create new spells. A smile spread across Lin Cha's face as she read the final description. Among the 5 disciples, this was the only one with blue tier potential. Though only one blue tier, such an academically gifted talent was truly one in a million. Lin Cha then selected the 5 individuals with cultivation aptitude and led them to the other side. They immediately understood and beamed with joy. These 5 possess cultivation aptitude. Are you willing to become disciples of our mythic sect? Hearing this, the 5 immediately knelt on the ground, shouting excitedly, "We are willing to become disciples of the mythic sect." Lin Cha nodded. The others cast envious glances at the 5, among whom might be their relatives or friends. Yet from this day forward, their lives would be worlds apart. What they didn't know was that even among cultivators, there existed vast disparities. Lin Cha instructed them to step aside while he continued selecting disciples. Soon, Wang Erdu led the third group of seekers onto the plaza. Witnessing others actually joining the immortal sect, their eyes burned with longing. Each hoped to be the fortunate one blessed with the necessary aptitude. If they can do it, I certainly can too. I'm just as capable of becoming a cultivator. Each gazed at Lin Cha with pleading eyes, hoping to be the chosen one. Lin Cha scanned the crowd. Only 2 possessed the aptitude for cultivation, both marked green. With that, the sect's task was considered complete. With a wave of her hand, 2 boys who appeared to be only about 12 years old soared into the air. Their features were so strikingly similar they seemed carved from the same mold. The boys stared in terror as they lifted off the ground, then glanced at each other. One reacted first, and the other followed suit. "Thank you, immortal. Thank you, immortal." The others looked up enviously at the pair, hoping they would be next. Next group. Lin Cha's words left the remaining candidates pale-faced. They wanted to protest, but Lin Cha's imposing presence silenced them, and they eventually drifted away, dejected. Lin Cha paid no heed to their thoughts. A person without cultivation aptitude simply couldn't possess it. This world couldn't possibly be filled with protagonists who defied the odds. Over the next few days, 2 more groups of seekers arrived, totaling over 1,000 people. Among them, only 4 possessed cultivation talent, though unfortunately, all were white tier. By now, Lin Cha had interviewed nearly 2,500 people. Only 16 possessed cultivation aptitude, a selection process stricter than 1 in 100. Among them, only 1 possessed blue tier talent, 4 had green tier, and the rest were all white tier. Seeing that only 16 cultivation-capable disciples had been selected from over 2,000 applicants, Lin Cha finally understood why the sect's initial tasks had required it to possess its own territory. With just 1 town under his jurisdiction, he had only received 16 disciples, 1 blue-tiered among them, and not a single purple-tiered one in sight. Chapter 18, The Special Disciple. Continue with the next batch. At Lin Cha's command, the final group of over 300 appeared in the square. At first, Lin Cha paid little attention, merely glancing over the crowd. The next second, his gaze locked onto a young girl. As he watched her reveal a purple gold aura, then a golden glow tinged with red, and finally an entire black light enveloping her, he was utterly stunned. Name, Mu Wei. Talents, 9 Tribulations Physique Black Supreme Sovereignty Red Ordinary White Brilliant Wit Purple Averting Misfortune Gold Longevity Blue. Talent, 77. Comprehension, 77. Loyalty, 80. 9 Tribulations Body Black. Legend holds that those bearing the 9 Tribulations body are deemed unacceptable by the way of heaven. Yet even heaven harbors life surviving these trials grants the chance to acquire new talents. Supremacy Red Unactivated. All cultivation manuals and techniques will manifest unique, mystical effects exclusive to the talent's bearer, in addition to their original efficacy. Ordinary White. A talent so commonplace it shines like a dim pearl, easily forgotten. Linglong Wisdom Purple. Increases cultivation speed by 50%. Adds an additional 30% to calculation-based spells. Fortune Seeker Gold Unactivated. Innately blessed with great fortune, turning misfortune into luck in any non-fatal predicament. Tortoise-like Longevity Blue. The talent grants 20% longer lifespan than ordinary practitioners. Gazing at Mu Wei's lavish talents, Lin Cha nearly drooled. A red, gold, and purple, what a luxurious lineup. Though only the purple talent was unlocked for now, as long as she remained in her care, unlocking the others was only a matter of time. Lin Cha had decided to take her in from the start. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for completing the advancement quest and recruiting 17 disciples for the sect. Now all that remained was for Gu Chang'e to successfully break through to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Once that happened, the sect would successfully advance to a Tier 2 sect, and he himself would become a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Lin Cha gazed at the group before him, naive and ignorant, yet brimming with anticipation for the path of cultivation. He simply couldn't bring himself to dash their hopes. Since you've chosen to join the mythic sect, you must understand our sect's rules. Our disciples are categorized as menial disciples, outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and true disciples. Apart from Mu Wei, who is an inner sect disciple, the rest of you are menial disciples. However, if you can sense spiritual energy within 2 months, you may become outer sect disciples. If you break through to the 4th layer of Qi cultivation within a year, you may become inner sect disciples. Different disciple ranks naturally come with different treatment. Observing the crowd, still somewhat bewildered and ignorant, Lin Cha continued. The path to immortality is elusive. To become powerful, one must possess unwavering perseverance. You all have talent with diligence, you will surely become cultivators in the future. Seeing the crowd fired up by her words, Lin Cha felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't told them that becoming cultivators was merely the first step. Most of them would likely remain Qi cultivation practitioners for the rest of their lives. Regardless, Lin Cha had at least given them a chance to change their lives. Settle at the mountain's base for now. There are 30 dwellings available, choose whichever you like. Starting tomorrow, senior brother Gu Chang'e will impart cultivation techniques and teach you how to perceive spiritual energy. This time, Lin Cha did not choose to directly impart the Great Ease Classic. Instead, he opted for the most fundamental method. After all, opportunities for enlightenment were rare, and he couldn't afford to squander them on disciples who might never reach foundation establishment. As the sect grew, Lin Cha began considering its foundational structure. He even planned to designate the Great Ease Classic as the sect's sacred scripture, reserving its teaching exclusively for true disciples. After settling the new disciples, Lin Cha summoned Gu Chang'e and the other two to the main hall. Chang'e, starting tomorrow, you will dedicate 1 hour each morning to teaching them cultivation techniques. As for Erdu and Mingyao, the two of you will each take 1 hour every other afternoon to instruct them in cultivation methods. Lin Cha then retrieved a batch of spirit stones, Wangya pills, and 3 yuanling fruits from his backpack. Each of you take one of these 3 yuanling fruits and consume them tonight. As for the spirit stones and Huangya pills, Chang'e, you 3 may divide them among yourselves. Alright, go practice now. By the time Lin Cha had settled everything, the 20th day had quietly arrived. It was time for Lin Cha to grind again. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has obtained the high-grade yellow rank technique, Clear Lotus skill. Lin Cha. He was speechless. Just as he'd expected, after pulling a golden legendary yesterday, his luck had plummeted to rock bottom. Fine, I'll just treat it as cultivation techniques for my future disciples. A yellow grade technique is still a technique, after all. After stowing away the Lotus Purity technique, Lin Cha felt a wave of resignation wash over him. What he truly craved were items like fate tokens or recruitment tokens, but alas, fortune had deserted him. The next day, with over a dozen new disciples joining, Mythology sect visibly gained a livelier atmosphere. Simultaneously, since Lin Cha had deployed the Celestial Array, the spiritual energy concentration within the sect had noticeably increased compared to yesterday. Gu Chang'e also successfully broke through to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation in the early hours of the morning, entering the late stage of Qi cultivation. Reaching the 9th layer of Qi cultivation was now within reach. Since it was the first day, Lin Cha had Gu Chang'e and the other two teach the new disciples cultivation techniques for a full hour in the morning. Compared to Gu Changa's aloofness and Wang Erdu's simplicity, the new disciples preferred the more outgoing Chu Mingyao. This made them more willing to approach her with questions during the teaching sessions. Senior Sister Chu, how long did it take you to sense spiritual energy? One disciple posed the first question, drawing the gaze of the entire group toward Chu Mingyao. Their eyes brimmed with eager anticipation. Seeing their inquiries, Chu Mingyao chuckled softly. It didn't take too long, just 5 days. Now I'm already a cultivator at the second layer of Qi cultivation. Her answer drew gasps of astonishment from the group. A chubby little boy stood up, looking at Chu Mingyao. Senior sister, I will definitely be just like you. I'll sense spiritual energy within 5 days and become a true cultivator. The others, inspired, made bold declarations of their own. I'm not the most impressive one. Our senior brother is the most remarkable. He grasped spiritual energy in just one night and became a true cultivator. As she spoke, Chu Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes brimming with admiration. The moment the words left her lips, the crowd grew even more excited. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Cha listened to their bold declarations and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. In his estimation, fewer than 5 individuals would sense spiritual energy within 2 months. Mu Wei and Zhou Jie counted as 2 of those spots. As for the remaining 3, the twins had a chance after all. Their innate talent was undeniable. Twins Green, when 2 individuals cultivate together, both gain a 30% increase in cultivation speed. Though the conditions were somewhat demanding, the boosted cultivation speed was substantial. The other candidate was the chubby boy who had made the first bold declaration. His innate talent also offered some cultivation benefits. For the rest, their chances were slim to none. Chapter 19, Training in the Wilderness. Currently at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, breaking through to the 9th layer will take Gu Changge at least half a month, if not longer. Lin Cha assessed Gu Changge's cultivation level. After reaching the late Qi cultivation stage, his cultivation progress had noticeably slowed. Although the mythic sect now possessed both elixirs and spirit-gathering arrays, the yellow sprout elixir proved less effective for cultivators at this advanced stage. As for the spirit-gathering array, its duration was too brief to yield significant results. Thinking of Gu Changge needing extra tutoring, Lin Cha felt utterly at a loss. 5 days later, Lin Cha was leisurely browsing messages in the regional chat channel within the main hall when a notification suddenly appeared outside the door. Master, I'm going down the mountain. Xu Mingyao's face beamed with joy as she looked at Lin Cha excitedly. I've broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. Master, that's 2 layers higher than the first layer you mentioned. Lin Cha checked Xu Mingyao's cultivation level and smiled. Your cultivation progress is faster than I anticipated. Since you've surpassed expectations, I won't stop you from going down the mountain. Just as Chu Mingyao turned to leave, Lin Cha called out to her. Under Chu Mingyao's gaze, Lin Cha reached into his backpack and drew the ice soul sword he'd obtained these past days. The blade radiated a piercing chill. Since you're heading down the mountain to train, how could you possibly go without a weapon? This ice soul sword, a low-grade Xin tier artifact, is my gift to you to celebrate your becoming a Qi cultivator. Chu Mingyao accepted the sword, her heart swelling with gratitude. Lin Cha then teleported Chu Mingyao to Gu Changge's side. Greetings, Master. Seeing Lin Cha appear, Gu Changge hurriedly bowed in respect. Changge, you've been at the late Qi cultivation stage for some time now. Since you can't break through for the moment, go down the mountain to gain experience. Mingyao is also heading down today, so you two can travel together and watch each other's backs along the way. With Gu Changge's cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, taking along Chu Mingyao at the 3rd layer should pose little threat. Besides, ergo remains at the sect. Nothing untoward should occur. After hearing Lin Cha's words, Gu Changge solemnly replied, Master, rest assured. I will take good care of my junior sister. With his 7th layer Qi cultivation and Gu Changge's monstrous combat prowess, he was practically a tyrant in the mortal world. Unless he had the misfortune of encountering a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he could essentially walk all over the place. Observing the solemn Gu Changge and the delighted Chu Mingyao, Lin Cha reiterated, while traveling, should you encounter promising disciples, do not forget to recruit them for our sect. Likewise, do not tarnish our reputation. Mythology sect avoids trouble, but that does not mean we fear it. Gu Changge and Chu Mingyao nodded in agreement. Gu Changge then summoned the Hanli sword and departed the mythology sect with Chu Mingyao. Wang Erdu, who had replaced Gu Changge as the chief disciple, glanced up briefly before resuming his guidance of the new disciples in their cultivation of spiritual energy. Xianfeng County was the closest county town to the mythology sect. Though it was the nearest, it still took mortals 3 days and 3 nights on horseback to reach it. Many mortals resided there. The streets bustled with people, giving the town a lively appearance. Make way! Make way! It's that grim reaper from the Zhou family. No one knew who shouted first, but panic instantly swept through the crowd. People scrambled to the sides, clearing the once bustling street as if it had been evacuated. The sound of hooves grew louder as a young, richly dressed gentleman rode a white stallion. Tied behind the horse was a man, his flesh torn and bloodied, leaving a long trail of gore in his wake. Surrounding the young master were several well-dressed martial artists, guarding him on all sides to prevent any covert attacks. The man's wretched cries sent shivers down everyone's spine, yet no one dared to come to his aid. Not a single soul uttered a word, terrified that this specter of death might come for them next. You lowly rabble, truly despicable. Mark my words, from this day forward, the Zhou family reigns supreme in Xianfeng County. Everything that falls from the heavens or grows from the earth belongs to us. The Zhou family scion cast a contemptuous glance at the silent crowd before bursting into laughter. He spurred his horse, dragging the man behind him, and headed toward another prominent household in Xianfeng County. Only after the young master had disappeared into the distance did the crowd snap out of their stupor. Emerging from the shadows along the street, they began murmuring among themselves. That's Zhou Bingtian, the Zhou family's grim reaper. Ever since the Zhou family gained an immortal, this devil has grown even more brazen. It's outrageous. That young master from the Chu family was the one being dragged by that demon, and he's known for being the most benevolent in the entire Chu clan. During famine years, he forgave tenant rents and cared deeply for the widows and orphans in the county town. Alas, the Chu family's fortune has fallen. Once, the Chu and Zhou families were evenly matched. Even the Chu family held the upper hand. Who could have imagined that the eldest son of the one family patriarch, long thought lost, was still alive? Worse, he became a disciple of an immortal, ascending to become an immortal lord himself. The power gap between immortals and mortals is vast. Remember how those demonic beasts lurking in the county town 2 years ago were all slain by the Zhou family's immortal? If ordinary martial artists had faced them, they'd have been nothing but easy prey. Though the Zhou family's immortal is decent by nature, the Zhou clan itself is utterly despicable. Relying on their immortal patron, they've run rampant in the county town these past 2 years, amassing wealth through tyranny and exploitation. They're worse than bandits, and even the county magistrate dares not interfere with their affairs. Chu Family Hall. This is outrageous. They actually treated our fifth brother like a dog. In the main hall, seated in the second position on the left, the third son of the Chu family wore a face twisted with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear Zhou Bingtian limb from limb. The very thought of his fifth brother's mangled, bloodied state twisted third master's heart like a knife. Third brother, if only we could tear that little beast to shreds. I'd sacrifice my own life to avenge fifth brother. But that wretch is protected by that immortal's magical artifact. We can't even get close to him. Fourth master Chu grabbed third master, who was seething with rage. Are we to let that little bastard walk all over our Chu family? Think of it, our clan has been rooted in Xianfeng County for over 300 years since our ancestors first arrived. Now we're being pushed to this by some brat? If word gets out, the whole world will laugh at the Chu family for having no one worthy. The third master of the Chu family held back, slumped to the ground in utter exhaustion. Never since he began martial training had he felt such despair. But at least Mingyao managed to escape. At least she won't be defiled by that little bastard. The second master of the Chu family fanned himself with a paper fan. Just as the Chu family members rejoiced over Chu Mingyao's escape, an aged voice echoed from outside the hall, its tone causing a splitting headache. Master Chu, why persist in futile resistance? How could mortal eyes possibly fathom the ways of immortals? My young master is kind-hearted and unwilling to shed blood needlessly. Simply tell us where Chu Mingyao has gone and explain clearly, and my young master will naturally spare you any hardship. Hearing the voice, the expressions of those in the hall abruptly changed, followed by looks of disgust. Chapter 20, The Chu Family's Crisis. The Demon Voice Elder? Who would have thought the Zhou family would even recruit scum like you? The fourth master of the Chu family wore a look of deep concern. After all, the Demon Voice Elder was a martial arts grandmaster, counted among the absolute pinnacle of the current martial world. Even a figure of such stature had willingly become a lackey of the Zhou family. The immortals have shown mercy, granting this old man a ladder to heaven. The Demon Voice Elder stroked his beard and laughed heartily. His gaze swept over the Chu family members, turning suddenly cold. As for your Chu family, it seems your line is about to be cut off. Jingshu, pay your respects to your father. Outside the main hall, a white-haired elder approached the Chu family's entrance with measured steps. Two figures clad in brocade robes emerged from the shadows behind him. The elder wore a crooked jade crown, with the Zhou family's token dangling from his waist. Third Master Chu staggered backward, knocking over the incense altar. The bronze censer crashed to the floor, sending a haze of incense ash swirling upward. The sight of the two figures behind him ignited fury among the Chu family members. Third Master Chu, overcome with rage, pointed an accusing finger at them, finally managing to utter, "Rebellious sons." The two youths following the old man of the demon voice smiled as they looked at the Chu family members. Father, now that the Zhou family has an immortal destined to rule Xianfeng County, why cling to stubborn old ways? What's wrong with serving an immortal? Perhaps one day, if the immortal favors us, our Chu family could become immortals too. Besides, the immortal hasn't demanded our family kneel like dogs. Young Master Zhou merely wants Mingyao. Why not just give her to him? Our Chu family would remain the Chu family of Xianfeng. Why suffer like this now? Look how badly Uncle Wu was punished by young Master Zhou. Xu Qingshu crushed the half-burned incense stick under his boot and smiled at the crowd in the hall. You vile beast, Chu Ching Shu. That's your own uncle. My own uncle? So what? Anyone who stands in my path to immortality, even you will be slain without mercy. Especially an uncle. Chu Qingshu fixed his gaze on the crowd, his eyes revealing a side of his son that Third Master Chu had never seen before. Just as Chu Qingshu was about to speak further, the demon voice elder cut him off. Truthfully, Chu Qingshu speaks no untruth. How could mere mortals comprehend the divine powers of immortals? How many masters in this mundane world yearn to serve immortals as dogs, yet lack even that chance? Now this opportunity lies before your Chu family, yet you refuse it. Only Qingshu and Jiping among the entire Chu clan possess true wisdom. The white-haired elder smiled broadly at the Chu family. Seated at the head of the table, the imposing middle-aged man's face darkened. Old demon voice, have you grown so accustomed to being a dog that you're willing to serve the Zhou family? As for Chu Qingshu and Chu Jiping, starting now, they are expelled from the Chu family registry. They are no longer part of the Chu clan. The demon voice elder laughed heartily at these words. Head of the Chu family, why be so harsh? I came here seeking a path to survival for the Chu family. The Chu family has no need for such things. Seeing the Chu family members glaring at him, the old man of demon voice smiled and said, Master Chu, do not refuse so hastily. Earlier, 5th Master Chu led men to assassinate the young master. The young master, being kind-hearted, only killed those who had deceived 5th Master. As for 5th Master himself, the young master merely gave him a slight lesson. Every face in the hall burned with fury. They knew full well the torment 5th Master had endured. Were it not for fear of the demon voice elder's power, they would have charged forward to tear him limb from limb. Speak! I imagine you have conditions for releasing my 5th brother. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table spoke in a hoarse voice, struggling to suppress his murderous intent. The demon voice elder fell silent, turning his gaze to Chu Qingshu behind him. Seeing this, Chu Qingshu stepped forward. Young Master Zhou has heard that besides Sister Mingyao, Sister Mingyu of the Chu family is also a peerless beauty. Therefore, if Second Master is willing to offer Sister Mingyu to young Master Zhou, not only will the Chu family preserve its legacy, but perhaps through young Master Zhou, they might even gain a chance at divine fortune. With 5th Master and young Master waiting outside, if 1st Master agrees, young Master will release 5th Master and pardon his offense. No sooner had Chu Qingshu finished speaking than 3rd Master Chu spat right in his face. That little bastard set his sights on Mingyao, and now he dares covet Mingyu? Mark my words, Chu Qingshu. Even if I die, I will never let you succeed. The Chu family will never trade our women and dignity for survival. With that, 3rd Master Chu drew his sword, Dragon's Roar, its blade flashing toward his disobedient son's throat. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll drink the punishment wine. Since you seek death, don't blame this old man. The demon voice elder's expression abruptly shifted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. His jade flute spun lightly within his sleeve, the clang of metal against metal reverberating through the room, causing dust to fall from the beams. Before 3rd Master Chu could react, the old man of demon's voice swept his palm like a cloud. A gale of wind hurled 3rd Master Chu through the screen, where crimson droplets seeped through the splintered wood. Chu Qingshu and Chu Jiping, who had just regained their senses, turned deathly pale. Their legs went weak, and they nearly collapsed to the floor. The young master has taken a liking to your Chu family's daughter. That is an honor your family has earned through merit. If not for that thing your family possesses, what right would you lowly commoners have to bargain with the young master? The young master has shown such magnanimity, yet you show no gratitude. To dare resist is sheer ignorance of your place. The demon voice elder's gaze was as cold as a serpent's. As a martial arts grandmaster, he held such minor clans utterly contemptible. Were it not for the divine relic protecting the Chu family, he alone could have slaughtered every last member of the clan. Old hag, do you not fear me summoning the immortal treasure to seal you here forever? The Chu family patriarch's face darkened with menace as he fixed the demon voice elder with a deathly stare. The demon-voiced elder's expression flickered with a hint of apprehension before he chuckled lightly. Chu patriarch, spare me your threats. If you truly intended to use that immortal artifact, you wouldn't be discussing it with me. Xing Shu mentioned the treasure can only be used a limited number of times. Surely you wouldn't waste one of those uses on me. The truth matched the old man of the demon voice's suspicion. Though the Chu family's treasure was bestowed by immortals, over the years, the number of uses remaining had dwindled to just a few. Master Chu, heed this old man's counsel. Mortals should not challenge immortals. This world ultimately belongs to the celestial beings. The Zhou family's immortal status far surpasses anything you mere mortals can fathom. If you can align yourselves with the young master, it is only because of the virtue your Chu family has accumulated over centuries. Consider this carefully. The young master has granted you 3 more days to deliberate. Should you still refuse after this period, the Chu family will have no reason to exist. With that, the demon voice elder prepared to sweep his sleeves and depart. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from above Xinfeng County. No need for 3 days. I shall respond on behalf of the Chu family today. The people of Xinfeng County looked up to the sky, where a flash of blue light streaked across the heavens. Within the Chu family compound, the Chu clan members and the demon voice elders suddenly noticed two figures had appeared in the courtyard. They stood atop a blue immortal sword. Immortals? The thought flashed through the old man of demon voice's mind. Chapter 21, Chu Mingyao. A graceful young woman stepped out of the sword, followed by a gentle-looking youth. With a wave of the youth's hand, a Hanli sword hovering in the Chu family courtyard moved alongside him. The maiden first turned to the Chu family members in the main hall with a smile. Father! What's going on? Mingyao! How did you return? The head of the Chu family, seated at the main position, was utterly incredulous. He never imagined the one descending from the immortal sword would be his own daughter, Chu Mingyao. Chu Mingyao smiled as she summoned the Ice Soul sword, then turned her icy gaze toward the trio frozen in place. The old man beside them, Moin, had long since turned deathly pale, his eyes vacant with terror. A flying immortal? Did this mean both the Chu and Zhou families possessed immortals? His mind felt struck by thunder, leaving him frozen in place. Only after Gu Chang'e and Chu Mingyao clarified the situation did the old man of demon melody snap back to his senses. He immediately knelt on the ground, shouting, "Immortal, spare my life. I was merely following orders." All traces of Chu Mingyao's joy at returning home vanished instantly. Gu Chang'e's heart burned with murderous intent. The lowly Zhou family dares to bully a disciple of our mythic sect? Their crime is unforgivable. The demon sound elder tried to speak further, only to find his voice gone. He looked up to see a headless corpse clutching a jade flute crash to the ground, utterly unconscious. After the demon sound elder's death, Chu Qingshu and the other immediately collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. They repeatedly kowtowed to Chu Mingyao, "Sister Mingyao, we were threatened by the Zhou family. They said if we didn't submit, they would slaughter our entire Chu clan. We had no choice. We never truly wanted to defect." Chu Mingyao, who had just slain the demon sound elder with her sword, shot a look of contempt at the two cowering figures. She then turned to the third master of the Chu family. "Third uncle, Qingshu is your son. I leave his punishment to you." The shock had yet to fade from the faces of those gathered in the Chu family hall. They never imagined the martial arts master who had long eluded their grasp would meet such an end. A single sword strike had severed his head. Seeing his death handed over to his father by Chu Mingyao, Chu Qingshu frantically turned toward his father, pleading for mercy. "Father, I am your flesh and blood. Everything I did was to preserve the Chu family line. I did it all for the Chu family." The third master of the Chu family, struck by a palm strike that caused internal injuries, coldly stared at his son. He tossed his sword to Chu Qingshu, then a tear fell from the corner of his eye. "Qingshu, take your own life." Hearing this, Chu Qingshu's face drained of color. He picked up the sword and made a gesture of self-sacrifice. "Father, your son is gone." The words barely left his lips when his expression twisted. He lunged at Chu Mingyao with the sword, snarling, "Chu Mingyao, die. Watch out." Gu Changshu's hand flickered lightly. The Hanli sword sliced through Chu Qingshu's neck. His body stumbled forward a few steps before his head rolled to the ground. "Junior sister, master said that to truly eradicate weeds, one must uproot them. Since the Zhou family has persistently targeted your Chu family, there is no longer any reason for the Zhou family to exist." Gu Chang'e's voice brimmed with confidence as he turned his gaze toward Chu Mingyao. "We're back. It's time for the skies over Xianfeng County to change. Mingyao, take this with you." Upon realizing Gu Chang'e intended to annihilate the Zhou family, the head of the Chu clan hastily retrieved a jade talisman from his robe and handed it to Chu Mingyao. "This is our Chu family's immortal treasure. I now entrust it to you. It contains techniques left behind by immortals, requiring divine power to activate." Chu Mingyao accepted the jade talisman, tucked it away, and turned to leave. "Let's go, senior brother. We're off to kill." Outside the Chu family compound, Zhou Bingtian sensed something amiss. The blue light in the voice had echoed throughout the entire Xianfeng County, and he was no exception. Since the voice mentioned the Chu family, there was no doubt that the newly appeared immortal was likely connected to them. This is bad. The Chu family actually has an immortal backing them. At this realization, Zhou Bingtian's face drained of color. He had witnessed firsthand just how formidable an immortal's power could be. Without a second thought, he immediately led his men in a frantic retreat toward the Zhou family compound, utterly disregarding the fate of the demon voice elder. Though he possessed a divine artifact, he stood no chance against an immortal. Only another immortal could truly fight one. And his uncle was precisely such an immortal. As the eldest legitimate son of the Zhou family, Zhou Bingtian had been spoiled rotten by old Master Wang, fostering a truly tyrannical nature. Not long ago, the eldest son of the Zhou family, who had been missing for over 20 years, Zhou Bingtian's eldest uncle, returned. Only then did everyone learn that the eldest son of the Zhou family had not died, but had been taken in as a disciple by a cultivation sect called Qinglan sect. His return was entirely due to Qinglan sect's victory in the war against Fengling sect, successfully seizing 5 counties from the Fengling sect. Among these, Xianfeng County was placed under the direct administration of the eldest son. Having returned after completing his cultivation, Zhou Shouyuan had lost his ability to have children due to his training. This made him particularly fond of his younger brother's son, Zhou Bingtian. This was precisely why Zhou Bingtian remained so arrogantly tyrannical. Shortly after Zhou Bingtian departed, two figures flew out from the Chu residence. Xu Mingyao's face darkened with fury as she surveyed the bloodied man on the ground. She swiftly shielded his vital energy with her own before entrusting him to the Chu family's care. She then rode the wind in pursuit of Zhou Bingtian's departure direction. Gu Changge, fearing his junior sister might encounter danger, followed closely behind. On the main thoroughfare of Xianfeng County, everyone parted once more to make way. For the Zhou family's wraith had returned. Unlike his earlier defiant demeanor, Zhou Bingtian now wore a look of utter terror, resembling a stray dog. Spectators who grasped this thought instantly felt profound absurdity. Zhou Bingtian, you won't escape today. I demand you kneel before my fifth uncle and confess your sins. And I will make the entire Zhou family pay for your crimes. A cold voice echoed from behind Zhou Bingtian, sending shivers down his already trembling spine. He frantically whipped his horse's flanks. With a piercing scream, the horse, rearing in pain, threw Zhou Bingtian to the ground before galloping off alone into the distance. Zhou Bingtian tumbled several times on the ground, his brocade robes torn to shreds and blood streaming down his body. Yet, in that moment, he had no time to tend to his injuries. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he looked up at Xu Mingyao as she approached. That's the eldest Miss Chu. Who would have thought she's an immortal too? The crowd was stunned. The Chu family's daughter was also an immortal? No wonder Zhou Bingtian had fled in such disarray. Xu Mingyao, you can't kill me. If you do, my uncle will never let you off. Xu Mingyao stood not far from Zhou Bingtian, looking down at him. Rest assured, I won't let the Zhou family off. I'll make sure every last one of you lines up to join him. You'll be reunited down there. With a casual flick of her wrist, Xu Mingyao severed Zhou Bingtian's limbs and severed his meridians. But on second thought, killing you outright seems too easy. My master told me about a gruesome custom in his hometown, sprinkling sugar on your body and letting ants devour you piece by piece. Imagine that coarse robe being eaten away bite by bite. Hearing this, Zhou Bingtian felt a wave of urine-like stench rise from his lower body. Junior sister, finish him off quickly before things get complicated. Gu Changge declared upon arriving. Xu Mingyao smiled. Seems you're in luck. My senior brother told me to finish you off quickly. Looks like you won't get to see yourself being eaten alive by ants. A flash of white light erupted, severing Zhou Bingtian's head clean off. Gu Changge, holding Zhou Bingtian's severed head, flew straight toward the Zhou family estate. After today, only one clan would remain in Xianfeng County. Chapter 22, The Fall of the Zhou Clan. The Zhou family. The Zhou family now basked in triumph. Since welcoming an immortal into their ranks, every faction in Xianfeng County, great and small, had surrendered without a fight. Presently, only the Chu family remained as a rival to the Zhou clan. Once the Chu family was eliminated, Xianfeng County would be completely under their control, allowing them to extend their influence elsewhere. What troubled the Zhou family, however, was their immortal's persistent disinterest in worldly conflicts. Meanwhile, the Chu family was shielded by immortal treasures, leaving the Zhou family eager to consolidate control over Xianfeng County deeply frustrated. In desperation, they had no choice but to send Zhou Bingtian, armed with protective treasures and overwhelming force, to coerce the Chu family. Once the Chu family surrenders, we'll seize their immortal artifact and then slaughter every last member, uprooting them completely. But won't that cause other factions to grow fearful? So what? As long as my Zhou family's immortal remains, they won't dare to act recklessly. It's all Uncle's fault. If he just lifted a finger, this juicy prize would have been ours. But he refused. Though the Zhou family now reap the benefits of having an immortal among them, they remain deeply dissatisfied. Ever since clashing with the demonic creature, their immortal had declared seclusion. Now, they were exploiting Zhou Bingtian, taking advantage of the immortal's obvious affection for him, hoping to coerce the immortal into helping the Zhou family consolidate control over the entire Xianfeng County, and even expand outward. This was the prevailing mindset throughout the Zhou household, all scheming to wield the immortal's authority to lord over others. Just as the Zhou family was debating how to divide the spoils after taking down the Chu family, a spherical object suddenly plummeted into the Zhou courtyard, instantly shattering their tranquility. In that instant, both the Zhou family leadership discussing crucial matters and Bai Yi waiting at the entrance turned their gaze toward the object that had fallen from the sky. After rolling several times to come to rest facing the main hall, the old patriarch of the Zhou family turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Other stewards drew their swords, looking around nervously, while others scanned the surroundings. The object was none other than Zhou Bingtian's severed head, its eyes now staring fixedly at the disgraced members of the Zhou family. Honor. The patriarch of the Zhou family, regaining his senses, wept bitterly. Among all the younger generations of the Zhou family, this grandson was the one he cherished most. Don't cry just yet. Soon I'll send you to see him, and then your family will be reunited. Hearing the voice, the Zhou family members froze in terror. They looked around frantically before finally gazing upward. There, two figures hovered in the sky, riding swords, their eyes fixed on the family below. Immortals, are they from the Chu family? Recognizing Gu Changde and Xu Mingyao, the Zhou family members instantly understood that these two had killed Zhou Bingtian. Have you considered how you wish to die? Xu Mingyao's previously furious expression suddenly grew calm. She stared at the Zhou family as if they were already dead. Old Master Zhou quietly crushed a jade talisman. Moments later, a streak of light shot out from the depths of the Zhou residence. It was a middle-aged man who also flew through the air on his sword, confronting Chang'e and Mingyao. Seeing their immortal arrive, the Zhou family members naturally perked up, chattering excitedly. "Uncle, kill those 2 dogs to avenge Brother Tian." Gu Chang'e's expression grew grave. The man before him possessed slightly stronger cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e stepped forward on his sword, shielding Xu Mingyao behind him. "Esteemed fellow cultivators, how might the Zhou family have offended you?" The Zhou cultivator, who carried himself with a certain refinement, refrained from immediate action and instead posed a question. "My junior sister said, leave no one in the Zhou family alive." Gu Chang'e's gaze locked onto the middle-aged cultivator. "No other way?" "There is no other way." "Then so be it. Let's see what happens." With that, the cultivator surnamed Zhou thrust forward with his spirit sword. Gu Chang'e, refusing to be outdone, unleashed the 7-star sword technique. A shower of starlight erupted, enveloping the middle-aged cultivator. "Impressive technique, young talent. Since that's the case, I'll fight for real now." The middle-aged cultivator spoke, then hurled several talismans before charging forward again on his sword. Gu Chang'e showed no fear. Though this was his first battle against another Qi cultivator and his cultivation was 1 tier lower, he hadn't been pushed into a disadvantage. Standing by, Xu Mingyao, her own power too weak to intervene, could only watch helplessly, her heart pounding with anxiety. Seeing Gu Chang'e forced into a defensive stance, she swiftly infused the jade talisman her father had given her with magical energy and hurled it toward the cultivator surnamed Zhou. The jade talisman flashed crimson, instantly materializing into a spirit sword. Though merely a projection, it caused every sword in Xianfeng County to tremble violently. "Sword intent. You possess a talisman treasure." The man surnamed Zhou's expression changed drastically. He hastily hurled countless talismans to shield himself, even recalling the spirit sword that had been clashing with Gu Chang'e. Unfortunately, the offensive power of talisman treasures was beyond what a Qi cultivation cultivator could withstand. It must be understood that all artifacts capable of being forged into talisman treasures start at the upper earth grade level. Though the power of a talisman treasure is only 1% of that of a genuine artifact, it is still far beyond what a low-level Qi cultivation cultivator could withstand. The Zhou family was cleaved clean in two. Even the residual force of the talisman treasure was beyond mortal endurance. Gu Chang'e, hovering on his sword, kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. As the smoke finally cleared, the middle-aged cultivator lay covered in blood, his left arm gone. He coughed up blood continuously, the light in his eyes slowly fading. From the ruins, a white-haired old man crawled out, scrambling and rolling his way to the middle-aged man's side. "Songer, wake up! Father was wrong. Father regrets it. Father should have listened to you and never thought about this." Alas, the middle-aged cultivator showed no further signs of life. Surveying the shattered Zhou residence, where cries of anguish filled the air, the old man felt profound desolation. "Have you finished your last words? If not, you may go down and continue speaking to your son and grandson." Gu Chang'e strode up to the old man, who now looked ashen and silent. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e swung his sword, severing the old man's head. He then circled the Zhou family compound on his sword, striking any remaining breath with a slash of sword energy. Only when the entire Zhou residence was devoid of life did he remove the storage ring from the Zhou cultivator. He then dug a pit and buried the Wang cultivator's body within it. Player Lin Cha's disciple Gu Chang'e has slain the Xianfeng County garrison commander. Do you choose to see Xianfeng County? Lin Cha, who was currently deep within the sect contemplating how to appear more dashing, was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined his disciple would stir up such a massive incident on a single outing. Is this the path of a prodigy's growth? To inevitably provoke powerful enemies whenever stepping outside? Lin Cha remained silent, then began reviewing the relevant information. Prompt: successfully occupying Xianfeng County grants plus 200 sect fortune and plus 20 Qinglan sect enmity. Abandoning it grants plus 10 Qinglan sect enmity. So basically, no matter what I choose, I'm going to end up at odds with Qinglan sect, right? Lin Chai read the prompt before her and grasped the situation. Xianfeng County was clearly Qinglan sect's territory for recruiting disciples. Now that her disciple had killed their sect members, occupying it or not would still make Qinglan sect hate her. Forget it. Better bold than bold. My precious disciple has already conquered the realm, why wouldn't I take it? Lin Cha made her decision immediately. Occupy. Player Lin Cha occupies Xianfeng County. Sect fortune plus 200, Qinglan sect hostility plus 20. Chapter 23, Gamblers Don't Lose Every Day. After resolving matters with the Zhou family, Xu Mingyao and Gu Chang'e returned to the Chu residence. Even now, the Chu family members found it hard to believe. Just half a month ago, Xu Mingyao had been an ordinary mortal. Yet in the span of a fortnight, she had transformed into an immortal and even brought back a senior disciple capable of effortlessly slaying the Zhou family's immortal. The Chu family members now stood before them with palpable restraint. Noticing the family's tense expressions, Xu Mingyao stepped forward. Father, uncles, our master sent us down the mountain for 2 reasons. First, to gain experience through trials. Second, to recruit disciples. He tasked us with seeking out promising young talents. Mingyao, is this true? Xu Mingyao nodded. Our master does intend to recruit disciples. However, he just took on a new batch a few days ago, so the next recruitment might require some waiting. After receiving Xu Mingyao's confirmation, the entire hall fell silent. The Chu family members exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. This was a divine opportunity. Take the Zhou family, for instance. Didn't they rise to prominence overnight thanks to a single immortal? If generations of the Chu family cultivated immortality, wouldn't they too be hailed as an immortal cultivating lineage? Once one stepped onto the path of immortality, what would mundane wealth matter? Well done. Truly worthy of being Chu Yunlong's daughter. The Chu family immediately issued a decree, summoning all its disciples scattered far and wide back home. They also spread the news throughout the entire Xianfeng County. In just one night, the whole county knew that an immortal cultivation sect was about to recruit disciples. Player Lin Cha's disciple is recruiting for the sect. It is recommended to hold the ascension ceremony 1 month later. Lin Cha couldn't help but smile at the message. True to form, his capable disciple had already begun spreading the word about the sect's recruitment drive without being told. Master. Junior sister Mu Wei has sensed spiritual energy. Mu Wei? After a moment's pause, Lin Cha suddenly recalled that vibrantly dressed disciple. In that case, deliver this bottle of Huanya Dan to Mu Wei. Lin Cha pulled the yellow bud pill from his backpack and handed it to Wang Erdu. After Wang Erdu left, Lin Cha stroked his chin and muttered to himself, should I open a gift pack? My disciple successfully sensing spiritual energy should count as pretty good luck, right? It had been 2 days since Gu Chang'e left the mountain. Originally, Lin Cha had planned to save up a few gift packs to combine them, but why not open one just to try? What if something good comes out? Lin Cha stared at the 2 gift packs in her backpack, feeling a tingle of excitement. One go, just one go. With that, Lin Cha casually opened one of the gift packs. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has obtained a yellow grade, lower tier talisman, dust repelling talisman. With this thing, I won't have to worry about dust in the main hall anymore. From now on, whenever the place gets dirty, just activate a talisman and it'll solve the problem perfectly. Even as he tried to console himself, Lin Cha felt a bit downcast. He couldn't help but doubt his luck. Then, his eyes fell on the last gift box. Why not try one more time? What if the last one was just a placeholder? This one is bound to give me something good. With that thought, Lin Cha's hand slowly reached toward the gift pack. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has obtained the Wandering Traveler's Permit Tier 2. Wandering past Tier 2, when your sect reaches Level 2, using this item randomly recruits a Foundation Establishment Cultivator with an initial affinity of 80. I knew the last one was a dud. No gambler loses every single day. Lin Cha's face lit up with joy upon seeing the option to recruit a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. She was about to use it immediately when a prompt appeared. Notice, the mythic sect, currently affiliated with player Lin Cha, has not reached Level 2. Only then did Lin Cha, having carefully read the description, realize the restriction on the Wandering Order. His head spun so it couldn't be used yet. His interest waning, Lin Cha opened the regional chat channel. What should I do? It's been over 20 days, and my disciple still hasn't sensed any spiritual energy. I feel like he's already a lost cause. Hey, you might want to consider recruiting a new disciple. My original one was white tier, and after over 10 days with no spiritual energy detection, I snuck over to the neighboring county and secretly brought back a disciple. Guess what? Turned out to be a blue tier disciple. You can actually do that? I thought you could only get disciples through recruitment orders. My disciple's already at Chi Cultivation Level 1, and you guys are still debating this? Advertisement, 2 low-grade spirit stones for 1 unit of spirit wood. Total requirement, 5 units. The Azure Dragon Society offers top prices for Xian grade or higher artifacts, magical techniques, divine abilities, opportunity tokens, blueprints, and array formations. Don't trust the guy above. Their prices aren't high at all. I PM'd them about a low-grade Xian tier artifact, asking for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and they told me I was dreaming. Bro, you're asking for trouble. Might as well become a bandit and rob people outright. But robbery's too risky. This has 0 risk. As time passed, survivors gradually gained a basic understanding of this world. Some had even begun scheming to explore it further. Consequently, both regional channels and cultivation mutual aid groups saw a surge in trade inquiries. The cultivation mutual aid group's membership had also surpassed the 1,000-member mark. Guys selling large quantities of spirit ore. Volume discounts available. Fasting suppression pills for sale. Bulk discounts available. Old Sue, are your fasting pills reliable? Last time I bought some for my disciple, he ended up vomiting and having diarrhea. Rest assured, these are absolutely fine. I've taken a few myself. Guys, I just posted a recruitment notice on Qinglan Sect's territory, but their guards spotted me almost immediately. Now my hostility level with Qinglan's sect is at 20. I think I'm done for. Bro, you're a real daredevil. I warned you before, if you recruit in unclaimed territories, you gotta be stealthy. Going in with such a big show? Of course they're gonna come after you. Thanks for volunteering as our guinea pig, bro. I'll be cheering you on from afar. Screw it, I'm bailing right now. Hoping the Qinglan sect folks are magnanimous enough to let me off for now. Lin Cha glanced at this bold fellow. After all, he'd occupied Qinglan sect's territory, directly provoking them. Since they shared a common enemy, this brother would likely be more than willing to buy some time. Chapter 24, My Cover's Blown? Just as Lin Cha continued peeking at the screen, the sect log suddenly stirred. Congratulations to player Lin Cha's disciple Gu Changga on successfully breaking through to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Seeing this message, Lin Cha abandoned any further peeking. Judging by the sect log, Chu Mingyao's family matters had been settled. That meant the two of them would likely return from their travels within the next couple of days. True to Lin Cha's expectations, Gu Changga and the others returned by flying sword the following afternoon. Upon returning to the sect, Gu Changga was immediately sent by Lin Cha to the erase focal point for seclusion. As Lin Cha put it, he wouldn't be allowed out until he broke through to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. As for Chu Mingyao, she naturally took over Wang Erdu's task of teaching the new disciples to sense spiritual energy. 8 days had passed so far, and only Mu Wei had truly become a Qi cultivator. The others hadn't even managed to complete the first step of sensing spiritual energy. With Chu Mingyao's return, the earnest Wang Erdu visibly relaxed, his expression easing as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Another 10 days passed before Zhou Jie, a blue-grade disciple, became the second to sense spiritual energy. This success reignited the confidence of the disciples who had begun to lose their resolve in cultivation. However, none of this mattered much to Lin Cha. As a teenager blessed with extraordinary abilities, he didn't need to go through such trials. Right now, he was staring at the 11 lying in his system backpack. His desire to gamble was stirring restlessly within him. Gritting his teeth, Lin Cha closed his backpack. After a long internal pep talk, he opened the cultivation mutual aid group and spotted that guy who'd mentioned recruiting disciples over 10 days ago. Holy crap, guys! You have no idea how lucky I am. I thought I was the toughest guy around, but turns out there's someone even tougher. Is the guy above still here? Is Qinglan's sect really that weak? You're such a jerk, hoping I'd die. Nah, just here for the entertainment. Shut up, OP. I just want to watch the drama unfold. Honestly, I thought I was done for at first. I'd already made my escape, but those 2 guards from the place were hot on my trail. They chased me for 3 whole days. If I didn't know a few tricks to get away, I'd probably be dead by now. What happened next? We want to hear the rest. After 2 days of being chased, I suddenly noticed those 2 disciples stopped pursuing me and turned back. I got curious, so I followed them from a distance. After trailing them for days, I finally pieced together the whole story. Turns out there's another ruthless guy lurking nearby. Not only did he seize Qinglan sect's territory, but he's openly proclaiming he'll host the second ascension ceremony there to recruit cultivators. I even visited that county town seized by the big shot. According to locals, there are 2 cultivators, they're both capable of flying through the skies. You guys should understand what flying means, right? Hey, you upstairs, could it be that some local clan's war saved you? If it's locals, that's perfectly normal. Remember, reaching mid-stage Qi cultivation is already considered powerful now. Flying through the skies? That's only possible at late-stage Qi cultivation. At first, I thought the same as you guys. After all, it's only been a month, how could anyone have a late Qi cultivation disciple? But after digging deeper, I discovered that sect had never been heard of before. They recruited disciples claiming to be newly founded wandering cultivators. Doesn't that story make you guys suspicious? Lin Cha's heart sank as he read the messages in the cultivation mutual aid group. They've seized Qinglan sect's territory, have late Qi cultivation disciples, and are preparing to host an ascension ceremony. Every detail matched his own story. Wasn't this talking about him? Lin Cha realized he'd stumbled into the very gossip he'd been lurking on, and by the looks of things, his cover might be blown. But Lin Cha remained silent. He continued lurking quietly, wanting to see how the mutual aid group would unfold next. After all, according to the Dark Forest law, he was now effectively an exposed player in the forest of transmigrators, and that was definitely not a good thing. Immortal Cultivation Mutual Aid Group. No way. It's only been a month, and the occupation of Qinglan sect's territory happened over 10 days ago. How could someone have a late Qi cultivation disciple in just half a month? Keep in mind, the strongest figure in our entire region right now is only at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. The gap between the 4th layer and late Qi cultivation is like heaven and earth. What if it's true? If it is, then this big shot absolutely can't be a purple grade disciple. They'd have to be at least gold grade. That's the only way to explain reaching late Qi cultivation. But didn't you just say there were 2 celestial beings capable of flying? That must be one master and one of his disciples. Having one late Qi cultivation disciple is already absurd, there's no way there could be 2. Wonder if the big shots in the group chat. But seriously, who keeps secrets that tight? If I had a gold tier big shot, I'd announce it to everyone right now. Enough talk. Think about it. We've secured territory, completed the chief fortune quest, and fulfilled the disciple recruitment task. Now we just need to wait for our disciples to reach the 9th layer of chi cultivation to advance to a second tier sect. The player who first posted the message didn't speak further. The entire group was now buzzing with discussion about it. Suddenly, one message caught everyone's attention. Remember those big shots selling artifacts and cultivation techniques in the early days? I bet they're the ones with that golden tier disciple. After this statement, everyone agreed. After all, it was highly unusual to sell artifacts and cultivation techniques unless the disciple was golden tier, which would explain it. At this stage, everyone's disciples were in the early chi cultivation phase. Occasionally, a few big shots disciples might reach the 4th layer of chi cultivation. But now, someone suddenly claimed they were all wrong, that a true heavyweight was hiding among them, whose disciple was at least at the 7th layer of chi cultivation. This utterly shattered everyone's understanding. Lin Cha felt an intense wave of nervousness wash over him. He couldn't possibly believe that Guy had exposed him just for a laugh. After all, when countrymen meet, it's rarely tears of joy, more often a knife in the back. He couldn't believe that knowing about a golden disciple's whereabouts wouldn't tempt this group. So Lin Chai opened that person's private message without hesitation. Bro, what's your take on this? A reply came back almost immediately. Thoughts? What do you mean, bro? We're all in this together. Lin Cha was speechless. He couldn't believe that after all this time, no one had ever privately messaged him about his own affairs. If he didn't have any thoughts, he definitely wouldn't react like this. Still, Lin Cha didn't dare speak directly. He could only retreat to advance. If you don't have any thoughts, then forget it. He stopped messaging and waited quietly. Sure enough, within 10 seconds, a new message arrived. Chapter 25, I'm waiting for the right moment. Bro, I just thought about it, and this actually has potential. Why don't we set up a group chat to discuss it further? 10 spirit stones to join. Reading the message, Lin Chai immediately cursed out loud. After all that circling around, you actually want to screw me over? And worst of all, you're charging for it? Give me that money back, I'd rather just give you some free stuff. To get to the bottom of things, the exasperated Lin Cha reluctantly paid the 10 spirit stones. Teiyadeo Morong Fu invites you to join a top secret group. Accept? Lin Cha immediately chose to join. Upon entering the group, Lin Cha discovered over 40 people had already joined before her. The numbers kept climbing until 10 minutes later, the group count stabilized at 76 members. This meant at least 75 Chi Cultivation 9th layer cultivators were eager to profit off him. Since everyone's joined this group, I assume we all share the same goal. But before we make our move, let's agree on this, everything else can be split evenly. As for that golden grade disciple, well, that depends on each person's ability. I'm not even hoping for the golden disciple. I just want to snag some high quality cultivation techniques or something. Morong Fu, I don't care what you brothers want. I only desire 2 things. First, the head of the mythic sect's leader. Second, Xianfeng County. Lin Cha, peeking at the screen, had already devised 10 gruesome tortures for Morong Fu. If he dared show his face, she'd make him understand what it meant to wish for death. Group owner, you're being so generous? You don't want a golden disciple? You don't want any cultivation techniques or supernatural abilities? Morong Fu, brothers, don't doubt my motives. Frankly, though we all see this as just a game, would you dare act recklessly like you do in games? Since it's more than just a game, let's shift our thinking. Why toil to develop ourselves alone? Why not seek out native sects, pledge allegiance to them, and trade our resources for survival space? So I want to conduct an experiment. Using the heads of the Xianfeng County Magistrate and the mythic sect leader as offerings, I'll see if I can become a vassal of the Qinglan sect. Upon hearing Morong Fu's proposal, the skepticism in the group noticeably subsided. Some even began discussing the likelihood of success. Morong Fu, next, I'll kick every anonymous user. Please reveal your identities, brothers. Lin Cha had intended to probe further into their plans, but the next moment, a notification appeared. You have been removed from the group by the owner. Only remembering to reveal identities halfway through the conversation? Looks like this bunch is just a makeshift operation after all. Lin Cha felt a pang of regret over his 10 spirit stones, but at least he now knew dozens were secretly plotting against him. It had to be said, these survivors each had their own peculiar brilliance. They'd actually considered sacrificing their own heads to secure his advancement. Looks like it's a race against time now. Will they strike first, or will I succeed in advancing my sect to level 2? Lin Cha was genuinely worried. While his Zhou-Tian Xingchen formation offered both defense and offense, the current low spiritual energy concentration meant its attack power was limited, especially since he only possessed low-grade spirit stones. Gathering everyone together would take time, at least 10 days to a fortnight. With Gu Changa's talent and spiritual energy concentration rivaling his second-tier spiritual vein, breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation within half a month should be achievable. Once he became a foundation establishment cultivator, this crisis would be resolved effortlessly. 10 days later. Player Lin Cha's disciple Guchanga has reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. The sect task possess a disciple at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation is completed. Congratulations! All advancement tasks have been successfully completed. Would you like to upgrade the sect to level 2? Note, when a level 2 sect first appears in a region, new features will unlock for that area. Originally intending to upgrade the sect to level 2 to gain a disciple at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment Cultivation, Lin Cha immediately abandoned the idea upon seeing the prompt. If the new announcements in the region were triggered by her advancement, this group would likely pinpoint her as the cause. After all, she was the only one currently known to possess a disciple at the late Qi cultivation stage. Allowing these individuals harboring ill will to lie dormant would inevitably become a future threat. It would be better to wait until they revealed themselves and then advance openly before their eyes. They coveted her disciples and treasures, but she too desired to eliminate this group entirely to eliminate any potential threats to her existence. Time flew by, and 4 days passed. At the Tai sect headquarters, Morong Fu surveyed the arriving group members, 54 in total. These were all cultivators residing relatively close to the mythic sect. Alright, we won't wait for the remaining brothers. 2 weeks have already passed. Delay invites trouble. With over 50 of us, eliminating a sect should be a breeze. Morong Fu looked at the crowd, already bursting with impatience, and suddenly burst into laughter. Go ahead and fight. Make as much noise as you can. The louder you are, the more benefits I gain. Morong Fu's expression was brimming with excitement. Though his disciple's quality was admittedly mediocre, merely green tier. Every gamer knew that the early stages were where gaps widen most easily. One step ahead meant staying ahead. Since taking the main path was impossible, he had to take a gamble. Otherwise, he'd inevitably become a stepping stone for others' rise to power. They had all been transported here together. Why did others get such favorable starts? He refused to accept it. Running his fingers over the talismans in his pocket, Morong Fu felt his heart settle considerably. If I succeed this time, I'll finally see what a Foundation Establishment cultivator is like. Morong Fu concealed something from the others. He wasn't merely considering defecting to Qinglan sect, he had already done so. Moreover, he didn't intend to use only mythic sect as a stepping stone for his own advancement, but everyone. The moment they clashed, he would shatter the talisman. Qinglan sect's Foundation Establishment cultivators would appear instantly, sweeping them all into one net. The next day, in a dense forest not far from the myth sect, figures stood scattered about. Everyone chatted among themselves, as if this were merely a leisurely outing. The items they carried varied greatly, some bore swords, others knives, and one even carried a black cauldron. They looked nothing like a coordinated group. This is the first time I've seen so many fellow countrymen in this world. I wonder if we'll end up stabbing each other in the back when we meet. A slender, scholarly-looking young man asked with a smile, appearing utterly guileless. Anyone up for cards? I just got 2 decks the other day. We can play Guandao, Landlords, or Speedrun. If you're not into that, I'm working on Mahjong. The teenager carrying the black pot grinned as he addressed the group standing beside him. Quiet, everyone. Half a month has passed. There are 68 of us in total, and 55 have arrived so far. As for the rest, we won't wait any longer. I'm sure you all know who we're dealing with. I only hope we can cooperate wholeheartedly. A plain-looking young man at the front cut through the chatter. Chapter 26, What are you waiting for? When Morong Fu stepped forward, several troublemakers immediately spoke up. That guy's only at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Even if he's loaded with treasures, with over 20 of us at the 9th layer attacking him, I refuse to believe the mythic sect will have any survivors left. It's been half a month now. What if that bastard's disciple has broken through to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation? Morong Fu shook his head. He's sold Xian grade items before. That means he must have more than one Xian grade treasure. Having more of us is always better. Of course, this was just lip service to placate them. Morong Fu secretly wished for dozens more men. Then it would be the perfect opportunity for the Foundation Establishment experts of Qinglan sect to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. He never once considered coveting the mythic sect's golden disciple. After all, they'd spent over a month cultivating him. With only the resources of this bunch of small fry here, how could they possibly be worthy of such a talent? From start to finish, his sole purpose was to use the mythic sect and this group of fellow adventurers as stepping stones for his own advancement. As for your talk of breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, I find it utterly impossible. Once you reach the late stage of Qi cultivation, each subsequent breakthrough becomes exponentially harder. Mao Rongfu's eyes brimmed with contempt. This statement dispelled the group's doubts. After all, they didn't believe that among disciples who were mostly stuck at the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi cultivation, anyone could actually break through to the 9th layer. In that case, let's set out. As soon as Morong Fu finished speaking, all manner of magical artifacts flew out from the dense forest. What's that over by the mountain gate? A gasp of surprise shattered the previously serene atmosphere. Whether it was Gu Changde, Wang Erdu, Chu Mingyao who was lecturing, or the others who hadn't yet sensed spiritual energy, all eyes turned toward the mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate, a dense, dark mass was hurtling toward the sect. Gu Chang'e discerned dozens of figures concealed within it, each possessing cultivation levels comparable to his own. His expression grew grave as he stared at the entrance. These are all cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, over 50 of them. This news filled him with unease. Judging by their imposing presence, these visitors clearly meant no good. Inside the main hall, Lin Cha, who had been waiting impatiently, instantly broke into a satisfied smile upon sensing the commotion outside the mountain gates. Finally, they're here. But why are there only a little over 50 of them? After waiting so long, I really wish everyone would give me a chance to stretch my legs a bit longer. Otherwise, my old arms and legs might get rusty. Lin Cha rose to her feet. The hall doors silently swung open, and a streak of purple light shot out, heading straight for the mythology sect's mountain gates. Outside the mountain gate, figures looked down into the mythology sect, their divine scent sweeping unrestrainedly over the grounds. The group murmured among themselves. Truly the top player. The entire sect looks so well organized, and he even has over a dozen disciples already. Regardless, those two gorgeous beauties are mine. I want just them. The rest are yours. A young man who looked like he had kidney deficiency pointed at Mu Wei and Chu Mingyao, a lecherous grin playing at the corners of his mouth. You'd better pray that one of them is satisfied with a golden grade disciple, or else you'll find out the hard way. This guy actually knows formations? Looks like he's acquired some incredible inheritance. The crowd now openly commented on the mythology sect without restraint. Little did they notice that nearly a dozen figures had already positioned themselves to shield the sect, even creating a small distance between them and the mythology sect. Looks like everyone's here. Any fellow cultivators still missing? If they wish to join, I can wait. A voice echoed from the sky. Mythology sect disciples looked up to see a dashing young man riding the thunderbolt sword, calmly facing the gathering cultivators as if fully prepared. Greetings, master. Gu Chang'e and the other mythology sect disciples immediately bowed upon seeing Lin Cha. Gu Chang'e prepared to fly forward on his sword, but Lin Cha stopped him with a glance. Seeing his eldest disciple ready to fight alongside him, Lin Cha immediately signaled with his eyes not to move. Such a golden opportunity to show off in front of his disciples, how could Lin Cha let Gu Chang'e ruin it? Hearing Lin Cha's words, the others looked alarmed. What do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious? I've been waiting for nearly half a month. Your efficiency is far too slow. Honestly, back in my hometown, what company would hire you at this pace? Seeing the others intimidated, Morong Fu spoke up. Don't let him fool you. He's clearly stalling for time. Hearing Morong Fu's voice, the others snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing that Lin Cha was still only at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Master of the mythic sect, surrender now. Hand over everything you possess, and perhaps we might spare your life. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Honestly, you lot. I just haven't seen so many fellow villagers in ages. Can't I even catch up with you guys? Lin Cha sighed. That gentleman just said he'd spare me if I handed over my possessions, but I heard Morong Fu intends to present my head to his master? Why waste time here? No matter what, the myth sect faces only destruction today. Since you're so eager to die, I won't stand in your way. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Lin Cha let out a light chuckle. Then, a voice long unheard echoed in the minds of all players within the area. Congratulations to player Lin Cha, Patriarch of the Mythic Sect, for becoming the first level 2 sect Patriarch in Xianning Province. Reward, 1 level 2 sect Grand Gift Pack. In 15 days, the region-exclusive event Human vs. Demon will commence. Rich rewards can be obtained during the event. Upon its conclusion, the points shop will unlock. Everyone, weren't you all acting so cocky just now? Why aren't you laughing anymore? Could it be that you're just naturally not the laughing type? As the electronic voice faded, Lin Cha's cultivation instantly surged from the 9th layer of Qi cultivation to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Everyone, shall I give you a moment to prepare? After all, we're all fellow countrymen. If you show no mercy, I can't be unkind, right? At that moment, every smile froze on their faces. Even the smile on Morong Fu's face, the man who had intended to wipe out the entire group, froze solid. But smiles don't vanish, they merely shift. At least from this moment onward, Lin Cha's grin became wildly unrestrained. He had waited a full fortnight for this chance to reveal his divine power before others. Lin Cha hovered in midair, gripping the thunderclap sword in his hand. All the magical power within his body surged into the blade. As the energy gathered, the sword's radiance grew ever more intense. Chapter 27, A Dog Without a Home. The numerous players witnessing this scene turned deathly pale, now resembling stray dogs. That bastard's disciple broke through to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation ages ago. He never advanced to a sect. Someone must have tipped him off, planning to wipe us all out. Some spoke as if possessed by Zhuge Liang himself. What a masterful bait and switch. Morong Fu's heart churned with conflicting emotions. It was utterly unbelievable that someone's disciple could break through to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation in just over a month. Who would ever believe such a thing? Damn it! This bastard must have stumbled upon some other opportunity. Otherwise, there's no way his cultivation could have advanced so rapidly at the late Qi cultivation stage. If only I'd focused solely on wiping out the entire mythology sect from the start, things wouldn't have escalated to this. Regret now filled every fiber of Morongfu's being. Yet human greed knew no bounds, always craving more. Lin Cha gazed leisurely at the crowd. At that moment, Morongfu and the others felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them, leaving them nowhere to hide. Run! Scatter! Save yourselves while you can! One of them snapped out of it first. He let out a roar and instantly transformed into a streak of crimson light. The others quickly realized what was happening and scattered in all directions. Faced with this scene resembling a flock of startled hens, Lin Cha remained unflappable. He simply extended his right hand, and all the fleeing players froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell. This sight filled them with utter despair. They hadn't even a shred of chance to escape. The gap between Foundation Establishment 9th layer and Qi Cultivation 9th layer was as vast as heaven and earth. How could this happen? We don't even have a chance to escape. After pinning the crowd down, Lin Cha turned his gaze to the dozen or so players who had been watching from the sidelines, not moving a muscle the entire time. Why didn't you run? The leader stepped forward, a feather fan in hand. We never intended to harm you. With clear consciences, why should we flee? While Lin Cha was communicating with the others, Morongfu turned his palm downward, using his divine sense to retrieve a talisman. Once he flung it out, it would surely summon a Foundation Establishment cultivator from Qinglan sect. Though he didn't know the exact cultivation level of that cultivator, Morongfu could only gamble that the Foundation Establishment cultivator was at the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Only then would Lin Cha be too preoccupied to pay attention to them. Yet, the moment Morongfu tore the talisman to shreds, he felt as though his entire body had just been cleansed. Hello, were you looking for this? Lin Cha toyed with the talisman in his hand, looking somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. Tucking the talisman away for now, Lin Cha turned his amused gaze toward the group he'd gathered. Seems you're not all on the same page after all. Some just want to watch the show, while others see you all as prey. Right, Morongfu? You've probably been acting like a lackey for the Qinglan sect for ages. The others shot disbelieving glances at Morongfu, each gaze tinged with resentment. If not for that bastard's words, none of them would have considered raiding the mythic sect. No one would admit their greed had driven them to this. They only felt that without Morongfu's words, they never would have conceived such a plan. Morongfu looked up and suddenly saw Lin Cha standing before him. He had been about to beg for mercy, but the next moment, the world spun violently. His consciousness froze, trapped in the body of a headless corpse. Mythology sects Lin Cha slays Tai sects Morongfu. With a casual flick of her wrist, Lin Cha seized Morongfu's storage ring. A quick mental scan revealed roughly several hundred low-grade spirit stones inside, along with some pills and yellow-grade treasures. Lin Cha, I'm sorry. Please spare me. I'll obey everything you say from now on. Whatever you command, I'll do. No, you're afraid. You don't truly understand your mistake. Another storage ring appeared in Lin Cha's hand. Lin Cha showed no mercy to the remaining players. Every single one who had attempted to attack him moments before met their end. The mythic sect disciples stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. They had feared their sect was about to face disaster, yet this was the outcome? Over 50 cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation vanished with a mere wave of the hand. No matter how hard Guchanga racked his brain, he couldn't fathom why his master, who was clearly only at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, had suddenly become someone at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. Could this be what Master often referred to as playing dumb to catch the tiger? His true cultivation is Qi refining 9th layer, but what he reveals must be lower than that. In that moment, Guchanga experienced a profound epiphany, as if he had attained enlightenment at Longchang. He finally understood. After dealing with those sect masters, Lin Cha turned to the dozen or so who were still watching the spectacle and said with a smile, "With matters arising within the sect today, it's truly inconvenient to entertain you all. How about we gather another day?" Hearing this, everyone present understood the implication. Since sect leader Lin is busy with internal affairs, we shall indeed gather another day. Today, we shall extend our hospitality. With that, they mounted their flying machines and headed toward their respective sects. This place is a bit messy. Changa, take the junior disciples and tidy up. I'll be stepping out for a while and will return later. After giving these instructions, Lin Cha stepped onto the thunderbolt sword. In an instant, only her silhouette remained. Master Lin is so cool. The new disciples of the mythic sect stood stunned, recalling the events as if they had been a dream. Gu Chang'e quickly regained his composure. Seeing the headless corpses outside the mountain gates, the foul stench of blood assaulting his senses, he promptly organized the disciples to clean up the entrance. Meanwhile, the Qinglan sect cultivators awaiting Morongfu's signal were growing impatient. I knew these outsiders were unreliable. If you ask me, they should cultivate Blood Dan instead. Fellow Daoist, are you waiting for his signal? Just as the Qinglan sect cultivator was still ranting, a voice reached his ears. Who's there? Step forward. As the cultivator looked around frantically, a head rolled to his feet, none other than Morongfu's. Weren't you the one who wanted to ambush me? Why aren't you moving now? Lin Cha descended slowly. The Qinglan sect cultivator fumbled for a stack of talismans, hastily casting shields around himself. Seeing this, Lin Cha unleashed his sword intent directly at the man. Moments later, despite being layered with dozens of protective shields, the man lay before Lin Cha with every tendon severed. Right before his eyes, Lin Cha snatched the storage ring from his hand and then slapped him across the face. Who gave you permission to use my talismans like this? Dozens at once? Do you think I'm a rich fool? Hearing this, the cultivator, who had clung to life by a thread, spat blood and breathed his last. Such a thin skin, TSK. With the matter settled, Lin Cha returned to the Taishu sect. After all, there were still so many blind boxes left to open. Chapter 28, A Multitude of Blind Boxes. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Cha didn't summon his disciples. Instead, he headed straight back to the recliner in the main hall. He let out a long sigh. After a busy day, he finally had time to examine his haul. Lin Cha held over 50 storage rings in his hands, plus the cross-dimensional traveler mutual aid gift packages he hadn't opened in half a month. Unfortunately, the storage rings contained little of value. These sect leaders were dirt poor, each ring holding only about 100 spirit stones. Still, Lin Cha discovered an unexpected delight among them. Cultivator's Cottage Blue. Level 1 construction, low-grade spirit wood 10, low-grade spirit iron 10. Effect, cultivation speed plus 1%. Note, each cottage can house a maximum of 4 people. Another blue construction blueprint and a prestigious one at that, boosting cultivation speed. Lin Cha revised his opinion of these sect masters. He now considered them genuinely generous, handing out resources and blueprints alike. After opening the storage ring, Lin Cha turned his attention to the cross-dimensional traveler mutual aid gift pack. Should I synthesize it and unlock it for them? Excitement surged within Lin Cha as his gambler's instincts resurfaced. He combined all 15 gift packs into sets of 3, ending up with just 5 premium gift packs. Lin Cha casually opened one of them. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has obtained a high-grade mystic artifact, the Sun Moon Radiance Wheel. After briefly glancing at the weapon's description, Lin Cha's eyes lit up. It was undeniably a weapon made for grand displays. The Sun Wheel and Moon Wheel could hover behind him when not in use, but once activated, they could cleave cultivators cleanly in two. Without further hesitation, he proceeded to open all 4 remaining packages. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has obtained the high-grade yellow tier cultivation technique, the Eternal Spring Art. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for obtaining the purple blueprint fish pond. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for obtaining a purple Disciple Recruitment Order. After opening them, Lin Cha stared at his hands in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that while none of his 4 gift packs contained golden items, 3 of them yielded purple ones. He immediately used the Disciple Recruitment Order. As for the Changchun secret technique, Lin Cha had no intention of selling it. Instead, he placed it in the soon-to-be-completed library hall, adding to the sect's foundational resources. What excited Lin Cha most was the purple blueprint fish pond. He couldn't quite grasp why something with such an unassuming name would be of purple quality. Fish pond purple. Level 1 construction, low-grade spirit wood 100, spirit stones 100. Level 2 construction, low-grade spirit wood 500, spirit stones 500. Level 1 effect, spirit fish fry growth rate plus 20%, semi-spirit fish have a chance to evolve into spirit fish. Level 2 effect, produces 5 drops of water dew daily. Increases semi-spirit fish evolution rate and growth speed by 30%. It must be said, as expected of a purple tier blueprint construction. Even the level 2 building's effects alone are quite impressive. That water dew is a cultivation treasure elixir suitable for both Qi cultivation and foundation establishment cultivators. By evening, Wang Erdu spotted a handsome youth at the gates of the mythic sect. He was about to escort the stranger down the mountain when a familiar figure caught his eye. Disciple Wang Erdu greets his master. Leave him to me, Erdu. The youth stared at Lin Cha, his gaze unfocused. He thought to himself, his aura is truly extraordinary. Even more so than those immortals who came to my Long family. It seems he is indeed a genuine immortal with true power. Name, Long Mingze. Age, 15. Talents, Unbreakable Will Purple Survival Instinct Purple Promising Potential Blue Diamond Hard Constitution Blue. Talent, 80. Perception, 67. Loyalty, 65. Unbreakable Will Purple, while critically wounded, all damage dealt increases by 20%. Last Stand Purple, when facing certain death, has a 1% chance to gain a lifeline. Favorable Circumstances Blue, while training outside, gains a higher chance to encounter opportunities. Invulnerable Blue, reduces all damage taken by 5%. Seeing this talent build, Lin Cha couldn't help but marvel at how naturally suited this guy was for adventure. This set of talents was essentially a budget version of a chosen one. This earned Lin Cha's deep admiration. As Lin Cha observed Long Mingze was observing Lin Cha. Young friend, your accidental arrival at our mythic sect today suggests a karmic connection. Might you be interested in joining our ranks? Lin Sha flashed a sly smile, attempting to lure Long Mingze into the sect. After all, he was clearly a promising prospect for sect affairs. Upon hearing Lin Sha's words, Long Mingze's face lit up with delight before he bowed respectfully. If the immortal wishes me to join the mythology sect, this humble disciple is naturally delighted. However, I have trained in martial arts since childhood, and my father always taught me never to make enemies with immortals. Now I wish to understand the true gap between the martial path and the immortal path. Would the immortal master be willing to grant me this opportunity? After speaking, Long Mingze turned his gaze toward Lin Sha. Lin Sha nodded upon hearing this. It must be said that Long Mingze possessed extraordinary talent in martial arts. At only 15 years old, he had already attained the level of a martial arts grandmaster. If martial arts were equally prevalent in this world, perhaps Long Mingze could have continued on this path and truly challenged the immortals through martial prowess. But there are no ifs. Lin Sha then turned to Wang Erdu, who stood waiting nearby. If I were to fight you myself, you might feel it unfair. How about my second disciple competes with you instead? Hearing his name mentioned, Wang Erdu hurried forward, his gaze fixed on Long Mingze. Seeing that it wasn't Lin Sha himself stepping forward, but instead a youth barely older than himself, Long Mingze felt some resentment, though he didn't show it. Instead, he drew the long sword from his waist and looked at Wang Erdu. I accept your challenge. As both men entered combat stance, the carefree air around Long Mingze instantly gave way to waves of murderous intent. Clear Wind Sword. Seeing Long Mingze advance with his sword drawn, Wang Erdu summoned his own blade and thrust it toward Long Mingze's heart. The Clear Wind Sword moved with blinding speed, vanishing from its original spot in the blink of an eye. Sensing the danger, Long Mingze abandoned his attack and raised his sword to defend. As the Clear Wind Sword collided with his own, a sharp crack echoed. Long Mingze's sword snapped clean in two. Seeing this, Long Mingze said nothing, only sighing. I've lost. Now I finally understand why father never let me argue with immortals. Perhaps father understood long ago that martial arts are nothing but childish play in the presence of immortals. After straightening his robes, Long Mingze knelt before Lin Sha. I, Long Mingze, wish to join the mythic sect. I beg the immortal to bestow immortal arts upon me. Seeing this, Lin Sha said, since you wish to join my mythology sect, from this day forward you shall be an outer disciple. If you can break through to the 4th layer of Qi cultivation within a year, you may become an inner disciple. After a moment's thought, Lin Sha added. Starting tomorrow, you will train alongside Ergo. He will teach you the sect's foundational techniques. Chapter 29, The Birth of the Succubus. After Lin Sha departed, Wang Erdu gave a hearty laugh and extended his hand. My name is Wang Erdu, the second disciple of our master. May I ask your name, junior brother? Long Mingze eyed Wang Erdu with suspicion. Could these men who hadn't even remembered his name when he introduced himself truly guide his cultivation? But having already pledged allegiance to the mythic sect, as a martial cultivator he must honor his word. Reluctantly, he extended his hand to grasp Wang Erdu's. Hello, senior brother Wang. My name is Long Mingze. Satisfied he'd handled the matter, Sect Master Lin reopened his system with renewed excitement. Clan, Mythology Sect. Sect Leader, Lin Sha. Talent, none. Sect Level, 2. Cultivation Level, Foundation Establishment 9th Layer. Disciples, Gu Changge Gold, Wang Erdu Purple, Chu Mingyao Purple, Long Mingze Purple, Mu Wei Black, Zhou Jia Blue. Clan Territory, Xianfeng County, Qingfeng Town. Cult Fortune, 3000. Items, Level 2 Sect Deluxe Gift Pack 1, Sun Moonlight Wheel, Thunderclap Sword, Wanderer's Pass, Cultivator's Cottage Blue, Demon Ceiling Tower Purple, Fish Pond Purple. Compared to the starkly empty interface upon her initial transmigration, the current display was nothing short of dazzling. Lin Sha's gaze settled on the Level 2 Sect Deluxe Gift Pack. Since it was labeled a Deluxe Gift Pack, the contents inside were bound to be extraordinary. If there was a Level 2 Deluxe Gift Pack, then Level 3 must follow. As for Levels 4 and 5? Lin Sha felt confident they would appear eventually. For now, filled with anticipation, Lin Sha clicked on the Level 2 Deluxe Gift Pack with her divine sense. A flood of new items poured into her backpack. Congratulations! Player Lin Sha has obtained Purple Disciple Recruitment Order 1 Purple Opportunity Order 1 Tier 2 Wandering Order 1 Purple Random Blueprint 1 Purple Random Talent 1 Random Mystic Grade Treasure 1 Random Low Grade Fortune Artifact 1 Small Spirit Stone Bag 1. Truly a deluxe gift pack, nothing but purple grade items. Lin Sha's heart surged with excitement. Acquiring so many treasures at once meant the sect's strength would undoubtedly rise to new heights. Small Spirit Stone Bag, upon opening, yields a large quantity of low-grade spirit stones and a small quantity of medium-grade spirit stones. Open. Player Lin Sha obtained 8,888 low-grade spirit stones and 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Lin Sha's heart swelled with joy. A single small spirit stone gift pack had granted him such a vast quantity of spirit stones, instantly multiplying the sect's reserves several times over. Purple Random Talent randomly selects one talent as the sect leader's innate ability. Let the tide turn. Open. Congratulations. Player Lin Cha has obtained the talent, Nation-Shattering Beauty Purple. The talent holder can make anyone develop affection for them, reducing hostility from enemy sects and increasing favor with friendly sects. Lin Cha, who had been eagerly anticipating his talent, felt as if the sky had fallen upon seeing it. What kind of talent was this? As a man, his talent was nation-shattering beauty? He couldn't very well come to the cultivation world to become a seductive demon lord of the Han dynasty, constantly asking, "My esteemed brother, would you be willing to join me in re-establishing the Han dynasty?" Just as Lin Cha was speechless, the system's notification tone suddenly chimed in. Qinglan sect hostility reduced by 30. Current hostility, 20. Hold on, system, what are you talking about? Does this even make sense? Seeing the notification, Lin Cha suddenly realized this talent might not be so bad after all. After all, his hatred value had already reached 50 after killing a Foundation Establishment cultivator from Qinglan sect. Just 10 more points would trigger a sect war. Now, merely by acquiring this talent, her hatred value had dropped by 30 points. This left Lin Cha feeling genuinely intrigued. Could this talent be God tier? I like it. Lin Cha proceeded to open the remaining purple tier random structures, Xian grade random treasures, and low grade random fortune artifacts one by one. Player Lin Cha obtained Blueprint, Library Purple, Xian grade Pill Dao Inheritance, and low grade Fortune Artifact, Calming Bell. Library Purple. Level 1 Construction, 5000 low-grade Spirit Wood, 1000 low-grade Spirit Iron, 1000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Level 1 Effect, each month, one yellow-grade cultivation technique or spell can be evolved from the books within the library. Undoubtedly, the library was an exceptional asset. This meant Mythology Sect could reliably obtain one yellow-grade cultivation technique and spell each month without fail, thereby expanding the choices available to its disciples. Pure Mind Bell, a low-grade Chi Fortune artifact that can suppress the sect's fortune. Effect, reduces the likelihood of disciples within the sect experiencing heart demons. When a disciple faces a heart demon, fortune points can be spent to help them overcome it. What a great thing! Lin Cha beamed upon reading the description. He'd been troubled by Gu Changa's curse increasing the chance of mental demons, and now it seemed solved so easily. As for the alchemy inheritance, there was little to discuss. Currently, no disciple in the sect possessed alchemy talent, so Lin Cha planned to store it in the library as foundational knowledge for future disciples with such aptitude. It must be said, not a single item in the Tier 2 sect gift pack disappointed Lin Cha, each one hit the mark perfectly. Lin Cha then turned her attention to the promotion tasks for a Tier 3 sect. Level 3 Sect Advancement Task. 1. One disciple within the sect must reach Foundation Establishment Stage 9. 2. The sect must possess at least 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators. 3. The sect must have over 50 disciples at the Chi cultivation stage. Exclusive task, slay 50 Foundation Establishment Stage Great Demons. As expected, the sect's advancement quest had changed again, becoming even more difficult. An exclusive quest had even appeared. Lin Cha wasn't sure yet whether this was unique to her or if every sect needing to advance to Tier 3 would receive it. Lin Cha then retrieved 2 wandering permits and 1 purple disciple recruitment permit. Seeing that dusk had not yet fallen, she resolved to use all 3 tokens at once. Note, once a player's sect reaches level 2, characters obtained through wandering permits and disciple recruitment permits will no longer appear directly outside the sect. Instead, they will spawn randomly within the faction's territory and join the sect through any available means. Lin Cha stared at the text, deep in thought. So this meant recruiting disciples would genuinely require her to spend time searching for them? After pondering, Lin Cha ultimately decided to use all 3 tokens. Since they would eventually arrive at the sect anyway, why not just wait for them to come? Player successfully used 2 wandering tokens. 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators have randomly spawned within the player's jurisdiction. A small map appeared before Lin Cha, displaying 2 green dots at different locations. Unsurprisingly, these 2 were the Foundation Establishment cultivators spawned by the wandering tokens, both possessing innate goodwill toward the mythic sect. Lin Cha then opened the regional chat channel. It was time to savor the spectacle of others worshipping him. Wait, how long has it even been? Someone already advanced to a Tier 2 sect? Turns out all those big shots we've been bragging about were fakes. Only mythic sect's Lin Cha is the real deal. Look how low-key the real big shot is. If the system hadn't alerted us, we probably wouldn't even know he ascended. I remember someone mentioning it in the Cultivation Mutual Aid group a while back. They said Morong Fu from the Supreme Dao sect discovered a player suspected of having a golden quality disciple. He gathered a large number of players intending to target that player. At the time, I thought it was just another scheme by Morong Fu to swallow up players. Now it seems it might actually be true. I remember too. I joined that group chat, but I never went. Shortly after the system alert, Morong Fu's profile picture went dark. So that's the truth. The big shot actually had a golden tier disciple. No wonder he could become a second tier sect so quickly. Unsurprisingly, the regional chat channels were now flooded with news of Lin Cha becoming a level 2 sect master. At least half the disciples here had only recently sensed spiritual energy and begun cultivation, yet someone's disciple was already at the 9th layer of chi cultivation. The gap is just too huge. Chapter 30, Founding the Immortal Alliance. Scanning the channel updates, Lin Cha fell silent. He was now undeniably the top player in the entire Xianning province. Holding such a title without doing something felt like a waste of his position at the summit. Lin Cha of Mythic Sect. Greetings, I am Lin Cha of Mythic Sect. In half a month, the human-demon conflict event will commence. As the name suggests, this event centers on humans and demons. I can reveal that Xianning province harbors at least 2 demonic beasts at the nascent soul stage, and their lair lies not far from our sect. The danger of this event is undeniable. As the top player in Xianning State, I feel it's my duty to lead. I propose guiding all players here toward collective growth, helping advanced players reach new heights while supporting those who lag behind. Mom, I saw the big shot speak. The big shot himself has appeared. Is this the big shot's mindset? He doesn't seem worried at all about players surpassing him. I'm genuinely impressed by his perspective. From now on, I'll be his loyal follower. Get lost, you're his lapdog. What am I supposed to be? 10,000 blood petitions pleading for the big shot to hold a meeting. Lin Cha's appearance undoubtedly ignited a spark of hope in most surviving players. As the first player to upgrade to a level 2 sect, he unsurprisingly became the de facto leader in the minds of the vast majority. Human nature ultimately reveres strength. Lin Cha of Mythic Sect, since you brothers hold me in such high regard, I'll be creating a guild called Heavenly Court shortly. All are welcome to join. But let me make this clear up front, joining the guild requires a fee of 5 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, once you're in, you'll gain access to exclusive guild benefits. Stop talking, big shot. Just start the guild now. No matter how many spirit stones it costs, if I have them, I'm willing to pay. You scammer. You're just using your fame to cash in, aren't you? And you want 5 spirit stones? As the top player, you should share good stuff for free. Anyone above wanting to pick a fight can go elsewhere. Free? Why should Lin Cha share things for free? Didn't he work hard to earn them? 5 spirit stones? That's practically no barrier at all. And people are still fighting over it? Disgusting. Agreed. Can you people just die already? Why should Big Shot Lin Cha protect you spoiled brats? Do you really think he's some kind of babysitter? I support the boss charging fees. Only when he grows stronger will we have a real protector. Count me in. Those local sects look down on us. With Big Shot Lin Cha leading us, we'll make them regret ever looking down on us. Even in the cultivation realm, some still couldn't grasp the situation, thinking they could keep relying on fistfights for resources. But this made Lin Cha realize what it meant when they said, when I enter seclusion, great scholars will defend my teachings. Truth be told, Lin Cha did want to make a killing. After all, he already owned 4 or 5 buildings, but all were lacking materials and couldn't be constructed. Of course, earning resources was merely a side goal. His true purpose in founding the Celestial Court was to unite all players across Xianyao province, thereby amassing sufficient strength. Currently, he might be the only Foundation Establishment 9th layer cultivator, but as time progressed, whenever a player advanced their sect to level 2, another Foundation Establishment 9th layer cultivator would emerge. Within moments, a full 4,000 members had joined the Heavenly Court, and this number continued to climb at a rate of dozens per second. Soon, the Heavenly Court's membership reached 10,000. 10,000 members meant 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not only could Lin Cha afford the structures he currently possessed, but he could build twice as many even if the cost doubled. Holy crap, this is way faster than stealing spirit stones, and there's absolutely no risk involved. Lin Cha was startled. He suddenly understood why the true big shots looked down on those who resorted to robbery, because this method was both fast and safe. If Lin Cha were a bit more ruthless, he could squeeze these players even harder later on, potentially accelerating his own growth. Riding this wave, even if only a fraction chose to join, the numbers would still be staggering. Lin Cha happily collected spirit stones while inviting more people into the group. Only after the number finally stabilized at 15,000 did the growth rate slow considerably. Heavenly Court. Guild leader Lin Cha, welcome to Heavenly Court. I'm thrilled so many of you chose to trust me. Now that you're part of this guild, we're family. Help each other within the guild. If anyone harms their own kin, this leader will hunt them down. Regarding guild benefits, I'll announce the specifics in the coming days. I promise you won't be disappointed. If you have any treasures you don't need, you can sell them to me or auction them within the guild. This is fantastic. With the Alliance Leader's promise, we now have the security we need to tackle dungeons together. Alliance Leader Lin Cha, to welcome everyone to Heavenly Court, I've used all the spirit stones you paid upon joining to purchase a batch of spirit wood and spirit iron. The prices are 5 spirit stones per unit for spirit wood and 10 spirit stones per unit for spirit iron. Additionally, tonight I'll randomly select one lucky player to receive a top-tier yellow grade spell. Holy crap, boss is awesome. I've been hoarding tons of spirit wood that just wouldn't sell. No wonder you're the boss. You just spent all the money collected to buy spirit wood and spirit iron, and even threw in a free lottery draw. Enough said. I'm taking my disciples to chop down trees right now. Off to mine now. Watching the players' enthusiasm ignite instantly, Lin Cha couldn't help but smile. See? Using their money to buy their own goods, and in the end, they'll thank us even think we're the good guys. Still, he would strive to enhance the strength of his guild members. After all, the fatter the cabbage, the richer the harvest. Lin Cha had no worries about anyone surpassing him. The final say within the entire Immortal Alliance rested with him, and he would ensure that while every player progressed, their advancement would never outpace his own. Receiving nearly 80,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go, Lin Cha finally grasped the tangible benefits of fame. Instantly, he understood why so many pursued renown, enduring seemingly thankless tasks. Consider this, out of the hundreds of billions of players scattered across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only a mere 10,000 plus had joined the Celestial Court, not even a fraction of the total. What if there were over 100,000, or even a million? But Lin Cha merely pondered this. He knew full well he lacked the capacity to command such vast numbers. For his Immortal Alliance, tens of thousands would suffice. Chapter 31, Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Early the next morning, Long Mingze began his Qi cultivation practice at dawn. After his defeat by Wang Erdu, he was naturally filled with resentment. Since martial arts couldn't overcome cultivation, he resolved to challenge Wang Erdu again once he himself stepped onto the path of cultivation. Then, he would surely defeat him. Driven by this resolve, Long Mingze naturally joined the mythic sect. He slept later than a dog and rose earlier than a rooster, becoming arguably the most diligent disciple in the sect. Feeling the spiritual energy permeating the heavens and earth, Long Mingze's heart swelled with delight. Keep this up for a few more days, and I might just become a true Qi cultivation realm cultivator. Just as Long Mingze was immersed in his cultivation, a sudden movement beside him startled him awake. Practicing like this will damage your meridians. Hearing the voice, Long Mingze snapped out of his meditation. His hand shot toward his waist, intending to draw his sword to attack the intruder. But his hand grasped only air. Only then did he remember his sword had been damaged during his battle with Wang Erdu. Your talent is commendable, but your temperament is far too impatient. I imagine you're striving so fiercely to surpass someone. The voice echoed again. Long Mingze turned warily toward the sound. A man in white robes stood in a tree, smiling warmly at him. Who are you? Long Mingze retorted. How amusing. I didn't expect someone who hasn't even reached the first layer of Qi cultivation to have the audacity to question me. Didn't your master teach you to show humility when meeting cultivators of higher cultivation? The white-robed man laughed heartily, then took a single step forward, instantly appearing beside Long Mingze. Why must you toy with this unworthy disciple of our sect, fellow cultivator? Lin Cha, awakened by the system, appeared at the mountain gate. He glanced at the white-robed man before stepping forward. Lin Cha, patriarch of the mythic sect, greets you, fellow Daoist. May I inquire about your name? I am Feng Kuei, a solitary cultivator. Having heard of the mythology sect master's remarkable reputation recently, I came to pay my respects today. I hope you won't take offense, sect master Lin. The white-robed man bowed respectfully upon seeing Lin Cha. Not at all. Fellow Daoist Feng's willingness to visit is deeply appreciated. Why not join me in the main hall for a chat? I have some fine tea you might enjoy. My pleasure. Lead the way. As they spoke, the two entered the mountain gates together and headed toward the main hall. Before departing, Lin Cha tossed a bottle of Huanya Dan to Long Mingze. Once Lin Cha led Feng Kuei through the mountain gate, he learned most of Feng Kuei's background. Name, Feng Kuei. Age, 26. Cultivation level, Qi cultivation stage 7. Talents, sword intent affinity purple, gentle and refined blue, stillness of mind purple. Talent, 70. Comprehension, 79. Loyalty, 50. Affinity for sword intent purple, easier to grasp sword intent +5 aptitude and +8 insight when cultivating sword arts. Refined demeanor blue, possesses a gentle disposition, making words more persuasive. Stillness of mind purple, resilient against mental fluctuations, reduces the probability of inner demons appearing by 10%. It must be said that Feng Kuei excelled in every aspect. As a late foundation establishment sword cultivator, he could offer Gu Chang'e valuable guidance. Lin Cha herself knew next to nothing about swordsmanship and felt at a loss regarding Gu Chang'e's innate talent. Now that a skilled swordsman had arrived, Lin Cha naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Though Feng Kuei naturally harbored goodwill toward the mythical realm due to the pull of the Wandering Order, Lin Cha still needed to personally make the invitation when the time came. Before they entered the main hall, he sent a telepathic message to Chu Mingyao, instructing her to summon Gu Chang'e to the hall. He then stepped through the main entrance and began chatting with Feng Kuei. 10 minutes later, a voice echoed from outside. Master. Lin Cha knew it was Gu Chang'e arriving and responded, "Come in." The instant Gu Chang'e stepped inside, Lin Cha noticed Feng Kuei's mood had visibly shifted. Lin Cha understood that keeping Feng Kuei here was now a certainty. After exchanging a few brief words with Gu Chang'e, he dismissed the bewildered young man. My apologies, fellow cultivator. I just had a brief chat with my disciple. Lin Cha turned to Feng Kuei with an apologetic expression. Feng Kuei was visibly agitated. What was that about? My eldest disciple shows some talent in the sword path. Unfortunately, I'm not particularly proficient in sword techniques myself, which is why his sword intent has only just reached a rudimentary level. Lin Cha sighed. I wonder when our sect will have a sword cultivator who can properly guide him, so he doesn't stray down the wrong path. After speaking, Lin Cha stole another glance at Feng Kuei. Feng Kuei's face showed a hint of conflict, but then his expression hardened as he looked at Lin Cha with determination. Sect Master Lin, I believe this disciple will achieve great things in the way of the sword in the future. Would you be willing to let me join the Myth sect and entrust this disciple to my care for a time? Lin Cha, inwardly delighted, looked at Feng Kuei with a hint of surprise. Could it be that you, fellow Daoist Feng, are that sword cultivator who abhors evil? Indeed. I am most pleased that fellow Daoist Feng wishes to join our modest mythology sect. In that case, why not begin tomorrow? Fellow Daoist Feng may then guide my wayward disciple. Why wait until tomorrow? We can begin today. I shan't linger in idle chat, sect master. I shall go find that disciple. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has successfully recruited the Foundation Establishment cultivator Feng Kuei. Watching Lin Cha hurry away, he couldn't help but chuckle. He then stood up, intercepted Feng Kuei, and after gathering all his disciples, announced the addition of Feng Kuei as the mythology sect's first elder, emphasizing his identity as a sword cultivator. True to form, Gu Changda and the others immediately swarmed Feng Kuei. Unaware of his impending fate, Feng Kuei was currently delighted at the prospect of cultivating so many sword cultivators. Feng Kuei's arrival meant the mythology sect disciples could now learn more systematic sword cultivation techniques. It also signaled that Foundation Establishment cultivators would soon be teaching within the sect. As for the sect master, Lin Cha knew nothing of cultivation techniques. He was nothing more than a brute. After settling Feng Kuei in, Lin Cha sought out Chu Mingyao and instructed her to notify the citizens of Xianfeng County that the second ascension ceremony would commence in 2 days. After all, holding the second ascension ceremony 1 month later as originally planned would conflict with the human versus demon event. With matters settled, Lin Cha vanished from the spot, setting off to seek out another Foundation Establishment cultivator. Bright Moon Town. Father, when are we going to find Mother? A charmingly delicate young boy walked down the street, one hand holding a windmill, the other clasping the wrist of a frail-looking man. The man wore a slightly dirty and disheveled Taoist robe, topped with a cap. When the man didn't answer, the boy turned his gaze to the sugar figurines on the street. Daddy, Ping'an wants that sugar figurine. Can you buy me one? The man reached into his pocket, rummaged around, then crouched down to look at the boy. Ping'an, my dear, how about tomorrow? Father will buy you one then. Just as the boy was about to nod, he suddenly noticed a strikingly handsome young gentleman standing beside them, smiling warmly at the pair. My friend, I have a favor to ask. Here are 10 taels of silver as payment. Would you be willing to answer my question? Chapter 32, The Alchemist. The dashing young gentleman was none other than Lin Cha, who had journeyed here through wind and dust. The man with the child before him was undoubtedly the person he sought. Only mid-foundation establishment? Are the cultivators recruited by this wandering order really this random in cultivation level? Though he thought this inwardly, Lin Cha remained overjoyed. After all, 2 more Foundation Establishment cultivators meant he could soon become a hands-off manager, freeing the sect from relying solely on his relentless efforts. It must be said, Lin Cha was getting a bit carried away. After the Wandering Order had just yielded a late Foundation Establishment cultivator, he was now actually complaining about a mid-stage one. Young master, I don't believe we've met before? Therefore, I'm afraid we have nothing to discuss. Lin Cha said nothing in response. Instead, he pulled out a tael of silver and walked over to the sugar figurine vendor nearby. Sir, may I use this tael of silver to purchase a few of your sugar sculptures? The candy vendor was a gray-haired old man who had noticed the young gentleman standing nearby from the start. He hadn't expected the young master to actually come over to buy something. If I take this tael, I might just be able to cover my grandson's tuition fees. A faint smile touched the old man's lips at the thought of his grandson. He then spent a quarter of an hour crafting 2 exquisitely detailed sugar figurines for Lin Cha. Lin Cha, satisfied with the transaction, also smiled. He crouched down, placed one of the sugar figures before the little boy, and asked gently, "Little one, would you like this?" The boy pursed his lips, his gaze never leaving the sugar figurine in Lin Cha's hand. He didn't even notice the glistening drool forming at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the boy's interest, Lin Cha extended the figurine. Since we met right here in front of this candy, it must mean we're meant to be. How about I give it to you as a gift? Hearing it was free, the boy glanced at his father. Seeing no objection, he swiftly snatched the candy figure into his hands and said in a babyish voice, "Thank you, uncle. You're such a kind person. Oh, and uncle, my name is Zhang Junbao, not little guy. Lin Cha, now labeled a good person and addressed as uncle, felt a pang of disappointment. But determined not to let his efforts go to waste, he maintained his smile and asked, would little Junbao like to have endless sugar sculptures to eat every day? Live in a super beautiful big house? And have lots of big brothers and sisters to play with? Hearing this, Zhang Junbao, who had been intently devouring his sugar figurines, suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Lin Cha with eager anticipation. The man, who had been smiling as he watched his son interact with Lin Cha, suddenly turned grim. You sly fox. You're actually setting your sights on a child. At that moment, Zhang Junbao was undeniably conflicted. Deep down, he desperately wanted the life Lin Cha described, someone to play with him, traveling far and wide with daddy. He often saw groups of children his age laughing and playing together, enjoying all sorts of delicious treats and fun toys. Seeing the stir in Zhang Junbao's heart, Lin Cha pressed her advantage. Little Junbao, why not let your father have a chat with your brother? Who knows? After they talk, maybe you'll have someone to play with every single day. Zhang Junbao fell into hesitation, forgetting to continue licking the candy figure he'd been holding. Uncle, are you really serious? Zhang Junbao asked earnestly. Lin Cha nodded earnestly. After all, he genuinely intended to lure the boy's father into his sect to work as a laborer. The next moment, Zhang Junbao grabbed the man's hand and shook it gently. The man sighed deeply. Perhaps this is fate's arrangement. Never mind, father. Let's go. After saying this, he returned the sugar figurine to Lin Cha. Rather than put his father in a difficult position, he'd rather give up something himself. Yet even after doing so, Zhang Junbao's eyes still drifted back to the sugar figurine. He turned his head away, refusing to look at the sugar figurine anymore. He tugged at his father's sleeve, trying to lead him away, but found he couldn't seem to pull his father along. When he looked up at his father, he saw tears streaming down the man's face. Daddy, don't cry. Junbao won't eat sugar figures anymore. The man ruffled Zhang Junbao's hair before turning to Lin Cha. Perhaps you were right all along. All these years, I've been punishing myself, yet I forgot how Junbao felt. Lin Cha looked utterly bewildered. He had no idea what his own thoughts were. He understood the man before him seemed to have misunderstood something, but that didn't stop him from continuing to placate him. Why be so hard on yourself, fellow Taoist? It's never too late to make amends now. A faint smile forced itself onto the man's face as he looked at the boy. Junbao, we won't be moving anymore. Perhaps we'll have a new home from now on. Zhang Junbao looked puzzled. The man then bowed respectfully toward Lin Cha. I am Zhang Wuming, an independent cultivator. Today I seek a peaceful place from you, fellow cultivator. Lin Cha's heart leapt with joy. She hastened to reply, certainly, fellow Taoist Zhang. Our mythic sect is an orthodox lineage and warmly welcomes your joining us. Congratulations. Player Lin Cha has successfully recruited Zhang Wuming and Zhang Junbao. 2. Could there be an unexpected bonus? As Zhang Junbao stared blankly, Lin Cha mounted her sword while Zhang Wuming stepped onto it, carrying him away from Bright Moon Town. Watching himself soar higher and higher, Zhang Junbao felt even more bewildered. Having successfully tricked a foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator, Lin Cha was overjoyed. At the gates of the mythology sect, Lin Cha brought Zhang Wuming and Zhang Junbao back to the mythology sect together. The moment they entered the mountain gates, Lin Cha immediately checked the two men's profiles. Name, Zhang Junbao. Age, 7. Talents, perceiving the big picture from small details, purple foodie white. Potential, 78. Comprehension, 90. Loyalty, 78. Seeing the big picture in small details purple, when studying any scripture, more easily enters a state of sudden enlightenment and more readily creates new scriptures. Foodie white, reduces fullness by 20%, increases absorption of any spiritual food by 10%. Lin Cha was momentarily unsure whether to feel delighted or exasperated. What delighted her was that Zhang Junbao was a purple tier disciple, while what frustrated her was that he seemed to have been recruited through her own disciple recruitment order rather than being one of Zhang Wuming's default disciples. After reviewing Zhang Junbao's details, Lin Cha glanced at Zhang Wuming's information. Name, Zhang Wuming Zhang Feihu. Age, 63. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment Stage 5. Talents, Alchemy Master Purple, Unstable Foundation Black, Evergreen Body None. Talent, 90-65. Comprehension, 88. Loyalty, 80. Alchemy Master Purple, reduces pill refinement consumption by 20%, increases successful pill yield by 10%, and facilitates the development of new formulas. Unstable Foundation Black, cultivation speed reduced by 70%, realm breakthrough success rate reduced by 50%. Evergreen Constitution None, plus 100% cultivation speed for wood attribute techniques, plus 100% power for wood attribute spells, 80% mana cost for wood attribute spells. Lin Cha studied the two individuals' profiles, her brows furrowed in thought, her mind lost in contemplation. At this moment, Zhang Wuming remained unaware that all his information had been laid bare before Lin Cha. Fellow Taoist Lin, the spiritual energy here at the mythic sect is incredibly dense. Do you have a large spirit gathering formation? It must be said that once acclimated to his surroundings, Zhang Wuming truly lived up to his reputation as a chatterbox, constantly striking up conversations with Lin Cha along the way. Left with no choice, Lin Cha retrieved the alchemy inheritance tome from the library and handed it to Zhang Wuming. True to form, upon receiving the alchemy legacy, Zhang Wuming instantly immersed himself in its study, granting Lin Sha some much-needed peace and quiet. Chapter 33, Seeking Peace. While Zhang Wuming's chatter had finally quieted, the information he'd previously revealed sent a chill down Lin Sha's spine. Originally a wealthy young master from Changshan County, his family had accidentally acquired a treasure whose existence leaked out. This led to the Sun family, another powerful clan in Changshan County, exterminating the entire Zhang lineage. Zhang Wuming, having been out playing at the time, narrowly escaped the massacre. During his flight, he stumbled upon a hermit's cave dwelling and embarked on the path of cultivation. After 40 years of arduous training, he reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Intending to seek vengeance, he encountered a sect elder sent to retrieve Blood Dan from the Sun family. In the ensuing battle, his cultivation foundation was severely damaged. Upon hearing Zhang Wuming's story, Lin Sha immediately zeroed in on the term blood pills. According to Zhang, these pills were produced by immortal sects that kept mortal martial artists captive. Once a martial artist reached the Grandmaster level, they were cruelly refined into blood pills for consumption, thereby boosting the cultivator's power. According to Zhang Wuming, though these blood pills were forged from mortal martial artists, their abundant vital energy granted the pills certain life-prolonging properties while also aiding cultivation. Originally, blood pill refinement was strictly forbidden in the imperial dynasty. However, 500 years ago, the human emperors suddenly vanished without a trace. From that point onward, the central government's control over the regions weakened. It was then that certain factions began refining blood pills. By now, blood pill refinement had become a secret practice among all sects. Meanwhile, Xianyu province comprised 73 counties, each guarded by a golden core cultivator. However, as Zhang Wuming had mentioned, these cultivators typically remained within their sects and rarely ventured out. This news eased Lin Sha's concerns. With 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators and 1 mid-stage cultivator now within the mythology sect, they possess sufficient strength to establish a foothold in this region. Celestial Court Channel. Thanks to Lord Lin Sha's heavenly court, I finally took down that late Qi cultivation demon lurking near my sect today. Now I can resume recruiting disciples. No more worrying that recruiting help will get me targeted and stripped of everything. Senior Lin Sha is a level 2 sect master at Foundation Establishment 9th layer. Who in their right mind would dare act like a troublemaker now? Lin Sha couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the masses. In just 2 days, members within the Immortal Alliance had already begun to connect and assist one another. This was naturally a positive development. As long as it didn't harm his interests or those of the Celestial Court, Lin Sha didn't mind. However, his ability to earn spirit stones had also made many envious. Especially among the faction leaders who had already established immortal alliances. They had toiled tirelessly to develop their alliances, yet even now, they only had 1,000 members at most. Meanwhile, Lin Sha had effortlessly expanded his immortal alliance to over 10,000 members simply by breaking through to the Foundation Establishment cultivation level. Xiao Han of the Sky-Shattering Gang stared at the vivid red exclamation mark on his screen, nearly boiling with rage. I should have seen this coming. Besides this guy peddling Xian-grade cultivation techniques, who else could possibly become a second-tier sect so quickly? Though he cursed under his breath, the bitter truth was that his painstakingly built immortal alliance now paled in comparison to one founded just a day ago. Who wouldn't feel stung by that? But despite his frustration, he still wanted to contact Lin Sha. Now that a second-tier sect leader had spearheaded the creation of a new immortal alliance, who would possibly want to join a first-tier sect's alliance? As the first to establish a celestial alliance, Xiao Han possessed, unsurprisingly, keen foresight and decisive resolve. Had the cheat-level player Lin Sha not burst onto the scene, Xiao Han might genuinely have become the top player in Xianyao province. But there were no ifs in this world. I must contact Lord Lin Sha immediately. I must be the first to pledge allegiance. If I can't reach him myself, I'll find someone else to do it. Even if Xiao Han couldn't become the top player in Xianyao province, he would become the top player's #1 henchman. The number of people wanting to join the Celestial Court was still rising. The low-grade spirit stones in his possession were nearing the 100,000 mark, not counting the value he'd exchanged for spirit wood and spirit iron over the past few days. As Lin Sha continued recruiting members for the Celestial Court, one private message caught his attention. Treasure Tower's Bailey Pang, Big Shot Lin Sha, I'm from the Sky-Shattering Gang. Our leader got blocked by you. He wants to talk and hopes you'll unblock him. This is a gift from our boss to you. Treasure Tower's Bailey Pang sends you Blueprint, Beast Taming Academy Blue. After seeing the blueprint, Lin Sha immediately replied, Bro, what's your boss's name? I'll get in touch. The message had barely been sent when another popped up immediately. Treasure Tower Bailey Pang, Boss, our leader's name is Xiao Han, the head of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Mythic Sect Lin Sha, got it. It must be said that Lin Sha had blocked far too many people earlier. Even though some had died and vanished from the list, it still took him a while to find this Xiao Han from the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect in his blacklist and unblock him. The moment he was unblocked, before Lin Sha could even inform him, the other side sent a message first. Fo Ling Yueying Sect Xiao Han, Big Shot, you there? On the other end, seeing the red exclamation mark disappear from his chat window with Lin Cha, his face lit up with joy. He knew his apology had worked. Though he felt a twinge of regret over that blueprint, Xiaohan still considered it well worth it. To him, these were all investments, now ones that would return to him multiplied many times over in the future. Lin Cha of the Mythic Sect, I'm here. Your Immortal Alliance people said you were looking for me. What's on your mind? Lin Cha was puzzled. After all, blueprints like this were priceless, especially practical ones like those from the Beast Taming Academy that could boost immediate combat power. Surely he wasn't just here to ask her to unblock him from her blacklist and say hello? Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect Xiaohan, well, I offended a big shot recently and he blacklisted me. So I came specifically to apologize. Lin Cha scrolled through the chat history and realized this guy was the one who tried to freeload off his Xian tier cultivation technique back then. Lin Cha of the Mythology Sect, I remember now. You're the one who tried to sweet-talk me into giving you my Xian tier cultivation technique for free, right? Fine, if you won't get to the point, I'll just block you again. Xiaohan was instantly startled by Lin Cha's words. He had already sacrificed a blueprint for this. If he got blocked again, he might genuinely have a heart attack. Xiaohan of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect, big shot, I was wrong. I was just desperate back then, that's why I resorted to such a scheme. But this time, I really do have serious business with you. Mythic Sect's Finance Manager, business? Well then, let's hear it. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect Xiaohan, big shot, now that you've established the Celestial Court, you must be short on administrators. I was the first to found a Immortal Alliance and consider myself somewhat experienced in management. I'd like to volunteer my services. I wonder if your Immortal Alliance is in need of personnel. Lin Cha observed Xiaohan's self-recommendation. Though he'd previously considered freeloading off him, Xiaohan had already apologized with blueprints for that matter. Moreover, right after everyone entered this cultivation realm, Xiaohan had quickly adapted and started recruiting members in the regional channel. Before he even upgraded to a level 2 sect, his Immortal Alliance had already secured the top spot. Lin Cha couldn't help but admit the guy had some skill. Unfortunately, a sect founded by a mere 9th layer Qi cultivation master stood no chance against the overwhelming might of a tier 2 sect. Chapter 34, The Top Enforcer. Lin Cha is now arguably the top player among the millions in Xianyao State, so aligning with him is the right move. And this was precisely Xiaohan's inner thought: if he couldn't be number 1, then he'd be the top lieutenant to the number 1. In short, it meant clinging tightly to Lin Cha's coattails. Lin Cha of the Mythic Sect, a family like yours, brother, is precisely what our celestial court needs. Reading this, Xiaohan's heart leapt with joy. Lin Cha of the Mythic Sect, but I have one condition. If you're willing to become an affiliated sect of our Mythic Sect, I can grant you not only administrative rights within the celestial court, but also access to Mythic Sect resources. A subordinate sect, this was a privilege reserved for second-tier sects. Does the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect wish to become an affiliate of the Mythic Sect? Affiliate, the sect ceases to be independent, its territory falling under Mythic Sect jurisdiction. Internal autonomy is retained, but 10% of resources must be contributed annually. Xiaohan fell silent, but now that the arrow was on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. After a mere 3 seconds of deliberation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to sell himself to the Mythic Sect. After all, others would kill for the chance to truly serve as its lapdog. Xiaohan of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect, alright, boss, I agree. Xiaohan resolved to stake everything on Lin Cha, gambling on the glory of riding the dragon's coattails. Seeing Xiaohan's consent to become an affiliate, Lin Cha wasted no words. She immediately pulled him into the Heavenly Court and granted him a management position. Aside from prohibiting him from expelling members, she gave Xiaohan free rein to manage everything else. Xiaohan's interests were now completely intertwined with hers. Should he attempt any underhanded schemes, Lin Cha, who now controlled his sect's position, could be at his doorstep in mere moments. Squash him with a single blow. Upon entering the Celestial Court, Xiaohan immediately issued an announcement within his Immortal Alliance. He had joined the Celestial Court and become part of its management. Therefore, he decided to disband the Sky-Shattering Gang and integrate its members into the Celestial Court. Mythology Sect. 2 days had passed since Xiaohan joined the Celestial Court. With Xiaohan's addition, the Celestial Court's operations had finally settled into a stable rhythm. Senior Brother Wang, I wish to challenge you. Long Mingza intercepted Wang Erdu, who had just finished morning practice, his expression solemn. Numerous disciples who had been preparing to return to sense spiritual energy all paused their cultivation and gathered around. Long Mingza is challenging Brother Wang again. He hasn't even mastered Qi cultivation yet, just sensed a trace of spiritual energy, and he insists on challenging Brother Wang, who's already at mid-stage Qi cultivation. Rumor has it he was defeated by Brother Wang before entering the mountain gates, so he's been bitter ever since. What's there to resent? Isn't it perfectly normal for martial artists to lose to cultivators? Junior Brother Long, I accept your challenge. Wang Erdo looked utterly serious. Chu Mingyao and Mu Wei stood at a distance, observing everything unfold before them. Junior sister Mu, ever since Brother Long joined our mythic sect, the entire sect has become much livelier than before. After a period of intense cultivation, Mu Wei's cultivation had now broken through to the second layer of Qi cultivation. It has become livelier indeed. Long Mingzi certainly possesses commendable courage, at least he's the only one among our disciples who dared to challenge you. Now the sect master has recruited a martial arts fanatic. I can't even imagine what will happen to the entire mythology sect once Brother Dragon becomes a true cultivator. Ever since Long Mingzi joined the mythology sect, he sought out Gu Changda on his very first day only to be defeated in a single move. The next day, he challenged Chu Mingyao and was defeated again in a single move. Today, he sought out Wang Erdu. As Chu Mingyao and Mu Wei were talking, the outcome was already decided. Wang Erdu, a fifth-layer Qi cultivation practitioner, once again defeated Long Mingzi with a single move. Seeing Long Mingzi lose again in a single move, the crowd prepared to disperse and continue sensing spiritual energy. But just as he was about to leave, Long Mingzi's expression suddenly changed. He immediately sat cross-legged on the spot and began to gather his energy. The two spectators who had been watching the spectacle also appeared beside Long Mingzi. Is Long Mingzi about to break through to Qi cultivation stage 1? Senior sister Mu Wei and senior brother Zhou Jie surpassing us is understandable. After all, their talents are superior. But why is Long Mingzi, who joined the sect so much later than us, also about to break through to the first layer of Qi cultivation so quickly? Why else? He's just more gifted. He might even be more talented than Brother Zhou. As the discussions raged on, spiritual energy surged toward Long Mingzi from all around him. Within moments, he opened his eyes. Congratulations, Brother Long, on officially embarking on the path to immortality. Wang Erdu was the first to offer congratulations upon seeing Long Mingzi awaken. Noticing the new cultivators who had entered the Qi cultivation stage within the sect, Lin Cha teleported from the main hall to Long Mingzi's side. Following custom, she presented him with some spirit stones and a bottle of yellow bud pills. With the opening of the second ascension hall, all eligible individuals from Xianfeng County gathered before the gates of the mythic sect. Unfortunately, among the entire crowd of over 5,000, Lin Cha discovered only 6 possessing cultivation aptitude, not a single one of blue-grade quality. After some inquiries, she learned that the Wang family immortal had already assessed the spiritual roots of nearly all eligible individuals in Xianfeng County on the very first day of their arrival. This news left Lin Cha, who had hoped to recruit many disciples, deeply disappointed. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Cha stepped out of the main hall and made his way to several locations he had scouted the previous day. Consume 100 low-grade spirit wood and 100 spirit stones to construct a fish pond purple. With abundant resources now at his disposal, Lin Cha clicked to build immediately. Upon completion, he promptly upgraded the pond to level 3. Fish Pond Purple. Level 1 effect, spiritual fish fry growth rate plus 20%, semi-spiritual fish have a chance to evolve into spiritual fish. Level 2 effect, produces 5 drops of water dew daily. Increases semi-spirit fish evolution probability and growth rate by 30%. Level 3 effect, extremely low chance to trigger advanced mutation in spirit fish. Level 4 construction, 5,000 low-grade spirit wood, 5,000 low-grade spirit stone, 50 mid-grade spirit stone, 100 mid-grade spirit wood, and 1 flask of either Foundation Establishment Stage Ice Attribute Demon Beast Essence Blood or Foundation Establishment Stage Fire Attribute Demon Beast Essence Blood. Level 4 effect, Koi transformation into dragon. Depending on the attribute of the essence blood used, Koi-type spirit fish have an extremely low chance to mutate into either a young frost dragon or a young fire cloud dragon. Upon maturity, they become Tier 3 demon beasts. Ha! This fourth one is that powerful? Lin Cha stared at the text popping up on the interface, her eyes widening in surprise. Koi transformation into dragon. Spirit fish of the carp family have an extremely low chance of mutating into a dragonling. Though the probability is minuscule, it still counts as a chance, right? Moreover, this dragon was a third-tier demon beast. A third-tier demon beast meant that once fully grown, it would possess at least the power of a golden core cultivator. But why did the spirit fish mutate into a dragon cub? According to Lin Cha's previous discussions with Zhang Wuming and the others, cultivators could only contract a demon beast during its juvenile stage when its soul was weak. Once it matures, unless the cultivator's divine soul is several times stronger than the beast's, binding it becomes impossible. But possessing a soul several times stronger than the beast's implies power far surpassing it. Under such circumstances, what use would binding such a beast serve? Unfortunately, he currently possessed no demon beast essence blood from Foundation Establishment cultivators. He could only wait until the human-demon conflict erupted to see if he could acquire some then. Chapter 35, Sect Architecture. Lin Cha pulled out the blueprints one by one. Consume 10 low-grade spirit wood, 10 low-grade spirit iron, 100 low-grade spirit stones to construct cultivator's cottage blue. With a wave of his hand, a simple, unadorned structure appeared within the mythic sect. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary wooden hut. But stepping inside revealed a hidden world within 4 floors in total, each with its own separate rooms and cultivation chambers. Lin Cha then consumed another batch of spirit wood and spirit iron to upgrade the cultivator's cottage directly to level 3. Cultivator's Cottage Blue. Level 3 effects, cultivation speed plus 5%, healing speed plus 1%. Note, each cottage accommodates up to 4 occupants. One blueprint allows construction of 10 cottages. Seeing that 10 could be built, Lin Cha immediately retrieved another batch of materials. She arranged the remaining 9 huts in a row alongside the first one and upgraded them all to level 3. Lin Cha then retrieved the cultivation cave blueprint from the back mountain and decisively chose to use it. As the blueprint vanished, a cave-like entrance materialized in its place. A light barrier shrouded the entrance, obscuring the interior. Driven by curiosity, Lin Cha stepped inside. It must be said, the interior of the cultivation cave residence was remarkably spacious. Beyond the basic cultivation chambers and living quarters, it included a pill refinement room, a storage room, a talisman-making room, and even a small courtyard with a patch of spirit-cultivating fields. After inspecting the cave dwelling, Lin Cha immediately decided to designate it as the sect master's residence. After all, as the head of a sect, he couldn't very well sleep in the main hall every night. After leaving the cave, he used the blueprints for the library at its original site. He then spent some resources to directly upgrade the library to level 2. Library Purple. Level 2 effect, can deduce 1 yellow grade secret manual per month and 1 mystic grade secret manual per year. Lin Cha had contemplated this function of the library for quite some time. It was an invaluable asset for deepening the sect's foundations. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the means to upgrade it to level 3. The prerequisite for upgrading the library to level 3 is possessing 100 volumes of cultivation texts within it, specifically cultivation manuals, not just any random books. This requirement also dashed Lin Cha's hopes of further upgrading the library. As for the remaining structures, Lin Cha constructed them all and upgraded each to level 3. After all, he was now rolling in cash. After successfully completing all the structures, Lin Cha summoned Zhang Wuming and Feng Kuwei to the main hall. Lin Cha then produced a mid-grade Xian-tier alchemy furnace and handed it to Zhang Wuming, formally appointing him as the head of the alchemy hall. He also gave Zhang Wuming 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as startup funds for the alchemy hall. This immediately prompted Zhang Wuming to pledge his utmost loyalty, for with 10,000 spirit stones, the possibilities were endless. Perhaps he could transform the mythic sect into a sacred land of alchemy? Zhang Wuming had always aspired to promote orthodox alchemy. Lin Cha handed the alchemy hall over to Zhang Wuming outright, trusting the expertise of a professional. Lin Cha then turned his gaze to Feng Kuwei. The moment Feng Kuwei met Lin Cha's eyes, his expression darkened. Unlike Zhang Wuming, Feng Kuwei harbored no grand ambitions. His sole focus was on sword cultivation. Noticing Feng Kuwei's expression, Lin Cha immediately switched to persuasion mode. First, he produced 10,000 spirit stones and pressed them into Feng Kuwei's hands. After a few words, the straightforward Feng Kuwei immediately declared, "It seems I misunderstood the sect master. From now on, if you need anything, just ask this old man for help." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it upon catching the faint smile playing at Lin Cha's lips. Lin Cha's eyes sparkled even brighter. "You said it yourself, fellow Taoist Feng. I didn't ask for it." Lin Cha then proceeded to explain his vision. "Fellow Taoist Feng, I wish to establish an enforcement hall to solidify the sect's order, regulate subordinate factions, and collect taxes. However, I lack such experience. I hope you will assist me. Additionally, I have decided to establish a sword peak within the mythic sect, with you as its peak master. You'll be able to recruit disciples. That way, fellow Taoist Feng, you'll effectively be founding your own sect and lineage, and you'll have your own disciples to carry on your teachings, right?" Lin Cha trusted his eyes. Feng Kuwei absolutely could not be a lone cultivator. He most likely came from some large sect, as lone cultivators rarely manage to cultivate a late foundation establishment sword cultivator. A look of conflict flashed across Feng Kuwei's face. He had assumed the sect master was merely granting him a stipend for the coming period, never expecting this request. Lin Cha couldn't care less about such niceties. He pressed on, "Since you've agreed, Feng, starting today you'll serve as the chief of the enforcement hall for our mythic sect. You'll also become the inaugural peak master of Sword Peak. You can choose whatever title you like." Feng Kuwei. To prevent delays, Lin Cha immediately summoned all disciples and publicly announced Zhang Wuming's appointment as head of the alchemy hall, alongside Feng Kuwei's roles as head of the law enforcement hall and peak master of Sword Peak. Gradually dividing the entire sect into various halls and peaks was Lin Cha's next plan. While the current small number of disciples was manageable, once the ranks swelled, everyone would have their own areas of study. They couldn't all be crammed together indefinitely. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Cha delegated key responsibilities to Zhang Wuming and Feng Kuwei. He entrusted the sect's development to them with complete confidence. As the sect leader, his role was simply to delegate. After all, subordinates only needed to execute tasks, while he, as the leader, had broader considerations. With only about 12 days left until the human-demon conflict event, he had no immediate plans to open his traveler's gift pack. Instead, he intended to save all his gift packs and open them all at once the day before the event began. Prior to this, he had received a second-tier fate token. Had Lin Cha been searching through blueprints today, he likely would have forgotten about it entirely. After handling all matters, Lin Cha crushed the second-tier Fate token. Soon, a blue light appeared on Lin Cha's minimap. Lin Cha's expression turned slightly peculiar. The direction it pointed to was indeed within the Lion-Camel Ridge area, though the light's location wasn't in the core region. Following the green light, Lin Cha spent nearly an hour reaching its destination. The location indicated by the green opportunity was a river. Clearly, something valuable lay within the water. Lin Cha examined the area carefully and spotted some dark-colored clothing and broken bones along the riverbank. In the middle of the river, a lotus flower caught Lin Cha's attention. She could distinctly sense that one of the lotus pods contained seeds brimming with vibrant spiritual energy. It was evident that this lotus pod would fully mature in just a few moments. Just as Lin Cha probed with her divine sense, the previously tranquil river began to rumble. The sound grew louder and louder, as if something was about to burst forth. Lin Cha immediately looked toward the river's surface with caution. A massive triangular serpent head emerged from the water, radiating an intense aura of demonic energy. Its vertical pupils fixed on Lin Cha, cold and utterly devoid of emotion. Foundation Establishment Stage 4. Not overly powerful. I can handle it. Just as Lin Cha assessed the black serpent's strength, it suddenly spoke in a human voice. Human cultivator, why have you trespassed onto Lion-Camel Ridge's territory? Do you humans intend to break the pact? Chapter 36, Slaying the Black Serpent, Establishing the Demon Sealing Tower. Agreement? What does the pact you made with those creatures have to do with me? Lin Cha couldn't be bothered with small talk. He immediately cast a sword incantation, summoning the Thunderclap sword to strike down the serpent demon and seize its treasure. Now, on Lion-Camel Ridge's territory, if the demons here reacted to the situation, escape would likely be impossible. You're a human cultivator at the peak of Foundation Establishment? The instant the Thunderclap sword left its scabbard, the snake demon sensed Lin Cha's cultivation level. The entire serpent was seized by terror. Any previous intent to kill Lin Cha vanished instantly. Now, all it could think about was fleeing. Watching the snake demon's frantic retreat, Lin Cha merely extended a finger. Go! The thunderbolt sword instantly accelerated toward the serpent demon. Sensing the fierce sword intent closing in, the creature wailed pitifully, "Spare me, master. I only occasionally snatched lost mortals. By our two races agreement, I never stepped beyond the river's edge." Before the words faded, the thunderclap sword had already cleaved it clean in two. Player Lin Cha has slain the Lion-Camel Ridge snake demon. Handle the aftermath with caution, or it will increase Lion-Camel Ridge's hostility. Lin Cha suddenly realized this outcome differed from her previous kill of the Qinglan sect member. This time, it might actually increase Lion-Camel Ridge's hostility. Could it be that the previous increase in hostility was due to someone having prior knowledge? But now, since I killed the serpent demon without any witnesses, as long as I handle the aftermath properly, this could be a flawless murder? Excited by this revelation, Lin Cha immediately wanted to find another demon beast to test his theory. However, considering the commotion he'd already caused, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Lin Cha stowed the snake demon's corpse in his backpack, then carefully gathered the 12 lotus seeds, storing them away to determine their purpose upon returning. He had considered transplanting the lotus flower too, but sadly, once the seeds were taken, the flower withered completely. Seeing this, Lin Cha wasted no time and quickly withdrew from the territory of Lion-Camel Ridge. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Cha sought out Zhang Wuming and produced a lotus seed. "Senior Zhang, I discovered this lotus seed while slaying a serpent demon. Could you determine if it can be refined into a pill?" Zhang Wuming picked up the seed, examined it carefully, then looked at Lin Cha with excitement. "Sect leader, this is a seed from the Clear Mind Lotus. Combined with a second-grade spirit-transforming herb, a second-grade mystic heart fruit, and a first-grade purple young fruit, it can be refined into a second-grade pill, the Clear Mind Pill. The Clear Mind Pill protects the heart meridian during Foundation Establishment breakthroughs, increasing the success rate and reducing bodily damage upon failure." "Master, you're incredibly fortunate. Most Qingxin lotus plants have been claimed by major sects now, and wild ones are practically extinct. It's a pity I don't know how to cultivate them, otherwise, our sect would have a major source of income in the future." Lin Cha retrieved all the remaining lotus seeds and handed over the entire stockpile of various medicinal herbs to Zhang Wuming in one go. As Zhang stared blankly, she added, "Then I'll leave the refinement of the Clear Mind Lotus to you, Elder Zhang. Also, please take a look at these herbs to see if any can be refined into pills." Indeed, having an alchemist in the sect was a blessing. These hoarded herbs instantly found purpose. Zhang Wuming naturally took on the alchemy task with overwhelming delight. Even as Lin Cha left the alchemy chamber, Zhang Wuming lingered at the doorway, watching her receding figure until she vanished from sight. After successfully collecting 3 demon bones from beings at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation or higher, Lin Cha arrived at the back mountain. She opened the blueprint and retrieved the required materials. Moments later, a 9-tier demon suppression tower materialized amidst the rear mountains. However, Lin Cha had only activated the first layer for now. Demon Suppression Tower Purple. First tier effect, can refine demonic beasts at the Qi cultivation stage, transforming them into demon essence pills. Consuming these pills increases cultivation level. Second tier effect unactivated. Tier 2 resources: low-grade spirit wood 10,000, low-grade spirit iron 10,000, low-grade spirit stone 10,000, foundation establishment 9th tier demonic beasts 5. Xianya Province. Haoran Sword Sect. In the sword burial grounds, untouched for a millennium, an old man clad in grey robes suddenly opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he murmured, "At last, that tower has been opened again." Who could it be? A lonely look filled his eyes as he murmured softly, 2,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Who knows how many more have gone by now? Old comrades, when will I finally be able to find you? Moments later, a voice echoed through the sword burial ground. A middle-aged man clad in dark robes bowed respectfully toward the elder. Sword ancestor, 500 years have passed once more. The demonic tribes have begun stirring restlessly again. Should our Haoran sword sect dispatch disciples to descend the mountain and eliminate demons to uphold the way? The old man remained silent, as if he hadn't heard the question. Seeing this, the middle-aged man stood respectfully to the side. After a moment, a voice trembling slightly came from the old man. The Haoran sword sect shall seal the mountain for 5 years. Within this period, no disciple of the Haoran sword sect is permitted to leave. The middle-aged man's expression shifted repeatedly, as if he wanted to say something. Finally, he merely bowed his hands and replied, "This junior understands. As the current leader of the Haoran sword sect, there are certain matters you ought to understand." The middle-aged man sighed before replying, "This junior obeys your command." He then turned and departed. The grey-robed elder bowed his head. The immortal sword beneath him, now covered in dust, had its spirit obscured, appearing no different from an ordinary blade. Gazing into the distance, the surroundings were densely strewn with all manner of broken weapons. Only the sword beneath the grey-robed elder retained its complete form. "It seems the time has come again." A voice filled with profound sorrow suddenly echoed through the endless darkness. With the operation of the celestial array, the concentration of spiritual energy within the mythology sect has now increased by as much as 5-fold compared to its initial state. This has allowed many disciples to make significant progress in their cultivation. Especially Gu Chang'e, whose cultivation now stood but a single step away from breaking through to foundation establishment. She spent most of her time following Feng Kuei, listening intently to his teachings. Xu Mingyao and Mu Wei were now inseparable, like the closest of girlfriends. As for Wang Erdu, though he had reached the mid-stage of qi cultivation, he continued his relentless training from dawn till dusk as always. The only change was that he had become close friends with Long Mingze. Still, the two engaged in a daily sparring session, which had become a regular feature of mythology sect life. Perhaps due to Zhang Juanbao's childlike nature, he constantly pestered Long Mingze to recount tales from his adventures in the martial world. Long Mingze, inexplicably tolerant of the youngster, would set aside half an hour each day besides cultivation and sparring to tell Zhang Junbao stories. Among the other disciples, only Zhou Jie possessed blue-grade talent, now striving to break through to the second layer of qi cultivation. As for the rest, they still had a long, arduous path ahead before they could become cultivators. Fortunately, Zhang Wuming had already made arrangements for this. He had grown accustomed to his role as head of the alchemy hall and had begun crafting targeted elixirs based on each disciple's needs. His only frustration was that not a single disciple in the entire sect showed even a hint of alchemical talent. Standing atop the highest peak of the mythology sect, Lin Cha surveyed the orderly and well-organized sect, a surge of heroic ambition welling up within her heart. Just as Lin Cha's spirit soared, a red dot appeared in his private messages. He tapped to open it. Xiao Han of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect, big shot, troubles brewing in the Heavenly Court. Check the Heavenly Court group chat immediately. Chapter 37, Heavenly Court Upheaval, Killing to Establish Authority. Lin Chai opened the Heavenly Court group chat. In less than 10 minutes, the chat had already accumulated over 100 messages. Patiently scrolling through the messages, he finally grasped the full extent of the situation. Instantly, Lin Cha's expression darkened. ZUS Sect's Zhou Shu, help! Is there anyone here? I'm dying. I'm being hunted down by this guy named Su Haochen from the White Lotus sect who took a quest earlier. He wants to kill me for my treasures. I probably won't make it home. I just want to go home. I really miss my mom's dinner. Soon, the player icon for Purple Moon Sect's Zhou Shu turned completely black. No way, someone actually dared to attack him? Isn't this just provoking the big shot Lin Cha right to his face? This guy must be out of his mind. How dare a Qi Cultivation 9th layer player provoke Foundation Establishment 9th layer Lin Cha? I bet Zhou Shu got something really powerful. Otherwise, this Su Haochen wouldn't have pulled this stunt. I'm dying to see how Lord Lin Cha handles this malicious incident. If he doesn't eliminate Su Haochen, Lord Lin Cha might get his ass kicked this time. After reviewing all the information, Lin Cha realized this was a major crisis. If handled poorly, the Heavenly Court, though unlikely to collapse, would suffer an instant collapse in credibility. Xiao Han of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect, my apologies, Lord. This is my fault. I was negligent. Lin Cha didn't blame Xiao Han. He knew it wasn't his fault. In just a few short days, Xiao Han had already managed to establish a rudimentary form of the Heavenly Court, which was quite impressive. It was only natural that among over 10,000 people, a few opportunists would try to take advantage of the impending human-demon conflict event to muddy the waters. Lin Cha, I'll handle this matter. We'll use this traitor's head to establish Heavenly Court's authority. Afterward, you must swiftly implement the entire operational system across Heavenly Court. Lin Cha then closed the private message and opened the Heavenly Court group chat. Alliance Leader Lin Cha, I now have a clear understanding of the entire incident. I guarantee that within 2 days, I will provide everyone with a resolution. He was preparing to make an example of someone sacrificing Su Haochen to intimidate the rest of the restless crowd. This was a challenge for the entire Heavenly Court. Success would deepen players' trust in the Heavenly Court, and Lin Cha's words would carry greater weight. Regional Channel. Mythic Sect Lin Cha, I offer 5,000 low-grade spirit stones and 5 drops of water dew elixir as a bounty for information on Su Haochen of the White Lotus Sect. Those with leads may send me a private message. Upon verification, I will transfer all items via trade to the informant. Lin Cha then posted the basic information about water dew essence. A big shot just appeared in the channel. What a mighty and generous figure. Others rage for a beauty, but today a big shot rages for a blue-haired beauty. Hasn't anyone noticed the bounty? 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. How much spirit iron would I have to mine to get that many? 5,000 low-grade spirit stones? That's nothing. Look at those 5 drops of water dew behind it. That stuff directly boosts cultivation. Now that's truly impressive. No wonder the big shot's disciples advance so fast. Lin Cha then posted the news on the Celestial Court and the Cultivators Mutual Aid Forum. Instantly, many lurkers surfaced, and the news flooded the screens. 5,000 spirit stones. Few could afford such a sum at this stage, let alone the water dew, which was unattainable even with spirit stones. For many sect masters eager to help their disciples break through, this was an enormous temptation. Driven by the allure of these resources, Lin Cha soon received her first private message. Xin Wenya of Incense Burning Valley, Big Shot Lin Cha, is this all true? If I provide information on Su Haochen, you'll give me 5,000 low-grade spirit stones and 5 drops of water dew essence? Lin Cha of Mythic Sect, of course it's true. As the foremost figure in Xianyao Province and the alliance leader of the Celestial Court, my word is my bond. However, I am specifically seeking Su Haochen of the White Lotus Sect, not any other Su Haochen. Fengxiang Valley Xin Wenya, rest assured, boss. I absolutely won't mistake him. The person I know is definitely Su Haochen of the White Lotus Sect. Seeing the other party's resolute tone, Lin Cha began to believe. Then may I ask, how do you know him? Fengxiang Valley Xin Wenya, he's my neighbor. We live very close. I've delivered resources to him before, so I know where his sect is located. Boss, trust me, I wouldn't lie to you. He's been constantly snatching my resources, leaving me no chance to develop. Mythic Sect Lin Cha, don't worry. I'm coming to rescue you right now. Just share his location with me. Fengxiang Valley Xin Wenya, alright, boss. Thanks. Player Incense Valley Xin Wenya has sent you a location share. Lin Cha's expression brightened upon seeing the location. It was truly a case of searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. Su Haochen probably never imagined he'd fall victim to his own lust. Thinking of this, Lin Cha silently resolved to keep his distance from women henceforth, otherwise, he might one day suffer the same fate. Xin Wenya's shared location wasn't in Lin Cha's own county, but in Changshan County. Once she pinpointed the coordinates, Lin Cha wasted no time, immediately summoning her sword and soaring toward the coordinates. Resolving this trouble sooner meant returning sooner. However, just as he flew out the mountain gate, Lin Cha paused. To guard against unexpected incidents, he turned back and dragged Feng Kuei along with him to Changshan County. Changshan County, White Lotus Sect. A corpulent man was currently lurking in the chat channel, muttering curses under his breath. I risked killing my own teammates just to snag 500 low-grade spirit stones and a top-tier yellow-grade magical artifact. Now a single piece of intel is worth 5,000 low-grade spirit stones and 5 drops of water dew essence? What the hell is wrong with me now? Honestly, if the bounty wasn't on his own head, he'd be tempted. But in his current predicament, he dared not make a single move. After all, the loot he'd snatched was worth nowhere near that price. It was like stealing a few taels of silver, only to have someone offer gold as a bounty for robbing the silver thief. What's wrong, baby? Don't worry. I'll face this with you. After all, you snatched that top-tier yellow-grade weapon for me, didn't you? A sweet, girlish voice reached Su Haochen's ears. Instantly, a tall, elegant woman appeared before him dressed in a short skirt, white stockings, and high heels. She immediately wrapped her arms around his. Su Haochen's earlier worries vanished instantly. His eyes were fixed on the woman before him. Baby, why did you take so long just now? The elegant woman gazed at Su Haochen with a seductive look. Well, I had some business to attend to, so it took me a little longer than expected. Hearing her explanation, Su Haochen's doubts vanished. Instead, concern flashed in his eyes as he asked, Baby, does your stomach still hurt? Do you want me to rub it for you? He reached out to approach her, but she gently sidestepped his touch. Just as Su Haochen's expression changed at this evasion, the woman spoke softly, Baby, you know I'm a very traditional girl. Once I find our parents, we'll get married, okay? Hearing this, Su Haochen's frown instantly vanished. He looked at her with deep emotion. So that's how you feel, baby. Don't worry, I'll become the strongest player out there. I'll find our parents and prove myself to them. But as Su Haochen basked in his own sentimentality, a flicker of disgust and mockery flickered in the woman's eyes. Useless piece of trash. You can't even steal properly. But it's fine. This is perfect timing for Lin Cha to come and distance herself from you, a worthless loser. Maybe I can even get close to Lin Cha now. As for those 5,000 low-grade spirit stones and the water bloom, do consider them your final contribution to me. In the blink of an eye, the earlier look of disgust and scorn melted into a smile as tender as flowing water. Chapter 38, Establishing Authority. Lin Cha, who had been flying on his sword in the sky, finally arrived near the location shared after 5 hours of sword riding. He swore he'd never felt this exhausted since entering the cultivation world. If not for his current foundation establishment 9th layer cultivation, he'd likely collapse on the spot. Yet when he glanced back at Feng Kuei, he was utterly bewildered. Despite being slightly lower in cultivation, Feng Kuei appeared far more relaxed than him. Feng Kuei, I swear I need to get myself a spirit boat. Flying swords? Not even a dog would bother with that. Lin Cha then swept his divine sense around the area. Soon, he pinpointed the exact location of the White Lotus sect. 2 9th layer Qi cultivation cultivators, 1 3rd layer Qi cultivation cultivator, and 1 mortal. This news eased Lin Cha's mind considerably. A mere pair of 9th tier Qi cultivation cultivators? They were practically a walk in the park. At that moment, Su Haochen, still lost in the embrace of his lover, was suddenly overcome by an ominous foreboding. The mature woman beside him, noticing Su Haochen's unease, felt a secret thrill but maintained a nonchalant facade. Baby, what's wrong? Did something happen? Gazing into her captivating eyes, Su Haochen instantly dismissed his earlier suspicions. My elegant darling would never betray me. It must be some unexpected situation nearby. At this thought, Su Haochen looked tenderly at Xin Wenya. Baby, I'll go see what's happening outside. Stay right here, okay? Xin Wenya nodded, her voice sweet as honey. Got it, honey. You be careful too, okay? Stay safe. Hearing her repeatedly call him baby, Su Haochen's lingering doubts vanished completely. He hurried out of the main hall. Xin Wenya slowly rose to her feet, a sneer curling her lips. As Lord Lin Cha decreed, fool, today is the day you die. Once you're dead, no one will ever know I sent you to steal from others. Su Haochen hurried out of the hall and looked up, instantly freezing in place. Lightning flashed across the sky, and within the blinding flashes, 2 figures stood tall. Their cold gazes fixed upon the ground below, while behind them, countless bolts of thunder danced like writhing dragons. Su Haochen stared at the figures, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't withstand the overwhelming pressure and collapsed to his knees. Though he had never seen these 2 before, he already knew who they were. One of them had to be Lin Cha, the alliance leader of the Celestial Court, the foremost figure of Xianyao province, the patriarch of the mythic sect, and a formidable cultivator at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Su Haochen's mind went blank. He couldn't fathom how Lin Cha had found him so easily. Had someone betrayed his location? But he was essentially a shut-in, barely interacting with others. How could anyone possibly know his exact location? His thoughts were tangled like a ball of yarn, yet one figure grew increasingly clear in his mind. Simultaneously, the 2 figures reflected in his pupils sharpened into focus. Suddenly, Su Haochen understood everything. Tears welled up in his eyes and began to fall. Lin Cha froze momentarily, doubting whether he'd found the wrong person. How could a man who'd been scared to tears upon meeting him possibly have the guts to kill for treasure? Your name is Su Haochen? Is this also the White Lotus sect? A hint of uncertainty lingered in Lin Cha's voice. Big shot Lin Cha, I'm Xin Wenya from Incense Burning Valley. I can vouch that this man is Su Haochen of the White Lotus sect. He's the one who killed for treasure, committed every evil deed imaginable, and even dared to challenge your authority. He deserves to die. A woman stepped out from the main hall, her face twisted with hatred as she stared at the man now weeping uncontrollably. Su Haochen's throat moved, but no sound emerged. Only the ashen gray of death filled his eyes. After verifying his identity, Lin Cha merely sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Haochen must die today. She extended a hand, and a blade intent shot forth from her palm, striking straight towards Su Haochen. You! I curse you to die a miserable death. In the instant the sword intent pierced his heart, Su Haochen glared at Xin Wenya with hatred, uttering his final words. Xin Wenya's face twisted in fury. You worthless piece of trash. How dare you insult a woman? What makes you think you're anything special? If it weren't for self-preservation, this goddess wouldn't have wasted her time with scum like you. Thankfully, this goddess is clever enough. Otherwise, you'd have taken advantage of me completely. Lin Cha dispersed the sword intent, then glanced at the woman and coldly remarked, enough. Now that Su Haochen is dead, no one will threaten you anymore. Hearing Lin Cha's words, Xin Wenya's face instantly lit up with joy. She beamed as she moved closer, but alas, Lin Cha now rode her sword through the heavens. Without a magical artifact, Xin Wenya couldn't ascend, so she could only smile and gaze up at Lin Cha. Thank you for saving my life, sir. I have no way to repay such a debt. If you're willing, I'd gladly offer myself to you. In return, I could help you solve any problems in the future. Hearing this, Lin Cha felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He gave Xin Wenya a calm glance before replying, "The promises I made earlier in the channel will be sent to you as a transaction shortly. You can simply accept it when it arrives." Xin Wenya feigned innocence as she looked at Lin Cha. "Why can't you give them to me now, sir?" Lin Cha replied indifferently, "Why should I explain my actions to you?" Having crushed the White Lotus sect and intimidated the demons lurking within the Heavenly Court, Lin Cha saw no reason to linger further. He needed to return to the mythic sect. As for the resources at the White Lotus sect's supply point, being so far away, he had no interest in them whatsoever. She merely stripped Su Haochen's storage pouch and seized every valuable item within her divine senses' reach. Xin Wenya felt a pang of heartache at that moment. After all, in her eyes, these were all her possessions. Yet she dared not speak up. Watching Lin Cha's retreating figure, Xin Wenya's face twisted with resentment, and he calls himself the first one? Fighting me over such meager resources. Couldn't he have been a little more generous and let me have them? Changshan County, Sun Family Manor. The Sun family had been entrenched in Changshan County for over 500 years, their status looming high above all others, reigning as the de facto rulers of the entire county. All this stemmed from the family having produced a prodigy who had entered the inner circle of the Thunderclap Mountain sect, attaining the foundation establishment stage. Alas, even geniuses face bottlenecks. The prodigy of Thunderclap Mountain gradually aged with the passage of time. To prolong the life of their venerable ancestor, the family began relentlessly cultivating martial artists while scouring the land for elixirs and miraculous medicines that promised longevity. This led to martial arts forces proliferating across Changshan Commandery like stars in the sky, with numerous martial arts masters emerging. Each year witnessed countless martial arts masters meet their end either at the hands of enemies or devoured by demonic beasts. Countless clans found themselves plundered of treasures one day, only to be slaughtered to the last member the next. Day after day, year after year, this cycle continued. Finally, a Monkey King arrived in Changshan County. Chapter 39, Rampage at the Yang Manor of Changshan. Above Changshan County, clouds and mist suddenly gathered in vast quantities. This spectacle left the entire populace of Changshan County baffled. Most martial artists, believing some extraordinary encounter had occurred, rushed to investigate. Among them, a scholar, emboldened by wine, began composing poetry. "Look! There's someone in the clouds." The people of Changshan County City all looked up at the sky, gazing at this fantastical sight. Those whose martial cultivation had not yet reached the Grandmaster realm simply regarded the scene as a marvel. But martial arts masters who had reached the Grandmaster level suddenly realized that within the swirling clouds, two figures were faintly visible, with the clouds churning and rolling around them. These are cultivators. This spectacle was naturally witnessed by the cultivators of the Sun family, the de facto rulers of Changshan County. From a pavilion in the Sun family's rear courtyard, a figure mounted upon a flying sword shot out. An elderly man with snow-white hair stood upon the sword. Facing the two figures concealed within the mist, his expression grew solemn. "I am Sun Yuan of the Sun family of Changshan County. May I ask what brings the two venerable elders here today?" A flash of purple light flickered within the mist, and a young man stepped out, hovering in midair. Lin Cha swept his gaze unabashedly across the entire Changshan County before fixing his eyes on Sun Yuan. "I, the patriarch of the mythic sect, have come here for one purpose only." Lin Cha's actions were an outright insult to the entire Sun family. Only the strong, when facing the weak, would dare to probe with such brazen disregard for privacy. At that moment, the Sun family stood before Lin Cha as if stripped naked, utterly exposed. Changshan County Sun family's hatred toward mythology sect plus 100. Every member of the Sun family wore expressions of seething resentment, their eyes fixed intently on the man in white. Excellent. The hatred meter is maxed out. Now I have little to hold me back. Lin Cha chuckled with satisfaction upon hearing the system's voice. However, Lin Cha couldn't care less about the Sun family's hatred. Back when he was still at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, such animosity from them would have kept him awake all night. But now? A Sun family reduced to a worthless foundation establishment cultivator clinging to life through a martial blood pill dared to hate him? They hadn't suffered much punishment yet, but that was fine. Lin Cha loved nothing more than helping others. Sun Yuan seethed inwardly at Lin Cha's insolent behavior, but his fear of the youth's power forced him to suppress his rage. Bowing respectfully, he inquired, "Please enlighten us, honored senior. If this matter is something the Sun family can assist with, we would be honored to serve you." Lin Cha smiled faintly. "It's quite simple, actually. An elder from my sect was hunted down by someone sent by your Sun family. How do you think this debt should be settled? Moreover, it seems your Sun family also orchestrated the annihilation of this elder's entire family. I won't treat them as two separate matters, consider them one. What do you say?" Sun Yuan felt a chill run through him. Over the years, the Sun family had wiped out countless martial arts clans and mortal families, leaving no survivors. How could someone suddenly appear? He suddenly recalled a wealthy merchant family named Zhang from Changshan County 50 years ago. Originally supported by the Sun family to harvest resources, their only son had been the sole victim whose body was never found. Could it be him? In that instant, Sun Yuan wanted to drag out everyone involved in handling that case and execute them all. Wasn't this pure sabotage? Elder, this is all a misunderstanding. How could our Sun family ever do such things? Everyone in Changshan Commandery knows we routinely distribute rice porridge and grain to the needy. Whenever disasters strike, we cultivators lend aid. There must be some confusion here. How about this? If you trust me, Senior, I can handle this matter. Our Sun family will definitely investigate and find the murderer who killed your sect elder's entire family. We'll give you and that elder a proper explanation. Sun Yuan immediately distanced himself from the matter and the Sun family. After all, it had been done undercover, and most involved were already dead. No witnesses remained. He could simply sacrifice a few scapegoats later. As long as it appeased the two Foundation establishment cultivators, sacrificing a bit of face was a small price to pay. Lin Cha's eyes narrowed with amusement at Sun Yuan's words. He smiled warmly at the elder, instantly making the man's scalp crawl. Sun Yuan, who managed every detail of the Sun family's affairs, felt as if every thought in his mind had been laid bare before this man. Sun Yuan, is it? You dare deceive this sovereign? Do you truly believe the mythic sect is merely an obscure, insignificant sect, unworldly and naive? His voice carried neither excessive volume nor softness, yet each syllable struck Sun Yuan like a heavy hammer. The words had barely left his lips when Sun Yuan spat blood, crashing from the sky straight into the ground. Master Sun! The moment Sun Yuan crashed to the ground, another figure burst forth from the Sun family residence, a tall, imposing middle-aged man. He lifted Sun Yuan to his feet before soaring into the air alongside Lin Cha. Fellow Taoist, this is going too far. Do you think my Sun family has no one left to stand up to you? Lin Cha was not surprised by the appearance of this Foundation establishment cultivator. In his perception, the Sun family currently had two Foundation establishment cultivators, the middle-aged man before him, whose cultivation was only at the third layer of Foundation establishment, and another whose cultivation was quite high, reaching the eighth layer of Foundation establishment. Unfortunately, his aura was withered and lifeless, radiating death energy. It was clear his time was nearly up, and he could barely muster a fraction of his true power. Lin Cha couldn't care less. To him, a dying Foundation establishment 8th layer and a newly broken through Foundation establishment 3rd layer were nothing but dead weight. Oh, if His Excellency truly bullied your Sun family because you had no one to defend yourselves, what could you possibly do to me? Lin Cha chuckled lightly before casually countering. The middle-aged man's face flushed crimson, his defenses shattered by that single remark. My family's patriarch is a disciple of Thunderclap Mountain. How dare you bully my Sun family so brazenly today? Are you not afraid of provoking Thunderclap Mountain's wrath? Lin Cha raised an eyebrow, then smiled at the middle-aged man. Are you suggesting Thunderclap Mountain would dispatch a golden core cultivator over that old dog in your Sun family manner? Sun family of Changshan County's hatred toward mythic sect reaches max. It's off the charts? Lin Cha couldn't help but feel curious. Would anything special happen once this thing hit the limit? The middle-aged man's rage flared up rapidly. If he hadn't known he couldn't defeat the young man before him, he would have torn him limb from limb. Lin Cha couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected that after cultivating for over a century, this fellow would still be so naive as to threaten him with Thunderclap Mountain? When would a transmigrator ever care about such threats? The middle-aged man scanned the faces below before finally calming himself. If you came today regarding the sect elders and the family massacre, the Sun family is willing to cooperate with the investigation. Our steward has already been taught a lesson by you. What else might you require? Nothing else, really. I merely wish for the Sun family to accompany the clan members of our sect's elders. Lin Cha remained utterly calm. That can certainly be arranged. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the middle-aged man's expression changed abruptly. He stumbled backward, shouting, "All disciples of the Sun family, heed my command. Form the battle array to meet the enemy." Chapter 40, The Fall of the Sun Clan and the Mysterious Old Man. Is the fight finally about to begin? From the mist behind Lin Cha emerged a middle-aged man with the ethereal bearing of an immortal. Tangible sword intent rippled around his form. Lin Cha glanced at him and immediately pursed his lips. TSK, such a show-off. Despite his words, Lin Cha studied the scene intently. He resolved to make his own grand entrance next time, lest others mistake him for a mere sidekick like today. The Sun family elders, spotting Feng Kuei concealed behind the mist, were instantly gripped by dread. The overwhelming sword intent filling the sky radiated an oppressive pressure. It was clear he was a formidable sword cultivator. Feng Kuei's expression remained cold as he flicked his palm, sending several streaks of sword energy flying. Alright, the patriarch has finished. Feng Kuei turned to Lin Cha with confidence. Lin Cha stared blankly at the ground. Are you sure? Seeing this, Feng Kuei turned to face the Sun family. They remained standing firm, though several disciples had already fallen lifeless. Remnants of the Blood Demon cult? I never imagined the Blood Demon array still existed. The Blood Slaughter array demands vast sacrifices of blood. Once activated, it relentlessly drains the lifespan of every person within. The Blood Slaughter sect was eradicated shortly after the Imperial Dynasty's founding, and this formation was classified as forbidden magic. I never imagined anyone would secretly practice forbidden arts. Feng Kuei summoned his life-bound spirit sword, then coalesced a blue light from his palm. A dragon-like silhouette materialized. All who practice forbidden arts shall be eradicated. As the dragon-shaped light surged toward the formation, the Sun family's foundation establishment cultivators' face paled. This formation was the Sun family's final trump card, powerful enough to withstand a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Yet now, the very formation they had relied upon shattered like porcelain, collapsing in an instant. Every cultivator of the Sun family suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Some aged over 10 years instantly, while those with weaker cultivation couldn't withstand the backlash and collapsed unconscious on the spot. The tremendous commotion instantly drew the attention of the entire Changshan County city. The clash between immortals sent shivers down the spines of every resident in the county city. The Sun family actually provoked such a powerful immortal? Even with so many of their own cultivators, they couldn't prevail? From today onward, Changshan County will be turned upside down. The Sun family will likely cease to exist. If the Sun family can't survive this, doesn't that mean our chance has come? We'll finally be free from the Sun family's relentless exploitation. Numerous factions sensing the commotion at the Sun family estate chose to stand idly by. The outcome was obvious: 2 late foundation establishment cultivators against a faction led by a dying late foundation establishment master. This family, which had stood tall in Changshan County for 500 years, was utterly finished. Their immediate task was to lie low, waiting for those 2 late foundation establishment cultivators to depart before dividing the remaining resources. In the Yang family's underground chamber, a frail, elderly man staggered out, leaning heavily on a wooden staff, his back hunched. I never imagined this calamity would befall my Sun family so soon. Back then, my master warned me against confining martial artists to refine blood pills. Alas, I was consumed by the desire to survive and ignored his guidance. The old man walked step by step, muttering to himself. Later, my master perished, and my senior brothers and sisters all died resisting the demonic tribes. Only I, to save my own life, abandoned the opportunity to continue cultivation on Thunderclap Mountain and chose to guard Changshan County. My talent as mediocre reaching foundation establishment was sheer luck. Yet so many sacrificed themselves for their cause, enabling me to attain this 8th layer cultivation today. Alas, the path to immortality stretches endlessly, with no true end in sight. The fault of the Sun family lies with me. Had I not been consumed by greed for immortality, the Sun family would not have fallen into this predicament. I, Sun Sheng, am willing to sacrifice myself to ensure a single thread of the Yang family's bloodline survives in this world. With that, the old man knelt directly before them. Ancestor! Grandfather! Witnessing this scene, every member of the Yang family wore expressions of searing, unforgettable hatred. Changshan County Sun Clan's hatred toward Mythic Sect reaches max. Changshan County Sun Clan triggers eternal enmity henceforth. Sun Clan's hatred toward Mythology Sect remains permanently at max. Lin Cha couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this old man practically forcing him to wipe out the Sun family? Originally, he might have spared 1 or 2 if he was in a good mood. But now, he'd even slice the earthworms in the Sun family's fields in half vertically. While this sovereign is willing to spare your descendants, can you guarantee your family won't harbor resentment toward me? I dare not take that risk. After all, I too have disciples and descendants. Sighing, Lin Cha suddenly unleashed several sword intents behind him. Sun Qing gave a wretched smile. He understood Lin Cha's meaning. At the final moment, he stood up to face Lin Cha's sword intent head-on, offering not a shred of resistance. Master, I'm sorry. It was my fault you died. Your junior disciple has come to see you. After that, not a single living soul remained in the entire Sun family except for 2 figures. After the massacre, it was time to seize the wealth. Over 50,000 low-grade spirit stones were recovered from the Sun family, along with over 10 manuals of various cultivation techniques and divine abilities, and 3 low-grade Xian tier magical artifacts. As for Changshan County, Lin Cha had no desire to occupy it. Firstly, it was far too distant from the Mythic Sect. Secondly, after hearing Sun Qing's final words, he realized the inner workings of Thunderclap Mountain seemed incredibly complex and treacherous. Currently only at the late foundation establishment stage, he dared not take such a risk. Master, now that we've dealt with the Sun family, let's leave quickly. Thunderclap Mountain will likely send a new foundation establishment cultivator to guard Changshan County before long. If we avoid encountering that foundation establishment cultivator, it will merely mean the death of an elderly foundation establishment cultivator and an insignificant foundation establishment family. Should we meet them, however, the outcome is uncertain. With no golden core cultivators currently within our sect, it is best we proceed with caution. Lin Cha's heart skipped a beat, but he said nothing more. He swiftly departed Changshan County with the stolen goods. After all, as Feng Kuei had said, the mythic sect currently lacked the strength to stand against Thunderclap Mountain. Thunderclap Mountain. Deep within the rear mountains, a fierce-looking elder stood amidst the clouds and mist. A flicker of emotion suddenly crossed his otherwise impassive face. Another youngster has reached the end of their luck. Looks like this year's blood will be a bit less plentiful. Sighing, the old man waved his hand casually. A pill materialized in his palm, from which wails of agony emanated. Upon closer inspection, the pill's surface was etched with the faces of the Sun family members, including the Sun family patriarch himself. Since there are no more blood pills, let your souls make up for this year's shortfall. The elder stowed the pill into his gourd before conjuring a token out of thin air and sending it down the mountain. Changshan County welcomed a new clan to settle within its borders. Chapter 41, Event commences. Back at the mythic sect, Lin Cha collapsed exhausted onto a lounge chair. She first packed and sent all the agreed-upon items to Xin Wenya. Incense Valley Xin Wenya, thanks, big shot. Heavenly Court Channel. Alliance leader Lin Cha, Su Haochen of the White Lotus sect has now been executed. Everyone needn't worry anymore. As long as they are members of my heavenly court, if anyone dares to violate our rules, no matter how far they flee, this sect leader will hunt them down and eliminate them. With the alliance leader's authority, I can finally team up with others without worry. I saw it. Su Haochen's avatar really went dark. He died in just one day. Your power is terrifying. I'm too scared to even go to our county town now. Who knew the boss could already cross the prefectural city? Truly the boss. Alliance leader Lin Cha, to better regulate our heavenly court's future development, I've decided to establish new systems. This will ensure everyone feels secure, confident enough to trust their backs to fellow group members. The boss is absolutely right. I support his approach. I'm not about to get stabbed to death like last time. Lin Cha then brought Xiaohan forward and handed over all matters to him. Unsurprisingly, Lin Cha's swift execution of Su Haochen within a single day sent shockwaves through the entire player base. After all, most of them were barely scraping by in their own counties. Now, someone could single-handedly traverse multiple counties to hunt them down offline. Who wouldn't be terrified? And this guy who could take you down offline was a big shot. Mess with him, and he'd slap a hefty bounty on your head. As the new day dawned, the event eagerly anticipated by Lin Cha and all players in Xianyao province finally commenced. The human-demon conflict event officially begins. Introduction. As 5 centuries have passed, demonic tribes that once lay dormant across the land have suddenly risen in rebellion, wreaking havoc upon the realm. Players must dispatch disciples to slay demons and protect the common folk. Rule 1. Players may not leave their sect during the event period, or face punishment. Rule 2. Defeating Qi cultivation stage demons yields 19 points. Defeating foundation establishment stage demons yields 1099 points and carries a chance to drop rare items. Rule 3. Demons will attack territories under player control. Players must prepare accordingly. Severe penalties will be imposed for losing territory. Rule 4. The event shop is now open. Higher sect levels unlock more items. Rule 5. After the event concludes, an auction will commence. Various items will appear in the auction, and players may bid using points. Points are bound to the player and cannot be transferred. Lin Cha swiftly scanned all the rules. No need to guess, the regional chat was undoubtedly exploding right now. The very first rule was blatantly targeting players. They could only earn points by having disciples slay demons and monsters. If a disciple was blue tier or higher, they might offer some combat value. But white or cyan tier disciples? Players weren't even sure if those disciples had any cultivation at all. How could they possibly fight demons without cultivation? As for the third rule, demons organizing attacks on player territories, it directly contradicted the first. This meant players could only stay home and wait for the demons to come to them. For Lin Cha, however, it might not be so bad. After all, he only had 2 major settlements, Qingfeng Town and Xianfeng County. He could simply gather the outer villagers together when the time came. This made Lin Cha grateful he hadn't occupied Changshan County earlier, otherwise, he truly would have blown his top. These 2 settlements were perfect for Zhang Wuming and Feng Kuei to defend. Yet, Qinglan sect harbored grudges against him, and Oyu Ridge lay so close trouble was bound to stir. This prospect gave Lin Cha a headache. Yet despite the discomfort, he resolved to hold these 2 positions. As for the mythic sect, he feared nothing unless they sent golden core cultivators. Besides, this was his first event participation. As the current top cultivator in Xianyu Prefecture, he had to make a decisive and impressive showing no matter what. Curiosity piqued, Lin Cha opened the Heavens Will shop, where a dazzling array of items appeared. Wandering Past Tier 1 10 points, limited to 1 per purchase. Wandering Past Tier 2 100 points, limit 1 per purchase. Random Disciple Recruitment Order 5 points, limit 10 per purchase. Blue Disciple Recruitment Order 100 points, limit 2 per purchase. Random Blueprint 100 points, limit 2 per purchase. Opportunity Token Blue 100 points, limited to 1 per purchase. Random Low-Grade Fortune Treasure 1000 points, limit 1 per purchase. The sheer variety left Lin Cha dazzled. Not only were there rare items like the Wandering Permit, Disciple Recruitment Order, Opportunity Token, and Random Blueprint, but even treasures like the low-grade Fortune Artifact. As long as you had enough money and enough luck, there was always a glimmer of hope to defy fate. Beyond that, cultivation techniques and divine abilities spanned every tier from yellow to mystic. Lin Cha's displayed level 2 shop undoubtedly offered far richer items than level 1. If he could exhaust the shop's inventory, his sect would surely experience a quantum leap. Not to mention the upcoming auction, Lin Cha knew without a doubt that the items there would be incredibly precious. Perhaps even higher tier items than those in the shop might appear. However, he suspected that, given the nature of the Destiny game, such items wouldn't be easily obtainable in the early stages. Points their utility was simply immense. The endless stream of items ignited a fiery determination within Lin Cha. His sole focus now was figuring out how to redeem every single one. Regional channel. Holy crap, have you guys seen the items in the Destiny Mall? Of course. I thought the next Disciple recruitment would be a year away, but the mall only requires 5 points for a random Disciple recruitment token. Last time must have been a glitch. I got a green tier Disciple. Next time, I'll definitely recruit a legendary gold tier 1. You idiots haven't noticed the danger lurking in this Destiny event? Have your disciples even reached the Chi cultivation stage yet? This isn't an opportunity for us, it's a crisis. Lin Cha is blatantly disregarding the lives of millions of players in Xianyao province just to satisfy his own selfish desires. His crimes are heinous. He's already reached a level 2 sect, but what about us? Why not look inward for answers? Players from other provinces exist too. Thanks to Lord Lin Cha, we unlocked this event early. This wave of resources could propel us skyward. Every advantage stems from him. Instead of seizing this opportunity, you blame him? Heh, I joined the Celestial Court. Xiaohan just announced a new policy: pay a set amount of spirit stones, and other top disciples will team up to help us farm demons. The requirements aren't high, just enough to get a share of the spoils. How much exactly? It can't be too expensive, right? If it is, I might as well just hire a top player myself. Are you serious? Without the Heavenly Court backing you, a top player wouldn't just fleece you, they'd strip you bare. You're asking for a favor? Does that mean such things never happen within the Celestial Court? Ha! Would you dare? When Lin Cha gets serious, he can slaughter you across multiple counties. He's the real deal, the guy who single-handedly takes down everyone offline. Did you all forget about Su Haochen so quickly? Killing for loot feels great, but meet Lin Cha in person? You'll see stars. You're so good at rhymes, are you preparing for grad school? Reading the regional chat, Lin Cha realized the impact of his cross-county kills had finally taken hold. Chapter 42, Lin Cha's Arrangements. After familiarizing himself with the event, Lin Cha immediately retrieved all 10 mutual aid gift packs that had been sitting idle in his system inventory. Congratulations! Player has obtained the Xian Grade Supreme Artifact, Thunderclap Hawk. Lin Cha instantly perked up. Not bad, a great start. This is a good omen. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has obtained the Xian Grade Inferior Magical Artifact, the Wind and Rain Fan. Another Xian tier item? This is fantastic. Lin Cha suddenly realized that since the event began, his luck seemed to have improved. Seeing that there were still 8 grand gift packs left, Lin Cha decided to open them all at once. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for obtaining 50 level 1 Fireball Talismans. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for obtaining the mid-grade Mystic Artifact Wind Thunder Wings. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for obtaining the Yellow Grade Supreme Cultivation Technique, 5 Elements Formula. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for obtaining a Yellow Grade Mid-Tier Artifact, Purple Cloud Flute. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for obtaining the Xian Grade Low-Tier Divine Ability, Instant Teleportation. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for obtaining the Yellow Grade Supreme Manual, Spring and Autumn Sword Technique. After drawing all 10 gift packs, Lin Cha couldn't help but feel his luck was merely average. Only half of the items obtained were Xian Grade, and not a single one was particularly valuable. Stepping out of the main hall, Lin Cha noticed disciples from across the sect gathering together. Even Zhang Wuming and Feng Kuei had joined the crowd. Master, I can't shake this feeling today that something significant is about to happen. Feng Kuei approached Lin Cha the moment he emerged. Never mind. This is the prelude to demonic turmoil. The common folk of this world are likely to face a calamity. Lin Cha appeared remarkably composed, yet his tone carried a hint of profound sorrow. This startled Feng Kuei. He felt as though he were looking at a stranger. The usually carefree sect master seemed transformed today. Even he had only sensed it on a whim, yet the sect leader seemed to have known the specifics all along. Xianfeng County will be under Elder Feng's command. Xingfeng Town falls to Elder Zhang. Remember, under no circumstances must the demons seize our territory. Should that happen, the common folk will suffer greatly. Additionally, both elders must remain vigilant against Qinglan Sect and Lion Camel Ridge. I fear they may seize this opportunity to invade our mythic sect's jurisdiction. Seeing Lin Cha's solemn expression, the two immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. They bowed their hands in unison. We shall obey the sect leader's command. Lin Sha then addressed the remaining disciples. Today, demons have stirred chaos. Though our mythic sect may not match the might of the great sects, we still bear the solemn duty to protect all living beings. Our cultivation journey seeks immortality, but it is equally for the sake of safeguarding the world. All mythology sect disciples who have reached the Qi cultivation stage may descend the mountain to slay demons and exterminate monsters. However, remember to protect yourselves at all costs. Currently, the disciples within the sect who have reached the Qi cultivation stage are Gu Changge 9th layer of Qi cultivation, Zhu Mingyao 5th layer of Qi cultivation, Wang Erda 5th layer of Qi cultivation, Mu Wei 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, Long Mingze 1st layer of Qi cultivation, Zhou Jia 1st layer of Qi cultivation, Zhao Xinwen 1st layer of Qi cultivation, and Zhao Xinwu 1st layer of Qi cultivation. There are 8 disciples in total, while the rest have yet to cultivate Qi. Gu Changge stepped forward first. This disciple obeys your command. The other 7 disciples also stepped forward, bowing respectfully toward Lin Sha. Beginning today, slaying a Qi cultivation stage 1 demonic creature will earn 10 contribution points. A stage 2 yields 20 points, stage 3 30 points, mid-stage 60 points, and late stage 100 points. If you encounter a demon at the foundation establishment stage, do not risk your lives recklessly. Preserve your strength for future battles. Lin Sha carefully instructed everyone, for she knew that the death of any one of them before her would cause her profound sorrow. The 4 nodded solemnly in response. Seeing this, Lin Sha retrieved all the pills Zhang Woming had previously refined and distributed them among the 10 who were about to depart. Take extra supplies. Better to be prepared than face a crisis with nothing to save your lives. Lin Sha then distributed all the magical artifacts she had drawn yesterday and those looted from the Sun family to the group. Finally, Lin Sha pulled out the fireball charm she had just drawn and handed every single one to Gu Changge. Changge, as the senior disciple, you must take good care of your fellow disciples. Here are 50 fireball talismans. Each one packs the full force of a 9th layer Qi cultivation cultivator's strike. Use them if you encounter danger. After carefully stowing the talismans, Gu Changge looked at Lin Sha with a solemn expression. Rest assured, master. I will take good care of my junior brothers and sisters. Lin Sha nodded with satisfaction. He had complete confidence in his eldest disciple. Among this group, the one who worried him most was Wang Erda. Raised in a remote mountain village, he'd never witnessed the treacherous nature of outsiders. The others also lacked significant worldly experience. Only Gu Changge, his eldest disciple, possessed high cultivation and handled situations decisively. Lin Sha sometimes even wondered if he was the abandoned son of some prominent family. With Lin Sha's arrangements settled, Gu Changge led the remaining 7 disciples down the mountain. Along the way, they all spoke with bold ambition. As for Zhang Wuming and Feng Kuei, they remained stationed at their respective locations. Lin Sha remained within the mythology sect with his disciples who possessed no cultivation. Though his brows were furrowed at that moment, his expression filled with concern for the people below the mountain. I hope this event goes smoothly for everyone, without any unforeseen incidents. The first day after descending the mountain, Gu Changge and the others arrived at a small town called Xuanli. At first, the group chatted and laughed cheerfully. As they ventured deeper into the town, Zhu Mingyao, who had been chatting with Mu Wei, suddenly turned to Gu Changge. Senior brother, something feels off about this town. Zhu Mingyao couldn't pinpoint exactly what was amiss, but he sensed an eerie, peculiar aura permeating every corner of the town. Gu Changge nodded. He was well aware of what Zhu Mingyao had sensed. He could distinctly sense a demon lurking here, one that had been hiding for an incredibly long time, so long that the entire town was saturated with its demonic aura. However, the demon's cultivation level wasn't particularly high, only at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. Gu Changge felt conflicted. Master sent me with these juniors to give them experience. Junior sister Chu and junior brother Wang have both reached the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. I'm unsure if they can handle a 6th layer demonic creature. After a moment's thought, Gu Changge decided to let Zhu Mingyao and Wang Erdu test the waters first. If they couldn't handle it, he would step in as backup. With his mind made up, Gu Changge immediately sought out an old woman in the town to inquire about the area. At first, the old woman was reluctant to engage, but the moment she saw the silver coins Gu Changge produced, her expression changed instantly. She picked up a coin and bit down hard on it to verify its authenticity before immediately turning to the group with a broad smile. Even Gu Changge couldn't help but admire the old woman's lightning-fast change of expression. Once in possession of the silver, the old woman spilled everything she knew, quickly recounting all the recent happenings in the town over the years. Gu Changge quickly sensed something peculiar in her account. You mean that ever since the second young master of the Li family returned, people have frequently gone missing in this town? But you just said that young Master Li has been back for 10 years. Averaging it out over those 10 years, that only amounts to about 100 disappearances. Young master, you don't know the whole story. As she spoke, the old woman glanced around nervously before lowering her voice. Shortly after the second young master returned, Master Li put out a bounty seeking Taoist priests to perform rituals at his home. But for some reason, the bounty was withdrawn just 1 month later. Some say 2 Taoist priests accepted the reward but vanished the very next day. The night watchman claimed he heard sounds of struggle coming from the Li residence that night. Hearing this, Long Mingze and the others grew even more excited. After the old lady left, they turned to Gu Chang'e with eager eyes. "Senior brother, I believe this demonic creature is hiding in the Li residence. Let's go there now and slay it." Gu Chang'e looked at the excited faces before him and poured cold water on their enthusiasm. "That creature has lived here for 10 years. We're newcomers. You want to storm into its lair and kill it? Do you really think your Qi cultivation level 1 cultivation can handle that? But we have senior brother Gu." The group looked at Gu Chang'e with eager anticipation. "Master instructed me to look after you, but unless it's a matter of life and death, you must find your own solutions." As Gu Chang'e's words fell, the group immediately sighed. Chapter 43, Wang Erdu's Demon Slaying Tale. Let's find lodging first. We'll scout the area tonight before deciding our next move. Xu Mingyao suggested, and the proposal was instantly agreed upon by everyone. Just as the four had settled into their rooms, a voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. "Master Li has suddenly posted notices again, recruiting talented individuals and extraordinary beings." Hearing this, Gu Chang'e and the others, who had been feeling quite relaxed, exchanged worried glances. "Senior brother, let's discuss this inside first." Once all 8 had entered the room, Mu Wei set up a simple small formation. Her expression turned serious as she addressed the group. "I believe our movements have been detected by that demonic entity. The moment we arrived at the Li residence, they posted notices seeking extraordinary talents. It's practically a direct challenge. And judging by his actions, he clearly believes he can manipulate us. A lowly demon who hasn't even reached late Qi cultivation stage dares to be so brazen. If you ask me, we should storm in tonight and kill anyone who resists. Brother Long, don't forget we've all mastered the conceal breath technique. To that demon, our highest cultivation appears to be only the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. He's convinced he has us in the palm of his hand. Well, that works too. When senior brother Gu Chang'e unleashes his 9th layer cultivation, it might scare the crap out of him. Now that we know its situation, let's raid the Li Manor tomorrow morning." The next day, after asking around, Gu Chang'e and his group arrived at the Li Manor. At first, the servants of the Li residence didn't believe in the strength of the young men before them. After all, Gu Chang'e and his 7 companions looked far too young. Long Mingze stepped forward. Instantly, the belts of 2 servants found themselves in his hands. Realizing what had happened, the 2 men grabbed their trousers and dared not underestimate the youths before them. Following the servant's announcement, the steward soon emerged and ushered the 8 of them into the inner hall. There, they found 4 people already seated. Seated in the main position was the head of the Li family, clad in crimson robes. The other 3 were divided into 2 groups. 2 wore blue robes with swords at their waists, while the third sported a shaven monk's head. However, upon seeing Gu Chang'e and the others arrive, all 3 revealed a hint of contempt and disdain. "Head of the Li family, while you did post a bounty, you can't just accept anyone. These greenhorns haven't even grown a full beard yet. How can they possibly join our operation? What if they end up dragging us all down?" The words came from one of the burly men, his face scarred and bearing a menacing expression. The middle-aged man addressed as the Li family head was rebuked, then offered a fawning smile. "Gentlemen, this matter is far beyond your involvement. Please leave at once. It would be most unfortunate if you were injured here." The Li family head's tone seemed conciliatory. It felt more like he was pouring fuel on the fire. This successfully ignited Long Mingze's fury. Since becoming a martial arts grandmaster, no one had ever dared speak to him like this. "Senior brother, shall I teach him a lesson?" Even in his fury, Long Mingze instinctively sought his senior brother's counsel first. Gu Chang'e nodded. After all, their master had always taught that while mythic sect disciples should avoid trouble when traveling, they must never bring dishonor to the sect's prestige. Now that someone had practically shoved it in his face, Gu Chang'e wasn't about to back down. With permission granted, Long Mingze smiled. He didn't resort to cultivator techniques, relying instead on martial arts forms he'd mastered before his cultivation journey. In just 2 strides, he closed the distance to Zhao Si, pressing the tip of his blade against the man's forehead. The sight made Zhao Si's pupils instantly contract. That speed was simply too fast. Zhao Si dared not move a muscle. His martial experience screamed that the man before him was undoubtedly a martial arts grandmaster. He sucked in a sharp breath. "May I ask if you are young Master Long Mingze of the Long family?" "That's this young master speaking." "You actually know me?" Upon hearing the name, Zhao Si instantly transformed into a sycophant. This scene astonished the other members of the myth sect, who hadn't realized Long Mingze commanded such immense prestige in the martial arts world. Meanwhile, the middle-aged monk clad in monastic robes felt a stir within himself upon witnessing Long Mingze subdue Zhao Si with such effortless ease. Though Long Mingze had only employed mundane martial arts, the monk could still sense a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy within it. "Honored guests," the monk addressed them, "this humble monk is Yuan Feng of Fahua Temple. May I inquire which sect or school you represent?" Gu Chang'e responded with a smile. "We come from the mythology sect. We happened to be passing through this town today and saw the Li family's notice offering a reward, so we came to take a look. The name Mythology Sect sounded vaguely familiar to Yuan Feng, as if he had heard it somewhere before, though he couldn't quite place it. Nevertheless, a sect capable of cultivating disciples with such profound cultivation at such a young age must surely be a major one. Thus, Yuan Feng immediately launched into a flattering speech. So you are disciples of the Mythology Sect. In these chaotic times overrun by demons and monsters, your willingness to venture forth into the world to uphold justice truly makes you exemplars of our age. After briefly showering them with praise, Yuan Feng continued, might this humble monk have the honor of working alongside you young friends? This was his true objective. After all, what the Li family had offered was a mid-grade yellow tier artifact and 10 low-grade spirit stones. He could do without the artifact, but those spirit stones were quite tempting. Only now did Gu Chang'e realize why the monk had been lavishing praise upon him all along. It was for this reward. Within the Mythology Sect, even minor tasks could earn 110 low-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones Lin Sha casually produced would be considered a fortune to ordinary cultivators outside the sect. Since the senior is willing to join us, we certainly won't refuse. Once the matter is settled, the 8 of us will take the yellow-grade artifact, and the spirit stones shall be given to the senior. Is that acceptable? Yuan Feng is quite satisfied. You two should stay out of this matter. It's not something you should be involved in. Long Mingzi turned to Zhao Si and his companion. Having overheard the conversation, Zhao Si had grasped the gravity of the situation, but martial pride prevented him from backing down. Now, Long Mingzi's words felt like a timely rain. Zhao Si immediately pulled his companion toward Li family head, bowed respectfully, and departed the Li residence. After the Li family head and the monk departed, everyone gathered around Gu Chang'e. Senior brother, why did we give up the mission? That demonic creature is worth at least 60 contribution points. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Fear not, there may be more than one demonic creature. Long Mingzi was the first to grasp the implication. Senior brother, are you saying this place has become a demon beast lair? Then doesn't that mean the monk is going to be killed by the beasts? Wang Erdo finally grasped the situation. Maybe senior brother just can't stand the monk and wants to kill him. Hearing Chu Mingyao's words, Gu Chang'e promptly gave her a sharp flick on the head. Senior brother, stop hitting her, you'll make her stupid if you keep it up. Chu Mingyao clutched her head, feigning hurt as she looked at Gu Chang'e. Is your senior brother really such a heartless person in your eyes? Gu Chang'e asked impatiently. No, definitely not. The younger disciples shook their heads frantically, terrified that the next moment would bring a shower of chestnuts on their heads. Then what does senior brother intend to do? Gu Chang'e smiled. I just want him to scout the path for us. Might as well make him owe us a favor. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Mingyao retorted indignantly, Senior brother, you just said you want him to scout the path for us. Isn't that basically setting him up to die? Gu Chang'e glared at Chu Mingyao. Didn't you hear the rest? I said to have him scout the path and make him owe us a favor. You idiot. With that, Gu Chang'e gave Chu Mingyao a playful flick on the head. Let's go. We'll see what these little demons are up to. He then led the group out of the inner hall. Chapter 44, Wang Erdu's Demon Slaying Chronicles Part 2. Gu Chang'e led Chu Mingyao and the others as they trailed far behind the Li family head and his companion. When the Li family head and his companion halted, Gu Chang'e and the others stopped as well. Before them stood a solitary pavilion, its interior thick with the pungent stench of blood. Waves of black mist continuously billowed from the pavilion's perimeter, gathering thickly above its roof. At this moment, Yuan Feng appeared rather smug, even slightly delighted. With just a glance, he recognized the presence of a ghostly entity within. As a member of the Buddhist order, he naturally possessed numerous methods to deal with such entities. Turning to the Li family head, Yuan Feng smiled and said, Master Li, there's no need for excessive worry. Such a minor demon is easily dealt with by this monk. Seeing the monk's confident demeanor, the Li family head naturally wore a delighted expression. Then we'll trouble the master. Yuan Feng waved his hand, signaling the patriarch to step back. Once he had departed, Yuan Feng conjured a wooden fish in his left hand. He then opened a sutra book and began chanting incantations. A golden light erupted from Yuan Feng's body. Countless Buddhist chants burst forth from the wooden fish, piercing through the pavilion and shooting inward. Every window, table, and chair within the pavilion dissolved into ashes within the golden radiance. As the dust settled, countless shadowy figures materialized, each glaring menacingly at Yuan Feng. Only then did Yuan Feng realize the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Such intense resentment. There must be dozens of ghosts with spiritual bodies here, at the very least. Yuan Feng's expression instantly turned grave, and even he began to consider retreating. If there were only one or two ghosts, it would be manageable, but even if his master came to the scene, he would likely be defeated. Zhou Jie, observing from the rear, was also startled. How did so many ghosts gather here? If we could capture them all, we'd make a fortune. Junior brother Zhou, likely only one or two of these are genuine spirits. The rest are probably just illusions created by the demons here. Wang Erdu replied with his usual straightforwardness. Only one or two. But they all feel real to me. It's merely because the tiger demon here has killed hundreds of people, transforming some of them into ghosts to create this overwhelming presence. Yuan Feng, helpless, pulled out several talismans once more. He chanted incantations and flung them all at the apparitions. Yet every talisman was caught effortlessly by one of the female specters. Then, before Yuan Feng's stunned gaze, they all turned to ash. This was a young woman, dressed in bright red robes, her complexion rosy. Were it not for the powerful aura of eeriness emanating from her, one might mistake her for an ordinary mortal rather than a supernatural being. Her eyes locked onto Yuan Feng, making him feel intensely uneasy. As he stared in terror, her lips parted, emitting a hoarse voice, "Monk, delicious." In that instant, Yuan Feng's heart turned to ashes. Only one thought raced through his mind, run. This spirit had developed its own consciousness. He recalled the words of his sect elders when he first began cultivation: any spirit capable of normal communication was no ordinary entity. They all possessed the potential to become calamities. Should one encounter such a being, one must fight to the death. Every catastrophe demanded the lives of countless cultivators to resolve. Now, Yuan Feng wanted to fight the Gue to the death, but he realized he was already nothing more than meat on a chopping block. Gazing at the figure drifting toward him, the monk closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out beside him, "Senior, step back for now. Leave this to me." A youth wielding a sword, his body crackling with lightning, addressed Yuan Feng, who seemed unable to grasp the situation clearly. "It's you?" The sword-wielding youth was none other than the most earnest-looking disciple from the inner hall. He reacted swiftly, still clutching his wooden fish tightly. "Thank you, young friend. But this spirit is truly dangerous. How about we work together?" Wang Erdu smiled at Yuan Feng. "Senior brother said this is my trial for descending the mountain. With him backing me, I'm sure nothing will go wrong." His words revealed deep trust in his senior brother. Yuan Feng turned to see 7 figures standing not far away, none other than the group who had earlier claimed to be disciples of the mythic sect. The youth at their head watched calmly, showing no inclination to intervene, while several youths behind him were itching to jump in. "Senior brother, is it really okay to let senior brother Wang handle this strange situation alone? Shouldn't I join him?" Long Mingza gripped his sword, ready to charge forward the moment Gu Changde gave the nod. Senior brother Wang trains diligently. He should handle a 5th layer chi cultivation weirdo just fine. Even if he can't, senior brother will step in. Right, senior brother? It was clear that Chu Mingyao had immense confidence in Gu Changde. Meanwhile, in the blink of an eye, Wang Erdu had already clashed with the female spectre. Compared to the elderly monk, the spectre clearly showed far more interest in the young and vigorous Wang Erdu. But Wang Erdu's thunderbolt sword wasn't to be trifled with. As lightning flashes danced around it, the female ghost could only keep dodging. "Die. I want you dead." The shrill female voice echoed through the dark chamber atop the pavilion. Yet the moment her words fell, Wang Erdu unleashed a torrent of sword intent from his thunderbolt blade. Blinding lightning instantly pierced through the entire attic, effortlessly slaying the female ghost before it could fully manifest at the attic's entrance. Yuan Feng. He suddenly felt he might have misjudged the situation. Though he couldn't fathom why the female specter's power had suddenly waned, the disciple before him was undeniably a peerless prodigy. Within the mythology sect. After worrying all day, Lin Cha finally saw the first message of the day. Player Lin Cha's disciple killed a level 5 chi cultivation female ghost blue while passing through Chuanli town. Player earned 5 points. Fahua Temple's favorability toward mythology sect plus 10. A faint smile touched Lin Cha's lips. Achieving results on the second day of the event, and none of the 8 had suffered injuries. As for the Fahua Temple sect, Lin Cha had never heard of it. From the name, he only knew it was a temple. However, since it increased favor rather than enmity, Lin Cha didn't pay it much mind. Just as Wang Erdu successfully defeated the female spectre, the head of the Li family suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Congratulations, young heroes, for slaying this spectre for me. Please come to my treasure chamber, I shall offer all my family's treasures to you." Hearing the Li family head's words, Gu Changde smiled. "Master Li, you certainly know how to hide things well. Your heart must be bleeding inside, yet you still put on this smiling face to appease us. Doesn't that tire you out?" Yuan Feng looked utterly confused at these words. As for Wang Erdu and the others, though they didn't grasp Gu Changde's meaning, they trusted their senior brother implicitly. They drew their weapons and fixed their gaze on the head of the Li family. "Young hero, what do you mean? I thought you'd be overjoyed to help eliminate this monstrous threat. Why speak of bloodshed?" The Li family head was equally bewildered. 10 years ago, a tiger demon devoured the second young master of the Li family and transformed him into a ghost. Using this identity, it successfully infiltrated the Li household. Unfortunately, old Master Li discovered the secret, leading to the bounty being posted 10 years ago. Sadly, the person who claimed the bounty lacked the strength and was killed by the tiger demon instead. When its scheme was exposed, the tiger demon devoured the patriarch and assumed his identity, ruling over Chuanli town as its own domain ever since. It consumes 1 or 2 people each month. Had we not passed by today, sparking the greed within you, Masterly, this secret might never have been uncovered. Wouldn't you agree, Masterly? Gu Changa smiled warmly at the head of the Li family. Why didn't you just die as foolish ghosts? Why did you have to push me to this? Suddenly, the head of the Li family split open, revealing a tiger-headed, human-bodied demon before everyone. The highest ranked among you is merely a 5th-tier Qi cultivation cultivator. Do you seriously think you can defeat me? With that, the tiger demon revealed his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. At that moment, he intensely disliked Gu Changa's expression of absolute confidence. He stared intently, searching for even a trace of fear, but all he saw was the laughter of the mythic sect disciples. Chapter 45, Long Mingzi leaves the team. Long Mingzi looked at Gu Changa, "Senior brother, you're incredible. You actually guessed it was a tiger demon." Chu Mingyao looked at Gu Changa with even more admiration, "Senior brother, you're so amazing." Ignored, the tiger demon's heart burned with rage. He charged straight at Gu Changa, intent on tearing him apart. Yet after taking just 2 steps forward, it saw its own body suddenly collapse to the ground. The Hanli sword returned to Gu Changa's hand. The day after descending the mountain, Gu Changa and the others departed early. Along the way, Chu Mingyao toyed with a blood-red bead the demon core left behind after Gu Changa slew the tiger demon. "Senior brother Gu, are we really letting junior brother Long return alone?" Chu Mingyao looked at Gu Changa with confusion. After leaving Chuanli town, Long Mingzi had suddenly bid farewell to Gu Changa, agreeing to wait for them at the Long family gate in 10 days. "Senior brother, my family instructed me upon my departure that I must return within a month. With only a week remaining, I must proceed ahead. Fellow disciples, you may continue in this direction. I shall await you all at the Long family gate in 10 days. With that, Long Mingzi mounted his sword and flew ahead. Chu Mingyao couldn't understand why Long Mingzi chose to leave ahead instead of staying with them. Perhaps brother Long truly has urgent matters at home? It's only a 10-day separation. We'll meet again after 10 days, won't we? Besides, our purpose in descending the mountain was to slay demons and exterminate evil. If we abandon our mission just to rush our journey, wouldn't that betray our master's trust?" While offering these reassurances to the others, Gu Changa was secretly scheming to lure some demons and monsters out along the way, hoping to give Chu Mingyao and the others a proper trial by fire. Within the sect, Lin Cha, finding herself with nothing to do, had already wandered around the compound several times. Those disciples who hadn't yet reached the 1st layer of Qi cultivation were diligently practicing, hoping to sense the spiritual energy and break through to the next level as soon as possible. After a busy morning, Master Lin returned to the main hall, opened the chat group, and scrolled through the conversation channel. After all, since the event began, the channel hadn't gone a single second without messages. In this cultivation world devoid of nearly any entertainment facilities, players could only pass the time by chatting in the channel. So boring. All I do now is stare at my 3 disciples, hoping they break through to the 1st layer of Qi cultivation during the event. Then I'll spend a few spirit stones to have the big shots disciples drag me along for some points. Same here. My disciples are driving me crazy. They sensed spiritual energy a month ago, but still nothing after all this time. It's like they're stuck in labor. One of my disciples broke through to Qi cultivation stage 1 yesterday. I immediately hired a top player to take mine on a trial run. Got some points already. Not asking for much, just a few disciple recruitment orders. I've saved up enough for a random disciple recruitment token. Time to gamble big, turn my bike into a motorcycle. Bro, good luck with the white line drop. Thanks. Shut up. If I really get a white tier disciple, I'll kill you. Just as Lin Cha was peeking at the screen, player Lin Cha's disciple slays 1 Qi cultivation stage 4 demon beast, earning 4 points. Great news. Lin Cha was overjoyed. Adding yesterday's 14 points, he now had 18, enough to trade for some decent items. Maybe I should try exchanging one first? The thought made Lin Cha feel a surge of excitement, but just as he was about to make the exchange, he suddenly calmed down. I'm under house arrest right now. Even if there were disciples available, I couldn't recruit them. Forget it. I'll wait until later. With a heavy heart, Lin Cha closed the shop. Afternoon. Your disciple has slain 1 level 5 demon beast, 1 level 4 demon beast, and 7 level 1 demon beasts, earning a total of 16 points. Ha! This frequent? Did Gu Changa lead them straight to the demon beast's lair? Late at night, just as Lin Cha was about to sleep, a notification jolted her awake. Elder Zhang Wuming of Mythic Sect, the sect to which player Lin Cha belongs, successfully repelled a demon beast invasion, slaying 1 Foundation Establishment Stage 1 demon beast and earning 18 points. Lin Cha grew concerned. After all, unlike Gu Changa and his group who could retreat if outmatched, Zhang Wuming and his defenders had no choice but to hold their ground, a decidedly disadvantageous position. Xingfeng Town. A massive corpse lay sprawled amidst the ruins, its weight having crushed a vast expanse of surrounding farmland. Zhang Wuming's once pristine blue robes were now filthy and disheveled. Staring at the colossal beast's carcass, he reflected on the battle, sudden in its onset, swift in its conclusion. Yet despite its brevity, over a dozen lives had still been lost. Once this crisis passes, he thought, I must persuade the sect master to establish basic protective arrays across all the settlements under our jurisdiction. Zhang Wuming felt a pang of regret. Having been born immortal himself, he blamed himself for failing to protect the villagers during the demon beast's attack. Even though the town mayor assured him the villagers weren't blaming him but were deeply grateful instead. Zhang Wuming then dismantled the demon beast's corpse. After taking its core for himself, he distributed all the flesh among the residents of Qingfeng town. Day 3 of the human-demon conflict. After a full day of wilderness survival, the group of 7 finally found another town. Senior brother, why are they so pitiful? Chu Mingyao, accustomed to a life of plenty, stared at the crowd of ragged, emaciated citizens with confusion. Brothers and sisters, please be kind and give us something to eat, okay? A young boy approached Chu Mingyao, pleading pitifully. Just as Gu Changa was about to speak, Chu Mingyao had already pulled out some dried meat from her storage ring and handed it to the boy. Thanks to her storage ring and her fondness for snacks, half of Chu Mingyao's storage ring was filled with various edible treats. The boy's eyes lit up as he snatched the jerky and stuffed it into his mouth. Even when he choked, he refused to stop. Seeing this, Chu Mingyao reached to offer more, but Gu Changa quickly stopped her. What's wrong, senior brother? Gu Changa didn't speak, but gestured for Chu Mingyao to look around. At that moment, every pair of eyes in the vicinity was fixed on Chu Mingyao. Their hungry, greenish stares resembled those of ravenous wolves fixated on their prey. Miss, please have mercy. I'm starving to death too, give me some jerky. Please, I have 2 children to feed. Within moments, 7 people found themselves completely surrounded. Faced with such a crowd closing in, Chu Mingyao panicked. Senior brother, what should I do? Should I share my food with them? At the mention of food, the crowd turned their eyes toward Chu Mingyao. Seeing she hadn't produced any provisions, some deflated like deflated balloons, while others glared at her with venom. If you have food, why won't you share it with us? Why won't you? Soon, the questioning voices shifted. Kill these rich bastards, and we'll have food. Right. Kill them, and we'll have food to eat. Hearing these words, Gu Changa's previously refined gaze instantly sharpened. He swiftly identified the ringleaders, and with a flick of his hand, they collapsed to the ground. As the bodies fell, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. Then, the refugees gathered around the corpses began chanting, "Meet tonight." The refugees who had been surrounding the 7 men scattered, instead crowding around the corpses. Let's go. We should attend to our own business. Disaster relief is naturally the responsibility of the government. Gu Changa brushed imaginary dust from his clothes, casting a cold glance around. But senior brother, what did they mean by me to eat? Are they going to eat human flesh? Gu Changa patted Chu Mingyao on the head. Don't be so reckless in the future. Next time, let your senior brother handle it. His gaze shifted toward the town center. Perhaps we could help these people in a different way. Like turning them into people like this and dealing with them. Chapter 46, Long Mingza in Peril. Within the mythology sect. A notification suddenly popped up before Lin Cha's eyes. Player Lin Cha's disciple successfully slayed 1 Chi cultivation stage 5 demon beast, aiding disaster victims. Earned 5 points, temporarily increased sect fortune by 500 points, permanently increased by 100 points. Lin Cha was instantly intrigued. What major feat had her disciples accomplished since descending the mountain that even boosted the sect's fortune? Fortune was inherently an elusive and intangible concept. The higher a sect's fortune, the greater the probability its disciples would encounter opportunities while traveling. After reading the notification, Xiaohan opened his private messages. Today's spirit stones had arrived, not a large sum, only 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Combined with previous payments, Lin Cha had now received nearly 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Heavenly Court's management team had also expanded from just Xiaohan to 5 members. Lin Cha distributed 4,000 low-grade spirit stones to each of them monthly. It seemed she planned to recruit more administrators soon. After all, managing a Heavenly Court of tens of thousands with only 5 people was becoming increasingly difficult. For Lin Cha, confined to the mountain, today was yet another day of boredom. Lishui County. Gu Changa led his group straight to the area thick with demonic energy, discovering a rat demon at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, one that was actually being worshipped. It was currently feasting on grains and human flesh, its dwelling already filled with countless skeletal remains, densely packed enough to number at least several thousand. Without listening to the rat demon's excuses, Gu Changa killed it outright. Following the clues provided by the rat demon, they exposed the mastermind behind it all. Only then did they learn that the county magistrate of Lishui County had long been killed by them. The current magistrate was a fake, a puppet jointly devised by them and the rat demon, recommended to the prefectural governor by several clans. The fake magistrate had originally been a scholar who had accidentally saved the rat demon. Later, with the rat demon's help, he successfully became the magistrate and lived a life of luxury under the support of the families. Listening to the scholar's excuses, Gu Changa sneered coldly before slitting his throat. Remember this: demons will always be demons, and humans will always be humans. Some may seek to betray their kind, but humans and demons can never coexist. After disposing of the scholar, Gu Changde instilled this philosophy into his junior disciples. But master, you've told us stories about Bai Suzhen and Nie Xiaoqian before. I thought Bai Suzhen was so kind to Su Xian, and Nie Xiaoqian was good to Ning Kaichen too. Mu Wei looked at Gu Changde and voiced her confusion. But how many people did Bai Suzhen displace when she flooded the Golden Mountain Temple? How many did Nie Xiaoqian kill before Ning Kaichen appeared? Even if a demon treats a human well, it's only that one person. Gu Changde's voice was unwavering. The other disciples nodded thoughtfully. Day 4 of the human-demon conflict event. The 7-member group tracking Long Ming's route also quickened their pace. Perhaps inspired by their journey, Zhou Jie successfully broke through to the second layer of Qi cultivation last night. Player Wang Erdu slays 1 Qi cultivation stage 5 demon beast, earning 5 points. Player Gu Changde slays 1 Qi cultivation stage 8 demon beast, earning 8 points. Lin Cha's face lit up instantly. She had just woken up and already saw 2 notifications, 13 points secured. Though her points now ranked first among all players, they were still far from enough to redeem everything she desired. With a sigh, Lin Cha resigned herself to being a hoarder. With nothing else to do today, she accompanied Zhang Junbao to play. Day 5. Nothing to do today, continued playing with Zhang Junbao. Today's points credited, 19 points. Day 6. Nothing special today. Spent time playing with Zhang Junbao. Today's points credited, 78 points. Among these, Fengkue slayed a Foundation Establishment Stage 4 Demon Beast, earning 49 points. Day 7. Another boring day spent playing with Zhang Junbao. Why can't I go to the brothel to listen to music? Today's points, 8 points. A day with nothing to show for it. My own well-behaved disciples haven't slain any demon beasts in days. Day 8. So boring. I don't want to play with little Junbao anymore. He's drained me dry. Today's points, 49. Day 9. Another day full of energy. What should I do today? Just as Lin Cha was pondering what she could do, a notification appeared before her. Your disciple, Long Mingze, is in danger. Please be aware. Lin Cha, who had just woken up, instantly felt his vision go dark. He didn't know that Long Mingze had already split off from the others. He still believed they were all together as a group of 8. This is bad. If all 8 of us are together and Long Mingze is in danger, that means we're facing at least 10 Foundation Establishment stage old farts. Though Lin Cha paced frantically, unable to leave, all he could do now was pray for a miracle. The Long family. As the sole prominent clan in Xinye City, the Long family enjoyed immense prestige. Their ancestor had once led 300 Dragon Clan warriors alongside the Xianyu king in campaigns against barbarian tribes to the south and demonic sects to the north, earning glorious military achievements. He himself had thwarted multiple assassination attempts on the Xianyu king, cementing the Dragon Clan's formidable reputation throughout Xianyu province. However, with the passage of time, the clan's influence now extended only as far as the vicinity of Xinye City. In the Dragon family's backyard, several severed heads lay scattered among lifeless bodies, their blood staining the entire courtyard crimson. Each severed head stared wide-eyed in the same direction, their gazes frozen in utter disbelief. There sat a white-haired elder, his face dotted with age spots, gaunt and skeletal, yet his eyes alone remained piercingly sharp. Seated opposite him was a middle-aged man clad in a red robe embroidered with intricate patterns. His face bore the unmistakable features of a villain. Smiling broadly, he bowed his hands toward the elder. My congratulations in advance, Elder Long, on breaking through to the land immortal realm and gaining another century of divine blessings. Had Fengkue been present, he would have instantly recognized the man before him as a remnant of the blood demon sect from the skies. Though separated by a towering alchemy furnace, the two men conversed as if they were old friends reunited after years apart. In the end, I still had to trouble you to step in. The old man swallowed repeatedly, his gaze fixed on the furnace with a look of longing. The blood-clad man smiled. It's a pity such a promising cultivator went to waste. As a member of the Long family, having received our protection, his sacrifice today is ultimately his destiny. The old man snorted coldly at the blood-robed man's words, then spoke without emotion. Wispy strands of cold white flame rose from beneath the alchemy furnace. Recalling the youth's lofty ambitions and final words, the man in blood-red robes turned his gaze toward the old man. A hint of wariness crept into his thoughts, truly ruthless. To turn such a promising cultivator into a pill ingredient. Chapter 47, Foundation Establishment. Eerie crimson patterns rippled across the inner walls of the alchemy furnace. The youth curled within the boiling potion, his skin long since rotted and cracked like scorched earth. With immense effort, he lifted his eyelids. Through the swirling toxic mist, he dimly made out half a qingming grass floating in the liquid. Snap! Another batch of herbs was tossed through the furnace's top opening. The moment the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng touched the liquid, it dissolved into stark white bones. Long Mingze suddenly convulsed violently, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. The blood hadn't even dripped before it was vaporized into brown scabs. It seems this time I'm truly going to die. What a pity I won't be able to spar with second dog brother anymore, nor play with little Junbao. I wonder how the sect master will react to the news of my death. Now I've dragged father and my younger siblings into this death with me. If I survive this alchemy furnace, I swear I'll slaughter every last member of the Long family. Large quantities of medicinal herbs were tossed into the furnace, where they melted into a thick, viscous liquid. The youth absorbed the liquid relentlessly, channeling his spiritual energy to withstand the scorching heat. Outside the furnace, the Dragon Clan patriarch's eyes burned with greed. Possessing this single pill would not only grant him the status of a terrestrial immortal and extend his lifespan by a century, but might even offer a glimpse into the path of immortality. Gu Chang'e and his companions, traveling southward from Lishui County, remained unaware of the impending danger facing Long Mingze. The relentless battles of recent days had elevated everyone's cultivation by a tier. Gu Chang'e, too, drew ever closer to Foundation establishment, as if he could almost touch the threshold. By nightfall, Gu Chang'e and his companions were nearing Sinny City. However, the eight did not press on. Xu Mingyao, Wang Erdu, and the others kept watch, their eyes darting warily around the surroundings while also fixating intently on another direction. There, a white-robed youth sat cross-legged in the open space, eyes tightly shut, his body radiating countless streaks of sword energy. Senior brother is about to break through to Foundation establishment. The 7 juniors were filled with curiosity. After all, within the sect, aside from the sect master and the 2 elders, there was no 4th Foundation establishment cultivator. Now that senior brother was about to break through, wouldn't that mean there would be a 4th? What's more, how long had senior brother Mingyao even been cultivating? At most, it had only been a few months. Xu Mingyao and Wang Erdu exchanged glances, then looked at the other disciples. Both of them were only at the 6th layer of qi cultivation. Mu Wei had already reached the 4th layer, and for some reason, she was now on the verge of breaking through to the 5th layer, seemingly about to catch up to them. As the 7 of them stared at each other in disbelief, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward Gu Chang'e like a tidal wave. Plants near him began growing wildly, many transforming into spiritual plants, while Gu Chang'e himself continuously absorbed the spiritual energy. Your disciple Gu Chang'e is currently breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. The current probability of success is 100%. Congratulations! Your disciple Gu Chang'e has successfully broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. After 2 months, he had finally cultivated his first Foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Cha was overcome with joy. Suddenly, he thought of Long Mingze. Gu Chang'e has broken through to Foundation establishment. It's time to rescue Long Mingze. As a sword cultivator, he should be able to hold his own against anyone who isn't a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Gu Chang'e rose to his feet. Now that he had successfully broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, he could soar through the air without relying on external aids. Congratulations on successfully establishing your foundation, senior brother. The 7 disciples gathered around him, their faces beaming with joy. Gu Chang'e was naturally overjoyed as well. Entering Foundation establishment meant he was one step closer to avenging his grievances. Rest assured, your day will come soon enough. Gu Chang'e smiled as he looked at them. Just then, Mu Wei's expression suddenly changed. Senior brother, I have a bad feeling as if danger is approaching us. Gu Chang'e's expression immediately darkened at Mu Wei's words. Are you certain, Mu Wei? He recalled his master's words before descending the mountain. Chang'e, as the senior disciple, you must look after your juniors. Also, Mu Wei's 6th sense is remarkably accurate. If she says something, you must take it seriously. This couldn't help but make Gu Chang'e feel uneasy. Let's head into town first and find an inn to stay at. Tomorrow we'll go to the Long family to find junior brother Long. Since junior sister Mu Wei said so, starting tonight we'll take turns keeping watch to prevent any unexpected incidents. Lin Cha, relieved to see his disciple's breakthrough, opened the regional chat channel. Damn it, my highest level disciple got killed. What do I do now? Take it easy, mate. Dead is dead. You'll just have to train new ones. If you can't manage, wait until the event ends and quietly recruit a disciple or 2 from nearby towns. If you happen to find one with decent talent, consider yourself lucky. Our heavenly court is so much more comfortable. We have big shots leading us to hunt demon beasts together. Sure, there's risk, but it's still way better than going solo. I'm screwed. My territory's gone. It says some demon beast wiped out everyone in my territory, costing me 2,000 fortune points. Luckily I had 3,000 to begin with. This event is way too dangerous. Everyone's the same. This event is truly equal for all. Don't think you're safe just because you're a blue disciple. Even purple disciples could get wiped out. If you're unlucky enough to encounter a Foundation establishment cultivator while practicing qi cultivation, you won't even have time to run away. I've saved up 20 points. I'm dying to try a random disciple recruitment draw. My fingers are itching. What should I do? My advice to the brother above is to chop off your hand. That'll stop the itch. Just hold on, bro. Don't open that recruitment token. Xiaohan taught us the hard way during events. Disciples you recruit have a high chance of not being assigned to your sect. They'll get killed by beasts instead. Screw it, I'm opening mine. If his luck sucks, mine won't. Ha ha ha, see? I told you my luck's great. I pulled a purple quality disciple. Wait, why isn't he under the mountain gate? Why is he so far away from me? Congrats, big shot. Landing a purple tier disciple? You might just join the elite players now. It's over. Totally over. My disciple insisted on finding me, and now it says he's dead. My purple quality senior disciple. Big guy, take it easy. Seeing how you are, I've decided to wait until the event ends. Even if I could pull a gold now, I wouldn't. Lin Cha felt utterly helpless. Xiao Han and the others had explicitly warned the group not to activate any recruitment orders during the event. Xiao Han had even shared his own cautionary tale. Yet some still wouldn't listen, convinced they were the chosen ones destined for greatness. They believed what others couldn't achieve, they could. They insisted on recruiting disciples during the most dangerous moments. If they hadn't died or only lost a white tier disciple, it would be one thing. But like that player who just recruited a purple tier disciple only to have it killed by a demon beast before it even had time to warm up? Lin Cha guessed the player would wake up in the middle of the night, slap themselves twice, and curse themselves out. There were plenty of others like that player, full of self-righteous pride. But so far, aside from him, the worst others had managed was recruiting a green tier disciple only to have them killed. Chapter 48, The Long Family. Xinye City. The dusk was blood red as the vermilion gates of the Long family mansion in Xinye City slowly swung open before the crowd. Gu Chang'e lowered her gaze and caught sight of suspicious dark brown traces seeping through the cracks of the threshold. The brows beneath her jade crown furrowed slightly. Chu Mingyao's ice-soaked mermaid gown swept over the freshly fallen locust blossoms before the steps. She noticed the servant leading the way with bulging veins on his neck, his sweat soaked back steaming wisps of white mist in the late spring chill. Nearly 100 figures suddenly materialized from behind the martial arts training ground's high walls, their black iron chains gleaming a dark red in the setting sun. Most were martial arts masters from the Long family, while a smaller number were disciples of the Blood Demon sect. Surrounded on all sides, Wang Erdu felt puzzled and bowed his hands in greeting, asking, "May I inquire what brings you all here?" A blood-robed cultivator snorted coldly, "You heretical practitioners dare to come to the Long family? The so-called junior brother Long you speak of has now killed his father and devoured his brother, cultivating heretical arts. He has already fled Sinny City." Wang Erdo looked utterly bewildered. Chu Mingyao, standing beside him, cried out, "Impossible. How could brother Long be such a person?" The Long Mingza had joined the mountain late and was notoriously rebellious. Since becoming a disciple of the mythical sect, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Moreover, he was generally a kind-hearted youth. How could such a boy commit such heinous acts? He, Long Mingza, is merely a martial artist. Yet after just over a month away, he's become some so-called cultivator? That's proof he's practicing demonic arts. Exactly. And practicing heretical arts drastically alters one's character. Perhaps he made a mistake during cultivation, leading him to commit such despicable acts. The martial artists of the Long family chimed in one after another. In their mouths, Long Mingza was an utterly depraved heretic cultivator, their voices thick with envy. Zhou Jie was the first to snap out of it. With a cold sneer, he flicked open his folding fan. The golden threaded ribs clanged sharply in the wind as he addressed Gu Chang'e and the others. "Senior sister Mingyao, senior brother Ergu, don't waste your breath on them. I suspect junior brother Long is merely the target of their envy. Unable to seize his cultivation method, they've resorted to smearing his name." Chu Mingyao and the others summoned their magical artifacts in unison, declaring, "Then we shall slay them all. Should brother Long perish, the entire Long family shall be buried with him." Gu Chang'e soared into the air, "Leave this to you. There's a foundation establishment cultivator in the rear. I'll check the back courtyard." Facing the encirclement of 7 Lei Qi cultivation cultivators, Chu Mingyao and Wang Erda showed no panic. Holding their spirit swords, they declared, "Senior brother, rest assured. Leave this to us. Once we've dealt with them, we'll head to the backyard to meet up with you." The 7 instantly flew into a rage. How dare these punks, not even fully grown yet, show such contempt? They'd come straight for their throats. "Your disciple Zhou Jie has slain one blood fiend cultivator at the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. Your disciples Zhao Xinwu and Zhao Xinwen jointly killed one blood fiend cultivator at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. Your disciples Chu Mingyao, Wang Erdu, Zhou Jie, and others are slaughtering relentlessly. Your disciple Wang Erdu has awakened the blue talent, fighting spirit. Growing stronger in battle blue, combat power increases by 2% at regular intervals during combat. What does this mean?" Lin Cha, far away at the mythic sect, was momentarily baffled upon seeing the system notification. How had their mountain descent for training turned into raiding a cult's lair? Seeing the phrase "slaughtering enemies left and right," Lin Cha realized these youngsters must have taken out quite a few opponents. Otherwise, why would the system use such dramatic language? But Lin Cha didn't care. He trusted his disciples, especially since the system had explicitly mentioned they were members of the blood slaughter cult. The name alone told him they weren't good people. Excellent, excellent. Decisive and ruthless, that's exactly how a mythology sect disciple should be. Always act decisively in everything you do. Though Lin Cha didn't know why his disciples had clashed with these heretical cultivators, he suspected it was likely connected to Long Mingza. But Lin Cha held no particular regard for cultivators in this world, whether heretical or orthodox. After all, both sides were engaged in murderous deeds. Your disciple Gu Chang'e has successfully slain a blood demon cult cultivator at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment. Your disciple Gu Chang'e has sustained severe injuries. The smile that had been lighting up Lin Cha's face vanished instantly. Damn it! Her precious senior disciple had actually been gravely wounded. Lin Cha stared intently at the screen. Those damned blood demon cultists. Once this event ends, I'll find a few of your strongholds and scatter your ashes to the winds. He couldn't explain why, but a sudden wave of foreboding washed over him, as if something terrible was about to happen. The Long family. Xu Mingyao's Frostmoon sword slashed out a 7-foot-long icy blade, its sword chi causing 18 weapon racks in the arena to crash to the ground. Wang Erdu's body surged with earth-yellow gale chi. His bronze mace, carrying the force of wind and thunder, smashed the 3 nearest blood-robed cultivators directly into the brick wall. Dark crimson droplets splattered onto the Feng Huang beast head gracing the dragon nanner's eaves, its glazed eyes growing more ferocious in the bloodlight. The Zhao brothers stood back to back, their twin swords merging like yin and yang in rotation, grinding the blood-slaughtered disciple's blood skull artifact into dust. Mu Wei's silver whip danced like a serpent, targeting vital points on the warriors' bodies, severing meridians wherever it struck. By the time Wang Erdu and Xu Mingyao finished their battle, Mu Wei and the others had also swiftly concluded theirs. Wang Erdu charged straight toward the Long family's rear courtyard, his face now devoid of its former simplicity, replaced by pure murderous intent. Anyone who dared to block his path was cleaved clean in two. Finally, viewed from above, the entire Long family compound seemed shrouded in a crimson haze. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, Wang Erdu and his companions saw a white-haired elder, hunched over, standing before an alchemy furnace. Trembling as he guarded the furnace, he glared at them with vicious intent. Why? I was so close to the final step. I refused to accept this. His heart was filled with resentment, yet not a shred of regret. He had been so close to becoming a legendary terrestrial immortal, said to rival the celestial beings themselves. Yet in the end, he had failed at the very last moment. Just as Wang Erdu was about to ask about the whereabouts of his junior brother Long, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. You're looking for that wretch Long Mingza? Well, you'll only find his ashes. With that, the old man spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed, dead. As the others stood helpless, Gu Chang'e returned to the back courtyard carrying the severed head of a Foundation establishment's 6th-layer cultivator. With a single palm strike, she overturned the alchemy furnace, revealing a charred-looking man inside. Junior brother Long. Wang Erdu rushed forward but was stopped by Gu Chang'e. Junior brother Long is still alive. Perhaps this misfortune could turn into a blessing. Gu Chang'e silenced the others' attempts to approach, then addressed the group. Let's take him back to the inn first. Player disciple Long Mingza successfully escaped danger, gaining a random purple talent, Body of 1,000 Medicines. Body of 1,000 Medicines purple, Herbal Affinity plus 20%, Pill Refining Success Rate plus 20%, Elite Pill Success Rate plus 10%, Walking Medicine Chest, Danger Encounter Rate plus 40%. Lin Cha, still rejoicing over Long Mingza's fortune, froze upon reading the latter part of the message. This meant Long Mingza would become a coveted target among cultivators from this day forward. Instantly resolved, Lin Cha decided to cultivate him into a pill master after the event concluded, binding him permanently to the pill refining chamber. Chapter 49, Crisis. After Long Mingza's rescue, the next 3 days passed without incident. The system remained silent for 3 consecutive days, leaving Lin Cha bewildered. While it was plausible that Gu Chang'e and the others were tending to Long Mingza and thus staying indoors, the complete lack of communication from Zhang Wuming and Feng Kuei made Lin Cha feel an uneasy sense of foreboding. In the regional channel. What's going on? Why can't we find any demon beasts? Could the event be over already? That can't be. The system hasn't given any indication it's over. Maybe the beasts are just tired and resting. How naive. This feels like the calm before the storm to me. Reading this exchange, Lin Cha's growing anxiety instantly heightened his alertness. Yet trapped indoors, he could do nothing. The calm lasted until noon when it was finally shattered. A series of notifications suddenly popped up before Lin Cha. Small demonic surge erupts near Xinyesity. A Foundation Establishment Stage Demon Beast has appeared near Qingfeng Town. Minor Demon Outbreak in Xianfeng County. Your elder Feng Kuei has slain 1 Foundation Establishment Stage 1 Demon Beast, earning 13 points. Your disciple Xu Mingyao has slain 1 Qi Cultivation Stage 7 Demon Beast, earning 7 points. Your disciple Gu Chang'e has slain a Foundation Establishment Stage 5 Demon Beast, earning 56 points. Your disciple Xu Mingyao was wounded by a Foundation Establishment Stage Demon Beast. Your disciple Gu Chang'e successfully broke through to Foundation Establishment Stage 2, sustaining damage. Your disciple Mu Wei has activated the 9 Tribulations physique. The system prompts kept flashing. Her points even surged by over 300 in one go. But Lin Cha's heart felt like a roller coaster, soaring and plummeting. Sini County has fallen to the Lion Camel Ridge forces. Wang Erdu, Zhou Jie, and Zhao Xinwu wounded Gu Changge, Mu Wei, Long Mingze, and Chu Mingyao critically injured Disciple Zhao Xinwen killed. Disciple Zhao Xinwu's aptitude breaks through to blue tier, awakening blue talent, journey with brother. Awakens black talent, heart like dead ashes. Loses white talent, twin birth. Journey with brother blue unactivated, increases cultivation speed by 40% when specializing in ghost cultivation, increases cultivation speed by 20% when carrying Zhao Xinwen's soul. Heart like dead ashes black, cultivation speed reduced by 30%, inner demons proliferate 20% faster. This talent becomes inactive when walking with brother is activated. Good news, my disciple's talent has upgraded. Bad news, one disciple perished and the rest were all injured. Though Gu Changge and the others had narrowly escaped, their situations were far from promising. Within Xingye City had now become a veritable hell, a playground for demons and monsters. A demon beast with a tiger's head and human body, wings sprouting from its back, now reclined within the city lord's mansion. Beneath its command, hordes of lesser demons spread throughout every corner of Xingye City. Those human cultivators sure can run, 7 of them actually got away. The mountain lord reclined in his chair, cradling a beauty in his arms while holding a cup of human blood. Human blood is truly the finest sustenance. With the blood of this entire city's population, I'm certain our eldest brother will break through to the nascent soul stage and ascend to one of the 3 great kings of Lion Camel Ridge. Then, we'll have as much human blood as we desire. The current first and second kings are nothing but cowards. And that mythic sect daring to establish a sect on Lion Camel Ridge territory? They're courting death. Third brother has already led men to their domain. Once we turn all those humans into blood offerings, it'll teach those human vermin a lesson they won't forget. Outside Xingye City, Zhou Jie and Zhao Xinwu carried the unconscious Long Mingze and Gu Changge on their backs, while Chu Mingyao supported Mu Wei. Junior sister Chu, junior brother Zhou, tend to senior brother Long, junior sister Mu, and junior brother Long. I'll hold off these pursuers. Wang Erdu chuckled softly, turning his back to the group. Clutching the thunderclap sword, his expression was resolute. Senior brother Wang. Chu Mingyao looked at him as if seeing Wang Erdu for the very first time. In her memory, he had always been a simple-minded fellow. Even when she teased him, he would just laugh it off. Senior brother, you must come back alive. Wang Erdu didn't turn around, but a faint smile touched his lips as he murmured, I, Wang Erdu, grew up in a small mountain village. Without our master, I'd likely have spent my entire life as a farmer. It was master who gave me the chance to walk the path of cultivation. Now that senior brother lies unconscious, as the second senior brother, I must shoulder his responsibilities. Though I may not be as strong as senior brother, I, Wang Erdu, can still slay demonic beasts with my sword and carve a path to safety for our fellow disciples. He didn't know how long he could hold the line. Though no foundation establishment stage beasts pursued from behind, several late cultivation stage monsters and lesser demons still chased relentlessly. Without someone covering their retreat, none of them would survive. Your disciple Wang Erdu has slain 1 demon beast at the 8th layer of Qi cultivation, earning 8 points. Your disciple Wang Erdu has slain 1 Qi cultivation stage 7 demon beast, earning 7 points. Your disciple Wang Erdu has slain 1 Qi cultivation stage 4 demon beast, earning 4 points. Over a dozen notifications rang out in succession, instantly granting over 50 points. Your disciple Wang Erdu has suffered severe injuries. Your disciple has successfully broken through to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. Your disciple Wang Erdu has slain a demon beast at the 8th layer of Qi cultivation, earning 8 points. Damn, are they all just cheating now? Breaking through right in the middle of battle? The moment they face life or death battles, they instantly break through on the spot? Your disciple Wang Erdu suffered severe injuries and obtained a golden opportunity, a thread of fate. 1000-mile romance, bound by a single thread gold, randomly encounters a golden tier member of the opposite sex. Affinity plus 100. Cultivation level, foundation establishment. Lin Cha. So he's already living off someone else? Not that I, his master, haven't gotten a taste of that life yet, but you, with your innocent looks, beat me to it? This lad is remarkably sincere and possesses a fine character. He's willing to stay behind for the sake of his fellow disciples. If you were to take him as your husband, I'm certain father and mother would be most pleased. Just as Wang Erdu was on the verge of collapse, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Through his blurred vision, he glimpsed a figure. Her jet black hair cascaded like moonlight, her porcelain skin radiating a pearlescent glow, and her lips were as red as newly bloomed peonies. Her eyes shimmered like a surging starry sea, her long lashes casting butterfly shadows on her snowy cheeks, and her earlobes hung with 2 warm amber orbs. With a casual wave of her hand, the several demon beasts that had been surrounding Wang Erdu instantly turned to ash. Why did you faint? Gazing at the blood-soaked Wang Erdu, the woman seemed momentarily at a loss. Never mind. Let's revive him first, then figure out what to do next. Seeing the unconscious Wang Erdu, she retrieved a pill from her storage ring, fed it to him, then with a light wave of her hand, he rose into the air and followed behind her. Chapter 50, Crisis in Qingfeng Town. Seeing that her disciples were no longer in danger, Lin Sha finally relaxed, temporarily setting aside concerns about her students. He couldn't quite figure out why, in the midst of the fight, Lion Camel Ridge had suddenly increased its hostility toward his sect. He had warned Gu Chang'e and the others not to use their real identities when venturing outside the mountain. Could it be that their fake identities had been exposed? However, Lin Cha had no time to investigate further. Lion Camel Ridge's hostility toward the mythic sect had already surpassed 50 points, and Zhang Wuming's rate of earning points today was unusually high, which worried Lin Cha. After a moment's thought, Lin Cha turned his attention to the shop. After all, he now possessed over 600 points and even held more than 20 mutual aid gift packs. Lin Cha chose to spend 100 points to exchange for a Tier 2 Wandering Pass. Holding it up, he chanted, "May the Jade Emperor grant my wish, let me appear in Qingfeng Town." Without hesitation, he activated the Traveler's Pass. Immediately, a small map appeared before Lin Cha's eyes. A tiny figure materialized on the map. After quickly identifying its location, Lin Cha felt a surge of excitement. The figure was precisely in Qingfeng Town. Thank goodness. The advantage is mine. Lin Cha breathed a silent sigh of relief. Zhang Wuming's cultivation was currently only at the early foundation establishment stage. If he encountered a late foundation establishment cultivator, as an alchemist, Zhang Wuming would inevitably be no match. With this new foundation establishment cultivator joining their ranks, as long as no golden core monsters emerged from Lion Camel Ridge, they should be able to hold their ground. However, she still couldn't access the new foundation establishment cultivator's information. Lin Cha could only hope inwardly that the recruited cultivator was a combat specialist rather than a support-type foundation establishment cultivator. As for the mutual aid gift packs accumulated over this period, Lin Cha planned to save up 30 of them to directly synthesize an epic tier gift pack. She hoped this might yield another golden item. Day 20 of the Human-Demon Conflict. The good news was that the sect had finally gained 2 more Qi Cultivation Stage 1 initiates. The first batch of recruited disciples were also just a step away from breaking through. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next week, they would enter the Qi Cultivation Stage 1 realm. As for the 2 newly advanced disciples, Lin Cha didn't send them down the mountain for training. After all, demonic beasts at the late Qi Cultivation Stage were now commonplace outside, and foundation establishment level beasts were everywhere. Sending them down would be like offering sacrifices. Now for the bad news. Mythology Sect Elder Zhang Wuming slays 1 Foundation Establishment Stage 1 Demon Beast, earning 10 points. Qin Ping'an of Mythology Sect slays 1 Foundation Establishment 5th Layer Demon Beast, earning 58 points. Mythology Sect Elder Fengkui slayed 1 Foundation Establishment Stage 7 Demon Beast, earning 72 points. Fortunately, Lin Cha had gambled on the wandering permit instead of transferring Fengkui to Qingfeng Town. The beasts of Oyu Ridge had split into 2 forces, attacking Qingfeng Town and Xianfeng County respectively. Thankfully, the elder recruited through the Wandering Order isn't a support type. Being able to slay a 5th-tier Foundation Establishment Demon Beast shows he's no ordinary figure. Lin Cha felt a surge of quiet delight. But before his joy could last even a few seconds, the next notification instantly filled him with worry. Mythic Sect Elder Zhang Wuming is under siege and severely wounded. Lin Cha, old Zhang, you absolutely can't get hurt. Otherwise, Xiao Junbao might actually become the chosen one. Just before the event erupted, Zhang Wuming had barely recovered from the injuries sustained in his alchemy furnace explosion, only to be gravely wounded by a demon beast now. Mythic Sect Qin Ping'an slays 1 Foundation Establishment Stage 5 Demon Beast, earning 58 points. Mythology Sect Qin Ping'an slays 1 Foundation Establishment Stage 6 Demon Beast, earning 61 points. Mythology Sect Qin Ping'an slays 1 Foundation Establishment 5th Layer Demon Beast, earning 54 points. 6 notifications appeared in rapid succession, totaling nearly 300 points. Lin Cha couldn't help but feel curious. Was the elder she'd recruited this formidable? He'd just taken down 6 Foundation Establishment Demon Beasts in one go. Qingfeng Town. After Zhang Wuming's second-tier formation, set up using an array disc, eliminated 1 Foundation Establishment Demon Beast and dozens of Qi Cultivation Stage minor demons, it was swiftly shattered by the concentrated attacks of the remaining demon beasts. As the formation collapsed, demonic energy rolled in from outside the town, bloodlight piercing the sky. The stench of blood instantly filled the entire settlement. 7 Foundation Establishment Stage demon beasts of varying appearances loomed outside the town walls, each gazing at the ordinary people within with drooling, greedy expressions. Below, hundreds of Qi Cultivation Stage minor beasts were itching to break through the wooden walls and feast. 7 Foundation Establishment beasts, the highest being at the 7th layer? Where's the easiest position the sect master promised me? Zhang Wuming's face twisted with despair, his heart growing icy cold. This time, nearly all the demonic beasts from several peaks near Lion Camel Ridge had mobilized. A total of nearly 20 Foundation Establishment Stage Great Demons had descended from 7 peaks, determined to annihilate the human faction, the mythic sect that had seized territory from Lion Camel Ridge. Seems I won't escape this day unscathed. Sect Master, I hope you'll take good care of Xiao Junbao after I'm gone. Watching the endless stream of demons pouring over the walls, Zhang Wuming summoned his alchemy furnace and charged into the horde like a moth to a flame. Knowing escape from the 7 Foundation establishment demons was impossible, Zhang Woming chose to prove his path through sacrifice, using his life to buy time for the sect master in Fengkue. Within the town, the crowd scattered in panic, yet one figure stood immovable as a rock. Enveloped in a black cloak, his hood concealed his entire face in shadow. He merely lifted his gaze toward Zhang Woming, who charged like a moth to the flame, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. In this world, it's rare to find a cultivator who would risk their own safety to protect the common folk. But with such low cultivation and being merely a pill cultivator, it's nothing but a futile endeavor. With a sigh, the man lowered his head, intending to slip away through the crowd. He had merely been passing through Qingfeng town and had no desire to involve himself in mundane affairs. After taking 3 or 5 steps, he halted once more, watching Zhang Woming's figure being knocked back. Another sigh escaped him. After living nearly a century, I still cannot bring myself to stand idly by. The man soared into the air, bellowing, "You barbarian demons! How dare you bully my human kin!" Instantly, a Xiao Chun sword flew from behind him, cleaving a Foundation establishment demon in two. This sent shockwaves through the demons, who had been confident of victory. As the blade's intent swept through the town, every Qi cultivation demon was cleaved in two. So it was a despicable human cultivator after all. Using a third-layer Foundation establishment cultivator as bait while concealing a powerful cultivator to ambush us in the shadows. Zhang Woming, who had been clinging to the certainty of death, forced his body to rise. He stared blankly at the human cultivator in the sky. "Wait, sect master, if you'd told me you had a backup plan, why would I have risked my life? I'm a perfectly good alchemist, why would I play at mutual destruction for no reason?" Chapter 51, For Symbols Guardians, for Swords of Extermination. What are you all waiting for? That opponent is merely at the late Foundation establishment stage at most. Why don't we join forces and eliminate him? The speaker was a demon beast with the head of a pig and the body of a man. Easy for you to say. How about you lead the charge, Pig Wu Chang? No sooner had the pig-headed beast finished speaking than a snake demon beside him hissed. As the demons jostled and pushed, the Xiao Chun blade which had just slain a great demon was seized by the black-robed man, who gripped it with both hands. A voice echoed through the crowd of demons. For symbols, vermilion bird style, demon slaying. At these 6 words, the demons who had been shirking responsibility instantly paled with terror. The 4 Symbols Guard? Why would the 4 Symbols Guard appear in Xianyu Prefecture? As soon as the man finished speaking, a vermilion phoenix materialized before him. With a swing of the blade, the phoenix charged toward the demons. Within seconds, blood and flesh rained down like a torrential downpour. As the prolonged beeping faded, Lin Cha's points surged past the 4-digit mark. Lion Camel Ridge's hatred toward Mythic Sect plus 40. Triggered special event, once Mythic Sect upgrades to a Tier 3 sect, Lion Camel Ridge's Golden Core demon beasts will hunt down Mythic Sect. Lin Cha's lips twitched. Great. He was still light years away from a Tier 3 sect, yet he'd already started racking up obstacles. Still, it was clear that the current crisis in Qingfeng town had been resolved by this formidable new recruit. As for the Golden Core demon beasts coming to cause trouble after reaching Tier 3? Lin Cha wasn't worried, there was still plenty of time. Even if Lion Camel Ridge backed down, Lin Cha intended to seek retribution. After all, they had caused his disciples to suffer severe injuries and deaths. This debt had to be settled. Lin Cha had already resolved that once he reached the nascent soul stage, he would annihilate Lion Camel Ridge. Shortly after the events in Qingfeng town concluded, Fengkue also slaughtered all the Foundation establishment stage demon beasts besieging Xinfeng County. Day 25 of the human-demon conflict. A new regional announcement suddenly appeared in the Zone channel. 5 days remaining until the human-demon conflict event concludes. Upon seeing the message, the previously subdued chat group erupted with excitement once more. Finally! This damn event is ending. I can go back to enjoying music at the brothel. Bro, where's your sense of morality? Where's your bottom line? Where's your class? Where's your place? I've got 20 points saved up. I'll trade them for a few disciple recruitment orders. The next big shot like Lin Cha will be me. I've lost all my disciples and only have 5 points left. I feel like I'm completely useless now. What's there to fear? Big shot Lin Cha said earlier that anyone without territory or disciples can post a quest in the Celestial Court. Have the big shot help you clear a quest, claim some territory, and recruit disciples again. But I spent all my spirit stones on listening to music. Ha! Dude, who uses spirit stones for music? Don't you just go to the county town to watch mortals sing and dance? Forget it, bro. If you're stuck, just start chopping trees and mining for now. Save up some spirit stones first. Finally, the event's over. All this time, I was terrified my disciples would run into some Foundation establishment demon. Lin Cha gazed at the mountain gate he hadn't set foot near in ages, a faint smile spreading across his face. Finally over. No more living on edge. These past days, Lin Cha had lived in constant anxiety. He desent all his high-caliber disciples except Zhang Junbao to train. He demonitored their status around the clock, barely sleeping, terrified that any moment his precious disciples might receive a death notification. Perhaps the beasts of lion camel ridge had finally had enough. In the last few days, Lin Cha hadn't earned a single point. But he didn't mind. With the crises in Clearwind Town and Mystic Wind County resolved, his points had already reached 1568. He was now the undisputed leader of the entire group, having surged ahead by a landslide. Now, he simply waited for the event to conclude and the auction to begin. He planned to first browse the auction offerings, purchasing any desirable items before checking the mall's inventory. After all, the items in the mall were all standard offerings, appearing every single time. But who knew what the auction items would be? If he didn't buy them this time, who knew what they'd be replaced with next time? During the wait, Lin Cha finally turned his attention to his mutual aid packages. This time, he had accumulated a total of 32 packages. Once his eyes landed on the bundles, Lin Cha could no longer contain his urge to open them. Let's start with 2 small ones to warm up. How about it? God bless. Congratulations. Lin Cha has obtained 50 yellow bud pills yellow grade, lower tier. Congratulations. Lin Cha has obtained 10 mid-tier yellow grade talismans, silence talismans. Seeing the contents, Lin Cha's face turned green. This was the worst haul he'd ever gotten since opening gift packs. Seeing this, Lin Cha temporarily abandoned the idea of opening more packs and prepared to take a bath and change clothes. Half an hour later, Lin Cha regrouped and steeled his resolve. He immediately combined all 30 gift packs into a single epic tier gift pack. He refused to believe that even the worst luck could force an epic tier gift pack to give him nothing but yellow grade items. God of Wealth, I swear if you grant me something worthwhile today, I'll have every mortal under my rule offer you incense tomorrow. With that, Lin Cha swiftly retrieved the epic tier gift box and opened it. As a brilliant light shone forth, Lin Cha's eyes widened in astonishment. A crimson beam of light appeared before him. At that moment, only one thought filled Lin Cha's mind: I've hit the jackpot. Tomorrow, I absolutely must arrange incense offerings for the God of Wealth. If the God of Wealth doesn't let me down, I certainly won't be the one to fail. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Cha rubbed his eyes. When the crimson glow remained, he nearly shouted the news across the regional chat channel. Only our Chinese deities deliver. Foreign gods are useless, begged forever, and only got 2 yellow ones. This was the first time Lin Cha had ever seen a red item. But what could this red item be? Lin Cha fished the precious item he'd just drawn from his backpack, the 4 swords of immortal execution. Lin Cha suddenly had no idea what expression to wear. The 4 swords of exterminating demons, anyone in the know recognized them as the possessions of the Supreme Sovereign. One of the 3 sovereigns, descendant of Pangu, one of the 7 sages of the primordial chaos, founder of the Jie sect, a superpowered being who single-handedly defeated 4 other sages. And now, one of his weapons belonged to her? Only 3 words echoed in Lin Cha's mind. Who else? Truly worthy of being called a cross-dimensional traveler's mutual aid gift pack, the items it provided were incredibly powerful. He had originally thought his storyline was that of an underdog's rise to power, but now it seemed he was clearly holding the script for an invincible protagonist. Chapter 52, The Auction, Great Demons Crossing Tribulation. As a new day dawned, golden light spread across the clouds, signaling the event's conclusion. The human-demon conflict event has officially concluded. Auction items are now open for bidding. A total of 10 items will be auctioned during this event. Players may place secret bids. After 24 hours, the highest bidder will claim the item. A new interface appeared before Lin Cha, displaying all 10 items. Lin Cha was somewhat surprised by the auction format. He had assumed these items would be sold one after another in a live online auction, but unexpectedly, it was a sealed bid auction. This auction is quite interesting. I wonder if anyone will try to pull off a sneak attack. Glancing at the item list, he couldn't help but note how exorbitantly priced they all were. Second tier cloud travel permit, starting bid 100 points. Purple Fate token, starting bid 100 points. Mystic grade mid-tier divine ability, star shift, starting bid 100 points. Xian grade high grade divine ability, 9 luminaries sword body, starting bid 300 points. Xian grade supreme divine ability, 10,000 swords return to the source, starting bid 500 points. Xian grade high quality artifact, 1000 mechanism umbrella, starting bid 200 points. Disciple recruitment order purple, starting bid 80 points. First tier talisman inheritance, starting bid 100 points. First tier alchemy inheritance, starting bid 100 points. First tier array technique inheritance, starting bid 150 points. First tier artifact forging inheritance, starting bid 150 points. To Lin Cha, the most ordinary items among these were likely the purple quality disciple recruitment order and opportunity order. Lin Cha quickly calculated that securing all the items would require a total of 1,780 points. Although he currently possessed nearly 2,000 points, enough to secure everything even if someone attempted to steal the tower, Lin Cha had no intention of doing so. No matter what, he couldn't bring himself to appear so greedy. The 5-minute consideration period ended quickly. Player Lin Cha spends 100 points to bid on a Tier 2 wandering permit. Choose to remain anonymous? No. Except for the purple quality Disciple Recruitment Order and Fate Order, Lin Cha chose to bid on all the remaining items. Even though he already possessed the Alchemy Inheritance, he continued bidding, knowing each inheritance might contain unique content. The total cost was 1,600 points. His points instantly dwindled to under 400. After securing his desired items, Lin Cha noticed that bidding wars had erupted for the Disciple Recruitment and Opportunity Orders. The Opportunity Token was temporarily secured by Xiaohan for 105 points, while the Disciple Recruitment Token was claimed by an anonymous bidder for 100 points. Both the Heavenly Court chat group and the regional channel erupted in excitement upon witnessing Lin Cha's bidding spree. Is this the pair? Am I hallucinating? Did Big Shot Lin Cha just dominate nearly every item in the auction? That must be over 1,000 points. That's a total of 1,600 points. I don't even have a fraction of what the Big Shot has. He truly lives up to his name. The top player's strength is truly unfathomable. They must have slain dozens of Foundation Establishment stage demon beasts to accumulate that many points. Deputy Alliance Leader Xiaohan showed his mettle too, snagging a chance from Big Shot Lin Cha. I'm just curious, did any other Big Shots skip the tower raid and directly snatch a chance from Big Shot Lin Cha? Does anyone know who that anonymous player is? Even a high-level expert managed to get 100 points. Looks like talented individuals are popping up everywhere. Honestly, Big Shot Lin Cha should have bought everything outright. That way, he'd get more resources, and we could ride his coattails to intimidate those local sections. Reading the chat, Lin Cha felt an ominous foreboding. He had a strong suspicion that someone might sneakily try to steal a portion. Reaching 200 points might be tough at this stage, but a little over 100? Some solo players with decent skills could probably scrape together that much. After all, if Lin Cha could draw a golden quality disciple and get the system, others might snag some luck too. After much deliberation, Lin Cha decided to make a gesture of goodwill. He then sent a message to both the regional channel and the Heavenly Court channel. If any brothers have their eye on any items, just let me know. We're all in this together from now on. Helping each other out is only right. If no one PMs me privately, I'll raise the prices on some items in an hour to prevent last-minute sniping. As soon as Lin Cha's message went out, people in the channel quickly began showering him with praise. However, after waiting a while, Lin Cha didn't see anyone private messaging him about what they wanted to bid on. Lin Cha wasn't concerned about items priced above 150 points. After all, points couldn't be traded, and players couldn't pool resources to buy items. Even if a player possessed a golden quality item, their cultivation level couldn't exceed the Foundation Establishment stage. Accumulating 150 points required slaying nearly 20 late Chi cultivation stage demon beasts. Lin Cha didn't believe any player currently possessed such formidable strength. After waiting an hour with no takers, Lin Cha finally raised the price of all 100-point items to 150 points. He then closed the system interface. With over 20 hours remaining until the auction ended, he could fully focus on his own affairs. For instance, he could open his shop and see what worthwhile items his less than 200 points could purchase. Just as Lin Cha opened the shop, he suddenly sensed something and looked toward Lion Camel Ridge. Even though he was nearly 10,000 miles away from its core area, he could still see a figure standing there like a god or demon. At that moment, he felt not the slightest desire to confront it. Is that a golden core demon? No, impossible. I'm already at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. Encountering a golden core demon wouldn't feel like this. This is a nascent soul powerhouse. A deeply unsettling thought instantly took root in Lin Cha's mind. The human-demon conflict event had only just concluded, yet OU Ridge had already spawned a new nascent soul stage demon. It was well known that OU Ridge's hostility toward the mythic sect had already surpassed 60 points. While previous intelligence indicated golden core demons wouldn't appear in sects below tier 3, who knew if a nascent soul demon would come instead? Lin Cha could only hope the Thunder Tribulation would strike down the demon in the midst of its breakthrough. Alas, things didn't go as planned. In the end, the demon successfully weathered the nascent soul tribulation. Chapter 53, The Sky-Piercing Giant Hand, System Upgrade. As the tribulation ended, the demon stood suspended in the air. Suddenly, a palm shot out from the clouds without warning, snatching the newly transcended nascent soul demon like a doll. Ignoring its pleas for mercy, it carried the demon into the clouds. Lin Cha then witnessed a pair of golden eyes materialize. They scanned the ground, finally resting on Lin Cha before vanishing without a trace, carrying the newly transcended nascent soul demon of Lion Camel Ridge with them. Only after the golden eyes vanished did Lin Cha breathe a sigh of relief. When those eyes had turned toward him, his mind had gone blank, his body growing icy cold, as if every fiber of his being had been laid bare. What level of being is this? To effortlessly control even a nascent soul cultivator, could it be a legendary immortal? Lin Cha's mind was filled with confusion. He was merely a Foundation Establishment novice, yet before even leaving the beginner's village, he discovered that besides nascent soul cultivators, there might even be beings resembling immortals lurking within. Though he wasn't certain if that mysterious being's final glance had been directed at him. I'm just an ordinary Foundation Establishment ant. Could there really be something about me that would catch the attention of such a powerful being? Lin Cha chuckled wryly, as if merely trying to console himself. At least the Yuanling demon beast on Lion Camel Ridge had been taken away immediately after breaking through. That could be considered good news. Just as Lin Cha was consoling himself, a voice echoed in his mind. Detected unusual fluctuations. System initiating early upgrade. Estimated duration, 1 day. Wait, buddy, what did I do now? Why is the system suddenly upgrading? The system upgrade instantly reignited Lin Cha's anxiety, which had just begun to ease. After all, the timing was far too coincidental. He'd barely been observed by an unknown powerhouse before his system initiated an upgrade. It was impossible not to connect the dots. Lin Cha had no recourse. Whether the system was part of some higher-up scheme or not, his weak power left him no choice but to follow whatever path the higher-ups had laid out. Xingfeng Town. Zhang Woming, gravely wounded, finally regained consciousness. Feng Kuei, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. After dealing with the demonic beasts in Xianfeng County, he had rushed full speed to Qingfeng Town. By the time he arrived, Zhang Woming had already fallen unconscious. Recalling that scene, Feng Kuei felt a chill run down his spine just looking at the middle-aged man in black robes leaning against the wall. A man and his blade, relentlessly pursuing a pack of Foundation establishment demon beasts. Even when he could have ended them with a single strike, the man before him refused to do so. Instead, he chose to torture them to death, euphemistically calling it practicing his skills. Fortunately, Feng Kuei knew what the four symbols guard represented. Otherwise, he might have suspected the middle-aged man was some twisted psychopath. I'm not dead? Zhang Woming stared blankly at his surroundings. After surviving a life-or-death battle, he realized he seemed to have touched the threshold of Foundation establishment mid-stage. With continued cultivation, he could reach Foundation establishment 4th layer within a year at most. You're dead, kid. We're all dead. Some golden core demon beast showed up and slaughtered us all. Feng Kuei couldn't help but snark at Zhang Woming's first words upon waking. Yet inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder, this kid's got some luck. To actually encounter the Vermilion Bird Guard of the Four Symbols Guard in Xianyu Province, and even get rescued by them. The Four Symbols Guard served as the ace unit of the Imperial Demon Slaying Bureau, comprising the Vermilion Bird Guard, Azure Dragon Guard, White Tiger Guard, and Black Tortoise Guard. Among them, the White Tiger Guard, specializing in combat, was the largest in numbers. The Azure Dragon Guard was composed of disciples bearing Imperial bloodlines. The Black Tortoise Guard focused on protection, primarily guarding the Imperial Palace and the Demon Slaying Bureau headquarters. The Vermilion Bird Guard was the most mysterious, also known as the Shadow Guard. Every member of the Four Symbols Guard was an elite cultivator, considered prodigies throughout the entire 9 provinces. Zhang Woming's face darkened at Feng Kuei's words. He opened his mouth to retort, but the words died on his lips. I still need to go back and see Junbao. How could I possibly be dead? As Feng Kuei and Zhang Woming bickered, Chen Ping'an suddenly lifted his head toward the distance. A figure descended from the sky, stepping upon a flying sword. Foundation Establishment Peak? That flying sword carries such a potent aura of slaughter. Feng Kuei recognized the arrival and greeted him with a smile. Greetings, Sect Master. Chen Ping'an was taken aback. He hadn't expected the mythology Sect Master to be only at the peak of Foundation Establishment. Chen Ping'an then stepped forward. Former member of the Demon Slaying Bureau and the Four Symbols Guard, Chen Ping'an, greets the Sect Master of the mythology sect. Lin Cha looked utterly bewildered at first. What Demon Slaying Bureau? What Four Symbols Guard? What on earth were these? Upon hearing the name Chen Ping'an, Lin Cha's heart surged with excitement. So this was the legendary powerhouse. An inexplicable smile spread across her face. Seeing it, Feng Kuei knew his sect leader was up to her old tricks again. Hello there. I'm Lin Cha, the sect master of the mythology sect. After introducing herself, Lin Cha took a few steps toward Chen Ping'an and spoke. So, Chen Ping'an, you mentioned the former Demon Slaying Bureau earlier? Does that mean you're now an independent cultivator? Looking at Lin Cha's smiling face, Chen Ping'an couldn't shake the feeling that the man was eyeing him like a weasel eyeing a chicken. Yet, upon closer inspection, Lin Cha's expression seemed entirely sincere. Meanwhile, the gravely wounded Zhang Woming glanced at Lin Cha, his lips parting as if to speak, only to close them again. He turned his head toward Feng Kuei instead. Old Feng, help me up. I need to find a place to rest. I feel I need some quiet time. Only then did Lin Cha notice Zhang Woming. He looked at him with a hint of apology. Sorry, old Zhang. I didn't notice you earlier. I was too busy talking with Elder Chen. Lin Cha couldn't care less about anything else. You were summoned by my wandering order, which makes you an elder of our mythic sect. No matter what, I'm binding you to our ship. Zhang Woming naturally played along, bowing his hands toward Chen Ping'an. Thank you, Elder Chen, for saving my life. Chen Ping'an listened to their exchange before waving his hand dismissively. It was nothing more than a small gesture. As for you, fellow Daoist, your spirit of fighting to the death as an alchemist truly commands my respect. However, before Chen Ping'an could finish, Feng Kuei immediately interjected. Why did you say you were formerly a member of the Four Symbols Guard of the Demon Slaying Bureau, Elder Chen? It was well known that only those with exceptional talent could join the Four Symbols Guard of the Demon Slaying Bureau. Logically, their path to immortality should be smooth and unobstructed. Hearing the question, Chen Ping'an, who had been about to deny being any sort of elder, was instantly drawn in. Chapter 54, A Gentleman's Revenge Knows No Time. Chen Ping'an sighed. The capital is teeming with powerful families. Due to an unfortunate incident, I offended the offspring of a high-ranking figure within the Demon Slaying Bureau. They seized the opportunity to expel me from the Four Symbols Guard. The guard today bears little resemblance to what it was when it was first established. A bitter smile touched Chen Ping'an's lips. No matter how gifted he was, without any backing, any powerful figure could crush him effortlessly. Hearing this, Feng Kuei instantly felt a pang of sympathy for Chen Ping'an, his face darkening with anger. As a sword cultivator, he could not bear to witness injustice in the world. Then, as if struck by a thought, he sighed as well, patting Chen Ping'an on the shoulder. The mythic sect welcomes Elder Chen's joining. Feng Kuei desperately needed to recruit a new member into the mythology sect. After all, the sect currently had only 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Besides himself, the other 2 were the sect master and Zhang Woming, the alchemist. He was the only one actually doing any work in the entire sect. If he could bring Chen Ping'an in, the sect master surely wouldn't be able to keep his eyes on him every single day. At the very least, someone else would share the burden. After hearing Chen Ping'an's story, Lin Cha suddenly felt as though this wandering order was cursed. Every foundation establishment cultivator it produced either harbored enemies or suffered damaged foundations. Everyone should return to the sect first. It appears this demon beast disturbance has passed, and Qingfeng Town is temporarily safe. Lin Cha intended to consult with several elders on how to eliminate the threat posed by Qinglan sect. Though their animosity toward mythic sect had diminished, one could not tolerate a hostile presence lurking beneath one's bed, especially one harboring ill will. Moreover, after killing one of Qinglan sect's foundation establishment cultivators last time, it seemed their hatred toward him had diminished. Lin Cha was quite confident that not a single gold core cultivator remained within the entire Qinglan sect. After persuasion from Lin Cha and Feng Kuei, Chen Ping'an ended up staying at the mythology sect without fully understanding why. The moment he entered the mountain gates, Lin Cha immediately checked Chen Ping'an's data. Name, Chen Ping'an. Age, 47. Cultivation, foundation establishment, 8th layer. Talents, Fleeting Shadow Purple, Toxic Path Prodigy Purple, Talisman Master Purple. Talent rating, 80-85. Comprehension. Loyalty, 65. Swift Shadow Purple, Blade Path Talent plus 30, Blade Intent Damage plus 20%, Blade Intent Insight plus 15. Venom Mastery Purple, Poison Research Speed plus 20%, Poison Potency plus 20%. Talisman Master Purple, Talisman Crafting Success Rate plus 20%, Talisman Crafting Material Consumption 20%. Seeing Chen Ping'an's 3 purple talents, Lin Cha couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He truly was a formidable warrior. Both innate talent and comprehension hovered around 80%. Any one of his 3 innate talents would be considered genius level for most individuals. Lin Cha even felt grateful toward the elder who had expelled Chen Ping'an from the Four Symbols Guard. Without that decision, how could she have acquired such a formidable talent? With Chen Ping'an, the mythic sect instantly gained 3 new lineages: the Way of the Blade, the Way of Poisons, and the Way of Talismans. Once everyone had entered the Grand Hall, Lin Cha voiced his thoughts. Hearing her proposal, Zhang Woming was taken aback. Why would the sect leader target Qinglan sect? What about OU Ridge? Lin Cha glanced at Zhang Woming before replying, I once slew a foundation establishment cultivator from Qinglan sect. Though he hasn't attacked me personally, Qinglan sect still harbors deep resentment toward mythology sect. If we fail to eliminate them, I fear our disciples will face deadly peril during future trials. As for Lion Camel Ridge, we lack the strength to confront them yet. After all, they possess 2 nascent soul stage demon beasts. Fortunately, their 3rd nascent soul demon beast recently broke through its cultivation but was snatched away by a giant hand. Hearing Lin Cha's words, Feng Kuei expressed disbelief. So that explains why Qinglan sect cultivators came to Xianfeng County to provoke me recently. It seems the enmity was already established. But sect master, is what you say about OU Ridge truly accurate? Lin Cha nodded firmly. I witnessed this with my own eyes. There's no way I could fabricate it. Did you not see it yourselves? As a foundation establishment 9th layer cultivator, his eyesight was beyond reproach. However, upon learning that Feng Kuei and the others only knew the golden core demon beast had successfully break through to the nascent soul stage, unaware it had been snatched away by a giant hand, Lin Cha's expression grew grave. Chen Ping'an remained far more composed regarding the events Lin Cha described. After all, as a former member of the Four Symbols Guard, he had heard whispers of such matters within the capital. That great demon's fate is undoubtedly sealed. We once thought this was merely a legend within our demon-slaying bureau, yet it turns out to be true. We've heard of powerful figures requiring nascent soul stage great demons as medicinal ingredients to refine longevity elixirs for extending their lives. The vision the sect master witnessed likely depicted the very act of gathering such Yuan infant demons for that powerful figure. Lin Cha and the others felt their scalps tingle upon hearing this. A mighty nascent soul demon, reduced to nothing more than an ingredient for a single batch of pills. What level of cultivation must one possess to commit such an act? Lin Cha held no doubt regarding Chen Ping'an's words. Regarding this matter, I believe it would be best for the sect master to forget it. Though I don't know why you were able to see it, those beings concealed the heavenly secrets precisely because they didn't want anyone to know. Chen Ping'an looked at Lin Cha solemnly as he advised. Lin Cha nodded, banishing the matter from her thoughts. A mighty nascent soul stage demon was reduced to nothing more than an ingredient in a potion. As a mere novice who hadn't even reached the golden core stage, he likely didn't even deserve to know the truth. If the sect master intends to take action against the beasts of Lion Camel Ridge, this matter can be left to me. However, Qinglan's sect must remain under the sect master and fellow Taoist Feng's jurisdiction. After all, Qinglan's sect has not betrayed the human race. Lin Cha had no immediate plans to target Lion Camel Ridge. After all, he still had no idea how many gold core stage demons lurked within its depths. As for Qinglan's sect, Lin Cha then turned his gaze to the others present. I was wondering, does anyone here know the exact location of Qinglan's sect's headquarters? Zhang Wuming and Feng Kuei looked at Lin Cha with some shock. So, sect leader, you don't know the location of the Qinglan sect? Of course not. I'm just a homebody. Why would you think I'd know? Shouldn't you two be the ones who know? Lin Cha stared at Feng Kuei and Zhang Wuming with righteous indignation. Zhang Wuming. Feng Kuei. Lin Cha glanced at the two men staring at him and gave an awkward chuckle. Then, adopting a serious expression, he declared, "Please bear with me for a moment while I perform a quick calculation." He pretended to perform a few ritual gestures before opening the regional channel. She composed a message and sent it out. Heavy reward for location of Qinglan sect headquarters. Reward, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 55, The Boy Raised on Beast Milk. Lin Cha's message sent out like a boulder dropped into a river. Holy crap, the big shot's offering another huge bounty. Which unlucky bastard crossed the boss this time? What's the boss up to? Who's the fool who founded this Qinglan sect, daring to provoke the boss? It's obvious Qinglan sect must have crossed the boss. He's definitely going to wipe them out now. I recall someone mentioning the boss snatched Qinglan sect's territory before. Looks like this time he's planning to acquire all of Qinglan sect's holdings. So Qinglan sect is actually a local sect? I thought it was some arrogant upstart who provoked the big boss again. Truly formidable. We were all scheming to secretly recruit a couple of disciples from these locals without being noticed, but now the big shot is openly confronting a local sect? Closing the regional channel, Lin Cha opened her private messages. She skimmed through them, but none contained anything of value. Soon, Lin Cha found the information she needed. Beautiful girl sect King Big Hammer, Alliance leader, I know where the Qinglan sect is located. Beautiful young sect leader Wang Dachui, Alliance leader, Qinglan sect isn't far from me. Before the event started, disciples from Qinglan sect would often pass by my sect. Lin Cha opened the location Wang Dachui had sent and saw it was actually within the same county. If she flew there by sword, it would take no more than 5 hours at most. Mythic sect Lin Cha, Dachui, stay at your sect. I'll come find you shortly. Lead us to Qinglan sect's mountain gate. Beautiful girl sect's Wang Dachui, don't worry, boss. Mission accomplished. After pinpointing the location, Lin Cha immediately ceased his mystical charade. He turned to Feng Kuei, old Feng, I've pinpointed the location of Qinglan sect's mountain gate. Feng Kuei looked utterly incredulous. He knew his sect leader well enough to know he couldn't possibly possess divination abilities. Still, he chose to trust Lin Cha. Since the sect master has pinpointed Qinglan sect's location, shall we proceed now? Lin Cha nodded, then pulled Chen Ping'an along. Even if Chen Ping'an's blade didn't kill humans, his foundation establishment 8th layer cultivation was more than enough to intimidate anyone. There's no time to waste. Let's depart immediately. He then turned his gaze toward Zhang Wuming. Elder Zhang, while we're away, the sect relies on you. With that, the three departed from the myth sect. Meanwhile, Wang Dachui glanced at his chat history with Lin Cha, a hint of delight stirring within him. This should count as an offline meeting with the alliance leader, right? I'll get him to sign autographs for me, collect as many as possible. Then I'll auction them off in the channel. I'm sure I'll make a killing. Wang Dachui grinned foolishly at the thought. Plus, with the boss wiping out Qinglan sect this time, I can finally relax and focus on leveling up. Unlike the mythic sect, which was on the outskirts of Qinglan sect, Wang Dachui's sect was deep within its heartland. That's why he'd been developing cautiously all this time, afraid that being too conspicuous would draw Qinglan sect's attention. 6 hours later, as Wang Dachui waited with bated breath, he finally spotted 3 dark figures flying toward his sect from the distance. Wang Dachui knew the big shots had arrived. Having spent an extra hour concealing their aura along the way, the trio finally located their destination. But upon seeing their destination, Feng Kuei's expression turned peculiar. He glanced at Lin Cha, then at the female cultivator on the ground, who was at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Is this really the mountain gate of Qinglan sect that the sect master mentioned? Lin Cha shook her head, giving Feng Kuei a look as if he were an idiot before replying, Senior brother Feng, have you been having problems with your cultivation lately? There isn't even a foundation establishment cultivator here. How could this possibly be the mountain gate of Qinglan sect? Hearing Lin Cha's response, Feng Kuei even suspected she was trying to use official funds for a romantic rendezvous. Noticing the unease on both their faces, Lin Cha smiled reassuringly. While this isn't the Qinglan sect's mountain gate, someone here knows its location. We came here specifically to find him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Cha spotted a petite girl in Hanfu attire, wielding a hammer, sprinting toward him with an excited look on her face. Faced with this jarring contrast, Lin Cha's mind momentarily froze. He began to doubt his own senses until he heard. Alliance leader, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for 6 hours. Noticing the two figures beside Lin Cha whose cultivation levels clearly surpassed her own, Wang Dachui reined in her behavior. Still struggling to process the jarring contrast, Lin Cha tentatively asked, You're Wang Dachui? Wang Dachui nodded. Lin Cha reluctantly accepted the reality. Let's rest first and recover our magical energy. Though all three were late foundation establishment cultivators, 6 hours of continuous flight had drained a third of their energy reserves. Lin Cha approached Qinglan sect, a land-based sect, with great caution. After all, it was a sect with centuries of heritage. No matter what, it must possess some sect-level foundations. Feng Kuei and Shen Ping'an had no choice but to trust their sect leader's judgment, sitting in meditation to replenish their energy. The boss is truly the boss, so damn awesome. Though Wang Dachui was only a Qi cultivation 9th layer cultivator, she could clearly sense that the two men carrying weapon cases were at least mid-foundation establishment stage, possibly even late foundation establishment. While meditating, Lin Cha surveyed Wang Dachui's sect. To his surprise, the entire sect was remarkably well developed. The entire sect housed a late Qi cultivation demon beast and a peculiar structure. Inside that unique structure, a boy of about 10 years old was cultivating. His cultivation level had already reached the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. Judging by the fluctuations of spiritual energy, it seemed he would likely reach the late stage of Qi cultivation within 3 or 4 days at most. However, the cultivation technique he practiced appeared to be only of the top-tier yellow grade level. Lin Cha looked at Wang Dachui with some puzzlement. Why didn't you switch to a mystic grade cultivation technique? I remember you joined right after I established the heavenly court. Wang Dachui looked at Lin Cha with a touch of embarrassment. Little stone eats like a horse. Most of the spirit stones I earn go toward buying him beast milk to drink. That leaves me without enough spirit stones to exchange for a Xian grade cultivation technique. Little Stone was originally sent here by his beast mother. She found him under a tree, and since then, he's lived with that rabbit demon. Later, the rabbit demon brought Little Stone to me. After hearing Wang Dachui's story, Lin Cha became even more certain that she wasn't the only one experiencing extraordinary events in this world. Perhaps in other provinces, someone else was progressing even faster than her. Lin Cha's resolve to accelerate his growth only strengthened. Chapter 56, Storming Qinglan Sect. Lin Cha looked at the embarrassed Wang Dachui and said, It's just a Xian tier cultivation technique. Once we wipe out Qinglan Sect, if you see anything you like, just let me know. Wang Dachui's face lit up with delight. But Lin Cha continued, You've earned credit for reporting them. You can choose any 3 items from Qinglan Sect. However, if their value is too high, you'll need to exchange them using heavenly court points. Even so, Wang Dachui's face lit up with excitement. Moments later, after Feng Kuei and Shen Ping'an had restored their magical power, Lin Cha had Wang Dachui lead the way directly to the mountain gates of Qinglan Sect. Having concealed their magical fluctuations throughout the journey, Qinglan Sect remained unaware that 3 foundation establishment cultivators had entered their inner sanctum. After nearly an hour of swift travel, Lin Cha and the other 3 arrived at the mountain gates of Qinglan Sect. Seeing the scale of Qinglan Sect, Lin Cha's mouth watered. Compared to Qinglan Sect, his mythology sect felt like children playing house. Qinglan Sect occupied several interconnected mountain peaks, with endless spirit fields stretching below, densely planted with spirit rice. As Lin Cha and his companions drew nearer, Qinglan Sect finally stirred. A crimson beam shot out from the mountain peak, landing before the group. A voice spoke, I am Bai Xi of Qinglan Sect. May I ask what brings the 3 of you to our sect? Bai Xi eyed Lin Cha and the others warily, thinking to himself, these 4 have dared to strut into the heart of our sect without even a formal invitation. They must be up to no good. Lin Cha appraised the flying foundation establishment cultivator from head to toe. His cultivation had only just reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment, merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. When questioned, Lin Cha replied leisurely, Please forgive us, fellow cultivator. We 4 merely happened to pass by your sect. Since we're already here, we thought we might as well pay a visit. Bai Xi's eyes remained wary, but outwardly he smiled warmly at Lin Cha. I see. I was beginning to fear enemies had sought us out. However, I fear I must disappoint you. Our Qinglan sect is closing its doors for seclusion in the coming days. Therefore, we regret we cannot extend hospitality. A faint smile touched Lin Cha's lips. No matter. It was indeed presumptuous of us four to intrude. In that case, we shan't disturb you further. The wariness in Bai Xinji's eyes lessened slightly. Just as he was about to offer some polite platitudes, Lin Cha spoke again. Don't worry, dizziness is normal. Just take a deep breath. The next instant, he saw a headless corpse appear before his eyes. Lin Cha deftly retrieved the storage ring, then turned to Feng Chen and Chen Ping'an, who stood frozen in shock. What are you waiting for? Let's go together. We can't wait for Qinglan's sect to activate their protective array. If that happens, we'll be forced into a war of attrition. Feng Kuei and Chen Ping'an snapped out of their daze. The three launched their most powerful attacks simultaneously, channeling their magical energy to smash through Qinglan's sect's defensive array. In an instant, the barrier shattered. The four rushed into the sect's inner sanctum. Enemy attack. As the defensive array shattered, countless ripples of spiritual energy erupted across every peak and hill within Qinglan sect. Activate the protective formation immediately. From the highest peak of Qinglan sect, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe and wearing a green crown burst out of the main hall. He immediately spotted four figures hovering above the sect. Damn it, 3 late Foundation Establishment cultivators. A chill ran through the man's body. Instantly, flashes of light erupted from various locations across Qinglan sect, converging upon the highest peak. Seeing this, the middle-aged man ascended into the sky with 5 others, glaring at Lin Cha. Who are you, and why have you trespassed into the sacred grounds of Qinglan sect? Though the middle-aged man had braced himself for the worst, he still sought to buy time. 3 late Foundation Establishment cultivators might not annihilate Qinglan sect, but they were more than enough to deal a devastating blow. Lin Cha observed the middle-aged man's attempts to stall, letting out a light sigh. I am Lin Cha, patriarch of the mythic sect. Merely an obscure figure, though perhaps not so obscure after today. Truthfully, there's no particular reason. I'm simply in a foul mood and wish to settle old scores with your Qinglan sect and eliminate you all while I'm at it. After all, unless you're destroyed, I fear my mythology sect will never know peace. Foundation Establishment cultivators gradually flew to the middle-aged man's side. One of them roared furiously, You insolent youth! Today, Qinglan sect shall be your grave. Lin Cha sneered at the spectacle. All this talk is rather tedious. Why not just get on with it? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Feng Kuei and Chen Ping'an blurred into afterimages. In an instant, sword and blade charged toward the middle-aged cultivator and his companions. Waves of magical energy rippled outward, shattering the entire Qinglan sect in an instant under the residual force. Lin Cha smiled, drew a spirit sword, and turned to the middle-aged cultivator. Soldier faces soldier, general faces general. Old man, let's exchange blows. Only now did the middle-aged cultivator recall which sect the so-called mythic sect was. Gazing at his shattered sect, his heart bled. He fixed a fierce stare on Lin Cha. It was your mythic sect that first seized Qinglan sect's territory, then slaughtered our disciples. Lin Cha looked at the middle-aged cultivator with utter indifference. So what? If your Qinglan sect hadn't failed to discipline your arrogant and tyrannical disciples, who attacked our sect's disciples first, how could things have come to this? Regardless of the cause, with disciples dead and territory lost, the two sects were now locked in a bitter, unending feud. Amidst the surging sword chi, Wang Dachui watched with rapt attention. She never imagined that Lin Cha, with only 3 people, could suppress over 10 Foundation Establishment elders of the Qinglan sect and even slay 3 of them. Whoa! That's downright terrifying. Wang Dachui had known their alliance leader sought trouble with Qinglan sect and possessed formidable strength, but never imagined it would be this overwhelming. The magical artifacts wielded by the trio clearly exceeded the peak Xian grade level, and the power of their divine abilities was at least Xian grade, possibly even higher. Wang Dachui could scarcely believe his eyes. Behind Lin Cha, a Sun Moon Will artifact had materialized, its power clearly surpassing the Xian grade level. This is practically a walking treasure trove. Wang Dachui muttered to himself, his resolve to latch onto his alliance leader's coattails growing even stronger. He had thought his own luck was already pretty decent, but seeing the alliance leader made him realize his luck was merely average at best. The alliance leader, on the other hand, seemed to have been hand-fed by the heavens themselves. From the very start, they had disciples of golden quality, giving them a huge head start over other players. Now they even have 2 late Foundation Establishment elders. Judging by their weapons and divine abilities, even their lowest tier items are at least Xian grade, and their innate talents start at purple quality at minimum. Chapter 57, The Fall of Qinglan Sect. Master. An elder, witnessing their sect master being slain outright by Lin Cha, roared in grief and fury. His skin suddenly began cracking inch by inch, blood seeping from his body. Lin Cha retrieved the storage ring from the middle-aged man's body before turning his gaze toward the elder. He chuckled mockingly, planning to go berserk? He immediately summoned the sword of execution and hurled it at the elder. Soon, another headless corpse lay on the ground. Brave, but your combat prowess is trash. Find a better place to be reborn next time. As she passed the elder, Lin Cha casually picked up his storage ring. The elder was merely at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, while Lin Cha had already reached the 9th layer. In the next instant, 4 swords materialized behind Lin Cha: the sword of execution, the sword of slaughter, the sword of entrapment, and the sword of annihilation. As the 4 immortal swords were summoned, the spiritual energy fluctuations throughout Qinglan's sect reached their peak. Immediately after, 2 spiritual pressures surpassing the 9th layer of foundation establishment appeared in the forbidden area of the sect's rear mountain. Feng Kuei and Chen Ping'an looked at Lin Cha with tense expressions. Lin Cha smiled at them. "Why are you staring at me? Keep going? Can't I handle 2 old fools who are already on their last legs?" Hearing their sect leader's words, Chen Ping'an and Feng Kuei said no more, resuming their pursuit of the other foundation establishment cultivators. No sooner had Lin Cha finished speaking than 2 elders, their entire beings radiating a putrid aura, materialized before him. One of them greedily scanned the 4 swords of extermination behind him. "Young friend, you speak truly. We are indeed old fools. Uncle Master, why waste words? Just kill him and seize those spirit swords behind him. They might grant us decades more of life." These days, the effects of the human core pills cultivated by martial artists grow weaker each year. The elder whose eyes gleamed with greed cut the other off mid-sentence. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Cha frowned. "You eat people? Those are mere mortals. It is their honor to be refined into human elixirs by us." Hearing the contempt in the old man's voice, Lin Cha fell silent. She immediately manipulated the 4 exterminating immortals' swords into the exterminating immortals' sword formation. Even though her current foundation establishment cultivation meant the formation was only a fraction of its full power, it still managed to trap the 2 golden core cultivators. "Fine swords, fine swords. Never imagined I'd witness such masterpieces in my lifetime. Once I slay you, these blades shall be mine." Even trapped, the greedy old man couldn't stop praising the 4 swords of exterminating immortals. "Old codger, break this sword formation first before you speak. Oh, and let me tell you this: old age without death is the mark of a thief." It must be said that Qinglan's sect possessed profound foundations. Combined with the foundation establishment cultivator they had killed when first ascending to a 2nd-tier sect, the entire Qinglan sect now boasted nearly 20 foundation establishment cultivators. 5 of them were late foundation establishment stage. Aside from the sect master killed by Lin Cha, the remaining 4 were currently battling Feng Kuei and Chen Ping'an, though none were clearly a match for either of them. There were even 2 golden core cultivators, though both were decrepit old men. As they realized they couldn't break the formation, the foundation establishment elders within the sect were slaughtered by the other 2 foundation establishment cultivators like dumplings being boiled in a pot. The 2 golden core cultivators instantly softened their expressions. "Esteemed Taoist friend, we've no idea how Qinglan sect has offended you. But now, 7 or 8 of our foundation establishment elders lie dead, and even our sect master has been slain by you. Since you can only trap us 2 anyway, why not call a truce?" One of the golden core cultivators grinned at Lin Cha. Lin Cha burst out laughing. "Old fools, have you cultivated yourselves into idiots? I've slaughtered so many of your foundation establishment cultivators, even dancing on your graves, and you suggest a truce? Do I look like a complete moron to you? But if you truly wish to make peace, it's not impossible. If both of you voluntarily destroy your cultivation bases, I might consider it." Then another golden core cultivator spoke up. "Young upstart, this sword formation can only trap me and my senior disciple for so long. Once your magical power is exhausted, I'll see what you rely on to defend yourselves then. Who says I can only trap you with this sword array? Who says I can't kill you? I'm merely showing respect to elders. I want you to watch Qinglan sect crumble piece by piece. How about it? Am I being kind?" An elder at the late foundation establishment stage, currently battling Feng Kuei, witnessed Qinglan sect crumbling before his eyes and his supreme elder trapped. He roared in fury, then gathered his magical power, intending to self-detonate. Feng Kuei immediately retracted his energy to resist the explosive force. Lin Cha, alarmed, swiftly commanded the sun-moon light will to spin toward him, intending to slay him before the explosion. However, several foundation establishment elders battling Feng Kuei seized the moment he retracted his power. They turned to block Lin Cha's lethal strike, buying him precious time. Seeing this, Lin Cha inwardly realized the situation was dire. After all, the self-detonation of an 8th-layer foundation establishment cultivator was powerful enough to severely injure another of equal cultivation level. What surprised Lin Cha, however, was that the Qinglan sect elder did not charge toward Feng Kuei and Lin Cha. Instead, he collided directly with the sword array of extermination. A deafening explosion erupted. When the dust settled, the elder vanished into the void, yet the sword array of extermination remained utterly unscathed. With the dust settling, Feng Kuei, now unchecked by the absence of a late foundation establishment cultivator, swiftly slew the few foundation establishment cultivators facing him. He then charged toward the remaining foundation establishment cultivators of Qinglan sect, his magic sword raised. "My storage ring!" Lin Cha watched in fury as the late foundation establishment cultivator vanished without a trace after self-detonating. He immediately commanded the sword array of exterminating immortals to shift formation. Within moments, several sword wounds appeared on the bodies of the 2 elders. Well then, you too may now proceed with peace of mind. Go pursue those foundation establishment cultivators and inform them to await your Qinglan sect's Qi cultivation disciples. Watching Feng Kuei and Chen Ping'an successfully eliminate all of Xinyu's foundation establishment cultivators, Lin Cha's gloom lifted. He immediately activated the sword array of extermination, reducing the 2 golden core cultivators to ashes, fearing they might possess some blood regeneration technique. As for the Qi cultivation disciples, Lin Cha had promised to send them to meet their elders, and she met every word. She unleashed the 4 swords of extermination, relentlessly reaping the lives of the Qi cultivation cultivators. Wang Dachui, who had been gazing at Lin Cha with moments before, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Over 1,000 cultivators had been slaughtered without mercy. Not a single corner of Qinglan's sect remained untouched by the blood of cultivators. So this is what they call annihilating a sect. To ensure no survivors slipped through the net, Lin Cha personally scanned every inch of Qinglan sect's peaks with his divine sense. His search indeed uncovered several Qi cultivation realm cultivators hiding in secret. Chapter 58, Auction Hall. After dealing with Qinglan sect, the most gratifying part began looting the treasures, naturally. Centuries of Qinglan sect's accumulated wealth now fell into Lin Cha's hands. While there were no blueprints or various tokens among the spoils, the treasures and spiritual materials of all grades were more than enough to make Lin Cha rich beyond measure. Even as a declining gold core sect, Qinglan sect's treasury held considerable treasures. Dozens of Xian grade artifacts and cultivation manuals alone were recovered. Do you wish to occupy Qinglan sect? Lin Cha chose occupation without hesitation. He had wiped out the entire Qinglan sect. What else would he want if not to claim the territory? Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has successfully annihilated Qinglan sect. Fortune plus 6,000. From now on, this region belongs solely to the mythic sect. Qinglan sect no longer exists. Lin Cha was overjoyed. Beyond the treasures, the true benefits of annihilating Qinglan sect lay in intangible wealth. For instance, mythic sect's territory had expanded from 1 county to 10. Though Lin Cha currently lacked sufficient combat strength to consolidate control, at least nominally, it now belonged to mythic sect. With territory came a steady stream of disciples and abundant cultivation resources for the mythic sect in the future. Spirit plants, spirit minerals, spirit stones, and even various spirit beasts and spirit herbs would be produced endlessly. Chen Ping'an gazed at Lin Cha, then sighed. Who would have thought that after being expelled from the 4 Symbols Guard, I would witness another figure riding the tide of the times? I wonder whether all this is a blessing or a curse for the Empire. Chen Ping'an dismissed the thought. As a senior elder of the mythology sect, he now viewed it purely from the sect's perspective. This was entirely positive. A sect leader with formidable methods would greatly benefit the sect's development. As for Wang Dachui, her thoughts were filled with more. As a visitor from another world, she held little impression of the so-called imperial dynasty. Her primary concern was clinging tightly to Lin Cha's coattails. After all, a sect boasting a golden core cultivator represented a super boss level threat to nearly all players. Among them, only Lin Cha had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment cultivation. And now, this entity they considered a super boss had been effortlessly wiped out by Lin Cha. Lin Cha had no intention of abandoning the spirit fields in the Qinglan sect's territory. After all, these ready-made spirit fields were vast in number. Utilized properly, they could generate enormous income for her. However, this area was simply too distant from the mythic sect. With the sect currently boasting only 4 foundation establishment cultivators, one of whom remained missing, Lin Cha ultimately decided to temporarily entrust the management of these spirit fields to Wang Dachui. To ensure sufficient manpower for cultivation, Lin Cha decisively allocated an entire county to Wang Dachui, agreeing that after the harvest, Lin Cha would take 70% of the profits. Wang Dachui was naturally delighted with this arrangement. After clearing the Qinglan sect's territory, Lin Cha and his 3 companions returned to Wang Dachui's sect to rest. With only a few hours left before the auction concluded, Lin Cha realized returning now would likely find it over. To prevent any last-minute theft, he chose to stay at Wang Dachui's sect first. Wang Dachui was naturally delighted by this. She immediately summoned several of her disciples, hoping Feng Kuei and Chen Ping'an might offer them some guidance. Lin Cha didn't mind this at all. After all, receiving instruction from these 2 would be a stroke of luck for the disciples. After a brief meditation to replenish his internal energy, Lin Cha opened the auction interface to inspect the items. The opportunity token had now risen to 120 points, while the Disciple Recruitment Token hovered around the same mark. The former remained in Xiao Han's possession, while the latter still belonged to an anonymous bidder. Evidently, Xiao Han and the anonymous bidder had likely exhausted their resources, meaning no further changes were likely. As for other items like the second-tier wandering permit and various inheritances, none had bids higher than Lin Cha's. As time ticked away, the auction swiftly approached its final moments. Just as Lin Cha believed victory was assured, the price of one item suddenly shifted. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for spending 1,700 points to acquire second-tier wandering permit, high-grade mystic tier divine ability 9 Suns sword body, supreme grade mystic tier divine ability 10,000 swords. Return to the source. A high-grade Mystic Tier Artifact 1000 Machinery Umbrella, a first-tier Talisman's Inheritance, a first-tier Alchemy Inheritance, a first-tier Array Inheritance, and a first-tier Artifact Forging Inheritance. Lin Cha had successfully bid on 8 items, leaving 1 missing. Upon closer inspection, Lin Cha realized the missing item was the mid-grade Xian Tier Divine Ability, Starshift. Judging by the name, Lin Cha surmised it was most likely a displacement-type divine ability. Damn it, I even said in the chat that anyone interested could PM me, but some people would rather steal the tower than talk to me privately. Lin Cha's face darkened instantly. Though it was only a mid-tier Xian-grade divine technique, nothing particularly precious, the feeling of having it snatched away at the last second left him thoroughly annoyed. The person who snatched it clearly had at least purple-tier disciple quality and exceptional talent. They likely possessed cultivation techniques and manuals above the Xian tier. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to earn over 100 points in this event. Seems plenty of these players are secretly leveling up in the shadows, unwilling to step into the spotlight. Fine then, from now on, none of you need come forward. Just stay in your caves. Lin Cha made up his mind instantly. A census would be conducted within the Celestial Court. All purple-tier disciples must register to receive resource allocations. Since they refused to align with him, he'd ensure those loyal to him suppress these lone wolves. Though she missed out on 1 item, it meant an extra 150 points. She could exchange those for new items in the shop. Vermilion Fruit Yellow Grade, a century-old vermilion fruit. Those with aptitude below 70 can increase their aptitude by 1 point after consumption. Each person may consume 2. Enlightenment Tree Mystic Grade, a 1000-year-old spiritual plant. Long-term consumption of tea brewed from its tender shoots increases the chance of enlightenment. The tree blooms every 3 years, bears fruit every 3 years, and matures every 3 years, yielding 9 fruits per harvest. Consuming an enlightenment fruit grants a random mystic grade supernatural ability. Lin Cha's eyes lit up upon reading these descriptions. While the enlightenment tree's fruit required waiting, its tender shoots were readily available. He could have his disciples drink more hot water daily to boost their enlightenment chances. Just as Lin Cha was taking stock of his gains, a voice echoed in the minds of numerous players. Chapter 59, System Upgrade. The Xianyao Province Taoist Debate Assembly will commence in 6 months. All foundation establishment sects are eligible to participate. The Taoist Assembly, in scholarship, there is no absolute first in martial arts, there is no absolute second. Once the assembly commences, all new disciples of Xianyao Province may participate and showcase their prowess. Event 1, players will earn varying point rewards based on their disciples' rankings among all participants, with opportunities to obtain advanced cultivation techniques, supernatural abilities, and even weapons player-to-player comparison. Event 2, based on disciples' rankings in the Dao Conference, players will receive even richer point rewards and have the chance to obtain disciple recruitment orders, blueprints, rare treasures, and even treasures of destiny compared to native cultivators. Following the event, additional treasures will be added to the marketplace, and the auction house will reopen. Congratulations to Xianyao Province for completing the Human-Demon Conflict event and unlocking 9 provinces access. After finishing the Taoist Assembly event, you may travel to other provinces within the Imperial Dynasty to assist players in unlocking their regions. Once all 9 provinces players have unlocked their areas, the Realm-Wide Heavens Mandate event will commence. The familiar hum of machinery echoed in Lin Cha's mind. At that moment, an additional channel appeared above the original regional channel. Imperial Court Channel. Xianyao Province, is anyone there? Anyone? Xianyao Province, why isn't anyone responding? Don't tell me none of you qualify. Xian Yuzhou, enough mockery. At this stage, it seems we're the first group of players to unlock the 9 provinces' permissions. As for the others, they probably can't even see the world channel messages. Xian Yuzhou, what? We're actually this powerful? Then did I just flirt with the wrong crowd? Xian Yuzhou, guys, did you hear that? We can head to other regions now. Xian Yuzhou, what are you daydreaming about, buddy? We still have to wait at least half a year. We can only go after that so-called Great Debate Assembly wraps up. Xian Yuzhou, once we finish the second event, doesn't that mean we can go on expeditions to other regions? Xian Yuzhou, watch your language, upstairs. What do you mean expedition? We're bringing them the seeds of civilization, so they can grow under the Heavenly Court's care and nurturing. The world channel was now completely flooded with posts from Xianyao State players. As for the regional channels, they were all filled with praise for Lin Cha, each competing to heap compliments upon him. In that moment, Lin Cha finally understood what it meant to have scholars defend one's teachings when entering the pass. Compared to when the event first began, the regional chat channels were now devoid of complaints. Every channel was filled with praise for Lin Cha and the fervent desire to join the Celestial Court. No other province had activated the 9 provinces privilege. Xianyao Province was the first. What this signified was crystal clear to Lin Cha. After a single event, he had become the undisputed leader of all players within the empire, holding the initiative over every player in the realm. As time passed, the players' conversations shifted back to the rewards they'd receive after the event concluded. Hurry up with the next event. I'm already itching for more. Give us something substantial. Everyone's talking about establishing a foundation establishment sect, but among us, only big shot Lin Cha has one. Instead of rushing for events, you should focus on developing yours. Just used 5 random disciple recruitment scrolls, all white quality. I can find blue quality disciples just wandering around the county town, but these scrolls only gave me whites. Hee hee, did you even wash your hands upstairs? I recruited just once and got a blue one. I got 4 purple quality disciples from 10 recruitment orders, feels like I'm unstoppable. Looks like the big shot upstairs has foundation establishment potential. This event is pretty awesome too. Rewards? If we max them out, we'll be way ahead of everyone else. Forget it. First place is definitely going to big shot Luo Tian. Us little guys should be happy just making the leaderboard in the second event and grabbing a reward. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, I got purple. Lin Cha scanned the regional chat channel. In this human vs demon event, quite a few players had reaped benefits. He even spotted several purple quality disciples. As for that player who pulled 4 purple disciples from 10 recruitment orders, Lin Cha couldn't help but feel envious. After all, he wanted purple disciples too. However, he hadn't seen anyone get a gold quality disciple. Perhaps there were some, but like himself, they were probably keeping quiet about it until they had developed further. Lin Cha exchanged his remaining points for random disciple recruitment orders. At 5 points each, they were incredibly cheap, so he bought 10 outright. As for the remaining 10 odd points, they weren't worth much for anything worthwhile. Lin Cha decided to save them for the next event instead. With 10 random disciple recruitment opportunities, Lin Cha casually clicked the first recruitment order. His expectations weren't high, a purple quality disciple would suffice. A flash of white light appeared. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has recruited 1 white quality disciple. Your disciple is on their way. Lin Cha. He clicked another token. White light. Lin Cha. Continue. Still white light. Watching 4 consecutive white lights appear, Lin Cha couldn't believe her luck was this bad. She then decided to activate all 6 remaining disciple recruitment orders in one go. 1 green, 5 white. What's up, buddy? What's with giving me a green one? Is this some consolation prize? Or was this just the guaranteed minimum? Originally, Lin Cha hadn't thought much of the 9 white lights. But when the final green light appeared, Lin Cha's defenses crumbled completely. He could have accepted 10 white lights, but this final green light truly stung. He hadn't expected gold from 10 recruits, just a purple quality disciple. Now he didn't even get blue. Lin Cha couldn't help but laugh bitterly. As someone who had reincarnated twice, his luck had sunk to this pitiful level. After using up all his recruitment orders, Lin Cha suddenly remembered something. Damn it, I almost forgot about the system. I've gotten too addicted to gambling. Only then did Lin Cha recall the system that had long since completed its update. Ding! Congratulations, player, on successfully upgrading the Multiverse Alliance Traveler Mutual Aid system. This update will bring the host a brand new version. Beyond the basic daily gift packs, the system will now offer a weekly shop feature. Each shop refresh will display 4 items, one of which is a special deal. All items are randomly selected. Lin Cha glanced at the system's description and immediately opened this week's mall. After reviewing the contents of the system shop, Lin Cha was utterly devastated. Chapter 60, Shop opens, Sect gains renown. Heavenly tier technique Jin Jing, price, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. A Jin Jing consists of 5 layers. Each layer mastered increases insight and talent by 3 points. Mastering all 5 layers grants an additional 5 points to insight and talent. Heavenly tier spirit beast Dankan, price, 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. From Classic of Mountains and Seas, Eastern Region 4, on Shin Mountain dwells a beast. Resembling a pig with tusks, it is called Dangkang. Its cry heralds abundant harvests across the land. Upon use, grants the divine beast Dangkang, enriching all lands under its jurisdiction and increasing yields by 20%. Celestial grade supreme divine ability Being-sowing soldier creation, price, 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon use, learns the divine ability Being-sowing soldier creation, summoning yellow turban warriors with one's magical power. The number and strength of these warriors depend on the caster's magical power and cultivation realm. Weekly special, Earth Tier Supreme Spirit Weapon Sea Calming Pearl. Price, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon use, grants 1 Sea Calming Pearl. Legend holds that 24 such pearls exist. Collecting all 24 enables the manifestation of the 24 heavens. Reading the item descriptions, Lin Cha's face betrayed a hint of astonishment. The Jin Jing increases insight and talent. If one masters the 5th layer, wouldn't that mean a direct plus 20 to both? That practically turns a disciple into a child prodigy. And this Dangkang, judging by the description, isn't it that mythical beast from the Classic of Mountains and Seas? Buying this would completely eradicate famine from my territory. Transforming beans into soldiers looks even more powerful. It could totally address the mythology sect's shortage of high-tier combat strength. Sure, they're just beans transformed, but they're still combat power. But what's up with these weekly specials? I still need to collect all 24 orbs to complete it. How is this any different from a puzzle game? Though Lin Cha grumbled about the weekly special, he remained fascinated by every item in the shop. Unfortunately, he lacked sufficient spirit stones, otherwise, he'd have bought everything just to see them. The only item he could afford right now was probably the special offer priced at 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It had to be said, the items in this mall were indeed expensive, but they were genuinely top-notch. Without hesitation, Lin Cha produced 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones and purchased the Dinghai Pearl. The next second, a flash of white light appeared in his hand, eventually coalescing into a bead that appeared a vivid turquoise blue. Running his fingers over the perfectly round orb, Lin Cha immediately checked its description. Sea Calming Pearl, Earth-grade supreme artifact. When activated, it summons a torrential water surge. Collecting 24 pearls unleashes a 5-colored radiance that blinds enemies' spiritual senses and overwhelms their 5 senses, unleashing power as vast as the 4 seas. After reading the Dinghai Pearl's description, Lin Cha tossed it straight into her backpack. Meanwhile, during Lin Cha's journey back to the mythic sect from the Azure Mist sect, news of the Azure Mist sect's annihilation spread throughout the cultivation factions of Luochuan County. This information landed like a ton of bananas dropped among starving monkeys, utterly unbelievable. Xinglan's sect wiped out? How could that be? Numerous cultivation sects resided within Luochuan County. At the top stood the undisputed overlord of Luochuan County, Thunderclap Mountain, boasting at least 7 golden core cultivators within its gates, with rumors even suggesting the presence of a nascent soul cultivator. Below them were factions like Qinglan sect, Shinfeng sect, Bahua Temple, and the Zhao family of the Golden Blade, all confirmed or suspected to still harbor gold core cultivators. Among them, Qinglan sect and Shinfeng sect stood at the forefront, each boasting genuine gold core cultivators at their helm, with several promising gold core candidates within their ranks. It could be said that within the entire Luochuan County, Qinglan sect's strength was unquestionably among the top 3. Now, one of the top 3 sects in the entire Luochuan prefecture had been wiped out. Had it not been for a cultivator passing by who intended to visit Qinglan sect, they might never have known. This news struck many factions as pure fantasy. Only when their own disciples arrived at Qinglan sect's mountain gates and witnessed the ruins of what was once their home did they fully believe it. In pursuit of the perpetrators behind Qinglan sect's annihilation, several factions joined forces in their search, ultimately pinpointing Wang Dachui. As one foundation establishment cultivator after another gathered at her sect's headquarters, Wang Dachui silently sent Lin Cha a private message through her magical power. Then, with remarkable ease, he recounted the entire sequence of events. However, his tone painted Qinglan sect as a group of bullies who oppressed men and women alike. He portrayed every member of the sect as utterly depraved, guilty of indiscriminate slaughter and relentless oppression of smaller sects and independent cultivators. It must be said that Wang Dachui possessed a natural talent for performance. Under his narrative, the foundation establishment cultivators seeking truth were swayed into believing his account. Once the groundwork was laid, Wang Dachui prepared to deliver the climax. In the end, the leader of the mythology sect couldn't bear to watch our small sect suffer oppression any longer. He chose to attack the Qinglan sect, rescuing us wandering cultivators from the flames. The cultivators, who had grown somewhat impatient, finally learned the name of the intervening sect, the mythology sect, upon hearing this final piece of information. But what exactly the mythology sect was, they had no clue. At that moment, a foundation establishment cultivator from Fahua Temple suddenly seemed to recall something and spoke up. I feel like I've heard of this mythology sect somewhere before. Let me think. Moments later, the man's frown relaxed. I remember now. During the demonic chaos earlier, one of our disciples was stranded outside. He passed through a small town and sensed demonic energy there. He tried to exorcise the demons but was ultimately defeated by their superior strength. It was a disciple of the mythical sect who saved him. Just then, another foundation establishment cultivator seemed to recall something. I remember it was also this mythical sect that wiped out the Sun family earlier. Only then did most of the foundation establishment cultivators grasp the connection. Lin Cha's annihilation of the Sun family had caused quite a stir back then. Many factions had obtained first-hand intelligence afterward. What no one could have anticipated was that, barely months after wiping out the Sun family, the mythology sect had now quietly obliterated the Qinglan sect. Upon learning the full details, all foundation establishment cultivators except those from Thunderclap Mountain immediately grew wary. After all, while Qinglan sect's gold core cultivator might enter nirvana at any moment, he was still a gold core cultivator. If mythology sect could wipe out Qinglan sect without a trace, it meant they could do the same to them. As the crowd exchanged nervous glances, a foundation establishment cultivator from Fahua Temple stepped forward first. Who would have thought Qinglan sect was secretly engaged in such underhanded schemes? Thank goodness for the mythology sect cultivators stepping forward. Otherwise, who knows how long Qinglan sect would have kept this hidden. Please convey to the patriarch of the mythic sect that should any grand sect ceremony be held in the future, our Fahua Temple shall certainly attend to offer congratulations. After hearing the Dharma Flower Temple cultivator, the others quickly caught on and smiled at Wang Dachui. Our Divine Winds sect feels the same. The Qinglan sect is utterly unworthy of the righteous path. My Zhao family stands in irreconcilable opposition to them. After each declaration, they secretly cursed the bald monks of Fahua Temple for their obsequiousness, regretting they hadn't thought of this themselves. Chapter 61, Traces of the Disciples. Master, senior brother Gu and the others have returned. Upon hearing his senior disciple had returned, Lin Cha instantly teleported before Gu Chang'e. But upon seeing the number of people behind Gu Chang'e, she froze. Chang'e, why have only a few of you returned? Where are Ergo, Mingzi, and Xinwen? Hearing his master's voice, Gu Chang'e, who had been holding himself together, knelt on the ground the next moment, his voice choked with emotion. Master, I failed to protect my fellow disciples. Brother Zhao Xinwen was torn apart by beasts in Xinyesity. Brother Erdu sacrificed himself to cover our retreat and is now missing. Brother Long fell off a cliff during our journey. We searched for 2 days but found no trace of him. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Lin Cha hurriedly opened the sect's journal. He hadn't checked it since the event ended, and upon seeing no record of Wang Erdu or Long Mingzi's deaths, only then did Lin Cha's heart settle. He then pulled Gu Chang'e to his feet and offered comfort. Luofei Canyon. A man and a woman stood at the edge of the gorge, their eyes brimming with reluctance to part. Brother Long, are you truly leaving the Xianyu sect? The white-clad woman clutched the hand of a youth with a resolute gaze, reluctant to part. That youth was none other than Long Mingzi, who had suffered severe injuries and fallen from the cliff. Thank you for your care these past days, Miss Bai. But my senior and junior brothers risked their lives to save me. I must depart to find them and fight alongside them. For the life you saved, I, Long Mingzi, swear to repay this debt with my very life. Just as Long Mingzi uttered the word death, the woman gently pressed her finger to his lips and smiled. Don't speak such nonsense. I want you to live well. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Long Mingzi as if resolved. Brother Long, why don't I accompany you? Though I'm only at the first layer of foundation establishment, I am still a foundation establishment cultivator. If we encounter foundation establishment demon beasts, I should be able to lend some assistance. But didn't your Xianyu sect say you're not allowed to interfere with anything in the outside world? Long Mingzi scratched his head, puzzled. The woman smiled at Long Mingzi. I am now the sect master of Xianyu sect. I can change these rules. From this day forward, starting with me, Xianyu sect can venture out into the world. Let's go, Brother Long. How should we proceed? After settling Gu Chang'e and the others, Lin Cha turned her gaze toward Feng Kuei and Chen Ping'an. Do the two elders know about the Taoist conference? Chen Ping'an froze, looking at Lin Cha with confusion. Feng Kuei, however, nodded. It's a grand event in Xianyu province. Of course we know about it. But why are you asking, sect leader? Lin Cha couldn't possibly admit she'd learned about it through her activities, so she pretended to have stumbled upon the event by chance and was simply curious. After hearing Lin Cha's words, Feng Kuei spoke solemnly. The Taoist assembly actually has a very long history, dating back to the era of the second Xianyu king. At that time, the Xianyu king collaborated with over 10 nascent soul cultivators from Xianyu province to host it. All cultivators within Xianyao province whose bone age did not exceed 50 were eligible to participate. The competition was divided into 2 tiers, Golden Core and Foundation Establishment. Outstanding performers could receive generous rewards, including but not limited to spiritual elixirs, miraculous medicines, or various divine artifacts. Those ranking within the top 10 could even gain access to cultivate within the sword washing pool. Furthermore, if a disciple from a sect achieves a notable ranking in the competition, their sect would also receive rewards from the Xianyao royal house. Frankly, this is also a method for the Xianyao king to win over hearts and minds, as the Xianyao royal house today is no longer what it once was. It's said the first Xianyao king alone could suppress all cultivators in Xianyao province. Unfortunately, each subsequent generation of Xianyao kings has seen declining cultivation levels. The current ruler is rumored to have only reached the early nascent soul stage. 500 years have passed, and it seems unlikely he'll advance further. Lin Cha paid little heed to the Xianyu king's cultivation level. His eyes had already lit up upon hearing about the various rewards. With the event's generous rewards, as long as Gu Chang'e and his team secured a decent ranking, the mythology sect was bound to reap substantial benefits from this event. The Xianyu king is truly generous. To win over the major and minor factions of Xianyu state, he's willing to spend such a fortune. Needless to say, our mythology sect will steadfastly support the Xianyu king from now on. Lin Cha then turned to Feng Kuei with a puzzled look. Could it be that there isn't a single Huatian realm cultivator to be found in the entire Xianyao province? Chen Ping'an picked up the thread. Not just Xianyao province, I doubt there are any spirit transformation cultivators in the entire empire. During my time with the Four Symbols Guard, I saw ancient texts mentioning the founding emperor and some followers who were suspected to be spirit transformation cultivators. But after that era, such rumors vanished entirely. But legend has it that in ancient times, spirit transformation cultivators were as common as weeds. Back then, anyone could cultivate to the golden core stage with ease. Spiritual plants and herbs grew everywhere, and every so often, rare elixirs like the Imperial Dew would appear. A single drop could add 100 years to one's cultivation. Lin Cha didn't dwell on this much. As Qin Pingan had said, regardless of whether these tales were true or not, even if they were, they likely occurred tens of thousands of years ago. His primary concern now was the Taoist conference. After hearing Feng Kuei's explanation and event details, Lin Cha had gained a clearer understanding of the gathering. Regardless, he was determined to attend this Taoist conference. As Feng Kuei had stated, participation was open to anyone whose bone age did not exceed 50. He wondered if he, as the sect master, might have a chance to participate firsthand? But would the organizers allow him to exploit such a loophole? Lin Cha pushed the thought aside. After all, there was still plenty of time. In the meantime, he planned to cultivate several more Foundation establishment disciples. If he, as the sect master, couldn't participate, he couldn't very well let Gu Chang'e attend alone. His gaze then fell upon Zhang Woming, who had been observing the scene with detached interest. A faint smile touched Lin Cha's lips, snapping Zhang Woming out of his reverie. The latter abruptly shifted his focus to Lin Cha, and their eyes locked. Zhang Woming immediately felt a pang of caution. "Senior Zhang, how is your injury recovering? Do you still need to rest?" Lin Cha's sudden concern only deepened Zhang Woming's conviction that the sect leader was clearly holding something back, waiting for him. He seized the opportunity to play along. "Sect leader, I believe I might need a little more rest." Before he could finish, a magical sword flashed beside his throat. Lin Cha's smile remained unchanged. Chapter 62, The New Elder. I believe now that our sect has replaced Qinglan sect, we should hold a celebration to showcase the might of mythic sect. What do you think, Elder Zhang? Zhang Woming's face darkened as he stared at the blade pressed against his throat. He knew instantly that his sect leader wanted him to do the dirty work again. "Master, my injuries haven't fully healed yet. Why don't you consult Elders Feng and Chen?" Zhang Woming cautiously observed Lin Cha. Seeing Zhang Woming's inquiring gaze, Lin Cha merely smiled. Elder Feng is wholly devoted to sword cultivation and knows nothing about the ceremony. As for Elder Chen, I have other plans for him. Seeing Zhang Woming remain silent, Lin Cha pressed on without pause. It seems only Elder Zhang is most familiar with these matters. As they say, the capable bear more responsibility. Elder Zhang, how about scheduling the celebration for 3 months from now? Lin Cha glanced at Zhang Woming. If 3 months seems too short, we can also schedule it for half a year from now. Zhang Woming took a deep breath before turning to Lin Cha. The celebration should be sooner rather than later. Let's stick with 3 months. Half a year is too long. After a moment of contemplative silence, Zhang Woming added, I'll need the disciples' assistance to completely renovate the entire sect within 3 months. It's timely that we've acquired Qinglan sect's territory. After 3 months, we can conveniently commence the ascension ceremony. At that time, the sect leader can arrange invitations for nearby sects to attend the ceremony. Hearing Zhang Woming's arrangements, Lin Cha knew the matter was settled. Zhang Woming had agreed. Shortly after, Zhang Woming excused himself, claiming he needed to rest, and sent Lin Cha away. He was afraid that if Lin Cha stayed any longer, she might assign him another strange and unusual task. After leaving Zhang Woming's alchemy chamber, Lin Cha began observing the current state of the mythology sect. It must be said that under Zhang Woming's arrangements, the sect now ran with remarkable order and efficiency. Disciples throughout the sect diligently cultivated, striving to break through to Qi cultivation practitioners as swiftly as possible. Just as Lin Cha was admiring his sect with great satisfaction, several figures flashed past Lin Cha. The leader glanced at the others behind him and declared, Let's go. Today, I'll take you to steal my father's pills. As my little brothers, how can you not have cultivation? Lin Cha turned to the leader. It was Zhang Junbao, Zhang Woming's son. Ever since Zhang Woming had been sent out to guard the sect during the recent human-demon conflict, no one had been keeping an eye on him. The brat had become a complete troublemaker, hanging out daily with those half-grown lads who hadn't yet become cultivators. He told them his father's alchemy chamber was filled with pills, and that if they recognized him as their big brother, they'd have an endless supply. These lies actually convinced the disciples, who now chased after Zhang Junbao, eager to become his underlings. Seeing this, Lin Cha decided it was time to find Zhang Junbao some purpose. Otherwise, his innate talent would be wasted. After all, Zhang Junbao was a golden grade disciple. Recently, with the sect's affairs overwhelming and no suitable mentor available, the arrival of Chen Pingan provided the perfect opportunity to properly discipline Zhang Junbao. Of course, Lin Cha's decision to assign him tasks wasn't solely because he seemed so carefree. With Gu Chang'e's return, the responsibility of teaching cultivation techniques to the disciples fell back upon him. Lin Cha naturally attended one of these sessions as an observer. It must be said that Gu Chang'e truly possessed the innate qualities of a teacher. Whether explaining cultivation techniques or recounting events from their mountain descent trials, the disciples below listened with rapt attention, each one filled with yearning. As for Zhou Jie and the others, after recovering from their injuries, they descended the mountain to search for traces of Long Mingze and Wang Erdu. After all, Wang Erdu and Long Mingze were not only their fellow disciples but also the ones who had sacrificed themselves to save them, leaving them in a situation where neither their bodies nor their whereabouts were known. Despite Lin Cha repeatedly assuring them that the two were safe, Zhou Jie and the others chose to descend the mountain to search for them personally as soon as their injuries had slightly recovered. Originally, Zhu Mingyao had also intended to descend the mountain, but she was persuaded by Zhou Jie and the others to stay behind. After a brief inspection of the entire sect, Lin Cha directly used a blueprint martial arts arena she had acquired from the Celestial Court. After using it, she immediately upgraded the martial arts arena to level 3 using spirit wood and spirit iron. Having annihilated the entire Qinglan sect, Lin Cha now possessed over 1 million low-grade spirit stones and tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. It could be said that the combined wealth of all the players present might not even amount to 1% of what Lin Cha held. Staring at the countless zeros in his spirit stone inventory, Lin Cha felt a pang of frustration. This feeling of having money I can't spend is unbearable. Looks like I'll need to cultivate relationships with those local sects after 3 months. Maybe I can fleece them a bit and establish some business partnerships. After handling all matters, Lin Cha retrieved the second-tier Wandering Pass and second-tier Opportunity Pass he had purchased from the auction house earlier. With everything settled, it was time to further bolster his sect's foundations. Without hesitation, she activated both tokens. Soon, a small figure and a purple route appeared on Lin Cha's mini-map. After calculating the distance, Lin Cha decided to recruit the Foundation Establishment Cultivator first. Following the route indicated on the mini-map, she set off on her search. This time, things went surprisingly smoothly. No melodramatic twists or complications arose along the way. Halfway there, Lin Cha encountered the Foundation Establishment Cultivator summoned by the second-tier Wandering Order. Unfortunately, his cultivation was rather low, only at the third layer of Foundation Establishment. According to the cultivator, being an independent cultivator meant a severe lack of resources, which had sparked his desire to join a sect. He had recently heard that the Mythic sect had destroyed the Azure Mist sect, so he decided to come and join the Mythic sect. Lin Cha naturally welcomed him with open arms. He had promised to recruit this cultivator with a stipend higher than what other sects offered. It must be said that money truly works wonders. Lin Cha had only offered a stipend 20% higher than other sects to recruit this cultivator. His loyalty immediately shot up to 95 points. It was worth noting that currently, only 3 individuals in the entire sect had loyalty ratings exceeding 95 points: Gu Changde, Zhu Mingyao, and Wang Erdu. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Cha immediately introduced the new elder to the disciples. The new elder's name was Zhang Shiji. What was somewhat disappointing to Lin Cha was that Zhang Shiji's cultivation potential was only blue tier. While he might break through to the golden core stage, the odds were admittedly quite low. His sole strength lay in his expertise in cultivating spiritual herbs, so Lin Cha immediately assigned him to the spiritual herb garden. Chapter 63, New Opportunity. After settling Zhang Shiji, Lin Cha ventured out again, this time seeking an opportunity token. It must be said that the locations of these opportunity tokens were always quite distant, and this time was no exception. Lin Cha flew for nearly an hour before finally reaching the purple opportunity point. Gazing at the barren, bare ground before him, Lin Cha couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. This barren wasteland. Surely the opportunity isn't underground? Lin Cha walked around some more before finally confirming that this opportunity was indeed underground. She immediately drew her spirit sword and began digging into the earth. After a full half hour, her spirit sword finally struck something hard. Clearing away the surrounding soil, a stone stele suddenly appeared before Lin Cha. This is a purple grade opportunity? Staring at the smooth stone tablet, Lin Cha felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He even began to doubt whether he was experiencing some kind of hallucination. Yet the purple opportunity marker on his mini-map vanished the instant he saw the stele, compelling him to accept this stone monument as the very purple opportunity he sought. Staring at the smooth surface of the stele, Lin Cha fell silent. He considered countless ways to move it, but none worked. Finally, Lin Cha tentatively channeled a thread of magical energy into the stone. A burst of multicolored radiance then radiated outward from within the stele, followed by text appearing upon its surface. In my youth, I chanced upon a divine text that led me onto the path of immortality. Alas, my innate talents were dull. It took me over 3,500 years of walking this path before I finally glimpsed the heavenly gate, attained immortality, and ascended. Yet my progress halted there. For the next 37,500 years, I made no further advancement. Without progress, there is no drive. Without drive, the heart grows cold. It was then I understood this tribulation was called heart stillness. But just as my spirit died and my path faded, as I sought to return to the cycle of rebirth, I witnessed what true extinction meant. From that moment, I channeled the essence of this extinction through the way of the sword. Within 10,000 years, I attained the great Luo immortalhood. After 100,000 years, I successfully ascended to the rank of immortal emperor. Lin Cha stared at the inscription on the stone tablet. He couldn't deny that these words stunned him, ascending to immortality, attaining the De Luo realm, becoming an immortal emperor. Each word was familiar to Lin Cha, but when strung together, they left her head spinning. Not long ago, he had learned from Chen Ping'an and the others that even those who had attained the Huatian stage were now as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in this world. Now he'd unearthed a stone tablet inscribed with words promising ascension to immortality and imperial rule. And this was merely a purple grade opportunity? Could this be true? Staring at the steel for a moment, watching the characters vanish once more, Lin Cha hesitated not a second. He drew his magic sword and plunged it back into the earth. This steel was undoubtedly a treasure. The opportunity it held might surpass all his previous gains combined. Even the slightest fragment from a great being who had ascended to a mortal emperor would be a tremendous opportunity, perhaps even granting the mythic sect an inheritance for achieving immortality. Once brought back to the sect, someone would surely uncover the inheritance within. Upon returning to the mythology sect, Lin Cha placed the stone tablet in a conspicuous location. The sudden appearance of this stone tablet drew a crowd of curious disciples. Unfortunately, none could discern anything unusual about it. The spiritual energy within the Taishu Dao sect had risen slightly since he'd left. Ever since taking on the celebration task, Zhang Woming had been swamped with work, his presence scarcely seen within the sect. Instead, Zhou Jia returned to the sect with Wang Erdu. After questioning Luo Tian, he learned that Wang Erdu had been severely wounded and knocked unconscious by demonic beasts shortly after covering Gu Changda and the others' escape. While unconscious, he had been rescued by a young woman. When he awoke, he found himself in a lavish palace. The young woman kept hinting that she wanted to marry him. Wang Erdu had tried to sneak away, but each time he was forcibly dragged back. Hearing Wang Erdu's story, Lin Cha's inner curiosity ignited completely. But she was curious how Wang Erdu had managed to escape. Wang Erdu scratched his head with a sheepish grin. I told her she was too young, that we should wait until she's older to marry. Besides, matters of marriage aren't decided by me alone. I'll go back and consult my master. As he spoke, Wang Erdu lifted his head to gauge Lin Cha's reaction. Lin Cha looked somewhat surprised. That's it? She just let you go? Wang Erdu nodded, a faint blush even appearing on his dark face. Lin Cha was speechless. Why are you blushing like a bubble teapot? How did you even get a wife during this trip down the mountain for training? After inwardly ranting, she felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that you encountered the offspring of some powerful figure, rather than a female demon who took a fancy to you? How could a demon be so easygoing? Wang Erdu hesitated, then stammered under Lin Cha's gaze. That girl also said I have to visit her once a month. She hates faithless men. If I don't go, she'll tell her parents I abandoned her after seducing her. From his tone, Lin Cha seemed on the verge of tears. Lin Cha, however, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. He knew this situation well, it was just a long-distance couple meeting up. With such a good thing happening, he should be overjoyed. But he absolutely couldn't let that girl's parents come knocking. If she could beat up Wang Erdu at just 10 or so years old, she was clearly a foundation establishment cultivator. As for her parents, even if their cultivation was lower, they'd likely be at least at the golden core stage. If her parents actually showed up, the mythic sect wouldn't stand a chance against them. Even with the celestial array in place, it likely wouldn't hold against 2 gold core cultivators. And who knows how many relatives and friends they might bring along. Then it wouldn't just be 2 gold core cultivators. Master, rest assured. This disciple will attend the rendezvous every month without fail. This trouble was caused by this disciple alone. I will not involve the sect. Wang Erdu wore a look of resolute acceptance. Lin Cha couldn't shake the feeling something was off. This should be a positive development, yet coming from her disciple, it sounded like he was sacrificing himself for the sect. Never mind. Let Erda handle this love business himself. I'm single myself, how could I possibly advise him? After pondering it, Lin Cha decided to let go. Whether Wang Erdu could win over the daughter of that great cultivator ultimately depended on his own abilities. Who knows? Maybe she was exactly his type. After all, matters of the heart were his own private affairs. It wouldn't be right for a master to interfere. Lin Cha wandered the sect grounds for a while longer. It was late when he finally spotted Zhang Woming returning to the sect with Zhang Shiji and Feng Kuei in tow. Upon their return, the trio immediately retreated into Zhang Woming's alchemy chamber, seemingly plotting something. Chapter 64, Erdu's Child Bride. Seeing they hadn't emerged, Lin Cha entered the alchemy chamber herself. The moment she pushed open the door, all 3 turned to face her simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a hint of mischief. Zhang Woming rose first, smiling broadly as he addressed Lin Cha. Why, it's our esteemed sect leader. Come in, come in. We have matters to discuss with you. Seeing Zhang Woming's smile, Lin Cha felt a chill run down her spine. The last time she'd seen that smile was when she encountered a shady merchant back on Earth. Once Lin Cha sat among them, the trio began taking turns pouring out their grievances to her. After listening for a few minutes, Lin Cha instantly grasped their core demands. Old Deng, shell out the gold coins. As they recounted their hardships over the past few days, Lin Cha stifled the urge to laugh. Well, this sect leader forgot to inform the 3 elders about one matter. The trio exchanged puzzled glances. Luo Tian continued slowly. Actually, this sect leader possesses several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Putting up 100,000 or so low-grade spirit stones for sect construction isn't out of the question. The three of them stared at Lin Cha with eyes wide as saucers. Their resentment was practically palpable at that moment. Master, why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so? But you didn't ask me. Zhang Wuming grimaced. Hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, what did that signify? It meant they wouldn't have to become slave laborers themselves? He was still gravely injured, yet he dragged Feng Kuei and Zhang Shiji into being slave laborers alongside him. Zhang Wuming was clearly startled by the staggering sum Lin Cha had mentioned. Over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Oh right, how could he have forgotten? Their sect master had first annihilated a clan in Changshan, then wiped out the Qinglan sect. With entire families and sects confiscated and exterminated, how could he possibly lack spirit stones? Lin Cha raised an eyebrow. Is over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones not enough to build a sect? Master sect leader, it's more than enough. Absolutely more than enough. This could completely transform the entire sect. Zhang Wuming blurted out repeatedly, fearing that if he hesitated even a second, Luo Tian might change his mind. He had always assumed the sect was impoverished. But now, turns out the sect is this wealthy. Watching the three elders' reactions, Lin Cha couldn't help but curve her lips upward. Now I finally understand why so many people love to show off. Who wouldn't feel unsettled if they pulled it off successfully? It seemed wealth was coveted everywhere. If Zhang Wuming and the others knew that Lin Cha possessed not just hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, but also held over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones in his hands, what thoughts would cross their minds? But she dared not reveal such a thing, fearing Zhang Wuming that alchemy maniac would pester her daily to purchase vast quantities of spiritual herbs. With spirit stones, things would be much easier. The trio could finally let loose. They'd scrap the original plan for building the sect and replace it with one more befitting the mythic sect's stature. Zhang Wuming had even begun planning to recruit a group of Qi cultivation realm wandering cultivators to accelerate the transformation project, simultaneously showcasing the mythic sect's strength. Amidst the constant cries of Master Sect Leader, Lin Cha was naturally quite satisfied. Regarding the renovation plan, he had only one request: to arrange some spirit fields near his cave residence. After all, Lin Cha's cultivation talent was truly poor. Most of the time, he had little to do. Previously, to pass the time, he had planted some spirit herbs daily in the spirit fields that came with his cave residence. Now he intended to expand the operation slightly. Zhang Wuming readily agreed to this request. Lin Cha was thoroughly satisfied. Then he departed. Gazing at the grounds of the mythic sect, his mind drifted. Unnoticed, he had already lived here for nearly 3 months. Now he had his own sect, his own disciples, a group of endearing students and elders who worked tirelessly and looked after him in every way. This cultivation world didn't seem so bad after all. I must build the mythic sect into the greatest sect under heaven. Lin Cha vowed silently. Then become an immortal and find my way home. The next day, Zhang Wuming and his 2 companions left the sect early once more, heading to cultivation markets to recruit wandering cultivators. As for Zhang Junbao, he took his little brother out for a stroll. This time, they simply slipped down the mountain to indulge their appetites. Gu Chang'e had been standing by the ancient stele since morning lessons ended. Lin Cha sensed Gu Chang'e might grasp its profound mysteries. Meanwhile, Chu Mingyao and Mu Wei stood not far away, whispering to each other. Whatever Mu Wei said caused Chu Mingyao to glance at Gu Chang'e from time to time. Wang Erdu had vanished early that morning. Lin Cha suspected he was off on a date. He had assumed Gu Chang'e and Chu Mingyao would be the first among his disciples to find love. Little did she expect that her earnest disciple Wang Erdu would actually beat Gu Chang'e to the punch. What worried Lin Cha most now was Long Mingze. She had no idea what his current situation was, but the sect's log made no mention of him, which meant he was not in mortal danger at the moment. Beyond the mountains, amidst the drifting mists, cranes began soaring through the skies. It could truly be said that the mythic sect now possessed the aura of a celestial paradise on earth. Time flew by, and half a month passed. With nothing else to do, Lin Cha sat by the riverbank fishing. She reeled in a large, plump Christian carp, which now splashed vigorously in the bucket. The spiritual energy grows ever denser. Even the fish in the river seem to possess more spirit, making them harder to catch. Perhaps in another year or two, the entire vicinity of the mythology sect would transform into a scene reminiscent of a divine paradise. Zhang Wuming had also organized the affairs outside the mountains with meticulous care, significantly expanding the sect's territory. Zhang Wuming had relocated the outer disciples to new quarters, instantly making Lin Cha feel that same desolate sense she'd experienced when the mythology sect was first established. Just as Lin Cha was about to resume fishing, a voice that sounded rather young echoed from outside the sect's mountain gates, instantly filling the entire compound. Wang Erdu, I've come to find you. The voice sounded, well, about the same age as Zhang Wuming. Around 10 years old. Could this be Wang Erdu's suddenly acquired wife showing up? Did Wang Erdu abandon her after leading her on? Lin Cha's heart skipped a beat. He soon noticed that everyone within the sect, disciples and elders alike, had been startled into watching, their expressions thick with curiosity. Lin Cha was no exception. Outside the gates of the mythology sect, a petite girl stood suspended in midair. Her skin was fair, her eyes bright and clear as two embedded agates, radiating a serene calm. Her jet-black hair cascaded down her back, exuding a lively and playful charm. When she grew up, she would surely be a beauty capable of toppling cities and nations. Under the gawking stares of the crowd, Wang Erdu's face flushed slightly as he shyly stepped out of the mountain gate. Chapter 65, Long Ming's Return. Wang Erdu sensed all eyes of the sect had turned to them. He whispered, "Why did you come here?" The girl placed her hands on her hips, adopting a pouty expression, though her tone was undeniably adorable. "Why haven't you come to see me in half a month? If you won't come to me, then naturally I must come to you." Wang Erdu noticed the weariness in her expression and found himself at a loss for words. A young girl traveled 1,000 miles, dusty and weary, just to see him. Wang Erdu, who hadn't known what to say in the first place, was even more at a loss for words upon hearing her reply. He hesitated for a long while. Finally, he looked at her with a serious expression. "Don't ever do this again. It's dangerous out there." Bai Linger's lips curved into a smile at Wang Erdu's words. She blinked and nodded, then tilted her head and giggled. "But I'm stronger than you. Wang Erdu. Just wait. Wait until he breaks through to the Foundation establishment realm. Then they'll have a proper contest. From now on, I'll come visit you every month. You're not allowed to wander off alone anymore." Wang Erdu thought for a moment before fixing Bai Linger with a stern gaze. Bai Linger playfully stuck out her tongue but didn't argue. The onlookers from the mythic sect wore a mix of expressions. Some looked perplexed, others silently cheered in admiration, while a few wore faces that screamed gossip. Lin Cha stood atop the grand hall, watching the scene unfold. A smile crept onto his face. Though she appeared young, she was, after all, a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was unclear whether his disciple was older or she was, but regardless, the fact she had traveled thousands of miles to find Wang Erdu meant this match was likely set. His mythology sect would surely gain another powerful ally in the future. For cultivators, age was no barrier. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, as the saying went. 3 years older brings gold bricks, 3,000 years older earns a place among the immortals. After Wang Erdu escorted the young woman back to the sect, the entire compound buzzed with laughter and joy. This prompted the earnest Wang Erdu to retreat into seclusion for a solid fortnight, terrified to step outside. He dreaded encountering a junior disciple who would pester him with endless questions. Thus, a month passed swiftly. Lin Cha now possessed over 30 mutual aid packages for cross-world travelers. Through synthesis, she had successfully accumulated an epic-tier cross-world traveler package. However, for 4 consecutive weeks, the shop hadn't offered any worthwhile specials. The best item available was a low-grade earth-tier cultivation technique called the Emerald Sea Tide Birth Decision. As for the full-price items, though they made Lin Cha's mouth water, their exorbitant prices, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, were enough to make him hesitate. Over these 4 weeks, he had glimpsed divine beasts like the golden crow, spirit roots like the fusong tree, and spirit treasures like the treasure-falling copper coin, each one making his mouth water. Unfortunately, he simply didn't possess enough spirit stones. After successfully synthesizing the epic tier gift pack, Lin Cha first used several ordinary daily gift packs to warm up. Once all the daily packs were depleted, he opened the epic tier gift pack without hesitation. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has obtained the Earth-grade, high-quality artifact, Rainbow Sword. Upon seeing the sword's name, Lin Cha felt a sense of familiarity and immediately read its description. Rainbow Sword, high-grade Earth-tier magical artifact, one of the 7 swords. Legend says that gathering all 7 swords and unleashing the ultimate technique of 7 swords united will reveal the location of the Qilin. Lin Cha instantly understood why the name felt familiar. He was genuinely intrigued by the idea of locating the Qilin through the 7 swords union. Unfortunately, he currently possessed only 1 blade, meaning the others would have to be obtained through lucky boxes or the in-game store. It must be said that the epic tier gift packs were quite impressive. One pull could yield a high-grade earth tier artifact. This was timely, as his disciples' cultivation had grown, and their current artifacts were increasingly unable to bolster their combat strength. In the second month, Lin Cha chose not to continue hoarding epic gift packs. Instead, he opted for the 4-in-1 method to keep opening packs. He needed more common magical artifacts to bolster the sect's foundational strength. Also this month, Wang Erdu and Xu Mingyao both successfully broke through to the Foundation establishment realm one after another, bringing great celebration to the sect. Gu Cheng's cultivation soon advanced to the 2nd level of Foundation establishment. Simultaneously, at Lin Cha's insistence, Zhang Junbao was forced to begin training under Qin Pingan and Feng Kuei to avoid wasting his talent. From that day onward, he wore a perpetual frown, enduring unbearable hardship. Seeing Zhang Junbao's perpetually gloomy expression only added to Lin Cha's delight in her otherwise leisurely life. The carefree days of Zhang Junbao running wild everywhere were gone forever. By month's end, the sect gained 1 purple-tier disciple, barely reaching that rank, along with 3 Foundation establishment elders. 1 had been recruited through a 2nd-tier wandering order, while the other 2 had been lured by the generous spirit stone stipend. The only slight disappointment for Lin Cha was that none of the 3 possessed late Foundation establishment cultivation. The highest was at the 5th layer of foundation establishment, while the lowest was merely at the 1st layer. Fortunately, each of the 3 foundation establishment cultivators possessed unique abilities. The weakest was also a 2nd-tier talisman master. The most advanced was a 2nd-tier array master, who also happened to be the foundation establishment cultivator recruited through the 2nd-tier wandering order. As for the 3rd, his cultivation was at the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, and his specialty was the relatively niche insect taming within beast taming. The arrival of these 3 foundation establishment cultivators effectively addressed the current shortage of such practitioners and the lack of cultivation-related skills within the mythology sect. Although Lin Cha hadn't drawn any treasures above Earth grade this time, he was still quite satisfied overall. The first day of the 3rd month. The nameless monument placed by Lin Cha on the rear mountain finally stirred. A colossal sword intent surged skyward, startling the entire sect. Player Luo Tian's disciple Gu Changde has comprehended the extinction sword intent incomplete. Should the player synchronize? Such earth-shaking commotion, and it's only an incomplete form? Synchronize. What else is there to wait for? In an instant, all sound vanished from the heavens and earth. Within Luo Tian's mind, only a celestial sword hung high, like a brilliant star, cleaving open the chaotic world within his consciousness. It felt like 10,000 years, yet also like a single instant. Lin Cha opened her eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Powerful, far too powerful, so overwhelming it gave him the illusion that he could challenge a nascent soul cultivator with this sword intent alone. He knew it was an illusion. Relying solely on this sword intent to challenge a nascent soul cultivator was clearly insufficient. But now, with the addition of the immortal slaying sword array, even against a late gold core cultivator, he possessed the means to defend himself. While Lin Cha was still contemplating this void-extinguishing sword intent, Zhang Woming arrived at his cave residence with a hint of amusement on his face. Sensing the visitor outside, Lin Cha immediately opened the cave entrance. As soon as Zhang Woming stepped inside, he burst into laughter. "Master, your fine disciple Long Mingze has returned." Seeing Lin Cha's puzzled expression, Zhang Woming explained. He also brought a woman back with him. Chapter 66, An Ordinary Stone Steel. It's actually sword intent. And it seems incredibly powerful. Feng Kuei gazed toward the direction where Gu Changde was attaining enlightenment, astonishment in his eyes. Even the sword case strapped to his back hummed in response to the rising sword intent. This was no ordinary sword intent. Sword intent is the dream of every sword cultivator. To grasp sword intent signified reaching mastery in the sword path. One could even be called a mortal sword immortal. What a freak of nature! Chen Ping'an inwardly marveled at such extraordinary talent, truly a rarity in this world. Yet Chen Ping'an knew such prodigies weren't unique within the sect. That girl named Mu Wei possessed terrifying talent, truly unparalleled throughout the ages. To Chen Ping'an, she felt no less extraordinary than Gu Changde. Then there was Zhang Junbao, still in his formative years. Having only begun cultivation a few months ago, he had already reached the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. And he was merely a child of a few years old. Chen Ping'an dared not imagine whether Zhang Junbao might already be a foundation establishment cultivator or even one nearing the late stages within a decade. This only deepened Chen Ping'an's conviction that choosing to stay at the mythic sect might be the wisest decision he'd ever made. As Zhang Ping'an grasped the sword intent of extinction, the inscriptions on the nameless steel faded into obscurity, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary stone tablet. Seeing this, Xu Mingyao felt a surge of joy. The secrets within the steel had finally been grasped by the senior disciple. Naturally overjoyed, Xu Mingyao immediately pulled Mu Wei forward to offer congratulations, senior brother, on grasping the opportunity within the steel. Gu Changde smiled wryly, it was merely a stroke of luck. Wang Erdu and the others, arriving late, gazed at the ancient stone tablet with puzzlement. An opportunity within this unremarkable stone tablet? They had assumed the 3 of them sat together day after day exchanging insights. Lin Cha watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of relief. How wonderful it was to see harmony among the sects. Gu Changde possessed the sharpest insight among the disciples, grasping the steel's secrets first, something Luo Tian had anticipated. Yet he hadn't foreseen the hidden sword intent within. That Gu Changde received this sword intent was likely due to his innate talent. During this period, Lin Cha occasionally glanced at the regional channel. Having crossed over into this world, she realized it had already been 5 months. The time felt neither particularly long nor short. Conflicts between player factions and native forces grew increasingly intense. Players dying in turf wars had become a common occurrence. Within the Celestial Court, however, the presence of organizations like Shao Han's kept things relatively calm, with minimal player casualties. Lin Cha felt reassured by this arrangement. Players had Shao Han and others to manage them, while the sect had elders like Zhang Woming. As for him, he was now essentially a hands-off manager. One could say he functioned as a sort of mascot within the mythic sect, making occasional appearances to maintain his presence. As for the girl Long Mingze had brought back, Lin Cha had checked her attributes the moment she entered the mountain gates. She too was a golden legend. This sometimes made Lin Cha wonder if he'd inadvertently recruited a whole group of protagonists into his sect. Ku Chang'e appeared to harbor deep family vengeance, though he currently had no clue where her enemies were, perhaps not even in Xianyang province. Mu Wei possessed the 9 tribulations physique, meaning she would face 9 life and death crises in this lifetime, 2 of which she had already endured. Longming's story was even more extraordinary. His family turned against him, he fell off a cliff, and ultimately gained the favor of a female cultivator. As for Wang Erdu, he was merely a rustic villager with average talent, yet his honest nature seemed to have won the favor of a powerful sect's daughter. As for his own elders, needless to say, each bore deep grudges and sought vengeance. Lin Cha now genuinely wondered if their sect was some kind of protagonist spawn point. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and soon the eve of the sect's grand ceremony arrived. Within Changning County, forces stirred from all directions. Within Thunderclap Mountain, amidst the towering peaks, an old man clad in a straw raincoat sat alone on his fishing platform. His withered fingers rubbed the invitation sent by the Taishu Dao sect, yet a smile spread across his aged face. Changshan County hasn't seen such excitement in ages. An elder of Thunderclap Mountain stood respectfully beside him. Master, this faction once clashed with one of our affiliated clans. Should we use this opportunity to teach them a lesson? Lin Cha's elimination of Thunderclap Mountain's subordinate faction had caused quite a stir, though it was carried out under the banner of acting on heaven's behalf. Since Thunderclap Mountain suffered no tangible losses, its higher-ups had chosen to ignore it. Now, with the Mythology sect replacing the Azure Mist sect and its influence on the rise, especially considering the Azure Mist sect's considerable territory, some old guard within Thunderclap Mountain inevitably sought to seize the opportunity for a show of force. This elder was clearly one of them. The old man shook his head. Let that matter rest. Prepare a generous gift in my name, Thunderclap Mountain, and send it as congratulations. The Thunderclap Mountain elder hesitated, wanting to say more, but he dared not defy the old man's decision and could only comply. After the elder departed, a smile blossomed on the old man's face, like withered wood blooming anew. He murmured softly to himself, this is a good thing, at least there's now an element of uncertainty, but it's also a bad thing, those people will inevitably notice this uncertainty sooner or later. Regardless, this glimmer of hope is welcome. Some are pushing their limits far too far. The old man's gaze grew colder, like the piercing eyes of a hawk, fixed upon the world below the clouds. Yet he himself stood like an ancient pine, unshaken. Yunya sect. The sect leader instructed the elders, our Yunya sect must cultivate good relations with the Mythology sect. Establishing a long-term trading partnership would be ideal. Over the years, cultivators' spirit stones have grown scarce, and our sect's stockpile of crafted magical artifacts continues to pile up. If this persists, I fear our sect will eventually run out of funds. One day, we may fade into obscurity within the cultivation world. And now the Mythology sect is holding inauguration ceremonies and ascension conferences to recruit disciples. They must be in desperate need of magical artifacts. Yunya sect elder. The head of the Yunya sect couldn't stop talking about spirit stones. He'd heard that the mythic sect had spent tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones just for their opening ceremony. They were incredibly wealthy. His Yunya sect was starving for resources. Yunxiao sect's favorability toward mythic sect plus 15, current, 30. Lin Cha, what's going on? Could it be that another disciple from my sect has managed to win over a female disciple from the Cloud Peak sect? The Zhang family. The head of the Zhang family studied the invitation sent by the mythic sect. His eyes were deep and piercing, radiating an aura of command without needing to raise his voice. Turning to the clan elders seated before him, he asked, what do you all think of this mythic sect? An elder clad in black robes smiled and replied, they are undoubtedly the foremost sect among the foundation establishment sects today, with boundless potential. Their sect master, Luo Tian, is likely just one step away from breaking through to the golden core stage, and their disciples are no shortage of prodigiously talented individuals. Chapter 67, Thunderclap Mountain's Surprise. Hearing this elder's words, the others nodded in agreement. A force capable of annihilating the Qinglan sect without a sound, how could it be anything but formidable? The Zhang family head spoke slowly, then, following tradition, we shall select a group of clan descendants with impeccable backgrounds from the Zhang family to attend the mythic sect's ascension ceremony. None of the elders objected. Their minds were already calculating how to secure spots for their faction's descendants to attend the mythical sect. The Mythology sect's ceremony had stirred the major sects and clans throughout Changshan County and the surrounding regions. Meanwhile, Lin Cha sat in her cave residence, meticulously counting the accumulated she had saved up. She had just enough 30 in total to synthesize an epic tier traveler's gift pack. Hopefully this time I'll get something good. Lin Cha felt a tingling excitement. Watching the number of mutual aid gift packs steadily rise day after day had been pure torture every time he saw them. He yearned to open them immediately. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained a Tier 3 Poison Path inheritance. Luo Tian's eyes widened. 3rd Tier Poison Path inheritance? A Golden Core level inheritance? Mythic sect. Compared to the mythic sect of 3 months ago, the current sect had undergone earth-shattering changes. Mist swirled among towering peaks, while immortal cranes soared through the clouds, circling the mountains. At the mountain's base, a spirit spring trickled forth. Its clear, crisp waters shimmered in the sunlight, flowing into a lake surrounded by spirit plants and spirit fields. Though the spiritual energy here was still faint, it had begun to take shape. Beyond the main peak of Shushan, the central seat of the mythic sect, the surrounding towering summits were also enveloped in spiritual energy, transforming into sacred peaks that pierced the heavens. Midway up the slopes, layers of spiritual mist hung, pierced by sunlight that created dazzling halos of color. Now, Lin Cha could proudly declare that the mythology sect truly possessed the aura of a celestial realm. At the mountain's base, young prodigies from all corners of the land had gathered. Among them were travelers bearing backpacks who had journeyed thousands of miles, scholars preening and posing, wealthy merchant scions, chivalrous wandering knights, and heirs from prominent clans. "It's an immortal!" An exclamation rang out from somewhere, and all eyes turned upward. Meteors streaked across the sky, blazing brightly. Upon closer inspection, the streaks revealed figures, some riding magical artifacts, others gliding through the sky with flowing robes. Even a great ship soared through the heavens. Countless minds were shattered in that instant. So this was what immortals were like, this was the majesty of the immortal realm. Lin Cha gazed at the multitude of cultivators gathered for the spectacle and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This was merely a few counties within Xianyao province, yet it harbored so many extraordinary talents. But there must be plenty of players mixed in here too. Lin Cha mused inwardly. His identity wasn't a secret among players, so it was no surprise that numerous Xianyao province players had come to join the spectacle. At least, within moments, Luo Tian had already recognized dozens of players. After all, even though everyone had lived in this otherworldly realm for some time, their behavior still stood out distinctly from that of the local cultivators. Zhang Wuming oversaw the ceremonial arrangements. Chen Ping'an oversaw the recruitment of disciples for the ceremony. Worth noting was that before the ceremony began, Chen Ping'an produced a crystal stone. It could automatically identify whether a person possessed cultivation aptitude, eliminating the need for Lin Cha to examine each one individually. This allowed them to first screen out disciples with cultivation potential and then gradually cultivate them. This saved a tremendous amount of effort. Lin Cha had even begun scheming in her mind about how to sell this to other players for a huge profit. However, it seemed that currently, there weren't many players in the entire Xianyao province who needed it. This business venture would likely have to wait a while longer to take off. As for his role as sect master? Pure slacking off. After all, if others were willing to do the work, why shouldn't he just kick back and relax? This mythic sect is truly extraordinary. After stepping off the airship, Elder Lei Mingshan and his disciples surveyed the surroundings, murmuring to themselves. The entire sect seemed enveloped in an aura of terrifying intensity. Once fully unleashed, it would surely shake the heavens and split the earth. No wonder their sect leader held such high regard for this small sect. After walking a few steps, Elder Lei Mingshan encountered Chu Mingyao, who had just stepped outside. His eyes widened in surprise, and he murmured to himself once more, "Such a young foundation establishment cultivator, her cultivation aptitude is entirely comparable to my own true disciples at Lei Mingshan." Chu Mingyao felt uneasy under the intense stares of Lei Mingshan and his group. She hurried away to report the matter to Lin Cha. After hearing the report, Lin Cha laughed heartily and revealed the identities of the Thunderclap Mountain group to Chu Mingyao. Chu Mingyao thought to herself, so these are the elders and disciples of Mount Thunderclap? Why do they all look so peculiar? There's something odd about the way they stare at people. Back at Thunderclap Mountain, after Chu Mingyao departed, they encountered another man with dark skin and an unremarkable appearance, possessing only Foundation Establishment Stage 1 cultivation. This must be an elder from the mythic sect. That disciple earlier must be one of the sect master's direct disciples, a true prodigy. The Thunderclap Mountain elder found some confidence in Wang Erdu, who did indeed look prematurely mature, though at just over a dozen years old, he appeared to be in his 30s. It seems mythology sect is decent enough, but compared to my Thunderclap Mountain, they still fall far short. Nothing to worry about. Elder Lei Mingshan and his disciple resumed their haughty demeanor. "Senior brother Erdog, so you are here." A hurried voice suddenly echoed from the sky as a youth clad in a black gold robe descended through the air without piloting any magical artifact. Long Mingza found Wang Erdu and said with a wry smile, "Senior brother Zhang is overwhelmed with work and is looking for your help right now." Wang Erdu nodded repeatedly. "Alright, junior brother Long. I'll head over to Elder Zhang immediately." Watching the two depart, the crowd at Thunderclap Mountain finally snapped out of their daze. Foundation Establishment. Another Foundation Establishment cultivator? One Foundation Establishment cultivator wasn't terrifying, nor was one so young. What was terrifying was a group of young Foundation Establishment cultivators appearing together. They must have taken the youth-preserving pill. The Elder of Limengshan spoke with certainty. Elder, but he just addressed that ordinary, honest Foundation Establishment cultivator as senior brother. Elder of Thunderclap Mountain. Then perhaps both of them are elders of the mythic sect? Maybe they're disciples of the same master? After pondering for a long while, the Elder of Thunderclap Mountain finally came up with a flimsy excuse. He absolutely refused to believe that the mythic sect could cultivate such a prodigiously talented disciple. After all, even the sect master of Thunderclap Mountain, a prodigy of heavenly talent, had only broken through to foundation establishment at the age of 21. Chapter 68, Sect Transactions. Holy crap! Is this what a big shot sect looks like? But I'm not well read, so I just go around saying holy crap all the time. The Big Shot sect is just something else. So jealous you guys actually got to tour the Big Shot sect. Too bad there's no live streaming feature. Otherwise, I'd definitely give you guys a proper live stream and show you what a big shot really is. Big Shot Lin Cha, please take me under your wing. +1. The alliance leader is awesome. Lin Cha scanned the regional chat channel. As he'd expected, the spectator crowd was filled with numerous players. He'd anticipated this long ago and wasn't overly surprised. It would have been strange if no players showed up. Xiao Han and his crew were handling the player side, so they couldn't cause too much trouble. As more and more factions made their appearances, Lin Cha knew it was time for him to step forward. Inside the reception hall, major sects arrived one after another. Among them were disciples Gu Changda and Elder Zhang Shiji, who were responsible for guiding the various sects to this location. The elder from Thunderclap Mountain couldn't help but wonder, could this Zheng Ping'an fellow be another ancient demon who'd mastered the art of eternal youth? The foundation establishment disciples they'd seen earlier were barely at the threshold of breaking through to that realm. Yet this Gu Changda, who claimed to be a disciple of the mythic sect, had cultivation at the third layer of foundation establishment, just one step away from reaching the middle stage. Such talent was rare even on Thunderclap Mountain. Just as the elders and disciples of Thunderclap Mountain were all puzzled, Gu Changda and Zhang Shiji suddenly grew solemn. They bowed deeply with clasped hands toward a youth who had suddenly appeared, respectfully declaring, "Greetings, sect master." Every inch of the youth's robes was woven from countless crane feathers as fine as hair yet as resilient as steel. The garment shimmered with a soft silver glow, like moonlight spilling over fabric. Golden interlaced patterns adorned the collar and cuffs, accentuating the youth's enigmatic aura and noble elegance. This is the patriarch of the mythic sect? He's so young. Everyone was stunned, for Lin Cha appeared remarkably youthful. In truth, Lin Cha was indeed young. But the crowd didn't see it that way. He must be some ancient monster who's taken youth-preserving pills. The thought echoed simultaneously in their minds. Lin Cha nodded to her disciple Gu Changda and Elder Zhang Shiji, then turned to the crowd with a faint smile. "I am Lin Cha, patriarch of the mythology sect. I thank you all for honoring us with your presence at our sect's ceremony." The crowd responded in unison, "Why be so formal, patriarch of the mythology sect? It is our honor to be invited by you." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a sect representative stepped forward, holding a jade box in his hands with a smile. "This is a bottle of jade marrow essence. Our Kuta sect extends our congratulations on the mythology sect's successful ceremony." A barely perceptible flicker of joy flickered in Lin Cha's eyes. Why had he gone to such great lengths to host this founding ceremony? For this very moment. Jade marrow essence was a precious commodity, greatly beneficial to foundation establishment cultivators. Its value easily reached thousands of low-grade spirit stones. The Kuchuo sect had truly splurged. Lin Cha glanced sideways at Gu Changda, who immediately understood. He stepped forward to accept the jade essence liquid. Lin Cha's smile grew brighter as he said, "Thank you, fellow cultivator of the Kuchuo sect. May the friendship between our two sects endure forever." The Kuchuo sect elder beamed back, his goodwill meter skyrocketing to 20 points, a surprise to Lin Cha. With the elder of the Kuchuo sect leading the way, the others also presented their congratulatory gifts one after another. The Yunhe sect presents 1 low-grade Xin tier artifact and 10 top-grade Huang tier artifacts. The Lu family presents a bottle of marrow washing pills. Purple Shao Palace presents 3 second-grade spiritual herbs. Lin Cha's smile stretched almost to her ears. Each of these items was precisely what the sect needed now, and their combined value likely exceeded 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was merely an estimated value. The reality was, even with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, you might not be able to buy them. Finally, after all the other sect's gifts had been received, the elder of Thunderclap Mountain stepped forward, holding a multicolored box that glowed with a faint halo. Thunderclap Mountain presents 1,000-year-old crimson fruit, a rare treasure of the yellow grade. All eyes turned to the Thunderclap Mountain elder in stunned silence. A rare treasure? Thunderclap Mountain actually brought out a rare treasure. Every rare treasure possesses extraordinary uses. Even the most common yellow-grade rare treasure would fetch at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones at auction. Is this the true depth of Thunderclap Mountain's resources? Truly terrifying. The crowd had assumed Thunderclap Mountain's attendance at the Taishu Dao sect celebration was already a significant show of respect toward mythology sect. After all, one was a gold core sect, while the other was merely a minor sect with only foundation establishment cultivators in command. Not to mention the lingering animosity between Mythic Sect and Thunderclap Mountain. A family under Thunderclap Mountain's protection had been annihilated by Mythic Sect. Yet here they were, not only bearing no grudge against Mythic Sect, but presenting a yellow-grade marvel as their congratulatory gift. Oomph. Even Lin Cha was astonished, pondering what on earth was going on. Puzzling it out was one thing, but gifts couldn't be refused. She promptly had Guchanga accept them. These were valuable items. After accepting the gifts, they turned to the main business at hand. I wonder if Sect Master Lin requires any magical artifacts. Should you need any, the Lu family can offer them to Sect Master Luo at a 10% discount. The Lu family elder narrowed his eyes. Lin Sha wasn't surprised. These sects weren't fools. Presenting gifts inevitably came with ulterior motives. However, the mythology sect's foundations were still shallow. They possessed vast quantities of spirit stones, but their magical artifacts and spiritual medicines were limited to the meager resources plundered from the Qinglan sect and several families. Those reserves would inevitably be depleted. Establishing trade relations with other sects would, on balance, bring more benefits than drawbacks. Lin Cha nodded. Should our sect require magical artifacts, we shall certainly consider your sect first. The Lu family elder beamed with delight, thoroughly satisfied. After the Lu family elder departed, the elder from the Kuta sect arrived. Sect leader Lin, our Kuta sect specializes in producing spirit wood. Should sect leader Luo require any, we offer a 10% discount. Lin Tian immediately agreed enthusiastically. Now he could drive down prices for the players. After the Kuta sect departed, the Yunxiao sect arrived. Luo Tianyi agreed to their terms as well. What surprised Lin Sha most was that every other sect, to varying degrees, sought either the mythic sect's spirit stones or had other demands. Yet Lei Ming Mountain remained silent. They simply presented the precious yellow-grade rarity as a gift. With the sect ceremony concluded, the major sects dispersed to their respective homes. Lin Sha then began assessing the newly recruited disciples within the sect. A total of 144 disciples with cultivation aptitude were recruited. This number was significantly lower than anticipated, though Lin Sha wasn't surprised. After all, Qinglan's sect frequently recruited disciples. Among the 124 recruits, not a single purple-grade disciple was found. Blue-grade disciples numbered nearly 10, while green-grade disciples exceeded 20, though most hailed from prominent families. The overwhelming majority were of the most common white quality. Disappointing. After reviewing these disciples' aptitudes, Lin Sha returned to her cave residence and fell into deep silence. Could it be that the initial influx of high-potential disciples was merely due to the newbie protection period? Chapter 69, Leisure Time. Following the founding ceremony of the mythic sect, time in the entire cultivation world seemed to have been pressed on fast forward. Lin Sha grew increasingly indifferent to the concept of time. Often, he would simply wander and stroll, and before he knew it, another day had passed. Mythic sect's development was now thriving. Since the founding ceremony, more and more players chose to join the sect, willingly becoming vassals. Lin Sha naturally welcomed all who came. One sunny and breezy noon. Beneath a white jade pavilion atop a cliff, a round table stood with 4 chairs, each occupied by a figure. 4 twos, call. Lin Sha casually tossed his cards onto the table, drawing wry smiles from the other 3. The alliance leader is truly formidable. We've lost again. Xiao Han was speechless. How could this guy have such incredible luck when none of them were using spiritual energy? But then he remembered Lin Sha recruiting a golden legendary disciple right at the start. Maybe this was what it meant to be a lucky devil, a chosen one. Lin Sha pocketed 30 low-grade spirit stones, taking a sip of the Snow Mountain spirit tea he'd obtained from the glacier. Its taste was refreshingly sweet and rich. It was a rare moment of leisure on a lazy afternoon. As the sect leader, cultivation was no longer necessary. With the Heavenly Court's internal systems growing increasingly refined, Lin Sha and the others found themselves with more free time. To pass the hours, they revived some customs brought from Waterblue Star. Perhaps only in this way could they remember where they truly came from. Leader, do you recall mentioning that woman named Xin Winya earlier? One of the men, Zhou Qi, suddenly remembered something and spoke up with a hint of gossipy curiosity. Lin Sha pondered for a moment. During a previous idle conversation, she had casually mentioned that woman encountered during the cross-county pursuit. Now, Zhou Qi had brought her up again. Could it be she's already dead? Zhou Qi nodded, his voice tinged with schadenfreude. She is indeed dead. Holding a treasure yet failing to exercise restraint, she was killed and robbed by a passing Foundation establishment cultivator. Her soul was completely obliterated. Lin Sha seemed surprised, but merely nodded calmly without adding anything further. While he despised such women, it hadn't reached the point where he felt compelled to eliminate her himself. Her death at the hands of a treasure hunter was simply her fate. But things aren't peaceful now. Our player group has grown far too large, drawing the attention of both major and minor factions across Xianyao province. Xiao Han set down his teacup and said solemnly, this conflict is inevitable. The world's resources are finite. For us players to develop, we must inevitably find ways to seize territory, recruit disciples, and grow stronger. Yet, to become stronger, we need disciples to enhance their cultivation. And for disciples to enhance their cultivation resources are indispensable. Players start with nothing. Without cultivation resources, they can only resort to swindling and deceit. This naturally leads to unavoidable conflicts with the local factions. Everyone understood this truth. As Xiaohan stated, it was an unavoidable conflict between players and indigenous cultivation factions. A single province housing over 1 million players was no small number. Recent intelligence reveals that Zhao Wuzhou, leader of the Hidden Dragon Gang, allied with several powerful sect masters to systematically wipe out minor clans without foundation establishment cultivators in major county cities. This provoked 5 foundation establishment cultivators to intervene. Hundreds of Hidden Dragon Gang members and sect masters perished, with only a handful surviving, their whereabouts now unknown. Another youth, dressed like a scholar but with flashy attire, Lin Ziki, waved his folding fan inside. Lin Cha frowned. The Hidden Dragon Gang had been one of the earliest major guilds established in Xianyao province after the descent of the Heavens Will world. Who would have thought it would vanish so swiftly? 5 foundation establishment cultivators could slaughter through a faction defended by hundreds of Qi cultivation 9th layer sect masters. Players possessed vast numbers, yet they remained too weak against forces with deep-rooted local foundations. It's truly a pity. Rumor has it that the disciple under the Dragon's Lair gang leader had already reached the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Perhaps in another half year, he might have even reached the 9th level. Zhou Qi sighed regretfully, seemingly lamenting the loss of a future foundation establishment cultivator within the player community. Xiaohan took a sip of tea and chuckled, his eyes flashing with sharpness. Recently, Chen Hao, hailed as the top player beneath the alliance leader, also reached the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Unfortunately, he suddenly died during his trials, preventing the emergence of a second tier 2 player. That too is a pity. Hearing Xiaohan's words, Lin Cha recalled recent regional channel messages. Chen Hao had been quite active in the chat over the past few months, proclaiming himself the region's second foundation establishment player. He'd even established something called the Haotian Cultivation Alliance, requiring only 5 low-grade spirit stones for membership. This attracted a large number of players, but his wholesale copying of Heavenly Court systems had sparked widespread discontent among Heavenly Court players. Unexpectedly, the disciple they had been so proud of had died, and he hadn't even broken through yet. Now, the resources in his hands were likely to become a hot potato. Lin Cha lowered her head, sipped her tea again, then remarked casually. Xiaohan, your disciple should have reached the 8th level of Qi cultivation, right? Xiaohan chuckled softly and nodded. Alliance leader, my disciple broke through to the 8th level of Qi cultivation a month ago. The other two looked at Xiaohan, their expressions varied, but neither spoke. Lin Cha took out a box and handed it to Xiaohan. Inside is a spirit fruit that aids cultivation at the Qi cultivation stage, she said. If he refines it, he might break through to the 9th level within 3 months, becoming the second player to break through to a level 2 sect. Being the second player to reach a level 2 sect might even earn a system reward. Xiaohan opened his mouth, took the spirit fruit from Lin Cha, and declared in a deep, resolute voice, "Thank you, Alliance leader. I, Xiaohan, will go through fire and water for you without hesitation." The other two felt envy, but it was merely envy. They hadn't been as fortunate as Xiaohan to recruit a purple quality disciple right from the start. Even now, with the Destiny event underway, the number of purple quality disciples among them hadn't reached triple digits. 3 months remain until the Taoist Assembly event. Everyone, train diligently. Strive to participate in the assembly and bring back some prizes. Lin Cha's interface displayed the Destiny event countdown, precisely 90 days remaining. Lin Cha had a premonition that this Taoist assembly would not be peaceful. Unexpected events were likely to unfold. Over the past 4 months, Mythology Sect's strength had grown significantly. Yet within the Xianyao province, it remained but a drop in the ocean, barely capable of making even a ripple. This world held golden core immortals, nascent soul immortal lords, and even suspected divine sovereigns at the transformation realm. The path ahead for the Mythology Sect remained long and arduous. Chapter 70, Impromptu Event. Just as the 4 were about to proceed to the next round, a message abruptly halted them all. Attention all players. A special incident has occurred in Beichang County, triggering a temporary event, Demon Qi Manifestation. Demon Energy Manifestation. Players may dispatch disciples and elders to assist Balian County in resolving the crisis during the event. Substantial point rewards will be granted. Following the event, a temporary shop will open for 30 days where players may exchange points for rewards. A temporary event. With the temporary event underway, there was naturally no point in continuing this battle. Xiaohan and his 2 companions immediately decided to return to their respective sects to prepare early. Lin Cha gazed toward the distant North Liang Commandery, lost in thought. The name Balian Commandery was no stranger to him. It lay just 1 commandery away from his own sect. Compared to places like Changshan Commandery, Balian Commandery was far more chaotic. Several gold core sects were stationed there, yet not a single nascent soul sect existed. In their scramble for resources, the practice of refining human had become blatant, even evolving into various schemes that disgusted some alchemists like Zhang Wuming. Though Zhang Wuming hadn't elaborated, Lin Cha could guess the gist. Their actions were nothing short of inhuman. The fact that temporary activities were being initiated suggested the dire straits Balian Commandery now faced. For the Tao itself to decree such measures implied the lives of hundreds of millions of its citizens were threatened, perhaps even the commandery's very existence hung in the balance. Lin Cha dared not imagine the consequences. While Balian Commandery lacked any nascent soul cultivators, the major gold core sects within its borders undoubtedly possessed territories capable of threatening nascent soul-level practitioners. Otherwise, the surrounding nascent soul cultivators would never have spared Balian Commandery, such a prime target. After all, only Changshan Commandery lay between the mythic sect and Balian Commandery. If Balian Commandery fell, the conflict could swiftly spread to their own doorstep. Lin Cha knew full well what the indigenous factions were like, a bunch of self-serving individuals only concerned with their own interests. This situation absolutely cannot be allowed to escalate further. Urgency gripped Lin Cha's heart. This event now held the weight of his very life and livelihood. He could no longer afford to treat it lightly. For Lin Cha, it had ceased to be merely a heaven's will event. Yet Lin Cha felt no anxiety. He was strategizing how to complete the quest while simultaneously securing a haul of resources. Master, it's bad news. Something major has happened in the north. Chen Ping'an rushed to find Lin Cha, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, bloodstains still smeared across his lips, his face etched with worry and urgency. In his cultivation, he had gained an unexpected insight, his heart racing with sudden inspiration, momentarily forgetting the dark, churning mists gathering in the north. Within mere seconds, the entire Changshan prefecture, indeed, the entire mythology sect, was engulfed in black light, signaling a great crisis. Alas, he was no celestial diviner and could not peer into the heavens. His perception stemmed solely from a cultivator's sudden insight. Lin Cha nodded, her expression showing no trace of surprise. Instead, it was Chen Ping'an's face that betrayed astonishment. Could it be the sect master foresaw this all along? Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be the sect master has already made preparations? Lin Cha smiled at Chen Ping'an. Senior brother Chen, your cultivation of inner calm is still lacking. A mere crisis has made you so anxious. Though inwardly flustered, Lin Cha maintained outward composure. He knew he was the core of the entire mythology sect. Anyone else could show panic, but he absolutely could not. If the sect master had foreseen this, then it is indeed my own failure to cultivate my mind and temper my character that makes me appear inferior. Chen Ping'an's expression remained resolute as he waved his hand dismissively. Does the sect master know the source of this crisis? Lin Cha recounted the appearance of demonic energy in Balian Commandery to Chen Ping'an. After hearing her account, Chen Ping'an's brows furrowed deeply. So demonic energy has surfaced in Balian Commandery. No wonder such ominous signs have appeared. Chen Ping'an's expression grew grave. As a former member of the Four Symbols Guard, he knew well what demonic energy signified. Though isolated incidents had occurred before, this seemed extraordinary. If mishandled, it could even lead to the fall of Balian Commandery, forcing the mythic sect to confront the demonic energy head-on. They all understood the principle of mutual dependence. Senior brother Chen, this time you and senior brother Feng shall lead Chang'e, Mingyao, and the others to undergo this trial. Lin Cha's tone was calm as she made the decision. Chen Ping'an nodded. Currently, within the entire mythology sect, aside from the sect master, only he and Feng Kuei possessed formidable combat strength. Among those at the foundation establishment stage, they were considered top-tier, one a sword cultivator, the other a former member of the Four Symbols Guard. As the foremost disciple of the sect, Gu Chang'e absolutely needed to undergo this trial. As for disciples like Chu Mingyao who had broken through to foundation establishment, they too would head to Balian Commandery for training. These youngsters had been holed up within the sect cultivating since the last event concluded. As for the younger ones like Mu Wei who hadn't yet broken through to foundation establishment, Lin Cha kept them within the sect. Compared to the human-demon conflict event, this new mission was clearly far more perilous. After Lin Cha issued her orders, Chen Ping'an prepared to notify Feng Kuei and the other disciples. Lin Cha, meanwhile, opened the regional channel to gather intelligence on the situation in Balian Commandery. Within moments, the regional channel buzzed. What kind of situation is this? They've actually launched a temporary event? I'm 10,000 miles away from Balian County. Even if I rode 10 horses to death, I wouldn't make it in time. You're cultivating immortality, yet you still ride horses? Isn't flying swords more convenient? Bro, I was just using a metaphor. Do you think I don't know what a flying sword is? It's too far. For a Qi cultivation realm cultivator, leaving the commandery takes at least 10 days, maybe even a month. Even if I pushed myself to the limit, I wouldn't make it to Balian Commandery. Looks like this event isn't meant for me. If any of our brothers in Balian Commandery are still alive, give us a shout. What's the situation there now? Damn it, hurry up and get here. Balian Commandery can barely hold out any longer. Chaos. The entire Balian Commandery is in utter disarray. It started as minor skirmishes, but since the event began, the whole place feels like it's been put on fast forward. Everywhere you look, there are these bizarre creatures ugly as sin, but damn near impossible to kill. What about your local golden core cultivators? Aren't they stepping in? Who knows? We're just a bunch of Qi cultivation realm practitioners. we'd probably be dead already. None of the local sects have made a move yet. Just now, I saw this guy covered in black smoke devour an entire village under my jurisdiction in one breath. I'm too scared to even leave my house now. How did things spiral out of control so fast? Lin Cha heard voices outside the cave dwelling and withdrew her attention from the regional channel. At that moment, Feng Kuei, Chen Ping'an, Gu Chang'e, and 4 others were gathered outside. Lin Cha opened the cave dwelling, and the 6 immediately entered her chamber. Chapter 71, Baliang Commandery. Seeing everyone present, Lin Cha cut straight to the point. Senior Brother Phone, a demonic energy incident has occurred in Baliang Commandery. We still need you and Senior Brother Chen to lead a team there. Feng Kuei smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, sect leader. Our very purpose in inspecting the realm is to slay demons and eliminate evil. Since demonic energy has disrupted the world, as a sword cultivator, I naturally take it upon myself. Hearing this, Lin Cha felt reassured. With Feng Kuei's assurance, he had every reason to trust him. Master, I must personally return to Baliang Commandery as well. As the words fell, a figure clad entirely in pitch-black robes, black smoke billowing from its mouth, hair singed and tied high, strode into the hall. Who was that? Lin Cha froze, while Chen Ping'an, Gu Chang'e, Long Mingze, and the others all turned to look with peculiar expressions. The figure wiped his face, revealing a familiar visage. Elder Zhang? How did you become like this? Xu Mingyao recognized him immediately. It was Zhang Wuming. It's nothing. Just didn't get the alchemy furnace temperature right, it blew up. I'll get used to it. Zhang Wuming's rapid explanations instantly darkened Lin Cha's expression. No wonder the alchemy workshop's expenses had skyrocketed lately. Master, to be perfectly honest, I have an old acquaintance in Baliang County. With this demonic energy incident unfolding, I wish to bring that acquaintance to Mythology Sect. I humbly request your permission to accompany them. Lin Cha understood immediately upon hearing this. What a load of nonsense about an old acquaintance, it's probably his wife. Nevertheless, Lin Cha naturally agreed to Zhang Wuming's request. After all, the Mythology Sect was a loving family, and besides, anyone he brought along would end up working their ass off for the sect anyway. Although Zhang Wuming's cultivation was a bit low, he was still considered a native of Baliang County and possessed some familiarity with the local terrain. After equipping them with several recently acquired life-saving artifacts, the 7-member team set off. Shortly after departure, a notification appeared before Lin Cha. Congratulations, player Lin Cha, on unlocking the projection feature. Would you like to spend points to observe the perspective of one participant in the Heavens Will event? 1 point allows continuous observation for 1 day. Note, players may only designate one character's perspective per event. Lin Cha immediately recognized the immense practicality of this feature. Fortunately, she still had several dozen points left over from the previous event. Lin Cha decisively chose to activate it. The obvious choice was her own well-behaved disciple, Gu Chang'e. From Lin Cha's perspective, the 7 had already departed Mythology Sect and were now flying over Qingfeng Town. Whoa! Finally, she could experience the tense and thrilling adventure from a first-person perspective. But Lin Cha couldn't shake this odd feeling. Glancing at the screen, he opened the regional chat channel. Guys, the Heavenly Dao has finally rolled out a genuinely fair event. What event? How fair is it? You don't know? Oh, the event in Baliang County is too far away for you to join. Never mind then. Right now, you can monitor your disciples' movements in real-time 24/7 for just 1 point per day. This is practically a gift from nature, hahaha. This is bull. I bet all my points last time. Now I can't track my disciples' movements and have to wait for them to earn points. Thank goodness I saved a few points. Wait, big dumb spring, what are you doing? I told you to go to Baliang County, but you went to a brothel instead? Damn it, my view is all pixelated now. 666, the guy above is a genius. LOL, never thought that Heavenly Way would develop anti-peeping features. Lin Cha doubled over laughing. He knew the regional chat was full of clowns, but this was next-level entertainment. Inside the Celestial Court itself was relatively calm, with most people scrambling to team up with top players. This event allowed player participation, and Lin Cha estimated at least a few thousand players would join the chaos. As for him, he had no interest in joining the crowd. Ever since witnessing the Blackwind Mountain nascent soul demon being captured with a single slap, Lin Cha felt that as the sect master, it was better to play it safe. The journey from Mythic Sect to Baliang County would take Chen Ping'an, Feng Kuei, and their 5 companions at least 5 days, and that was at full speed. Naturally, Lin Cha wouldn't be watching them every step of the way. A day later, the skies above Changshan Commandery flickered with multicolored lights, the flying artifacts of thrill-seeking players. Some accompanied their disciples, while others ventured alone into Baliang Commandery without sending disciples ahead. 4 days later, Chen Ping'an led the 6 others to the border of Baliang Commandery. Li Mingshan had immediately dispatched elders to secure the frontier, deploying a full 20 foundation establishment cultivators and 2 golden core cultivators to perfect the formation. At the formation's center sat an old man, enveloped in a faint golden halo. He seemed like a deity manifesting, fused with heaven and earth. The aura he casually emitted was enough to intimidate everyone, like gazing up at a towering mountain. Golden Core. That Lei Mingshan had dispatched 2 Golden Core cultivators at once clearly indicated the sect possessed at least 5 such experts. After all, they needed to ensure their sect headquarters and vital resource points were adequately guarded by Golden Core cultivators. Among them was Elder Zhou of Thunderclap Mountain. Spotting the mythic sect disciples, he approached with a smile to greet them and introduce the 4. Presiding at the center of the formation is our Thunderclap Mountain's immortal Lei He. He is here to prevent the demonic energy from escaping Balion Commandery, ensuring preparations are made in advance. Gu Chang'e, intrigued, inquired, why didn't Senior Lei He enter Balion Commandery to join forces with its cultivators in eliminating the calamity? Elder Zhou's lips twisted into a bitter smile. Observing this, Chen Ping'an seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting slightly before he inquired, could it be that this demonic energy has spawned a high-level demonic creature? Elder Zhou nodded. Precisely. Among the demons that appeared this time, one possesses its own domain. Balion Commandery has become its territory. No Golden Core cultivator can enter it. Anyone who does will have their divine abilities sealed, leaving them barely stronger than a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator at best. Therefore, it's not that I, Lei Ming, am unwilling to dispatch Gold Core cultivators. The cost of entry is simply too great for Lei Ming Mountain to bear. Elder Zhou was straightforward, laying out the facts plainly. The 7 understood completely. After all, Gold Core cultivators were the backbone of any sect. Why would any sect risk sending them into such danger? Even if a Gold Core cultivator with a heart for the world were to venture in, their fate would likely be no better. That high-grade demonic beast had enveloped the entire domain of Balion Commandery. It surely possessed the means to discern the strength of cultivators. Listening to their discussion, Lin Cha was suddenly seized by the urge to send Chen Ping'an and the others back to the sect. After all 7 were prized treasures of the mythic sect. Losing even one would be heartbreaking. Chapter 72, Entering Balion County. Elder Zhou was about to say more when Thunder Crane Immortal, seated at the array's center, abruptly opened his eyes and fixed them on Elder Su. Elder Zhou immediately swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and shifted his tone. Since you all intend to enter and aid Balion County, I shall offer my best wishes for your safe return. As his words faded, the light barrier shielding Balion Commandery abruptly parted to reveal a passageway. Beyond it lay a world utterly transformed. One by one, the cultivators who had journeyed far to aid Balion Commandery flew through it. Seeing this, the 7 made no further delay and prepared to depart. Just then, Elder Zhou thrust a jade slip into Chen Ping'an's hand. Chen Ping'an accepted it without flinching, then led Gu Chang'e and the others into the territory of Balion Commandery. The sky darkened. Through Lin Cha's eyes, Balion Commandery was filled with a grayish mist like fog, yet not quite fog. Fog obscures vision entirely, but this gray haze allowed sight, though it was like looking through nearsighted eyes. Everything appeared blurred and indistinct. High above, countless dark clouds hung low, pressing down with a heaviness that felt suffocating. Apart from the cultivators of the mythic sect, the reinforcements numbered several hundred. This was merely the first wave. More support was still on the way. Among these hundreds, Lin Cha estimated at least 70% were players. A single glance was enough for him to distinguish the players from the local cultivators. Hey, are you guys from the mythology sect? A young man clad in pure black silk robes and sporting short hair approached Chen Ping'an and Feng Kuei's group, asking repeatedly. Hearing the youth's words, Gu Chang'e nodded. Great! You're with Lin Cha's group. The young man's face lit up with delight. Having someone from a major faction lead the way would surely be far safer than exploring alone. Gu Chang'e, however, was taken aback by the young man's address. You know my master? The young man nodded vigorously. I attended the founding ceremony for Lord Lin Cha's sect. Deputy Alliance Leader Shao was the one who received me. Gu Chang'e suddenly understood, so this was a friend of his master's. Could I tag along with you? The young man rubbed his hands together. While players did form groups among themselves, what kind of team could possibly compare to the massive advantage of being a disciple of the esteemed Master Lin Cha? The other players quickly caught on, eager to curry favor. Lin Cha observed the scene without surprise. After all, his faction was the only one in Xianyao province with a foundation establishment cultivator. He was now deeply curious about Gu Chang'e's decision. Since you're my master's friend, mutual assistance is only natural. Gu Chang'e nodded, then added, but Balion Commandery is dangerous. I don't know the exact situation, so you must follow our instructions. The young man immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at grain. Other players who had gathered around chimed in. We're all willing to follow the boss's lead. If the boss tells us to go east, we won't go west. Thus, the small group of 7 swelled to 70 or 80 members. Chen Ping'an consulted with representatives from other sects and eventually obtained a rough sketch. They decided to split into 3 groups to investigate the current state of Balion Commandery. Along the way, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but wonder what exactly Elder Zhou of Thunderclap Mountain had entrusted to Yun Tianhua in that jade slip. Guchanga made no attempt to conceal it, revealing the Jade Slip's contents. Several core disciples of Thunderclap Mountain went to North Liang Commandery for training but have since gone missing. Elder Joe of Thunderclap Mountain privately requested we search for their whereabouts in North Liang Commandery and struck a deal with our mythology sect. Congratulations, player Lin Cha, on triggering the special event, Thunderclap Mountain's entrustment. Rescue Thunderclap Mountain's direct disciples and escort them out of Bailiang Commandery. Thunderclap Mountain's goodwill toward the mythology sect increases by +40, and you receive a mysterious gift. Failure incurs no penalty. So this triggers a quest? Lin Cha glanced at the task. This was a good one. Despite Thunderclap Mountain having gifted treasures at the mythology sect's celebration, their actual goodwill remained at 0. With this 40-point boost, as long as the mythology sect doesn't cause trouble, Thunderclap Mountain likely won't retaliate. Moreover, failure carried no penalty, while success offered a mysterious gift package. Such a divine mission if missed this time, who knew when it would come again? Chen Ping'an crushed the Jade Slip, revealing 5 portraits. It must be said that cultivators possessed a presence and distinctiveness far surpassing ordinary mortals. At the very least, if Guchanga and the others encountered them, they could recognize several individuals at a glance. Alongside the portraits were 5 drops of essence blood, enabling Chen Ping'an and his companions to verify whether they had found their targets. Stowing the portraits, the group remained composed. Other players, unaware of the situation, noticed the mythic sect acting strangely. After confirming the task commissioned by Thunderclap Mountain, the group chose a direction and prepared to explore. As they pressed forward, a city suddenly came into view. The city seemed utterly deserted, showing no signs of recent conflict. Its gates stood wide open, yet not a single soul could be seen within. It resembled a lonely, deserted city. Suddenly, it dawned on them, throughout their journey, they hadn't encountered any signs of human life. This sudden realization sent a chill down everyone's spine. Zhang Wuming remarked, "Something's off about this city. If my memory serves, millions of commoners should be living in this region. The sect ruling here is called the Watermoon sect. Their cultivation techniques are quite peculiar, centered around the way of water, capable of infinite transformations. Within their sect lies a 5 elements water pill. Combined with this, their sect master is virtually unmatched within the foundation establishment realm." Zhang Wuming glanced at Chen Ping'an and the others again, smiling as he added, "But compared to Senior Chen and Senior Feng, that sect master still falls short." In Zhang Wuming's eyes, the entire mythology sect was a gathering place for freaks. Especially Chen Ping'an. The impression he left on Zhang Wuming was overwhelmingly powerful. The scene in Qingfeng County, where he cut down enemies one by one with the grace of a god descending from the heavens, felt almost too effortless. Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment before saying, "Shall we enter and investigate? Perhaps we can uncover some clues." Feng Kuei naturally had no objections after all, his role was purely combat. Guided by the mythology sect disciples, the players followed them into the city. Whoa! Zhang Wuming sucked in a sharp breath. The city remained utterly deserted. But scattered across the ground were piles of clothing, each stained with viscous, dark green liquid. They're dead. Everyone here must be dead. Chen Ping'an crouched down, dipping his finger into the viscous greenish-black liquid. His voice grew solemn. What kind of force is this, capable of wiping out an entire city so swiftly? Chapter 73, Special Incident. Guchanga, lacking experience, looked at Chen Ping'an in confusion. Could it be a demonic creature at the Golden Core realm level? Chen Ping'an shook his head. Not a Golden Core level demon. This is likely a special type of demon, though it probably isn't far from Golden Core itself. The question is whether it has left yet. As Yun Tianhua finished speaking, countless shadowy figures like specters from the underworld suddenly appeared throughout the city, surrounding the survivors and staring intently at them. Looks like it hasn't left yet. Even more unsettling, the city gates had been sealed shut at some unknown point. Congratulations to player Lin Cha's disciple for encountering the special event, Watermoon Sect's Turmoil. Upon clearing this event, player Lin Cha will receive an additional 1,000 points and 1 purple blueprint. All other players will receive a 15% bonus on points earned within this instance. Lin Cha's expression was a mix of joy and worry. What on earth are these things? Many players were startled. They looked eerily similar to ghosts. No, these seem to be the very essence of eeriness. It appears there's more than one domain-bound demonic creature lurking within Bailiang County. Chen Ping'an's expression grew grave. Demonic creatures possessing domains would inevitably ascend to the Golden Core realm in the future. Among the corpses lay common folk, members of wealthy clans, and cultivators clad in uniform robes exactly the Watermoon sect disciples Bai Wuqiu had mentioned. Without exception, they resembled beings from the underworld, their skin devoid of any luster, a sickly blue-black hue, their pupils hollow and vacant. They filled the entire city. What kind of joke is this? A young man among the players let out an angry growl, his entire body trembling with an indescribable emotion. Millions of people. Dead. And now they had to face all these creatures. And the cultivators of the Watermoon sect. Granted, most were merely Qi cultivation realm practitioners. But even slaughtering 10,000 unconscious pigs would take ages, let alone millions of unknown creatures before them. Fear, rage, trembling, horror, a cacophony of emotions filled the air. They were cultivators, true, but even cultivators' spiritual energy could be exhausted. Forget 9th tier chi cultivation, even 9th tier foundation establishment practitioners would be helpless against a human wave tactic in a confined space. There was no escape. Boom! Countless figures surged forward like an erupting tidal wave, swarming toward the group to tear into them. To the sky! We can't fight them head on. Chen Ping'an regained his composure and barked orders to those around him. Streaks of light shot skyward. Yet over 20 player disciples remained trapped on the ground. Some were entangled by cultivators of the Water Moon sect, unable to break free. They could only wait for their spiritual energy to deplete, dying in utter despair. Watching the figures on the ground struggle in vain, one after another succumbing to death, Zhang Wuming couldn't bear it any longer. Senior brother Chen, are we truly going to let them die at the hands of these monstrous creatures? Chen Ping'an shook his head. Against calamity beasts wielding domain powers, we must remain utterly vigilant. Senior Zhang, if you descend to rescue them and encounter danger, should Chang'e then come to your aid? And if Chang'e subsequently faces an ambush, should I then rush to save Chang'e? Zhang Wuming understood Chen Ping'an's reasoning the moment he heard this. He was wary of the demonic entity orchestrating all this. To encounter such a formidable foe so soon after entering Northchang Prefecture, Zhang Wuming could only sigh helplessly. Evil, so evil. A player in the crowd suddenly let out a piercing scream, eyes filled with terror. Under everyone's gaze, he began to melt into a dark green liquid, splashing onto the ground with a sloshing sound. The expressions of all the surviving players turned grim. This is supposed to be a cultivation world. Why were such bizarre entities here? It felt like they'd stumbled into a horror movie. They're here, they're here. Before the group could recover from their shock, hundreds of cultivators launched a coordinated attack against them. Meanwhile, far away at the mythic sect, Lin Cha watched the scene unfold. This method looks exactly like those evil cultivators in novels. Lin Cha was stunned. Could they actually resurrect the dead and turn them into servants? In the mirror, Chen Ping'an and his companions were slaughtering enemies left and right, their points surging by 200 in an instant. Ha! Lin Cha's eyes widened as she noticed a blurry figure materializing out of thin air. Then, it materialized directly before Chu Mingyao. Junior sister Chu. Gu Chang'e's pupils suddenly contracted. Just as the dark, oily palm of the blurry figure reached out to touch her, Feng Kuei suddenly flew forward, snatching Gu Chang'e away at the last possible moment. Exorcise the demon! Chen Ping'an struck, channeling a blade aura that pierced the shadowy figure. Yet before anyone could react, Chen Ping'an was sent flying backward, his body riddled with holes, blood streaming from his wounds. A shadowy figure materialized from thin air, clad in loose robes and shrouded in darkness. It held a blue glass bead that pulsed with flowing gas, radiating an eerie, luminous glow. This is, the Five Elements Water Dan? Are you the patriarch of the Water Moon sect? Zhang Wuming's pupils contracted sharply as he uttered the words in disbelief. Has the entire Water Moon sect fallen? The wide robe stirred without wind, parting to reveal a middle-aged man with graying temples. Unlike the other's vacant pupils, his eyes held clear black and white, utterly devoid of lifelessness. This was a living man, one who had ambushed Chen Ping'an in the shadows. Xiang Shaocheng, why are you aiding the calamity? Zhang Wuming was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Xiang Shaocheng remained calm. I made a deal with the demonic entity here. It needs to resurrect someone, and you are its bargaining chips. Don't blame me. If you must blame anyone, blame your own excessive curiosity for forcing your way in here. As the words fell, Xiang Shaocheng shed all restraint. His foundation establishment 9th layer cultivation erupted outward. You bastard, you actually ambushed us. Ha ha ha. A rough, defiant voice suddenly rang out, causing Xiang Shaocheng's composed expression to shift to one of astonishment. He turned to see Chen Ping'an, who had been gravely wounded moments before, now covered in talismans. His bones seemed reshaped by an invisible force, cracking and popping as every inch stretched and thickened. His chest expanded, threatening to tear through the heavens. The blade in his hand transformed into a black dragon, swallowing Chen Ping'an whole. A strange crimson-black pattern emerged from the surface of his body, resembling the vermilion bird. In an instant, Chen Ping'an transformed into a giant several meters tall. Is that Elder Chen? The crowd watching this scene was stunned, including Lin Cha, who was peeking at the screen. Truly worthy of the Four Symbols Guard to possess such a hidden trump card. Chapter 74, Event completed. Now that Chen Ping'an had transformed, his body stood like a pillar of stability, instantly dispelling all of Lin Cha's worries. He looked every bit the ultimate boss, didn't he? Xiang Shaocheng was stunned too. He had relied on the 5 elements water pill and the demonic creature's cover to ambush the strongest one. Even if the target didn't die, they should have been incapacitated after that full power strike. What the hell was going on? Was this even human anymore? Boom! Chen Ping'an vanished from his spot, reappearing instantly before Xiang Shaocheng. His massive hand clamped down, lifting Xiang Shaocheng off the ground. A piercing scream. You sacrificed millions for your selfish desires. Your crimes deserve divine retribution. Chen Ping'an's eyes were cold as ice. He suddenly tightened his grip, causing Xiang Shaochang to emit a piercing scream. But killing you would be too easy. Instead, I'll cripple you, make you wish you were dead. Let you witness hope shatter before your eyes. That is your punishment. Crippled. His cultivation was shattered. Xiang Shaochang lay sprawled on the ground, his body now white-haired and decrepit. Rain dripped steadily from the sky, carrying a chill. He struggled to rise, but his body was utterly unable to comply. Without his cultivation, his life had reached its end. Is this death? Xiang Shaochang thought, his vision blurred by tears. He faintly saw a delicate figure smiling as she patted his head. Master. Shuweiyue sect is gone. Shuweiyue city is gone too. Xiang Shaochang's heart twisted in agony, filled with guilt. As the hazy figure drew near, it seemed to say, "It's all right." Xiang Shaochang died. The crisis was far from over. The moment Xiang Shaochang died, a figure emerged, shrouded in black mist, bearing an identical likeness to Xiang Shaochang. Wretched creature, you've finally shown yourself. Chen Ping'an lowered his head, his eyes flickering with violet-blue flames. The figure, identical to Xiang Shaochang, chuckled darkly, "Wretch? That's rather crude. I've given myself a name, Ghostba. As for you, for Symbols Guard, you may call me Ghost Slayer. Come to think of it, this is my first encounter with the 4 Symbols Guard. Your reputation is well deserved, even this hasn't killed you." Gu Mei sighed. A flash of light passed, and Chen Ping'an ignored Gu Mei's words, charging directly at him to strike. By some unknown method of the 4 Symbols Guard, Chen Ping'an's physical strength had become overwhelmingly powerful, combined with his cultivation-based spiritual energy. When he swung a fist, the explosive force shook heaven and earth, killing countless strange beings caught in the blast. Lin Cha gained hundreds more points. The entire incident had already netted her nearly 700 points. It was nothing short of a bountiful harvest. Ha! This demonic creature is no ordinary foe. Lin Cha snapped out of her daze over the points gain only to see Chen Ping'an's attack blocked. The demonic creature was powerful enough to hold its own against Chen Ping'an in direct combat. Lin Cha then noticed Feng Kuei, standing nearby, seemed to be plotting something. Damn it, Feng Kuei, you big, honest-looking guy, you're planning a sneak attack too. As the seal crystallized, Ghost Slayer suddenly sensed countless deep sword energies materializing around him. His movements slowed. A resplendent sword intent descended from the heavens, like a celestial blade descending upon the world. Caught off guard, it pierced Guimei's chest. Chen Ping'an seized the moment, reverting to his true form. Wielding the black dragon sword, he pinned Guimei to the city wall. His hand darted out, pulling several talismans which he flung onto Guimei's body in one swift motion. Wretched fiend, taste the power of the great talisman. Chen Ping'an, drenched in blood, saw his injury points surge to 50 after the effect wore off. Fortunately, the talismans seemed to take effect. Ghost Extinguisher let out a piercing scream, like a sharp blade slicing through the air. Xiang Shaochang's features dissolved into a shadowy form, its outline blurred and indistinct. Only countless slender tentacles could be glimpsed within the darkness, frantically trying to tear the talismans from its body. Alas, the talisman glowed with golden light, severing every tentacle that dared to touch it. I will return. I will definitely return. For Symbols Guardians, you who ambushed my boy, I will remember you. Even in his final moments, Ghost Extinction did not forget to threaten the two. Feng Kuei unleashed a sword chi blast directly into the demon's mouth. The violet energy instantly tore the shadow apart from the inside out, reducing its entire body to fragments. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for successfully completing the purple event. Rewards, 1,200 points and the purple blueprint spirit liquid pool. Finally done. But what did Kibutsuji mean by saying he would definitely return? Surely he couldn't possibly come back to life? Lin Cha snorted in disbelief. Spirit Elixir Pool Purple Special Blueprint cannot be upgraded. Effect, stores Spirit Elixir. Opens once every 10 years. Enhances cultivation, strengthens physique, accommodates 10 practitioners. Storage capacity, 100%. Lin Cha's eyes lit up. Though the Spirit Liquid Pool couldn't be upgraded, it was undoubtedly a valuable asset. Now he had a reward for the upcoming sect competition. Spirit stones, weapons, cultivation techniques, how mundane. Just hearing that the reward is cultivation in the Spirit Liquid Pool instantly elevates the prestige. After the Demon Slayer perished, all anomalies vanished with him. Lin Cha found this rather regrettable. There had been quite a few strange entities among them. Farming them for 500 or 600 points wouldn't have been difficult. Gu Chang'e supported Chen Ping'an as Zhang Woming stepped forward, pulling out several bottles of pills and force-feeding them down Chen Ping'an's throat. Elder Zhang, slow down. Keep forcing them down and you'll choke Elder Chen to death. Long Mingze kindly cautioned Zhang Woming. Chen Ping'an was choking on the pills, unable to speak, his face turning ashen as he made muffled sounds. Zhang Woming cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness, silently emptying another bottle before covering Chen Ping'an's mouth to prevent him from spitting it out. Watching Chen Ping'an's bulging eyes, Zhang Woming declared, "Old Chen, I'm doing this for your own good. You can't waste these pills. Others would kill for them. Each one is forged from my exclusive secret formula. Gu Chang'e felt embarrassed, thinking to himself that Elder Zhang was truly terrifying. These pills weren't being treated like candy beans, they were being forced down like water. Soon, with a series of gurgling sounds, Chen Ping'an finally managed to swallow the pills. As their potency took effect, the injuries on his body visibly began to heal. What bowl exclusive formula? You're probably just using this as an excuse to test your new concoction. Chen Ping'an fired back at Zhang Wuming before realizing his back no longer ached, his legs no longer throbbed, and his wounds had stopped bleeding. Though he couldn't draw upon much spiritual energy yet, how long had it even been? Perhaps his injuries would be fully healed in less than a month. It actually worked this time? Zhang Wuming declared proudly, of course it was my exclusive formula. Each one is worth a fortune. Chen Ping'an. Having a medical alchemist on hand is actually pretty handy. Chapter 75, The Masked Man. Just as the group prepared to leave the city, several Foundation establishment cultivators arrived together outside the walls. Seeing the group emerge from the city, they wore expressions of utter astonishment. You actually made it out of that place alive? Even our leader wouldn't dare venture in to deal with the demons inside. The voices of the three masked Foundation establishment cultivators sounded surprisingly youthful. They clearly held great reverence for the boss they referred to. Looks like the demons inside have been eradicated. The man in the dark green mask bowed slightly to Yun Tianhua and his companions. I am Xiao Beichen. Thank you all for eliminating such a great calamity. Gu Chang'e inquired curiously, were you all already nearby? Xiao Beichen nodded. Xiao Shaoqiang, the leader of the Watermoon sect, committed heinous crimes. To resurrect one of his elders, he made a pact with the demons here, sacrificing millions of lives. Our boss led us in pursuit of him all the way here. Unfortunately, he managed to escape in the end. The danger inside was too great, and with so many demons now escaping from below, our boss had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of Xiao Shaoqiang. He ordered us to hold this position, preventing Xiao Shaoqiang from escaping with that demon. The group sighed in disbelief. They never imagined Xiang Shaoqiang would sacrifice millions merely to resurrect a single relative. Heartless yet deeply sentimental, truly a man of extreme contradictions. What's the current situation in Bailiang Commandery? Gu Chang'e inquired. Xiao Beichen replied, the situation in Bailiang Commandery is grim. An overwhelming number of underground demons have escaped this time, including some whose power rivals that of Golden Core cultivators. If they gain a foothold, another wave of bloodshed is inevitable. Gu Chang'e looked puzzled. Such a grave matter, are there no cultivators handling it? Xiao Beichen gave a bitter smile. I cannot disclose the specifics to you, but this matter is of such gravity that even cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage cannot intervene. Success or failure rests solely on our own shoulders. Gu Chang'e refrained from asking further questions upon hearing this. Xiao Beichen added, there's no need for excessive worry. Though those Golden Core demons are formidable, they cannot exert combat power far surpassing Foundation establishment here. We merely need to eliminate the demons and reclaim the territory seized by the modules. Then, the underground demons' plan to return to the surface will inevitably fail. At that point, influential figures will naturally arrive to clean up the aftermath. Currently, the major factions of Xianyao province are sending their young prodigies to assist us. We've already organized a counteroffensive and will soon gain the upper hand. Would you like to join us? Xiao Beichen extended the invitation, having recognized that Gu Chang'e and the others had also come to aid. If these demons could be dealt with by individuals whom even the leader feared, their strength was undoubtedly formidable. With Chen Ping'an now gravely wounded and in need of a place to recover, Gu Chang'e agreed to join. Lin Cha watched them head toward a bustling city and felt reassured. Within the sect, Wang Erdu, who had originally planned to accompany Gu Chang'e to Bailiang Commandery, had stayed behind for fear of delaying their journey. But he wasn't at the sect headquarters either. Judging by the timing, he must have gone to meet his little sweetheart. How outrageous! Lin Cha sighed inwardly. How could he have taught such a disciple? Master! The voice outside the cave residence made Lin Cha's head spin. Zhang Junbao scurried across the ground, with Zhou Jie panting heavily in pursuit. Though Zhang Junbao's cultivation was still low, Zhou Jie couldn't keep up, a fact that made him question his very existence. Zhou Jie halted, panting heavily as he looked at Zhang Junbao. Little Junbao. Running again? Come back here this instant. Hand over the stolen pills. You can't take this. The door to the cave dwelling ahead suddenly swung open. Spotting this, Zhang Junbao ducked behind the legs of the youth in the feathered robe and stuck out his tongue at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie, seething but unable to show it, bowed respectfully. Disciple Zhou Jie greets the sect leader. Lin Cha ruffled Zhang Junbao's hair, smiling affectionately. What has little Junbao done to make you so furious? Gu Chang'e gave a wry smile. Reporting to the sect leader. Little Junbao snuck into the library and secretly took 2 manuals. He refuses to return them. Lin Cha dismissed it as trivial, waving her hand dismissively. Only 2 manuals. By the way, what kind of manuals were they? Luo Tian knew this was Zhang Junbao's innate talent beginning to manifest. Zhou Jie, however, spoke timidly, "Master." The two manuals little Junbao took are called the 5 Poisons Technique and the Demon Repelling Sword Method. Lin Cha's smile froze, his expression turning somber. Damn it. His first attempt at creating a new martial art technique, and he's already playing dirty. Zhang Junbao's first chance to unleash his talent was destined to be crushed. Finally, Lin Cha retrieved the two manuals from Zhang Junbao. Fortunately, Zhang Junbao hadn't had time to examine them, otherwise, Lin Cha would have wished for death. 5 Venoms Technique, Demon Repelling Sword Manual. The names alone suggested they were no good. Her precious treasure absolutely couldn't be allowed to come into contact with such sinister manuals. Lin Cha stowed the manuals away before letting Zhang Junbao off. He was still just a child. It was only natural he couldn't distinguish right from wrong. It was all Elder Zhang Shiji's fault for leaving such heretical teachings within a child's reach. Lin Cha consoled herself with this thought. Returning to her cave residence, she arranged the spirit liquid pool on the sect's rear mountain, pondering when to hold a grand sect competition. Now that Zhang Junbao's cultivation was rapidly advancing, Zhou Jie was clearly struggling to keep up with caring for Luo. They needed to find a nanny with deep cultivation experience who had raised children before. Luo Tianling had a sudden thought. It's decided, you're the one, Feng Kuei. Feng Kuei, who was having a meal with Gu Chang'e, sneezed unexpectedly and muttered to himself, could it be the sect master is thinking about me again? Over the next few days, the situation in Bailiang Commandery remained relatively stable. More reinforcements arrived, and with neither side possessing golden core cultivators, the battle came down to sheer numbers. Clearly, the human faction held the numerical advantage. For players, this was both an opportunity and a disaster. Players at the 9th level of Qi cultivation could take action themselves, meaning they could slay demons and monsters to accumulate points and exchange them for items. Among them, several fortunate individuals had obtained purple quality disciples, sparking envy among the crowd. Lin Cha felt that envy too. He currently had only a handful of purple quality disciples, with his random disciple recruitment orders yielding mostly blue or white quality recruits. Unfortunately, he lacked such incredible luck. In just a few days, Luo Tian's points had soared to over 2,000. After sleeping in until he woke naturally, Lin Cha made his customary rounds through the mythic sect, taking the opportunity to bond with his disciples. Just as he returned to his cave residence, player Lin Cha's elder Zhao Yunlei has died. All joy vanished from Lin Cha's heart. Zhao Yunlei was the first elder to voluntarily join the sect. Though merely an ordinary independent cultivator who had joined the sect, he had contributed greatly within it, working tirelessly and without complaint. Player Lin Cha's city, Luo County, has been captured by the Firecloud sect. Fortune 100. Firecloud sect has officially declared war on Mythology sect. Yunlong Valley has officially declared war on Mythology sect. Windrider Palace has officially declared war on Mythology sect. A barrage of notifications echoed through Luo Tian's mind. Firecloud sect. Cloud Dragon Valley. Windriding Palace. 3 sects simultaneously declared war on the Mythology sect. Fury surged through Lin Cha's heart, yet she was so enraged she laughed, letting out a low, chilling chuckle. Well done, truly well done. A low, throaty sound escaped her throat. Chapter 76, Revenge. Qingxiu County. Within the Firecloud sect. Council chamber. 3 chairs stood around a massive table, surrounded by dozens of figures, each wearing a different expression. That mythic sect doesn't seem as formidable as legend makes them out to be. I truly don't understand what the forces of Changshan County are so wary of. Chang Wei, the imposing and sturdy sect master of Huoyun sect, sneered with disdain. His towering presence radiated an unshakable, mountain-like gravity. A slender, gracefully curved woman leaned lazily against a chair. That mythic sect is indeed arrogant, thinking themselves invincible. To dare kill one of my disciples. It was merely the death of a few mortals, yet they hold such a grudge. At least we captured one of their foundation establishment elders. It's a pity we let the other one escape. The palace master of Yufeng Palace smiled. However, according to those who call themselves players, the Mythology sect possesses numerous treasures, and its disciples are exceptionally gifted. Perhaps this presents an opportunity for us to ascend to a higher level. Zhao Shui pursed her crimson lips, her lazy eyes flickering with greed. Since this matter originated from our Yunlong Valley, we demand 50% of Mythology sect's possessions and disciples. Zhao Shui's ambition burned brightly, but Chang Wei, the master of the Firecloud sect, chuckled. Valley Master Zhao speaks too soon. It will take time to truly subdue the mythic sect. Zhao Shui dismissed the concern. In just 3 days, we've already captured 10 cities within the Mythology sect's territory. It was effortless. Taking the entire sect is merely a matter of time. What if Thunderclap Mountain steps in to protect the mythic sect? The palace master of Windriding Palace voiced another concern. The mythic sect is barely holding its own right now. Remember, the demonic creature incident in Bailiang Commandery is no small matter. Thunderclap Mountain will be devoting 80% of its resources to that region. What's more, some of their core disciples have been lost in Bailiang Commandery. How could they possibly spare any attention for the mythic sect at this moment? Besides, those old fools at Thunderclap Mountain can barely protect themselves. Over the years, their demand for Blood Dan has grown insatiable. They've even resorted to trading with other county factions at exorbitant costs. Chang Wei's tone dripped with contempt, clearly holding no regard for the old fools of Thunderclap Mountain. After all, Thunderclap Mountain was in Changshan Commandery, while this was Qingshou Commandery. Boom! Just as the three major factions continued preparing to carve up the mythic sect, the entire Huoyun sect suddenly convulsed like an earth dragon turning over, the entire sect thrown into turmoil. A beam of light pierced through the sect's protective array, shooting straight toward the highest peak. Boom! Before the three sects could react, the ground beneath them caved in. The entire mountain peak crumbled to dust. Foundation establishment cultivators scrambled to take flight, but massive boulders rolled down, crushing countless Firecloud sect disciples to death. Who on earth did this? Chang Wei watched the carnage, his heart bleeding. These disciples had been carefully nurtured by the sect. Boom! A blinding white light erupted. In that instant, the entire world dimmed as endless thunder particles blanketed the sky, engulfing the Firecloud sect. Amidst this, a figure slowly stepped through the void. With each stride, space rippled, shimmering with lightning. For dark gold magical swords hung at his left side, while an ancient-looking mirror rested atop his head. His robes fluttered in the wind. It was as if a deity walked among mortals. I am the patriarch of the mythic sect. Lin Cha's gaze was cold and detached. Upon learning of Zhao Yunlei's death, grief and fury filled his heart. He chose not to notify the other elders but instead came alone to Qingshou County. With a player acting as an inside contact, he easily located the Firecloud sect's territory. The patriarch of the mythic sect? You are the patriarch of the mythic sect? The three were stunned. None of them could have imagined Lin Cha would attack Qingshou County alone. Had she lost her mind? Very well. We hadn't come for you yet, but it seems you dared to come knocking yourself. Chang Wei's face darkened, though inwardly he puzzled over why his sect had been ambushed without warning. Had the disciples and elders guarding the perimeter fallen asleep? Lin Cha swept his sleeve and a torrent of severed heads rained down like a downpour. Judging by your expression, you're curious why this one attacked your Firecloud sect and why your sect didn't detect a single hint of it? Lin Cha chuckled softly. It's quite simple. Because they're all dead. Chang Wei's expression turned horrified, only to find Lin Cha's figure vanished from where she stood. For colossal swords, each dozens of meters tall, now loomed over him. As if shattering space, as if cracking the earth, endless dark gold sword chi swirled around the blades. Chang Wei recoiled in horror. Over a dozen elders of the Firecloud sect launched themselves simultaneously, attempting to block this assault. Lin Cha sneered coldly. Seeing the other two sects finally react, she showed no mercy. The mirror hovering above her head flashed with light, and two figures stepped out, none other than Zhao Shui, the Valley Master of Yulong Valley, and the Palace Master of Yufeng Palace. Without uttering a word, the two emerged from the mirror and immediately charged at the forces of Yulong Valley and Yufeng Palace. The sword formation descended, cleaving the Firecloud sect in two. Over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators perished, leaving the sect effectively defunct. The mysterious mirror summoned duplicates whose divine arts and spells were identical to those wielded by Zhao Shui and the Palace Master of the Wind Riding Palace. Zhao Shui, the Valley Master of Yunlong Valley, watched as Huoyun sect vanished in an instant. As for Yufeng Palace, its defenders were wiped out in mere moments. Her heart raced with terror, and without a second glance, she fled. How could Lin Cha let her escape? No! Lin Cha wouldn't let her die easily either. Wielding the four exterminating immortal swords, she hurled the magical weapons like javelins, one after another, piercing the elders of the Cloud Dragon Valley until they exploded in a relentless rain of blood. Soon, only Zhao Shui remained. Lin Cha pursued relentlessly. Even as Zhao Shui burned her lifespan to escape, it proved futile. Is that Zhao Xianzi, the Valley Master of Yulong Valley? Miss Zhao seems to be being hunted down. What on earth happened? This is truly terrifying. Zhao Xianzi's cultivation is at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, profound and unfathomable. Who could possibly be hunting her down like this? The major factions of Qingshou County were horrified. Two shooting stars streaked across the sky above the county. Witnessing Zhao Shui being hunted down, a chill gripped everyone's hearts, yet no one dared to step forward and offer aid. Save me. I'll surrender to the Blood Slaughter sect. Zhao Shui, driven to the brink of terror by Lin Cha's relentless pursuit, screamed frantically toward the heavens. Retreat! As Zhao Shui's words fell, the sky erupted with surging orange-yellow currents that engulfed Lin Cha. They coalesced into a colossal face radiating majestic celestial light. Damn it! A golden core cultivator intervening? Lin Cha cursed inwardly. She had nearly killed Zhao Shui several times, only for the gold core cultivator protecting her to intervene each time. Zhao Shui turned her head, laughing like a madwoman. I've won. You can't kill me. Ha 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 ha. Unkillable? Lin Cha channeled the heaven-shaking secret art, unleashing a terrifying burst of power that shattered her bonds. The immortal slaying sword struck true, severing Zhao Shue's beautiful head before her stunned eyes. Lin Cha roared with triumph, the killer is Lin Cha of the mythic sect. Chapter 77, Escape. The Blood Demon sect's Golden Core cultivator never imagined Lin Cha could break free and kill Zhao Shui right under his nose. His massive face twisted into an expression of utter horror. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, a halo of earth elemental divine energy swirling around it. With a single palm strike, it lashed out at Lin Cha. Such bloodlust demands 500 years of sealing. Lin Cha flipped the figure off with a middle finger, a smirk curling his lips. The void transformation technique activated. Jianquan minor shift symbol activated. The air froze. The Golden Core cultivator of the Blood Demon sect froze in place. Player Lin Cha's injury value plus 50. Damn it! How can there be such a huge gap between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core realms? Lin Cha returned to the mythic sect covered in blood, feeling as though every bone in his body had been crushed. Thankfully, he'd acted decisively and fled swiftly. He gulped down several bottles of pills in quick succession. Though gasping for breath, his fear of Golden Core cultivators only deepened. Damn shameless bastards! Once he reached the Golden Core realm, he would surely grind every last member of that blood slaughter sect to dust. Lin Cha vowed silently. At least, eliminating the 3 sects had allowed him to vent his anger. Several days passed before Lin Cha resumed surveying the situation in Bailiang Commandery through Guchanga's vision. Yet the shifting winds of change held little promise. Bailiang Commandery. After several days of upheaval, a steady stream of prodigies joined the battlefield. To everyone's astonishment, the situation not only failed to improve but grew even more dire. Inner strife is forever humanity's nature. A cluster of elite prodigies crowded together, none willing to yield to another. Within the city walls, tensions were now running dangerously high. Gu Changa held his sword, its blade pressed against a young man's throat. Feng Kuei had seized a middle-aged man. Zhang Wuming lay nearby, gravely wounded, blood trickling from his mouth as he stared across the room. Chen Pingyan and the others stood sword-wielding, locked in standoff with the rest. Xu Mingyao was held captive by a man whose narrow eyes glowed with a sinister light. His silver hair flew wildly, its tips shimmering with a cold, indigo glow. A faint, wicked smile played at the corners of his mouth. Surrounding him were numerous prodigies of extraordinary lineage, clustering around him like stars gathered around the moon. A pure Yin constitution? Truly unexpected. The man observed Xu Mingyao's grief-stricken expression with indifference. His interest lay more in the pure Yin constitution, a renowned vessel physique listed on the rankings. Brother, save me. The youth, with Gu Changa's sword pressed against his throat, trembled in terror, his face drained of color. Useless. Sun Shimiao shot a cold glance at his nominal younger brother, showing not a shred of pity. However, even if you are a worthless piece of trash, you remain my younger brother, Sun Jima. Release him, and I may forgive your offense. Sun Jimiao's slender eyes studied Gu Changa with amusement, his tone flat. Kid, Big Brother Sun has spoken. You better let go of his brother right now. Do you even know who Big Brother Sun is? A young man in fine attire stood arrogantly, showing no regard for Gu Changa and his companions. Enough. Sun Jimiao, you've gone too far. Release Miss Chu at once. Qian Wenli, wearing a jet-black mask, glared with dark eyes. You're the one acting presumptuous. Sun Jimiao's eyes gleamed with wicked, flippant amusement. A mere cast-off disciple dares to tell me what to do? Today, no matter who comes, no one takes her away. I, Sun Jimiao, take her as my concubine, it is her honor. A heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts. Sun Jimiao's arrogance was backed by undeniable power. As the most favored direct descendant of the Sun family, his cultivation was beyond question. He had reached the peak of Foundation Establishment 9th layer before turning 50. His clan boasted several Golden Core elders, and he himself was a direct descendant of Golden Core cultivators. His family lineage could even be traced back to a nascent soul cultivator. He himself was a prodigy listed on the Dragon's Roar ranking. Though Gu Changa possessed formidable innate talent, his cultivation currently only reached the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment. Chen Pingyan and Feng Kuei might be able to hold their own against 1 or 2 opponents, but Chen Pingyan was currently gravely injured. As for Feng Kuei, he alone stood no chance against 3 late Foundation Establishment cultivators. As for Qian Wenli and the others, they were certainly no match for Sun Jimiao. They are unworthy. But am I worthy? A man clad in a moon-white brocade robe strode forward with deliberate steps, walking through the air. His sleeves billowed, creating ripples. His face was concealed by a jade mask that fit perfectly, revealing only a pair of deep, luminous eyes. A faint, almost imperceptible smile lingered in his gaze, as gentle as spring water. The white-faced gentleman. As the figure approached Sun Jimiao, countless prodigies present recognized him, their eyes instantly filling with dread. The white-faced gentleman had no name, or rather, no one knew his name. All was known was that he perpetually wore a mask, possessed formidable strength, and ranked among the top 10 on the Minglong list. He had even founded the Masked Corps, attracting countless geniuses to join his ranks. White Mask, others may fear you, but I, Sun Jimiao, do not. A fierce glint flashed in Sun Jinyao's eerie eyes. The masked youth merely smiled indifferently, a long sword appearing in his hand. As the blade left its sheath, a dazzling white light flashed and vanished. Sun Jinyao's eyes suddenly filled with terror. He reached up to wipe his neck, finding it damp, followed by a faint ache. Suddenly, he felt a chill on the top of his head. Reaching up to touch it, he found it completely bald. Sun Jima's face turned deathly pale. The next moment, the pale-faced man approached him, took Chu Mingyao in his arms, and whispered softly, "Young lady, you're safe now." His eyes, like spring water, seemed to hold a different kind of deep affection. Lin Cha, who had just begun to recover, witnessed the scene through Gu Changa's perspective. While relieved that Chu Mingyao had escaped danger, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Holy crap! Only his disciples would dare kidnap someone else's disciple. Who dares to steal his disciple? Her back stopped aching, her legs stopped hurting, but watching through the mirror, Lin Cha felt nothing but fury. Mingyao's purine constitution has been exposed. Lin Cha's expression darkened. The concealment measures set by the concealment talisman drawn from the system should have been imperceptible to anyone below the golden core stage. Unfortunately, despite all precautions, Lin Cha hadn't anticipated that those prodigies from prestigious families possessed a special innate talent that allowed them to ignore the concealment talisman's effects. A purine physique was a top-tier alchemical vessel constitution. Its exposure would likely bring endless trouble. Of course, it could also be an opportunity. Perhaps a disciple from a major sect or a true heir of a clan would come to the mythic sect to propose marriage, leading to a joyous union. Yet, though these individuals acted with noble intentions, Lin Cha understood their motives. Selling disciples to secure sect prosperity was a path she refused to walk. Meanwhile, Sun Jinyao's face darkened, and he could only snort coldly. "Release them. We're leaving." These words were naturally directed at Gu Changde and Chen Pingyang. With Chu Mingyao unharmed, even if Gu Changde yearned to slaughter them both, he knew it was beyond his power. Gu Changde struck the young man's back with a palm strike. Instantly, the youth spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing toward Sun Jinmiao and the others. Sun Jinmiao caught him with a palm strike, then tossed him to the ground. He turned to Gu Changde, waved his sleeve dismissively, and declared, "If I see you at the Taoist assembly, I'll cripple you with my own hands." Gu Changde's expression remained calm. "I'll be waiting." Chapter 78, The Underground Demon Clan. Bailiang County. Ha! A bitter, self-mocking chuckle echoed through the ancient tomb. Failed. I've failed in the end. This world belongs to the present age, not ours. The tomb shook as demons inspectors, their aura as deep as an abyss, along with corpses clad in battle armor and wielding spears, crouched down and knelt. The heavens and earth shifted, the skies darkening. Thick, ink-black clouds converged at a visible pace. Kill! 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 The roar was deafening. Countless powerful demons and monsters charged toward the barriers erected by the immortal sects and noble families, intent on tearing them apart. In a hidden corner, two elders clad in Taoist robes sat facing each other across a chessboard. One wore black robes and held black pieces, the other wore white robes and held white pieces. That fellow is nearing his limit. In the end, victory is ours. The black-robed elder smiled faintly. Nothing but a wretched beast. He merely stumbled upon a sliver of Earth's vital energy, gained a fleeting advantage. Ultimately, he's but a meal on our plate. How could those powerful figures ever let such fortune slip away? The white-robed elder lifted his gaze toward the vast sky above. Above the endless haze of smoke and dust, towering figures seemed to sit cross-legged. Before them, the entire Bailion commandery appeared utterly insignificant. Pair after pair of eyes, as round as copper bells, shifted and fixed upon Bailion County. Their gazes were filled with greed. Those who flee the apocalyptic struggle will never amount to anything. Mythic sect. Good news, our points have now reached nearly 4,000. As for the bad news, there's no bad news at all. This entire event is like picking up money. Dark clouds loom over the city as prodigies from numerous sects and powerful warriors from all corners surge forward, clashing fiercely with the disaster tide. Guys, I've got 100 freaking points now, ha ha ha. This fight is so satisfying. I only targeted lone demons and already racked up 123 points. Jealous. Why am I so far from Bailion County? Damn it, what's there to envy? Look at the players from Bailion County. How many of them are still alive now? Not even 1,000? We've got maybe 2,000 left at most. The rest are all dead. I'm in charge of Bailion County's players. I'm giving you the absolute numbers. Whoa! That's terrifying. Forget Bailion County players, even reinforcements sent to aid us suffered massive casualties. Several friends on my list have gone offline. Opportunity and risk coexist. Bailion Commandery is indeed perilous. You might just stumble upon a Foundation Establishment stage demon beast. Especially amidst the tide of corpses. Powerful beings are everywhere. The prodigies of the immortal sects couldn't care less about players. What's more, some prodigies actively target players. Identifying the player group, the slaughter began. Lin Cha watched Gu Changde, Zhang Woming, and the still wounded Feng Kuei and Chen Pingyang fighting fiercely amidst the tide of corpses. Only now, a woman with bright, beautiful eyes stood beside Chen Ping'an. She shielded him from several deadly strikes. Old Chen, you're something else. What a charmer. Looks like you're still pulling in the models wherever you go. Lin Cha's expression brightened. Excellent. And she was a mid-foundation establishment powerhouse to boot. Stealing her away to Mythic sect would be perfect. After all, the sect currently lacked any female elders. On the battlefield, streaks of light sliced through the sky like shooting stars. They clashed fiercely with the alien race's mighty warriors. Even if we must dwell underground, you cannot trample us at will. Behind the endless tide of corpses, black particles suddenly surged outward in all directions. The expressions of the young prodigies on the battlefield abruptly changed. A towering demonic shadow stomped forth, clad in demonic armor. Cracks ran through the armor, oozing demonic energy, its entire form a deep crimson. Its expression radiated madness and savagery. Wherever its gaze swept, it felt like plunging into an ice cellar, sending chills down one's spine. Its face bore human features, yet a pair of horns jutted from its forehead. I am Lu Wushuang of the Qingxian sect. I come to slay you. A youthful figure leapt forward, followed by several others. Sealing hand seals, they conjured a dazzling spear formation. Lu Wushuang gripped his divine spear with unmatched skill. You think you can make a name for yourself by taking my life, Yuan Xiong? You're not worthy. Yuan Xiong wielded his battle spear. With a single swing, the void itself trembled. Demonic energy erupted, shattering the formation. Golden light flared around Lu Wushuang, yet he was effortlessly crushed, his fate unknown. Witnessing this, the pupils of the gathered prodigies suddenly contracted. Lu Wushuang dared to challenge Yuan Xiong alone because he had the confidence to back it up. As the offspring of an elder ancestor of the Qingxian sect, he possessed high-grade divine abilities and magical treasures. Moreover, he was a prodigy ranked on the Dragon Abyss list. Yet he couldn't even withstand a single strike. Though he can't unleash his full power, bolstered by the corpse-tide formation, he's truly terrifying. Yuan Xiong surveyed the gathered prodigies, a cruel smile curling his lips. You dare covet the fortune of my Yuan clan? Do you even have the qualifications? Back when the 8 great clans ruled, what the hell were those so-called immortal sects? Nothing but a bunch of trash. Scum back then, scum now. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Yuan Xiong's unrestrained arrogance, the expressions of thousands upon thousands of immortal sect cultivators darkened without exception. Kill. We only need to purge all the evil spirits. Without the array, even if you're powerful, you won't be able to unleash your golden core cultivation. Among the immortal sect, there were still those who understood. The tide of corpses engulfed the entire Balion commandery, numbering in the tens of millions an overwhelmingly vast horde. However, the vast majority were mere mortals. Those with cultivation were vastly outnumbered by the arriving cultivator reinforcements. Yet Yuan Xiong remained unperturbed. Even if these men were slaughtering tens of millions of pigs, it would take them half a day. All he needed to do was eliminate every prodigy from every sect before their strength waned, severing the lineage of those immortal sects involved. That would suffice. Naturally, the immortal sects would not sit idly by. Under Yuan Xiong's relentless pressure, all the prodigies united to engage him in fierce combat. Mythic sect. Lin Cha's injuries had improved somewhat. Holy crap, what kind of technique is this? It's incredibly powerful. Through Gu Changda's perspective, Lin Cha witnessed Yuan Xiong slaughtering his way through the battlefield, sending countless prodigies of the immortal sect fleeing in terror. This must be the combat prowess of a peak golden core cultivator. Without resorting to any divine arts or techniques, Yuan Xiong relied solely on his fists and halberd. Yet no prodigy dared to confront him head-on. True might shatters all arts. Could this be the legendary martial path gathering military might through martial arts? Lin Cha had naturally heard of military formations, how terrifying they could be when coordinated with martial arts masters. Yet she never imagined it could reach such terrifying heights. It seemed as though the entire Balion commandery was enveloped by the military formation, forming a domain. Just as Lin Cha was lost in thought, his expression abruptly changed. He saw that terrifying demonic shadow actually heading toward Gu Changda, Chen Ping'an, and the others. Damn it! Lin Cha knew full well that Gu Changda and Chen Ping'an stood no chance against this demonic shadow. Fortunately, Gu Changda and Chen Ping'an weren't fools. Recognizing their inferiority, they wisely chose to avoid the confrontation for the moment. Lin Cha breathed a sigh of relief. But just as she began to relax, his heart leapt once more. The demonic shadow had actually turned its gaze toward the low-tier cultivators fighting amidst the tide of corpses. Yuan Xiong was no fool. With the myriad techniques of the immortal sects, he could render those prodigies helpless without engaging him head-on. If he couldn't kill those prodigies with their myriad techniques, how could he fail to kill those ordinary low-level cultivators? The reason Lin Cha's expression changed was because the direction Yuan Xiong was charging toward clearly included Chu Mingyao and the others. Lin Cha's heart instantly grew half-cold. At the critical moment, a man wearing a jade mask stepped forward, a brilliant white light surging from his hand, coalescing into the character slash. A sword intent that pierced heaven and earth erupted forth. It collided with the demonic shadow. Chapter 79, Slaughter. The immense shockwave carved a bottomless pit into the earth. Two figures stood atop it. The white jade mask on the man's face shattered violently, revealing a face enviable to both men and women. His peach blossom eyes, gentle as flowing water, now streamed two hot, blood-red tears. The sleeves on both arms shattered violently, trembling fiercely. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yuan Xiong's eyes. His battle armor, now engulfed in crimson-black demonic flames, bore countless sword scars of varying sizes. Then, it shattered. The shock was replaced by a fierce, overwhelming killing intent. A torrent of demonic flames erupted from the battle spear. His aura surged once more. Boom! Gu Chang'e unleashed a secret technique, his body glowing crimson and radiating a red light. His sword intent pierced the heavens, manifesting a golden, towering sword that hovered above Yuan Xiong's head. Suspended Heaven Sword Technique. Earth Grade, Mid-Tier, Suspended Heaven Sword Technique. Sword intent of Heavenly Swords. Heavenly Tier, Lower Grade, Carefree Slash. The combined might of all three. The explosive power unleashed surpassed even that of an ordinary Foundation Establishment 9th layer cultivator. Yuan Xiong, who had been preparing to strike the pale-faced man, was forced to redirect his blade, colliding with the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword shattered. Gu Chang'e suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression drained. Player Lin Cha's disciple Gu Chang'e's injury value plus 30. With a single strike, Gu Chang'e lost his combat effectiveness. Lin Cha's heart clenched sharply. His senior disciple Gu Chang'e was his pride and reliance, a golden-tier genius who had always been unmatched among peers. Now defeated in a single blow, an emptiness filled Luo Tian's heart. What Lin Cha couldn't understand was why Gu Chang'e had chosen to intervene. Despite Gu Chang'e's severe injuries, Yuan Xiong refused to abandon his pursuit of the pale-faced man, preparing once more to finish him off. Qin Pinyin suddenly erupted, merging completely with the Black Dragon Sword. For Symbol's Guard? Yuan Xiong's eyes narrowed in surprise before turning cold. Nothing more than a dog, granted a mere scrap of my Yuan clan's secret arts, and yet you dare lay a hand on your master? Yuan Xiong extended his palm, pinching Qin Pinyin. Qin Pinyin's physical body, which he prided himself on in his Black Dragon state, seemed utterly defenseless before Yuan Xiong. Gazing at Qin Pinyin in his grasp, Yuan Xiong's eyes grew icy and brutal, his murderous intent laid bare. Yet, a golden halberd crashed down with a thunderous impact. The pain made Yuan Xiong's grip snap open. This brief reprieve allowed Qin Pinyin to seize a moment to breathe. Clutching the motionless, pale-faced man, he fled into the distance. After two consecutive failures, then a third, Yuan Xiong's expression darkened to the extreme. He looked up to see a vibrant young man clad in golden armor, behind whom a towering figure materialized, its three eyes glaring open. The youth spoke slowly, "I have no say in whether you kill the white-faced one. But Senior Chen has done me a favor, you cannot kill him." Three-eyed Yang clan. Ranked 6th on the Dragon Abyss list, Yang Wudi. Ha ha ha. Yuan Xiong erupted in a low laugh. Since when did you of the three-eyed Yang clan dare speak to the Yuan clan in such a manner? If you interfere, I'll kill you. Yuan Xiong was utterly enraged. Endless dark clouds gathered overhead, threatening to descend. Yuan Xiong's figure flickered and vanished. Yang Wuxian's third eye opened between his brows, yet he could only see a blurred afterimage. The next instant, Yang Wudi blocked with both hands, only to find a fist radiating surging demonic energy appearing before him. His golden armor shattered as Yang Wudi crashed down like a mountain, shattering the peak and pounding a deep crater into the ground. Powerful, simply too powerful. Yuan Xiong pressed relentlessly, charging toward Yang Wudi. Yuan Xiong, you cannot kill Yang Wudi. A figure of striking grace appeared, bow in hand. An arrow shot forth, transforming into a crimson phoenix amidst a raging inferno. It was a woman with long hair reaching her waist, her bow drawn, her bearing peerless. Si Hongzhuang. Ranked 8th on the Dragon Abyss list. Seal the formation, suppress the martial arts. 8 young men formed seals with their hands, anchoring their positions as a heavenly prison emerged, enveloping Yuan Xiong. The towering Xuanwu's true form stepped forward. Yuan Xiong raised the black tortoise with one hand while wielding his demonic halberd with the other, smashing it against the cage. Both spears shattered the cage, only to be met by an overwhelming barrage of magical techniques and divine abilities. All the prodigies joined forces. The air crackled and filled with a swirling mist of multicolored light. Aya! I'll kill you all. Yuan Xiong's earth-shattering roar echoed through the light mist. This scene left Lin Cha utterly despairing. This damn thing can't even be killed? What kind of monster is this? What the hell was the Heavens Will Gain thinking? Did they really think this monster was killable? That strike alone should have been enough to kill even a Purple Palace cultivator. Even if Zifu possessed divine abilities far surpassing Foundation Establishment cultivators. But everyone here is a prodigy of heaven. A combined strike, if it connects, should easily dispatch a golden core cultivator. Yet they couldn't kill this monster. Cracks appeared on Yuan Xiong's body, black gold blood flowing freely. This strike had left him gravely wounded. The others sought to repeat their tactic, but it was too late. Before the 8 forming seals could complete their gestures, Yuan Xiong slaughtered one of them outright. Boom! Just as Yuan Xiong prepared to pursue the remaining 7, 2 chess pieces materialized from the void above. Black and white pieces intertwined, descending to suppress him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Yuan Xiong roared in fury, raising his demonic spear to clash with the black and white chess pieces. King? What kind of king are you? Does the remnant fortune of the Yuan clan truly grant you the right to claim kingship? The black-robed and white-robed elders stood side by side. The black-robed elder delivered his scorn without mercy. The white-robed elder chuckled darkly. At best, you're nothing but a defeated remnant. You were a defeated remnant before, and you remain one now. Yuan Xiong, pinned to the ground by the 2 chess pieces, was covered head to toe in black gold blood. Boom! Yuan Xiong's body suddenly swelled, transforming into a giant over 10 meters tall. The 2 pieces shattered with a thunderous crash. The smiles on the faces of the black-robed elder and the white-robed elder froze abruptly. Lin Cha's heart skipped a beat. Is this the boss? After defeating the first form, there's actually a second form? This is just too absurd. The black-robed elder and white-robed elder, who had only appeared after witnessing Yuan Xiong's severe injuries, hadn't anticipated this outcome either. They had intended to get a piece of the action. Now the boss has entered its second phase. They wanted to retreat, but Yuan Xiong, eyes bloodshot, seemed to have lost his mind, relentlessly pursuing the 2 elders. Clear the corpse tide. The others reacted swiftly. 2 gold core cultivators held off Yuan Xiong, buying valuable time for the group. Even stripped of their official status, golden core cultivators possessed numerous techniques. They could stall even a second phase Yuan Xiong for a while. Under the relentless barrage, countless zombies were killed or wounded. Lin Cha's heavenly points also smoothly surpassed the 5,000 mark. However, it wasn't long before the black-robed elder was caught by Yuan Xiong and torn apart alive. The sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. The demonically transformed Yuan Xiong tore the black-robed elder in 2, bathing in blood as he devoured him, emitting a low, guttural growl. Then he turned his gaze toward the white-robed elder. You monster! I'll fight you to the death. Despair filled the white-robed elder's eyes. He knew escape was impossible. He charged directly at Yuan Xiong, choosing to detonate himself. Chapter 80, The Hero's Last Stand. The self-detonation of a golden core cultivator sent Yuan Xiong, in his demonic state, into agonized howls. Visibly black gold bones were exposed on his body. Too many. The tide of corpses was simply overwhelming. The group couldn't help but feel despair. Yuan Xiong in his second state was simply too terrifying. One strike. My Yang family possesses a secret technique that can stall this monster for a single breath. Whoever has a trump card, use it now. Otherwise, we'll all die here today. Yang Wudi's hands twisted as he burst from the dirt pit, snarling urgently at his surroundings. My C family's Phoenix secret technique can double the damage inflicted upon this monster, amplifying a single strike. Si Hongjuan's beautiful eyes fluttered slightly, a faint red glow flickering within as she let out a piercing cry. I possess a technique that can slow this monster's movements several-fold but only for a single breath. Gu Changa dragged his body forward, his voice firm. Yang Wudi's face lit up with delight. That's enough. It will definitely buy us 2 breaths of time. The other prodigies remained silent, steadily clearing the tide of corpses. They all knew this battle was beyond their control. I'll handle it. The pale-faced man, whose condition had improved after Chu Mingyao force-fed him an entire bottle of pills, smiled at her as he said, "Thank you for the medicine, Miss Chu. We masked ones are all from Thunderclap Mountain. I'm truly grateful to you all for venturing into Balian County to search for me. Should I perish, I implore Miss Chu to return my body to Thunderclap Mountain, though chances are, there likely won't be a body left." The man removed half his mask, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. Just as he prepared to leave, his sleeve was tugged. Turning back, he found himself looking into a stunningly beautiful face. If it wasn't Chu Mingyao, then why do you have medicine that can heal injuries so quickly? Li Cha was utterly baffled. When had she acquired this opportunity? With his wounds healed, the man stepped into the sword domain realm with renewed vigor. I humbly request your swords for a moment. The grand momentum of heaven and earth unfolded in resplendent splendor. Supported by 3 divine abilities piercing heaven and earth, a single sword strike illuminated the entire Balian commandery. It split the heavens, shattered the earth, and overturned mountains and seas. Lin Cha felt heartbroken. A bottle of medicine that could heal injuries quickly had been used on another sect. Damn it, that damn Thunderclap Mountain. Lin Cha couldn't help but curse under his breath. Something that could have been a valuable asset for the sect's foundation had been squandered. This left a hoarder like Lin Cha feeling utterly miserable. But curses aside, Lin Cha understood deep down that without that sacrifice, everyone might have perished. So he kept his complaints to himself. Compared to the lives of his disciples, such a thing was merely an external possession. Congratulations to all players for repelling the demonic invasion. All participants receive 100 points. This thing is so stingy. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for achieving first place in contributions during the Demon Suppression event. Rewards: 1 random Earthgrade spell, 1 random Earthgrade weapon, purple blueprint 1, intermediate resource selection chest 10, purple disciple recruitment order 3, second tier wandering permit 1, merit points 1000. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for completing the Thunderclap Mountain entrustment quest. Thunderclap Mountain's goodwill toward the Taishu Dao sect increased by plus 60. Congratulations to player Lin Cha's disciple Gu Chang'e for acquiring the Yuan clan's underground legacy, 10,000 beasts body tempering technique high-grade earth tier. After Yuan Xiong's death, countless golden lights erupted from his body, varying in size and scattering across the land. The largest fragment landed upon the head of a core disciple of Thunderclap Mountain. Not a small gain. The demonic creature incident in Balion Commandery has been successfully resolved. It was a modest gain. Temporary shop opened. Players may participate in exchanges. Countdown to closure, 60 days. Lin Cha tallied her gains. Setting aside other rewards, she had amassed a whopping 7,000 points. The temporary shop offered generous rewards. But they were also quite expensive. A Tier 2 wandering permit cost 1,000 points. A purple grade disciple recruitment order cost 2,000 points. A golden grade disciple recruitment order cost 20,000 points. Among the offerings were golden grade blueprints, heaven tier cultivation techniques and divine abilities, and golden grade opportunity tokens. Luo Tian's mouth watered at the sight. But it was useless. He couldn't afford them. Everything had a base price of 10,000 points. If I moved the entire mythic sect over, could I farm up 10,000 points? Lin Cha pondered this in her mind. Maybe. Or, they might all die. In the end, if not for the senior disciple of Thunderclap Mountain breaking through to the third realm of the sword path, the sword domain realm, and becoming a great sword immortal, everyone would have perished. The mission failed, and no amount of points would matter. Every sip and every pack is predestined by heaven. Lin Cha exchanged for a purple quality disciple, 2 second-tier wandering permits, and the remaining 2,000 destiny coins. Luo Tian cleared out most of the marketplace, including 2 blue disciple recruitment orders, 2 random blueprints, 2 opportunity tokens, a low-grade fortune treasure, and some cultivation techniques needed for nurturing spirit plants. Her points instantly dropped back into the double digits. Lin Cha opened the Heavenly Court channel to check the Celestial Court's status. Holy crap, how could the Heavenly Mandate event be so generous, rewarding 100 points? I'm drooling with envy. Ha, I can finally get a blue quality disciple. Damn it, my 2 disciples didn't even survive the first day. Thankfully, with the 100-point safety net, I can recruit another blue-tier disciple. Hey, did you notice the group lost 1,000 members? It's an event, deaths are inevitable. We're actually doing pretty well. Players in Balion County are nearly wiped out. Terrifying. Hope these pop-up events never show up in our county. Sure enough, many perished in this sudden event. Even with the Heavenly Court members being the strongest force in all of Xianyu province, they still lost 1,000 members. Over so many days. Now that the event ended, Lin Cha couldn't continue monitoring Gu Chang'e and the others. Besides, she needed to process the massive haul of rewards she'd acquired. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha has obtained the Earthgrade, mid-tier Divine Heaven-piercing Lotus Shield. Lin Cha's eyes lit up. This was a valuable item. Currently, the Mythic sect possessed no defensive divine abilities above Earthgrade. A quick glance revealed the Heavenly Lotus Shield had 5 tiers. Upon mastering the final tier, it would grant a Heavenly Lotus Shield capable of absorbing damage while instantly restoring 20% mana and health within its barrier. Quite a formidable divine technique. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for obtaining the Earthgrade high-grade artifact Golden Crow Seal. The Golden Crow Seal, as its name suggested, allowed one to summon a golden crow for battle by infusing it with spiritual energy. The crow's strength was determined by the amount of spiritual energy channeled into it. Lin Cha wasn't sure if it could take down a golden core cultivator, but defeating a foundation establishment 9th layer cultivator should be more than sufficient. With Lin Cha's current magical power, he could summon 3 golden crow avatars simultaneously to fight. Both Earthgrade items were exceptional, making Lin Cha feel like he was truly blessed by fate today. Congratulations, player Lin Cha, on obtaining the purple grade blueprint Enlightenment Platform. Chapter 81, Enlightenment Platform. Enlightenment Platform Purple. Level 1 Construction, 100 low-grade spirit wood, 100 low-grade spirit iron, 1000 low-grade spirit stones. Level 1 Effect, increases cultivation speed of martial arts and supernatural abilities by plus 5% for disciples entering. Note, holds up to 10 people. Lin Cha's eyes lit up instantly. Practicing here didn't require spirit stones at all. However, the effect was only 5%. It wouldn't make much difference for a day or two of cultivation, but if one went into seclusion for years at a time, perhaps the effect would be significant. Lin Cha upgraded the Enlightenment Platform to level 3 in one go. At level 3, the platform's effect increased to 10%. Now that was a significant boost. Lucky break. The other blueprints yielded an inn and a flower garden useful, but not particularly valuable. The intermediate resource chest, however, proved quite valuable. It allowed the selection of either 10,000 low-grade resources or 100 mid-grade resources: spirit iron, spirit wood, spirit stones, spirit herbs. This was a valuable item indeed. Converted to spirit stones, it held the worth of 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Mystic Wood Spirit Hoe, a low-grade late-stage fortune treasure that can suppress a sect's fortune. Level 1 effect, under sect rule, spirit field yield plus 2%. Upgrade, 0-100 fortune. Higher spirit field yields mean more spirit stones. Over time, this accumulates into a substantial income. Lin Cha spent 1,100 fortune points to upgrade it to level 3, granting a 6% yield boost. Surveying his thousands of merit points, Lin Cha could finally stand tall and declare himself a righteous cultivator. The gains from this temporary event were immense, rivaling several months' worth of gift pack rewards. Lin Cha then bundled and used 3 purple disciple recruitment orders and 1 tier 2 wandering order. Among the 3 purple tier disciples, the most promising was Lu Wei, boasting both aptitude and insight at 76, along with exceptional talent, a true prodigy in formation arts. The other 2 scored only in the low 60s, appearing rather ordinary with average talents. The Wandering Order recruited a Foundation Establishment's 6th-layer elder named Huang Bin. Like Zhang Wuming, he was an alchemist, though his skill couldn't match Zhang's. Unfortunately, he didn't bring any children. It must be said that among all the elders, Zhang Wuming remained the most formidable. He had directly brought Lin Cha a golden legendary disciple, Zhang Junbao, and this trip to Bailiang Commandery had yielded another Foundation Establishment cultivator. Lin Cha now wished Zhang Wuming would venture out more often. Perhaps he could bring back even more recruits. Outside the sect, things appeared calm. Perhaps Lin Cha's incursion into other counties, where he single-handedly annihilated 3 major sects, had intimidated too many. No one dared to lay a finger on the mythic sect anymore. 3 days later, the 7-member team finally returned to the sect, bringing back one more person: Zhang Wuming's old flame, Gu Qiqi. Of course, she bore no relation to Gu Changde. As the group returned, Luo Tian's expression darkened. His most cherished disciple, Mu Wei, had not come back. 2 more days passed before Mu Wei finally returned to the sect. She had lost an arm, and several scars marred her face. To escape back to the mythology sect, Mu Wei had sacrificed her own beauty. Following Gu Changde, the mythology sect now had another disciple bearing a blood feud. Lin Cha urged Mu Wei to seek another Foundation Establishment elder as her master, but Mu Wei refused. She desired to establish her own foundation, to carry on Zhang Shiji's legacy and bring it to greater heights. Moved by her loyalty and righteousness, Lin Cha could only sigh softly. Having witnessed countless prodigies, Gu Changde's cultivation became even more relentless. She hoped to achieve a high ranking at the upcoming Taoist Assembly in just over 2 months. No, it's about making it into the top 10 of the Tao Quest Assembly. Lin Cha wasn't entirely sure either. After all, while Gu Changde was said to possess golden tier talent and exceptional aptitude, there were plenty of other prodigies from top tier factions as well. Disciples of purple tier quality were actually quite numerous. Lin Cha even suspected that even if Lei Mingshan's top disciple wasn't quite as gifted as Gu Changde, he wasn't far off truly a prodigy. If Gu Changde could secure a top 10 spot in the Taoist Assembly, Lei Mingshan's chief disciple would surely claim at least a top 3 position. By month's end, Lin Cha synthesized another epic gift pack. A golden disciple recruitment order? Lin Cha was somewhat surprised. After such a long wait, he had finally secured another golden tier disciple. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Cha couldn't sleep a wink. He left the mountain that very night, following the trail to find his disciple. Nanqing County. Cough. Wang Nan, I stole family elixirs for you. I stole family treasures for you. I helped you step onto the path of immortality. Is this how you repay me? The young man Xu Mozhang glared at the white-robed woman on the flying sword, roaring his accusation like a wounded beast. A mocking curve touched the corners of the white-robed woman's lips as she spoke coldly. Xu Mozhang, you really are delusional. The gap between us is that of immortals and mortals. I've always only ever seen you as an older brother. Who knew you were a thief, constantly stealing the clan's resources and then slandering me by claiming you gave them to me? Standing beside the woman, a man of ordinary appearance, piloting the flying sword, wrapped his arm around her slender waist and sneered, Xu Mozhang, you're nothing but a toad dreaming of swan meat. A woman like Miss Wang Nan? How could she ever be within your reach? This unremarkable-looking man was a disciple of the renowned 9-star sect, and also the illegitimate son of one of its elders. Xu Moshan's heart twisted in agony. The woman in white tossed a pill at his feet. Get lost, Xu Mozhang. Don't bother me again. You and I are destined to be worlds apart. A flicker of disgust crossed the woman in white's eyes as her tone dripped with contempt. The unremarkable-looking man merely smiled faintly, clapped his hands, and with a rustling sound, numerous Chu family guards emerged, including several elders. One white-bearded elder roared, Xu Mozhang. What do you have to say for yourself? You stole the clan's elixirs, spiritual herbs, and cultivation techniques. And you tried to frame Miss Wang Nan for it. Xu Mozhang opened his mouth but no words came out. A searing, wrenching pain erupted in his head. The white-bearded elder's eyes lit up with delight. He immediately ordered his attendants seize this criminal at once and bring him back to the clan for punishment. Once Chu Moshang was captured and made to confess, the Chu family would be transformed beyond recognition. Who knows? Perhaps he could even ascend to become the new head of the clan. Just as the Chu family guards moved to subdue Chu Moshang, a voice suddenly rang out from the surrounding area. "Young man, do you still believe in love?" Chu Moshang had no idea where the voice came from or who had spoken, but his response was firm and decisive. "Love? I love your mother's twisted dough twists." A hearty laugh echoed around them. Good. Good. Excellent. Correct answer. From this moment on, you are my disciple." Suddenly, a bolt of thunder crashed down, its lightning flashing as a young man stepped forth from within. His hands clasped behind his back, his feet suspended in midair, his black feathered robe shimmered with radiance. Behind him, a will formed from condensed thunder energy spun, emitting a creaking sound. Chapter 82, Worldly Clarity. The one manifesting his divine presence was none other than Lin Cha. Lin Cha was naturally overjoyed. Among his current disciples, one Long Mingza had privately pledged his life to the master of a secluded sect, while another Wang Erdu, the esteemed second senior brother, had been chosen as a young maiden's future husband. It was safe to say the entire household was love-struck. Was this finally the moment of clarity? Though inwardly delighted, Lin Cha gave no outward sign. As he watched the youth suddenly appear, his footsteps rippling the air, the lingering waves alone were enough to send everyone flying. This was a powerful being, an extraordinarily powerful one at that. "Elder, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" The unremarkable-looking youth was utterly shocked. This was actually a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He dared not show the slightest disrespect. To a Foundation Establishment cultivator, crushing him would be no different than crushing an ant. Lin Cha's milky white eyes swept over him. With just one glance, the hunched youth collapsed to his knees. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped relentlessly as terror gripped his expression. The white-bearded old man of the Chu family witnessed this scene and immediately sensed trouble brewing. Chu Moshang was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. No, wait, had he heard that such an immensely powerful figure intended to take him as a disciple? Was he hallucinating? Observing his new disciple's wooden, unresponsive expression, Lin Cha couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Why does every disciple I recruit these days seem less sharp than the last?" Out loud, however, he said, "What? Are you unwilling to take me as your master?" Chu Moshang met those snow-white eyes and suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. His head slammed hard against the ground, drawing blood as he bowed. Disciple Chu Moshang pays respects to his master. Lin Cha nodded in satisfaction. One disciple secured. Oh no! The revelation struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. The ordinary-looking youth seethed with envy, blurting out, "Why, senior? This guy is clearly a good-for-nothing. Why would you take him as your disciple?" His own father had only reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation. He'd spent 30 years cultivating and only reached Qi cultivation stage 7. He considered himself a genius. Surpassing his father in the future was within reach. Reaching Foundation establishment was entirely possible. As for Chu Moshang, he was merely a worthless of the Chu family, incapable of cultivation. The woman Chu Moshang had pursued for 10 years? He merely flickered his finger, and she crawled to him of her own accord. He was the true prodigy. Lin Cha raised an eyebrow, doubting his own ears. Are villains this formidable these days? With that thought, Lin Cha tossed a sword directly to Chu Moshang. Settle your grudges and avenge your grievances. Once you've done that, follow me back to the sect to cultivate. Lin Cha would never bully juniors. He, Lin Cha, had always been upright and honorable, never using his power to intimidate others. The 9-star sect youth watched Chu Moshang approach, sword in hand, terror filling his eyes. He tried to break free, only to find his body pinned down as if by a mountain, utterly immobilized. Scorching blood splattered onto the white-robed woman's face. Her eyes filled with terror. "Brother Moshang, everything I said earlier was only to spur you on. My heart has always belonged to you." Crash. Her beautiful body split cleanly in two. Chu Moshang's gaze held not a shred of emotion. He, Chu Moshang, emotionless, devoted solely to the pursuit of the Tao. After settling matters with Chu Moshang, Lin Cha led Chu Moshang back to Changshan County under the cover of a moonless, windy night. "Master, why must we depart on such a moonless, windy night?" The surroundings were pitch black, and Lin Cha didn't even have any special effects. Chu Moshang was utterly perplexed. Ahem. Lin Cha cleared his throat. The reason, well, he couldn't exactly say it was to avoid being spotted by enemies. He'd just slapped the Golden Core Immortal right in the face. Luo Tian knew without thinking that the Golden Core Immortal must be furious with him. Daytime travel was impossible, night was their only option. The mountain ridges lay silent. Crossing the range and traversing the lakes would bring them back to Changshan County. A sudden wave of unease washed over Lin Cha. Something was terribly, terribly wrong here. Endless peaks stretched out in every direction, forming a horn-like formation. Damn it! This is an array. Damn it, we've been discovered. Lin Cha cursed inwardly. He had been so careful, yet his movements had still been tracked. Ha, little beast, let's see where you run this time. The silent night suddenly erupted with countless streams of orange-yellow energy. The moon in the sky abruptly transformed into a pair of earth-yellow eyes, staring directly at Lin Cha, filled with a chilling intent to kill. You're the beast. Your whole family are beasts. You old bastard. Lin Cha cursed under his breath. Since they were already enemies, might as well get it over with. Could a time traveler really lose a verbal fight to a local? Those earth-colored eyes flashed a moment of surprise, then a wave of earthy yellow rippled outward. The earth split and mountains collapsed. Lin Cha shielded Chu Moshang, surrounded by a layer of blue lotus. The lotus shattered, and he summoned a Buddhist bell. The bell shattered, and he summoned a mirror. Only then did he barely block a single ripple. Luo Tianxin felt as if his heart were bleeding. That old bastard's cultivation is too high. We absolutely cannot clash with him head-on. An earth-yellow light barrier enveloped the area, faintly revealing countless mountain-shaped runes. Evidently, the Golden Core cultivator had gone to great lengths to prevent Lin Cha from escaping. Once I return to Changshan County, that old man from Thunderclap Mountain won't stand idly by and let this old bastard kill me. Lin Cha steeled her resolve. A rustic, ancient seal abruptly materialized in her hand. Circles of ancient runes swirled around its surface, emitting a blinding radiance. The seal rapidly expanded, swelling to the size of 1,000 Jiang Mountain, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. This is definitely no ordinary artifact. Ah, you little beast, I never imagined you'd have such luck. But now, this artifact is mine. The Golden Core Immortal's eyes burned with greed as he reached out to snatch the Golden Crow seal. Yet, in the next instant, golden flames began to swirl around the Golden Crow seal, illuminating the heavens. A three-legged golden crow spread its wings, each feather coursing with fiery power. As its wings unfurled, flames surged like crashing waves, threatening to reduce the entire world to ashes. Golden Core Immortal seized the Golden Crow, but the bird's flames spread along his arm, causing his expression to twist in horror. No! What kind of flame is this? It's actually burning my divine power. The Immortal was horrified, but it wasn't over. Two more Golden Crows burst forth from the seal. Seizing the moment when the Golden Core Immortal's mind was thrown into chaos, Luo Tian hesitated not a moment. He drew forth a seal talisman. Third-grade array-breaking seal, capable of dismantling any third-grade formation. Single use only. Lin Cha's heart ached at the thought. The cost seemed steep for a mere golden-grade disciple. Or rather, to allow a golden-tier disciple to advance their cultivation by several years. Little Chuzi, you must give me a better talent attribute. Lin Cha used the talisman to shatter the formation. By the time the Golden Core Immortal tried to intervene, it was already too late. The Golden Crow seal vanished, and Lin Cha, carrying Chu Moshang on her back, had already returned to the territory of Changshan County. Chapter 83, Pursuit. Witnessing this, the Golden Core Immortal's earth-yellow eyes turned bloodshot and crimson. You little bastard, you think you can escape? Even if I have to hunt you down to Changshan County and disturb that old geezer on Thunderclap Mountain, I will slay you and tear your disciples to pieces. The void trembled as the Golden Core Immortal's true form materialized from the void. With a flash, his figure vanished, having crossed Changshan County's barrier. Damn it, that old bastard's gone mad. Doesn't he fear crossing the border and getting beaten to a pulp by Thunderclap Mountain's men? Lin Cha was startled to see the Golden Core Immortal pursuing him into Changshan County. This wasn't his territory, it belonged to Thunderclap Mountain. Not to mention that the mythic sect was currently under Thunderclap Mountain's protection. I hope the Thunderclap Mountain people hurry over. As the Golden Core Immortal closed in, even Lin Cha broke out in a cold sweat. The Golden Crow seal couldn't be used for a while, and he truly had no means to hold off this old bastard. Just as Lin Cha was about to follow suit and cry for help, the sky suddenly changed. Black and white energies swirled through the heavens and earth, yin and yang particles erupting forth. The world seemed to lose its color, transforming into a monochrome ink painting. Lin Cha looked up. The night-black sky seemed to have split open, revealing a towering mountain peak visible to the naked eye. Standing atop it was a middle-aged man gaunt, clad in a straw raincoat and conical hat. His wrinkled hands gripped a fishing rod, its line vanishing into the void, its destination unknown. Even at this first sighting, Lin Cha recognized the man's identity. The current patriarch of Thunderclap Mountain, true immortal Thunderclap. Help had arrived. Lin Cha exhaled a long sigh of relief. At that moment, the Golden Core Immortal's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he gritted his teeth and spat, Master Lei Ming. Master Lei Ming opened his cloudy eyes and said indifferently, Jinyue, you may return. Changshan County is no place for you to run wild. Master Jinyue exploded in fury, your disciple from Limengshan slaughtered my disciple in Baliang Commandery, and I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Now this little beast you dare try to stop me? Mark my words, I'm going to run wild here today, and I won't hold back. Not only will I kill this little beast, but I will also destroy his sect. And for the death of my disciple, Thunderclap Mountain must answer to me. Lin Cha's heart sank upon hearing this, unsure if Master Thunderclap could hold his ground. Oh, right. Lin Cha checked the hatred level between Jinyu's sect and Mythology sect. It was a staggering 90, barely short of 100. If only Master Thunder could muster the full might of Thunderclap Mountain to eliminate this old man after Master Jinyu made that declaration. That's what Lin Cha thought to himself. In Lin Cha's line of sight, the fishing hook floating invisibly in the void that belonged to Tai Jinren suddenly plummeted vertically, landing directly on top of Jinyu Jinren's head. As if encountering something terrifying, Jinyu Jinren let out a blood-curdling scream and fled without looking back. Not even a parting threat escaped his lips. The loudest screamer, the fastest runner. The clouds gradually darkened as black clouds drifted in. Lin Cha carried the unconscious Chu Mozhang back to the sect. Name, Chu Mozhang. Age, 18. Talents, Supreme Tao Body Gold, Exceptional Fortune Gold, Reincarnation of a Great Being Gold. Talent, 97. Comprehension, 95. Loyalty, 80. Supreme Tao Body Gold, each severed emotional bond grants an additional +5 to talent or insight, plus 10% cultivation speed. Can trigger up to 4 times current, 1 trigger, talent +5, cultivation speed plus 10%. Reincarnation of a Great Being Gold randomly carries 1 heaven tier or higher cultivation technique or supernatural ability that suits the character. No damage boost, nor any noble damage reduction. But it must be said, the Supreme Tao body is truly monstrous. Simply severing one's own emotions grants an additional 20 points to aptitude and insight. Chu Moshan's innate talent and insight are stacked to godlike levels. The reincarnation of a great being also grants a heaven tier or higher cultivation technique or divine ability. Whoa! Lin Cha pondered whether this cultivation technique or divine ability could be shared with others in the sect. Getting a free heaven tier cultivation technique or divine ability would undoubtedly be a massive gain. Currently, he only possessed 1 heaven tier lower grade secret technique, and it was an incomplete scroll. But Lin Cha didn't plan to ask for it outright. This was a disciple's secret. He wouldn't pry too deeply. The moment Chu Mozhang opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by pairs of eyes, large and small, staring at him with curiosity. So this is my little junior brother. He looks quite handsome. Gu Changa scanned him from head to toe before offering his appraisal. Hee, I'm your 4th senior brother now. Finally, I'm not the youngest anymore. Little junior brother, don't worry, 4th senior brother's got your back. Long Mingzi beamed with excitement, his expression radiant. He had finally shed the title of youngest disciple and become a senior brother. Even if it was 4th senior brother. But he wasn't the youngest anymore. Both Gu Changa and Long Mingzi sensed spiritual energy in no time. I wonder how long it'll take this kid to pick up on it. Shen Ping'an speculated inwardly, trusting his sect master's judgment after all. The youngster Zhang Junbao kept his eyes fixed on Chu Mozhang, his eyes darting around as if plotting something. Listening to the murmurs around him, Chu Mozhang knew this was his master's sect. He recalled glimpsing something terrifying before suddenly losing consciousness. Fragmented memories now filled his mind. There was a cultivation technique called the Supreme Forgetful Emotion Sutra. And a man called Chu Tianzuan. Fragments of these memories lingered in his mind. He kept it to himself. He sensed the danger lurking within his mind. If revealed, it would surely invite catastrophic disaster. What are you all doing here? Got nothing better to do? A deep voice echoed from outside the door. The crowd quickly parted to make way. The newly recruited disciple was being gawked like a panda. Seeing that Chu Mozhang seemed fine, Lin Cha finally relaxed and began introducing the sect to him. Kind smiles spread across everyone's faces. Their smiles infected Chu Mozhang. He smiled foolishly. Lin Cha couldn't help but shake her head. But then again, it was understandable. Considering the woman who had tricked Chu Mozhang into stealing from her own home. If not for Chu Mozhang cultivating the path of severing affection, cutting all emotional ties, Luo Tian would have a headache. With such a constitution, she's truly a promising disciple wholly devoted to the way. Chu Mozhang was quite adept at that silly grin. Smiling and smiling, he soon became familiar with everyone. Lin Cha was pleased to see it. The next day, Chu Mozhang successfully cultivated his qi even faster than Gu Changa. This left Lin Cha genuinely astonished for quite some time. It seems the cultivation technique bestowed upon my 5th disciple by the Great Being's reincarnation is no trivial matter. Lin Cha was certain. Though Chu Mozhang possessed higher innate talent than both Gu Changa and Long Mingzi, his cultivation speed bonus was minimal. Theoretically, his qi cultivation pace should be slower than theirs. Chapter 84, The Beginning of the Quest. Yet the reality proved otherwise. Only the cultivation technique could bridge the gap. A cultivation technique of at least heavenly tier. One that could even be considered top tier among heavenly tier techniques. Lin Cha shook her head. Suspecting Chu Moshan's cultivation method was related to the path of severing affection, the desire in her heart faded considerably. Time flew by, and over a month passed in the blink of an eye. Since the last Golden Disciple Recruitment Order, the items in the Traveler's Gift Pack had become increasingly mundane. An epic gift pack yielded nothing but a 2nd-tier wandering permit. Frustrated, Lin Cha couldn't sleep properly for days, getting up in the middle of the night to open another gift pack. The results only made her more sleepless. The elder recruited via the Wandering Permit was named Lishing, a 5th-tier Foundation Establishment Stage Wandering Cultivator. The senior disciple, Gu Chang'e, had advanced further in cultivation, reaching the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. The second disciple, Wang Erdu, had reached the 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment. As for Long Mingze and Xu Mingyao, both had reached the 4th layer of Foundation Establishment. The youngest disciple, Xu Mozhang, had cultivated to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation and was preparing to establish his foundation. Half a month remained until the Taoist conference. The Taoist assembly was to be held on Xinqiang Island. Although Changshan County was not particularly distant from Xinqiang Island, it still required a full month to reach. To facilitate the journey, Lin Chait had procured a spirit boat, acquired through a transaction with Thunderclap Mountain that cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The participants selected for the Taoist assembly were Gu Chang'e, Long Mingze, Wang Erdu, and Xu Mingyao. Luo Tian and Chen Ping'an will accompany them. The rest, including Feng Kuei, remained behind at the sect. Beyond the Taoist assembly itself, this gathering held even greater significance as it served as a meeting for players. As the ruler of the Celestial Court, the foremost alliance in Xianyu province, Lin Cha could not possibly be absent. In recent days, aside from Xiaohan attaining the rank of 2nd-tier sect master, over 30 others had successively achieved the same status. Of course, the majority were members of the Celestial Court. However, upon attaining level 2 sect master status, players all reached the peak of the 9th stage of Foundation Establishment cultivation. Naturally, some players harbored different intentions. Luo Tian sat cross-legged on the spirit boat, his gaze icy. Alas, even among those at the peak of the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, the gap between them was as vast as a chasm. Suspended in Yuzhou. Heavenly Sword Mountain. That pale-faced fellow has actually grasped the sword domain. This finally makes things interesting. Amidst the sword peaks piercing straight into the clouds, a youth clad in snow-white robes, his eyes as cold as stars, stood with his hands behind his back. All around, the hum of swords filled the air. Greetings, Master Zhong Jianzi. Congratulations on emerging from seclusion. A steady stream of congratulatory voices rippled through the air, and from the space emerged a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. Jianzi, the Taoist assembly is to be held in half a month. The youth nodded. Prepare the itinerary. This time, I shall restore Tianjin Mountain's glory. I will claim the championship at the Taoist assembly. The young man's eyes shone with fervor. Yet no one doubted his words. For he was Zhong Yuchen. For 1,000 years, he had been the most prodigiously talented disciple of Heavenly Sword Mountain. Pure Yang Dao sect. Taoist disciple, the Dao Inquiry Assembly is about to commence. Upon the mountain peak, a spirit crane landed beneath a green pine tree and addressed a young Taoist disciple with reverence. The youth opened his eyes, his gaze serene as if nothing in the world could stir his heart. He merely gave a slight nod. So the time has come. Then, let us proceed. A gentle, spirit rain began to fall from the sky. On the spirit vessel bound for Xinqiang Island. Bai Mian's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed straight ahead. This time, it shall be my thunderclap sect that makes a name for itself in the Crimson Nether. I shall be the undisputed champion. Beneath the jade mask, the handsome face curved into a smile. The Taoist assembly had been a grand event since the 9 provinces of the world were divided. Every 10 years, under the leadership of the Xianyu Royal House and the 9 great nascent soul immortals, Xianyu province would host the Taoist assembly. This was the arena where the young generation of the realm clashed. Generations of prodigies surge like waves, yet never meet amidst the ceaseless flow of time. Achieving a high ranking at the Taoist assembly brought immense benefits not only to the prodigy themselves but also to their sect, which received generous rewards. Lin Cha and his companions followed the map obtained from the Tai sect, enduring hardships along the way until they finally reached the Celestial Dome City. From 10,000 miles away, they could already glimpse a city suspended in the sky, vast and expansive. Below lay an endless sea, its surface obscured by the city's shadow. Drifting clouds above would sometimes gently caress the city, other times surge and gather, making the celestial city appear and disappear amidst the mist, shrouded in mystery. Countless cultivators approached the city from all directions, some piloting spirit boats like Luo Tian and his companions, others riding flying swords, and still others traversing the skies by their own power. Is this the Celestial Sky City? The group exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with awe. Lin Cha heard it, his inner thoughts voiced aloud, so he needn't speak. This city was filled entirely with cultivators. Terrifying indeed. Chen Ping'an forced a smile as he addressed Gu Chang'e and the others. Xinqiang City was forged by the great immortal Xinqiang of Xianyu province with immense divine power, a feat that would astonish cultivators across the land. However, within the entire Dayu Empire, Xinqiang City doesn't even rank in the top 10. Lin Cha perked up with interest. Could it be that Elder Chen has visited Xinqiang City? Chen Ping'an shook his head. No. Lin Cha. Gu Chang'e inquired curiously, Senior Brother Chen, if Xinqiang City isn't among the top 10, then which cities are? Xu Mingyao and Long Mingze listened intently, while Lin Cha perked up her ears. Chen Ping'an cleared his throat. The top city, naturally is. Seeing Chen Ping'an draw out his words with deliberate mystery, Lin Cha blurted out, "It must be the imperial capital, right?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. "It is, of course, the city of thought where my four symbols guard resides." Lin Cha. "Alright, looks like this list is way too biased." Amidst their incessant chatter, the group soon arrived at Xianqiong City. The towering city walls were encased in a layer of crystal stone, emitting a soft, sacred glow that intertwined with the sunlight and the hues of the clouds. Dragon and phoenix patterns were carved into the city walls, resembling the work of an array master. The more one looked, the more extraordinary it seemed. Or perhaps it was purely for show. Lin Cha had no time to ponder this. For he had heard. To enter the city, each person must pay 1 mid-grade spirit stone or 100 low-grade spirit stones. 2 towering guards clad in silver armor repeated the demand to the crowd at the city gates. "This is robbery. 100 low-grade spirit stones just to enter a city?" A young man riding a gourd flushed crimson, a girl trailing behind him. His identity was obvious, a player. The gate guard sneered. What backwater bumpkin crawled out of the woodwork? His Excellency is being exceptionally generous. Previously, staying in Xianqiong City for a single day cost 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Now, 1 mid-grade spirit stone grants entry until the end of the Taoist conference. Hearing this, the others burst into laughter, their eyes fixed on the young man. The young man could only slink away, his face red with embarrassment. Lin Cha suspected such cases were far from rare. For ordinary players, 2 people entering the city would cost 200 low-grade spirit stones. Not to mention the expenses incurred once inside the city walls. Leaving early might be for the best. Lin Cha paid 500 low-grade spirit stones and casually led his 5 companions into the city. Stepping into the city, they were greeted by a continuous stretch of majestic mountain ranges and towering palaces. The intricate eaves and bracket systems radiated grandeur, while the glazed tiles shimmered brilliantly, their reflections weaving into a sea of light. The group walked along well-maintained roads paved with spirit jade, smooth as mirrors and spotless. This felt several times more abundant than the spiritual energy drawn from the spirit guiding platform within the mythic sect. No wonder they demanded a single mid-grade spirit stone per day. Chapter 85, Players Gather. Lin Cha calculated inwardly that staying here to cultivate might not be so expensive after all. With a net worth of 1 million low-grade spirit stones, he was undoubtedly wealthy among the sects of players. But their immediate priority was finding a place to stay. Soon, the group arrived at an inn. Upon hearing the price, even someone as wealthy as Lin Cha couldn't help but widen his eyes. What? A 4-person room costs 2 mid-grade spirit stones per day? A single room costs 1 mid-grade spirit stone for 2 days? A portly man smiled warmly at them. Honored guests, the influx of visitors from Xianqiong City has been overwhelming lately. The inns there are completely full. You're quite fortunate this inn still has a few rooms available. The 4 looked hopefully at Lin Cha. You'd best decide quickly, honored guests. Once night falls, anyone without lodging in the inn will be expelled from Xianqiong City. Should you wish to re-enter tomorrow, each of you will need to pay another medium-grade spirit stone. Looking at that chubby face, Lin Cha felt an urge to punch him. He finally understood why Xianqiong City was being so kind. This was pure hype cashing in on the Taoist conference to rake in profits. Whoa! Lin Cha pondered this. Once he gained the strength to abolish the Xianyao royal house, his mythic sect would do the same. But for now, he still had to pay spirit stones. So be it. Lin Cha booked a single room for each of them, costing 3 mid-grade spirit stones per day. A month would amount to less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Watching Lin Cha wave his hand and cover an entire month's lodging fees, his disciples instantly gazed at their sect master with admiration. At that moment, the sect leader radiated more charisma than ever before. What Lin Cha never could have imagined was that the single rooms at the Immortal Inn were quite spacious. They were over 100 square meters, certainly not cramped cubicles. In fact, they resembled presidential suites from his previous life. Perhaps some spatial technique had been employed within something Lin Cha couldn't fathom. Lying on a bed made of some unknown fur, Lin Cha instantly felt utterly comfortable. After half a month of continuous travel, she was completely exhausted. You definitely get what you pay for. Spending 1.5 mid-grade spirit stones for this day was well worth it. Opening the chat channel, she saw numerous cultivators arriving one after another. Of course, the regional channel was filled with constant curses. What the hell? They actually charge half a mid-grade spirit stone just to enter Xianqiong City? I'm fed up. Can't I just not go in? Lucky you didn't come in, buddy. It's worse inside. If you don't stay at the Immortal Inn, they kick you out. And getting back in costs another mid-grade spirit stone. Holy crap, wanna share a room? I heard the 6-person dorm only costs 5 mid-grade spirit stones a day. That'd save us half the cost. What about a double room? You're lucky they didn't jack up the price for a double room. Or, maybe we should just share a single room. I'm out of here anyway. I've decided to head back home. You guys do whatever you want. At this price, I couldn't afford to go even if I wanted to. It's been a year since everyone crossed over to this world. The vast majority of players remained destitute. After all, training a disciple is incredibly expensive. The worse the disciple's aptitude, the more resources are required for their cultivation. High-quality disciples remain a rare commodity. To make any real progress in a disciple's cultivation, one must spend hundreds of low-grade spirit stones per day. Thus, the expenses in the immortal city hosting the Taoist assembly are simply beyond the means of ordinary players. Many are even so intimidated that they turn tail and head back. After all, those who make it there are merely spectators. The Taoist assembly was destined to be accessible only to a select few players. A private message suddenly arrived. Xiaohan, Alliance Leader, I've arrived at Xinqiang City. Luo Tian glanced at it. It seemed the youngster had finished feeding his disciples. Xiaohan hadn't traveled with Luo Tian, of course. After their sect attained second-tier status, he'd taken his disciples ahead to Xinqiang City, using the journey as an opportunity for training. They called it training. In truth, he'd broken through to the 9th level of foundation establishment and couldn't wait to take his disciples on a journey to relax and unwind. Lin Sha casually replied, I've just arrived at Xinqiang City as well. Xiaohan, Alliance Leader, should we invite other players to host a gathering together? Lin Sha, let's wait 2 more days. We should get familiar with Xinqiang City first before organizing a gathering. Xiaohan understood. After the conversation ended, Lin Sha lowered her eyelids. 2 days later, hope no one causes trouble. His reason for waiting 2 days was purely to use this opportunity to scout out the big fish lurking in Xianyao province. 2 days later, just as Lin Sha had anticipated, the number of players arriving at Xinqiang City was shockingly low. A mere 800 souls, a pitiful sight, not even reaching 4 digits. The silver lining was that every single one of these 800 was among the absolute elite of current players. Lin Sha decided to splurge 100 mid-grade spirit stones to rent a cave residence capable of accommodating 1,000 people. As she called out to friends and acquaintances through the regional channel, all 800 players converged toward the cave residence. Inside the cave residence, men and women mingled, young and old stood together. Their appearances varied greatly. Lin Shatian sat in the main seat, flanked by the 4 administrators, Xiaohan, Zhou Qi, Lin Ziki, and Fang Su. Among them, Xiaohan and Lin Ziki had both ascended to become level 2 sect masters, their cultivation reaching the peak of the foundation establishment 9th layer. As for the others, there was a pretentious youth clad in armor reminiscent of the armored warriors from his past life, a flamboyant white-robed man fiddling with a folding fan, a seductive older woman in a cheongsam with her long, slender legs exposed to the air, and a bald-headed elder. The second tier undoubtedly comprised the most elite group of players, totaling 35 individuals. Without exception, every one of them was a second-tier sect master. This came as a surprise to Lin Sha, as he had originally assumed there were only around 20 second-tier players in the entire Xianyao province. The rest were players from all corners of the various counties. Those who can afford to reside in Xinqiang City have, to varying degrees, been blessed with serendipity. So this is the Alliance Leader. Pleased to meet you. My name is Su Haochen. The young man fiddling with his fan rose to his feet and bowed his hands toward Lin Sha seated at the head of the table. Lin Sha smiled faintly. I'm truly grateful to all of you for attending this banquet. This marks our second large-scale player gathering, doesn't it? Everyone understood what Lin Sha was referring to. The first gathering had undoubtedly been an impromptu event, though Lin Sha had regrettably not participated. We players who landed on Xianyao State from Water Blue Star are said to number in the millions. Yet here we are, barely 1,000 gathered in this room. From the second seat, a square-jawed man sighed, his words seemingly born of genuine feeling. Xiaohan pushed his glasses up and spoke up, while we players may have numbered in the millions, in reality, we've already lost half. Having 500,000 left is actually quite good. Xiaohan was correct. Many perished in the human-demon conflict event, others in clashes with native cultivators, and still more in the temporary event. That half had survived beyond all expectations. Chapter 86, Reinforcements Arrive. Ultimately, it boils down to us players being a disorganized mess. Even though the Alliance Leader established the Celestial Court, most players still fail to grasp the bigger picture, convinced they're the chosen ones destined for greatness. They keep dreaming that one day, if they draw a golden quality disciple, they'll dominate this alternate world. The speaker was a man named Lin Ziki, dressed in suit-like attire with short hair. He was one of the early Heavenly Court administrators besides Xiaohan. Due to the great distance, this was their first meeting. If this continues indefinitely, the seeds of our water blue star will eventually be extinguished. We refuse to be extinguished. We refuse to become extinct. We refuse to wander this world like lost souls. I want a piece of land that belongs to us, the water blue star. Silence fell over the group. Though they had lived in the heavens world for a year, adapting to it to varying degrees. Yet deep within, a profound loneliness lingered. Long exiled from home. One must have a peaceful land to call home. Now, players might call themselves lords of their own domains, but the truth was they were merely living under someone else's roof. Life and death hung by a thread in others' hands. At this moment, Lin Ziqi's words voiced their innermost thoughts. Yet it was also a helpless reality. How easy is that? All major territories have been divided up. For us players to claim a piece of land, we'd need at least a county-sized domain. That means going up against golden core sects, or even nascent soul sections. Progressing from Qi cultivation stage 1 to stage 9 isn't difficult, but advancing from Qi cultivation to foundation establishment increases the difficulty exponentially. Even for a purple grade disciple, advancing from foundation establishment stage 1 to stage 9 requires at least several years of cultivation. The man with the imperial scholar's face gave a bitter smile. Lin Cha replied, "A day's plan yields 100 years' worth of effort. Regardless, we must have a direction to strive toward. Fighting alone will be eroded away one by one sooner or later." Establishing a sanctuary for players undoubtedly held immense benefits for Lin Cha. Gathering all players under his banner. This would form an extraordinarily vast force. If the boss has confidence, so do we. The alluring woman in the cheongsam chimed in. Enough. You're taking this for granted. The armored youth rose, a silver halberd appearing in his hand as he pointed at Lin Cha. Everyone calls you the top player of Xianyao province, but I, Guotu, refuse to accept it. You're merely the first to establish a second-tier sect and seize the position of Heavenly Court Alliance leader. Now, this position belongs to the most capable. I, Guotu, challenge you. The crowd looked on, bewildered. Where the hell did this fool come from? Guotu, however, remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Cha. His challenge to Lin Cha stemmed from his own calculations. On one hand, he refused to accept it. He was a prodigy himself, why should he be led around by the nose in this other world? Why watch others bask in glory? On the other hand, he coveted the Heavenly Court Spirit Stones. If he could defeat Lin Cha, he could openly establish a second Heavenly Court. With countless followers rallying to his call and a vast player base at his command, he would inevitably become a dominant power in the heavens' world. Lin Cha, of course, saw no surprise in this. This was the expected plot development. If all these players had obediently followed orders, he would have been the one to worry. It would have suggested they might have hidden connections he knew nothing about. As everyone knows, countrymen betray countrymen. Watching Guotu's fiercely determined expression, Lin Cha merely chuckled softly. The next moment, four magical swords materialized behind him. In an instant, the entire cave was filled with sword energy. Guotu froze in shock. What the hell was this room full of sword energy? He had believed himself invincible among players, possessing a high-grade mystic artifact, a high-grade mystic defensive treasure, a high-grade mystic cultivation technique, and a high-grade mystic divine ability. Now, gazing upon the cavern filled with sword energy, he finally grasped his own insignificance. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Without a word, Guotu dropped to his knees with a thud. Long live the Alliance leader. Long live. Long live forever. Guotu discarded his weapon and shouted at the top of his lungs. Yet Lin Cha's face showed no sign of joy. Damn it, is this supposed to make him die faster? I've traveled to a cultivation world and all I can do is shout long live? The sword chi throughout the cave clung to Guotu like a skin. Even with his defensive artifact, he felt a stinging pain throughout his body, as if he were about to be flayed alive at any moment. Guotu's mind had never raced as fast as it did today. Realizing his mistake, he quickly amended his words. The Heavenly Court is mighty and invincible. Alliance leader Lin Cha, with your literary and martial virtues, will reign for 10,000 years and unify the immortal realm. Lin Cha felt something was off. He recalled that the last person praised like this had met a swift end. But he spared Guotu nonetheless. Once Gu Chang'e reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, he would be ready to advance to a third-tier sect. These players were his most capable lieutenants. Especially the high-level players. Compared to those ancient immortals who'd been around for hundreds or even thousands of years, Lin Cha preferred dealing with these players. At the very least, the threats were far less significant, and the initiative remained firmly in his hands. He understood precisely what these players needed. Lin Cha sheathed the 4 swords of extermination, and the sword chi permeating the entire cave dwelling dissipated in an instant. His status as the top player in Xianyao State wasn't achieved by luck alone, it was largely thanks to cheating. With the troublemaker Guotu submitting, the others naturally wouldn't step forward. Having never witnessed Lin Cha's true strength, they naturally harbored doubts. Now that Lin Cha had demonstrated his power far surpassing theirs, he was the perfect choice to lead the pack. The wise understood that players were currently scattered like loose sand. A leader was needed to rally those with fighting spirit, preventing them from fading into oblivion after 100 years and becoming nourishment for the immortal sects of this world. Lin Cha added everyone to the Heavenly Court group chat, then they exchanged casual daily updates. After all, this was Immortal Sky City. Though Lin Cha didn't believe she deserved constant attention from those gold core or nascent soul cultivators, she knew better than to be careless on someone else's turf. After the banquet, they each returned to their lodgings. Day 3. Xianqiang City came alive. Virtually all the factions participating in the Taoist conference had arrived in succession. Lin Cha and Chen Ping'an, accompanied by 4 disciples, joined the bustling crowd to register for the Taoist conference. However, on their way back, they encountered a group of familiar faces. Emo Qingyang, a youth clad in luxurious robes with an eerie countenance and a head of silver hair, led a group of his unsavory friends to block Lin Cha and the others on the road. Heh, I never thought you'd dare show up at the Taoist assembly. Emo Qingyang eyed Gu Chang'e with a playful glint in his eyes. Gu Chang'e, observing Emo Qingyang blocking their path, couldn't help but ask curiously, "You didn't die last time in Bailiang Commandery? Since I didn't see you afterward, I assumed you'd been taken out, that the grass on your grave had already grown 3 meters tall." Emo Qingyang's face darkened. He'd slipped away when Yuan Xiong lost his temper. Emo Qingyang turned to Chen Ping'an, "I hope all the disciples of your esteemed sect remain unharmed at the Taoist assembly. After all, swords and blades have no eyes. Don't end up bringing back a bunch of cripples. Let's go." Emo Qingyang led his gang of miscreants away. Lin Cha, peanuts for me. Emo Qingyang clearly regarded Chen Ping'an as the team leader. Perhaps seeing Lin Cha as too young, he assumed he was just another disciple. Wang Erdu watched Emo Qingyang's group depart, then leaned close to Gu Chang'e and whispered, "Could it be that senior brother has some grudge against this spoiled brat?" Gu Chang'e nodded and recounted the cause of the conflict. Wang Erdu listened, his anger boiling over. "When I see any of those Emo scum at the Dao Inquiry Assembly, I'll cripple every last one of them." Gu Chang'e wiped away a cold sweat at this and reminded him there were decent people among them. Wang Erdu nodded solemnly. "Then cripple every last one of those guys from earlier." Listening to Wang Erdu's words, Lin Cha muttered inwardly, "You're only at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment, yet you dare to claim invincibility." Lin Cha felt it was necessary to temper Wang Erdu's arrogance at this conference. Ever since he'd gotten a girlfriend, he'd clearly gotten a bit too full of himself. Chapter 87, The March of the Taoist Assembly. After completing his registration, Emo Qingyang was walking back with his rowdy friends when they ran into an acquaintance. Emo Qingyang surveyed the group blocking his path and forced a calm tone. "White face. No, I should call you Thunderclap." Lei Zhenzi ignored Emo Qingyang, tossing out a single sentence. "At the Taoist conference, if I catch you bullying my friends, I'll cripple you." Emo Qingyang's expression darkened to the extreme. Lei Zhenzi swept past with his masked followers, paying Emo Qingyang no mind whatsoever. After they left, Lin Cha remained unaware of the matter between Lei Zhenzi and Emo Qingyang. Before she knew it, the day of the Taoist assembly had arrived. Above Xianxian Island, boundless space materialized out of thin air. Numerous islands floated within this expanse, each bearing a string of numbers above it, the arena numbers. "This is just a martial arts tournament, damn it. It looks kinda cheap." Lin Cha muttered inwardly. He had imagined the Taoist assembly would involve some secret realm or demon hunting quests. At the very apex of Xianxiang City, 3 blurred figures materialized. Towering in stature, one could faintly glimpse the vast sea of stars above their heads. Each revealed only half their bodies, the other halves concealed in unknown depths. Behind their heads floated swirling patterns, the 5 elements of heaven and earth, the dual energies of yin and yang, all swirling within these extraordinary visions. True immortals of the nascent soul stage. Without exception, all 3 were true immortals at the nascent soul stage, legendary figures as elusive as dragons whose tails could never be seen. Lin Cha felt a chill run down his spine, as if his very existence hung by a single thought. If this was the Yuan infant stage, what might lie beyond? Alas, Lin Cha would likely never encounter such beings, nor did he possess the qualifications to do so. All 4 disciples participated in the first contest. Gu Chang'e faced off against a prodigy from the ethereal sect. Wang Erdu faced off against a prodigy from the Southern Dipper sect. Xu Mingyao faced a young monk from the Xiaoyin Temple. As for Long Mingze, he was quite fortunate, he only faced a disciple among the players, one at the 2nd layer of Foundation establishment. What outcome does Elder Chen foresee for today's contests? Lin Cha observed the composed Chen Ping'an as she asked. Chen Ping'an surveyed the 4 battle platforms where the contestants stood and replied, "Gu Chang'e, Wang Erdu, and Long Mingze's outcomes hold no suspense whatsoever. As for Xu Mingyao, it's touch and go." The Xiaoyin Temple disciple, like Xu Mingyao, was at the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment. But this young monk from Xiaoyin Temple was no ordinary opponent. His mastery of thunder techniques was extraordinary, forcing Xu Mingyao into a relentless retreat. Lin Cha countered, "Then this sect master will wager against Elder Chen. I'll stake 1,000 low-grade spirit stones that Xu Mingyao wins this duel." Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment before finally agreeing. Neither Gu Chang'e nor Long Mingze faced any suspense. Gu Chang'e's opponent, even fighting with all his might, was defeated with a casual blow. Once the prodigy of the ethereal sect, the young prodigy who had been the sect's great hope, already at the 5th level of Foundation establishment at such a young age, was now filled with self-doubt. He had lost and been defeated so easily and decisively. Wang Erdu's opponent, however, proved more magnanimous. The moment Su Chun unleashed his sword technique, he conceded defeat outright. He preferred to avoid being wounded by sword energy, preserving his dignity and maintaining an air of graceful composure. Sword energy flickered around Wang Erdu as he contemplated stepping forward for one last strike. As for Long Ming's opponent, he chose to forfeit the moment Long Ming's stepped onto the stage. After all, he had witnessed Long Ming's prowess back in Bailiang Commandery. In the end, only the renowned oppressor remained. It was a breathtaking showdown. Sword energy and thunder magic clashed directly. Had Nan Hongsang grasped the essence of swordsmanship, he might have won this match. But that young monk from Shoyin Temple was no pushover either. Suddenly, just as Chu Mingyao was about to fall from the stage, a fresh surge of sword energy shot skyward, sending the young monk from Shenlei Temple flying off the platform. Before the crowd could comprehend what had happened, Lin Cha noticed Gu Changa already walking toward the sect's direction from somewhere on the stage. Was this the power of love? At the last moment, she grasped the essence of the sword, turning defeat into victory and winning the first match. The young monk who had fallen was caught by an elderly monk and was unharmed. The elder monk noticed Lin Cha looking in his direction, turned back, bowed respectfully to her, then departed with the defeated novice. Chen Ping'an, feeling rather sorry for her, gave Lin Cha 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Then, curious, he asked, "Sect Master, how did you know Chu Mingyao would win?" The outcome of that match had been plain for all to see. In the end, Chu Mingyao had grasped the essence of the sword at the last moment, catching everyone off guard. Could it be that our sect master had foreseen everything? No. Chen Ping'an knew Lin Cha's temperament well. Lin Cha, however, spoke slowly. "Old Chen, you've never been in love. You've never tasted the bitterness of love, so you don't understand its power." Chen Ping'an pondered this for a moment, just as he caught sight of Gu Changa approaching. A look of sudden realization spread across his face. Actually, bull. Lin Cha hadn't expected this outcome either. He'd been prepared to hand over all 1,000 of his low-grade spirit stones to Chen Ping'an. He'd merely assumed Chen Ping'an lacked confidence in defeating Chu Mingyao. But as his master, he shouldn't have doubted him even in a losing situation. As a master, he should have trusted his disciple without reservation. He never imagined Chu Mingyao would ultimately grasp the essence of the sword. Perhaps, this was the power of love. Still, Lin Cha believed Chu Mingyao's innate talent was even more formidable. One match was held in the morning, and another in the afternoon. The four disciples took the stage again. This time, Gu Changa and Long Mingza won again without any suspense. As long as they didn't face the handful of top-ranked individuals on the Dragon Abyss list, victory came easily to them. As for Wang Erdu, though it took him some time, he also successfully secured his match. What Lin Cha hadn't anticipated was that this time, Chu Mingyao encountered a disciple of a player. Finally, a burst of sword energy concluded the battle. Another victory secured. After the contest, Lin Cha waved his hand and led his four disciples, along with Chen Ping'an, to a tavern for a celebratory feast. Along the way, they encountered Mo Qingyang's group. This time, however, Mo Qingyang merely waited at a distance for Lin Cha's group, as if to say they would pay the price. Lin Cha couldn't be bothered with such a mad dog. After feasting and drinking their fill, Lin Cha reluctantly settled the bill. The bill came to 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. This Xianqiong city truly wasn't a place ordinary cultivators could afford to frequent. It was simply too extravagant. Day 4. Some players had already begun heading home. They had terrible luck. Their disciple had the misfortune of encountering a Foundation Establishment cultivator. A Foundation Establishment cultivator defeating a Qi cultivation cultivator? A mere breath would suffice. They could only accept defeat with regret. Lin Cha finally understood why so many factions in Changshan Commandery remained indifferent to this Taoist assembly. Those daring to participate in the Taoist assembly were essentially all formidable figures either from prestigious clans or renowned sections. Ordinary factions wouldn't bother attending unless they had a disciple of once-in-a-century caliber. Still, even if one couldn't achieve a high ranking in the Taoist assembly, securing a good position among the players was no small gain. For most, it was a game of luck. That day, Gu Changa and his two companions emerged victorious without question, while Chu Mingyao suffered a regrettable defeat. Bad luck struck when she encountered a cultivator at the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment. Even the power of love proved useless. Day 5. Numerous players gathered together, none of them looking particularly pleased. Because, today, over 20 players' disciples had their cultivation levels forcibly stripped. Their cultivation had been stripped away just before they conceded defeat. No matter how furious these players were, there was nothing they could do. Certain prominent clans and sects in this world are targeting us. That was the conclusion everyone had reached. Whenever those people encountered disciples from similar players, they would immediately strip them of their cultivation, not even allowing them to surrender. Among those whose disciples were crippled was a player from a second-tier sect. He was so enraged he nearly sought out those little bastards to detonate himself, but was ultimately pulled back down. This was Xianqiong City, home to nascent soul cultivators. At the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, one is nothing here. Lin Cha waved her hand to calm the crowd. Which clans and sects crippled your disciples? These factions likely harbor intense hatred toward us players. We need to keep a close eye on them and advise other players to steer clear. Lin Sha then turned to the few who were still seething with resentment and whispered softly, "If you encounter them on the arena, rest assured I'll have my disciples cripple them." Lin Sha was a player too, naturally siding with the players. Chapter 88, Players Rally. With a powerful figure stepping forward, the 20 or so individuals whose disciples had been crippled finally calmed down somewhat. One by one, they named the clans and sects. Azura Sect. Spring Void Pavilion. Mystic Abyss Cave. The three major factions were the main ones. Lin Sha committed these three major factions to memory. The Azura Sect was one thing, they had nascent soul cultivators they couldn't defeat. The other two, however, only had gold core cultivators. If they made enemies, so be it. The upcoming arena matches are no longer just competitions, they may involve some grudges. Those unwilling to participate may withdraw at any time. Those who wish to continue competing for the rewards may do so, but be warned the outcome of the upcoming matches may be life or death. Lin Sha issued a warning to the crowd. Those with purple tier disciples were the players' mainstays. If crippled, they might never have another chance to obtain a purple tier disciple in their lifetime. Even so, many players ultimately chose to participate. None of them wanted to forfeit the rewards. Players who had reached the stage understood the preciousness of the rewards. Lin Sha naturally stopped trying to dissuade them. A small number of players opted out, content with whatever gains they'd made. Over the next 5 consecutive days, another 30 player disciples had their cultivation levels stripped. Following Lin Cha's instructions, Gu Changge and Long Mingze also stripped the cultivation of disciples who targeted player factions. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This move brought immense satisfaction to the player faction, with Lin Sha even being revered as a deity. Yet it also made many enemies. Lin Sha paid it no mind. As the leader of the player faction, he had long been on the radar of high-ranking members from factions hostile to players. The reason no one had targeted Gu Changge and Long Mingze was simply because they couldn't win. When confronted, they were dealt with ruthlessly. Unfortunately, they were still crippled by the two. Day 10 of the Dao Inquiry Assembly. Fourth disciple Long Mingze was regrettably eliminated. His misfortune led him to clash with the pure Yang Dao sect's Dao disciple. Even Lin Sha felt a chill run down her spine for Long Mingze. Fortunately, the pure Yang Dao sect harbored no ill will toward players. After easily defeating Long Mingze, the sect's heir apparent made no further moves. "You've been too kind." The pure Yang sect's heir spoke with a carefree air, yet his deep eyes held a subtle hint of recognition. Had Long Mingze possessed a foundation establishment 9th layer cultivation, they might have clashed fiercely. But now, Long Mingze's cultivation was too low. "Thank you for showing mercy, Daoist brother." Long Mingze expressed his gratitude before departing. He silently vowed to himself to cultivate diligently. As expected, Gu Changge defeated an opponent of comparable strength and advanced to the top 100 showdown. The player chat erupted in excitement. Master Lynch's disciple has broken into the top 100 prodigies of Xianyao province's younger generation. How long has it even been? Barely a year, and the master's disciple has become such a prodigy? He's caught up with the prodigies from Xianyao province's factions who've been trained since childhood. It's downright terrifying. Why are my eyes brimming with tears? I see our water blue star has finally produced an unparalleled prodigy, making a name for himself. Master Lin Sha, you must crush those young upstarts from factions that despise us players under your feet. Show them that we players aren't pushovers. I said it before, with the strength of Xianyao province's players, supporting Lord Lin Sha alone is no mistake, right? In critical moments, we still need Lord Lin Sha to fight for us and give us a fighting chance. Lin Sha scanned the channel messages, inwardly musing, weird. Why does this feel like some kind of savior complex? Lin Sha pushed that absurd notion to the back of his mind. How could he, Lin Sha, possibly be a savior? He was more like Lin the Skinflint. By this point, Lin Sha had no time to dwell on such things. More and more factions were taking notice of this out-of-place player. Some harbored goodwill, others ill will, while some looked down on him with aloof indifference. The top 100 celestial prodigies. This gathering represents the finest talents of the Xianyao province era. And all this in just 1 year. Lin Sha watched Gu Changge step down from the stage. "Changge, do you have confidence in the upcoming matches?" The prodigies still standing on the stage were, at the very least, on par with Gu Changge. Lin Sha, whose cultivation matched Gu Changge's, felt no worry. His concern lay in facing the geniuses from those factions hostile to players. Lin Sha had taken note every single one was at the peak of the 9th layer of foundation establishment. None were ordinary. Gu Changge nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, master. I will break into the top 10. This was the power of love." Lin Sha said, "Then I can rest easy. I'd bet 50,000 low-grade spirit stones on you for every match. If you lose even one, I'll lose 50,000 spirit stones." Gu Changge, Long Mingze, Xu Mingyao. As for Wang Erdu, he just gave a couple of dumb grins. Chen Ping'an chuckled and added another jab. "Changge, I may not be as wealthy as your master, but I've still matched his bet with 5,000 low-grade spirit stones on your victory. You absolutely must not disappoint either of us." Lin Sha thought to herself, he's got plenty of spirit stones, that's why he only put up 50,000. Just a little pressure to see if it triggers a flash of inspiration in Gu Chang'e at the crucial moment. You, a penniless slave elder, playing around with 5,000 low-grade spirit stones? As a maintenance worker, Qin Ping'an was genuinely penniless. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones amounted to nearly 80% of his savings. To Lin Sha, this seemed utterly reckless. Gu Chang'e felt deeply moved. As the sect's eldest disciple and its last remaining seed, he absolutely could not disappoint his master or Elder Chen's expectations. Gu Chang'e vowed silently. A familiar voice broke the silence. The visitor was none other than Lei Zhenzi. It was Lei Zhenzi wearing his mask. It was clear he'd been wrestling with himself for a long time before finally approaching and offering a greeting. Master Lin, the members of the Taishu Dao sect, and Brother Gu, it's been a while. Bull about long time no see. They saw Lei Zhenzi every single day at the matches, and every single time after his matches, he'd glance their way. How could he not see such a conspicuous group? They inwardly rolled their eyes at the absurdity. Lin Sha spotted the masked group hiding in the distance, cheering wildly and whispering among themselves. Instantly, she understood what was happening. Lin Sha immediately led his people back to the Immortal Inn. The rest wasn't her concern. Day 12. Gu Chang'e, the one everyone pinned their hopes on, took the stage. He faced Yu Yuan, the prodigy from the Xianming Cave. A 9th-tier Foundation establishment prodigy, also ranked on the Dragon Abyss list. However, by this stage, nearly all remaining contestants were ranked on the Dragon Abyss list. On the stage, Yu Yuan spoke with a sinister edge. I never thought you'd actually dare step onto this stage. I assumed you'd be too scared to fight. Gu Chang'e's expression remained calm as he replied in a hollow tone, I too assumed you would choose to forfeit the match. After all, once you step onto this stage, fists and feet have no eyes. Yu Yuan froze. He hadn't expected Gu Chang'e to dare threaten him in return, truly turning the tables. He was at the peak of Foundation Establishment 9th layer, while Gu Chang'e was merely at Foundation Establishment 6th layer. Ha, do you truly believe crippling a few nobodies qualifies you to face a genius like me? Yu Yuan's rage boiled over. As the sky darkened, a black vortex hovered above the arena, enveloping it in layer upon layer of pitch-black light. Chapter 89, Final Chapter. Yu Yuan froze. He hadn't expected Gu Chang'e to dare threaten him in return, truly turning the heavens upside down. He was at the peak of Foundation Establishment 9th layer, while Gu Chang'e was merely at Foundation Establishment 6th layer. Ha, do you truly believe crippling a few worthless fools qualifies you to face a genius like me? Yu Yuan roared with fury. As the sky darkened, a black vortex hovered above the arena, shrouded in layer upon layer of pitch-black light. The Xianming Cave's cultivation technique is extraordinary. Lin Sha was stunned. This cultivation technique even possessed its own domain. Within this domain, cultivators practicing the Xianming Cave techniques gained amplified effects. In the open areas outside, one could still bypass the domain. But here, the domain perfectly enveloped the entire arena. Still, Lin Sha remained unconcerned. Beyond the Golden Core lineage, when it came to foundational strength, the mythic sect had never been bested by anyone. Within moments, the screen enveloping the entire arena shattered like a broken eggshell, erupting with streaks of golden sword light. Gu Chang'e hovered with feet suspended, his entire being radiating a golden sword intent. Like a celestial sword, he stood poised between heaven and earth. As for Yu Yuan, his cultivation had been stripped by Zhang Gu Chang'e. The gap on the Dragon Abyss rankings was vast. Yu Yuan ranked only around 50 on the Dragon Abyss list. The elders of the Xianming Cave roared in fury upon seeing their prodigy crippled. Then, a gaze swept over. The elders silently led Yu Yuan away, casting one final, resentful glance at Gu Chang'e before departing. Below the stage, Zhong Yuchen, the sword disciple of Tianjian Mountain, lifted his head and fixed his gaze upon Zheng Ping'an on the stage. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. That was the aura of the heavenly sword intent. This was the unique sword intent exclusive to his Tianjian Mountain. These heretical cultivators not only run rampant on our Tianjian Mountain territory, but have also stolen our mountain's inheritance through unknown means. The elder of Tianjian Mountain's face darkened with fury. Rest assured, Elder Mu. Should he make it into the top 10, I will personally cripple him. Zhong Yuchen said coldly. Finally, 5 days later, the top 10 showdown of the Dao Quest Assembly commenced. Xianqiang City was packed to the brim. It was absolutely packed to the rafters, with even many factions not participating in the tournament arriving on this day. All for the chance to witness the true prodigies of this year's Dao Quest Assembly. Gu Chang'e soared onto the arena platform, and Zhong Yuchen flew onto the platform opposite him. The stage was exceptionally spacious, resembling a miniature world with mountains, water, and spiritual energy. Though seemingly boundless, it lay fully exposed to the spectators below. Such a technique for opening up space was truly terrifying. The first match of the martial arts tournament, Zhong Yuchen, the first sword disciple of Heavenly Sword Mountain, versus Gu Chang'e, the dark horse and top disciple of Mythic Sect. Place your bets now. Place your bets. Come see for yourselves. Odds are 1:5 fortune awaits. Bye. Who needs to see the outcome? Zhong Yuchen from Heavenly Sword Mountain will win for sure. Zhong Yuchen has the strength to secure third place and challenge for second. The crowd was thrilled, this was practically free money. Yet amidst the clamor, a distinct voice cut through the noise. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. I'm betting on Gu Chang'e from Mythic Sect to win. The crowd turned to see a youth in feathered robes accompanied by 5 others. I'll add 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Betting on Mythology Sect's Gu Chang'e to win. Chen Ping'an clenched his jaw. Lin Cha was astonished. How had old Chen managed to save up 30,000 low-grade spirit stones? He must have stashed some away. Feng Kuei, Long Mingze, and the others also bet their entire fortunes. Combined, it amounted to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was no small sum, drawing peculiar glances from the crowd toward Lin Cha and her companions. As if they were looking at fools. Lin Cha felt both speechless and helpless. He produced 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. But in reality, it was just those 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Having lost 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, he still held 95,000. What the hell were you 5 playing at? When Lin Cha posed this question, Chen Ping'an merely smiled and replied. I trust you, Sect Master. Lin Cha felt immense pressure. All eyes turned back to the stage. Zhong Yuchen stood with hands clasped behind his back, a resplendent golden sword rising from the ground behind him like an ancient throne. Merely standing there, he radiated an intimidating, oppressive aura. Before Lei Zhenzi grasped the sword domain, Zhong Yuchen was unquestionably the foremost prodigy in the way of the sword. Now, he was the second-ranked prodigy. If you admit defeat now, you may spare your life. Zhong Yuchen looked down at Gu Chang'e with an air of casual indifference, his tone dripping with contempt. Gu Chang'e's expression was serious, asking me to concede? Impossible. My masters, seniors, juniors, they've all placed bets on me. If I lose, wouldn't that be a loss? The 6 spectators below the stage remained silent. Lin Cha murmured, truly worthy of being my disciple, you understand me so well. Chen Ping'an, whoa. This kid is terrifying. I only taught him a few times, yet he's already figured out my patterns. Wang Erdu and Long Mingze, truly worthy of being the senior disciple. Zhong Yuchen hadn't expected Gu Chang'e to offer this reasoning. He snorted coldly, how foolish. Gu Chang'e remained silent, awaiting the start of the match. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. He had many reasons to continue the match. Zhong Yuchen's demand for Gu Chang'e to abandon the match wasn't born of goodwill. His true intent was to shatter Gu Chang'e's spiritual resolve, halting his future aspirations right here. An old man, half his body exposed, coldly announced the start of the match. Gu Chang'e moved. He directly summoned a mirror. A low-grade earth-tier artifact, the mind-imprinting mirror. It could be infused with magical power, then replicate a mirror body based on the quality and cultivation level of the subject being duplicated. For a prodigy like Zhong Yuchen, it could only replicate 1/3 of his strength. Another Zhong Yuchen appeared on the stage, leaving everyone stunned. It's a treasure, a high-grade treasure. Some recognized the mirror Gu Chang'e had summoned as a high-grade artifact. Isn't this cheating? Some voiced their indignation on Zhong Yuchen's behalf. What cheating? Does the Taoist Assembly prohibit the use of magical artifacts? Someone stepped forward to counter. The Taoist Assembly had never prohibited the use of magical artifacts. It's just that no one has ever used high-grade magical artifacts. Lower-tier sects lack such artifacts, and prodigies from higher sects wouldn't break the rules. But Lin Cha was an exception, a low-tier sect cultivator wielding a high-grade artifact. Zhong Yuchen froze in shock before coldly retorting, so you're just a worthless who relies on artifacts? You don't seriously believe a single artifact grants you the right to challenge me? Between us lies an unbridgeable chasm. Zhong Yuchen pressed his fingers together like a sword, unleashing countless golden sword intents, the aura of the heavenly sword intent. Undoubtedly, Zhong Yuchen's heavenly sword intent was far more refined than Zhang Ping'an's. It was a complete and flawless manifestation. It was already a fully realized heavenly sword intent. The crowd below the stage erupted in cheers. Even if he used a magical artifact, he wouldn't stand a chance against Zhong Yuchen. He relies on unorthodox methods, disregarding the virtues of immortals. Lin Cha listened until her ears nearly grew calluses. Fair? What fairness? What fairness had this contest ever possessed from the start? Gu Chang'e had only trained for a year, while Zhong Yuchen was nearly 30. Bull fairness. If Gu Chang'e trained for 20 years and couldn't crush Zhong Yuchen with a single finger, Lin Cha would start questioning whether this world was even real. On the stage, the mirror image was severed, buying Gu Chang'e time to draw the sky-shattering earth-splitting sword. The terrifying sword energy erupting in an instant seemed poised to pierce a hole through the heavens. When cultivation falls short, rely on magical artifacts. Zhong Yuchen's expression finally shifted. The heavenly sword pressed against his back stirred, unfurling like a peacock spreading its feathers. 10 identical heavenly swords materialized in succession. Chapter 90, Shop opens. Zhong Yuchen was enveloped from head to toe in a layer of golden sword energy, capable of cleaving through all things. This isn't just golden quality, it's top-tier purple quality at the very least. Lin Cha pondered inwardly. No wonder it was a lineage with a golden core cultivator at its core. It was truly different. As the two clashed, their full depths were laid bare. Within the miniature realm, mountains were leveled, oceans evaporated, and the ground was scarred with ravines of every scale. It seemed as though the entire world might shatter at any moment. A multitude of sword intents surged forth. The Heaven Chaos Technique, the Primordial Spirit Seal, the Void Transforming Art. Gu Chang'e had now exhausted all his trump cards. Bathed in blood from head to toe, he was already driven to madness. Zhong Yuchen fared no better. The sword path aura behind him cracked with visible fissures, his body nearly transparent. Countless fluids coated his skin, his garments torn and tattered. Gathering his dwindling spiritual energy, Gu Chang'e once more activated the Golden Crow Seal. Zhong Yuchen swung his sword with all his might, sacrificing his life-bound spirit weapon to shatter Gu Chang'e's final trump card. Both were utterly spent, yet they shared an unspoken smile. Two cultivators, locked in a brutal, close-quarters battle much like mortal warriors. Neither would concede defeat, neither would yield. Player Lin Cha's disciple Gu Chang'e's injury points plus 70. Lin Cha watched the two figures on the stage. All he could do now was silently pray. Spark of insight, damn it, trigger already. Congratulations. Player Lin Cha's disciple Gu Chang'e triggered flash of insight. Devouring sword intent purple fully comprehended, transformed into devouring sword intent gold. Lin Cha's expression brightened. He was nearly dead, and finally, his talent had activated. And it was even a golden sword intent. On the stage, Zhong Yuchen also noticed Gu Chang'e's transformation. A more piercing sword intent slowly rose. Like the golden sword Dao throne itself, it radiated supreme majesty. Both combatants halted their movements simultaneously. Two celestial sword intents collided. The world turned gray in an instant. All eyes waited for the final outcome. Only when a Yuanling true lord above waved his hand did the dust finally settle, revealing the scene within. Zhong Yuchen lay unconscious on the ground. Gu Chang'e propped himself up with his sword, eyelids drooping as he struggled to keep from kneeling. A cold, emotionless voice rang out. Mythology sect's Gu Chang'e emerges victorious. Gu Chang'e had broken into the top 10 of the Dao Quest tournament. He is the first player to break into the top 10 of the Dao Quest assembly. Lin Cha noticed that among the three nascent soul immortals suspended in the sky, the youngest one flashed him a friendly smile. Was this an illusion? The other two true immortals remained expressionless, like robotic programs. The other's mouth twitched, his expression sour. It wasn't an illusion. Lin Cha understood this might be how three different factions treated players. And Gu Chang'e's ordeal was the handiwork of one of those old fools. Realizing this, Lin Cha quickly stopped herself. If any obvious hatred were detected by a Yuanling true lord, it would spell trouble. After the results were announced, Gu Chang'e collapsed in a fit of exhaustion, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Lin Cha stepped forward to escort Gu Chang'e down, only to bump into an elder from Tianjian Mountain. The Tianjian Mountain elder's face looked like he'd eaten dog. His mountain's prodigy, who was aiming for second place and guaranteed third, hadn't even made it into the top 10. The elder led Zhong Yuchen off the stage, tossing a parting shot at Lin Cha before leaving. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. Lin Cha pondered the words. Was this a threat? But in the end, Gu Chang'e had won. Lin Cha brought Gu Chang'e back to the Immortal Inn and with it, 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Lin Cha's worth now stood at 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Converted, that was 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which didn't seem like much. They fetched a large basin of spirit liquid and submerged Gu Chang'e within it. His injuries were simply too severe at this point. For the upcoming matches, Lin Cha withdrew on Gu Chang'e's behalf. Gu Chang'e had already secured a spot in the top 10, which was sufficient. During this time, Lei Jinzi came to visit Gu Chang'e, bringing a rare Xian grade treasure that instantly reduced Gu Chang'e's injury value by a full 50 points. Lin Cha felt a mix of emotions. How wonderful it would be if Lei Jinzi were a disciple of his mythic sect. But Lin Cha suspected that if the old fools at Lei Mingshan found out about this thought, the 60 points of goodwill between their two sects would likely be wiped clean. 10 days later, the final showdown between the first and second place contenders arrived. Thunder Mountain's Lei Jinzi versus Pure Yang Dao sect's Song Muji. Song Muji was the Pure Yang Dao sect's disciple who had easily eliminated Long Mingze. Their clash shook the heavens and earth. The emergence of two prodigies reaching the domain realm within a single era was truly awe-inspiring. This battle proved no less intense than the clash between Gu Chang'e and Zhong Yuchen. However, Gu Chang'e and Zhong Yuchen's victory largely relied on advanced magical artifacts. Lei Jinzi and Song Muji's clash was a pure collision of Dao against Dao, technique against technique, and domain against domain. Absolutely stunning. Lin Cha hadn't placed a bet because this was truly uncertain. Lei Jinzi was certainly impressive, but Song Muji was a pure Yang lineage, a descendant of the Divine Lord lineage. Lin Cha watched as Lei Jinzi and Song Muji both halted simultaneously on the stage. Are they about to unleash their ultimate moves? Both were already at their absolute limits. Lei Zhenzi raised his sword. Song Muji lifted his palm. A sword strike that seemed poised to cleave the heavens. The world dimmed as if heaven and earth had lost their color. A small realm was plunged into darkness, obscuring the mountains and seas. All that remained was a vast expanse of white. The victor! Lei Zhenzi of Thunderclap Mountain. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lin Cha was astonished. This kid had actually won first place in the Taoist debate assembly. This outcome genuinely surprised him. Lei Zhenzi glanced in Lin Cha's direction, a smile curling his lips, then slipped away. Nan Hongsang was the most anxious, rushing onto the stage immediately. This left Luo Tian with nothing but admiration. One day later, the rankings for the Taoist assembly were announced. First place, Lei Zhenzi. Second place, Song Muji. Third place, Yang Wudi. Fourth place, Nangong Wenshu. 10th place, Gu Changge. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for ranking 10th overall in the Xianyao Province Taoist Assembly. Rewards: Purple Disciple Recruitment Order 3, Purple Blueprint 3, Random Earth Grade Rare Item 3, Random High Grade Post Heaven Fortune Treasure 1, 10,000 points. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for securing first place on the Xianyao Province Taoist Assembly Player Leaderboard. Rewards: Random Golden Opportunity Token 1, Earth Grade Cultivation Technique 1, Random Earth Grade Spell 2, Random Earth Grade Artifact 3, 10,000 points. Lin Cha's eyes widened. Such generous rewards. And even a golden legend. Could the top 3 in the Taoist Assembly also receive golden rewards? Lin Cha knew it was possible, but reaching 10th place was already his limit for now. The Destiny event, Taoist Assembly, has concluded. Additional premium items will be unlocked in the shop for players to exchange with points. The Taoist auction will commence in 1 hour. Players may use Destiny coins to bid on desired items. This time, the Destiny store introduced new items. Players could purchase Xian grade artifacts, cultivation techniques, and divine abilities, even selecting their own attributes. Additionally, 1 purple tier item has been added to each category. Without hesitation, Luo Tian swept every item from the Destiny store, spending a mere 3,000 Destiny coins. After clearing them all, Luo Tian finally turned his attention to the Daoquest auction. Second tier Wandering Pass, starting bid 500 Destiny coins. Tier 3 Wanderer's Pass, starting bid 3,000 Destiny coins. Earth tier Heavenly Treasure, Heaven Sealing Orb, starting bid 5,000 Destiny coins. Purple Blueprint, Teleportation Array, starting bid 5,000 Destiny coins. Purple Grade Disciple Recruitment Order, starting bid 2,000 Destiny coins. Earth Grade Heavenly Rarity, Immortal Fruit of Eternal Life, starting bid 5,000 Destiny coins. Earth tier Inferior Artifact Yin Yang Spear, starting bid 3,000 Destiny coins. A total of 7 items, each one enough to make Luo Tian's heart tremble. Without a doubt, each item was a treasure. To bid on all 7 would require 23,500 Destiny coins. Chapter 91, Bai. Lin Cha spent 3,000, leaving her with 17,000 points remaining. Lin Cha quickly decided on the items she absolutely had to acquire. The Tier 2 Wandering Permit offered little benefit to Luo Tian's current level, but for players from newly promoted Tier 2 sects, it was undoubtedly a must-have item. Its final price would surely be inflated, so Luo Tian decisively passed. The Tier 3 Wandering Permit, however, was absolutely essential for Luo Tian. Once his sect reached Tier 3, it would allow him to add an additional Purple Palace Elder to his sect's ranks. As for the remaining purple tier blueprint for a teleportation array, Lin Cha was determined to secure it at any cost. For any sect, the necessity of a teleportation array was self-evident. This alone would cost at least 8,000 Destiny coins. With the remaining Heaven's Will coins, Luo Tian could afford at most 1 more item. The rest would have to be saved for sweeping up items during the sect's Tier 3 advancement. The Earthgrade Heavenly Treasure Sealing Heaven Pearl and the Earthgrade Heavenly Rarity Immortal Fruit of Immortality each boasted a more formidable reputation than the last, yet both carried the same price tag, 5,000 Heaven's Will coins. In the end, Luo Tian chose the Heaven Sealing Pearl. After confirming his 3 items, Luo Tian opened the chat group. As the top player, he held 10,000 Destiny coins, while Li Long, the second-ranked player, possessed 8,000. Li Long was competing for the second-tier Wandering Permit and the Earth-tier Rare Treasure, the Immortal Fruit. The third-place player was a familiar face, Nie Chen, the pretentious youth who had once attempted to challenge him. With 6,000 Destiny coins, he aimed to purchase the Earth-tier Inferior Artifact Yin Yang Spear and the purple-quality Disciple Recruitment Order. This time, the high-level players were all these individuals, and they had all encountered each other before. No reckless bidding wars erupted. After all, every single Destiny coin was exceptionally precious. The subsequent bidders also communicated with Li Long and Nie Chen in the group chat regarding the items. The negotiations proceeded smoothly. No one dared touch Luo Tian's items. At this Taoist assembly, everyone understood that at this stage, only the emergence of a dominant figure among the players could lead the player community to greater longevity. When they first crossed into the Heaven's Will world, every player believed themselves to be the one and only chosen child of heaven. But a province couldn't possibly have a million chosen ones. Reality dealt a harsh blow, and those with any sense came to recognize their own ordinariness and accepted it. Luo Tian closed the system interface just as an uninvited guest arrived at the Immortal Inn. A purple-robed figure claiming to be from the Immortal Dome Palace had come knocking. "I am Qingya Jinren." The Zifu from the Immortal Dome Palace radiated arrogance, his attitude toward Luo Tian cold and dismissive. Luo Tian paid it no mind. As everyone knows, the cultivation world has only 3 realms. "And, fellow Taoist, senior. What brings you here, Senior Qingya?" Luo Tian inquired. Qingya Jinren shot him a disdainful glance, tossed a storage ring at Luo Tian, and impatiently said. He addressed Luo Tian nonetheless. "The Dragon Transformation Pool, the top 10 shall each receive a share. This pool was created by the immortal Sky Divine Lord slaughtering a true dragon and using its blood to form it. It holds immense benefits for cultivators." Luo Tian led Zheng Ping'an out. Zheng Ping'an's injuries had healed considerably over the past few days. Upon seeing Zheng Ping'an, Qingya Jinren's deadpan expression finally cracked into a smile. "Zheng Ping'an, your cultivation and innate talent are both formidable. Would you be interested in joining my Xinqiang Palace? I can recommend you to a true lord as his disciple." This was a blatant attempt to poach disciples. He didn't give Luo Tian the slightest consideration. The final stance of Xinqiang City left Luo Tian deeply disheartened. Zheng Ping'an declined. "Thank you, senior, but I have no such desire." Qingya Jinren replied calmly, "My offer remains valid until you depart Xinqiang Palace. Remaining in such a feudal sect will only squander your innate talent." Zheng Ping'an sensed the tense atmosphere and opened his mouth to speak, but Luo Tian pressed him down. "Ping'an, follow Qingya Jinren to the Dragon Transformation Pool for cultivation first." He added silently, "Don't let your emotions get the better of you." Every word and implication from Qingya Jinren was designed to provoke Luo Tian. A true immortal who had cultivated to the Purple Palace realm, and one from the Immortal Sky Palace at that. Could he be a fool? Luo Tian refused to believe there were so many fools. He couldn't let his emotions get the better of him and cause Zheng Ping'an to lose his chance at the Dragon Transformation Pool. This opportunity wasn't just what Zheng Ping'an needed, he needed it too. Watching Qingya Jinren lead Zheng Ping'an away, Luo Tian's mind raced with thoughts. The major problem of Jinyue Jinren from Jinyue Manor hadn't even been resolved yet. And now he'd triggered an even bigger boss. Being a player is such a drag. Zheng Ping'an headed to the Dragon Transformation Pool for cultivation, while the other 3, having finished their shopping, arrived late. Luo Tian pondered for a moment. With countless factions outside likely plotting his demise, it would be wiser to continue cultivating within Xinqiang City until Zheng Ping'an broke through to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Though the Xinqiang Palace held a poor attitude toward the player community, they wouldn't openly attack them. Within Xinqiang City, they would still be protected. It was a matter of face for the bigwigs. The crucial point was, the spiritual energy within Xinqiang City was truly dense. And so, the day passed swiftly. The Dao Quest auction was drawing to its final conclusion. But, an unexpected twist occurred. The second-tier wandering permit was snatched away. Originally, this travel permit was meant for that pretentious bookworm Zhou Yongwang. Yet at the very last moment, someone outbid him by a single heavens will coin. This reminded Luo Tian of the invisibility cloak snatched away at the last second during the previous auction. Could it be the same person? The thought lingered in Luo Tian's mind. And he felt compelled to take action. The rest of the auction items went smoothly enough. Luo Tian successfully secured the 3rd-tier cloud travel permit, the Earth-tier heavenly treasure sealing heaven pearl, and the purple blueprint teleportation array, spending 10,000 destiny coins and retaining 4,000. The purple disciple recruitment order fell into Nie Chen's hands. The Earth-grade heavenly treasure, the immortal fruit of life, was acquired by Li Long. The Earth-tier inferior artifact, the Yin Yang spear, was claimed by Lin Yaro, the high-level player who had dazzled everyone at the gathering in her Qipao. It must be said these players possessed considerable strength. Congratulations to Chiuzu for completing 2 major group destiny events. You have now unlocked the 9 provinces permission. You may travel to the remaining 9 provinces regions of the Great Yu Dynasty to assist players in unlocking their permissions. Once all 9 provinces players have unlocked their regional permissions, the next destiny event will commence. The familiar mechanical chime echoed in Luo Tian's mind. At that moment, another channel appeared above the original regional channel. Great Yu Channel. Chiuzu, anyone there? Anyone there? Chiuzu, damn it, is this a dead server? Chiuzu, cut the crap. At this stage, it seems we're the first group of players to unlock the 9 provinces permissions. Chiuzu, what? We're this powerful? I woke up to find the Imperial Army is actually me. Chiuzu, guys, did you hear that? We can head to other regions now. Chiuzu, the Supreme Immortal Alliance is recruiting. Let's head to other provinces and help players there escape their dire straits. Chiuzu, hell yeah, I'm in. Chiuzu's running low on resources anyway. Maybe we can raid some from other provinces. Chiuzu, upper floor, watch your language. That's called assisting others, and unlocking privileges just requires a small fee. The world chat channel was completely flooded by players from Chiyu province. No other provinces had unlocked the 9 provinces privilege, only Chiyu province had activated it first. Chapter 92, Third Tier Sect. Lin Cha understood exactly what this meant. Upon waking, he had unexpectedly become the leading player within the Great Yu dynasty, commanding the voice of all players across its lands. Whoa! This put him in a position to effortlessly command the player groups across the remaining 8 provinces. The only catch was that no other player factions could harbor a cheat-level player like Lin Cha. After all, player groups were now the ultimate resource. This development sent the elite player group Luo Tian had established into an uproar. The affairs of the 9 provinces could be put on hold for now. The immediate priority now was resolving the hijacking of Zhou Yongwang's second-tier cloud traveler's permit. We'd already agreed on the auction item's ownership. How dare someone break the rules? Whoever did this had better come forward. Thorough investigation. We must investigate thoroughly. Those who break the rules must pay the price. Damn it all. This was supposed to benefit everyone, yet someone had to ruin it. Countless high-level players were furious. After all, no one wanted to be the next one pushed aside. The top-ranked players, each one a fortunate few, the cream of the crop among gamers. At this stage, every single resource had to be meticulously calculated. Soon, Xiaohan compiled the results and sent them to Lin Cha. So it was him. Lin Cha stared at the name Sunjin on the list, but her mind flashed back to a square-jawed, bookish face. Among the players at this Taoist assembly, he had secured 11th place. Xiaohan, leader, Sunjin is likely the one causing trouble. Some claim they saw him using an artifact that grants invisibility, possibly an invisibility cloak. Lin Cha didn't rush to announce Sunjin as a suspect, worried that someone might use her to eliminate rivals. However, once he departed Xinqiang City, he would naturally pay a visit to Sunjin's territory. All truths would surely come to light. Lin Cha, everyone, remain calm. This alliance leader will ensure the troublemaker pays the price. We have already narrowed down the suspects. The group instantly found their anchor, pleading with Lin Cha to swiftly punish the troublemakers. The incident was swiftly resolved. Lin Cha instructed Xiaohan and other administrators to deploy forces across the remaining 8 provinces, sending high-level Heavenly Court players to lead exploration missions and establish communication channels where possible. Sealing Heaven Bead, Earth-grade Heavenly Treasure. Function, upon use, seals one random innate divine ability of the opponent. Lin Cha toyed with the Sealing Heaven Bead, inwardly sighing. This orb was truly terrifying. Divine abilities, these could only be comprehended by those at the Golden Core realm. Even a Golden Core cultivator of mediocre talent could cultivate one life-bound divine ability. For those with exceptional talent, the number of innate divine abilities they could cultivate was beyond imagination. Each innate divine ability possessed unique functions. The more divine abilities one cultivated, the stronger their combat prowess became, no question about it. A Golden Core cultivator with only one divine ability encountering the Sealing Heaven Pearl would be utterly devastated. Being unable to wield divine abilities is equivalent to losing one's Golden Core status. Possessing the cultivation level of the Golden Core realm but lacking divine abilities? Utterly harmless. For the next half-month, Lin Cha waited patiently for Gu Chang'e to emerge from the dragon transformation pool. Gu Chang'e's loyalty to the sect remained unshaken. He wasn't so easily poached by the Immortal Dome Palace. Finally, one day, a crisp, pleasant notification sounded in Lin Cha's ears. Player Lin Cha's disciple Gu Chang'e has reached Foundation Establishment 9th layer. All current sect advancement tasks are complete. Do you wish to consume 1000 fate points to immediately advance the sect by 3 tiers? Gu Chang'e had gained immense fortune within the dragon transformation pool. He had leaped from Foundation Establishment Stage 6 to Stage 9 in one go, saving himself a year or two of grueling cultivation. Lin Cha had never found this emotionless electronic voice so clear and pleasant. Without hesitation, he chose to expend 1000 fate points to advance to a Tier 3 sect. This time, Lin Cha did not opt for a hidden announcement but chose to make it public. Congratulations to player Lin Cha of Mythic Sect for becoming the first Tier 3 sect in Xianyang Province. Reward, 1 Tier 3 Sect Leader Deluxe Gift Pack. Sect, Mythic Sect. Sect Master, Luo Tian. Talents, 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation Body Purple Mythic Sect Leader Green. Clan Level, 3. Divine Abilities, none. Cultivation Level, 9th Stage of Golden Core. Elders, Qin Pingan Tier 2 Zhang Wuming Tier 2 Feng Kuei Tier 2 Zhou Xin Tier 2. Disciples, Gu Chang'e Gold, Mue Gold, Long Mingzi Gold, Zhu Mingyao Purple. Cult Domain Territory. Cult Fortune, 6300. Points, 4037. Items, Tier 3 Sect Master Deluxe Gift Pack 1, Traveler Gift Pack 63, Low-Grade Spirit Stones 2,030,000, Golden Opportunity Token, Tier 3 Wandering Pass. Lin Cha's interface had undergone a complete transformation. The system's mechanical electronic voice chimed in again. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha's sect has ascended to Tier 3, unlocking the Divine Ability Lottery system. Spend destiny coins to purchase divine ability lottery tokens and draw divine ability fragments. 3 identical fragments can be synthesized into a complete divine ability, with the highest tier fragments being purple quality. Congratulations! Player Lin Cha's sect has ascended to Tier 3. The Tier 3 shop is now open. Lin Cha's mind was filled with 1,000 expletives. This ING thing really is a game. Divine abilities can actually be drawn. That dazzling array of divine abilities, gleaming golden. Without a second thought, Lin Cha knew it was a bottomless pit. With tens of thousands of divine abilities to choose from, getting 3 identical fragments? That's only for the chosen ones. This looks exactly like something from Penguin Games. He's starting to wonder if this thing isn't actually designed by Penguin's team. Honestly, this divine power lottery seemed less reliable than the in-game shop. The Destiny shop, which Lin Cha had previously emptied, now contained a few more items. For example, random blue grade divine ability X1, purple grade disciple recruitment order X1, purple grade blueprint, and so on. Plus a random mid-tier acquired treasure of fortune. Lin Cha had thought setting aside 4,000 destiny coins would be sufficient. Now he realized he'd miscalculated. Divine Thunder Prison Blue accumulates sufficient lightning elements to unleash. Summons a Thunder Prison Cage to confine opponents. Enemies trapped inside suffer slowed movement speed and increased lightning damage taken. Lin Cha was quite satisfied with this divine ability. His physique was the 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation body, and possessing a divine ability like the Heavenly Thunder Prison would be like strengthening the already strong. He decisively chose to equip it. At the player stage, one starts with 3 divine ability slots. To unlock additional slots, one requires a resource called Divine Ability Stones. If dissatisfied with a divine ability, players could spend points to reset it. However, the reset ability would vanish permanently and could not be recovered. Lin Cha found this system reminiscent of the exploitative mechanics from shady games in his past life. But for players, it offered limitless possibilities. There was also a Tier 3 Sect Master Deluxe gift pack. Lin Cha decisively opened it to see what treasures lay within. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained 1 random golden grade divine ability, 1 tier 3 wandering permit, 3 purple grade opportunity tokens, 3 purple grade disciple recruitment tokens, 3 random purple grade blueprints title, Taishu Sect Master Blue, 1 random earth grade treasure, 1 random mid grade fortune treasure, 1 medium spirit stone bag, 1 customizable medium resource bag. This string of items was significantly better than the tier 2 deluxe gift pack. Lin Cha estimated this bundle was worth at least 648. Among them was even a random golden grade divine ability. Divine ability, Defy Fate Rebirth Gold, passively triggers upon death, allowing 1 resurrection at any location with traces. Upon use, this divine ability downgrades to a random purple grade divine ability. Lin Cha's eyes lit up. This was essentially a built-in resurrection armor. As long as a drop of blood was left at the base camp, even if her true body died, she could instantly resurrect there with 0 risk. Lin Cha decisively equipped it. The only downside was that it could only be used once before downgrading. If it could be used unlimited times, wouldn't he be invincible? Mythic Patriarch Blue, within the jurisdiction of the Taishu Dao sect, all damage dealt plus 15%, damage received 5%. The blue tier title talent was undoubtedly far superior to the cyan tier version. It came with inherent territory-based bonuses. Beyond the various rewards, Lin Cha was more concerned with the level 4 sect promotion quest. Level 4 sect promotion quest. One sect disciple must attain the 9th level of the Purple Palace realm. 2. The sect must have over 5 Purple Palace cultivators. 3. The sect must control territory spanning at least 3 counties. 4. At least 1 nascent soul cultivator must be directly or indirectly slain by players. Completing these advancement tasks grants generous rewards. The first 2 tasks were largely similar to previous ones, but upon seeing the third requirement, Luo Tian's expression shifted slightly. A single province only comprised 64 counties. Even a powerful sect like the Thunderclap sect remained confined to Chongning County, exerting influence only in the surrounding county towns. Still, it wasn't an impossible task. The final task made Luo Tian's head spin. If not for the last shred of sanity clinging to his mind, he would have cursed out loud. Damn it, a golden core cultivator fighting a nascent soul? That's giving players way too much credit. If Foundation Establishment cultivators could take down Golden Core, then maybe one could argue that some weaklings among Golden Core cultivators could be suppressed, or that mastering domain-level skills like Sword Domain might make a fight possible. But how many weaklings actually reach Nascent Soul? If an ordinary Gold Core cultivator could survive 2 hits from a Nascent Soul, they'd be bragging about it for generations. Lin Cha wasn't some clueless cultivation newbie anymore. Calm down. You don't necessarily have to personally slay a true lord. Lin Cha fought back the urge to lose control. Perhaps if all her innate abilities were upgraded to red grade quality, defeating a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be entirely hopeless. But that thought vanished instantly. It was too fantastical. Completing this task would be far more difficult than killing a nascent soul cultivator. Indirectly, meaning I don't have to do it myself. I just need to scheme to kill a nascent soul cultivator. Even if someone else does the killing, the task would still be completed. Lin Cha let out a bitter laugh. This was no less fantastical than the first option. How easy could it be to kill a nascent soul true lord? These beings held the fruit of this world's microcosm, capable of creating life with a single thought or opening new dimensions. They were monsters whose very presence could be sensed even in idle musings. He dared not even entertain such thoughts casually. How could he possibly scheme against them? Enough. The path lies ahead. At least with my current cultivation at the 9th level of Golden Core with dual divine abilities, I can handle most challenges. Lin Cha calmed himself. He had only just arrived at a 3rd-tier sect, hadn't even grasped the situation in Xianyao Prefecture, and was the sole Golden Core cultivator within the sect. The 3 counties were still a distant dream, yet he was already scheming about advancing to a 4th-tier sect. His ambitions were far too grand. Gu Chang'e, having completed his cultivation at the Dragon Transformation Pool of the Xianqiang Palace, also returned to the Immortal Inn. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Upon seeing his master's presence, Gu Chang'e, returning from the Dragon Transformation Pool, was suddenly startled. He realized he couldn't sense his master's aura at all. Yet this wasn't the sensation of a mortal. It felt more like a high-ranking powerhouse stood before him like a mayfly gazing upon the azure sky. Even the Golden Core cultivators he had seen in the Immortal Sky Palace paled in comparison to the overwhelming pressure emanating from his master at this moment. Could it be? Master is a Golden Core immortal? No. Facing an immortal, I can't even form such a thought. Zheng Ping'an's mind wandered as he speculated on Luo Tian's current cultivation level, gradually becoming lost in thought. Chapter 93, Ambush. Lin Cha chuckled at the sight, and the others also returned to the Immortal Inn upon Gu Chang'e's arrival. Seeing Gu Chang'e deep in thought, the others, confused, turned to Lin Cha. Then, inexplicably, they too fell into silent contemplation. Qin Ping'an was the first to snap out of it, asking in puzzlement. Master, are you currently a true lord or a true immortal? Or perhaps a reincarnated great being? Qin Ping'an was genuinely perplexed. How could such a venerable sect master suddenly feel so unfamiliar? The others gradually came to their senses as well, turning their curious gazes toward Luo Tian. Lin Cha shook her head. I'm just a bit special. At best, I could be considered a Golden Core cultivator now. Qin Ping'an and Gu Chang'e exchanged glances. They couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Cha was pulling their leg. Did she really think they hadn't seen a Golden Core cultivator before? Lin Cha lifted her eyes and said calmly, now that Gu Chang'e has returned from cultivation, it's time for us to head back to the sect. We've been away for nearly 2 months. Those folks at Jinyue Manor might be up to something. He cared deeply about the sect's safety. It was his very foundation. Sect master, should we conceal our movements upon returning? Qin Ping'an watched Lin Cha pack her things and stride off without a second thought, a flicker of worry crossing his mind. Any discerning person could see that too many factions were targeting the mythic sect. He wasn't blind. Strolling back so casually? Who knows what corner a few Golden Core cultivators might suddenly dart out from? Lin Cha merely gave a dismissive laugh. No need. I intend to make those bastards show their faces. Having already attained 3rd-tier sect status, why should we fear a bunch of ants? Wouldn't that make my own 3rd-tier sect's promotion meaningless? Lin Cha led Qin Ping'an, Feng Kuei, and 4 disciples as they strode confidently out of Xinqiang City. Before departing, they made a point to bid farewell to Lei Jinzi. On the flying vessel, Lin Cha's eyelid twitched. Far behind him, a group of people had been following him all along. Though they concealed themselves well. That kid really did sneak up behind us. The group that had followed him was none other than Lei Jinzi's crew. Fine, let them follow. Lin Cha paid them no mind. They flew for 10 consecutive days, encountering not a single soul along the way. This was despite Lin Cha deliberately slowing down, even to a snail's pace. Still nothing. Ha? Did those factions give up? Lin Cha pondered this for a moment before instantly dismissing the notion. They'd resorted to underhanded tactics without any sense of martial ethics. How could he expect them to suddenly become paragons of moral integrity? Lin Cha didn't believe the factions hostile to the mythology sect would let him off so easily, especially with such a golden opportunity. Yet in reality, as he neared Chanshan County, he encountered no ambushes whatsoever. This left Lin Cha deeply disappointed. In a shattered world, mountains lay fractured and the earth rugged. Within a concealed space, 5 figures sat cross-legged. 3 of them gazed curiously at the figure observing the orange-hued celestial anomaly. Master Jinyue, are you truly certain the members of the mythic sect will pass through here? This was an elderly man with disheveled hair, clad in gray hemp robes. Hailing from the MO school, he was an undisputed Golden Core cultivator. He was deeply puzzled. This land clearly bore the scars of a fierce battle. Even a pig ambushed once wouldn't be ambushed twice on the same path. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Those little beasts from the mythology sect will definitely pass through here. Master Jinyue spoke with absolute certainty. He possessed ample experience dealing with the mythology sect. Strange indeed. If they'd used the teleportation array to travel, they should have arrived here long ago. The mysterious man cloaked in deep purple robes and shrouded in mist muttered to himself. I've dealt with that little bastard before. He's extremely cautious. He's probably already nearby, just observing for any danger. It won't be long before he slips up. Master Jinyue was utterly certain. He possessed ample experience dealing with Lin Cha. He was extremely cunning. If not for the intervention of Master Lei Ming, he would have succeeded long ago. The mere thought of true immortal thunderclap darkened true immortal mountain's expression. That old codger had been fishing for 200 years, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm. If Thunderclap hadn't been growing old, he might have met his end in Changshan County. The others provisionally trusted Master Jinyue. After all, Master Jinyue had been relentlessly emphasizing just how incredibly difficult Lin Cha was to deal with. His alarmist rhetoric had left them all, a group of Golden Core cultivators, trembling with fear. If they couldn't handle a mere Foundation Establishment sect master, their reputations would be utterly ruined. Here it comes. Movement detected. The Imo family's true immortal's eyes lit up as he spotted a spirit boat sailing toward them. Brother Jinyue truly deserves credit. That mythic sect master is cunning beyond measure. Thankfully, Brother Taiyue foresaw his foresight. The other Golden Core cultivators rejoiced, offering their praise. This made Jinyue Master stand tall and proud, thinking to himself, with the combined power of 5 Golden Core cultivators, let's see where this little beast can run today. If 5 Golden Core cultivators let a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator escape, they'd be laughed to death whenever stepping out in Xianyao province. On the spirit boat, Lin Cha gazed at the shattered scene. And faint spatial ripples still trembled. Her mind was filled with bitter complaints. Which ING moron chose to ambush here? It can't be that idiot Jinyue Jinrun again, can it? Lin Cha was on the verge of giving up, thinking those factions had finally come to their senses. As he neared Changshan County, he sensed something amiss in the space. Following the route back, he realized this was the very spot where Master Jinyue had ambushed him last time. They were setting up a second ambush in the exact same spot. Lin Cha pondered. Had he not ascended to a 3rd-tier sect and broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, he might have actually taken this route. After all, the most dangerous place is often the safest. But now, Lin Cha was utterly speechless. Glancing at the others behind him, Lin Cha remarked indifferently, a Gold Core battle may unfold shortly. You lot stay back and observe. Learn as much as you can. The 6 looked curious. Could it be that a Gold Core cultivator was lying in wait for them here? Had the sect master waited all these days just for this moment? The thought barely formed when the spirit boat entered the shattered realm. Terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy erupted, instantly coalescing into an array-like cage that enveloped the entire world. A thunderous laugh echoed across the heavens and earth. You little brat of the mythic sect, you've fallen for it. No matter how cunning your schemes, you could never deceive this Jinyue immortal. True immortal Jinyue strode out of the ambush space, laughing loudly, his towering figure radiating the brilliance of the earth wheel as it spun through the heavens and earth. The first time, you had the Heaven-Earth Shift talisman. The second time, true immortal thunderclap aided you. I let you escape twice in succession. This third time, I shall see how you escape. A pair of majestic, golden eyes suddenly opened in the vast sky. Jinyue Jinren had seen countless expressions flicker across Lin Cha's face. Astonishment, fear, despair. But, at this moment, Lin Cha's expression was utterly calm, even carrying a hint of amusement in his eyes, the playful amusement of a cat toying with a mouse. Even the 6 figures behind her wore expressions of utter calm, showing not a hint of fear. It was as if they had known all along that an ambush lay here. Master Jinyue hastily dismissed this thought, convinced it was merely the mythic sect's cunning ruse to feign composure. Escape? Old geezer, why should I flee? Lin Cha merely chuckled softly, hands clasped behind his back. 5 Golden Core cultivators ambushing him, it was an unimaginably audacious move. After all, 5 Golden Core cultivators ambushing a Foundation Establishment cultivator would have been unthinkable in the past. Alas, he was no Foundation Establishment cultivator. He stood at the 9th level of Golden Core cultivation. Among the 5 Golden Core cultivators, Jinyue Jinren possessed the highest cultivation at the 5th level of Golden Core, while the others were merely at the 1st or 2nd level. The sealing heaven bead rose slowly, its radiance instantly enveloping Jinyue Jinren. Before the others could react, boundless thunderous energy coalesced into a cage, engulfing them all. Lin Cha stepped across the ripples of the void, leaving imprints with each stride, until he reached the cage's summit. Reaching out a hand, he crushed the Golden Core cultivator beside Jinyue Jinren, who was resisting the thunder tribulation. The body instantly turned to a mist of blood, swallowed by the lightning's glow. Chapter 94, Crushing. A light, drizzling rain of spiritual essence fell from the sky. Lin Cha's gaze remained cold and indifferent as he curled his lips into a mocking smile. Do you have any idea how much effort it took me to track down the likes of you? Jinyue Jinren's eyes went blank, followed by a shrieking scream that echoed like an explosion. Impossible. How could you have attained golden core cultivation? How is this possible? And not just any golden core. Everyone was dumbfounded. They'd been struggling to break through this thunder prison cage for ages. Seeing the situation turn dire, the black-robed figure from the Shenming cave heaven became ethereal, passing right through the thunder prison cage. Without a second thought, he attempted to flee. The others watched this scene, seething with rage. What kind of divine power is this? It can actually ignore the restrictions? Lin Sha felt a slight stir of surprise. The thunder prison cage was his own divine power, at the very least, a blue grade one. Surprise aside, Lin Sha wouldn't let a single one of them escape. As the 4 swords of extermination were summoned, they charged toward the fleeing black-robed man. The black-robed man glanced back and nearly lost his wits in terror. Though he didn't die instantly from fright, the black mist covering his face couldn't hold itself together and dissipated on the spot. Beneath the fog lay a pockmarked, ugly face covered in black spots. No wonder he needed the black mist to conceal it. You mustn't push me too far. With a furious roar, he then turned to ashes. 4 immortal swords converged upon him, obliterating him completely. Of the 5 golden core cultivators, only 3 remained. One was Jinyue Jinren, another an elder of the Mo school, and the third a solitary cultivator. A lightning-patterned halo appeared behind Lin Sha's head, forming a vortex-like celestial realm. A terrifying aura emanated from within. Immediately, a fierce spear aura erupted. Showing no mercy, it shattered the Mo school elder and another independent cultivator into dust. True immortal Jinyue, true to his earth cultivation, possessed thick skin and tough flesh. He withstood the strike within the thunder prison cage and survived. Instead, he seized the opportunity to unleash his divine power, shattering the thunder prison cage. Cough, cough. Jinyue Jinren crashed to the ground, his flesh charred black. Staring at Lin Sha, who seemed like a thunder god descended from the heavens, he still couldn't comprehend how the tiny foundation establishment cultivator he'd just driven into a panic had suddenly transformed into a late-stage golden core cultivator. He feared she was now nearly on par with that old demon of Thunderclap Mountain in cultivation. As the figure resembling a thunder god descended drew nearer, Jinyue Jinren erupted with fury. Even if I die today, I will cripple you, you little beast. Within a 1,000-mile radius, the land instantly seemed drained of vitality, turning parched and barren. Jinyue Jinren's power surged explosively, propelling him to the brink of the 8th layer of golden core cultivation. An 8th-stage golden core life or death strike could already threaten a 9th-stage golden core cultivator. Lin Cha's eyes remained calm as a blue lotus blossomed beneath her feet, enveloping Luo Tian. Layer after layer of lotus petal defenses shattered. Amidst Jinyue Jinren's earth-shaking roar, his fully concentrated strike closed in on Lin Cha. Lin Cha's figure became ethereal, then vanished entirely. Sensing danger, Jinyue Jinren whipped his head around, only to find Lin Cha had appeared behind him at some unknown moment. She raised the sword of extermination, unleashing a torrential surge of sword intent that pierced through heaven and earth. Old geezer, looks like I'm the one who wins in the end. Lin Cha smiled faintly as the sword light in his hand descended. In an instant, the night across Chanshan County seemed to brighten as if it were daytime. The sword spirits within every sword cultivator's grasp were extinguished by the aftershock. Countless cultivators looked up, witnessing the earth-shaking spectacle. Who on earth are these sword immortals battling? Countless cultivators were filled with dread. Such sword intent was utterly terrifying. Merely the aftereffects of the battle rendered their swords useless, no better than scrap metal. On Thunderclap Mountain, the Thunderclap immortal, still fishing amidst the clouds, gazed at the pillar of light piercing the heavens. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Indeed, I was not mistaken. These sudden arrivals are truly extraordinary. They may well alter the course of events across the 9 provinces. From the very beginning of the player's arrival, he had taken notice of them. Initially, he suspected an invasion by some demonic entity from beyond the realms. Yet, the phenomenon occurred across all counties. These extraordinary individuals possessed no innate cultivation talent, yet attained remarkable cultivation levels, a curiosity that piqued Thunderclap Immortal's interest. This might be an unconventional path of cultivation, distinct from the cultivation systems of their world. With their rapid cultivation speed and ability to bestow cultivation aptitude upon others, this world was destined to be dominated by these extraordinary beings known as players within 1,000 years. Had he known a century earlier, he would have eradicated these troublesome outsiders without mercy. But, since that incident, he now had only one goal. Lei Zhenzi, trailing behind, was dumbfounded. What was that terrifying sword energy? 5 golden core cultivators vanished in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. He had even planned to request reinforcements from his master. Now it seemed he'd been overthinking things. Even if his master arrived, he feared the master would meet the same fate. Lin Sha casually collected the storage rings from the 5 deceased golden core cultivators. After all, they were golden core cultivators in life. Even the poorest among them couldn't be completely destitute. The 6 aboard the spirit boat were numb. Lin Sha glanced at them and offered a faint smile. Well, have you watched enough? Have you learned anything? The 6 This was nothing short of a realm level. Watching and learning was useless to them. They didn't possess Luo Tian's 9th layer golden core cultivation. Though they murmured these thoughts inwardly, they dared not voice them aloud under Lin Cha's imposing presence. Lin Cha, however, was thoroughly satisfied. Whether they could see it or learn it didn't matter. What mattered was that his presence as the sect master had been fully established. To put it plainly, he'd pulled off the show perfectly, leaving an indelibly powerful impression on both disciples and elders. Lin Cha led the group back to the mythology sect, where more pressing matters awaited him. Upon returning to the mythology sect, Lin Cha decisively took out 2 third-tier cloud travel orders to initiate the summoning. A third-tier cloud traveling order could summon a gold core realm elder. Following the scent, Lin Cha sought out one who was undergoing arduous cultivation in the wilderness. He refused Lin Cha once, but Lin Cha wasn't in a hurry. The next day, he was refused again, yet Lin Cha remained unhurried. On the 3rd day, the elder finally agreed to join the mythic sect as a senior elder. Lin Cha mused inwardly. Before me, Liu Bei made 3 visits to the thatched cottage. After me, I, Lin Cha, made 3 visits to the wilderness. This was a 4th-tier golden core cultivator, though unfortunately, his innate talent was only blue grade, and his lifespan was nearing its end. By joining the mythic sect and receiving the protection of the innate fortune treasure aura, he could extend his life by several decades. The other elder was not an independent cultivator. To Luo Tian's surprise, he was actually a true immortal from the Jinyue manor. Upon hearing that the Jinyue true immortal had died, he promptly defected. Loyalty, 60. Cultivation, golden core stage 1. Talent, purple. His grievance was that Jinyue true immortal practiced nepotism, distributing the sect's resources either to his own descendants or his own disciples. As a latecomer, he endured a life of hardship. Lin Cha accepted him, as he urgently needed to seize every moment to attack Qingli County. With the Jinyue manor gone, Qingli County was up for grabs. What's wrong with a great immortal like him taking its place? Chapter 95, Annihilating a Sect. With the addition of 2 Purple Palace combatants. That very day, Lin Cha led several other elders from his sect and forcibly stormed Qingli County. In an instant, Qingli County was thrown into chaos. Wherever Luo Tian passed, local sect masters, clan heads, valley lords, and others all chose to submit, becoming vassals of the mythology sect. As for why they all submitted? Well, it was simply because those who refused to submit were killed. So naturally, only those who submitted remained. They advanced unopposed all the way to the headquarters of the Jinyue Manor, where the protective sect formation had long been activated. Lin Cha had to admit, Jinyue Manor possessed profound foundations. He had slaughtered 2 true immortals and gained the allegiance of another. And damn it, they actually had 2 golden core immortals. The Jinyue Manor possessed a full 5 golden core immortals. The final golden core immortal of the Jinyue Manor was a woman. Spotting the familiar figure beside Lin Cha, she erupted in fury. True immortal Suwa, you treacherous dog. How dare you betray us? We sheltered you and nurtured your cultivation all the way to golden core. Suwa's expression remained unmoved as she coldly retorted, your shelter was merely a ploy to seize the divine techniques and secret arts within me. As for my cultivation to golden core, had I not secretly hidden a way to break through before returning, that old devil Jinyue would have long since refined me into an elixir and consumed me. The woman's expression shifted slightly, surprised that their plans had been so thoroughly anticipated by Suwa. Lin Cha watched the scene unfold, astonished that true immortal Suwa had such a hidden hand. No wonder he defected from the Jinyue manor the moment he heard of true immortal Jinyue's death. Having lived in constant fear of being devoured throughout her journey, she had cultivated to the golden core stage with her heart in her mouth. How could she not harbor resentment? That old wizard Jinyue had conjured some sort of formation here, and Lin Cha dared not act rashly. The formation possessed formidable lethality. While it might not kill him outright, it radiated a palpable aura of danger. No wonder that old codger at Thunderclap Mountain had been so compliant. Master, this formation can only last a month at most. The Jinyue Manor doesn't have that many cultivation resources. Master Suwa suggested. A month meant little to Luo Tian, who had already attained the golden core stage. He waited patiently. The Jinyue Manor was sealed off from 3 directions, not even a fly could escape. Lady Jinyue, the mistress of the mansion, was so enraged her lips turned pale. If only my husband were still here. Her thoughts trailed off abruptly. After all, Lord Jinyue had perished at the hands of that youth radiating thunderous lightning. Now, once the time passed, she lacked the surplus spiritual energy to sustain the erase operation. The entire Jinyue Manor would face annihilation. The formation was a formidable one, but as the sole golden core cultivator, she was utterly overwhelmed. Lady Jinyue sank into profound despair. Within the Jinyue Manor, wails and cries filled the air as chaos erupted. Lin Cha sat cross-legged atop the sky, opening her enormous eyes filled with thunder. Like the eye of heaven itself, she gazed down at the Jinyue Manor with a hint of amusement. It was as if she were watching ants struggling desperately. This was the gaze of a higher realm upon a lower one. Perhaps, above them, there existed beings who now gazed upon them as they themselves were gazing upon the Jinyue Manor. Finally, 1 month later, just as Immortal Suwa had foretold, the Jinui Manor could hold on no longer. The light barrier visibly dimmed. But just as Lin Cha prepared to strike down the Jinui Manor, the space stirred. A man clad in splendid robes, radiating golden light and emanating a fierce, murderous aura, stepped forth. 3 divine aura rings encircled his form. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. May I ask where you come from and what brings you here?" Lin Cha halted her attack on the Jinui Manor and turned her vigilant gaze toward the sudden apparition. "My name is Ling Shuji. I come from the Xianyao Royal Manor." A proud smile flickered across Ling Shuji's icy face as his gaze swept over the Jinui Manor below. He pointed downward and continued. "The Jinui Manor is a lineage under the governance of our Xianyu Royal House, responsible for administering Qingli County. If you were to destroy the Jinui Manor, Qingli County would be left leaderless. This would surely bring calamity upon the common folk, resulting in countless casualties." Upon hearing this, the members of the Jinui Manor realized he was a high-ranking figure from the Xianyu Royal House. What was the Xianyu Royal House? It was the very sky of Xianyu province. They might survive after all. Lin Cha's eyes flickered. The Link Suzy before him actually hailed from the Xianyu Royal House, a lineage protected by a late nascent soul cultivator. Lin Cha was naturally unwilling to let the Jinui Manor off the hook. The enmity between them had already been sealed. If they retreated now, the Jinui Manor, backed by the Xianyu Royal House, would surely unleash fierce retaliation against the mythic sect. Gazing down at the Jinui Manor below, Lin Cha offered Ling Shuji a faint smile. "It's simple. Our mythic sect will replace the Jinui Manor and assist the Prince's Manor in securing Qingli. The Jinui Manor now has only one golden core cultivator left. They no longer possess the capability to suppress the major powers of Qingli. But our mythology sect can." Ling Shuji listened to Lin Cha's words, a look of approval spreading across his face. The mythology sect replacing the Jinui Manor is indeed a sound proposal. The Jinui Manor was already crippled, having lost its absolute power of suppression. The mythology sect was stronger than the Jinui Manor. Ling Shuzi regarded Lin Cha yet did not make an immediate decision. This fellow wants the mythic sect to replace the Jinui Manor and continue serving the Xianyu Royal House. Lin Cha understood what Ling Shuzi was waiting for. The Xianyao Royal House sought to co-opt their player faction for its own purposes. Therefore, Lin Cha declared decisively, "Rest assured, fellow Daoist. Once our mythic sect replaces the Jinui Manor, we shall naturally pledge our loyalty to the Prince's Manor. Should the Prince's Manor issue an order, every member of our mythic sect would die 10,000 times without hesitation. Why pass up such a powerful ally? Especially when it was the strongest and most influential one available at this stage." Seeing Lin Cha's declaration, Ling Shuzi nodded in satisfaction. He tossed Lin Cha a token, an identity token of the Xianyao Royal House. Then he departed. The Jinui Manor's people undoubtedly plummeted from heaven to hell in an instant. Their hopes shattered, the specter of annihilation loomed once more. Lin Cha wasted no time, wiping out the entire Jinui Manor. Lady Jinui fought to the death, only to meet her end within the exterminating Immortal's sword formation. What surprised Lin Cha was that despite slaughtering her way through the Jinui Manor and annihilating it, no one came to stop her. This wasn't because the Jinui Manor lacked allies, but rather that the cost of intervening far outweighed the potential gains. Congratulations to player Lin Cha for seizing Qingli County, earning 100,000 fortune points. A single county yielded 100,000 fortune points. This meant another opportunity to upgrade the fortune treasure. Having seized Qingli County, Lin Cha naturally prepared to take up residence there. This development sent the entire mythic sect into a flurry of activity. Zhang Woming scoured Qingli County for the most auspicious feng shui site to establish the sect's headquarters, nearly exhausting himself in the process. As for Lin Cha, she was naturally overseeing a major upgrade for the sect. She had accumulated a dazzling array of gift packs, along with opportunity tokens, disciple tokens, and randomized treasures. With all this free time on her hands, how could Lin Cha possibly resist? Chapter 96, Opening Another Mystery Box. Luo Tian surveyed the dazzling array of items, pondering for a moment. Fighting such a lavishly resourced battle for the first time, he felt momentarily at a loss. Better start by opening this high-grade post-human fortune treasure to calm my nerves. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained the Soul Summoning Order, a high-grade post-heaven fortune treasure. Soul Summoning Order, a high-grade post-heaven fortune treasure that can suppress a sect's fortune. Level 1 effect, bind to any sect member, boosting their innate talent and comprehension to 60. Note, after binding, the bound character cannot consume heavenly treasures to enhance aptitude. Binding is released upon the bound character's death, allowing a new character to be selected. Upgrade, 0-100 fortune. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. This could designate one person to elevate them to purple tier quality. Luo Tian promptly upgraded the Soul Summoning Order to level 4. Its effects changed. Instead of boosting talent and insight to 60, it now raised them to 68 and added 3 additional effects. Cultivation speed plus 10%, damage plus 10%, damage reduction plus 5%. Further upgrades required 100,000 fortune points, far beyond what Luo Tian possessed. Extending his divine sense outward, Luo Tian spotted Li Ernio meditating in deep cultivation. Poor kid. Luo Tian sighed softly. As one of the original trio, he still cared deeply for him. But this kid had terrible luck, family bonds, romance, and opportunities all passed him by. Luo Tian resolved to lend Li Ernio a hand. This stroke of fortune is yours to claim. What lies ahead depends entirely on the path you choose to walk. Luo Tian bound the soul summoning order to Li Ernio. Li Ernio, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly felt his progress accelerate dramatically. In an instant, he broke through from the 5th level of Qi cultivation to the 6th. He looked up at the sky, but there was nothing there. Could diligence truly compensate for shortcomings? Did my senior brothers and masters deceive me? Li Ernio could feel his cultivation speed had genuinely accelerated. This was no illusion. Overjoyed, he redoubled his cultivation efforts. Luo Tian witnessed the scene and merely smiled before activating the next treasure of destiny. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained the post-heaven middle grade fortune treasure, birth-giving sacred tree special category. Birth-giving treasure tree, special category, post-heaven middle grade fortune treasure, cannot be upgraded. Effect: within the domain, one additional infant with cultivation potential will appear among every 100,000 newborns. Luo Tian pondered this. With the county's population as a small target, millions were born each year. If dozens more infants with cultivation potential appeared annually regardless of quality, long-term gains were inevitable. After all, the Moonwatch sect's territory had previously housed 50 to 60 million people, yet only 100 or so possessed cultivation aptitude. The only regret was that it couldn't be upgraded. With 95,300 fortune points remaining, Luo Tian upgraded all his previous fortune treasures one by one, bringing them all to level 4. The Crimson Phoenix Crown reached level 4, granting the entire sect a plus 4% success rate for foundation establishment breakthroughs. Additionally, it now provided a 5% reduction in critical injuries suffered upon failure. This was excellent, a comprehensive enhancement. A mere 5% difference could mean life or death. Cultivating each disciple was no easy feat. Minimizing casualties was crucial. The Eternal Map of All Beings was upgraded to level 4, granting plus 4% cultivation speed, plus 4% lifespan, 9% damage taken from earth element spells, and an additional effect. Increases the entire sect's insight by plus 1. Xiaoping and S directly broke through the 100 threshold, reaching the lower limit of red grade quality. While Zhang Ping'an was lost in affectionate moments at the Mystic Physician Valley, a sudden flash of insight struck him. The 5 Thunder Sutras suddenly advanced to its 7th tier. But it didn't stop there. One after another, divine arts and spells flashed through his mind without exception. Each one reached a new level of mastery. Could this be the legendary moment of enlightenment? Zhang Ping'an pondered for a moment, feeling his mind suddenly grow much sharper. Things that had previously seemed obscure and difficult to grasp suddenly became crystal clear. Within the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian was highly satisfied. The collective increase in insight by 1 point was no less potent than the entire group consuming a heavenly treasure. With increased lifespan, Elder Zhou should live much longer now. Next was the demon capture record. This was no less valuable than gaining an additional wandering permit, and Luo Tian held it in high regard. However, the demon hunting record itself hadn't changed much. Upgrading it to level 4 only added a 5% damage reduction. After reaching level 4, the Mystic Wood Spirit Hoe boosted spirit field yields by 8% and gained an additional effect, a 1% increase in the chance to produce higher grade spirit items. It transformed from invisible luck into visible luck. After tinkering with the fortune treasure, Luo Tian began opening blueprints. Among the 6 purple quality blueprints, to Luo Tian's surprise, one actually yielded a teleportation array. The other 5 included 1 spirit summoning platform, 1,000 swords platform, 1 talismans pavilion, 1 alchemy pavilion, and 1 artifact forging pavilion. Their effects were largely similar to blue tier blueprints, except they each added a 1% mana cost reduction. After reaching level 4, it also gained a 5% mental energy consumption bonus. Notably, the 1,000 swords platform. 1,000 swords platform purple. Level 4 effect, plus 4% success rate in comprehending sword intent, plus 18% sword cultivation experience gain, plus 1% chance to obtain blue grade or higher sword intent, unlockable once every 10 years. The Taishu Dao sect finally possesses its own sword cultivation lineage. Most earth tier spells and artifacts were low grade, with only 1 high grade spell Stellar Array Body Transformation, 1 mid grade spell 9 Spheres Piercing the Sky, and 1 mid grade artifact Soul Capturing Brush. As for cultivation techniques, they received 1 top-tier Earth-grade technique, the Heavenly Manifestation Spirit Gathering Record, which could absorb the souls of all things for personal use. It looked like a demonic art no matter how you looked at it. Earth-tier rare treasures primarily aided purple-grade disciples in enhancing innate talent or insight, with a small chance to unlock new talents. As sect foundations, they were best reserved for grand competitions as rewards for disciples. 3 Epic Traveler Gift Packs. Luo Tian combined all 3 into one. While the pack itself remained unchanged, the items it yielded proved quite practical. Heaven Grade Inferior Sect Protecting Grand Formation, 10,000 Spirits 4 Symbols Array. Just as they were preparing to relocate to Qingli County, acquiring a new formation arrived at the perfect moment. This provided Luo Tian with a powerful dose of reassurance. Now only the Fate Token and Disciple Recruitment Token remained. After spending another half-month, Luo Tian exhausted all the purple-grade Disciple Recruitment Tokens and purple-grade Fate Tokens. He even dug up several graves. This wasn't out of desire to dig them up, but because opportunities were hidden within the graves. Earth-grade items were scarce. It took 6 purple opportunity orders to obtain just 3 such treasures. Among them was an Earth-grade Heaven and Earth treasure, the Heaven and Earth Seal. It reduced enemy damage by 20%. It affects an entire group. This was arguably the greatest haul. The remaining items, when converted to spirit stones, amounted to roughly 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. After all that effort, only 1 golden Fate token remained. Over a year had passed, yet Luo Tian had never laid eyes on a golden opportunity token before. This was his first time obtaining a golden grade opportunity token. At the very least, it's a heaven grade item. Filled with anticipation, Luo Tian immediately activated the golden opportunity token to begin his search. Luo Tian never dreamed that his departure would span an entire month. The crucial point was that even after a month, he hadn't found any trace of the golden opportunity. Could it be that the opportunity spawned and someone else picked it up? The most dreadful thought crossed Luo Tian's mind. All his efforts had been for naught, only to benefit someone else. Another half-month passed before Luo Tian arrived at a territory known as Tsangzhou. Chapter 97, The Tree of Immortality. Finally, persistence paid off. After another half-month, 2 months in total, he had finally located the opportunity associated with the golden opportunity token. In the center of the sea lay a mist-shrouded islet. No human footprints marred its surface, as if a natural formation shielded the island from the world. Without Luo Tian's guidance, he might never have discovered this island. As Luo Tian stepped onto the island, everything appeared like a fairyland on Earth. There was not a single trace of human existence, only a pristine primeval forest. Finally, Luo Tian discovered an object floating at the heart of the primeval forest, the very item the golden opportunity token had guided him to. Tree of Immortality, Heavenly Grade Treasure. Effects: within the Tree of Immortality's influence, all allied cultivators gain plus 50% spirit power recovery, 50% damage taken, and 10% injury. Effect ceases when the tree's spirit power is depleted. Holy! Luo Tian realized this was a goddamn game changer for battle. After this battle, having a super healer like this on the side would make morale skyrocket. Staring at the towering, sturdy tree radiating with elemental energy, Luo Tian decided to rest here a while longer. Perfect timing to refine the Tree of Immortality. Since it was ownerless, even if it was a heaven-tier treasure, refining it would take a few months at most. With Elder Zhou and the others at the sect headquarters, things should be fine, right? After careful consideration, Luo Tian concluded there shouldn't be any complications. Within the Taishu Dao sect. After 2 months of painstaking effort, Zhou the half-immortal finally located an auspicious feng shui site suitable for the sect's relocation. Upon returning to the sect, he prepared to discuss important matters with Luo Tian. Inside the Taishu hall, there was no sign of Luo Tian. His cave residence stood utterly empty. Zhou Banxian questioned several elders, even summoning Zhang Ping'an from the distant Shuani Valley for questioning. Yet still, there was no news. Strange? Could it be that the sect master has left on urgent business? Zhou Banxian pondered for a moment. The unreliable sect master, when leaving without notice, would never be gone longer than half a month. This time, 2 months had passed, utterly implausible. He figured the master would return soon enough. But, after waiting a month, Zhou Banxian began to sense something was amiss. 3 months had passed since the sect leader's departure, and still no word. With that kid's hidden cards, as long as he doesn't run into a true lord-level opponent, he could easily and calmly retreat even if surrounded by other factions. Zhou Banxian had faith in Luo Tian's hidden cards. Earth-grade magical artifacts, treasured as ultimate trump cards by other factions, Luo Tian could pull out several at once. Earth-grade cultivation techniques and divine abilities, treasures that sparked bloody wars when passed down as inheritances, lined an entire shelf in his library. Even his former faction hadn't been that generous. Zhou Banxian still believed in Luo Tian. Then, another 2 months passed. Over half a year had passed since Luo Tian's departure. Still no word. Zhou Banxian's expression darkened with worry. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a broken wheel. Then, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Meanwhile, on the Immortal Isle, Luo Tian slowly opened his eyes. He calculated the time. 4 months had passed. It had been half a year since he left the sect. A sudden pang of guilt washed over Luo Tian. Having vanished for such an extended period, he had no idea how the sect was faring now. Old Master Zhou was probably cursing him out by now. The Tree of Immortality was safely tucked away in his possession. Luo Tian glanced at the chat channels again. The world chat channel was still quiet. The other provinces hadn't completed their achievements yet. Administrators like Li Long had sent private messages a few days prior, confirming they'd made contact with the remaining 8 provinces. Luo Tian, which sect is the top one in Song province? Since Luo Tian happened to be in Suzhou, he figured he might as well incorporate it while he was here. Organize a 9 provinces player conference. Gather intelligence on the 9 provinces. This is the true Qinglong society. Li Long glanced over and thought to himself, the boss truly lives up to his name. He's even made his way to Suzhou. Li Long, boss, Suzhou's top player is Lin Wushuang, the sect master of the Holy Void sect. He's established a faction called the Sky Shrouding Society. After speaking, Li Long pondered for a moment, sensing something off. Luo Tian. There's always someone more showy than him. That's just how normal netizens are these days. Since he was the top player, his location wasn't a secret. Luo Tian received the address of the Holy Void sect, then made his way to the Lingjue Hall first. The Lingjue Hall was a major power in Suzhou, equivalent to the Tai sect in Changning County. Though they probably weren't as formidable as the old guard of the Tai sect. Luo Tian casually asked a medium-sized family for the Lingjue Hall's address. The clan head, seeing Luo Tian strut into the city, was about to rebuke him. But when he witnessed the overwhelming supernatural phenomena erupting behind Luo Tian, he was utterly dumbfounded. Even after Luo Tian finished asking his question and left, the clan head remained in a daze. This bloke was actually a Purple Palace great immortal in person. The entire clan nearly perished. Terrified, the clan immediately changed their rules, treating all visiting cultivators with utmost courtesy and respect from that day forward. Luo Tian remained unaware of the clan leader's inner turmoil. He had come to Suzhou on business, not to stir trouble. After leaving the Lingjue Hall, Luo Tian sought out Suzhou's top player, Lin Wushuang of the Holy Void sect, aiming to establish a communication channel across the 9 provinces. Xingshu sect. Lin Wushuang was puzzled. By all logic, he should be the chosen one. He should be leading Suzhou's players to grow stronger and more influential. But days ago, he received devastating news. Xiuzhu had already cleared the dungeon, unlocking the 9 provinces instance. This ing news sent a chill through Lin Wushuang's heart. Seated around the large round table were Suzhou's elite players. 13 of them, all from second-tier sects, Suzhou's chosen elite. Their numbers were 2 or 3 times fewer than those of Xiuzhu. Everyone, make up your minds. Do we need to enlist Qi Youzhou's help to complete the Heaven's Mandate quest? Lin Wushuang looked at the others, who remained silent, feeling somewhat helpless. Relying on Qi Youzhou to complete the Heavenly Mandate quest would inevitably allow them to claim a share of the spoils. No one dared to voice this suggestion. Though they all hailed from Water Blue Star, in this alien world, they operated independently. After Qiyu province entered the fray, every player from Suzhou instinctively united, choosing to align themselves by province. No one wanted to invite a powerful patron who might seize resources rightfully theirs. Alliance leader, you must decide. Ultimately, the responsibility fell back on Lin Wushuang. Feeling overwhelmed, Lin Wushuang cut straight to the point. Those opposed to allowing players from Qiyu province to assist us in Suzhou with our mission, raise your hands. This time, there was movement. Out of the 13 present, including Lin Wushuang, 7 hands went up. The outcome was clear. Lin Wushuang felt a surge of joy inside. He announced, then we approve the assistance from players in Xiuzhu. Lin Wushuang paused, realizing something felt off about his statement. A bald man looked at Lin Wushuang and asked, Leader, did you misstate something? 7-6, shouldn't that mean we approve the assistance from the players of Xiuzhu? All eyes turned to the bald man. The bald man gave an awkward smile. My apologies, I spoke too quickly. We should agree to accept assistance from players in Xiuzhu. Everyone. A young man clad in a cloak stood up, fuming. Alliance leader. And you big bald head. What kind of joke is this? You all thought the same thing, so why bother raising your hands? The end result was still letting Xiuzhu in. Lin Wushuang shrugged helplessly. This isn't my fault. If you don't believe me, go ahead and explain it yourself. Is it our fault, or is it something else? The youth shot him a contemptuous look. Suzhou's resources should be used to let Qi Youzhou enter the pass and help us. Before he could finish, he clamped his hand over his mouth, terror flashing in his eyes. What he meant to say was, how could Suzhou's resources be shared with players from Xiuzhu? That wasn't helping them, it was outright plundering. Yet the words that escaped his lips had twisted into an entirely different thought. The others sensed something amiss, their expressions shifting between shock and unease. Lin Wushuang sighed softly. I hadn't realized players from a third-tier sect had already emerged in Xiuzhu. No wonder they were the first to unlock the 9 provinces instance. Sir, come out and talk. The other top players from Suzhou felt a chill run down their spines, even a cold sweat. A level 3 player had emerged in Xiuzhu. And they'd come to Suzhou, hiding here. Your intuition is sharp. A faint voice of praise drifted from the void. Unbeknownst to anyone, a youth clad in feathered robes sat alone at the opposite end of the table, leisurely brewing a cup of spirit tea. Bull about good intuition. Even the dumbest person could tell something was off here. Lin Wushuang muttered inwardly. The other Sangzhou players, however, lacked Lin Wuxuang's composure. One by one, they froze like petrified statues. If this man harbored even a shred of murderous intent, every single one of them present would die. You must be the alliance leader of Qiyu province. Lin Wuxuang's tone was unwavering. Chapter 98, Return to the Clan. Luo Tian took a sip of tea, set the cup down, and replied calmly, "Now you should be able to give my Qiyu state an answer." Truthfully, the nature of the response mattered little. Whatever they uttered would ultimately amount to consent. Yet Luo Tian still respected these fellow countrymen, deliberately seeking their input to ensure their acceptance. Such was the power of the Purple Palace. A 9th-rank true immortal like Luo Tian could effortlessly alter a person's thoughts, compelling anyone who defied him to change their stance. Do we even have a second choice? The players from Sangzhou felt bitter. Damn it, even a third-tier sect showed up, specifically making a trip to Sangzhou. How much importance could they possibly place on Sangzhou? Lin Wuxuang was exhausted. He cut straight to the point, "Bro, whatever you say goes. You're the strong one here, I'm sticking with you." A wise man knows when to yield. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. "I'll construct a teleportation array here, connecting the two states. This will help Sangzhou swiftly complete the Heavens Mandate event and unlock the 9 provinces' privileges. This is a race against time. Don't harbor any resentment. The sooner you unlock the 9 provinces' privileges, the greater the benefits. You're all smart people. You must have noticed the Heavens Will system only gives limited resources to us players in the Great Yu Dynasty. Only a few can soar to the top with those resources. First step leads to every step." Luo Tian coaxed them gently, painting a rosy picture. "You even got your hands on something like a teleportation array, brother? And one that spans provinces?" Lin Wuxuang was astonished. He knew teleportation arrays well. They were nothing short of strategic artifacts. Luo Tian nodded. Lin Wuxuang was utterly helpless. Sangzhou was finished now that they possessed a teleportation array. Seeing no hint of resistance from the Sangzhou group, Luo Tian asked curiously, "What were the first and second Heavens Will events in your Sangzhou?" Lin Wuxuang didn't hide anything. The first Destiny event was called Chaotic Dance of Demons. A blood-red sun and moon appeared in the sky, both appearing and vanishing in an instant. Many people died in Sangzhou. Locals below the Purple Palace realm don't remember a thing about it, as if they collectively lost their memories. We players only vaguely recall this event, unable to remember much detail. Luo Tian thought to himself, so it seems the first event across all 9 provinces is identical, an utterly bizarre celestial mandate event known as the Chaos of Demons. Lin Wuxuang continued, "The second Heavens Will event required achieving results in the Void Sea instance. Many local prodigies participated in the Void Sea instance, and as long as you secured a good result each time, it counted." Luo Tian inquired, "How much longer until your second Destiny event opens?" "Another year and a half." Lin Wuxuang replied with a wry smile. Originally scheduled for 2.5 years, a year had already passed. Luo Tian pondered for a moment, suspecting that not every province's second Destiny event was identical. He wondered if it was influenced by the timing of the first Heavens Will event. Or perhaps it was due to the distinct customs and traditions of each province. Landing in Qiyu province had been fortunate for them, though the players participating in the Dao Quest assembly were generally weak. But unlocking the 9 provinces' permissions was fast. Quickly unlocking privileges grants a decisive advantage, especially considering that the elite combatants of Qiyu province have reaped immense benefits from the Dao Inquiry Assembly. Their collective strength has surged, rendering their overall combat power utterly overwhelming to players from other provinces. After grasping this, Luo Tian set up a teleportation array at the Holy Void sect. He only needed to return to the Great Void Dao sect to install a teleportation core. The only drawback was that teleportation arrays charged based on distance. The journey between Chiuzu and Sangzhou would cost a hefty sum, even for a single traveler. Crucially, special structures couldn't be upgraded. After eliminating Sangzhou's high-level player groups, Luo Tian set off once more on his journey back to the Taishu Dao sect. Yawn. All along the way, Luo Tian couldn't stop sneezing. Could a mighty Purple Palace Grand Immortal possibly catch a chill? Luo Tian promptly dismissed the absurd notion from his mind. Seems someone's been missing me. Wonder if Elder Zhou found that auspicious feng shui spot for the sect's relocation yet. Luo Tian mused inwardly. This departure from the sect seemed to have lasted rather long, nearly half a year since he'd left. It did feel a bit like the life of a wandering son. Finally, after half a year, Luo Tian had finally returned to the Taishu Dao sect. After half a year, the sect had undergone significant changes. The spiritual energy had grown considerably denser. Numerous new faces had appeared within the sect, elders as well as disciples. Thankfully, he hadn't been barred from entering by his own people after his journey. Luo Tian felt relieved. As the sect master, being barred at the outer gates would have been a major embarrassment. It seems Elder Zhou has managed the sect quite well during my absence. I wonder if he's found that auspicious location in Qingli County yet. Luo Tian pondered this matter. Staying crowded in Changning County wasn't a viable long-term solution. Sooner or later, conflict with the Tai sect would be inevitable. Whether relations were good was one matter. Mutual interests were another matter entirely. Luo Tian's return to the sect caused quite a stir. The sect leader, who had vanished for over half a year, had finally come back. Luo Tian encountered many familiar faces, yet many others were absent. For instance, his senior disciple Zheng Ping'an had ventured out in search of an opportunity to break through to the Purple Palace realm. Breaking through the Purple Palace realm was no easy feat. Even Tai Xuanzi, who possessed the same golden quality cultivation, had been stuck for 5, 6, 7, or even 8 years without progress. His second disciple, Su Chang, had risen to become the sect's chief steward, handling urgent matters both within and outside the sect. His cultivation had also advanced considerably, reaching the 7th level of foundation establishment. His youngest disciple, Chu Mozhang, had devoted himself entirely to cultivation. He had now successfully established his foundation and reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. Su Cheng felt immense pressure. The slightest lapse in effort risked being surpassed by his junior disciples. Truly the reincarnation of a great power, a genius cultivating the path of forgetfulness. Luo Tian felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the very dream of cultivators like them, seeking immortality and the way. Among the purple grade disciples, Luo Tian was surprised to find that someone had actually broken through the foundation establishment stage. By Luo Tian's estimation, even the fastest progressing purple tier disciples would likely need 2 to 3 years to achieve foundation establishment. Among the player group, aside from himself, no other disciple had yet broken through to the foundation establishment realm. As for the purple quality disciples in Chiuzu and Sangzhou, Luo Tian hadn't heard of any of them breaking through to foundation establishment either. Within the sect, the one who had broken through to foundation establishment was neither Nan Hongsang nor Li Erniu. It was Xiao Buyu. This latecomer surpassing the early ones came as quite a surprise to Luo Tian. He even established the Yuanlian peak within the sect, recruiting several disciples with promising aptitude. Overall, the sect's development was thriving. After learning about the sect's recent developments from Yun Tianhua, Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction. A competent sect requires little concern from its leader. Sect Master. Yun Tianhua seemed to recall something, hesitating to speak. Luo Tian grew curious. What could possibly make Yun Tianhua hesitate like this? Old Yun, could it be that the sect has faced other upheavals during my absence? Could it be that some faction had taken advantage of his absence to bully the smaller sect? After much hesitation, Yun Tianhua finally spoke. Master, you vanished for over half a year. Elder Zhou has repeatedly stated that once you return, he intends to leave the sect and resume his life as a wandering Taoist. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian was alarmed. If Elder Zhou left, wouldn't all these troublesome matters fall on his shoulders? That won't do. Master Zhou mustn't slip away. You scoundrel, Yun Tianhua! Sneaking behind my back to report on me? Master Zhou's voice echoed from afar. Zhou Banxian, who had been handling affairs outside the sect, returned to the sect. Upon hearing that sect leader Luo Tian had returned, the first thing he did was rush back to the sect. But you're right about one thing, this old man does intend to resign as sect elder and wander the world. Zhou Banxian snorted coldly, his voice brimming with resentment. Luo Tian checked his loyalty points. 95 points. He could finally relax. Chapter 99, Sect Affairs. Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned and asked, Master Zhou, have you used the divination method again? Zhou Banxian's injuries had worsened. Zhou Banxian snapped irritably, you brat vanished without a word for half a year. Who knows what godforsaken corner you crawled into, or what dangers you faced? How could I not use divination to track your whereabouts? But your fate pattern is damn strange. Luo Tian cleared his throat awkwardly. He didn't know if it was due to the heavens will system or his innate talent as a transmigrator, but his fate defied divination. Master Zhou had been backfired on more than once for forcing divination on him. This time, driven to desperation, he'd chosen to try again. The injuries he sustained were more severe than ever before. But he truly hadn't meant to withhold information. He hadn't anticipated that following the Golden Fate Token's guidance would lead him all the way to Sangzhou. Even in Sangzhou, he feared exposing his whereabouts. After all, numerous factions in Chiuzu sought his death. Death itself wasn't terrifying. He possessed divine abilities that could resurrect him within his sect. But he was carrying precious treasures, including the heavenly grade heaven and earth treasure, the Tree of Immortality. If someone were to loot him, Luo Tian felt it would be no different from using up both his lives. Only Li Long knew his whereabouts, and that was only after he had secured the heavenly grade treasure and informed him. Explaining it all would take too long. Zhou Banxian listened with a mix of belief and doubt. With a flicker of thought, Luo Tian summoned the shadow of the Tree of Immortality, radiating abundant vitality. In an instant, Luo Tian retracted the tree. Seeing the two men staring at him with eyes wide with horror, utterly stunned, he sighed helplessly and said, Old Zhou, do you believe me now? It's not that I didn't want to inform you, Master Zhou. It's just that the matter is of such gravity that caution is imperative. The fleeting glimpse of the Tree of Eternal Life left an indelible impression in both their minds. A legendary heavenly tier treasure. Throughout the entire Great Yu dynasty, only the imperial capital was rumored to possess such a heavenly grade treasure. Master Zhou refrained from pressing further. The matter was indeed grave, and Luo Tian's decision to conceal his whereabouts was undoubtedly the wisest course. If others discovered that Luo Tian possessed a heavenly tier treasure, it would likely spell utter destruction. Those golden core immortals, divine lords, and even heavenly sovereigns would surely come for him. Yun Tianhua gritted his teeth, transforming his soul essence into the sharpest blade to cleave through his own mind. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell unconscious. Luo Tian sighed, Old Yun, why must you do this? He trusted Yun Tianhua implicitly. After all, a 95% loyalty rating was rare indeed. Yun Tianhua severed the memories of the Tree of Immortality outright. A heavenly tier treasure was a matter of utmost importance. Seeing this, Zhou Banxian also moved to sever his memories of the heavenly tier treasure. Luo Tian rushed to stop him. Zhou Banxian countered, Your fate is unique, defying even the most powerful divine calculations. But should I perish one day, or if my thoughts are detected by such divine powers, it would spell utter ruin for our sect. In the absence of absolute power, the existence of heavenly tier treasures must never be revealed. Having spoken these words, Zhou Banxian coughed up a mouthful of blood and, like Yun Tianhua, fell unconscious. Fortunately, their injuries were not severe, requiring only a period of recuperation. This incident also served as a stark reminder to Luo Tian. The value of a heavenly tier treasure in this realm was likely far greater than he had ever imagined. Yun Tianhua and Zhou Banxian remained unconscious for 3 days. Upon waking, both had lost all memory of that day. Yun Tianhua was fine. Though puzzled, he quickly came to terms with it through self-suggestion. Zhou Banxian, however, awoke declaring his intent to leave the sect and wander the world. Luo Tian immediately summoned his divine soul, retrieving both Zhou who had secretly slipped down the mountain and the abducted Jing'an. The little girl Zhou, who had sneaked down the mountain, saw that it was the sect master who had been brought back. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately began to act coy. Unfortunately, Luo Tian wasn't falling for that. Without first comforting Master Zhou, little Zhou's hopes of leaving the mountain would be dashed. Being unable to go down the mountain was undoubtedly a painful ordeal for such a greedy little girl. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Master Zhou's desire to leave was completely dispelled. After all, it was only natural that an elder needed a little coaxing. Luo Tian expressed his deep respect for the older generation. Therefore, he entrusted all matters concerning the sect's relocation to Master Zhou. That's what you call giving someone importance. With Zhou, the ultimate trump card, firmly in his grasp, Zhou Banxian had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept the responsibility. I wonder if this world holds any spiritual treasures that extend lifespan. We absolutely must find some to add years to old Master Zhou's life. Luo Tian pondered inwardly. Master Zhou's lifespan was already limited, and he had repeatedly sacrificed portions of it for Luo Tian's calculations. The longevity bonus from the eternal map of all beings had been entirely consumed by Zhou Banxian's calculations, leaving him even worse off. In the days that followed, Master Zhou and the elders were kept busy. Of course, Luo Tian wasn't idle either. He did one thing. He mined spirit stones. Now, his net worth, converted into low-grade spirit stones, was so immense that calling him a billionaire would be an understatement. To establish a new sect, he generously splashed out tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, leaving Zhou Banxian stunned into silence. It was the first time Zhou had ever seen such a vast quantity of spirit stones. After pondering it for a moment, he felt it was far too much. He had no idea how to even begin using it all. But Luo Tian insisted on spending 10 million spirit stones to build the sect. It had to be grand. Master Zhou, you're still too honest. 10 million spirit stones might not even be enough to buy a single person. Luo Tian shook his head. This was precisely why he felt so confident in trusting the sect's affairs to Zhou Banxian. Master Zhou's only personal attachment was to that little girl, Zhou. Besides, that little girl Zhou couldn't cultivate. These days, Luo Tian found himself with plenty of free time. Each day, he'd pass the time caring for Luo Ming, taking the little one fishing. Though not yet 3 years old, he was a red-tiered genius of the sect. Luo Tian still held him in high regard. In the cultivation world, age holds little significance. This little one will inevitably grow stronger. In the future, he might even surpass the senior disciple Zheng Ping'an to become the pillar of the sect. Gifted children must be taught from a young age to cultivate sound values. Though not yet 3 years old, Luo Ming had not begun formal cultivation. Relying solely on his body's innate ability to absorb spiritual energy, he already possessed the cultivation level of the 5th stage of Qi cultivation. Occasionally, Luo Tian would invite Li Long and several other administrators from the Supreme Immortal Alliance to join a card game or mahjong session to pass the time. With their network of spies in place, Li Long and his group successfully made contact with several nearby states. Through this, Luo Tian also gained insight into players from other provinces. Xiyu province stood head and shoulders above the rest in terms of strength. By now, it had over 100 second-tier sect masters. Other provinces, like Tianzhou and Yuzhou, boasted 20 to 30 second-tier sect masters, all representing the top tier of strength. These 2 provinces, the strongest in the 9 provinces, seemed to attract players with exceptional luck. However, the second Destiny event had been triggered relatively late. After some discussion, Yuzhou agreed to join the 9 provinces council and permitted players from Chiyu province to participate in the second Destiny event. Tianzhou, however, remained in deliberation. Though termed consideration, Luo Tian suspected it was merely stalling. If necessary, he might have to personally visit and choose an auspicious date. Beyond the 3 major states, the remaining 4 territories were considered passable. Take Xinzhou, for instance, boasting 13 players from second-tier sects. Some had over a dozen players from second-tier sects, while others had at least several. Chapter 100, Bounty. The 4 major provinces held no ground against Chiyu province. Even if they refused to allow Chiyu province players to participate, it would be futile. They simply agreed after sending a few players to negotiate. The remaining Liangzhou and Yunzhou, however, represented the weakest player groups among the 9 provinces. Not a single player from a second-tier sect could be found. Their luck was truly beyond belief. Even the first Heaven's Mandate event had yet to commence. So, Sun Jin fled to Yunzhou? Luo Tian stroked his chin as he listened to Li Long's report. Sure enough, that bastard was causing trouble, and now he'd fled all the way to Yunzhou. Does he intend to become a local warlord? Alliance leader, should we dispatch some players to hunt down Sun Jin? Li Long asked. Luo Tian nodded. Just make Sun Jin's name public. Offer a bounty of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Many were willing to hunt him down, as Sun Jin still possessed several valuable items. However, those items held little value to him. As a Purple Palace Great Immortal, he saw no need to risk his life by traveling thousands of miles to hunt down a minor figure. Li Long nodded and promptly went to handle the matter. Among them, Zhou Yongwan was the most enraged. That very day, he set off for Yunzhou to hunt Sun Jin down. Arrange for some high-level players to relocate the sect to Qingli County soon. Luo Tian instructed Li Long. Now, the players of Chiyu Prefecture were effectively under his command. Many high-level players had pledged allegiance to Luo Tian, becoming affiliates of the Taishu Dao sect. These players were like elite troops under his command, a private force. Losing even one of them would pain Luo Tian deeply. Li Long nodded again. A year ago, we were all dreaming of a temporary settlement for our players, not knowing when it might come to pass. Never did we imagine the alliance leader would secure a territory for us so swiftly. Li Long reflected, realizing they had now been in this world for 2 years. They were destined to spend long years in this world. 2 years were but a tiny ripple in that vast expanse of time. Ultimately, everything still came down to strength. Only with strength could one hold sway in this world. The Emo sect in Xianming Cave, whose Purple Palace Great Immortals had been slaughtered by Luo Tian, dared not even harbor hatred toward him. All because he possessed the cultivation of the 9th heaven of the Purple Palace. This thought brought back memories of how he had pondered cultivation methods during this period. No matter how much he contemplated, he could not actively increase his spiritual power. This confirmed to Luo Tian that players like them neither needed nor could cultivate. Cultivation advancement required no step-by-step training at all, only completing the Heaven's Mandate Ascension quests. This reminded Luo Tian of the Yun Dynasty school he had studied in his previous life. What they were now called the sect lineage seemed more like the very soul of a sect's destiny. In the second year after crossing into the Heaven's Will world, the regional channel erupted in chaos. Guys, I finally got purple gear. I can relocate to the Alliance leader's territory too. So jealous. The guy above must be possessed by a god of luck. Let me soak up some of that luck. I'm soaking it up, soaking it up, soaking it up. Too bad I only got a blue quality disciple. Sigh. You jerk, you're just showing off, aren't you? Not satisfied with blue quality? The annual free gacha event always sees some lucky players emerge. Of course, there are also the unlucky ones. Luo Tian stared at the system notification as thunder rumbled across the entire mountain peak. Inner sect elders and disciples alike turned their gaze toward the main peak, puzzled as to who had offended the sect master this time. What could have provoked the sect master's wrath to such an extent? Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained a white quality disciple. Your disciple is on the way. White grade. In the current Taishu Dao sect, that's barely good enough to be a menial servant. Whatever. I'm not a lucky bastard anyway, I'm a total loser. Luo Tian sighed, glancing at the Transmigrators gift pack. It had been a year since he last opened one. The package contained exactly 365 items, not one more, not one less. As for why it was so precise? He'd already used up the extra ones. Luo Tian proceeded to synthesize the gift packs he'd accumulated over the year one by one. 1 quarter's worth yielded an epic tier package. Half a year, epic gift pack. Luo Tian was stunned. Was the gap between epic and legendary really this vast? After a moment's hesitation, he continued synthesizing all the gift packs into one. Still an epic gift pack. Damn it! Luo Tian felt his vision darken. After synthesizing gift packs for an entire year, it was still only an epic gift pack. Fuming, he opened it immediately. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained the golden grade divine ability, Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Body. Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Body Gold allows the user to switch their attributes to any of the 5 elements and additionally grants one innate divine ability of that element. Luo Tian's face instantly brightened. I knew saving up gift packs for a whole year would finally yield something extraordinary. The Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Body, simply the ability to randomly switch to any of the 5 elements attributes alone, made it worthy of its golden quality divine power. The 5 elements inherently interact through mutual generation and mutual restraint. He could now randomly switch the attributes of his cultivation techniques to counter opponents specializing in the 5 elements Tao. The 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation Body was too one-dimensional. If he encountered someone like his second disciple, Su Chang, with his Wind Thunder Dao physique, Luo Tian would explode on the spot. Now, however, that worry was gone. Not to mention that after switching attributes, he could also gain a random divine ability of that element. Luo Tian estimated the minimum would be a purple grade divine ability. Metal governs slaughter, wood governs life, water governs control, fire governs damage amplification, earth governs defense. He could tank, deal damage, escape, and hold enemies, all while possessing tenacious vitality. Luo Tian decisively chose the equipment. Dual elemental, maxed out pentagram, and 2 extra lives. With all 3 divine abilities equipped, unlocking additional slots required divine ability stones. To obtain divine power stones, Luo Tian could only wait for the next destiny event to begin. Wonder if the Traveler's Gift Pack might yield this sort of thing. The boosts granted by divine abilities were undeniably immense. The destiny event in Yuzhou is about to begin. It seems to involve exploring a secret realm, and only disciples are permitted to participate. Half a year should be sufficient to reach Yuzhou. Let Xiao Mozi make the journey. Luo Tian made his decision, choosing to send Chu Mozhang to Yuzhou for training. After all, as a reincarnated great being, his methods were no ordinary feat. Yuzhou was an imperial province, teeming with countless prodigies. There was no need to draw excessive attention. Securing a respectable ranking would suffice. Intervening in other provinces would only yield Heaven's Mandate coins as rewards, with no item bonuses, but that was sufficient for Luo Tian. After all, in this damnable Heavens Will game, acquiring any item required Heavens Will coins. Who knew when a temporary Heavens Will event might trigger? Without destiny coins, one could only helplessly watch golden quality items slip away. Having chosen Chu Mozhang, Luo Tian summoned both Chu Mozhang and the immortal Qingxian Miaodao. Qingxian Miaodao Jinlin was the 4th-tier Purple Palace cultivator Luo Tian had obtained using his Wandering Order. With his 4th layer of the Purple Palace cultivation, Chu Mozhang was more than capable of protecting the Dao. Upon hearing his master instruct him to journey to Yuzhou for training, Chu Mozhang was slightly surprised but readily agreed. After secluded cultivation within the sect for so long, he too yearned to venture forth and witness the grand spectacle of cultivators. Master Qingxian Miaodao naturally agreed as well. Then we shall trouble Elder Morone. After entrusting Qingxian Miaodao Jinlin with a few minor matters, Luo Tian saw them off as he departed with Chu Mozhang. Chapter 101, Conflict. Players within the Supreme Immortal Alliance who wished to participate in the Yu Province event had already departed long ago, requiring no further concern from Luo Tian. Shortly after Chu Moshang's departure, Li Long sent a message. Alliance leader, it's bad news. A level 3 player has appeared in Tianzhou and clashed with our players from Shiuzu. Several brothers have already been eliminated. They even declared they want to split the 9 provinces equally with us, threatening to start a player war if we refuse. However, just as Luo Tian finished reading Li Long's message, the system notification popped up. Congratulations! Tianzhou players have successfully completed the 2nd Destiny event, unlocking 9 provinces privileges. Temporary Destiny Event, 2-State Conquest begins. Players from Chiuzu and Tianzhou have engaged in intense conflict within the Great Yu Dynasty. Players from either side can kill opponents to seize territory and earn corresponding Destiny coins. The event continues until one side's player count drops to 30% or one side chooses to surrender. Players from the losing faction will permanently receive 50% fewer Destiny coins from all activities. The reduced coins will be evenly distributed among all players of the victorious state. Additional rewards for this province war include Destiny coins based on contribution rankings, Disciple Recruitment Orders, Wandering Orders, random blueprints, and more. A temporary shop will open after the event concludes, offering a chance to obtain rare items. Note, killing players from opposing factions incurs no penalties during this event. Luo Tian was just wondering when the next temporary Destiny event would pop up. Now it suddenly appeared. All players in Shiyu State received this message. Players in Tianzhou also received the message. Both sides were burning with determination. Shiyu Province Channel. Brothers, charge! Tiny Tianzhou dares to disregard the players of the top-ranked state. So what if they have level 3 players? Big shot Luo Tian secretly hit level 3 ages ago. Local factions can't handle them? You think I can't? Holy crap, I just arrived in Yuzhou, and now the province war mode has activated? The guy above can't come back. By the time he returns, the state war might be over. He'll miss out on a ton of rewards. Ha 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 ha. I'm only halfway there, I can still make it back. Brothers, save me some soup while you feast. No time to wait. We're following Lord Luo Tian's orders to storm into Tianzhou. Let that little Tianzhou see what we players from Chiuzu are made of. Heard several level 2 big shots got killed by Tianzhou players. We gotta avenge them. Tianzhou. Caught off guard by the sudden pop-up event, Tianzhou players were unprepared. A sudden Destiny event? What the heck is that? Looks like an extra Destiny event added on the fly. We can get extra resources, but we'll have to fight the players from Chiuzu. Players slaughtering each other? Sounds interesting. My greatsword is already itching for blood. What's your take, Xiao Chen? A state war isn't trivial, heavy casualties are likely. Who cares about his opinion? Just fight. Chiuzu just got lucky, they unlocked the Destiny event early and were the first to activate the 9 provinces privileges. Now they think they rule the 9 provinces? Tianzhou won't stand for it. Let's go. Raid Chiuzhou, seize their resources, and enslave every player there. At that moment, Xiao Chen, Tianzhou's top player and leader of the Xiantian sect, gazed at the sudden divine mandate event notification, his expression a mix of joy and apprehension. This was both a tremendous opportunity and a grave crisis. I must use the golden opportunity token immediately. Xiao Chen knew that the level 3 players in Chiuzu had undoubtedly used their golden opportunity tokens long ago. This gap between them was stark. I must alert Tianzhou's players to prepare immediately. Then, with the assistance of the left and right guardian elders, I'll secure the time needed to seize that golden opportunity. With proper planning, once we eliminate Chiuzhou's top player, their players will be leaderless and easily subdued. A confident smile spread across Xiao Chen's face. At this stage, his disciple possessed golden tier quality. He surmised that Chiuzhou's top player's disciple must also be golden tier, explaining their rapid leveling. 2 tigers cannot share the same mountain. If Chiuzu sought to subjugate the players of the 9 provinces, did he not desire the same? Originally, he had no desire to provoke conflict with Chiyu province at this stage, preferring instead to divide the 9 provinces equally. But the sudden emergence of the temporary mandate event had disrupted his plans, forcing him to alter his strategy. So be it. First, seize the golden opportunity. Then, take over Chiyu. Finally, subdue the 9 provinces. Sooner or later, I, Xiao Chen, will become the human emperor of this great Yu. The second high-level player assembly of Chiyu province convened. At present, there are 142 players from secondary sects in the Red Ghost province. 87 players attended the meeting. The remaining players have taken their disciples to various provinces to participate in activities. And 6 were slaughtered by Tianzhou. Luo Tian surveyed the crowd and remarked indifferently, "What are your thoughts on Tianzhou? Kill them. Kill them until they submit. How dare they attack players from Chiuzhou first? The hot-headed ones were ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Recruit them if possible, kill them if not. Every high-level player is a resource. They'll all be Purple Palace tier combatants in the future at the very least. Killing them all would be a waste." Nangong Quan's approach was always moderate. Luo Tian nodded. Another voice chimed in, "The Tianzhou faction will likely prioritize defense in the short term. The alliance leader achieved tier 3 sect status a year earlier than Tianzhou's Xiao Chen. They're probably trying to use this opportunity to digest their activity rewards." Zhang Wen's tone grew grave. Directly invading Tianzhou would be highly disadvantageous for our Chiuzhou players. This isn't our home turf. If too many of us show up and alert Tianzhou's powerful figures, it could invite unnecessary trouble. Waging war doesn't mean leading a massive player army into Tianzhou alone. This is a conflict with Tianzhou players, not with Tianzhou itself. If we alert the powerful figures of Tianzhou, they could crush us with a single finger. Li Long pushed his glasses up. Splitting into small groups and entering Tianzhou in waves is the best approach. This way, we won't raise the suspicion of Tianzhou's powerful figures, nor will we be picked off one by Tianzhou players. Even if we're surrounded and attacked by Tianzhou players, we'll quickly regroup into a formidable force. Luo Tian nodded in agreement. It was indeed a sound strategy. The primary target remains Tianzhou's top player, Xiao Chen. He likely gained immense benefits from Tianzhou's activities, bolstering his confidence to challenge my Chiuzu. Ultimately, the outcome of the final battle rests on the shoulders of the alliance leader. All eyes turned to Luo Tian. Luo Tian remained composed. "Leave Xiao Chen of Tianzhou to me. You all go eliminate the other Tianzhou players. Spare those who surrender, but show no mercy to those who resist." Luo Tian estimated that Xiao Chen's rewards were likely comparable to his own, a golden grade divine ability and a 3rd-tier cloud traveler's permit. For the assault on Tianzhou, the alliance leader will hold the central sector. We'll form small groups surrounding him. Even if Xiao Chen launches an attack, the alliance leader can provide immediate backup. Li Long pushed his glasses up again, finalizing the plan. Chapter 102, The Guide Party. Chiuzhou's combat strength undoubtedly surpassed Tianzhou's. A battle between second-tier sect masters required no intervention from Luo Tian. As long as Xiao Chen was eliminated, it was a win for Luo Tian at the very least, one less golden grade opportunity. Therefore, Luo Tian vanished once more. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Tianzhou lay relatively close to Chiuzu, and 3 months were ample time for the Supreme Immortal Alliance to mobilize a vast contingent of players to journey there. Of course, not all players from Chiuzu headed to Tianzhou. Some remained behind to guard against surprise attacks from Tianzhou players. Within Tianzhou's territory, in a dimly lit forest, Jiang Xian, one of Tianzhou's elite players, had drawn a purple quality disciple on the very first day, quickly establishing a second-tier sect. He seized several cities, ruling like a local warlord, married 108 wives, and lived a life he never dared dream of in his previous life. Damn it, what a stupid thing to do. Out of nowhere, they activate some temporary heavens mandate event. Jiang Xian cursed under his breath. Not long ago, his close friend, another level 2 sect master, had been wiped out by a group of players from Chiyu province. Before the battle, they had wiped out 6 level 2 players from Chiyu province, believing victory was assured. Jiang Xian had shared that belief. That's why he joined Xiao Chen's team. Now the battle had begun. Xiao Chen vanished. The first line of defense collapsed in less than half a day. He'd run straight back to become his own little warlord. This war? Let whoever wants to fight, fight. Anyway, he cherishes peace. Damn Xiao Chen, treating them like mere foot soldiers. Suddenly, his expression changed. Holy, the front lines fell so fast? No, how did they know my location? 5 other Foundation Establishment 9th stage cultivators, concealing nothing of their aura, were closing in on his location. Jiang Xian's expression darkened. Though he'd gained considerable fortune, he certainly didn't possess the strength to take on 5 opponents at once. Most crucially, how had these individuals pinpointed his location so swiftly? Jiang Xian had no time to ponder further. The cultivators from Chiyu Prefecture arrived together. Brothers, please hold your fire. Let's talk this out calmly. Jiang Xian hurriedly stepped forward, fearing he might be wiped out in the next instant. But the 5 men had no intention of talking things out. They immediately surrounded him. Jiang Xian had to change his approach. Actually, I know where Xiao Chen's sect is. The 5 halted their impending divine abilities, exchanging glances. Then, their expressions brightened. Luo Tian had expected storming Tianzhou to be easy. But he never imagined it would be this effortless. The defenses established by the players of Tianzhou crumbled at the slightest touch. The gap between the two sides was simply too vast. The sole pillar of stability, Xiao Chen, was nowhere to be found. He had vanished without a trace. Unfortunately, no one knew what method Xiao Chen had used to conceal his sect. Alliance leader, word is someone has discovered Xiao Chen's whereabouts. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Bring them forward. Shortly after, the group of players from Chiuzu who had captured Jiang Xian arrived before Luo Tian, bringing Jiang Xian along with them. Alliance leader, this is the one who knows Xiao Chen's whereabouts. Luo Tian's gaze fixed on Jiang Xian. The poor young Jiang was so terrified he dared not even breathe. A level 3 player was truly terrifying. A Purple Palace 9th layer cultivator would be considered a major figure even on the mainland. So you know which sect Xiao Chen belongs to? If you're lying to me, you should know the consequences. Jiang Xian nodded repeatedly. Brother. The gazes of those nearby instantly turned toward him, causing Jiang Xian to stammer in alarm. Lord Alliance Leader, for the sake of my 108 wives and my unborn child crying for milk, I wouldn't dare deceive you. The crowd's expressions grew even more hostile. Even Luo Tian inwardly exclaimed, holy crap, over 2 years and he's married 108 wives. This guy is something else. Sensing the situation growing increasingly dire, Jiang Xian pleaded with a mournful expression, Lord Alliance Leader, these wives all chose to follow me of their own free will. I truly haven't done anything unethical or immoral. Everyone. The murderous intent in the air seemed to thicken. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. Just tell me where Xiao Chen's sect is located. This alliance leader has zero interest in your personal life. If you perform a great service, not only will I spare your life, but I'll also let you join the Crimson Shadow faction. You can continue your blissful life with your 108 women. Jiang Xian's face lit up with delight. The alliance leader is truly formidable. Compared to you, Xiao Chen is nothing but a petty clown. How dare he oppose you? He deserves to die. Luo Tian's expression remained calm. This one is a talent. Xiao Chen once stumbled upon a hidden realm. He relocated his sect there, which is why no one can find the location of his sect. Luo Tian was no stranger to secret realms. He himself possessed a cave dwelling. However, his cave dwelling certainly couldn't compare to a secret realm. The one Xiao Chen had obtained could accommodate his entire sect, meaning its interior must be vast indeed. Jiang Xian continued, Xiao Chen is extremely cautious. Even when convening the Tianzhou player conference, he never holds it within his sect's premises. But he never dreamed that when he seized that secret realm, there was a flaw in his plan. That secret realm was originally discovered by a minor clan. Xiao Chen's sect happened to be nearby. After seizing the realm, he slaughtered the entire clan to prevent leaks. Xiao Chen overlooked one crucial detail: a young woman from that clan had narrowly escaped death. She fled to my territory and begged me to take her in. Ahem. Being the kind-hearted person I am, I took in this homeless young girl. Luo Tian. What a heart-rending love story. Though a bit melodramatic, Luo Tian had finally learned the location of Xiao Chen's sect's secret realm. With Xiao Chen's sect's location secured, Luo Tian no longer intended to remain stationed at headquarters. He would head straight to Xiao Chen's sect to force him out and confront him in open battle. Soon, guided by Jiang Xian's wife, Luo Tian and his companions arrived at the location of the secret realm. Jiang Xian did not accompany them, nor did Luo Tian bring any others with him. Looking at the woman with her delicate features, Luo Tian said indifferently, "A major battle is about to erupt here. Are you sure you don't want to leave? Staying here will only cost you your life." The woman shook her head, her face etched with searing hatred. "My parents, brothers, and sisters, they all died before my eyes. Not a single relative remains. I thought vengeance was impossible in this lifetime. But today, Jiang Lang told me you could help me avenge them. I only wish to witness my enemies suffer the same fate as my Zhang family. Even if it costs me my life, I shall have no regrets. I beg you, sir, to grant me this wish." Luo Tian nodded, no longer attempting to dissuade her. He soared into the sky, where layer upon layer of luminous rings materialized. Transforming into the 5 elements' power, they spun like a wheel, clacking as they turned. Stepping upon the void, the entire world seemed unable to bear the terrifying pressure, as if constantly sinking. Boom! Chapter 103, Heaven's Mandate. Luo Tian tore at the void with both palms, instantly ripping a massive gash in the sky. Beyond it lay what appeared to be another world. From that realm, countless figures lifted their heads to behold an overwhelmingly towering figure. Bearing the wheel of the 5 elements upon his back, he gazed at them with an indifferent stare, as if observing ants crawling upon the ground. Enemy attack. It's an enemy assault. In an instant, the members of the War God's Hall snapped into action. Among them, an aged figure instantly activated a formation, enveloping the entire sect. An Earth Tier formation? Luo Tian was slightly surprised. Xiao Chen truly lived up to his reputation as Tianzhou's top player, blessed with extraordinary fortune. Even the elders recruited through the Wandering Order were at the 7th level of the Purple Palace. No wonder they had the confidence to start a war. Lo Tian clenched his fists, forcefully tearing open the entire celestial canopy, then sat cross-legged in the void. Though an Earth Tier formation was powerful, the energy drain after activation was undoubtedly an unimaginable figure. He only needed to remain here, and Xiao Chen would inevitably appear. And so, Luo Tian remained seated for an entire month. Good news kept pouring in, and the players of Chiyu province undoubtedly reaped enormous rewards. Players from Tianzhou had completely shed the arrogance they'd displayed on the JoJo channel before the war, now keeping a low profile. They were beaten into silence. Could that golden opportunity Xiao Chen obtained be another heaven tier treasure? It had been 4 or 5 months since the war began. Xiao Chen still hasn't appeared. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Luo Tian was all too familiar with this situation. And so, another month passed in waiting. The War God Temple's protective formation could no longer hold. The terrifying supernatural phenomena gradually dimmed. The members of the War God's Hall were overcome with despair. Facing a terrifying enemy, their own Hall Master was nowhere to be found. Only the Guardian Elder remained. This formation can hold out for no more than 3 days. Xiaogu, when the time comes, I will sacrifice myself to hold back the enemy. You must lead the disciples of the Hall to retreat. As long as you survive, as long as the Hall Master lives, even in death, I shall have no regrets. The old man's expression was utterly resolute, and the members of the War God Hall wept silently upon hearing his words. Gu Changqing was a golden grade disciple recruited by Xiao Chen. As long as he survived, he had the potential to reach the golden core stage. Luo Tian, seated cross-legged in the void, remained motionless. It was not until 3 days later that he finally opened his eyes. Luo Tian gazed silently at the assembly of the War God Hall. The fragile, paper-thin protective formation could no longer hold him back. Even now, Xiao Chen still hadn't returned. This left Luo Tian deeply disappointed. He pondered whether to deliberately ease up, waiting for Xiao Chen to come to him? Or perhaps refrain from using divine abilities and engage in a few more rounds with the War God Hall's 7th Purple Palace realm experts? The moment the protective formation vanished, a barrage of attacks erupted, aiming to inflict wounds upon Luo Tian. Luo Tian was instantly engulfed in a sea of light. Seizing this opportunity, the disciples and elders of the War God Hall scattered in different directions. However, a terrifying suction force erupted violently in Luo Tian's direction. Vaguely discernible, a blurred figure remained unscathed amidst the destructive force, needing a colorful orb of light between his fingers. The colorful orb spun at its fingertips. A cold voice emanated from the indistinct figure. A boring trick. The colorful orb shot skyward, exploding like fireworks and scattering in all directions. Had this strike landed, the war god's hall would surely suffer heavy casualties. The crowd could only turn to the guardian patriarch for help. The war god's temple's sole cultivator at the 7th level of the Purple Palace realm. Yet, the guardian elder, who had just sworn to draw fire and buy them time, turned tail and fled without a second glance. Damn it! That bastard Xiao Chen wanted me to sacrifice my life to hold this monster off. Just because I'm a solitary cultivator with no ties doesn't mean I'm a fool. The old man cursed inwardly. He'd only joined the sect less than half a year ago, and now they wanted him to die for nothing? Let whoever in the War God Hall wanted to die, die. He certainly didn't intend to. All that talk about helping the War God Hall hold off Luo Tian? Pure lies. It was all to calm the troops and buy him time to prepare his escape. Even if Xiao Chen pressed him for answers, he could simply claim he'd done his best. The old man vanished without a trace. The War God's temple, deprived of its support, suffered heavy casualties under the spells he had cast. Watching his mentors and comrades, those he had lived and breathed with day and night, die horribly before his eyes, Gu Changqing's fury reached its peak. If I, Gu Changqing, survive this day, I shall repay you 1,000-fold. Gu Changqing swore a fierce oath. In the depths of the void, Luo Tian sensed a surge of resentment. He also saw Gu Changqing. Is this the golden grade disciple Xiao Chen recruited? Luo Tian felt it was a pity. Such high quality. Today, anyone could survive. Yet this golden grade disciple must die. Luo Tian moved. A finger slowly extended, pointing toward the void. A towering golden sword materialized, its celestial sword intent descending directly. Trees, mountains, and rivers were all leveled by the sword's energy, transforming into a landscape of countless ravines and gullies. A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Tian's eyes. After waiting so long, it's finally here. Was this a last-minute rescue? As the terrifying sword intent struck toward Gu Changqing, it was blocked by a single figure. This man radiated a golden divine light, with a vision of a giant clad in golden armor appearing behind him, wielding a battle spear with terrifying power. Xiao Chen appeared at the most critical moment, saving the disciple he cherished most. Yet, upon that body, which seemed to be encased in a golden light, a sword scar had appeared, seeping crimson blood. Xiao Chen's expression darkened. Though he had saved his most cherished disciple, Gu Changqing, at the most critical moment, the rest of his disciples were all but dead. Everything would have to start over again. He couldn't fathom how his sect's location had been exposed. He had left no loose ends. At this point, there was no time for further contemplation. Changqing, leave this place. Xiao Chen's expression grew grave. The man before him was undoubtedly the top player of Qiyu province Luo Tian, the sect master of the Taishu Dao sect. He surmised that the divine artifacts obtained by this man must be comparable to his own. Luo Tian stood with hands behind his back, his feathered robe billowing like a celestial being ascending to immortality. He spoke indifferently, Xiao Chen, we finally meet. Xiao Chen's voice was cold. Luo Tian, we could have divided the 9 provinces equally and vied for eternal life. Luo Tian sneered. Dividing the 9 provinces? Are you worthy? You slaughtered my Qiyu province players, crippled my province's strength, and now you dare dream of sharing the 9 provinces? A faint pang of regret stirred within Xiao Chen. He had killed 6 high-level players from Qiuzu, intending only to weaken their forces. After all, he was a tier 3 player. Even if Qiuzu wanted to turn against him, they'd have to think twice. They'd likely swallow their pride and accept the loss. But he never imagined it would directly trigger the temporary Heaven's Mandate event. This led to an immediate war between the two sides. Worst of all, the Golden Opportunity Token had granted him a cultivation technique. Damn it, cultivation techniques require someone to practice them. Who has time to cultivate a cultivation technique now? If this is why you're here, I, Xiao Chen, apologize. Players from my Tianzhou have also paid a price. We all came from that place. Let's each take a step back and refrain from interfering with one another. Xiao Chen paused, seemingly unwilling to fight Luo Tian. Luo Tian, however, smiled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Chapter 104, The End of Internal Strife. Boom! Without the slightest warning. Luo Tian struck without warning. 6 fiery dragons coiled around Xiao Chen like devouring suns, their gaping maws ready to swallow him whole. Ceasefire? Did that mean he, Luo Tian, wouldn't gain a single advantage in this temporary Heaven's Mandate event? And give Xiao Chen time to grow stronger? Luo Tian wasn't foolish. He wouldn't grant Xiao Chen a moment's respite. Divine Ability Temple of 10,000 Phenomena. In an instant, Luo Tian felt as though he had materialized within a specific region. Xiao Chen sat upon the throne of the Divine Hall, flanked by 2 towering figures. Resembling gods and demons, they glared at Luo Tian with eyes as white as copper bells, their gaze so intense it seemed they could devour him alive. Luo Tian, since you seek death, I shall grant it. Xiao Chen, seated upon the throne, bore burn scars upon his face as he glared at Luo Tian with venomous hatred. He hadn't expected Luo Tian to strike so suddenly, catching him completely off guard. A domain-type divine ability? Xiao Chen really is blessed. A hint of surprise flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. Domain-type divine abilities were undoubtedly among the most powerful. And Xiao Chen's domain-type divine ability was of golden quality. Heaven and Earth 5 elements body golden elephant. A terrifying edge erupted from Luo Tian's body, enveloping him in golden light. With a wave of his hand, a colossal golden will materialized, radiating an indestructible sharpness that seemed poised to tear apart the domain Xiao Chen had unleashed. Two towering, demon-like figures instantly materialized beside Xiao Chen, blocking the golden wheel. The terrifying impact seemed to shake the entire hall. Shatter Void Slash. A silver-white greatsword materialized in Xiao Chen's hand. Appearing behind Luo Tian, he swung down, leaving a deep gash within the domain. Sensing the lethal intent, Luo Tian likewise drew a sword weapon, striking out almost simultaneously. Suspended Heaven Sword Technique. Sword energy and blade energy collided. Xiao Chen charged out of the devastating shockwave center. His blade transformed into a war axe as his figure flickered like an ancient war god awakened, closing in on Luo Tian without pause, leaving him no chance to cast spells. Just as the strike descended, Luo Tian's form shifted, transitioning from the golden element to the earth element in an instant. A shifting, earth-hued lotus blossomed, enveloping him. Xiao Chen's heart lurched in shock. His terrifying strike had been so easily parried. Moreover, he thought he saw a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of Luo Tian's lips, still shrouded within the lotus. No! The sealing heaven bead appeared instantly, erupting with dazzling light that struck Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed instantly. He felt a restraining force bind him, temporarily sealing one of his divine abilities. Thankfully, his domain hadn't been sealed. Luo Tian felt a hint of disappointment. Xiao Chen currently possessed at least 2 divine abilities. It was a pity the sealing heaven bead hadn't sealed Xiao Chen's domain, otherwise, this battle could have ended immediately. Still, by depriving Xiao Chen of 1 divine ability, the scales of victory had already tipped. Luo Tian immediately unleashed his divine ability Heavenly Thunder Prison. A cage of thunder enveloped Xiao Chen. Simultaneously, he activated the mind-sealing mirror to create a mirror image of Xiao Chen, striking it with a slash at nearly the same moment. The vanished god demon phantom reappeared, blocking this fatal strike and buying Xiao Chen a moment's respite. This damnable domain divine ability is bloody hard to kill. Luo Tian muttered inwardly. His killing intent grew ever more intense. Xiao Chen, now with a moment to breathe, was enveloped in a layer of dragon scales. He tore through the cage and escaped. Damn it! How many opportunities has this bastard gotten? Xiao Chen felt profound dread. Just now, he had narrowly avoided death or severe injury. Though he had preserved his life, the cost had been immense. Fire Element. As Xiao Chen watched Luo Tian transform into a fiery crimson, he cursed inwardly. What kind of divine power is this, capable of shifting through so many elemental forms? Luo Tian paid no heed. Xiao Chen's methods were too numerous, filling Luo Tian with deep apprehension. He resolved firmly that Xiao Chen must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would become an unstoppable threat. The golden crow seal, amplified by the fire element's damage boost, scorched the heavens and earth. The entire temple was engulfed in the golden crow's divine flames. Even with Xiao Chen's teleportation ability, there was nowhere left to retreat. Just as Xiao Chen was about to be consumed, the temple scene vanished, returning to the original world. Damn it! Using a domain ability just to dodge? Luo Tian cursed inwardly, finding this domain ability utterly frustrating. 2 temporary evasions. The moment Xiao Chen withdrew from his domain power, he wasted no time, snatching up Gu Changqing and fleeing far away. The fight was over. To evade Luo Tian's divine power, Xiao Chen couldn't use the 10,000 Phenomena Temple for the time being. Seeing Xiao Chen attempt to flee outright, Luo Tian couldn't let that happen. He immediately activated the water elemental domain. A steady drizzle fell from the sky. Everything seemed to become a painting. Xiao Chen felt his movements grow noticeably slower. His heart raced with dread. Before he could regain his bearings, a familiar figure stepped across the river and stood before him. Xiao Chen, today you are destined to be buried here. Changqing. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered with despair as he murmured softly. Gu Changqing looked upon his once mighty master. Now he appeared utterly defeated. Master. Xiao Chen placed one hand on Gu Changqing's head. Do not resent your master. Under Gu Changqing's stunned gaze, a flicker of pain crossed Xiao Chen's eyes. Gu Changqing seemed to understand something. He smiled faintly. Master, your disciple must depart now. Please take care of yourself. Bit by bit, Gu Changqing dissolved into dust, vanishing into the vastness of heaven and earth. A prodigy destined for future greatness dead in an instant. Luo Tian watched the scene unfold, utterly stunned that Xiao Chen could be so ruthless, killing his own disciple with his own hands simply because the disciple refused to join the Taishu Dao sect. Changqing, your master never doubted your loyalty. Xiao Chen murmured softly before turning his gaze toward Luo Tian. You, Qi Yuzhou, have won this battle. I, Xiao Chen, have no words to say. But even in death, I, Xiao Chen, will make you pay the price. Xiao Chen's aura surged relentlessly. He chose to burn everything within him for one final showdown with Luo Tian. Luo Tian's gaze remained impassive, as if he had transformed into an unrivaled celestial sovereign. Vaguely, the surrounding space began to warp. The Heaven Chaos technique was unleashed simultaneously, its aura growing ever more terrifying. Heaven and earth intertwined. From the center where the two stood, within 10,000 li, nothing remained but a vast expanse of craters. Finally, Luo Tian stood with hands behind his back atop the chasm, idly twirling the storage ring in his fingers. A melodious notification from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations to Luo Tian, leader of the Crimsonine State players, for defeating Xiao Chen, leader of the Heavenly State players, and earning 9,000 Heavens Mandate coins. Luo Tian was slightly taken aback. This time, the notification explicitly included the word leader. He opened the channel and indeed saw a red notification announcing that Xiao Chen, the Tianzhou player leader, had been killed. The 9 provinces channel erupted with discussion. Holy crap, Lord Luo Tian is insane. Xiao Chen got taken out by Lord Luo Tian himself. What the hell? Some low-level punk dared to challenge Alliance leader Luo Tian? He's learned his lesson now, but it's too late. Damn it, that bastard Xiao Chen. After breaking through to a level 3 sect, he thought he was invincible. I warned against killing players from Chiyu State, but that son of a went ahead anyway. Now look, all Tianzhou players are paying the price. Ha 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 ha. I'm a level 2 sect player from Chiuzu. Looking to take in a young-looking lowly. I want a cool, aloof older sister type. I want someone over 18, not some unpopular type. Since you all want beauties, I'll kindly take in a 6-foot-tall, warm-hearted hottie. Forget it, just surrender. Join the Crimson Shadow faction as a subordinate. Sure, you'll have to pay 30% of your resources annually, but it's better than getting killed. I'm still young, with Foundation Establishment 9 cultivation. I deserve to enjoy a different life in this world. I don't want to die. The JoJo channel descended into utter chaos. With Xiao Chen dead, the vast majority of Tianzhou players abandoned any thought of resistance. Simultaneously, a notification appeared in every Tianzhou player's mind. Do Tianzhou players choose to surrender to Chiuzu? Luo Tian exited the chat channel. Near the War God's Hall, there was no sign of life left. Luo Tian sighed and departed immediately, leaving the subsequent matters to be handled by Li Long and the other administrators. He trusted Li Long and the others to handle Tianzhou's affairs properly. Chapter 105, Player Headquarters. 3 days later, the system prompt sounded in Luo Tian's mind once more. Tianzhou players have surrendered. The temporary mandate event has concluded. Players of Chiuzu have achieved victory. Faction switching activated. Tianzhou players may choose to become affiliated. Upon affiliation, they may convert to the Chiyu faction. State War Contribution Rankings. First place, Chiyu faction Luo Tian. Second place, Chiyu faction Li Long. Third place, Wang Lesan Tianzhou faction. Fourth place, Niechen Red Shadow faction. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for securing first place in the temporary Destiny event contributions. Additional rewards include 10,000 Destiny coins and 1 State War Top Contributor gift pack. The temporary Destiny event has concluded. The temporary Destiny store is now open for 1 month. Players may spend Destiny coins to purchase items within the store. The temporary store will disappear after 1 month. The Battle of the Two States has concluded. Temporary store opens. The shop offers items ranging from heaven tier treasures and golden legendary great items to common spirit stones and yellow tier items, everything imaginable. Damn it! Luo Tian suddenly let out a curse. True to expectations, the prices in this temporary marketplace had risen by a quarter compared to the last time. As time passed, acquiring high tier items wasn't getting any easier. This damn game left no room for exploiting loopholes whatsoever. Luo Tian hesitated for a moment before spending 12,000 Destiny coins to exchange for a tier 3 wandering pass. He then spent another 5,000 Destiny coins on 2 purple Disciple Recruitment orders. He decided not to touch the remaining 2,000 Destiny coins, saving them for the next event to see if he could exchange them for a golden item. After 2 consecutive limited time events, Luo Tian finally understood. The fate coins granted by fate events were utterly insufficient to purchase a single gold tier item. There was always that last bit missing. In his previous life, this would have been called forcing players to spend real money. Now, he had to focus on accumulating Destiny coins. After redeeming his item, Luo Tian eagerly opened the Provincial War Gift Pack. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained Random Golden Grade Item X1, Purple Fate Token X3, Purple Disciple Recruitment Token X3, Random Earth Grade Treasure X3. That's it? Luo Tian's face darkened. He had never seen such meager rewards before. At least there was 1 gold quality item among them. Luo Tian consoled himself before opening the item. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained the Golden Blueprint, Dragon King's Hall. Dragon King's Hall Gold. Level 1 Construction, Low-Grade Spirit Wood 1000, Low-Grade Spirit Iron 1000, Low-Grade Spirit Stone 10,000. Level 1 effect, refreshes a grade 1 dragon blood pool every 3 years, offering varying benefits for disciples' cultivation. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. This was a valuable asset. That dragon blood pool in Xianqiang City allowed Jing Pingan to break through from Foundation Establishment 7th layer to Foundation Establishment 9th layer in just under half a month, saving him at least a year of grueling cultivation. But a level 1 pool certainly couldn't compare to the true dragon captured by the city lord of Xianqiang. If level 1 couldn't match it, then he'd just upgraded a few more levels. This trip was well worth it. Not to mention, he also acquired Xiao Chen's storage ring. Though most items had been used up by Xiao Chen, the mid-tier heavenly grade cultivation technique, the heavenly transformation derivation art, contained within the ring alone was worth a golden opportunity token. Luo Tian pondered for a moment. It seemed this provincial war had been a huge win. After resolving matters in Tianzhou, most players from Chiuzu withdrew from the region, leaving only a handful to assist Jiangwen in managing Tianzhou affairs. It was unclear whether the powerful figures of Tianzhou simply held no interest in the lives of its players, showing not the slightest inclination to intervene. It made sense, really. In the eyes of the great powers, the player masses were nothing more than bothersome insects. These insects fought amongst themselves, slaughtering each other. It saved the great powers from having to intervene and taint themselves with karmic retribution. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Why would they intervene to stop it? Half a month later, Luo Tian returned to the Taishu Dao sect ahead of schedule. Master Zhou immediately brought him good news. Master, the new sect headquarters has been preliminarily constructed and is ready for relocation. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian thought to himself that old Zhou was indeed reliable, having completed the new sect headquarters so swiftly. Luo Tian promptly placed another teleportation array in Changning County, connecting both Changning and Qingli counties. Taiyiman's favorability toward player Luo Tian 10. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Were those old fools at the Taiyi sect suspecting him of harboring ulterior motives and starting to guard against him? Nonsense. Was he, Luo Tian, that kind of person? Relocating the sect headquarters to Qingli County, Luo Tian would not readily relinquish the vast territories of Changning County. Instead, he designated Changning County as an outer sect. Outer sect disciples with lower aptitude would remain in Changning Commandery to cultivate. Qingli County. The new Taishu Dao sect resembled a scene from the realm of immortals. The concentration of spiritual energy here was 2 or 3 times denser than in Changning County. Numerous towering peaks pierced the clouds, crowned with celestial palaces and halls, forming a majestic scene reminiscent of a dragon swallowing the sun. Standing atop the highest peak, Luo Tian gazed out at the world below, everything appearing minuscule beneath him. Surveying the vastness of mountains and rivers, he looked down upon the teeming masses below. The sect had also recruited numerous servants to assist in managing spiritual treasures. Even the inner disciples had servants attending to their daily affairs, freeing up considerable time. The once quiet sect suddenly bustled with activity as many new faces arrived. Luo Tian cleared a section of land and set up 2 teleportation arrays. One connected to Changning County. The other connected to Cangzhou. After setting up the arrays, Luo Tian retrieved the blueprints for the Dragon King Hall and began construction, upgrading it to level 3 in one go. Dragon King Hall Gold. Level 4 construction, 1000 mid-grade spirit wood, 1000 mid-grade spirit iron, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stone. Level 3 effects, refreshes a grade 1 dragon blood pool every 3 years, a grade 2 dragon blood pool every 10 years, and a grade 3 dragon blood pool every 50 years. Each pool possesses distinct effects for disciple cultivation. The level 4 Dragon King Hall proved far too resource intensive, so Luo Tian decided to abandon it for now. It's about time to hold the sect trial assembly. Luo Tian pondered inwardly. His disciples' cultivation levels were steadily advancing. With the Dragon King Hall at his disposal, he decided to offer a grade 2 dragon blood pool as a cultivation reward for the sect's inner disciples, and a grade 1 spirit pool for the outer disciples. Henceforth, the outer sect trials would be held every 3 years, while the inner sect trials would occur every 10 years. He still had 1 spirit pool left. That meant the inner sect trials would be held every 5 years. The top 3 in the outer sect competition would qualify for inner sect admission, while the winner of the inner sect competition would be eligible to advance as a true disciple. This would better ignite the fighting spirit of the sect's disciples. Striving for resources is the driving force behind a sect's continuous growth. The arrangements for the sect's grand competitions shall be entrusted to Elder Zhou. Additionally, a Ascension Assembly will be held in Qingli County to see if any bargains can be found. Even a single purple grade disciple would be a gain. This matter is also entrusted to Elder Zhou. Preparing the entire process would take at least several months. As for Luo Tian, he would oversee the relocation of high-level players. Relocating the elite players from the Supreme Immortal Alliance to Qingli County and establishing it as their main base has been Luo Tian's long-standing plan. These high-level players all possessed purple grade disciples, each destined to possess at least purple palace combat strength in the future. As more and more players from the Supreme Immortal Alliance relocated, numerous local factions were gradually replaced by player forces. Qingli County formally became the player stronghold of the Crimson Shadow faction, boasting a power that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard of it. Chapter 106, Sect Competition. The Ascension Assembly convened in Qingli County, an event of immense significance for the region. Countless individuals flocked to the region where the Taishu Dao sect resided, hoping to join its ranks and fulfill their dreams of instant ascension. Divine fortune is hard to come by. In the end, only a select few would successfully embark upon the path to immortality. Luo Tian sat leisurely in a pavilion, sipping tea as he observed the disciples and elders moving about within the sect. Seated opposite him was an elder clad in a water-blue Taoist robe. Grand Immortal Yang Ping of the Vast Sea. 8th Tier Purple Palace Cultivation. This elder was recruited by Luo Tian using a 3rd tier cloud travel permit. He was also the strongest individual within the sect at this stage, aside from Luo Tian himself. This old man has lived for 430 years and witnessed countless sects, yet I have never encountered one like this before. In 1,000 or 10,000 years, perhaps within the Great Yu, another supreme Dao lineage shall rise. Yang Ping offered his praise without reservation. The Taishu Dao sect harbored too many prodigies. Should a golden core true lord, or even a nascent soul divine lord emerge in the future, he wouldn't be the least bit surprised. Luo Tian, however, muttered to himself, 1,000 years, that's far too long. A divine sovereign must emerge within 100 years. The recruitment of disciples lasted 3 days. After rigorous screening, 350 disciples were ultimately recruited. This did not mean only 350 possessed cultivation aptitude, but rather that only 350 had passed the Taishu Dao sect's rigorous assessments. Only those whose cultivation potential approached the Azure Grade threshold could be admitted into the Taishu Dao sect. Among them, 1 disciple possessed Purple Grade cultivation, 13 Blue Grade cultivation. The remaining disciples numbered around 100 of Green Tier quality, with the majority being White Tier quality or slightly above. Luo Tian was quite satisfied he'd snagged a Purple Grade genius for free. At that very moment, a notification flashed through Luo Tian's mind. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian's disciple has participated in the Yuzhou Destiny event and earned a reward of 2,300 Destiny coins. Are there really that many geniuses in Yuzhou? Luo Tian was somewhat surprised that Chu Mozhang had only obtained 2,300 Destiny coins. This meant that within the Void Sea instance, his aura had been completely overshadowed by the local geniuses of Great Yu. At that moment, another province appeared in the 9 provinces channel. Yuzhou players were astonished to see another province unlock the 9 provinces privileges ahead of them in Chiuzu. However, upon learning that Tianzhou, the state that had unlocked the channel before them, had been utterly crushed, its leader slain, and its entire player base reduced to defeated foes, they couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Thankfully, they had chosen prudence, aligning with Chiuzu rather than rushing into war. If Tianzhou, which had level 3 players, suffered such a fate, what hope was there for Yuzhou, which didn't have a single level 3 player? When Chiuzu attacked, it was effortless. Tianzhou could still put up some resistance. They reckoned that if war broke out, they'd be stabbed in the back immediately, forced to surrender with their heads on a platter. With Yuzhou's addition, 3 of the 9 provinces had unlocked their access rights. Luo Tian wouldn't let the other 6 states off the hook either, dispatching disciples to meddle in their affairs. Zheng Ping'an, who had failed to find a breakthrough opportunity, was also sent out. Heaven's mandate coins were precious indeed. In the Heavenswell world, where such coins didn't exist, one could only sigh helplessly at the sight of such opportunities. Luo Tian never complained about having too many Destiny coins. The Ascension Assembly concluded flawlessly. Immediately after, a piece of news sent shockwaves through the entire sect. The sect master would hold an outer sect competition and an inner sect competition. The outer sect competition even offered qualification for the inner sect. Even if only 3 could qualify. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For the top disciple within the inner sect, there was even the prospect of being promoted to a true disciple. The sect was abuzz with excitement over the sudden announcement of the outer sect competition. This is the first outer sect competition in the history of our Taishu Dao sect. That's obvious. How long has it even been since the sect master founded this place? I heard the sect master went all out this time. First place gets a mid-grade Xin tier artifact, plus a chance to pick a Xin tier spell or divine ability from the library. Beyond that, second and third place winners each get a low-grade Xin tier artifact and a chance to select a Xin tier spell or divine ability from the library. In my opinion, senior sister Liu stands the best chance of winning first place and advancing to the inner sect. No way. Senior brother Song Liankai broke through to the 5th level of Qi cultivation recently. He's got a shot at first place too. Ugh. I still haven't sensed any spiritual energy. Am I going to get kicked out of the sect? The outer sect primarily consists of disciples with white-green or ordinary blue-grade cultivation. However, Luo Tian didn't plan to directly admit purple-grade disciples into the inner sect. Instead, he intended for them to cultivate in the outer sect, gradually advancing step by step to the inner sect. Thus, this batch of purple-grade geniuses faced a rather unfortunate situation. Gold quality and red quality disciples were exceptions. They were the sect's prized treasures. he still enjoyed certain privileges. Luo Tian took the first sect competition very seriously. Soon, the first outer sect competition commenced. Within the vast arena, figures radiating an ethereal, otherworldly presence sat upon the viewing platform. Below, young figures gazed upon the sect's profound heritage, filled with immense pride. This was their mighty sect. One after another, Qi cultivation practitioners took the stage. Who do you think has the best chance of winning first place in this outer sect competition, Sect Master? Yun Tianhua watched the disciples appearing one after another below, his heart filled with melancholy, as if he were looking back on a lifetime ago. Luo Tian stared at Yun Tianhua in surprise. Old Yun, you haven't placed a bet, have you? Yun Tianhua cleared his throat twice and replied indifferently, just a token amount of spirit stones to spice things up. Luo Tian shot Yun Tianhua a disdainful glance. For a venerable law enforcement elder to foster such corrupt practices within the sect. Well, you know what? He really is a talent. He'd already figured out how to make a buck so quickly. Luo Tian pointed at a woman in the crowd and said with a smile, she'll take first place in the outer sect competition. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Yun Tianhua shook his head. Sect Master, you might be wrong this time. That fellow was the most likely to win first place in the outer sect competition. Yun Tianhua gestured toward another direction, where a disciple from a foundation establishment family in Changning County had come to join the sect. With a cultivation level of Qi refining stage 6, he was one level higher than the other disciples who were potential winners. Luo Tian chuckled. True, a cultivation base at the 6th level of Qi cultivation gave him the best shot at victory. But, Old Yun, this world operates on the principle of talent countering talent. Luo Tian could almost envision Yun Tianhua losing everything in a single blow. That young genius from the minor clan possessed both exceptional innate talent and remarkable comprehension. But he was just unlucky. He practiced earth element cultivation techniques. That wasn't the worst part. The most crucial thing was, the woman Luo Tian had set his sights on happened to possess a natural talent that countered earth-based cultivation. However, Yun Tianhua had amassed a fortune in spirit stones in Xianxiang City and had recently shown signs of slacking off. Whether to crack the whip on him or not. In the end, Luo Tian chose not to remind Yun Tianhua. Chapter 107, Sect Competition Part 2. The outer sect competition concluded flawlessly. A woman named Liu claimed first place in the outer sect competition, earning her qualification to advance to the inner sect. Just thinking about Yun Tianhua's sourpuss face made Luo Tian want to laugh. Following the outer sect competition, Luo Tian announced the inner sect competition would commence in 1 month. Since this was the inaugural inner sect competition, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and directly offered a low-grade earth-tier artifact as the first-place prize. Additionally, the winner could select one earth-grade cultivation technique and one earth-grade spell to master. The news sent shockwaves through the inner sect. Disciples who had been out on training journeys began returning to the sect in droves. However, the most promising contenders for first place within the sect remained those purple-tier geniuses who had broken through to foundation establishment. The sect already boasted 30 to 40 purple-grade geniuses. The earlier batch of disciples had all broken through to the foundation establishment realm. Yuanliang Peak. Xia Buyu found himself torn. This competition offered earth-grade magical artifacts, earth-grade cultivation techniques, and earth-grade spells. Not to mention the second-grade dragon blood pool sounds like a valuable resource that might even help him advance his cultivation. However, he had already established his own peak and assumed the role of sect elder. Strictly speaking, he was no longer a disciple of the sect. Xia Buyu ultimately decided to inquire about it. Eventually, the news reached Luo Tian's ears through the grapevine. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian laughed heartily. Let him participate in the first session as a disciple. This is a one-time exception. Xia Buyu was recruited through a purple-grade disciple recruitment order. In Luo Tian's eyes, he counted as a disciple. Therefore, he permitted Xia Buyu to participate. Upon hearing the news, Xia Buyu beamed with delight. After all, more and more elders had recently begun establishing their own peaks and recruiting disciples, putting immense pressure on Yuanliang Peak. To recruit outstanding disciples, one must establish a reputation. This sect competition undoubtedly presented an excellent opportunity. He had to secure a top ranking in it. Within the sect, at a secluded training site, a young man slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. A simple smile spread across his face. It was Li Erniu. Ever since his cultivation speed accelerated over a year ago, his cultivation base had soared. Even the foundation establishment bottleneck which had stumped countless cultivators, including many geniuses, didn't hold him back for long. The inner sect competition, huh? Li Erniu gazed into the distance, murmuring softly, I wonder what rank my current cultivation level would place me at within the sect. All these years, he had trained day and night. Wasn't it all for the day he could finally prove himself? Alchemy Pavilion. Nan Hongsang gazed at the elixir she had just refined, a bright smile lighting up her face. A second-grade pill, she had finally succeeded in refining it. Feeling the commotion, Bai Wuqiu hurried over. Seeing the elixir in Nan Hongsang's hand, his face lit up with wild joy. Hongsang, you've broken through to a second-grade alchemist? Nan Hongsang nodded. Ha 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 ha. I never imagined that I, Bai Wuqiu, could have such a disciple. You truly are your master's pride. With your alchemy talent, you might even have a chance to refine third-grade elixirs within a few decades. Bai Wuqiu was overcome with excitement. Such alchemy talent would be considered a once-in-a-millennium genius even within the great alchemy sects. Master, I wish to participate in this inter-sect competition. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuqiu replied, Hongsang, we are alchemists. There's really no need for all this fighting and killing. Bai Wuqiu knew that after their journey to Beichang County, his disciple had lost his purine physique, causing his cultivation potential to decline significantly. The sect was now teeming with prodigies, many of whom were exceptionally gifted. It was common for the late bloomers to surpass their seniors. Though Nan Hongsang had already reached foundation establishment, she still paled in comparison to some of these prodigies. Nan Hongsang shook her head. All the junior brothers and sisters are participating. As the senior sister, I absolutely cannot be absent. Truth be told, before many elders joined the sect, she had personally guided the growth of numerous disciples. I wonder, how are those disciples faring now? All the inner disciples were preparing for the upcoming inter-sect competition. Luo Tian, however, was leisurely fishing. Who would have thought he'd become a fishing enthusiast one day? Just as the fishing rod twitched, Luo Tian's expression brightened. Finally, a catch? Without using spiritual energy, he tugged the rod with his hands and found it incredibly heavy, as if something massive was struggling beneath the surface. This only heightened Luo Tian's excitement. This was a big one. Luo Tian summoned his spiritual energy and gave a slight tug. Accompanied by a burst of laughter, a figure was pulled from the lake. Spreading its arms wide, it lunged straight at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's expression darkened as he yanked the soaking wet Luo Ming up by the collar. Master! Luo Ming struggled briefly, realizing he couldn't break free. His large, watery eyes gazed up at Luo Tian. The little one had a rosy complexion and an utterly adorable appearance. Luo Tian poked the child's cheek, prompting the little one to flail his arms and legs in amusement. Luo Tian chuckled wryly. Next month, I'll send this little one off to train. The much-anticipated inter-sect competition commenced. This time, it was far more lively than the outer-sect competition. Among the participants were disciples possessing purple-grade cultivation. Apart from the newly recruited batch summoned by purple recruitment orders, most disciples from earlier intakes had already cultivated to the late Qi cultivation stage. Talent abounded. Luo Tian sat in the main seat, glancing toward Yun Tianhua's position. With a flick of his divine sense. Old Jun, what are your thoughts this time? Yun Tianhua remained silent, as unyielding as a stone. Luo Tian pressed on, Old Yun, as an elder, you must have disciples you favor. Yun Tianhua remained silent. Luo Tian pressed on, Old Yun, shall we place a wager? Yun Tianhua. Zhou the half-immortal sensed their commotion and touched his storage ring, where a large quantity of spirit stones earned from the last outer sect competition lay. This was merely a minor interlude. The inner sect competition raged on fiercely. Figures clashed fiercely against one another. Luo Tianqin wondered if a dark horse might emerge in this inter-sect competition. Round after round passed. Soon, the top 10 contenders faced off. Without exception, every top 10 competitor was a foundation establishment cultivator. Luo Tian examined the matchup list before him, his eyes gleaming with amusement. In the next match, Li Ernia's opponent was none other than Nan Hongsang. That dull-witted fool was facing off against the senior sister from before. The cultivation levels of the other 8 were all formidable. It was bound to be a fierce battle. Even he couldn't predict who would emerge victorious in the end. But, he'd eliminate external factors first. Luo Tian flickered and vanished from his spot. Tomorrow is Sister Hongsang and Brother Erniu's duel perfect to test the effectiveness of my latest talisman research. Little Zhou muttered to herself. Xiao Jingyan beside her glanced over in alarm. Zhou suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Turning around, she saw Luo Tian smiling warmly at her. Chapter 108, Sect Competition Part 3. Zhou stiffened completely. Within the sect, she feared nothing under heaven. Except for Luo Tian. Master of the sect. Zhou called out pitifully, her voice trembling. Unfortunately, Luo Tian wasn't buying it. He reached out, lifted her up, and gave her adorable round cheeks a firm pinch, making the little girl's eyes well up with tears. Master, I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Zhou pleaded pitifully. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then tell me exactly where you went wrong. Zhou placed her finger to her lips, her big eyes darting around before she declared, Zhou will never sneak down the mountain again and make Grandpa and the sect master worry. Luo Tian snorted, humph. Seeing Luo Tian reach out again, the little girl Zhou trembled fearfully. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let Brother Jingyan use talismans during the competition. During the inter-sect competition, Jingyan had used talismans to defeat several disciples at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Though the little girl had acted with great stealth, how could such matters escape Luo Tian's notice? Master, it was I who asked senior sister Zhou for the talisman, hoping to achieve a better ranking in the competition. Master, punish me if you must, but please spare sister Zhou. Gingan knelt down with a thud. Luo Tian pondered. Did he really come across as a villain? He was clearly a kind-hearted person, wasn't he? You caused such a commotion in your very first sect competition. Had I not arranged for a foundation establishment disciple to defeat this little brat Gingan, you would have caused a major scandal this time. Luo Tian said impatiently. Zhou possessed extraordinary talent in talisman crafting. If Gingan relied on talismans to break into the top 10, many would likely protest the results of this inter-sect competition. Luo Tian didn't want any slip-ups in this first inter-sect competition. It was also a chance to experience the feelings of other factions in Qi Yuzhou during the Dao Quest assembly. If left unchecked, this little brat would likely interfere with the top 10 matches, perhaps even sway the outcome of the first place contest. Hand over all your talismans. I may show leniency in this matter. Luo Tian looked at the pitiful little girl and pinched her cheek. Poor Zhou, lacking cultivation, offered no resistance whatsoever in Luo Tian's grasp. One after another, the talismans were taken from her. 2 years' worth of savings were confiscated by Luo Tian and deposited into the sect's treasury. Zhou felt like crying but had no tears left. Luo Tian was thoroughly satisfied. Little girl, starting today, I've found you another master. You will study other Taoist arts under him. In Zhou's eyes, Yun Tianhua's talismanic arts were far too simple. She often mastered a day's worth of lessons in less than an hour. Luo Tian reasoned that such exceptional talent wasted without proper cultivation was a shame. He decided to bring in true immortal Hanhai as Zhou's second master. Jinren Hanhai was an independent cultivator, proficient in 100 arts of cultivation, dabbling in every path. He was perfectly suited for the young girl Zhou. Upon hearing this, Zhou's face instantly fell, her expression turning grim. Luo Tian then turned to Gingan. As for you, your punishment is to remain confined within the library hall for 3 months. You are not permitted to step outside the library hall. After issuing these decrees, Luo Tian's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. He vanished as swiftly as a ghost. The sect's grand competition reached the showdown between the top 10 inner disciples. On this day, to Luo Tian's surprise, a guest arrived at the sect. Tai Xuanzi had somehow appeared out of nowhere at the Taishu Dao sect. Tai Xuanzi is on the verge of a breakthrough. Luo Tian detected the faint aura of a divine power seed forming within Tai Xuanzi's body. He could break through to the Purple Palace realm within a year at most. Luo Tian shifted his gaze back to the combat platform. Li Ernio and Nan Hongsang had already taken the stage. Since their trials, their meetings had grown scarce. Recently, after calculating the time, they realized they hadn't seen each other for over half a year, even though they lived in the same area. Nan Hongsang's smile was bright. Senior brother Ernio, it's been a while. Congratulations on successfully establishing your foundation. Li Ernio scratched the back of his head and gave a simple, honest smile. As the match commenced, both gave their all. Li Ernio had consistently cultivated the low-grade Xian tier Taishu Sutra and Taishu sword technique. Nan Hongsang cultivated the supreme-grade Xian tier techniques Flaming Sutra and Heavenly Fire Divine Art, which Bai Wuqiu had exchanged for merit points. Luo Tian watched the scene unfold. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In Li Ernio's hands, the low-grade Xian tier sword technique radiated overwhelming momentum. Sword shadows danced ceaselessly, seamlessly blending offense and defense, a mastery that had reached the realm of transformation. Even the raging heavenly flames could not make Li Ernio retreat a single step. The dull-witted simpleton had transformed into an peerless sword immortal. In the end, as expected, Nan Hongsang was defeated. A hint of disappointment flitted across Nan Hongsang's face. But when she caught sight of a familiar figure watching her from another direction, a smile returned to her face. Li Ernio sheathed his sword. Though he had defeated Nan Hongsang, he felt no joy. A hint of gloom flickered in his eyes. Then, a smile spread across his face. Li Ernio's performance in the inter-sect competition had caught everyone's attention. The elders who had joined the sect earliest were utterly astonished. Li Ernio emerged like a dark horse, breaking through the ranks. Unfortunately, Li Ernio ultimately fell short at second place. First place went to Xiao Buyu. He had grasped the essence of the sword. Even among the foundation establishment elders within the sect, few dared claim they could reliably defeat Xiao Buyu. Third place went to a youth named Ding Wanyang, whose mastery of the spear was nothing short of divine. His performance captivated the spectators, particularly the esteemed Master Su Hua, who immediately took him as a disciple. Fourth place went to a woman named Nangong Qingyu. A master of formations, she wielded various spells with effortless ease, her strength not to be underestimated. She caught the eye of true immortal Hanhai, who took her as a disciple. After distributing the rewards, Luo Tian led everyone to the Dragon King Hall, where they joined the top 10 outer sect disciples. So these are the geniuses of the inner sect? The outer sect disciples paled at the sight of the inner sect members, whose power seemed unfathomably deep. They considered themselves geniuses. Yet compared to the inner sect's prodigies, they seemed utterly mediocre. The inner sect disciples merely gave the outer sect disciples a fleeting glance before turning their attention elsewhere. Even the most gifted among the outer sect disciples would be nothing more than ordinary disciples within the inner sect or worse, destined to rank dead last. Luo Tian opened the gates of the Dragon King Hall, leading the two groups to the first-grade Dragon Blood Pool and the second-grade Dragon Blood Pool respectively. The Dragon Blood Pools contain terrifying energy, immensely beneficial for cultivation, and within them lay the very essence of the Tao of the Mighty. The outer sect competition and inner sect competition concluded. Taishu Dao sect returned to tranquility. Permissions for the 9 provinces were gradually unlocking. Before all 9 provinces' territories were fully unlocked, a shocking piece of news shook the entire Chiyu province. Luo Tian stared at the message delivered from the Chiyu royal mansion, his expression grave. Barbarian invasion. The barbarian tribes, once defeated by the king of Chiyu, had returned with renewed force. All factions within Chiyu province must dispatch cultivators to aid the Chiyu royal house in repelling the barbarian hordes. Should the barbarian forces breach the borders, all within Chiyu province will suffer calamity. If it benefits the nation, I'll risk life and death. Why should I avoid danger or seek fortune? All such talk was nonsense. Luo Tian's grim expression stemmed from the fact that all factions trying to profit from the chaos would face reckoning. Each faction must send at least one of their most gifted young prodigies, plus one accompanying elder. Most crucially, the Heavens Mandate system had not triggered any quests. Chapter 109, Special Incident. The 9 provinces' permissions were not fully unlocked. Apart from temporary missions, major Heavens Mandate quests will not activate. Within the Taishu Dao sect, Zheng Ping'an stands as the most prodigiously talented disciple. Zheng Ping'an had yet to break through to the Purple Palace realm. Luo Tian felt uneasy about sending him to fight in the war against the barbarian tribes. In such battles, even a Zifu Grand Immortal or a Jindan True Lord could perish from a single misstep, let alone a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The Chiyu royal house had specifically named Zheng Ping'an, clearly intending to station such prodigious disciples at the frontier to pressure the major sects into deploying their full strength without holding back. For the safety of their own disciples, they had no choice but to obediently dispatch their sect's strongest experts to assist the Crimson Shadow royal house in repelling the barbarian tribes. Luo Tian had no choice but to recall Zheng Ping'an. He also instructed the great immortal of the vast sea to look after Zheng Ping'an. His cultivation at the 8th level of the Purple Palace realm already towered over most powers in the Red Abyss province. War was brewing. An age of chaos was upon them. Luo Tian sighed deeply. Plans, after all, could never keep pace with change. At the call of the Crimson Twilight Royal House, factions large and small from across the land dispatched disciples and sect elders to the frontier. Even players were no exception. Some sent their sect masters, others sent their disciples. Though no Heaven's Mandate coins were offered as reward, the military merits earned by the Crimson Shadow Royal House for slaying barbarian tribes could be exchanged for quite substantial cultivation supplies. True Immortal Hanhai brought Zheng Ping'an to Changping Pass, as arranged by the Crimson Shadow Royal House. There, Zheng Ping'an encountered several familiar faces. Yang Wushan of the Yang family and Si Hongzhuang of the Si family, who had joined forces to hunt down Yuan Xiong and Beichang Commandery. Zhong Yuchen of Tianjian Mountain, whom he had met at the Taoist Assembly. Song Muji of the Pure Yang Dao sect. Zheng Ping'an also encountered Mo Qingyang. Zheng Ping'an. Mo Qingyang glared at Zheng Ping'an with venom in his eyes. If not for Zheng Ping'an, he would have long been celebrated as one of the 10 great geniuses of Chiyu. He should have been the center of everyone's attention. Instead, he was now reduced to a clown, a disappointment to the clan's elders. His standing within the Mo clan was precarious. Zheng Ping'an followed the sensation and spotted Mo Qingyang, sneering with disdain. Mo Qingyang, last time at the Dao Quest Assembly, you barely scraped by with your life. Now, if I get the chance, I wonder if you'll be so lucky again. Mo Qingyang's face darkened to an extreme degree. How dare you? The guardian behind Mo Qingyang shot Zheng Ping'an a murderous glare. What's an old man like you doing picking a fight with a youngster? If you're dissatisfied, let these 2 youngsters settle it in a life or death battle. A calm voice drifted from behind Zheng Ping'an, revealing an elderly man with the demeanor of an immortal standing beside him. True Immortal Hanhai. Mo Qingyang's guardian recognized the true immortal of the vast sea. His body froze instantly. This was a great immortal of the same tier as the ancient patriarch of the Mo clan. Mo Qingyang's guardian fell silent, leading Mo Qingyang away without a word, retreating in disgrace. Against true Immortal Hanhai, he stood no chance whatsoever. If they angered true Immortal Hanhai, he possessed 100 ways to eliminate them, and the Mo clan would have no choice but to swallow their pride. Having a Purple Palace 8th layer powerhouse as a guardian cultivator was an extravagance beyond measure. Most Golden Core sects couldn't even dream of such extravagance. True Immortal Hanhai warned Zheng Ping'an, the Mo family are no good. Their ancestor was no good. If you encounter that Mo family brat during the war against the barbarian tribes, don't hesitate, kill him outright. It was clear that true Immortal Hanhai harbored deep resentment toward the Mo school's patriarch. Zheng Ping'an nodded. He wasn't a saint. Mo Qingyang had provoked him time and again. If Mo Qingyang reached the Purple Palace realm, the Taishu Dao sect would likely gain another troublesome enemy. Letting Mo Qingyang live would be a source of endless trouble. It would be best to eliminate him at the first opportunity. However, Zheng Ping'an silently added to himself, not all members of the Mo school are villains. There are still some decent people among them. Just then, a familiar figure appeared on the horizon. My friends, it has been a long time. I trust you are all well? One by one, men and women wearing different masks descended from the sky. Leading them was Tai Xuanzi, bearing a mask edged in gold. As the crowd watched the belatedly arriving Tai Xuanzi, a thought spontaneously crossed their minds. This guy really is a show-off. When Tai Xuanzi hadn't revealed his identity before, everyone assumed he wore the mask to conceal his true self. Now, this is just pure showboating. You're going to break through to the Purple Palace realm before long, aren't you? Song Muji shot Tai Xuanzi a complicated look. Though several years older than Tai Xuanzi, he had been defeated by him. Now he was forced to watch helplessly as Tai Xuanzi surpassed him, leaving him behind. Tai Xuanzi merely chuckled dismissively, turning to the others. Everyone, take a look. How do you like my new mask? Isn't it much more striking than the old one? The others crowded closer and noticed Tai Xuanzi's mask was indeed different. It seems to have gotten uglier. Zheng Ping'an thought to himself, this is truly the work of junior sister Nan. Tai Xuanzi smiled. This was personally crafted by my wife. Except for Zheng Ping'an, the other geniuses were all stunned. You sly fox, Tai Xuanzi. Getting married on the sly without even letting us toast you with a cup of wine. Yang Wushan scolded with a laugh. Exactly. You didn't even tell us about this, big brother. Once you get a woman, you forget your brothers. The masked group members joined in the teasing. Seeing himself under fire, Tai Xuanzi sheepishly explained, we haven't actually tied the knot yet, but once this barbarian invasion is over, I'll definitely invite you all to drink my wedding wine. Yang Wushan shot him a disgusted look. One cup won't be enough. We'll get you dead drunk. I'll sneak out some of the old man's divine elixir, we won't stop until we're all wasted. Song Muji retorted, my pure Yang sect's pure young divine wine is renowned throughout the land. I wonder how many cups you can handle. How dare you boast so brazenly? The others all burst into laughter. Zheng Ping'an calculated inwardly, could the entire Taishu Dao sect unite to deliver a surprise to Tai Xuanzi? Everyone offered congratulations to Tai Xuanzi. The guardian cultivators behind them watched these prodigies forge bonds of friendship, smiles spreading across their faces. Centuries hence, this would be their era. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a blue-grade opportunity token. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 pieces of low-grade spirit wood. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining grade 1 elixirs 3. After opening 10 consecutive ordinary transmigrator gift packs, Luo Tian gave up. Getting decent items from ordinary gift packs was just too difficult. Fortunately, he had already saved up 400 gift packs. After using 10, he still had 390 left. He pulled out 24 gift packs and paired them into premium gift packs. Unfortunately, the highest tier item he could get was a mid-grade Xian tier artifact. Luo Tian was honest. With exactly 366 gift packs remaining, he synthesized them all at once. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained a divine ability stone. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. This was a valuable item, allowing him to unlock an additional divine ability slot. After using the divine ability stone, his slots increased from 3 to 4. To unlock the 5th slot, however, would require 2 divine power stones. After opening the gift pack, Luo Tian's gaze drifted toward the distant frontier. I wonder how Xiao Ping'an is doing now. Chapter 110, The Front Lines. Within the Dao sect, Su Chang and Chu Mozhang were both in seclusion, cultivating. Since Han Haizhenren had gone to serve as Zheng Ping'an's guardian cultivator, Zhou Zhou, the little girl, had been entrusted to Wei Lingzhenren for instruction. Though a solitary cultivator, Immortal Weiling was proficient in martial arts and array formations. In this world, martial arts were considered lowly. Even a heavenly man realm cultivation could allow one to survive against ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. It was wise to equip the young Zhou Zhou with more means of self-defense. As for Luo Ming, Luo Tian personally instructed him in cultivation. Though his cultivation relied on the sect, his mastery of the Purple Palace 9th layer was undeniable. He was well versed in every cultivation technique practiced by disciples within the sect. Luo Ming's cultivation progressed rapidly. Within mere days of beginning his practice, he was visibly nearing foundation establishment. Luo Tian had Bai Wuqiu prepare a foundation establishment pill for Luo Ming. Before the pill was even finished, Luo Ming successfully established his foundation. It seemed as though cultivation held no bottlenecks for him whatsoever. Luo Tian could only utter red-grade quality. Truly terrifying. Changping Pass was guarded by several true lords. Zheng Ping'an saw the barbarian tribes for the first time. Most of these barbarians resembled humans, yet their bodies were covered in mysterious totem tattoos, radiating savage ferocity. Zheng Ping'an's opponent was a barbarian prodigy. This barbarian prodigy was tall and robust, with ash-gray hair reaching his waist, radiating a fierce aura. Strangely, upon seeing Zheng Ping'an, this barbarian prodigy did not immediately attack. His vacant gaze seemed to convey some unspoken message to Zheng Ping'an. Alas, before the words could be spoken, a gaping wound split open in his skull. From the wound emerged a grotesque, triangular head covered in raw flesh, its chaotic eyes all fixed on Zheng Ping'an. Eat! I'll eat you! This horrifying spectacle sent a chill down Zheng Ping'an's spine. After several rounds of combat, he severed the creature's head with a single sword strike and brought the corpse back to Chongping Pass. Some prodigies at Chongping Pass had also encountered this problem. This invading tribe seemed different from the barbarian hordes described in ancient texts. Ultimately, a true lord emerged. The barbarians worship ancient gods. A select few chosen ones can communicate with these divine beings. After paying a tremendous price, they gain extraordinary power. This is not an unusual occurrence. You need only do your utmost to repel the barbarian invasion. Generals led armies, deploying battle formations to clash with barbarian soldiers. The air thickened with murderous intent and a foul, corrupting stench. Fortunately, the cultivator's target was not this barbarian army, but the ancient god worshippers who also wielded extraordinary power. Zheng Ping'an, however, found it hard to believe the words of this true lord. The barbarian's prodigy seemed to want to say something to him. Alas, before he could speak, he was seized by a terrifying presence. Pure devotion would not have yielded such an outcome. Clearly, the barbarian prodigy's faith was not willingly embraced. After some time passed, Zheng Ping'an noticed Mo Qingyang acting suspiciously. With mutual animosity between them, Zheng Ping'an set his sights on Mo Qingyang, hoping to seize an opportunity to eliminate him. After lying in wait for half a month, Zheng Ping'an finally seized his chance, stealthily following Mo Qingyang along the way. Mo Qingyang appeared unaware of Zheng Ping'an's presence. Lurking in the shadows, he encountered a group of human cultivators hunting barbarian cultivators. Without hesitation, he launched a surprise attack, decisively slaying the human cultivators. Has Mo Qingyang lost his mind? Attacking fellow human cultivators for no reason. Zheng Ping'an watched the scene unfold, utterly perplexed. An attack out of revenge might be understandable. But to indiscriminately slaughter fellow human cultivators without cause? The Crimsonine royal house wouldn't let that slide. If discovered, the forces backing him would likely suffer the consequences too. What unfolded next sent a chill down Zheng Ping'an's spine. Mo Qingyang, who had just killed the cultivator, gave a sinister smile and moved closer. Then, his face split open from the middle, revealing countless slender tentacles that slowly devoured the dead cultivator's body. Mo Qingyang's cultivation level was visibly surging. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Purple Palace realm. Of course, whether he would succeed in that breakthrough was another matter entirely. After completing this, Mo Qingyang turned his gaze toward Zheng Ping'an's hiding place. Zheng Ping'an, come out. I know it's you. Zheng Ping'an slowly emerged. Mo Qingyang showed no surprise. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said, "You must have witnessed everything that just happened." Zheng Ping'an replied, "Mo Qingyang, I knew your heart was twisted, but I never imagined you'd become such a monster." Monster? Mo Qingyang sneered contemptuously. This is clearly a blessing from the ancient god. Before long, you too will become like me. But, maybe you'll never get another chance. Mo Qingyang licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. If he could devour Zheng Ping'an, he might instantly break through to the Purple Palace realm. The future held no certainty, but ascending to the Golden Core realm was not beyond reach. Zheng Ping'an unleashed a heaven-suspending sword technique, its sword chi sweeping out and tearing Mo Qingyang's body into shreds. Gushing blood splattered onto the ground like writhing maggots. Under Zheng Ping'an's watchful gaze, they reassembled at a visible pace. Mo Qingyang, revived, wore a look of sheer terror. He never imagined Zheng Ping'an could have grown this powerful. Damn it! At the Dao Inquiry Assembly, his strength was only marginally greater than mine. After being instantly slain by a single sword strike, Mo Qingyang turned tail and fled without a second glance. The monster within Mo Qingyang, or rather, the blessings of those ancient gods, proves far more formidable than any barbarian prodigy I've encountered before. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Ping'an decided to eliminate the threat once and for all. With a wave of his hand, 7 fiery dragons, snarling monstrously, engulfed Mo Qingyang. Amidst his agonized screams, not even a trace of Mo Qingyang remained. This time, there would be no resurrection. After completing this, Zheng Ping'an gazed at the sun obscured by dark clouds. A sense of unease lingered in his heart. It felt as though something dreadful was about to unfold upon this land. After slaying Mo Qingyang, Zheng Ping'an returned to Chongping Pass. His mind remained fixated on the event. Mo Qingyang's final transformation had been utterly terrifying. Zheng Ping'an had encountered demon cultivators before, but none had ever mutated themselves into such a grotesque form. Could it be that someone within Chongping Pass is colluding with the barbarian tribes? Zheng Ping'an's thoughts grew more guarded, and he resolved to return to Changping Pass to conduct a discreet investigation. Inside Changping Pass, Mo Qingyang's disappearance caused little stir. The standoff between Changping Pass and the barbarian hordes continued unabated. Until 3 months later, the thunderous clatter of hooves echoed from beyond the pass. Countless warriors clad in crimson armor, riding fiery steeds, sliced through the barbarian army like a sharp blade, charging in all directions. Is this the legendary Crimson Shadow Army? Those watching from the ramparts observed this army, slaughtering all in its path. Though numbering less than 100,000, every soldier was a martial artist. Such a concentration of martial energy nearly coalesced into a colossal river of blood. Chapter 111, Secrets of the 9 Provinces. Martial artists were always regarded as mere ants in the eyes of cultivators. Even those at the martial heavenly realm could barely survive under the hands of Foundation Establishment cultivators at best. Martial artists were short-lived souls. A Foundation Establishment cultivator could live 300 years. A Heavenly Man realm martial artist would grow old and die after 150 years. Martial arts hold no promise. Yet today's events have forever altered everyone's perception of martial artists. 1 martial artist is an ant. 10 martial artists are ants. 100 martial artists are still ants. But 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. When these martial artists gathered together, the power they channeled forced even cultivators like them to temporarily retreat. The Crimsonine army charged into the barbarian hordes, causing them to retreat in disarray. When barbarian cultivators attempted to intervene, figures of cultivators flew out from beyond Changping Pass, intercepting every barbarian cultivator. This clash left the barbarian army in disarray, abandoning armor and weapons as they retreated. Changping Pass was temporarily free of threat. The ground was littered with the bloodied, mangled remains of the barbarian army. The barbarian army had only retreated temporarily. The crisis was far from over. But at least some time had been bought. Taishu Daozong. Luo Tian snapped his fingers. Calculating the timeline, only the final province of Yunzhou remained uncompleted for the Celestial Mandate quest. Yunzhou's Heaven's Mandate task was similar to Chiuzu's, both required organizing a Daoist assembly. He dispatched Li Ernia to handle it. Since ascending to purple tier quality, Li Ernio had been performing exceptionally well. Congratulations to player Luo Tian's disciple Li Ernia for participating in Yunzhou's Heaven's Mandate event, earning 3,000 Heaven's Mandate coins. After participating in the Heavens Will events across all 7 remaining provinces, Luo Tian had accumulated a total of 18,000 Heavens Will coins. Combined with the remaining Heavens Will coins from the Heaven Province event, his total now surpassed the 20,000 mark. With the final province joining, the 9 provinces channel erupted in lively activity. Welcome, brothers of Yunzhou. 8 states, 1 family. 8 provinces? Why not 9? Oh, right. Yunzhou brothers arrived late and might not know one of the 9 provinces, Tianzhou, has been expelled by Archiuzu. To the poster above, we Tianzhou players would rather die than become prisoners. Ha? So there are still stragglers from Tianzhou? Don't let me find your location, I'm in Tianzhou right now. Whoa, what the hell happened? 9 provinces turned into 8? Is this a collapse of morality or a distortion of humanity? Don't panic, Yunzhou brother. We players from Chiuzu are deeply committed to peace. Those from Tianzhou brought this upon themselves, they're the exception. Congratulations to all 9 provinces players for unlocking full 9 provinces access. The new Heaven's Mandate event, the struggle between good and evil, is about to begin. The 9 provinces channel fell instantly silent. Luo Tian held his breath. Finally, the new Destiny event was upon them. The struggle between good and evil. The struggle between good and evil, the seals of Heaven's Way have weakened. Through the schemes of ancient beings, the reincarnated demon emperor of antiquity has returned. He seeks to unleash a torrential wave of demonic chaos upon the Great Yu dynasty, threatening to overthrow it. Players may choose to align with either the path of righteousness or the path of evil. Each faction requires distinct quests to complete, and they stand as adversaries until one side is defeated, concluding the event. Choosing the righteous path, defeating demons and upholding righteousness grants righteousness points. Higher righteousness points yield greater rewards upon the event's conclusion. Additionally, slaying demonic foes earns destiny coins. Killing players with demon points yields varying destiny coin rewards based on their demon point level. Faction Aura, higher righteousness points grant damage bonuses to your sect when facing demon path forces or demons at 10, 20, 30. Tier thresholds. Success rate for realm breakthroughs also increases. Aura effects are removed after the righteous versus demon war concludes. Victory condition, assist the forces of the Great Yu dynasty in slaying the demon emperor. Defeat penalty, all righteous players lose 30% of destiny coins earned during the event. Higher righteousness values increase the likelihood of attracting demonic hatred, drawing powerful demonic foes to ambush you. Selecting the Demon Path faction, killing righteous faction members grants Demon Path points. Higher Demon Path points yield greater rewards after the Destiny event concludes. Additionally, assisting the Demon Emperor in capturing factions grants Destiny coins. Killing players with righteous values yields varying destiny coin rewards based on their righteous value. Faction Aura, higher demon path values grant damage reduction when facing righteous path opponents at 10, 20, 30 thresholds, while also accelerating cultivation speed. This aura is removed after the demon righteous war concludes. Victory condition, assist the demon emperor in overthrowing the Great Yu dynasty's rule. Defeat penalty, all demon-aligned players lose 30% of destiny coins earned during the event. Higher demon-aligned values increase the likelihood of attracting righteous-aligned player hostility, drawing powerful righteous-aligned players to ambush and kill. After the Celestial Mandate, Battle of Good and Evil concludes, the Celestial Mandate auction opens. Players may use acquired Celestial Mandate coins to compete. Following the event, the Merit Value Shop and Slaughter Value Shop permanently opened based on the player's alignment with either the good or evil faction. Luo Tian's heart trembled. Before him appeared a faction selection. Righteous path or demon path. One thought leads to immortality, another to demonhood. Holy, the Celestial Mandate conflict is finally here. If you slack off in cultivation, you'll end up as a soul in my banner of 10,000 souls. Brothers, I choose the demon path. Someday, I hope my banner of 10,000 souls can be renamed the banner of the human emperor. Damn, don't do that, man. I'm already trembling in fear. What if someone nearby chooses the demon path and uses me to fuel their banner? Evil never overcomes good. I choose the righteous path. That demon emperor looks like a total loser, unreliable. So what if he came back from the dead? He's still a failure. How should I choose? So torn. At that moment, Li Long sent a message. He immediately issued an announcement, instructing the Supreme Immortal Alliance to await Luo Tian's decision. The righteous path versus the demonic path. The difference between these factions was as vast as heaven and earth. What the hell kind of choice is this? Luo Tian glanced down at the multitude of disciples below. The entire Taishu Dao sect was thriving and flourishing. He must be out of his mind to abandon such a promising future and plunge into the demonic path. If his sect only had white grade disciples and blue grade disciples, he would join the demonic faction without hesitation. But now, Luo Tian, notify all members of the Supreme Immortal Alliance to choose the righteous path. Li Long, roger that. Under Luo Tian's arrangements, the Supreme Immortal Alliance members chose the righteous faction. Luo Tian gazed at the bright, cloudless sky stretching endlessly above. Yet this realm would soon be transformed into a sea of corpses and blood with the Demon Emperor's revival. We must recall all disciples stationed abroad. Luo Tian thought to himself. Numerous disciples from the sect were still undergoing trials in distant provinces. The 9 provinces. Within the ancient void space. Shadowy figures, vaguely humanoid in form, sat cross-legged together. The seal on the Demon Emperor has vanished. The Demon Emperor within the seal is no more. A colossal figure spoke, its form draped in surging rivers and raging torrents. Yet, his voice trembled with profound dread. Who has guarded the Demon Emperor these past 100 years? A figure radiant with golden light, as if cast from pure gold, spoke with discontent. It was that old man from the Crimsonine royal house who guarded the Demon Emperor. A woman radiating multicolored auroras, her flowing hair cascading to her waist, spoke with schadenfreude. Could it be you suspect my Crimson Shadow royal house secretly released the Demon Emperor? Utterly ridiculous. Wispy ghostly flames enveloped a figure. Facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, he retorted indignantly. What benefit would releasing the Demon Emperor bring to my Chi-Yu royal house? The first thing the Demon Emperor would do upon regaining his power would be to make my Chi-Yu royal house his first target. Some scoffed, unconvinced. The atmosphere grew tense. A figure clad in Taoist robes and holding a whisk broke the tense silence. Beyond our Great Yu, the entire Great Wilderness has already fallen prey to the demonic hordes. Adding one more Demon Emperor won't make things any worse. At worst, it merely hastens the fall of this realm. A being enveloped in a halo of light asked with flickering eyes, Your Majesty, has there been any sign of awakening? The Taoist-robed Heavenly Lord shook his head. The last extraction of the 9 provinces' vital essence improved His Majesty's condition slightly, but there has been no sign of awakening. Hearing this, the expressions of the assembled Heavenly Lords shifted. Ba. I wonder how Lord Qingshu's construction of the path to rebirth is progressing. A Buddha figure, one hand pressed to his chest in a gesture of respect, inquired politely. At the mention of the path of rebirth, the celestial lords present finally showed interest. The Taoist robe Heavenly Lord, also known as the Qingshu Taoist Master, spoke with a hint of regret. We have found traces of another realm, but have yet to locate its barrier. Without it, the path of rebirth cannot connect the 2 realms. It will require more time to perfect. And the Demon Emperor is simply left unchecked? The Crimsonine Celestial Lord interrupted their conversation. As for the Demon Emperor, let those righteous cultivators go and delay him, an ancient Celestial Lord spoke calmly. You fools! Don't you fear the Demon Emperor will hunt you down one by one once he recovers his power? Thousands of years of cultivation, all for naught. Shi Yu Tianzuan snorted coldly. Chapter 112, The Path of Righteousness? The Path of Demons? The Crimsonine celestial lords snorted coldly. One by one, they accused him of letting the demon emperor escape, yet not a single one was willing to handle the situation. Red Abyss Heavenly Sovereign, you should be more concerned about the demonic hordes beyond the barrier. If they're determined to drive the barbarian tribes into battle, your Red Abyss province will be laid waste. No need for the demon emperor to come for you. A heavenly lord remarked with schadenfreude. The Crimson Abyss Heavenly Sovereign vanished, leaving his seat empty. The remaining heavenly lords turned their full attention to the Reincarnation Path project. Changping Pass. After the last victory over the barbarian hordes, joyous celebrations filled Changping Pass. The barbarian hordes seemed utterly. With the Red Ghost Army guarding the pass, no one took the barbarian hordes seriously. I hope I'm overthinking this. This atmosphere made Zhang Ping'an feel something was terribly wrong. But the Golden Core Immortals paid it no mind. The most crucial thing now is still breaking through to the Purple Palace realm. Zhang Ping'an stood but a step away from the Purple Palace realm. Currently, Tai Sex Tai Xuanzi and Xunyang Daozong Song Muji were both in seclusion preparing to break through to the Purple Palace realm. This instilled a sense of urgency in Zhang Ping'an. He must break through as well. Zhang Ping'an began his seclusion. He felt that the restlessness in his heart might stem from his cultivation level. Once he broke through to the Purple Palace realm and refined his divine abilities, this situation might improve somewhat. Outside Changping Pass, a soldier of the Crimson Shadow Army cautiously emerged from the city walls. His eyes were bloodshot. A rotting beast carcass lay on the ground. He dropped to his knees, tentacles sprouting from his mouth. Each tentacle bore countless mouths, feasting voraciously on the beast's remains. In that moment, the rotting beast carcass seemed to become a supreme delicacy. A man cloaked in black, concealed within the night, watched the scene unfold, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. 3,000 years. Emperor Yu, 3,000 years have passed, and you haven't improved one bit. Even a bunch of useless fools could outmaneuver you. How laughable and pitiful. The man in the darkness let out a low, hollow laugh. Then, let me bring this nauseating empire to its complete end, transforming it into a realm of demons, to live eternally with me. He cast a lingering gaze upon Changping Pass. Soon, he would return to this place once more. Now, he would unleash all his former allies. He would rebuild the demon realm. The eternal demon emperor. Direction of the Taishu Dao sect. The conflict between righteous and demonic forces had been raging for a week. During this time, Luo Tian had largely figured out the dynamics of the conflict. The righteous faction seeks to eliminate the demon emperor, while the demonic faction aids him. However, some players exploited glitches to avoid joining either faction, effectively opting out of the event altogether. Even under his call to arms, numerous players chose to join the righteous faction. Yet many players still chose to join the demonic faction. The missions for both the righteous and demonic factions were strictly confidential. Any disclosure, no matter how slight, would result in annihilation by the Heavens Will system. As for how he knew, well, he'd conducted experiments. Righteous Faction Mission 1, prevent the demon faction from liberating the 9 nether ghost fiends. If the righteous faction succeeds in stopping them, rewards will be distributed based on contribution. The higher the ranking, the greater the chance of obtaining rarer items. The system prompt echoed in Luo Tian's mind. Before him appeared a map of the 9 provinces, marked with a red circle. This was the Divine Mandate System's prompt for righteous players. As Luo Tian examined the designated area, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Is this a coincidence? The system's prompt pointed to none other than Beichang County, the very place where a temporary Heaven's Mandate event had once erupted. As Luo Tian understood it, Beichang County had nearly collapsed after enduring a catastrophic event 4 years prior. Both Purple Palace cultivators of Beichang Commandery perished. Fortunately, the county's destiny finally kicked in, forcibly producing a new Purple Palace to barely stabilize the situation. Luo Tian immediately gathered numerous players from Qingli County to discuss the situation. Though the consequences of releasing the 9 nether ghost fiend remained unknown. But even a fool could see this would be a significant boost for the Demon Emperor's faction. A figure who single-handedly ignited the conflict between righteous and demonic forces at the peak of his subordinates' strength, even the weakest among them would likely be at least a Divine Lord-level existence. And wouldn't the promotion quest for a 4th-tier sect happen to require slaying a Golden Core cultivator or higher? Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. The Demon Emperor's subordinates are all in their weakened state. Who knows? Perhaps we can strike while the iron is hot and finish him off. For this faction mission, Luo Tian led 100 Foundation Establishment 9th Stage 2nd-tier sect masters to North Chang County. Thousands more 1st-tier sect masters gradually arrived in Beichang County. The Dao traditions of Chiyu Prefecture also dispatched powerful figures, converging en masse upon Beichang Commandery. Beichang County. The sect now dominating North Chang Commandery was known as the Greenwood Spirit Manor. During the previous Northern Chang Prefecture uprising, the stronger sects of the prefecture were nearly annihilated. The Lord of the Qingmu Lingfu had concealed his cultivation level until the crisis passed. He then revealed his peak foundation establishment cultivation, sweeping away all major and minor factions in northern Chang Prefecture. He seized control of the prefecture and successfully ascended to the rank of Purple Palace Great Immortal. For a time, their glory knew no bounds. Yet this golden age proved fleeting. Within mere years, Qingmu Lingfu discovered a problem. Increasing numbers of people were being corrupted by malevolent energies, transforming into rabid fools who attacked anyone they encountered. Those bitten, if not treated promptly, would be gradually consumed by the malevolent energy until they completely lost their sanity. Initially, the victims were mostly commoners. The Qingmu spirit manor could handle these cases with ease. But gradually, as the scale expanded, some cultivators also became infected. Sensing something amiss, the Qingmu spirit prefecture immediately reported the news to the Qiyu royal house, requesting support. Yet, the message never received a response. It wasn't until recently that the Crimsonine royal house finally issued an order, dispatching righteous cultivators from various factions to North Chang County to slay demons and exterminate evil. But now, as if coordinated across the entire North Chang commandery, a terrifying, demonic tide erupted. Have these people turned into zombies? A young man casually grabbed a gray-skinned, green-faced creature with fangs bared, its mouth gaping in a constant, raucous roar. He slapped it, but seeing the zombie continue its howl, he simply pointed a finger and instantly pierced its skull. No hope. These people have completely lost themselves. The young man sighed helplessly. Numerous figures remained scattered about. They were Luo Tian and his companions, who had rushed from Qingli County to Beichang County. The chaos in Beichang County they had passed through was utter. It resembled the zombie apocalypse from his past life. Many in Beichang Prefecture had transformed into zombies, tearing at people with frenzied bites. These zombies felt no pain, knew no fatigue, and devoured others with demonic ferocity. The malevolent energy within them had mutated into a strange power. The denser the aura, the greater their strength. Luo Tian scanned the area and even spotted zombies whose power rivaled that of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Li Long spoke up, Alliance leader, we must first locate the Qingmu Spirit Manor and gather intelligence on the 9 nether ghostly evil from other factions in Qiyu Prefecture. Luo Tian thought to himself, I know we need to find the Qingmu Spirit Manor first, but the problem is, where is it? After the last major battle, nearly all surviving players had evacuated Beichang Commandery, a place fraught with danger. They were completely in the dark about the current situation there. First, secure a city as our base. Then split up and search for clues about the Qingmu Spirit Mansion. Luo Tian gazed at a nearby city and addressed the group. The group nodded in agreement. With over 100 Foundation Establishment 9th layer cultivators, even combining all the forces within a single county wouldn't yield such numbers. With Luo Tian, a 9th level Purple Palace cultivator, commanding their efforts, clearing a city would be effortless. Sadly, barely 1 in 100 survivors remained within the city walls, a pitiful sight. Witnessing the formidable might of Luo Tian and his companions, the survivors prostrated themselves in reverence, convinced they were immortals descended to save the world. After a brief discussion, Luo Tian and his companions began searching the surrounding areas for clues about the Greenwood Spirit Palace. They also hoped to find other factions supporting North Chang County, hoping to learn from them about the seal binding the 9 netherworld ghost fiends. Chapter 113, Sudden Change. Outside Changping Pass, the barbarian hordes surged forth once more. The Crimson Shadow Army plunged directly into the heart of the barbarian forces. But this time, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Some Crimsonine soldiers suddenly turned on their comrades without warning, severing heads before clutching the severed limbs to their chests and sucking greedily. Disgusting tentacles extended from their mouths. This scene caught the defenders of Changping Pass completely off guard. Have these men gone mad? Everyone was stunned into silence by this sudden turn of events. How could the Qiyu soldiers, who had been perfectly normal moments before, suddenly transform into monsters? The transformed soldiers began slaughtering each other, decimating most of their ranks within moments. A Golden Core Immortal Lord sensed something amiss and attempted to intervene, intending to lead the remaining soldiers back to the city. But it was already too late. The terrifying phenomenon seemed contagious. The fallen soldiers swiftly transformed into frenzied beasts, joining their maddened comrades in slaughtering the remaining troops. The Golden Core Immortal who had intervened was swiftly intercepted by the mighty warriors of the barbarian tribes. Yet, this was not the end. Chaos erupted within Changping Pass as well. Powerful warriors from other factions transformed without warning into terrifying monsters, slaughtering their comrades indiscriminately. In an instant, the losses within Changping Pass were catastrophic. Vaguely, the blood beneath the entire Changping Pass began to flow steadily along some ancient path, as if channeling an ancient altar. Within Qiyu Pass, a white-haired elder seated in meditation lifted his gaze toward the sky. A sudden realization struck him, and he let out a bitter laugh. So that's it. So that's it. How ruthless. I was wrong. I never imagined you could sink so low. Great you is finished, your majesty. Great you is finished. The old man reached up and gouged out his own eyes before drifting upward into the air. The once clear sky had completely transformed. Dense shadows swarmed around Chongping Pass. Among these shadows, some bore sheep's heads on human bodies, others snake bodies with human heads, some were covered in tentacles, and others were covered in eyes of varying shades of black and white. Without exception, they were all terrifying monsters of the utmost horror. These monsters encircled Chongping Pass, and to their eyes, every living soul within the pass seemed like a delicately crafted pastry. They watched with mocking amusement as the inhabitants slaughtered one another, occasionally snatching a cultivator to devour. A brutal feast was unfolding within Chongping Pass. Luo Tian remained unaware of the upheaval at Chongping Pass. A notification flashed in his mind. Player Luo Tian's disciple Zheng Ping'an is attempting to break through to the Purple Palace realm. Current success rate, 85%. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian's disciple Zheng Ping'an has successfully broken through to the Golden Core realm. Little Ping'an has successfully broken through to the Golden Core realm. Luo Tian's face lit up with joy. After over 4 years, the first Golden Core cultivator had finally emerged. This joy lasted only a moment before fading. The current state of Beichang County was even more chaotic than during the Heaven's Mandate incident. Countless souls had been corrupted by malevolent energies, ultimately turning against one another in bloodshed. Tragedy was everywhere. Along the way, simply slaying these zombies and rescuing ordinary people had boosted his sect's righteousness points to 7. Fortunately, they had found clues leading to the Qingmu Spirit Mansion. After leaving some men to hold the city, Luo Tian led the rest to the Qingmu Spirit Manor. The inhabitants of the Qingmu Spirit Mansion were overjoyed to see Luo Tian and his fellow players arrive, hastily inviting them inside. Within the Qingmu Lingfu, numerous purple palaces had gathered, all appearing remarkably at ease. It seemed that since arriving in North Chang County, they had never ventured outside the Qingmu Spirit Mansion. This phenomenon puzzled Luo Tian greatly. After inquiring, he learned the reason. These major factions had sent their disciples out to train, treating the crisis in Beichang County as a training ground. Luo Tian's face turned ashen. What the hell are these guys thinking? Beichang Commandery is practically deserted. People are dying off, yet they still act all high and mighty, not giving a damn. Is this the righteous faction? Luo Tian even spotted some old acquaintances. He made up his mind, given the chance, he'd definitely screw these old acquaintances over. Luo Tian located the lord of the Qingmu Spirit Manor. Others could coast by. But the Qingmu Spirit Manor couldn't afford to slack off. Beichang County was their stronghold. Whatever information you seek, fellow Taoist, I shall reveal it all provided you are willing to aid Northchang Commandery. The Qingmu Lingfu lord appeared haggard and exhausted, his temples streaked with white hair that looked as if dusted with winter snow. Seeing the Qingmu lord so forthcoming, Luo Tian held nothing back. Lord, have you heard of the 9 nether ghost fiends? The Qingmu Lingfu lord pondered for a moment, beads of sweat dripping from his face. He shook his head, a look of shame crossing his features. My tenure as lord of Beichang Commandery is still brief. I know not what the 9 nether ghost fiends are that you speak of, Taoist Taishu. Luo Tian fought the urge to beat the Qingmu prefect senseless. And you still pretend to ponder. Well, it seems the 9 nether ghost fiends' whereabouts won't be uncovered here at the Qingmu Spirit Manor. This fellow probably doesn't even know what the Demon Emperor is. Luo Tian wasted no breath on further questions, shifting his inquiry. Then, Lord, do you know the whereabouts of the Demon Path? The Qingmu Palace Master pondered for a moment before nodding. Recently, a disciple reported discovering information about the Corpse Puppet sect. Currently, disciples from the Azure Sky Sword Alliance have gone to investigate. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed as he pressed. The disciples have gone, but what of the elders? Lord Qingmu's eyes dimmed as he spoke slowly. The elders of the Sky Sword Alliance are currently discussing the way of the sword with the elders of Heavenly Sword Mountain. Luo Tian. When one is truly speechless, they are truly speechless. Luo Tian suspected that the sects arriving here hadn't even figured out why they were coming to North Chang County in the first place, they just stumbled into it. Perhaps the factions with nascent soul immortal lords in command knew something. They all seemed to be plotting something, yet none revealed the true purpose of their journey to North Chang County. The Corpse Puppet sect was one of the 66 branches of the Demon Tao. Though lacking any gold core or nascent soul powerhouses, it did harbor several ancient elders at the Purple Palace realm. Luo Tian followed the Lord of Qingmu to find the elder of the Sky Sword Alliance. At that moment, the elder of the Sky Sword Alliance and the elder of Tianjian Mountain were drinking wine and discussing swordsmanship, enjoying a carefree and unrestrained moment. Upon seeing Luo Tian, the Tianjian Mountain elder suddenly unleashed a fierce sword aura. It's you? This elder from Tianjian Mountain was none other than the one who had led Zhou Muchen to Xianxiang City for the Dao Quest Assembly last time. Seeing Luo Tian again now, he naturally harbored deep resentment. Zheng Ping'an had pushed Zhou Muchen out of the top 10 rankings, making Zhou Muchen a laughingstock across the land. All of this had been achieved solely through the use of magical artifacts. Had Zhong Jianzi not restrained him, he would have made that minor sect pay dearly. Had Luo Tian known his thoughts, he would have coldly laughed and told him that had he harbored such intentions, an additional Purple Palace cultivator would have met their end at the edge of Changning County back then. The present Luo Tian paid no heed to the Tianjian mountain elder's thoughts. Daoistly, you did dispatch Sword Alliance disciples to investigate the corpse puppet sect, didn't you? Luo Tian turned to the elder of the Sky Sword Alliance, prompting the elder to frown and reply with displeasure. So what if I did? What do you mean by this? Could it be you have some old grudge with the demonic practitioners of the corpse puppet sect, trying to obstruct me from sending disciples to hunt down that band of fiends? Luo Tian chuckled lightly. I have no say in the Sky Sword Alliance pursuing the corpse puppet sect. But should they fail, it will only alert the corpse puppet sect. Not only will it drive the demonic cultivators back into hiding, but it might even invite disaster. The Sky Sword Alliance elder dismissed this. Your disciples are accustomed to relying on external aids. Do you truly believe all sects in the world are like yours? Our Sky Sword Alliance disciples temper their bodies with sword intent from childhood and have weathered countless battles. How could they possibly be matched by the petty fiends of the corpse puppet sect? As he listened to the Sky Sword Alliance elder's scornful words, Luo Tian stared at him coldly. Then, a golden light pierced the heavens and earth throughout the entire Qingmulingfu. The terrifying pressure of the sword path instantly forced the Sky Sword Alliance elder and the Heavenly Sword Mountain elder to bend double, their bones creaking under the immense force. Witnessing this scene, the Heavenly Court players roared in unison within their hearts. Alliance leader, you're awesome. He overturned the table, showing no weakness in the face of the local factions. Purple Palace experts from various factions, witnessing Luo Tian's audacity, immediately surrounded him in layers. What do you think you're doing? Do you truly believe raw power grants you license to act as you please? These Purple Palace cultivators showed him no sign of goodwill. Luo Tian also spotted a familiar face. Qingya Zhenren of Xinqiang City. Qingya immortalized Luo Tian with hostility. Without a word, Luo Tian activated his golden phase. The might of his divine power shook heaven and earth as he clashed directly with these Purple Palace immortals. Making these fellows submit was simple. Just beat them into submission. A group of hostile players from the local righteous sects Luo Tian knew without thinking what kind of trouble they'd stir up now that they held the initiative. 10 Golden Core Immortals joined the fray, only to be overwhelmed by Luo Tian alone. Such overwhelming power sent shivers down the spines of the elders who prided themselves on their mighty lineage. Their pride began to waver in that moment, casting doubt on their very existence. Were these outsiders truly this formidable? Chapter 114, Seizing Power. All phenomena in heaven and earth are encompassed within the 5 elements. These elders, who prided themselves on their powerful lineages and haughty spirits, ultimately fell one by one at Luo Tian's hands. Luo Tian withdrew his hands, standing tall in the air. Behind him, the 5 elements manifested in shifting patterns, coalescing into a spinning wheel. Upon the wheel, a pointer rotated ceaselessly. Beneath his feet lay the elders of all the defeated factions. In the blink of an eye, he had become one of the unrivaled masters beneath the Golden Core realm. From this day forward, Northern Qing Commandery shall be ruled by this sovereign. Do any of you dare to object? Luo Tian gazed down coldly upon the assembled heroes. These fools truly wouldn't see reason until they were forced to their knees. Luo Tian's gaze settled on the elder of Tianjian Mountain. The elder snorted coldly, turned his face away, and remained silent. The elder of the Azure Sky Sword Alliance was plunged into deep doubt. Qingya Zhenren of Xinqiang City wore a look of anger, swallowing his discontent. The same held true for the numerous other factions present. No matter how much resentment simmered within them, Luo Tian's strength was undeniable. Without a Golden Core cultivator stepping forward, he was invincible. It seems none of you have objections. Luo Tian chuckled lightly before continuing, then I shall make this brief. The demonic tide in North Chang County this time is no ordinary affair. His words had barely fallen. An elder of the Sky Sword Alliance interrupted, these Sha tides are merely condensations of Sha energy. What threat could they possibly pose? Simply purge this malevolent energy, and North Chang County will be restored to peace. Luo Tian's gaze turned cold as he extended a hand, pressing down upon the Skyblade Alliance elder. I detest being interrupted and questioned. The Sky Sword Alliance elder, overcome with humiliation, summoned his techniques to deflect the massive hand. Yet another colossal palm followed, crushing him beneath its weight. He could only roar at Luo Tian, you are being far too domineering. Luo Tian ignored him, continuing, most of you likely share the same notion that this is merely lingering malevolent energy from the previous calamity. If that were truly the case, why have you all gathered here? Silence fell over the group. Their respective factions had only sent them to North Chang County to prevent the malevolent energy there from spreading further. To prevent something dreadful from happening. This malevolent energy is merely a catalyst. Someone seeks to resurrect the 9 netherworld ghost fiends, the minions of the Demon Emperor. Our true purpose is to prevent the Demon Emperor from unsealing the 9 netherworld ghost fiends and to shield the Great You from being engulfed by the demonic tide. Whether you choose to believe or not, this is all I can say. As his words fell, Luo Tian carefully observed the expressions on everyone's faces. Not a trace of unease showed on their faces, nor did his soul sense any abnormal fluctuations. Damn, they're hiding it well. Luo Tian cursed inwardly. Among this group, someone must know the whereabouts of the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend. But they were undoubtedly plotting something. The elders of various factions wore expressions of varying intensity. Had anyone else said that, they would have burst out laughing on the spot. But now, they dared not laugh. The last one who spoke out of turn was still being held down by a giant hand. The Pure Yang Dao sect elder, arriving late, frowned upon hearing Luo Tian's words and inquired, "May I ask, fellow Taoist, from where did you learn of the Demon Emperor and the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend?" Luo Tian glanced over and noticed an old Taoist with a prominent nose lurking in the shadows. From his tone, it seemed he knew of both the Demon Emperor and the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend. "I know neither who the Demon Emperor is, nor what the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend represents. All I know is that the Demon Emperor's emergence will plunge Great You into chaos. Should the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend break its seal, the Demon Emperor would gain at least one more subordinate at the Divine Lord level of the nascent Soul Realm. For the sake of all living beings, we must prevent the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend from breaking its seal and returning to the world. If any of the elders of the Pure Yang Dao sect know of the Demon Emperor or the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend, I implore you to share what you know." Luo Tian spoke with sincere concern for his country and its people, his heart filled with compassion for all living beings. His demeanor radiated righteous indignation. This altered the elders of numerous factions' perceptions of Luo Tian, instantly nullifying the rising animosity they had harbored toward him. Perhaps they had been mistaken. This man truly wasn't looking for trouble. Something significant might indeed be unfolding in Baichang County. For a moment, this clever misunderstanding left everyone feeling ashamed. The elder of the Pure Yang Dao sect spoke solemnly, "I too only learned of the Demon Emperor's existence through ancient texts. He was a formidable foe encountered by Emperor Yu during his conquest of the world, establishing the Eternal Demon Kingdom. His power was immense, and his status surpassed even that of the current 9 provinces' heavenly sovereign." At these words, a chill instantly ran down everyone's spine. The Demon Emperor. A being who could rival Emperor Yu. Though the Yu Emperor had not appeared for millennia, legends of him persisted throughout the great immortal sections. He was a peerless being whose divine prowess was so vast he could forge his own cosmic realm, commanding the will of heaven and earth at will. A transcendent being who could decide the fate of great sages with a single thought. Indeed, one capable of igniting the conflict between the righteous and the demonic must be a formidable figure. Luo Tian's heart tightened slightly. Though he had never seen the Yu Emperor, one who could become the ruler of the 9 provinces was undoubtedly a powerhouse surpassing the return to Void Realm. Luo Tian inquired, "Then, Senior, have you ever heard of the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend?" The elder of the Pure Yang Dao sect shook his head. "I have not. Ancient texts contain only sparse, vague references to the Demon Emperor's existence, nothing detailed." Luo Tian felt a pang of disappointment. The others shared his disappointment. At that very moment, the elder of the Azure Sky Sword Alliance let out a piercing scream. "My disciple!" Luo Tian sensed something was terribly wrong. He immediately released the Sky Sword Alliance elder, who dashed off in one direction. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Luo Tian paid them no mind, following the elder. By the time the elder reached the scene, the Sky Sword Alliance disciples lay sprawled before him, their bellies ripped open, their deaths gruesome. The elder searched body by body. No. No. Suddenly, deep within the wilderness jungle, a blood-stained figure stood rigidly upright. He wore the attire of the Sky Sword Alliance, though more exquisitely crafted than that of ordinary disciples, adorned with intricate embroidered patterns. The Skyblade Alliance elder trembled. You're, is that you?" The figure turned its head. Its face was a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, with fragments of meat still clinging to its mouth. It stared fixedly at the Skyblade Alliance elder who had arrived so late. The horrifying face suddenly broke into a smile, speaking in a broken tone. Master! Father, why did you kill me?" The Sky Sword Alliance elder's body froze. Then, boom! Just as the figure was about to touch the Sky Sword Alliance elder in the blink of an eye, Luo Tian struck. He struck the crimson figure away with a single blow, simultaneously rousing the Skyblade Alliance elder. The elder, now regaining his senses, wept uncontrollably. He hadn't cried after being publicly subdued by Luo Tian twice. Now he wept. The Skyblade Alliance elder's tragedy was not the first. 66 branches of the Demon Path. At least 10 factions had already infiltrated North Chine County. Among them were players who had joined the demonic faction. Some individuals corrupted by malevolent energy were gradually mutating into even more terrifying monsters. Half a month passed in succession. Luo Tian still found no trace of the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend. Unable to locate the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend, Luo Tian shifted his focus to the demonic faction, hoping to pry information about the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend from these demonic practitioners. Alliance leader, these players who joined the demon cult have lost their minds. Li Long couldn't help but grumble. Most of those who joined the demon cult had completely degenerated into fiends. Once the door to evil thoughts in one's heart is opened, it becomes incredibly difficult to close it again. Purge every single player who joined the demon path. Luo Tian's tone was unwavering. Even after the war between good and evil ends, he wouldn't dare recruit these scoundrels. If you don't strive diligently in cultivation, becoming brothers in the banner of 10,000 souls is nothing but a joke. These players who joined the demonic path had embraced it as their creed, sparing not even the local mortals. They were more demonic than the demonic path itself. The demonic path offered rapid cultivation progress. Some even implanted malevolent energies into their disciples' bodies, using extreme methods to force breakthroughs into second-tier sects utterly devoid of humanity, resorting to any means necessary. Luo Tian dispatched members of the Supreme Immortal Alliance to hunt down these demonic players. His righteousness value finally reached 11 points. Under the aura of the righteous faction, his damage against demonic practitioners increased by 5%. During the Great War of Good and Evil, the success rate for breakthroughs across all sect members rose by 1%. Luo Tian pursued the demonic cultivators with renewed vigor. Finally, persistence paid off. One day, Luo Tian received intelligence. Undercover agents had discovered the gathering place of the demon path. Luo Tian immediately rallied his forces, determined to annihilate all demonic factions. If he couldn't find the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend, then he would wipe out the demonic sect entirely. This would count as an unconventional completion of the mission. That very day, under Luo Tian's call to arms, righteous warriors launched a surprise assault on the gathering place of the 10 demon clans. Within the demonic sect stronghold, a young man's eyes dimmed. He was a demonic sect player. He had joined the demonic path at the urging of his unscrupulous friend. He believed that while the righteous path had its villains, the demonic path also harbored good souls. He aspired to become a great hero of the demonic path. But he was wrong. He was utterly mistaken. Demons are demons. Arson, murder, plunder, and pillage were their basic operations. Unarmed commoners were no different from livestock. And his friend? After accompanying the demonic sect twice, he transformed completely. Not only did he implant malevolent energy into his own disciple, but after breaking through to become a second-tier sect master, he personally killed the disciple when he saw him lose control. Power knows no bounds. Xu Shang, I killed another 100 today. My demonic power has reached 21. A burly young man approached Xu Shang, waving his soul banner billowing black smoke. Piercing screams echoed from within as he laughed heartily. Something amusing happened today. A couple begged us to spare their child. Guess what happened? Xu Shang's heart pounded violently. The burly youth smiled as if discovering something amusing. I imbued the child with malevolent energy, making him kill his own parents. You wouldn't believe it, after murdering them, the child wept while gnawing on their corpses. Xu Shang forced a faint smile onto his face, taking a deep breath to ease his stiffness. He felt, everyone here was a demon. Anyone who stays here will eventually turn into a devil. I've already left traces behind. I wonder if Brother Luo Tian and his people can pick up the trail and track it back to this place. Xu Shang thought to himself. When Xu Shang snapped back to reality, a face was inches from his own, sending him scrambling backward in fright. Ah, you're still just as cowardly as ever. The burly youth roared with laughter. Xu Shang's anger boiled over. Chapter 115, The Demon Emperor. Just as the two were talking, shadowy figures radiating overwhelming demonic energy soared into the air. Bad news. Our position is compromised. Retreat immediately. Accompanied by a deafening roar. The once empty sky suddenly filled with dozens of figures. Without exception, they were all colossal figures surrounding the demonic gathering place so tightly that not a single gap remained. At their head stood Luo Tian. Without further ado, Luo Tian uttered a single word. Kill. The heavens darkened. As these great masters clashed, Xu Shang felt the earth tremble like a dragon turning in its lair. Rocks shattered, and the landscape split into 1,000 gullies and ravines. The demonic cultivators' gathering place erupted into chaos as the masses scrambled to flee for their lives. Outside the stronghold, hundreds of righteous cultivators and disciples from various factions had been waiting for this moment. As the remnants of the demonic forces fled, they roared in unison. Kill. Exterminate the demons, uphold the righteous path, and restore a clear and bright world to humanity. The righteous forces were vastly superior to the demonic faction. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced into hiding. Now that the entire demonic gathering place had been exposed, it was like a nest of rats suddenly being torn open, exposing every last one to the sunlight. The great battle erupted. Xu Shang's cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refining was insignificant in such a clash. The aftershocks alone could have killed him 10 times over. Yet he did not die. The burly youth beside him had shielded him relentlessly. After turning the tables and slaying a native Foundation establishment cultivator, the burly youth ripped the storage ring from the fallen enemy's finger and pressed it into Xu Shang's palm. Xu Shang, escape now. This storage ring holds a defensive artifact I seized from a demonic cultivator prodigy. It can withstand a full power strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. I'll hold them off. Xu Shang's mind went blank. Upon witnessing the burly man beside Xu Shang kill one of their comrades, several cultivators rushed over. Run! Xu Shang fled. He was just a lowly cultivator at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. No one paid him any mind. Xu Shang had no idea how long he'd been running until his spiritual energy finally drained away. He glanced back. The distant city had already been reduced to ruins. He squeezed the storage ring in his hand. It held no warmth, only coldness. Demons are demons born demons, demons for life. The sudden voice sent a chill down Xu Shang's spine. He stiffly turned his head to find someone had appeared beside him. The cloaked stranger beckoned to Xu Shang. Xu Shang found his body refusing to obey, sitting alongside the mysterious man at the cliff's edge, silently watching the distant battle. Do you know what a demon is? The cloaked figure gazed into the distance, murmuring, demons do not slaughter without cause, nor do they act on mere whim. That is evil, not demonic. To be demonic is to steal heaven's mandate, to defy causality, to achieve immortal life. Waves of crimson-black malevolent energy coiled into thick threads, spiraling upward from every corner of Beichang County. Above the county, they coalesced into a pulsating sphere that seemed to contain life itself, beating with a thumping rhythm. Now, the real show begins. What is that? Those engaged in eradicating the demonic path halted their battles, all gazing upward. Countless crimson-black threads intertwined, forming a colossal egg in the skies above Beichang County. The pulsing thump-thump emanating from within the egg resembled a colossal heart, as if nurturing life itself. Each beat carried a terrifying magical force. It left minds blank, leaving only primal instincts. The 9 Netherworld Demon Fiend. It must be the 9 Netherworld Demon Fiend. Luo Tian felt utterly certain. Though he didn't know what was happening, he was positive. The 9 Netherworld demon he had been desperately seeking had finally appeared. Both righteous and demonic cultivators halted their battles simultaneously. It's the heavenly karma realm. All the golden core cultivators went mad. In this world, the paths to the nascent soul stage were limited. Most are controlled by those great beings. Suddenly, an extremely weakened powerhouse emerged. If only they could kill him, couldn't they break through the nascent soul realm and ascend to a higher heaven and earth? Any discerning observer could see that the aura of the powerhouse within the heavenly realm was already extremely faint. Just as everyone thought victory was within their grasp. One by one, flesh tumors began to detach from the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend's body. Those growths detached from the egg and transformed into one phantom shadow after another. Some resembled humans, others demonic beasts, and even some monstrous creatures. They obstructed the crowd from approaching the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend's body. Luo Tian instantly shifted into his golden form, thrusting his sword skyward to pierce several dark figures before advancing toward the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend. As if sensing the threat Luo Tian posed, massive tumors split from the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend's body. They then transformed into figures identical to Luo Tian, clad in dark crimson feathered robes. This is actually a replication-type divine ability, just like the mind imprinting mirror. Luo Tian felt a slight shock. This was the first time he had ever seen a second replication-type divine ability besides the mind imprinting mirror. Luo Tian transformed into a golden sword of light, while another version of himself became a crimson sword of blood. Tens of thousands of golden and crimson sword beams collided in the air, their explosive shockwaves rippling through the void itself. The crowd watched in stunned silence. When they finally snapped back to reality, they saw an old man in a Taoist robe had silently crept up beside the blood-red egg. He burst into laughter. The legend is true after all. The Demon Emperor stole the laws of heaven and earth to forge an immortal path that transcends all boundaries. After waiting all these years, the opportunity has finally arrived. I shall prove my divine prowess and attain eternal life. Xu Shang looked at the mysterious black-robed man and asked curiously, aren't you going to intervene? Having regained his composure, he vaguely guessed the identity of the black-robed man. The Demon Emperor. The supreme being deemed by the heavens will system as capable of overthrowing the great Yu dynasty's rule. Yet seeing his subordinates surrounded, the Demon Emperor showed no sign of urgency, appearing utterly calm and at ease. This is a trial destined by fate. I shall not intervene. If he passes it, he lives. If not, he returns to the heavens and earth. The Demon Emperor dismissed the matter, his gaze following the 9 Netherworld demons slaughter upward toward the heavens. There, auspicious signs filled the air. As the pure Yang Dao sect elder in his robe reached out to touch the 9 Netherworld demon fiend, a cold smile curved the Demon Emperor's lips. Without warning, the elder of the pure Yang Dao sect was swallowed whole. Indeed, the blood-red giant egg suddenly opened its gaping maw, swallowing the elder of the pure Yang Dao sect whole into its depths. A piercing scream echoed, followed swiftly by utter obliteration. A peak purple palace 9th layer powerhouse had perished just like that. This scene filled Luo Tian with both shock and fury. This stubborn old Taoist of the pure Yang Dao sect truly knew about the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend, yet feigned ignorance. Whenever Luo Tian probed, he brushed it off. It turned out he coveted the heavenly fruit throne under the Demon Emperor's command, seeking to monopolize it for himself. That alone was bad enough, but to die so pitifully. The 9 Nether Ghost Fiend that had devoured the pure Yang Dao sect elder began its second transformation. The malevolent energy on the blood-stained egg extended outward, weaving into a pair of wings vast enough to obscure the sky. Countless streams of blood seeped from the egg's surface, forcing a green-faced, fanged head upward. It opened its gaping maw, as if intent on devouring the entire world. Luo Tian sensed something was terribly wrong. That damn pure Yang sect elder had been devoured by the 9 nether ghost fiend, triggering an unknown transformation in the blood-stained egg. Could the 9 nether ghost fiend be successfully unleashed? Luo Tian was on the verge of retreating. If a fully formed powerhouse at least at the nascent soul stage appeared, he would flee without hesitation. Damn it, out of nowhere, they just ramped up the difficulty. Luo Tian cursed inwardly. He'd expected some jerk to screw him over, but never imagined it would be the seemingly kind-hearted elder of the pure Yang Dao sect. After dispatching the other puppet himself, Luo Tian didn't rush to retreat nor immediately attack the 9 netherworld demon fiend. Instead, he waited to see how things unfolded. The Heaven's Mandate ritual hadn't failed, meaning this 9 nether demon fiend hadn't been fully unleashed yet. They still had a chance. A powerful demonic cultivator couldn't resist unleashing his divine ability. Grim demonic light coalesced into countless bones, piling up to form a colossal skeleton giant. With a single swipe, the stark bones transformed into razor-sharp blades, tearing the 9 nether demon fiend apart. Seeing this, the crowd's expressions lit up with delight. The demonic cultivator burst into laughter. So you're merely a spent force. Once I refine you, I shall become the supreme master of the demonic path. His laughter abruptly halted. The torn 9 netherworld demon fiend flickered like a split shadow, then coalesced back together. This scene sent a chill through everyone present. No! Luo Tian caught only a fleeting afterimage before the demonic cultivator was swallowed whole by a gaping maw. After devouring the demonic powerhouse, Luo Tian noticed the 9 netherworld demon slaughter seemed to have changed. It had gained an extra claw. A claw sharp enough to tear through anything. The 9 nether demon fiend raised its head, letting out a low growl. Its gaze shifted away from the others and fixed on Luo Tian. The sight sent a cold sweat running down Luo Tian's back, like a timid rabbit caught in the gaze of a powerful lion. He's targeting me next. A great enlightened being, even at its weakest, could effortlessly slaughter golden core cultivators. The 9 netherworld demon moved. Sensing the brink of life and death, Luo Tian immediately unleashed the primordial spirit seal. The seal slammed into the 9 netherworld fiend, causing its body to falter momentarily. With no time for hesitation, Luo Tian bellowed at the crowd, "What are you all staring at? If I die, none of you will survive. Every single one of us here is a sacrifice. Either we take down the 9 nether demon fiend, or it takes us down." Luo Tian couldn't be certain if some old schemers were lurking in the shadows, plotting something. But entrusting such a monumental matter as the Demon Emperor to a few Purple Palace cultivators? Those old schemers undoubtedly had their own agendas. All they could do was create an opportunity. Chapter 116. Upon hearing Luo Tian's warning, some immediately sprang into action to relieve the pressure on him. Others showed signs of internal conflict, hesitating to get involved for their own safety. Dozens of Purple Palace cultivators joined forces against the 9 nether ghost fiend. The sun and moon dimmed, and the heavens and earth seemed to overturn. Only through this battle did Luo Tian truly comprehend the might of a high-tier powerhouse. The battlefield lay in utter ruin. Combined, the purple halls of both the righteous and demonic paths numbered no fewer than 300. Yet half of them perished here. To eliminate the 9 nether ghost fiends in this chaos was utterly beyond their capabilities. Instead, they became nothing more than fodder, mercilessly devoured. Just as everyone was on the verge of giving up. Arg! A thunderous dragon's roar shook the heavens. An immense azure dragon smashed through the drifting clouds. Before Luo Tian and the others' eyes, the colossal dragon's head materialized amidst the clouds. Its 2 enormous eyes resembled the sun and moon incarnate, making the heavens and earth seem minuscule before it. Its head alone was larger than an entire city, casting a shadow that obscured most of North Chang County. Lord Dragon of the North Sea. A Purple Palace immortal murmured this title aloud. The azure dragon cast him a faint glance, and the man immediately spat blood, collapsing to the ground, gravely wounded. Luo Tian vaguely recalled this name. Dragon Lord of the North Sea. A divine sovereign at the nascent soul realm. The sovereign of the North Sea. The 9 nether ghost fiend attempted to flee but found himself unable to move. Luo Tian also felt his own body grow rigid. Before a divine lord, they were utterly insignificant. Damn it! There really is a powerful force orchestrating this. Luo Tian cursed inwardly. He just didn't know whether the North Sea Dragon Lord belonged to the righteous path or the demonic path. The North Sea Dragon Lord's massive head swept across the scene, seemingly searching for something. Demon Emperor, I know you're nearby. You wouldn't abandon the 9 nether ghost fiend. You, here? Chu Sheng watched the colossal dragon head steadily draw nearer, his heart instantly leaping into his throat. Yet the black-robed man beside him remained utterly composed. As the colossal dragon head loomed directly before him, Chu Sheng felt utterly insignificant in that moment, holding his breath. The azure dragon's head lingered at the cliff's edge for a moment, finding nothing, before shifting its gaze elsewhere. A faint barrier now stood between Chu Sheng and the man in black. Just a hair's breadth away. The azure dragon's head inquired a little further forward. It would discover them. The terror in Chu Sheng's heart had not yet dissipated when he saw the black-robed man slowly rise to his feet, murmuring to himself, millennia have passed, yet I never imagined this ancient dragon still lived. The Nine Netherworld ghost fiend has fallen into its clutches after all. The black-robed man showed no intention of attacking. He looked at Chu Sheng, his voice carrying a certain enchantment. Young one, would you be willing to follow this emperor and become one of my subjects? The demon emperor has sent you a vassal invitation. Accepting will forfeit your player status and erase all memories of your former life. Chu Sheng stared at the red system notification that popped up before him. He hesitated not a moment. Accept. He no longer wished to be an insignificant ant. He wanted to become powerful, to possess the strength to look down upon the heavens and earth. The demon emperor departed with Chu Sheng. After searching the area and finding no trace of the target, the azure dragon's eyes flickered with disappointment. He gave a cold snort, seemingly addressing some unseen powerful being. That fellow remains as adept at hiding as ever. Even the Nine Netherworld demon fiend falling into my grasp leaves him utterly unmoved. He opened his massive maw and swallowed the Nine Netherworld demon fiend whole. Soaring skyward, he vanished without a trace. The crisis in Beichang County was temporarily averted. Upright Path faction defeat. A system notification echoed in the minds of righteous players like Luo Tian. The Demon Path faction also received the system's cold notification. Evil faction defeat. The Nine Netherworld demon fiend was ultimately taken away by the Dragon Lord of the North Sea. Both the righteous and demonic factions' missions ended in failure. Having narrowly escaped death, Luo Tian felt no despair over his faction's defeat. At least, he hadn't died. The righteous faction's casualties weren't severe either. This time, the righteous faction's reputation points had also reached 20. With the crisis in Beichang County averted, Luo Tian led the players back to Qingli County. Upon returning to the sect, Luo Tian let out a deep sigh. This world truly felt unsafe. Within the sect, the second disciple, Su Chang, had gone out to seek opportunities for breakthroughs. Though Luo Tian suspected he was actually off to find his fiancée. The third disciple, Chu Mozhang, advanced at an astonishing pace, reaching the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. He had already entered seclusion to attempt breaking through to the Purple Palace realm. A reincarnated great cultivator truly was different. Luo Tian estimated that Chu Mozhang might surpass Su Chang and become the sect's second disciple to cultivate the Purple Palace realm. After his trip, Luo Ming's cultivation. No way. Luo Tian sensed Luo Ming's cultivation level and widened his eyes in shock. Foundation Establishment. 7th layer? Damn it, he'd only been in North Chang County for at most 2 months. Jumping from Foundation Establishment Stage 1 to Foundation Establishment Stage 7? I'm the #1 prodigy here, so what if I level up faster? Despite his young age, Luo Ming was incredibly cocky. He placed one hand behind his back, extended the other with his thumb pointing at himself, and winked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian felt immense satisfaction. But, when he returned to the cave dwelling, he discovered the once full spirit pool was now completely empty. It took only a moment for Luo Tian to grasp what had happened. He hurried to the rare spiritual herbs planted elsewhere. Gone. Luo Tian's face darkened. He reached out with one hand and used his great divine power to pull Luo Ming out. The entire Taisu Dao sect exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused about what could have enraged their sect master so fiercely. Luo Ming, his collar gripped tightly, blinked his wide, innocent eyes. He sucked on his index finger, feigning complete ignorance. Luo Tian pointed at the now empty spirit pool, a cold smile curling his lips. Who did this? The world's greatest genius? Luo Ming blinked and shook his head. Luo Tian wasn't one to indulge. Besides himself, the only one with permission to come and go freely here was Luo Ming, the darling of the entire sect. Luo Tian conjured a black bandage, pinched it between his fingers, then gave a cold chuckle before forcibly turning Luo Ming around. He'd actually thought that red tier talent was so incredibly powerful. The existence of the spirit pool was crucial for the upcoming inter-sect competition. Luo Tian had originally planned to alternate between the second-grade dragon blood pool and the spirit pool. But now, Luo Ming had disrupted his plans. Old geezer, just you wait for me, kid. Wait until I've cultivated my cultivation. Whoa, master, I was wrong. Luo Tian set Luo Ming down. Luo Ming's cultivation had leaped from Foundation Establishment Stage 7 to Foundation Establishment Stage 8. He had completely digested all the accumulated medicinal power within his body. Luo Tian snapped irritably, you want to teach your master a lesson? Wait until you reach the golden core stage first. Truthfully, Luo Tian wasn't that upset about Luo Ming draining the spirit pool. Not only had Luo Ming used up the spirit pool, but he'd also devoured every single spirit plant Luo Tian had cultivated, as if they were common cabbages. The sheer abundance of medicinal power genuinely worried Luo Tian it might undermine Luo Ming's foundational cultivation. This little brat's cultivation speed was simply terrifying. Chapter 117. That same year, Luo Tian received devastating news. Player Luo Tian, elder of the Taishu Dao sect, Han Haizhenren, has died. The news struck like a bolt from the blue. This is bad, something's happened at the border. Luo Tian sensed something amiss, a sharp pang of pain piercing his heart. Yet no word had come from Zheng Ping'an for quite some time. The situation must be dire. Before he could piece together what had happened. That very night, Luo Tian received a mysterious divine sense. Guided by its pull, he arrived at a cliff's edge. Tai Zhenren was fishing from the cliff's edge. That mysterious divine sense had indeed been sent by Tai Zhenren. Senior, has something major happened at the border? Upon seeing Tai Zhenren, Luo Tian immediately voiced his confusion. Tai Zhenren's disciple, Taek Xuanzi, was also stationed at the border. There was no way this old man wouldn't be aware. After a moment of silence, Tai Zhenren's voice came out hoarse. Tai Xuanzi's life token has shattered. The life token equivalent to the death notification from the heavenly mandate system. Luo Tian's heart trembled violently. Tai Xuanzi had met with misfortune too? His mouth went dry. Tai Zhenren spoke softly, fellow Taoist Luo, I now entrust Jiangning County to your care. I implore you, for the sake of our past bond, to help preserve a thread of our Tai sect's legacy. After speaking, Tai Zhenren's form gradually blurred. Luo Tian hurriedly asked, Senior Tai, what do you mean by this? You still haven't told me what you're going to do, or what the hell happened at the border. Luo Tian cursed under his breath. Tai Zhenren had vanished, deaf to Luo Tian's furious tirade. Dawn broke. Luo Tian felt as though last night's events had been nothing but a dream. Before long, a piece of devastating news jolted Luo Tian awake. Another true immortal from the Tai sect arrived at the Taishu Dao sect, requesting an audience with Luo Tian. Master of Taishu sect, our sect leader has perished. He said that if he did not return, he hoped you would take them in, allow them to join the Taishu sect, and live well. The true immortal brought with him a group of children, the oldest no more than 11 or 12, and the youngest still infants. Their number was small, just 18 in total. Facing the true immortal's plea, Luo Tian opened his mouth to speak, but a notification appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, player Luo Tian, on triggering a purple tier encounter. The Tai sect has suffered a catastrophic disaster. They request that you, out of past kindness, take in the last remnants of their flame. Choose to take them in, obtain part of the Tai sect's savings. Do not take in, no reward, no penalty. He chose to shelter them. He attempted to inquire about the whereabouts of the Tai true immortal, only to be told by the Tai sect's true immortal that he too was unaware. Yesterday, the Tai true immortal had contacted them, stating he needed to leave on a journey. If he did not return, it would mark the day of the Tai sect's demise. Perhaps the Grandmaster knew something about the border affairs and had gone to investigate. Alas, now he was dead. Luo Tian felt bitter regret, yet there was nothing he could do. He understood that the old man had not wished to involve him. Luo Tian tried to persuade the Tai sect cultivator to stay, inviting him to join the Taishu Dao sect, but was refused. Thank you for your kindness, master of the Taishu sect. But the Tai sect is my home. Even knowing there is no hope, I still wish to remain there and fade into history alongside the Tai sect. The true immortal of the Tai sect departed with unburdened grace. Luo Tian gazed upon the bewildered, helpless children left behind by the sect. The weakest among them possessed blue-grade cultivation, while 3 disciples held purple-grade cultivation. Luo Tian took them all in, changing their names and surnames. From that day forward, they became disciples of the Taishu Dao sect. The very next day, Luo Tian received news of the Tai sect's complete annihilation. Not a single soul remained alive. The entire sect's headquarters had been razed to the ground, leaving not even a whisper of its former existence. A chill ran down Luo Tian's spine. This was undoubtedly the work of a golden core true lord. Upon hearing the news, Nan Hongsang was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. She knelt before the Tai Su Hall, hoping to uncover the truth. Watching this scene, Luo Tian remained unseen. He dared not tell Nan Hongsang the news of Tai Xuanzi's death. He also dared not reveal the news of Han Haizhenren's death or Zhang Ping'an's disappearance. On the third day, the Crimson Shadow Royal House finally stepped forward, issuing an announcement to all 64 counties and the various Taoist sects. The border defenses had fallen, and the fate of all defenders remained unknown. A terrifying demonic tide spread at unimaginable speed. The Chiyu Royal House had now dispatched powerful cultivators to halt its further expansion. In short, those at the border are all but dead. If you must blame someone, blame the demonic tide. This is not the doing of the Chiyu Royal House. Luo Tian stared silently at the edict, showing no reaction whatsoever. He sensed that the true meaning of this edict lay in its opposite interpretation. With everyone dead, Luo Tian could only assume Zheng Ping'an was also dead, for he had no idea where Zheng Ping'an truly was. The news of Zheng Ping'an's survival must not be revealed. Throughout the Taishu Dao sect, upon seeing the edict, all donned plain white robes. The second disciple, Su Chang, sought out Luo Tian directly. Please enlighten us, master. What truly occurred at the frontier? Could it be that our senior brother has truly? Su Cheng's face was etched with sorrow, his voice tinged with grief and indignation. His eyes fixed on Luo Tian with a glimmer of hope, yearning for a denial from his master's lips. Faced with Su Cheng's words, Luo Tian fell silent. After a long moment, he managed to utter 4 words. Focus on your cultivation. Su Cheng departed, and Luo Tian did not know if he had heeded his words. After Su Cheng left, Yun Tianhua came knocking once more. Master, Xiaopingyan is dead. Are you truly unmoved by this? Yun Tianhua glared at the figure seated atop the main hall, his anger palpable. If you won't seek vengeance, I will. I know this is undoubtedly connected to the Crimson Yin royal house. Luo Tian spoke up. Old Jun, what do you have to take revenge with? Yun Tianhua was instantly at a loss for words. Looking at Luo Tian, whose expression remained serene on the main dais, he suddenly felt. Perhaps they had never truly understood this man. After regaining his composure, Yun Tianhua snorted coldly and walked away. Watching the departing figure, Luo Tian sighed softly. He knew old Yun often taught Zheng Pingyan sword techniques. The two frequently sparred, sharing a bond that was both teacher and friend, deeply rooted in mutual respect. But he couldn't reveal Zheng Pingyan's whereabouts. How could he possibly shake the foundations of the Crimson Yin royal house, built upon thousands of years of accumulated power, in just a few short years? Returning to his cave residence, Luo Tian fell deep in thought. He still had no clear understanding of what had transpired at the frontier. His foremost disciple, Zheng Pingyan, was now completely out of contact. Tai Zhenren had sensed something, only to meet a fate where his entire clan was exterminated. The death of true immortal Hanhai was undoubtedly another blow to the Taishu Dao sect in its current state. Old man, I brought you some wine. Luo Ming's voice rang out beside him, snapping Luo Tian out of his thoughts. Holding 2 flasks, Luo Ming tossed one to Luo Tian before yanking open his own. He poured the liquor straight into his mouth. The alcohol gushed out, soaking his clothes. The fiery burn made his young face flush red. After coughing a few times, he declared, Old man, rest assured. Once I've grown strong, I won't let a single one of those responsible for senior brother Zhang and senior uncle Hanhai's deaths off the hook. Chapter 118. Luo Ming's face was flushed crimson, tears glistening in his eyes. It was unclear whether the intense sting came from the fiery liquor or the profound shock to his young heart from the news of Zheng Pingyan and Master Hanhai's deaths. Luo Tian drained the flask in one gulp. He wasn't old at all, not even 30 yet being called an old geezer by Luo Ming left him strangely unmoved. Ever since the last clash between the righteous and demonic paths ended in failure for both sides, no new heavenly mandate quests had emerged for a very long time. Within the sect, the most common task for disciples was slaying demons and exterminating evil spirits. After the border defenses collapsed, a terrifying virus began spreading across the 9 provinces. This dreadful virus could transform humans into bloodthirsty monsters. These monsters differed from those corrupted by malevolent energy seen in Beichang County. Under normal circumstances, these monsters appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people. Only when driven by hunger do they reveal their true nature, devouring all living creatures in their path. They could even enhance their cultivation. The 9 provinces gave this monster a name: demon beasts. As chaos engulfed the 9 provinces, demonic cults that had once lurked like rats in the shadows grew increasingly bold. They even formed the Demon Cult Alliance, acting with reckless abandon. Catastrophic events erupted with increasing frequency. Even with numerous righteous cultivators, they found themselves stretched thin. The edifice was on the verge of collapse. Luo Tian remained within the sect. Having accumulated a full year's worth of traveler's gift packs, he combined them all and opened them. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained the golden grade divine ability, Dragon Flame incinerates the heavens. The 4th divine ability had arrived. Luo Tian selected to equip it. Player Luo Tian's disciple Chu Mozhang is attempting to break through to the Purple Palace realm. Success rate, 90%. Congratulations to player Luo Tian's disciple Chu Mozhang on successfully breaking through to the Purple Palace realm. The second disciple to break through the Purple Palace realm has emerged. Chu Mozhang, who had been traveling abroad seeking breakthrough opportunities, finally succeeded. As Luo Tian had anticipated, he surpassed Su Cheng first. A million miles away. A purple-robed youth slowly opened his eyes. His gaze remained utterly still. Chu Mozhang found the fragmented memories in his mind growing increasingly numerous. They were memories belonging to a mighty being known as Chu Tianzuan. The world where Chu Tianzuan resided seemed not to be the Great Yu dynasty, but an unfamiliar realm. He too had perished in a terrifying great battle. The divine power cultivated by Chu Mozhang was called the Eyes of Emotion Extinction, an immensely terrifying great divine power. It could sever all human emotions and desires, turning a person into a mere puppet. He was not yet capable of such feats. Opening his icy gaze, Chu Mozhang spoke indifferently, "You've been watching for so long. What do you intend to do?" 2 figures materialized in the void. The man in black robes gazed at Chu Mozhang, a smile of admiration playing on his lips. Remarkably keen perception. Truly worthy of the rare supreme Dao physique, the peerless immortal physique of the emotionless lineage. Chu Mozhang remained serene. "Will you pledge allegiance to this emperor? Should you agree, a seat among the future heavenly lords shall be yours." Even ascending to immortality is not beyond reach. The demon emperor was taken aback. He had sensed a disturbance and come out of curiosity, only to encounter the legendary Supreme Tao body. This physique was famed as being near immortal. Instantly, a desire to recruit talent arose within him, prompting him to seek to subjugate Shu Mozhang. Shu Mozhang shook his head. Sorry, but even without pledging allegiance to you, I can attain the heavenly sovereign's path. His words carried an air of arrogance. Consider this, how many beings now inhabit the 9 provinces? Billions upon billions. Yet over 10,000 years, the heavenly lords born numbered barely a dozen at most. Yet the way Shu Mozhang spoke, as if stating a fact already set in stone for the demon emperor. The demon emperor showed no anger at Shu Mozhang's refusal, instead nodding in deep agreement. Very well, this emperor shall not press the matter. I hope that in 1,000 years, you will have grown to a point where this emperor must look upon you with new respect. Of course, should you change your mind, this emperor will always welcome your allegiance. The position of Supreme Demon Sovereign shall forever remain reserved for you. The demon emperor let Shu Mozhang depart. This scene puzzled Shu Shang. My lord, this man possesses extraordinary talent. He has already refused you. Why not eliminate him in his infancy? To prevent the rise of a formidable enemy. The demon emperor shook his head. He is a genius. Am I not a genius myself? Only mediocrities fear others. True geniuses feel no such apprehension. Should he grow to rival this emperor, I shall rejoice then slay him, transforming him into nourishment that strengthens this emperor further. The demon emperor's tone was utterly calm. He sought out Shu Mozhang solely out of admiration for talent. Shu Mozhang's refusal meant they might one day become fellow seekers of the Tao. Though Chu Sheng couldn't comprehend the demon emperor, he was profoundly shaken by the breadth of his vision. He willingly abandoned everything to follow the demon emperor and accomplish their grand endeavor. Shu Mozhang, already 10,000 meters away, had his calm expression shattered. He gasped for breath and in a moment of carelessness, plummeted from the sky directly into the river. Emerging from the water, he gazed up at the sun high in the sky, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Terrifying. Shu Mozhang had never witnessed such a terrifying presence. Only in the fragmented memories of that earth-shattering battle could anyone match the aura emanating from that cloaked figure. A single thought from that being could have ended him. Coming to his senses, Shu Mozhang looked toward the direction of the sect and murmured, I wonder how master and my senior and junior siblings are faring. He began making his way back toward the sect's headquarters. By the sea. Su Chang gazed at his tiny fiancé in puzzlement. Nearly 5 years had passed, yet his fiancé showed no signs of change, still appearing as tiny as ever. This puzzled Su Chang. Still, he was curious about why Meng Lingyun had come to see him. Husband, father, and mother wish to see you. Meng Lingyun blinked her eyes, watching Su Chang's expression grow blank as she covered her mouth and giggled. Su Chang nearly spit out his drink. What? His father-in-law and mother-in-law wanted to see him? Before he could think further, Meng Lingyun stretched out her small, white, delicate hand and pointed toward the sky. Father and mother have arrived. Su Chang looked up. An immense, indescribably vast figure appeared. A colossal dragon head loomed over Su Chang, its 2 eyes a single, dazzling expanse. The vertical pupils radiated an air of supreme authority. Above the dragon's head stood a woman in plain robes, her sleeves billowing like a dream, holding an oil paper umbrella. A light drizzle suddenly fell from the sky. Had Luo Tian been present, he would have instantly recognized the colossal dragon head as belonging to the North Sea Dragon Lord, glimpsed briefly in Beichang County. The other woman in plain robes would have struck terror into any being of great power had they been present. The Dragon King of the East Sea. Meng Lioli. Were these his father-in-law and mother-in-law? Su Chang had suspected Meng Lingyun's background was no ordinary affair. But he never imagined it would be this terrifying. Purple Palace? No, this was undoubtedly a powerhouse beyond the Golden Core realm. A colossal azure dragon flickered with dazzling golden light, transforming into a commanding middle-aged man. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, hair cascading down his shoulders. His eyes opened and closed, radiating golden light so intense it was impossible to look directly at him. The Dragon Lord of the North Sea scrutinized this son-in-law. Su Cheng felt as though every fiber of his being had been stripped bare, every secret laid naked before the light. Meng Lingyun, however, flew into the middle-aged man's embrace, poking her head out and pointing at Su Chang with her finger. Father, this is Lingyun's husband. His name is Su Chang. The Dragon King of the North Sea knew his precious daughter had sneaked out of the Dragon Palace. That was nothing unusual. But this time, she had actually found a fiancé outside the palace. This young man must have taken advantage of Lingyun's youth to deceive her into affection. The Dragon King of the North Sea's gaze turned decidedly hostile. Under that gaze, Su Chang felt as though his very soul was freezing over. Chapter 119. Beside them, the stunning woman with violet eyes flashed a glance. She gently stroked Meng Lingyun's head and smiled faintly. So you possess the Wind Thunder Dao physique and are a person of great destiny. No wonder Yuner has chosen you. Only after her words fell did Su Chang finally draw a breath. So what if he's the legendary Wind Thunder Dao body? Does that mean Yuner is inferior to him? The North Sea Dragon Lord snorted coldly. Seeing her father's displeasure towards Su Chang, Meng Lingyun flew back to his side, wrapped her arms around his arm, and puffed out her cheeks in a pout. Daddy, you can't talk about brother Su Chang like that. I'm going to marry brother Su Chang. Seeing his little cotton-padded jacket had sprung a leak, the North Sea Dragon Lord could only look gloomy. Meng Liuli, however, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Since Lingyun likes him, let her have her way. Her temperament does take after you, old man. The North Sea Dragon Lord's aged face flushed crimson. Meng Liuli approached Su Chang. You'll protect Lingyun, won't you? Su Chang nodded. Meng Liuli smiled gently, extending a finger to touch Su Chang's forehead. This is my gift to you. Perhaps it will be of use. Before Su Chang could comprehend what was happening, a sharp pain erupted in his mind. Instantly, a pearl materialized within his spiritual sea, swirling with ceaseless currents of wind and thunder energies. This was a treasure. Overjoyed, Su Chang hurriedly exclaimed, "Thank you, senior." Meng Liuli nodded. Lingyun's body is somewhat unique. You'll need to take good care of her. The North Sea Dragon Lord, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of jealousy. He had intended to intimidate Su Chang. But Meng Liuli was clearly pleased with Su Chang, and he wouldn't want to ruin the moment. He regained his composure and pinched a ball of dark red gas between his fingers. You're getting off easy, you little rascal. The North Sea Dragon Lord muttered under his breath. Then, he roughly grabbed Su Chang. Before Su Chang could even process what was happening, the Dragon King opened his mouth and shoved the dark red ball into it. The foul stench of rotten fish choked Su Chang, making him want to vomit. The North Sea Dragon Lord coldly declared, "This is a tremendous blessing. Spit it out if you must." Su Chang immediately suppressed his instinctive reaction, waging a fierce internal battle. Until, he passed out. Dream Lingyun rushed to Su Chang's side, frightened. She shook him gently, but when he showed no response, her little face crumpled, tears welling up in her eyes. The North Sea Dragon Lord quickly soothed her. Yuner, he's just passed out. This child's nerves are too fragile. Father didn't anticipate this. Meng Lingyun ignored him, dragging Su Chang away. It's because Daddy bullied brother Su Chang. Meng Lingyun and Su Chang vanished like a dreamlike bubble. The Dragon King of the North Sea sighed deeply. Meng Liuli covered her mouth and giggled. This child, she's just like you were back then. The Dragon King of the North Sea embraced Meng Liuli, his gaze drifting toward the immortal isle in the East Sea, a hint of resignation in his voice. Are you truly at ease letting Yuner stay with that boy? With the Demon Emperor now unleashed and demonic creatures rampant across the world, are those two little ones truly safe? Meng Liuli replied, only by tempering themselves in this world will their bond grow stronger. You know Yuner's constitution, the path to immortality is a lonely one. Even if that boy can't walk it with her to the end, he can take our place after we're gone and accompany her for the journey ahead. Meng Liuli's beautiful eyes turned to the Dragon Lord of the North Sea, yet a shadow of worry crossed them. But husband, you entrusted the 9 nether ghost fiend to that boy. Can his destiny truly bear such a burden? The Dragon Lord of the North Sea shook his head. I don't know, but I believe he will endure it and be transformed. Meng Liuli opened her mouth to speak, but stopped abruptly. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian's disciple Su Chang has triggered the Golden Encounter, Dragon Palace Marriage. 10,000 miles away, a system notification echoed in Luo Tian's mind. A look of delight spread across Luo Tian's brow. Su Chang's extraordinary fortune had triggered an effect and it was a golden encounter. Wonderful! Congratulations to player Luo Tian's disciple Su Chang for obtaining 1 Earthgrade treasure, Wind Thunder Orb and 1 9 Netherworld Earth Fiend. Player Luo Tian's disciple Su Chang has been affected by the 9 Nether Earth Fiend, upgrading his innate killing intent blue to the 9 Nether Fate pattern gold. 9 Nether Fate Gold can inherit a 9 Nether Dao fruit from the heavens and earth, randomly obtaining 1 golden grade divine ability from the 9 Nether realm. After inheriting a 9 Nether Dao fruit, all damage dealt increases by 20%. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. His second disciple, Su Chang, had transformed from a dual gold destiny pattern to a triple gold destiny pattern. The 9 Nether Fate directly inheriting the 9 Nether Dao fruit? No! Luo Tian's expression turned peculiar. He recalled the Azure Dragon that had flashed briefly in North Chang County. That Azure Dragon had seized the 9 Netherworld ghostly fiend. The heavenly position of the 9 Netherworlds under the Demon Emperor's command. Now it had fallen into Su Chang's hands. That girl is actually the descendant of the Dragon Lord of the North Sea. Luo Tian felt utterly bewildered. This was quite the turn of events suddenly related to a nascent soul divine lord. Truly blessed by extraordinary fortune. After Su Chang obtained this immense opportunity, Luo Tian was naturally overjoyed. With steady cultivation, Su Chang would have no trouble breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Within the sect, prosperity flourished ever more. After the Tai sect vanished, Luo Tian seized the opportunity to take control of Changning County. During this period, envoys from the Crimson Shadow Royal House arrived, but Luo Tian remained firm in his stance. He pledged to resolve the demonic threats plaguing both Changning and Qingli counties. Ultimately, Chongning Commandery fell under Luo Tian's control. The emergence of these demonic creatures meant the Qiyu royal house had no desire to waste its energy on such minor matters. 1 week later, Luo Tian received news. Li Pianxian, the leader of Yuzhou, had ascended to the rank of 3rd-tier sect master. Congratulations! The players finally had 2 Purple Palace 9th rank powerhouses stationed there. 2 months later, Su Chang also broke through to the Purple Palace realm. Chu Mozhang returned to the sect and encountered Su Chang, who had also just returned. Both men felt their fighting spirit surge and they engaged in a sparring match. Chu Mozhang suffered a narrow defeat. This left Su Chang inwardly sighing. At least he had preserved his status as the 2nd senior disciple. He had successfully defeated Chu Mozhang. While Su Chang was still feeling relieved, Luo Tian had already anticipated the final outcome. Su Chang's triple gold talent made him unmatched among peers at his level, undeniably true. Yet Chu Mozhang was a reincarnated great cultivator. Before reaching the cultivation realm of his previous life, his cultivation speed was destined to be exceptionally rapid. Soon, Su Chang would experience the full weight of realm suppression. When Su Chang and Chu Mozhang returned to the sect, they were stunned to see Luo Ming had already reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. Forgetting their rivalry, they realized that if they didn't redouble their cultivation efforts, Luo Ming might soon surpass them. Whoa! Exchanging a glance, they silently resolved within themselves. They absolutely could not be trampled underfoot by that little upstart Luo Ming. Unaware of his senior's crisis, Luo Ming approached them, his big eyes darting around as he put on a pitiful act. Senior brothers Su and Chu, did you think of me while traveling? Su Cheng pinched Luo Ming's cheek and chuckled, of course we've been thinking about little Mingzi. Later, Su Chang was in a daze, and only then did the two resolve their misunderstanding. Finally, Meng Lingyun's parents requested to meet Su Chang. Luo Tian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, one blessed with great fortune gaining a lowly fiancée for free, no less the daughter of a mighty figure from the 9 provinces, with connections reaching the heavens. Shu Maxiang's tale proved even more thrilling. Along his journey, he slew great demons, explored ancient ruins, and vanquished evildoers. He even stumbled upon several immortal islands, amassing vast treasures that laid the foundation for his breakthrough to the Purple Palace realm. He then secluded himself in cultivation until he reached that very realm. Upon learning of Zheng Ping'an's death, a shadow of gloom crossed Chu Maxiang's face. The path of cultivation was always fraught with unpredictable events. After recounting both men's journeys, Su Cheng persisted, his voice tinged with disbelief. Master, could it be that senior brother truly perished? Luo Tian remained silent. He thought to himself, you bastard hasn't even triggered your celestial star of misfortune talent yet. How could you possibly die? Nevertheless, he dismissed the two. The two assumed Luo Tian was simply too grief-stricken. Su Cheng felt guilty. Perhaps he shouldn't have asked that question. He must train harder. Luo Ming, seeing his scheme succeed, revealed his true colors. He stretched out his little hand and batted his eyelashes. Did you bring me a gift? Su Cheng smiled at the sight, pulling a vial of spirit essence from his storage ring. It contained abundant spiritual energy, its potency rivaling that of Xian-grade spiritual treasures. This is Spirit Immortal Elixir I happened to acquire. It will help solidify your foundation, just take a small amount. Luo Ming recognized this as a valuable item and promptly accepted it, then turned his eager gaze toward Chu Mozhang. Chu Mozhang pondered for a moment before producing a jade-like sword embryo. Though it showed no hint of sharpness, it radiated a breathtaking energy. This is a primordial sword blank I obtained on a divine island, a rare treasure indeed. The moment Luo Ming saw it, he couldn't put it down. Thank you, senior brother Chu. Watching this scene from the mountaintop, Luo Tian chuckled silently. The little rascal had actually started extorting his senior brother. Not long after, Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang arrived at Taishu Peak to seek out Luo Tian and discuss their travels. Since leaving the Taishu Dao sect that day, Su Cheng had been wandering far and wide, slaying demons and exterminating evil spirits. His journey eventually brought him to the East Sea, where he encountered Meng Lingyun. However, Su Cheng hadn't visited Meng Lingyun for several months, leaving her deeply unhappy. Chapter 120. However, upon learning that all this stemmed from his senior brother's death, Su Cheng had been in a daze. The misunderstanding was finally cleared up, and in the end, Meng Lingyun's parents requested to meet Su Cheng. Luo Tian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, one blessed with great fortune gaining a lowly fiancée for free, no less the daughter of a mighty figure from the 9 provinces, with connections reaching the heavens. Chu Maxiang's journey proved even more spectacular. He slayed great demons, explored ancient ruins, and vanquished evildoers. Along the way, he accidentally discovered several immortal islands, amassing vast treasures that laid the foundation for his breakthrough to the Purple Palace realm. He then secluded himself in cultivation until he reached this pinnacle. Upon learning of Zheng Ping'an's death, a shadow of gloom passed over Chu Maxiang's face. The path of cultivation was always fraught with unpredictable events. After recounting both men's journeys, Su Cheng persisted, his voice tinged with disbelief. Master, could it be that senior brother truly perished? Luo Tian remained silent. He thought to himself, you bastard hasn't even triggered your celestial star of misfortune talent yet. How could you possibly die? Nevertheless, he dismissed the two. The two assumed Luo Tian was simply too grief-stricken. Su Cheng felt guilty. Perhaps he shouldn't have asked that question. He must train harder. This was the 7th year. Luo Tian had intermittently saved up gift packs for an entire year. On this day, he combined all the gift packs into a single epic tier gift pack. Now, the items from other gift packs were gradually becoming less useful to the Taishu Dao sect. He wanted to take a shot at a golden item. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the red blueprint, Demon Suppressing Tower. Luo Tian rubbed his eyes as a crimson glow appeared before him. No mistake, it was the legendary red blueprint. Holy! His hand trembled and the opportunity slipped away. A big fish had gotten away. Luo Tian could only console himself. This must be Xiao Ming disguised as someone else. He began to carefully examine the information on the red blueprint. Demon Sealing Tower Red. Level 1 construction, 10,000 low-grade spirit wood, 10,000 low-grade spirit iron, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Level 1 effect, can refine demons within the tower, converting demonic energy into pure spiritual energy. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Truly a red tier treasure. These days, the world lacks everything except demons. Luo Tian promptly located a feng shui treasure spot and began constructing the demon suppression tower. After the earth-shaking commotion subsided, a towering pillar of light erupted from the sect, piercing the heavens and earth. Soon, a colossal pagoda hundreds of zhang tall materialized. Divided into 9 layers, each was intricately carved with celestial patterns and imprinted with complex magical arrays. Golden spiritual energy flowed down from the pagoda's summit. The crowd gazed at the pagoda, bewildered. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and upgraded the demon sealing pagoda to level 3 in one go. Level 4. A red level 4 tower equated to a golden quality level 5 tower, and Luo Tian simply couldn't afford the upgrade. Nevertheless, the demon sealing pagoda underwent significant changes. Demon Sealing Pagoda Red. Level 4 construction, 100,000 mid-grade spirit wood, 100,000 mid-grade spirit iron, 1 million mid-grade spirit stone. Level 3 effects, can refine demons within the tower, converting demonic energy into pure spiritual energy. Refining speed plus 30%, maximum demon capacity plus 10%, 1% chance to produce spiritual pills of varying quality. What a treasure! After Luo Tian completed the demon suppression tower, the other core elders arrived late. Gazing at the tower radiating golden light, grand and magnificent, they asked in confusion, Sect Master, what is this? Luo Tian pointed at the pagoda. This is called the Demon Suppression Pagoda. From now on, all demonic creatures must be captured here. Disciples can exchange captured demons for contribution points. For a moment, everyone thought Luo Tian had lost his mind. Was his hatred for demons so deep that killing them wasn't enough? Now he wanted to capture them just to torment them? Whoa! Their sect master was becoming increasingly twisted. But recalling how the sect leader's eldest disciple, Zheng Ping'an, had perished at the hands of these very demons, everyone suddenly understood. Perhaps his hatred ran so deep that he'd built this tower specifically to remind his disciples never to forget their vengeance. Luo Tian offered no explanation. The demon suppression tower's power was too overwhelming. Aside from himself, he had no intention of telling anyone else. Let them misunderstand if they must. He would let this overwhelming tide of demons become the nourishment for his Taishu Dao sect to ascend to the pinnacle. With Luo Tian's directive, countless sect disciples ventured down the mountain for training, choosing to capture demonic creatures. They brought these beasts to the demon suppression tower, even collaborating to hunt high-level demons. One by one, these creatures were cast into the tower. That same year, turmoil erupted in Yunzhou. Luo Tian stared at the intelligence report sent by Li Long, a chill running down his spine. Yunzhou, gone. Luo Tian was stunned. This wasn't just the players of Yunzhou disappearing. The entire province of Yunzhou was gone. Every living soul was wiped out. The living beings of an entire province, how many billions, even trillions, were there? Within mere days, not a single word, they were all dead. Not even the players in Yunzhou showed any signs of movement. Was it the Demon Emperor's doing? Luo Tian speculated inwardly. Only someone as ruthless as the Demon Emperor could annihilate an entire province's population. He couldn't think of anyone else capable of such cruelty. The conflict between the righteous and the demonic had only just begun. Ever since his last journey to North Chang County, Luo Tian had come to understand a truth. The current players were simply too weak. Even with a third-tier player at the 9th level of the Purple Palace realm holding the fort, they were nothing more than disposable pawns in the eyes of the great powers. He disliked this feeling of being a pawn. So he chose to settle down and cultivate the Taishu Dao sect. Over 4 months, the Demon Suppression Tower had gained 6,000 demonic beasts. Even the weakest among them possessed cultivation comparable to a 4th-tier Qi cultivation cultivator. Luo Tian arrived at the Demon Suppression Tower. Layers upon layers of magical formations were arrayed around its exterior. Apart from the law enforcement guards imprisoning the demons and Luo Tian himself, no one could enter the tower. The official reason given was to prevent sect disciples and elders from having their minds corrupted by demonic energy. As Luo Tian approached, a ripple rippled through the air. The arrays encircling the demon suppression tower whirled, sparks flying, before revealing a passageway. Luo Tian stepped through the passageway and entered the demon suppression tower. Upon seeing a living soul enter, the demons imprisoned within the tower roared in unison. "Damned humans! Release me at once! I'll devour every last one of you! What kind of hero attacks from the shadows? If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square! Human, what kind of hellhole is this? Why do I feel the demonic energy within me fading? No, please don't! Young master, if you release me, I'll do anything for you, anything at all!" Chaos erupted within the demon suppression tower. Seeing the newcomer wasn't one of the ruthless enforcers but a youthful-looking young master, the demons clung to a glimmer of hope for escape, each resorting to desperate tactics. Most of these demons couldn't even maintain human form, revealing their true hideous faces. Some stood towering, bodies covered in black scales, heads enormous, mouths filled with razor-sharp fangs each as deadly as a dagger. Their eyes glowed like two blood-red lanterns, radiating danger. Others were mere swirling masses of black energy, shifting shapes without fixed form, sometimes coalescing into human figures, other times lashing out with countless tentacles. Some were half human, half monster, the upper body still human while the lower half had transformed into a terrifying beast. Others appeared as pitiful farmers, elderly folk, or children, all crying out in protest. Luo Tian scanned these demons before ascending to the next level. The higher he climbed, the weaker the demons grew. By the third level, most had lost their vitality, reduced to withered corpses. These demons had all been powerful beings, responsible for significant casualties, which was why they had been captured. Luo Tian reached the very top. No one had ever ventured to the highest floor of the demon suppression tower. This was Luo Tian's first time here as well. The top floor was saturated with golden spiritual energy, swirling around a glowing orb. Luo Tian approached the orb. Demon Suppression Tower Reserves, Grade 2 Golden Spiritual Elixir 130, Grade 2 Spiritual Pills 7, Grade 1 Golden Spiritual Elixir 1789, Grade 1 Spiritual Pills 87. Retrieve? Luo Tian selected to retrieve. Chapter 121. Luo Tian naturally chose to retrieve them. A single portion of golden spirit liquid wasn't much, roughly the size of a fingernail. Yet this small amount held immense value. Its spirit energy was pure and flawless, making it exceptionally easy to refine. It could also temper one's bone marrow, accelerating disciples' ability to sense spiritual energy. Luo Tian carefully stored the essence before turning his attention to the spirit pills. Spiritual pills were also highly effective. A single pill could rapidly replenish a cultivator's spiritual energy and even heal injuries. They were valuable items. Carrying the essence and pills, Luo Tian departed. The next day, an additional item appeared among the goods exchangeable for contribution points within the Taishu Dao sect: Golden Spirit Elixir and Spirit Pills. Liu had entered the inner sect after placing first in the previous outer sect competition. She discovered the inner sect was teeming with geniuses. Even when these prodigies cultivated casually, they progressed far faster than her relentless day and night cultivation. She refused to accept this. She wanted to defy fate and rewrite her destiny. She was a prodigy too. Thus, she hunted demons day and night to earn merit points. But during one mission, she was ambushed by a cunning demon beast and ended up gravely wounded. I hear the sect's newly introduced Golden Spirit Elixir and Spirit Pills are incredibly potent, with rave reviews. Perhaps they could help me recover quickly. Though Liu narrowly escaped death, her injuries required at least a year or two of rest to heal. To catch up with the cultivation progress of the inner sect, she must strive, and strive again. Liu went to the contribution hall, gritted her teeth, and exchanged for a first-grade spirit pill. She swallowed the pill. To her astonishment, the injuries within her body began healing at an astonishing pace. It was as if a colossal, fresh vitality was surging within her. Injuries that would normally take a year or two to heal could now be restored in just 2 or 3 weeks at most. Feeling the benefits of the sect's newly released spirit pill, she thought of the equally newly introduced Golden Spirit Elixir. This item's positive reviews were no less impressive than the spirit pills. And it was cheaper than the elixir. In one go, Liu spent all her contribution points, exchanging them for 3 small bottles of Golden Spirit Elixir. Liu took a small portion of the Golden Spirit Elixir to cultivate. To her astonishment, the spiritual energy within this golden elixir proved purer than that found in the mid-grade spirit stones she had accidentally obtained. It accelerated her cultivation progress dramatically. In less than a day, she had fully assimilated the entire small portion. Her cultivation bottleneck began to loosen. She advanced from the 7th level of Qi cultivation to the 8th. Liu stared in disbelief. At her original cultivation pace, advancing from the 7th to the 8th level would have taken at least another half year. A day saved half a year of arduous cultivation. This was a valuable item. Li Yu clenched her teeth. She still possessed ample cultivation resources. She would exchange these cultivation resources for contribution points to purchase golden spirit elixir. Even if it meant taking a significant loss on the exchange rate. With sufficient golden spirit elixir, she might break through to the 9th level of chi cultivation in record time. But when Li Yu returned to the contribution hall once more, both the spirit pills and the golden spirit elixir were completely sold out. She could only sigh silently. I must earn contribution points diligently. When golden spirit elixir is available next time, I will buy several portions. Li Yu now had a goal to strive for. Luo Tian hadn't anticipated the golden spirit elixir's effects being so remarkable. He had already set the prices for both the golden elixir and the spiritual pills quite high, yet they still sold out completely within just 2 days. Are our sect disciples this wealthy? Luo Tian hadn't anticipated that under Elder Zhou's stewardship, the disciples had accumulated such vast reserves of contribution points. Fortunately, the golden spirit elixir and spirit pills had consumed a large portion of those accumulated contribution points. In recent days, elders had even come daily to inquire if any golden spirit elixir or spirit pills remained, hoping to secure some for their disciples. After some consideration, Luo Tian decided to sell these golden spirit elixirs and spirit pills only once per quarter. They would be supplied exclusively to the inner sect. He believed it wouldn't be long before the supply of elixirs and pills could be replenished. However, Qingli County and Changning County had relatively few demonic creatures. There were simply too many players. To players, these monsters were a source of righteousness points, merit points, and heaven's mandate coins while alive. After death, their corpses can be brought to the Taishu Dao sect and Luo Tian to exchange for contribution points and cultivation resources. Both counties are teeming with monsters. But they simply cannot withstand the players' relentless slaughter. We can't do without monsters. The demonic calamity is severe now. Luo Tian fixed his gaze on Beichang County. After the last demonic surge, this wretched county was struck again by a demonic surge, suffering terribly. The Lord of Qing Mulingfu was overwhelmed. He realized that heaven had granted him the chance to cultivate his purple palace. This was no stroke of luck. It was hell. His Beichang County simply lacked the means to suppress the demonic tide. Resisting it was proving exceedingly difficult. Within the demonic tide, cultivators transformed into demonic beings had already broken through the purple palace realm. Before long, the entire North Chang prefecture would fall completely. The Qingmu spirit palace will vanish into the annals of history. Several days later, just as the Lord of Qingmu Lingfu had succumbed to utter despair, a purple light appeared over North Chang County. Chu Mozhang arrived in Beichang County. Upon hearing Chu Mashan's purpose, the Lord of Qingmu Manor's expression brightened with joy. He had heard that the Taishu Dao sect could dispatch disciples to aid the Qingmu spirit manor in fending off the demonic calamity. Heaven! This was the most dazzling light piercing through the darkness. Reinforcements! Lord Qingmu was overjoyed. The Taishu Dao sect willing to aid them against the demonic tide, it couldn't be better. Chu Mozhang held up 3 fingers. My Taishu Dao sect has 3 conditions. Grasping at this lifeline, the Lord of Qingmu Manor cared little for such details. Even if they added a 0 to the conditions, he'd accept them all at this moment. First, for every demonic tide my Taishu Dao sect clears, your Qingmu Lingfu must pay an equal amount in spirit stones. This was a hefty sum. The Lord of Qingmu bit his lip and agreed. Now, less than 1/10 of the sects in North Chang Prefecture remained. The Qingmu Lingfu lacked nothing except abundant resources. Second, all demonic creature corpses from every demonic tide belonged to my Taishu Dao sect. Though the Lord of Qingmu Manor had no idea what the Taishu Dao sect needed the corpses for. But that detail was of little consequence to him. He promptly agreed. Chu Mozhang smiled. Third, my Taishu Dao sect requires the construction of a teleportation array at both locations. This time, the Lord of Qingmu Prefecture did not immediately agree. He hesitated. The Taishu Dao sect far surpassed the Qingmu Lingfu in power. The two were not even in the same league. Even the young man before him posed a threat. Allowing the Taishu Dao sect to construct a teleportation array within Beichang County. Wouldn't that be like inviting wolves into the house? Observing the Qingmu Lingfu's dilemma, Chu Mashan's lips curled upward. Rest assured, Lord Qingmu. Our Taishu Dao sect builds this teleportation array solely out of concern for Beichang County's safety. My master specifically instructed that this region faces unfavorable circumstances. By establishing this array, we can swiftly provide support should new crises arise in Beichang County. The Lord of Qingmu murmured inwardly. Like hell I believe you. He naturally didn't believe a word of Chu Mashang's nonsense. Yet one thing compelled Lord Qingmu's attention. Beichang County was simply too damn strange. What lay beyond the demonic tide? Could his Qingmu spirit manor withstand the next crisis? In the end, the Lord of Qingmu Manor relented. Having completed his mission, Chu Mozhang returned to the sect. Upon hearing that the Qingmu spirit mansion had agreed to his demands, Luo Tian's face broke into a smile. Once the teleportation array was constructed, the entire North Chang commandery would become the Taishu Dao sect's backyard. Tasks across the 3 counties could be completed at any time. Slaying demonic beasts not only yielded resources, they could also be thrown into the demon suppression tower for refinement. Though the value of slain demons was significantly diminished, quantity could compensate for quality. Chapter 122. Upon hearing Qingmu Lingfu agree to his request, Luo Tian's face broke into a smile. Once the teleportation array was constructed, the entire North Chang commandery would become the Taishu Dao sect's backyard. Tasks across the 3 counties could be completed at any time. Slaying demonic beasts would not only yield resources, but also be thrown into the demon suppression tower for refinement. Though the value of slain monsters is significantly diminished, quantity can compensate for quality. Xu Mozhang led several sect disciples to North Chang County. Some players and their disciples also followed Xu Mozhang to Beichang County. Slaying demons could be exchanged for resources from Luo Tian. For other players lacking resources, this proved a lucrative venture. Batches of demon corpses were transported back and delivered to the demon suppression tower. With the addition of the Taishu Dao sect, the situation in Beichang County quickly improved. Luo Tian pondered that with the idle players within his sphere of influence and his disciple Su Chang, he could take on another county's contract. Just as Luo Tian was scouting for partners, the Tianqin Dao sect of Nancheng Commandery dispatched a Grand Immortal to seek him out. We implore the Grandmaster of Taishu to lend your aid and save the common folk of our Nancheng Commandery. Whatever demands you make, our Tianqin sect is willing to comply. The Grand Immortal of the Tianqin Dao sect wept openly. The demonic creatures were spreading far too rapidly. Even as a great immortal, he felt powerless to stop them. And to make matters worse, the demonic forces were causing chaos within Nancheng County. The situation had reached a critical juncture. Seeing the anxious elders of the Tianqin Dao sect, Luo Tian felt a solemn gravity in his heart. Then he gave them a thorough scolding. Admiration was one thing. The lives of Taishu Dao sect disciples matter too. Many went to reinforce Nancheng County. Many players had gone. They saw players in the regional chat spamming their achievements non-stop. Half a month later, Lin Wuxuan, leader of the Holy Ruins sect in Sangzhou, sought out Luo Tian. He agreed to their request to join the Crimson Shadow faction entirely. Luo Tian pressed for the reason. It turned out Sangzhou had launched a temporary event. Local factions in Sangzhou were so preoccupied with fighting each other that they caused the temporary event to fail outright. Several counties were caught in the crossfire. His useless teammates left Lin Wuxuan utterly exhausted. They recognized the insignificance of players. They chose to unite. Luo Tian readily agreed. Although Sangzhou currently had no level 3 players, but there were over 100 level 2 players. Over 100 players at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Thus, Sangzhou's players settled into Changning County. The ranks of enforcers swelled once more. The development of the Taishu Dao sect flourished. Under the twilight sky, the scene was hauntingly beautiful. Countless demons were slaughtered with brutal force. Those that survived now bore human-like terror in their eyes. They all looked in one direction. A squad clad in uniform attire stood atop a sea of corpses and blood. 2 intricate characters were embroidered upon their garments. Vaguely discernible. Dragon Slayer. A legendary unit of the Great Yu dynasty. The Dragon Slayers. One masked man stood atop a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood, his sword raised, his white robe stained crimson. The figure bore a faint resemblance to Gu Chang'e. Dragon Slayer Guard. Every member was a prodigy among prodigies. The squad accompanying Zheng Ping'an numbered 9 in total. All were young cultivators at the Purple Palace realm. Gazing at the corpse of the demonic creature before him, Zheng Ping'an felt a momentary daze. How had he survived within Changping Pass? He had no idea. At the time, Changping Pass had been trapped by the terrifying illusory forms of 9 demonic gods. The demon gods treated everyone within the pass as puppets for their amusement. The nascent soul cultivator who guarded Changping Pass had perished. The golden core cultivators perished as well. To give him a chance at survival, he too perished. He still remembered the words of Song Muji, the successor of the pure Yang Dao sect. They were all sacrifices. From the very beginning, there was never any way out. With those words, Song Muji died. A new demonic will emerged within his body. It was Song Muji, yet it was not Song Muji. And Zhong Yuchen, Si Hongying, Yang Wuxian, Lin Zhu, Tai Xuanzi. They were all dead. Only Zheng Ping'an survived. Zheng Ping'an didn't know how he had survived. He opened his eyes to find a middle-aged man clad in crimson dragon-slaying robes standing before him, offering him a blade. Zheng Ping'an said he used swords. The man replaced the knife with a sword and informed Zheng Ping'an. From this day forward, Zheng Ping'an was one of the dragon slayers. Slay all demons and evil beings under heaven. Zheng Ping'an couldn't make sense of the situation, but he agreed to join the dragon slayers. Elder Yun was a member of the Dragon Slayers. Zhang Ping'an had some knowledge of this organization. Moreover, no one else could know he was still alive. For he knew the truth behind the Changping Pass incident and the demonic tide's eruption. If the mastermind behind it all discovered he was still alive, the sect would surely face disaster. Therefore, Zhang Ping'an had no choice but to pretend he was dead. He gave himself another name. Red Abyss. A burly young man with a massive axe strapped to his back slapped Zhang Ping'an on the shoulder, startling him awake. Shi Yuan, hurry up and help dispose of the monster's corpse. We need to prevent its demonic energy from spreading after death and infecting more people. Zhang Ping'an nodded. The monster before him still clutched a sword in its hand. Its body had been hacked to pieces by Zhang Ping'an. The sword in its hand had turned pitch black. Brother Zhang, you may finally rest in peace. Zhang Ping'an murmured silently. The demonic creature before him was transformed from Zhong Yuchen. Zhong Yuchen possessed formidable innate talent, and the demonic creature he had transformed into was equally powerful. It could even command lesser demons. Their squad had nearly been wiped out before they managed to slay the demonic creature Zhong Yuchen had become. Zhang Ping'an assisted the squad in completely purging all the demonic energy left behind by the creature. They must now rush to the next battlefield. Within the Dragon Slayers, Zhang Ping'an still had much to accomplish. He must locate the former comrades infected into monsters and send them off one by one. He also had to uncover the greatest secret within the Dragon Slaying Guard. Uncover the greatest secret of the 9 provinces. Within the Taishu Dao sect. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Tian once again arrived at the demon ceiling tower, ascending to its uppermost level. This time, the demon ceiling tower yielded even more golden spiritual elixir and spiritual pills. There were even 4 portions of 3rd-grade golden spirit liquid. Luo Tian retrieved all the items before departing the demon ceiling tower. News of the sect's renewed sale of golden spirit elixir and spirit pills swiftly spread throughout the entire sect. Countless people eagerly awaited the opportunity. The Taishu Dao sect had relatively few inner disciples. At most, they numbered less than 100. Yet, the golden spirit elixir was crucial to their cultivation paths. Spiritual pills were also essential for hunting demonic beasts. Liu arrived at the offering hall early to stake out the place. Yet she realized. Her decision seemed to be a mistake. For all the inner sect disciples had arrived. Her stakeout proved futile. Fortunately, when the contribution hall opened at dawn, the crowd of disciples rushed in. Liu exchanged the contribution points she had earned over the past 3 months by slaying demons. She exchanged them for 5 bottles of grade 1 golden spirit elixir and 1 grade 1 spirit pill. She gazed at the 2nd grade golden spirit elixirs displayed above. Only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage could purchase it. Chapter 123. Her eyes betrayed a wild ambition. Perhaps, before long, she would be able to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Pill Hall. Today, it was eerily quiet. The disciples of the Dan Hall were feeling rather downcast. Today, the offering hall had released golden elixir and spirit pills, which proved far more effective than ordinary elixirs. Naturally, most disciples opted to purchase the golden elixir and divine pills. Thankfully, they only sell these once per quarter. The Dan Hall disciples silently rejoiced. Golden elixir and spirit pills were scarce. Most of the time, disciples still rely on regular elixirs for their cultivation. Otherwise, the pill hall would go out of business. Bai Wuqiu, the hall master of the pill hall, was utterly frustrated. He attempted to analyze the composition of the golden spirit elixir. Unfortunately, with his knowledge, he couldn't possibly discern how the golden elixir was composed. Such secrets were not something Luo Tian would ever share with Bai Wuqiu. Within the cave dwelling, Zhang Wuming beamed with delight, extolling the myriad benefits of the golden spirit elixir. With the golden elixir, the cultivation levels of sect disciples could achieve significant growth in a short time. Luo Tian smiled. The two then turned to discussing which disciples had shown exceptional promise lately, worthy of cultivation. Many disciples stirred up waves within the sect. But the most dazzling ones remained the 2 youngsters, Zhou Zhou and Luo Ming. Zhou Zhou had already mastered formations and talismans, and had become engrossed in martial arts. At such a young age, his martial cultivation had already reached the threshold of the heavenly being realm. Luo Ming was dazed. He wasn't exactly a child anymore. Zhou Zhou is now 16 years old. The demon-slaying guard he founded had recruited numerous prodigies, promising boundless potential. Just some minor squabbles among youngsters. Zhou Banxian remarked indifferently. Luo Tian, however, could see the old man was bursting with pride inside. Luo Ming, having synthesized the strengths of 100 schools, was now attempting to find the path to the Purple Palace. And now, he was merely 8 years old. Such innate talent was truly terrifying. Yet few within the sect knew of Luo Ming's existence. In the eyes of Luo Tian and Zhou Banxian, Luo Ming is the future of the sect. The two conversed with great enthusiasm. The 8th year. After a prolonged period of calm, the 8 states, having gradually stabilized the demonic tide, were finally preparing to sound the trumpet for a counteroffensive. It seems all factions have figured out how to prevent infection by demonic energy when fighting monsters. The monsters themselves were not the true terror. What was terrifying was the demonic energy they left behind after death, which could unknowingly infect other living beings, corrupting them into monsters. The real challenge lay in how to handle the residual demonic energy after slaying these creatures and protect the armies from infection, a monumental undertaking. At this moment, the activities of the Heavens Mandate system commenced. Righteous Path Faction Mission 2, assist provinces in slaying demons to eradicate the demonic plague. During the demonic calamity, slaying monsters earns destiny coins. Rewards based on contribution will be distributed upon event conclusion, and a temporary marketplace will open for acquiring rare items. The system prompt arrived as promised. Xiyu Province. The command from the Crimson Shadow Royal House also reached Luo Tian's hands. Luo Tian wore an odd expression. The royal household still has the presence of mind to hold trials. What Luo Tian hadn't anticipated was that the Qiyu royal house had indeed discovered an effective method to suppress the demonic tide. This method was to conduct a trial. All factions within the entire Qiyu province were required to participate. Zhou Banxian stared at the imperial decree, his heart heavy. It seems the royal house intends to harness every faction in Qiyu province to completely suppress the demonic tide. Luo Tian nodded in agreement. The Qiyu royal house had somehow obtained items capable of attracting demonic creatures. Though it cannot draw all the demons in the world, the Qiyu house guarantees it can attract half of them. By drawing these demons to a single location, they could engage in a large-scale, head-on battle. The demonic energies would be temporarily suppressed by powerful arrays, preventing contestants from being corrupted by the malevolent aura. The trial's purpose was to intercept and eliminate these demons. The more demons slain, the more points earned from the mansion. These points could be exchanged for numerous precious items. Moreover, the Crimson Nether Palace has spared no expense, offering a heaven-tier treasure as a prize. Luo Tian couldn't fathom what the Qiyu royal house was thinking. Nevertheless, he decided to send Su Chang and his disciples to investigate. Monsters abound across the land. Even if half were slain, countless would remain. The demon ceiling tower's relentless refinement day and night was merely scratching the surface. Not long after Su Cheng departed, Luo Tian's traveler's gift pack had just accumulated enough for another year. He combined all the gift packs together, hoping to unlock a little surprise. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained the heavenly grade mid-tier spell, Heaven Shaking Seal. A mid-grade heavenly tier spell was a decent reward. Luo Tian placed it on the top floor of the library. A month had passed since Su Chang left the Taishu Dao sect to participate in the trials. Master Zhou suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Once vibrant and energetic, he now looked utterly drained and rushed to find Luo Tian. Witnessing this scene, Luo Tian felt both exasperated and amused. This little old man had just shaved off at least another decade of his lifespan. Master Sect Leader, something momentous is likely unfolding. Our Taishu Dao sect must prepare early. Zhou Banxian, ignoring his injuries, spoke with grave urgency. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian realized the prophecy wasn't about himself and immediately took it seriously. Could Su Cheng be in danger? Luo Tian thought to himself, that shouldn't be possible. Su Cheng had two powerful figures backing him. Zhou Banxian hurriedly explained, it's an omen of the demon path's resurgence. Before long, a force far more terrifying than the demon tide will arrive, one that may overthrow the Great Yu dynasty's rule. Demon Emperor. The two words flashed through Luo Tian's mind. Ever since the first mission ended in failure for both the righteous and demonic factions, all traces of the Demon Emperor vanished. Later, as demonic forces swept across the 9 provinces, no one had the time to search for the Demon Emperor. Even Luo Tian had gradually forgotten about him. Reflecting now, the Demon Emperor likely recognized his own insignificance upon failing to seize the 9 Netherworld Ghost Fiend last time. He likely used the demon tide to draw the attention of numerous factions as cover, hiding in the shadows to develop his forces. Now, having likely restored most of his power, he had the confidence to stir up trouble. Luo Tian cursed inwardly. What kind of misfortune had he stumbled into, becoming a player in this godforsaken place called the Great Yu Dynasty? Luo Tian had no choice but to take this seriously. The Demon Emperor was about to stir up trouble. We must minimize our sect's losses in the conflict between the righteous and the demonic. Luo Tian understood. If the sky falls, tall people will hold it up. The outcome of the righteous-demonic conflict had nothing to do with them, mere players. Minimize casualties among disciples while reaping the greatest benefits. That was the true goal of players. What did the fate of the world's masses matter to him? This time, Master Zhou had lost more years of his lifespan. Luo Tian grew even more determined to seek out rare treasures that could extend his own lifespan. Alas, items capable of extending lifespan were exceedingly rare in this world. 7 or 8 years of effort weren't enough for Master Zhou to cast a single divination. Upon learning the Demon Emperor was about to stir trouble, Luo Tian relocated more promising players to Changning and Qingli counties to prevent them from being caught in the crossfire and suffering heavy casualties. The expansion of the sect rekindled Luo Tian's desire to recruit disciples. With the sect's current resources, sustaining 300 to 400 inner disciples in cultivation posed no problem. Luo Tian began drawing premium gift packs daily, occasionally pulling a month's worth of epic gift packs. Over 3 months, he obtained 2 purple quality disciple recruitment orders. Luo Tian brought both purple grade disciples back to the sect. Their cultivation journey began as outer disciples. I wonder if these 2 youngsters will make it into the inner sect next year. Luo Tian estimated that these 2 youngsters probably wouldn't make it into the inner sect next year. They'd have to wait until the next outer sect competition. After adapting to this world, time passed swiftly. Chapter 124. Once accustomed to this world, time flew by. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Upon returning to the sect, Luo Tian saw that Luo Ming had emerged from seclusion. During his absence, the youngster had broken through to the Purple Palace realm. Blocking the entrance to the cave dwelling, Luo Ming stood with his hands behind his back, his voice brimming with pride. Master! Master! I've broken through to the Purple Palace realm. His words brimmed with delight. Luo Tian retorted impatiently, spit it out. Which of my treasures have you set your sights on? Luo Tian knew Luo Ming's temperament all too well. His senior brothers Su Chang and Chu Mozhang were frequently robbed. Others, from sect elders down to core disciples, had all been robbed by Luo Ming. All right. Now it was the sect master's turn. Luo Ming chuckled darkly. He'd coveted several of his master's possessions for quite some time. I want that mirror of mine, and the seal that summons the great bird. The mind-sealing mirror and the golden crow seal. Luo Ming had coveted them for ages. One could replicate others' avatars. One that could summon the golden crow. Luo Ming had no shortage of items below Earth grade. But items above Earth grade? Those were precious indeed. Luo Tian fell silent, then pulled out the mind-sealing mirror and golden crow seal to give to Luo Ming. It was his way of celebrating Luo Ming's breakthrough to the Purple Palace realm. Luo Ming gratefully accepted both items. Using the mind-sealing mirror, he replicated himself. Pinching the duplicate, he found it worked perfectly. Luo Tian wore a peculiar expression. Could this kid be harboring some peculiar thoughts? Why did he have this bad feeling? The very next day, Luo Tian's bad feeling came true. Zhou Banxian came to find Luo Tian to complain. It turned out Luo Ming had gone to seek revenge on Zhou Zhou. The little brat still remembered the past times he'd been bullied by that little brat Zhou Zhou. He directly activated the mind-sealing mirror, using his clone to single-handedly take on Zhou Zhou's demon-slaying guard, nearly shattering everyone's spiritual resolve. Thus, Zhou Banxian came to lodge a formal complaint. Luo Tian poured a cup of tea, letting the tirelessly chattering Zhou Banxian moisten his throat. Then he said calmly, "Old Zhou, you're also half of Luo Ming's master. We're all family here. This is just a little squabble among the younger generation." Master Zhou was instantly speechless. After Zhou Banxian left, Luo Tian's face darkened as he grabbed Luo Ming by the collar. That brat sure knows how to humiliate people. Using a clone to take on Zhou Zhou's demon-slaying guard alone? The power of the mind-imprinting mirror couldn't possibly achieve this. This must be related to Luo Ming's divine abilities. After getting a stern talking to, Luo Ming settled down and stopped bothering that little brat Zhou Zhou. Another period passed. Li Ernier returned to the sect. Without a word, he threw himself into even more rigorous cultivation. Curious, Luo Tian snapped his fingers to divine the truth, tracing the threads of fate. Only then did he learn the full story. It turned out that Li Ernier's parents had died. They had fallen victim to a demonic creature. Luo Tian vaguely remembered Li Ernier's father, a stubborn man. When everyone else had moved away, Li Ernier's father alone refused to leave, insisting that Li Ernier return with him to farm the land. Cultivating immortality wasn't all that great. The moonlight shone brightly. In Qiyu City. This was the most prosperous place in Qiyu Prefecture. At this moment, heroes from across the land gathered here. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a gathering of 10,000 sects. Su Chang was among them, tasked with leading the elite warriors from Changning Commandery and Qingli Commandery to participate in the trials and hunt down demonic beasts. The world truly is full of mighty warriors. Su Chang marveled silently. The gathering included no fewer than 100 Purple Palace cultivators. By comparison, the Taishu Dao sect's contribution of nearly 2 Purple Palace cultivators seemed pitifully small. Foundation establishment cultivators were countless beyond measure. Su Chang also encountered an adversary. A youth in brocade robes with sapphire blue eyes seemed to have singled out Su Chang, immediately picking a fight. Su Chang was baffled, but luckily, a youth calling himself the 6th young master intervened, defusing the crisis. Upon inquiry, Su Chang learned that the brocade-clad youth was the heir to the Jin Yuanlong family. The Jin Yuanlong family was protected by a divine lord at the nascent soul stage. The 6th young master was the 6th son of the Qiyu royal house. Su Chang was puzzled. He didn't recognize the Jin Yuanlong family at all. All factions participating in the 10,000 sects trial must obtain an exterminate demon order to enter the core battlefield. Honored guests, demonic beings have possessed the souls of our Chiyu State citizens, invaded our territories, and tormented countless living beings across our land. I implore you all to unite in hunting down these fiends and restoring Chiyu State to its pristine state. Above the azure sky, a majestic and imposing middle-aged man clad in imperial robes spoke with the authority of heaven. In the sky, demon-slaying orders began to appear. Kill. Powerhouses from numerous factions unleashed blazing killing intent. Their thunderous battle cries shook heaven and earth. Countless demon-slaying edicts, seemingly sensing this murderous aura, shot down in unison, landing in the hands of the warriors. For demonic creatures, everyone harbored a hatred so deep it ran to the bone. Their loved ones had perished at the hands of these creatures. Longtime friends had perished at the hands of demons. Lifelong partners had perished at the hands of demons. Disciples and mentors had perished at the hands of demons. But what cuts deepest of all is that these monsters now were the skins of their departed loved ones. The clarion call for counterattack is about to sound. Beneath a sheer cliff. In the gloomy space. A horde of terrifying beings had silently gathered around the Demon Emperor. All 66 branches of the demonic path now fall under his command. Beyond that, numerous factions were secretly under his command. Xu Shang, standing by the Demon Emperor's side, witnessed scene after scene unfold before his eyes. All forces under heaven were drawn to the demonic tide. No one noticed. The Demon Emperor had grown to such a formidable state. Dark Emperor, when shall we launch our counterattack against the Great Yu dynasty? An old man bearing a turtle shell squinted his eyes, appearing like a benevolent elder. But as he spoke, the air seemed to freeze solid. A torrent of resentment erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. The tortoise shell on his back twisted into distorted faces. Lord Demon Emperor. Since your disappearance, the demon path has been leaderless, constantly betrayed. Countless demon path elders became pawns in the schemes of those hypocritical righteous cultivators forced to help them withstand heavenly tribulations and karmic retribution, only to have their bodies destroyed and paths shattered. We bear the blame, while they reap the rewards. These 3,000 years of humiliation we shall repay those hypocritical righteous ones tenfold. Join the Demon Emperor in overthrowing the Great Yu dynasty and establishing an immortal divine realm. The man clad in a dark purple robe bore a face of ashen gray, densely etched with intricate runes. His eyes burned with fanatical fervor, transforming into eerie ghostly flames. 3,000 years of waiting at last, the Demon Emperor has awakened. Under the Demon Emperor's leadership, they would surely establish an immortal divine realm. They were not demons, but gods. The surrounding crowd gazed expectantly at the Demon Emperor. The demonic path was no weak force. All 66 demonic lineages possessed formidable foundations. Yet they are the demon path, a band of fearless fiends who defy heaven and earth. How could a leader emerge from such figures? None but the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Ripples spread through the surrounding space as he spoke calmly. Soon, that day is drawing near. Above the clouds of the 9 provinces, the skies had already turned a blood-red expanse. Amidst the demonic tide, the fallen souls were countless. As long as their resentment grows sufficiently vast, the karmic debt of heaven and earth grows heavy enough, a sliver of that being's consciousness will awaken. The old fools of the 9 provinces will have no time left to concern themselves with him. The demonic path is not for mindless brutes. The strategy of pitting one against another, even the Demon Emperor knows it. This time, the Demon Emperor returns no longer mindless. Chapter 125. Taishu Dao Sect. Luo Tian stretched lazily. Another day of labor lay ahead. He retrieved the golden spiritual elixir and spiritual pills from the demon ceiling tower. Members of the sect had already begun lining up early. Luo Tian watched the scene unfold with a faint smile. Within the sect now, the number of disciples at the foundation establishment stage had already surpassed 3 digits. Some disciples who had entered the sect early had even reached the late foundation establishment stage. The sect was teeming with prodigies. Since his last return, Li Ernio had trained with even greater diligence. He had heard that an elder had sought to marry his descendant to Li Ernio, only to be rejected. I, Li Ernio, am wholly devoted to the Tao. How could I be entangled by trivial romantic affairs? Li Ernio declared with righteous indignation. The elder, witnessing this, opened his mouth in astonishment, inwardly impressed. Luo Tian, delighted to have overheard the gossip, presented Li Ernio with an opportunity on the back mountain, helping him solidify his resolve to pursue immortality. Immortality, how splendid! Since the death of Tai Xuanzi and the fall of the Tai sect, Nan Hongsang had rarely left the alchemy pavilion. From Bai Wuqiu's account, Nan Hongsang sought to refine a pill capable of restoring demonic creatures' divine consciousness, transforming them back into humans. She firmly believed Tai Xuanzi was not dead. Even if Tai Xuanzi had perished and become a demonic creature, there must be a way to restore him. Provided her alchemical mastery reached sufficient heights. Luo Tian closed his eyes and murmured softly, "Foolish girl. He knew all too well. Those who become demons are already dead. Their memories had long been stolen by the demons that now inhabited their bodies. If there truly were a way, could it be that the 9 provinces lacked alchemists of great power? Yet within the Taishu Dao sect, no one exposed Nan Hongsang's lies. Life must always hold on to some hope. I wonder how Xiao Chengzi is doing now. Luo Tian's heart ached for Su Cheng. The eldest disciple cannot return home. May the second disciple not meet with misfortune. Time flies. Another season had passed. It had been nearly 10 years since he had crossed over into this world. The sect was filled with festive cheer. This world had no tradition of celebrating the new year. Luo Tian designated the day he arrived as the Spring Festival. Outside the sect, countless bright red lanterns were lit throughout Qingli and Changning counties, illuminating the night. The atmosphere was filled with joyous celebration. This was the first spring festival Luo Tian had experienced in this world since arriving so long ago. As his cultivation deepened, the memories in his mind no longer faded with the passage of time. Both pleasant and unpleasant recollections gradually grew clearer. Luo Tian specifically summoned Zhou Banxian, Bai Wuqiu, Yun Tianhua, and others back one by one. Zhou Banxian, Bai Wuqiu, and Yun Tianhua had all joined the sect early on, helping Luo Tian build up the Taishu Dao sect. In Luo Tian's heart, the 3 had become his family. Then there were Chu Mozhang, Zhou, and Nan Hongsang. Unfortunately, Zheng Ping'an's whereabouts remained unknown. Su Cheng was still participating in the trials, slaying demonic beasts. He was unable to return to the Taishu Dao sect. As dazzling fireworks rose into the skies above Changning County and Qingli County, the night seemed to turn into day. Countless huddled figures were illuminated by the light, gazing toward the distant horizon as an inexplicable hope welled up within them. Within the Taishu Dao sect, disciples displayed their prowess, each unleashing their most formidable spells as they soared into the sky. A kaleidoscope of colors filled the sky. Just as everyone was immersed in the spectacle, a terrifying fire dragon coiled in the sky, its blaze overshadowing all the dazzling displays of divine power. The dragon's fiery dance nearly scorched the river dry and withered the sacred trees with its intense heat. The joy of the crowd was abruptly shattered. Could an intruder have breached the sect? Such a terrifying fire dragon was no longer a mere prank. Should it descend, the losses would be catastrophic. Luo Tian's face darkened. A massive hand reached out and extinguished the fire dragon. The next moment, Luo Ming, who had been playing with great enthusiasm, found his fire dragon seal snuffed out. Before he could react, a familiar figure appeared before him. "Master, how'd I do with my fire dragon dance?" Luo Ming tilted his head back, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. He didn't notice at all that Luo Tian's face had grown even darker. Had he not acted swiftly, had he hesitated even a moment longer, at least a quarter of the Taishu Dao sect's grounds would have been reduced to ruins. Seeing Luo Tian's lack of reaction, Luo Ming sensed something was wrong and tried to bolt. But how could he possibly outrun Luo Tian? Soon, Luo Ming was caught and dragged back by Luo Tian. "Tomorrow, Elder Zhou will tally the damage you caused today." Luo Tian sneered coldly, "You'd better be able to cough up that many spirit stones." Luo Ming let out a wretched cry, his face ashen. The next day, Master Zhou tallied the damages. Luo Ming's single strike had vaporized 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. The sect was not short of spirit stones. But Luo Tian still decided to teach Luo Ming a lesson. Upon learning he owed a staggering 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, Luo Ming's vision darkened and he nearly fainted. Unlike Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang, he had no means to earn spirit stones on his own. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones represented a colossal sum for Luo Ming. Watching Luo Ming, who was painfully parting with his possessions and selling off his cultivation insights to scrape together the 300,000 low-grade spirit stones for Zhou Banxian, Luo Tian's face broke into a smile. After the meal, Luo Tian presented Luo Ming with a storage ring. He also presented storage rings to Chu Mozhang, Zhou, and Nan Hongsang. When Luo Ming opened his storage ring, it contained exactly 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, not a single one more or less. Among them were also some magical artifacts and pills. New Year's money in the cultivation world? Well, let's play by the cultivation world's rules. Following this, players began paying their respects to the Taishu Dao sect. "Alliance leader, we believe in you. Under your guidance, the Supreme Immortal Alliance will surely become the rulers of this world." This was the collective sentiment of all players. Luo Tian felt the weight of this pledge. Yet he accepted it nonetheless. One day, the Supreme Immortal Alliance would indeed become the rulers of this world. During the early days of recruiting these players and founding the Supreme Immortal Alliance, Luo Tian had merely viewed these players as tools for amassing wealth, fueling his own growth. Now, however, Luo Tian realized they were all just pitiful creatures. He too, despite wielding immense power, yet still lived a precarious existence. Perhaps those who chose the path of darkness lived more freely, though they die quickly. But I cannot die. Standing atop Taishu Peak, Luo Tian gazed upon the disciples within the sect. and the elders who had devoted themselves wholeheartedly. On this path, he was no longer alone. He no longer possessed the courage to embrace death. He feared defeat, dreaded a single misstep that could shatter his painstakingly built sect, just as Tai's sect had been destroyed overnight. Currently, the Crimson Inn royal house still needed these players. That was why they, the players, could still cling to their two counties, barely surviving. Luo Tian's heart burned with urgency. But then, a familiar fluctuation arose. A smile spread across Luo Tian's face. The Demon Emperor was buying time. And so was he. Luo Ming's cultivation had broken through to the second level of the Purple Palace realm. No. Luo Tian's expression suddenly darkened. Damn it! That kid must have gone to the Dragon King's hall again. Luo Tian rushed frantically to the Dragon King hall, only to find Luo Ming soaking in the third-grade dragon blood pool. His entire body glowed crimson as if scorched by flames, steam rising from his small frame. The energy within the third-grade dragon blood pool was simply too overwhelming for Luo Ming to endure. Luo Tian immediately used his body to pull Luo Ming out of the pool. Luo Ming's body creaked with every movement. The energy within the third-grade dragon blood pool was terrifying. Luo Tian was at a loss and hurriedly summoned Zhou Banxian, Bai Wuqiu, and Yun Tianhua. Upon seeing Luo Ming's condition, all three frowned deeply. Luo Ming's situation was dire. His entire body was like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest touch. We need 10,000-year-old ice. Freeze Xiaoming first. Chapter 126. Luo Tian hurriedly retrieved the 10,000-year-old ice, fashioning it into an ice chamber. He placed Luo Ming inside. The ancient ice caused frost to form on Luo Ming's body, though it melted quickly. But Luo Ming visibly felt better. Master Zhou's voice was grave. Little Mingzi absorbed far too much energy. Now we can only see if he can fully absorb this terrifying energy. Otherwise, it will damage his very foundation. Zhou Banxian then turned to Luo Tian. What on earth happened to cause this youngster to absorb such terrifying energy? Master Zhou was perplexed. This damn energy was nearly enough to burst a Purple Palace realm cultivator. And one with a super physique at that. Luo Tian had no choice but to reveal the existence of the Dragon King's Hall and the third-grade dragon blood pool, leaving the three of them utterly astonished. Truly worthy of a sect master to have concealed such depths of sect heritage. All eyes turned to Luo Ming. But they saw Luo Ming open his eyes, his pupils now a dark crimson. Kill, kill, kill. Luo Ming's body radiated a torrent of boundless hatred. Upon witnessing this, Luo Tian immediately intervened to reseal the 10,000-year-old ice. After the other elders departed, Luo Tian remained guarding the 10,000-year-old ice. The others did not know why Luo Ming had erupted with such divine wrath. Luo Tian knew. The memories of mortals from their childhood gradually fade with the passage of time. But cultivators do not. Those at the Purple Palace realm could recall even unconscious scenes from infancy if they so desired. In an age ravaged by demons, he had survived by drinking his mother's blood. This memory had been sealed away by Luo Tian. Unexpectedly, due to an accident, the seal has finally begun to weaken. Little Mingzi, you absolutely must not die. Luo Tian gazed at the little one, his expression filled with worry. This young master. Luo Tian seemed to hear a whisper emerging from the 10,000-year-old ice. He looked closely, seeing Luo Ming's face contorted with struggle. This young master will become the strongest cultivator under heaven. Luo Ming's dark crimson eyes held a breathtaking intensity. Slowly closing, the dull sound of cultivation echoed. Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that he retained his wits meant he was out of grave danger. Good. I believe in you. If you can fully absorb this divine blessing, I won't hold your sneaking into the dragon blood pool against you. Luo Tian murmured, his worried gaze gradually shifting to one of anticipation. A decade passed in the blink of an eye. Raising a disciple was like raising a son. In this world, over the past decade, the one who had spent the most time with Luo Tian was neither Zhang Ping'an, nor Su Chang, nor Zhou Banxian. It was this little one before him. He had watched Luo Ming grow from a swaddled infant, inch by inch. Though this little rascal was mischievous and often drove Luo Tian to exasperation. It was precisely because of him that Luo Tian gradually began to feel a sense of family in this strange world. Therefore, Luo Tian was remarkably tolerant toward Luo Ming, treating him as if he were his own child. When Luo Ming caused trouble within the sect, it was like a child breaking a bowl or two, or losing a pair of chopsticks. How could he possibly punish his own child over such trifles? The Crimson Abyss Trial Grounds. Su Chang led his team in hunting demons. But the Jin Yuanlong family kept pestering Su Chang, constantly stirring up trouble. Several members of the entire team had lost their lives due to the Jin Yuanlong family's meddling. Su Chang was furious. He charged directly into the territory occupied by the Jin Yuanlong family, gun in hand. This provoked the Jin Yuanlong family's Purple Palace Grand Immortals to collectively intervene, intending to suppress Su Chang. Yet he countered by slaying one of them before departing with ease. Su Chang's actions enraged the Jin Yuanlong family. The two sides engaged in relentless conflict. Across the 9 provinces, demonic beasts were being hunted. The celestial lords of the 9 provinces all paled in shock. This is bad. His Majesty's sanity is showing signs of returning. The heavenly lords were overcome with dread. They knew full well that if the Emperor were to awaken, they would be the first to face his wrath. It was the Demon Emperor's scheme. He wanted us to delay the Yellow Emperor so he wouldn't bother with him anymore. The ancient heavenly lords of the 9 provinces were filled with rage. Though they did not know how the Demon Emperor had learned of the Emperor's current state, they absolutely could not allow the Emperor to awaken. In utter silence, all heavenly sovereign-level powerhouses of the 9 provinces vanished without a trace, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. The demonic faction also began their own major maneuvers. The first to suffer was Liangzhou, which, like Yunzhou, was considered the weakest province. Mu Chengyuan, big brother Luo Tian, this time we might be finished. Luo Tian opened his eyes, glancing at the message before him. Mu Chengyuan was the leader of Liangzhou's players. Mu Chengyuan, big shot Luo Tian, during Liangzhou's demon hunt, the demon cult infiltrated us. Over the years, they planted numerous spies within the Liang royal house. They possess the means to break through the barrier. The Liang royal house has already fallen victim. I won't survive this. The entire Liangzhou player force might be wiped out. I beg you, boss, to survive. Mu Chengyuan never sent another message. Meanwhile, in the direction of Liangzhou Prefecture. After sending his message to Luo Tian, Mu Chengyuan leaned against the crumbling eaves and broken walls, clutching the shattered blade in his hand. Dark clouds shrouded the sky. Honestly, I thought clearing out these demons would finally bring some peace for a while. A colossal dark Buddha statue extended 18 arms, weaving them through the air as it slowly opened its eyes. The world fell silent. Luo Tian watched as Mu Chengyuan's avatar dimmed. Only 6 realms remained among the 9 provinces players. Has the Demon Emperor chosen Liangzhou as his breakthrough point? Luo Tian pondered. Sure enough, the Demon Emperor had begun stirring trouble. The Demon Emperor's forces had directly declared war on Liangzhou. Before long, an even more terrifying battle would erupt. Luo Tian relayed this information to Li Long, who was participating in the trial, instructing him to closely monitor the movements of the demonic path players. The Demon Emperor couldn't possibly wage war against multiple provinces simultaneously. But better safe than sorry. Li Long relayed the news to Su Chang. Upon hearing it, Su Chang sensed trouble and immediately sought out the 6th young master. Upon hearing Su Chang's account, the 6th young master's expression grew grave as he immediately reported to the Crimson Yin King. Fortunately, the Crimson Shadow King did not dismiss this as idle talk. He immediately ordered a thorough investigation and indeed uncovered numerous demonic faction spies. This group of demonic faction spies intended to work from within and without, using demonic energy to ambush and kill the elite forces stationed here. Luo Tian also alerted the other provinces. Understanding the gravity of the situation, players in each province persuaded those they could to withdraw from the trial, while those who refused were forced to leave to prevent catastrophic losses. Soon, 4 months passed, and the Temporary Heavens Mandate event concluded. Congratulations to player Luo Tian's Taishu Dao Sect Disciple for slaying demonic creatures and earning 32,513 destiny coins. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for receiving the top contribution reward package. Quest ended, Temporary Destiny Shop now open. As Luo Tian had anticipated, the items in the Temporary Destiny Shop had once again increased in price. Among them were golden quality items. Luo Tian spent his entire 60,000 destiny coins to acquire a golden grade Disciple Recruitment Order and a golden grade treasure. The Mirror of Self-Reflection. As its name suggests, it could help disciples temper their Tao heart and reduce the emergence of inner demons. Luo Tian did not rush to use the golden quality Disciple Recruitment Order. The 10,000-year-old ice before him gradually began to melt. Luo Ming's vital energy began to steadily rise. Perhaps in time, he would fully assimilate the dragon blood energy within his body. Luo Tian felt reassured. In the regional channel, good news also followed. Chapter 127. In the regional channel, good news followed one after another. Some lesser-known players had actually exchanged for a purple Disciple Recruitment Order. So this is the Hoarder Rat? This world is never short of clever minds. Luo Tian knew to save up destiny coins until temporary events opened to exchange for gold quality items. Naturally, others also knew to save destiny coins to exchange for purple quality disciples. Luo Tian noticed a new red dot on his private messages. Li Long, boss, I've become a level 3 sect master. Luo Tian's face lit up with joy as he sent a congratulations message. The 3rd level 3 sect master had emerged among the player base. Li Long's disciple possessed decent talent purple tier quality, and as the 2nd level 2 sect master in the province, he had received substantial rewards. That a 3rd had attained level 3 patriarch status came as no surprise to Luo Tian. Now, the player faction boasted 3 powerhouses at the 9th level of the Purple Palace realm. This greatly expanded their capabilities. It wouldn't be long before 3rd tier sect masters began sprouting up among the players like mushrooms after rain. Unlock the top contributor grand gift pack. Luo Tian silently recited in his mind. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained Random Golden Item X1, Purple Fate Token X5, Purple Disciple Recruitment Token X5, Random Earthgrade Item X5. The items were slightly better than those from the Provincial War event. Except for the golden quality items, all other quality items were doubled. The usually stingy destiny system is suddenly being generous. Luo Tian was somewhat surprised. He opened the random golden quality item. It was another golden quality Disciple Recruitment Token. Over the past decade, he had only obtained 3 golden quality Disciple Recruitment orders. And today alone, he'd gotten 2. After seeing Luo Ming's condition improve and watching him immerse himself in cultivation, Luo Tian finally departed the cave dwelling. Luo Tian activated a golden grade Disciple Recruitment order. The clue it contained pointed to a location not far from Qingli County. He immediately set off for the location. After the demonic calamity erupted, Dongshao County endured 3 years of drought, leaving barren land stretching for thousands of miles. Autumn winds wailed, and the setting sun bled crimson. Once thriving towns lay reduced to ruins. The air was thick with a foul stench, nauseating to the point of vomiting. Cheng Huajin's father was an ordinary farmer. Her mother had once been a lady of noble birth. 10 years prior, fleeing persecution, she sought refuge here and was taken in by her father, who later married her. Cheng Huajin also had a younger brother named Cheng Huaian. It had been 3 years since the Great Drought. Cheng Huajin hadn't tasted meat in ages. But on this day, a long-forgotten aroma rich and mellow wafted through the air. It made Cheng Huajin's tongue instinctively lick his lips, and a thread of glistening saliva dripped from his parched corners. The scent of meat. Stumbling out of her room, Cheng Huajin saw her father, mother, and younger brother gathered together. A plate of fragrant meat sat on their table, making her mouth water with envy. "Big sis, come eat with us." Her little brother tugged at her hand, and the family of 4 shared a moment of warm togetherness. Cheng Huajin picked up a large piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. "Sister, is the meat delicious?" Her younger brother, Cheng Huaian, watched her devour the large piece of meat, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Cheng Huajin nodded. Of course it was delicious, it was meat. Cheng Huajin wondered where their parents had gotten so much meat. At this question, the woman with a hint of weathered lines at the corners of her eyes flashed a proud smile. "It's because your father encountered a divine being while searching for food. The divine being bestowed upon your father a divine cauldron, filled with meat that never runs out." The lady showed Cheng Huajin the pot she had brought, a large black cauldron. It was filled to the brim with simmering meat. Is this the way of the immortals? Cheng Huajin's eyes brimmed with longing. If she became an immortal, wouldn't she have an endless supply of meat? Could she provide a better life for her parents and younger brother? The overwhelming aroma of meat made Cheng Huajin scoop out another piece. "You." Cheng Huajin quickly spat out the meat in her mouth. "Xiao Jin, what's wrong?" The woman's concerned voice reached him. Cheng Huajin examined the piece of meat in her hand closely. It was undercooked, still streaked with blood, as if it had just been cut from the bone. She felt a sticky liquid on her hands. Suddenly, crimson blood began seeping from the rim of the immortal pot before her. At its center lay a dark mass resembling strands of hair. "Mother, something's wrong with this divine cauldron." Cheng Huajin trembled as she pointed at the pot. The woman smiled faintly. "Little Jean, what's wrong with it?" Just as Cheng Huajin was about to speak, she saw her front door swing open. A young man dressed in splendid attire appeared at their doorstep. His clothes were spotless. A flicker of envy crossed Cheng Huajin's small face. Why did they all have to wear such ragged clothes? Why could the person before her be so dazzlingly well dressed, never wanting for food or clothing? Before the Cheng family could recover, the youth performed a sleight of hand. The magical cauldron vanished from Cheng Huajin's sight. It now appeared in the hands of the young man who had suddenly barged in. Cheng Huajin's father, mother, and younger brother watched the divine cauldron snatched away. Their expressions twisted into something monstrous, like demons escaped from hell. They glared at the youth with murderous intent. Cheng Huajin's face was also filled with hatred. The divine cauldron was their family's hope for survival. No one could take it away. They fought desperately to wrest the pot from the young man's grasp. Cheng Huajin joined in, punching and kicking the young man while shouting, "You villain! You're a villain! Give me back the divine cauldron! Give me back the meat!" The young man showed no sign of anger, letting her beat him without resistance. Only when she grew exhausted and could no longer raise her fists did the youth stir. Seeing the youth draw near, Cheng Huajin was terrified. She lost her balance and collapsed onto the ground, crying out, "Father! Mother, save me!" No familiar voice reached her ears. She turned her head to look. Her father, mother, and younger brother stood frozen in place, their bodies contorted into bizarre poses as if struck by a petrification spell. "You monster! What have you done to my father, mother, and brother?" Cheng Huajin's eyes were filled with terror. "You're a god! You're a god!" Cheng Huajin seemed to grasp something. She screamed with all her might, "Why? Why? Why did you do this? Why didn't you gods appear during the 3 years of drought? Why did you choose to appear at this very moment? Why take away our family's only hope for survival? Tears streamed down Cheng Huaijin's face, yet they did not halt the young man's steps. He approached her, slowly crouching down beside her. In a soft voice, he murmured, "Awaken." The scene before Cheng Huaijin's eyes suddenly dissolved into an endless swirl of particles, as if swept away by a gust of wind. The brightness before her eyes turned into pitch blackness. The room was empty. The buzzing of insects filled his ears. An intensely foul, pungent stench filled his nostrils. Cheng Huaijin's pupils darkened. She remembered. She remembered everything. Cheng Huaijin bit her lips trembling. The divine cauldron in the youth's hands. It was no divine cauldron. Inside it lay the head of the person she knew best, bubbling and boiling. Ugh! Ugh! Cheng Huaijin felt sick. She retched violently. But no matter how hard she tried, nothing came up. Chapter 128. Over the past decade, Luo Tian had witnessed countless human tragedies. He had grown accustomed to life's partings and deaths. Yet he had never witnessed a scene like the one before him. Blood and guts spilled across the floor. Chaotic and foul-smelling. 3 severed heads were placed in a pot, boiled until the skin split open. The Great Famine, cannibalism, corpses littering the land, these were things he had only read about in books. Now, seeing them unfold before his eyes, Lin Cha suddenly realized that the lives of the common people were far from idyllic. In Luo Tian's eyes, the little girl before him radiated a golden glow. She was the disciple he sought. And the very source of all this calamity. Cheng Huaijin curled up on the ground, murmuring, "Father. Mother. Little brother, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean to. I couldn't tell. I really couldn't tell anymore." Luo Tian brought Cheng Huaijin back to the sect. Name, Cheng Huaijin. Age, 10. Talents, Twin Gold Dream Demon Body Gold Protective Demon Soul Gold. Aptitude, 80. Comprehension, 85. Loyalty, 70. Twin Souls Gold, initial human and demonic natures each account for 50%. If human nature exceeds demonic nature by 1%, randomly increases talent or insight by 1 point. If demonic nature exceeds human nature by 1%, all damage dealt increases by 1%. Current demonic nature, 55%, all damage dealt plus 5%. Dreamweaver's Body Gold, talent plus 15, insight plus 15, all cultivation speed plus 20%. If practicing demonic arts, additional plus 10% and inherits innate divine ability, Dreamweaver's Eye. Bodyguarding Demon Soul Gold, triggers upon life-threatening crisis. Reason 100, all damage plus 80%, damage reduction plus 20%. Cheng Huaijin's aptitude and insight were not particularly outstanding among Golden Tier disciples. However, her innate talents are truly extraordinary. Each of her 3 Golden Tier talents would shine brilliantly on its own. Even the twin talents could be called God Tier. If humanity were maxed out, it could increase either talent or insight by 50 points. Unfortunately, all her other talents were tainted by the ways of the demonic path. Luo Tian intervened to seal Cheng Huaijin's memories. This child's fate had already been cruel enough. Focus on cultivation, the rest is up to time. There was also a golden grade disciple recruitment order. Luo Tian did not keep it, he activated the recruitment order. The disciple summoned this time was the son of an aristocratic official family. Even amidst the chaos of the age, he lived in safety and luxury, clothed in fine silk and fed with delicacies. "Are you saying you wish to take my son Tian Ming as your disciple?" The plump middle-aged man's expression brimmed with delight. Beside him stood a 13 or 14-year-old youth dressed in fine silk robes. The youth gazed at Luo Tian with curiosity. Luo Tian nodded. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. His child had obtained a divine opportunity. This was a tremendous blessing. And so, Zhang Tianming followed Luo Tian back to the Taishu Dao sect. Name, Zhang Tianming. Age, 13. Talents, Elemental Divine Physique Gold Cliff Plunge Encounter Gold Heavenly Mechanism Breaker Gold. Aptitude, 86. Comprehension, 91. Loyalty, 80. Elemental Holy Body Gold, plus 35% cultivation speed for all elements, plus 20% damage. Cliff Plunge Encounter Gold, after falling from a cliff with critical injuries, has a chance to gain an opportunity. Breaking Heaven Secrets Gold, plus 40% cultivation speed for Heaven Secrets Arts, 30% backlash damage, conceals one's Heaven Secrets presence, cannot be divined. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Within the sect, the one with the highest mastery of divination was undoubtedly Zhou Banxian. Yet disciples proficient in the way of heavenly secrets were exceedingly rare. Among hundreds of purple grade disciples, not a single one possessed the innate talent to master the way of heavenly secrets. Luo Tian believed Zhang Tianming's emergence would surely surpass his master. That very day, Luo Tian sought out Master Zhou. "Master Zhou, are you taking on disciples?" Luo Tian smiled warmly. Just as Zhou Banxian was about to refuse, he suddenly sensed something. His gaze fell upon the youth Luo Tian had brought. His entire body felt as if struck by lightning. This. Zhou Banxian was so overcome with emotion that his lips trembled, his white beard quivered, and his eyes gleamed like those of a starving beast. Startled, Zhang Tianming quietly took a step back, hiding behind Luo Tian. This old man is terrifying. Zhang Tianming feared the old man might pounce and devour him. Luo Tian watched the scene, utterly speechless, and shot Zhou Banxian a look. Zhou Lao's intense excitement had genuinely frightened the child. Zhou Banxian snapped out of it and gave an awkward smile. This was the very destiny the Heavenly Secrets lineage had long coveted. Zhou Banxian forced a smile onto his face and looked down at Zhang Tianming. My name is Zhou Banxian. I am well versed in the ways of Heavenly Secrets. Would you be willing to train under me? Zhang Tianming glanced at Luo Tian. Truthfully, he wanted to follow the big brother standing before him. Luo Tian nodded. Follow Elder Zhou in cultivation. Your destiny is suited for the Heavenly Secrets lineage. Elder Zhou's mastery of this lineage is second to none within our Taishu Dao sect. No one dares claim the top spot. Hearing Luo Tian's words of praise, Zhang Tianming didn't hesitate. He bowed his head and knelt. Disciple Zhang Tianming pays respects to his master. Master Zhou's eyes welled with tears as he murmured, Tianming, what a fitting name. From now on, you shall be the heir to my Heavenly Secrets Valley lineage. The profound bond between master and disciple moved Luo Tian to wipe away tears that weren't even there. Now he could finally figure out where old Master Zhou came from. And Master Zhou's Heavenly Mechanics arts. Luo Tian dispatched agents to secretly investigate the Heavenly Mechanics Valley. Time flew by. The second disciple, Su Cheng, returned to the sect. Luo Tian was overjoyed. Su Cheng's cultivation had reached the second level of the Purple Palace realm. Master, where is brother Luo? Su Cheng was curious. He hadn't seen Luo Ming upon his return to the sect. Luo Tian informed Su Cheng that Luo Ming was currently in seclusion, refining dragon blood. Su Cheng sighed, I see. I miss junior brother Luo dearly for not being able to see him. Luo Tian. He couldn't shake the feeling that little Chengzi was secretly delighted. Luo Tian brought Cheng Huijin over. This is your junior sister, Cheng Huijin. Luo Tian also introduced Su Cheng to Cheng Huijin. Cheng Huijin timidly said, Huijin greets senior brother Su. Su Cheng's eyes lit up at the sight. This junior sister is so well behaved. Soft and adorable. Whoa! Huijin, this is a welcome gift from second brother. Su Cheng produced a storage ring filled with countless pearls. Cheng Huijin accepted the storage ring Su Cheng offered. Thank you, senior brother Su. Su Cheng felt thoroughly satisfied. Luo Tian. Looking at the soft and adorable Cheng Huijin, Luo Tian found it hard to associate him with a future great demonic tyrant. Soon, Su Cheng became quite familiar with Cheng Huijin. Luo Tian was seriously suspicious that Su Cheng had some hidden quirks. Soon, good news from players began pouring in one after another. More and more players advanced to level 3 sects. 5 months later, the number of players in third-tier sects reached double digits. This was already a considerable force, especially considering the sheer numbers of players now. Double-digit Purple Palace 9th layer. As long as the players remain united, no force beyond the great Taoist lineages. No one could hold the players back. Chapter 129. Since Liangzhou was attacked by the Demon Emperor, countless cultivators from all continents poured in to confront the Demon Emperor. Yet the battle situation remained grim. Through his covert investigations, Luo Tian had come to understand how the Heavenly Mechanics Valley, home to Zhou Banxian, had been utterly destroyed. Over 2 centuries ago, the most exceptional disciple in Tianji Valley's millennia-long history had used the Heavenly Mechanics method to deduce an untouchable taboo. This led to the entire valley being besieged by dozens of factions, ultimately resulting in its annihilation. Among the attackers were sects boasting nascent soul cultivators at their helm. What secret could possibly provoke so many factions to mobilize their forces? Luo Tian was deeply curious. Meanwhile, Luo Ming finally showed signs of movement. The 10,000-year-old ice gradually melted away. The young Luo Ming slowly opened his eyes, and time itself seemed to freeze within the entire Taishu Dao sect. 5th level of the Purple Palace. Luo Tian's figure appeared above the cave dwelling, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Zhou Banxian and the others arrived one after another. They saw a youth clad in white robes standing in the void, who slowly bowed his hands toward them. Luo Ming has caused worry for the master and all the senior disciples. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang, emerging from seclusion in the Forbidden Grounds, exchanged glances, both seeing utter bewilderment in each other's eyes. Holy! That was the thought echoing in both their minds. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang had competed for years, their cultivation levels neck and neck, yet now they were both merely at the 2nd level of the Purple Palace realm. After his seclusion, Luo Ming had reached the 5th level of the Purple Palace realm. Su Cheng smiled bitterly inwardly. He had always guarded against Chu Mozhang surpassing him, training relentlessly to uphold his senior brother's dignity. Now, however, Luo Ming had caught up to them. Luo Ming's emergence from seclusion was cause for celebration throughout the entire Taishu Dao sect. Luo Ming also met Cheng Huaijin, who was younger than him, and Jiang Tianming, disciple of Zhou Banxian. Luo Ming was promoted to fourth senior brother. The youngest, Cheng Huaijin, received everyone's unanimous affection. That night, Luo Tian synthesized and activated all remaining. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained a special class treasure, Sect Daily Records. A book appeared in Luo Tian's hand. Clan Daily Log records the recent 6 months of experiences for disciples and elders within the clan. As the clan levels up, the span of records accessible will increase. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. This was a valuable item indeed. He opened the book, and one list after another appeared on its pages. Spotting Zheng Ping'an's entry, he clicked on it without hesitation. Taishu Calendar Year 12, Month 11. Zheng Ping'an accompanied the Dragon Slayer guards on patrol to track the movements of an old acquaintance, preparing to see the acquaintance off on their final journey. Taishu Calendar Year 12, Month 12. Zheng Ping'an encountered an ambush and broke through the encirclement with the dragon slaying guard. Taishu Calendar Year 13, Month 1. Zheng Ping'an was on the run. Taishu Calendar Year 13, Month 2. Zheng Ping'an was rescued by a powerful being while on the run. March, Year 13 of the Taishu era. Zheng Ping'an and the Dragon Slayers guard head to Lianzhou. Luo Tian was surprised. The sect's daily records revealed that Zheng Ping'an had now joined the Dragon Slayer guard. The Dragon Slaying guard wasn't that old Yun's former position? A coincidence? Luo Tian murmured to himself. He's still alive and well, that's good. With the daily records, he could keep tabs on his disciples' movements at all times. The next day, Luo Tian summoned Luo Ming. Seeing the curious look on Luo Ming's face, Luo Tian smiled and produced the Thousand Swords platform. The Thousand Swords platform allowed one to enter and comprehend the profound mysteries of the sword path. It opened once every 10 years, allowing only one person to enter at a time. It was destined to be accessible only to core disciples. However, within the sect, the eldest disciple Zheng Ping'an had comprehended the sword domain, the second disciple Su Cheng practiced spear techniques, and the third disciple Chu Mozhang, a reincarnated great being, had his own path. No one was suitable. Luo Ming had been too immature before. Now, with his sealed memories unlocked in 2.5 years of tempering, he had grown somewhat more composed. Luo Tian chose to grant the Thousand Swords platform to Luo Ming. To see what fate had in store for him. Upon learning the Thousand Swords platform could strengthen him, Luo Ming stepped inside without hesitation. Within the Thousand Swords platform, sword intent tempered his body as 10,000 blades pierced his heart. Luo Ming embraced the baptism of sword intent. Awaiting a turning point. After Luo Ming entered the Thousand Swords platform, Luo Tian was not idle either. The sect was abuzz with excitement, hosting both the Ascension Assembly and the Grand Sect competition. Luo Tian was disappointed that not a single purple grade disciple had been recruited during this Ascension Assembly. The sect competition, however, produced 2 dark horses. One was Liu, who had passed the outer sect trials last session to enter the inner sect. She had surged all the way to 49th place in the inner sect rankings. This was an exceptionally high ranking. After all, the inner sect was teeming with purple grade disciples. In just 5 years, Liu not only advanced from Qi cultivation to foundation establishment but reached the 4th stage of foundation establishment. The other dark horse was Jing'an. He had stormed into the inner sect's top 10. He achieved this without using Zhou's talismans, bringing great honor to the demon slaying guard. After the grand competition concluded, the Taishu Dao sect welcomed uninvited guests. Representatives from the Qiyu royal house arrived at their doorstep. Taishu sect master, do not forget to pay this year's Martial Dan tribute. Since your Taishu sect controls 2 county cities, remember to pay double the contribution of martial pills. The steward of the Crimson Shadow Royal House narrowed his eyes as he addressed Luo Tian. Faced with the sudden appearance of the steward, Luo Tian frowned. May I ask, Your Excellency, what exactly is a Wu Dan? The steward of the Qiyu royal house was clearly taken aback that Luo Tian didn't know what a Wu Dan was. You don't know what a Wu Dan is? Luo Tian nodded. He truly had no idea. The steward of the Qiyu royal manor patiently explained to Luo Tian. Pills refined by martial artists are called martial pills. They can extend one's lifespan, aid cultivators in recovering from injuries. They could even enhance innate talent and comprehension. Every 10 years, the rulers occupying the county cities must pay tribute of martial pills to the Crimson Shadow Royal House. No fewer than 1,000. Having seized 2 counties, Luo Tian would now owe 2,000 martial pills. Converted, this equates to slaying 2,000 martial artists. The 6th young master is willing to grant your sect a 10-year extension to gather these martial pills. However, your sect must assist the 6th young master with one task. The steward of the Crimsonine Royal House placed the communication jade tablet down with a smile. This left Lord Luo's expression dark and gloomy. He hadn't anticipated that the martial pills were actually needed by the Crimson Abyss royal house. No wonder, after annihilating the Jinyue Manor, they had managed to see some human Dan. Wu Dan, also known as the human Dan. Immortal cultivators who indiscriminately kill accumulate karmic retribution. The actions of the Crimsonine royal house were designed to shift this burden of retribution onto the forces of the 64 counties, allowing them to reap the benefits without bearing the consequences. Luo Tian nodded. May I ask what task the 6th young master requires of our Taishu Dao sect? The steward of the Qiyu royal house held up a finger and said in a hollow tone, the 6th young master requires your sect's assistance to kill someone. After the steward of the Qiyu royal house departed, a cold smile played on Luo Tian's lips. So this 6th young master of the mansion intends to use my Taishu Dao sect as a blade in his hand? Nevertheless, Luo Tian agreed. He was now the head of a sect. Luo Tian made swift arrangements. Among the current player base, there were over a dozen purple palaces available. All of them were at the 9th level of the purple palace. After completing all this, Luo Tian acted as if nothing had happened. Even when Zhou Banxian probed indirectly, Luo Tian did not reveal the reason behind the matter. A beam of light pierced the darkness. From south to north, it split the darkness in two. Chapter 130. To grasp the essence of the sword so swiftly, Luo Tian was astonished. In less than a month, Luo Ming, who had entered the Thousand Swords platform, had grasped the essence of the sword. This sword intent continued to climb steadily. Soon it would reach minor mastery, approaching major mastery. This youngster's cultivation progress is truly astonishing. Perhaps it's time to send him out for some trials and tribulations to stand on his own 2 feet. Luo Tian harbored immense expectations for Luo Ming. However, Luo Ming was still too young, and the Taishu Dao sect had offended too many enemies. Luo Tian dared not rashly send Luo Ming out into the world to gain experience. Now that Luo Ming possessed the strength to protect himself and Luo Tian had the sect daily records to monitor his disciples' movements, he finally considered sending Luo Ming out to gain experience. Luo Tian withdrew his gaze as the commotion within the sect quickly subsided. He began arranging the matters entrusted to him by the 6th young master. Assassinating someone was no difficult task for the current player community. Even if the 6th young master's target was somewhat unique. Calculating heaven's secrets, Su Baizhao, a grand immortal who had dominated the Redin province for centuries, also the head of the Baizhao pavilion, reputed to know everything under the heavens. Luo Tian glanced at the intelligence in his hand and raised his eyes. Assassinating a master skilled in the art of divination. The target quickly solidified in his mind. 1 month later, Luo Ming emerged from seclusion. Master, I wish to leave the sect for training, just like several of my senior brothers. After emerging, Luo Ming sought out Luo Tian and stated his purpose. Luo Tian nodded expressionlessly. Go. As Luo Ming prepared to depart, Luo Tian swallowed hard, struggling to find words. Finally, he murmured, the world is treacherous. Stay safe. Luo Ming departed the Taishu Dao sect, embarking on his journey of cultivation. Due to the urgent military situation in Liangzhou, Su Chang and Chu Mozhang traveled there together. The junior disciple Cheng Huijin remained at the sect to cultivate. Also cultivating within the sect was Jiang Tianming. Both made rapid progress in their cultivation. However, Chen Huijin's innate talent ultimately fell short of Jiang Tianming's, and his cultivation could only keep pace with great effort. Luo Tian opened the sect's daily records to observe the disciples' progress. Taishu calendar year 13, month 6. Zheng Ping'an and the Dragon Slayers are locked in a bitter battle in Liangzhou. Taishu calendar year 13, month 7. Luo Ming journeyed through demon slaying and evil eradication to Changyan County to pay respects at his deceased parents' graves. Taishu calendar year 13, August. Su Chang and Chu Mozhang encounter a vicious bandit, with a fierce battle looming. September, year 13 of the Taishu era. Zhou led the demon slaying guard to capture a city overrun by demonic forces, rescuing numerous mortals and earning widespread acclaim. Player sect's righteousness value +1. Taishu calendar year 13, month 10. Li Erniu unexpectedly rescued Liu, a sect disciple trapped in a siege, leading her to safety through the encirclement. This sparked intense gossip within the sect. Taishu calendar year 13, month 11. Cheng Huijin and Jiang Tianming sparred, with Cheng Huijin suffering defeat. Deeply disheartened, he felt he had brought shame upon his master. Taishu calendar year 13, month 12. Luo Ming unexpectedly encountered Lu Yunyuan, an heiress from the mythical Penglai Island. Upon learning of the existence of the lotus of the other shore, a flower that blooms between the mortal realm and the underworld, allowing the living to speak final words with departed loved ones, the two set off together. Luo Tian closed the sect's daily log. In the private chat of the Heavens Will system, the message arrived: the head of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion had been successfully assassinated. Luo Tian sent the reward. Thanks, big shot. Luo Tian glanced at the message before closing the chat channel. Outside the hall, Zhou Banxian, who had been waiting impatiently, pushed open the doors and rushed inside. Luo Tian poured 2 cups of tea and gestured for Zhou Banxian to sit down. Master Zhou, has something happened within the sect? Luo Tian smiled, his eyes betraying no emotion, as still as a Cone Lake, without a ripple. The sect leader truly resembles a genuine sect master more and more. Zhou Banxian observed Luo Tian's serene demeanor with quiet admiration. He promptly stated his purpose. Master, it concerns the Mystic Physician Valley. Xuanyi Valley, the sect where Zhang Ping'an's fiancé resided. Luo Tian recalled that after news of Zhang Ping'an's death reached them, Xuanyi Valley had sent a delegation to Taishu Dao sect once, but there had been no further word since. What has happened at the Xian Medical Valley? Luo Tian inquired with concern. That old hag Lingju is near death and wants the sect master to protect her two disciples. Zhou Banxian sighed. The two sects were bound by marriage ties, but now, with Zhang Ping'an dead, the gap between Xianyi Valley and the Taishu Dao sect was widening. Lingju, the immortal grandmother's plea for Taishu Dao sect's protection, likely signaled her impending demise. Luo Tian fell silent for a moment before nodding. Both of Lingju Xianlao's disciples possess decent aptitude. Taking them in and admitting them to the Taishu Dao sect would be a bargain. After Zhou Banxian departed, Luo Tian made his way to Xuanyi Valley. Within the valley, two women knelt before the bed of a white-haired old crone, weeping uncontrollably. The figure within Lingju Xianlao's pupils gradually sharpened. She sensed she might be able to move. It wasn't that her body had improved, but a peculiar energy allowed her to use her last breath to restore herself to her best state. The two women noticed Luo Tian's arrival and respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Senior Taishu. Luo Tian nodded, ignoring them as he turned to the spirit coffin immortal grandmother. Your lifespan has reached its end. I have used my divine power to gather your last shred of vitality. You have 1 day remaining. What would happen after that day, Luo Tian did not say, but all three could guess. Lingju Xianlao rose and said, "Thank you." Lingju Xianlao gradually grew younger, her wrinkles slowly smoothing away until she transformed into a woman of extraordinary beauty. Old Zhou once mentioned this old crone was famously beautiful in her youth, and now I see it's true. Luo Tian reflected inwardly, time truly is relentless. The immortal old woman of the spirit coffin departed from the Mystic Physician Valley without taking her two disciples with her. After entrusting them to live well within the Taishu Dao sect, she left the valley alone. She never returned, not even when night fell and the sun rose from the other end of the sky. Luo Tian knew Lingju Xianlao would never return. He prepared to take two disciples from Xian Medical Valley to the Taishu Dao sect. Senior, I wish to remain at Xianyi Valley. This is my master's life's work. She treated me like her own daughter. Sanya cannot stand by and watch her master's legacy fade into history. Someone must carry on the legacy of Xuanyi Valley. The graceful woman knelt on both knees, her expression resolute. Luo Tian gazed into her resolute eyes and smiled. Very well. Your master would surely be overjoyed to know this. However, once you become the Valley Master, you mustn't cling to those outdated rules your master established. Sanya chose to remain at Xianyi Valley. Luo Tian did not dissuade her, it was her decision. She chose to inherit Lingju Xianmu's legacy, becoming the Valley Master of Xuanyi Valley to heal the world. However, the other woman lacked Sonya's resolve. She cast a shameful glance at her junior sister. Master favors my junior sister. It's only natural. I lack the resolve to stay in Xianyi Valley. Ahead lay a colossal entity spanning 2 counties, its cultivation path bathed in radiant promise. The latter was merely a small valley. The choice was clear in her heart. Chapter 131. After casually settling the woman, Luo Tian paid her no further attention. With her talent, she would likely fade into obscurity among the crowd soon, incapable of making any waves within the Taishu Dao sect. Opening the chat channel, Luo Tian received more good news. 3 more players had ascended to level 3 sect masters. The total now stood at 15 level 3 sect masters, all Purple Palace 9th layer powerhouses. He headed to the Demon Suppression Tower to collect Golden Spirit Elixir and Spirit Pills. Golden Spirit Elixir was perpetually in short supply within the sect. Luo Tian even considered upgrading the Demon Suppression Tower another level. Alas, the resources required were staggering, leaving him hesitant. At dawn, a large group of hungry disciples stormed into the contribution hall. Within 2 hours, they had swept away a quarter's worth of Golden Spirit Liquid and Spirit Pills. Li Yu was among them, and so was Li Erniu. Spotting Li Ernia, Li Yu jogged over slowly, her voice brimming with delight. Senior brother Erniu, it's so good to see you again. Thank you for saving my life last time. Recognizing the familiar face, Li Erniu smiled. Sis Li Yu were fellow disciples. No need for such formality. The two walked together, chatting cheerfully. Before parting, Li Yu took out a bottle of second-grade golden elixir and presented it to Li Erniu. Luo Tian, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but smile warmly. Perhaps this woman named Li Yu was the best choice for Li Erniu. The dim-witted Li Erniu stared blankly at the golden spirit liquid in his hand and the receding figure of the beauty, frozen in place, utterly at a loss. This prompted Luo Tian to decide he'd find an opportunity to intervene again and help advance their relationship. Within the sect, some disciples perished, while others seized new opportunities, soaring upward and making their mark. A thought flashed through Luo Tian's mind. He stashed some Earth-grade cultivation techniques and spells in hidden corners of the sect. He also crafted several treasure maps, scattering them widely throughout the sect. As for which lucky soul would find them, that was none of Luo Tian's concern. After all, luck was part of one's strength. I wonder how the battle situation in Liangzhou is unfolding. Luo Tian still worried about his 3 disciples. The longer the conflict dragged on, the stronger the demon emperor would grow. These demonic cultivators were no saints, utterly lawless madmen. While the righteous forces of Great Yu weren't exactly angels either, the difference lay in the demonic path's ruthless slaughter of cities and people. The righteous at least concealed their tracks, understood the folly of draining the pond to catch fish, and protected the weak. Taishu Calendar, Year 14, Month 1. Zheng Ping'an and the Dragon Slayers destroyed a demonic lair, slaying several renowned masters from the 66 demonic sects. Taishu Calendar Year 14, Month 2. Su Cheng and Shu Mozhang were ambushed by demonic cultivators, including a cultivator at the 9th level of the Purple Palace realm. They narrowly escaped death. Taishu Calendar Year 14, Month 3. Luo Ming encountered an ambush by demonic cultivators. He joined forces with Lu Yundong, heir to the Panglai Immortal Isle, and slaughtered every demonic cultivator who attacked. Taishu Calendar Year 14, Month 4. Li Ernia failed in his attempt to break through to the Purple Palace realm, sustaining severe injuries. Taishu Calendar Year 14, Month 5. Nan Hongsheng participated in the Qiyu Young Generation Alchemy Competition, placing 17th. Taishu Calendar Year 14, June. Su Cheng and Shu Mozhang stumbled upon a serendipitous opportunity, causing their cultivation to surge dramatically. Both simultaneously broke through to the 3rd tier of the Purple Palace realm. A year had passed. Having accumulated a full year's worth of transmigrator gift packs, Luo Tian hesitated not a moment before activating them. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained the golden grade divine ability, Devouring Heaven and Earth. Devour Heaven and Earth Gold can consume all resources, converting them into personal spiritual energy. The stronger one's physique, the greater the stored spiritual energy capacity. Additionally, it accelerates recovery from any sustained injuries. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed. This was undoubtedly a terrifying divine ability, akin to a perpetual motion machine. No more starting with basic attacks, this divine skill could function as his primary offensive move. Luo Tian decisively chose to equip it. He now possessed 4 divine abilities. Unless facing a golden core cultivator, he was invincible below that realm. These demonic scum are getting more and more out of hand. Luo Tian snapped out of his elation, his heart brimming with a chilling intent to kill. Among the demonic path players, 3rd tier sect masters had also emerged. Though their numbers were far fewer than those of the righteous path players, these scoundrels had grown utterly reckless, now targeting fellow player disciples without the slightest scruple. Disciples were the lifeblood of players. Luo Tian convened a meeting of righteous players. All 3rd tier righteous players gathered, gazing at Luo Tian with his calm gaze. No one dared speak first. A terrifying aura pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe, as if facing a golden core cultivator, filled with utter helplessness. Even as 3rd tier sect masters, they posed not the slightest threat to Luo Tian. Luo Tian's gaze swept across the assembly as he stated flatly. The demonic path players have begun attacking disciples of our righteous path players without any scruples. This statement instantly turned the crowd pale. The demon path had tier 3 players. A 3rd tier player possesses the cultivation level of the 9th stage of the Purple Palace realm. Their disciples, however, were only at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment cultivation. If ambushed by a 3rd tier dark path player, they would face certain death. How dare they do such a thing? One sect master couldn't contain his fury. Though players are divided into righteous and demonic factions, both sides understand that disciples are their lifeblood. They played by the rules, never disrupting the established order, leaving matters between disciples to be resolved by the disciples themselves. Since the demon path players have shown their true colors, what are we waiting for? Let's strike now and eliminate all their disciples. Then, seize the opportunity to take down those level 3 demon path sect masters. Let's see what kind of waves they can stir up then. The burly man projected onto the screen had a fiery temper, ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Alliance leader. Someone hesitated, knowing that once this battle without limits began, ending it would be no easy task. Luo Tian smiled faintly, clasped his hands together, leaned forward, and addressed the assembly. Now, let's vote. Shall we commence the hunt for the demon path disciples? Hands shot up. Others chose silence. 15 3rd tier sect masters, including Luo Tian, from the righteous faction. 7 chose to launch a direct slaughter against the disciples of the demonic path players, using their own methods against them. 8 others remained unmoved. Luo Tian's fingers tapped lightly on the white jade table as he said calmly, I hope you all understand one thing, retreating won't change anything. It will only embolden the demonic players to become even more aggressive. The meeting ended in discord. Within the first month after their departure, 2 disciples of 3rd tier players were ambushed and killed. 2 level 3 players came directly to the Taishu Dao sect to find Luo Tian. Alliance leader, the demon path players have gone too far. They show no mercy, so we won't waste words with them either. Luo Tian smiled. At the second player assembly, without exception, the resolution to judge the demonic path players passed unanimously. A comprehensive, no-holds-barred purge was officially launched. Chapter 132. Demon Path Faction. Ever since the Demon Emperor led the mighty forces of the 66 Demon Path sects to attack Liangzhou, Demon Path players had assisted in ambushing and eliminating reinforcements sent to aid Liangzhou. Countless renowned righteous faction masters had fallen in these ambushes. Players within the Demon Path faction received generous rewards from the Demon Emperor. Some players whose disciples possessed mediocre talent rose to prominence through sheer ruthlessness, eventually becoming third-tier sect masters. But now, players in the Demon Path faction were deeply troubled. Recently, righteous faction players, driven by some inexplicable impulse, launched a massive purge against demonic sects, targeting their disciples for elimination. This campaign inflicted devastating losses upon the demonic faction. Lin Zun of the Divine Temple roared in fury, "You fools! Do you truly believe Luo Tian survived this long by sheer luck? We're all cut from the same cloth. You broke the rules. Did you really think others would cower like turtles and let you bully them?" Lin Zun couldn't fathom how these fools dared to directly attack a player disciple, especially one belonging to Luo Tian, the foremost figure of the righteous faction. Well, now they turned the tables. Just yesterday, several of his promising disciples had been tracked down and slaughtered by righteous players, resulting in heavy losses. Mo Wudao of the Jie sect also wore a grim expression, for the fool Lin Zun had just cursed was none other than himself. Lin Zun, the Luo Tian merely had better luck recruiting a few golden grade disciples. As long as we eliminate those golden grade disciples, the righteous faction will amount to nothing. Mo Wudao's face darkened. We both know how fast golden grade disciples advance. Before long, Luo Tian will become a 4th grade sect master. How could we ever rise above him then? Lin Zun snorted coldly. And what was the outcome of all your sacrifices, even the death of a 3rd-tier sect master? The outcome was self-evident. Such a heavy price paid, yet they failed to kill even a single disciple of the Taishu Dao sect and only succeeded in provoking Luo Tian's wrath. Mo Wudao was puzzled. His actions had been highly covert. Even if they failed, their tracks shouldn't have been exposed so quickly. At this point, the Demon Path had suffered heavy losses. Continuing to clash head-on with the righteous faction was impossible. Summon all Demon Path players to retreat to Liangzhou. Within half a year at the earliest, or a year at the latest, Liangzhou will inevitably fall to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Our vast territories will become demon lands. With the Demon Emperor's protection, the righteous faction players won't dare to run rampant. Our strength lies in rapid cultivation. Within a decade, Tier 3 players will surge dramatically. Persisting in a head-on clash with the righteous faction now is sheer folly. Under mounting pressure, the Demon Path players had no choice but to retreat to Liangzhou, dedicating all efforts to assist the Demon Emperor in seizing the region. Within the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian received news of the Demon Path players' retreat to Liangzhou, a slight surprise flitting across his mind. So there are intelligent players within the Demon Path after all. The Demon Path reveled in slaughter, and excessive killing would cloud their minds. In other words, most Demon Path practitioners aren't the sharpest tools in the shed, prone to acting on impulse. This time, Luo Tian had already laid a vast net, waiting for those Demon Sect 3rd-tier sect masters to make their move. He intended to uproot them completely, eliminating them all at once. But the Demon Path's retreat to Liangzhou had thwarted his plans. He couldn't possibly set foot within Liangzhou's borders and hand over the players he currently controlled to the righteous powers of the region as pawns or expendable assets. Temporarily resolving the nuisance of the demonic path players, Luo Tian's gaze returned to the tranquil lake surface. A plump carp gently took the bait on the hook. Luo Tian pulled the line, and the golden carp leapt out of the water. Under the sunlight, it transformed into a golden mist, drifting away into the distance. On the lake's surface, droplets rose in clusters, coalescing into a mirror that reflected a scene. He actually obtained this opportunity? Luo Tian clearly recognized the youth in the scene. The scene depicted was none other than the library chamber. Inside the library, a plainly dressed youth gazed curiously at the opportunity he had discovered. His heart pounded relentlessly. No mistake. In a past life, someone discovered a mid-grade Earth-tier sword technique within the library hall and shone brilliantly during the inter-sect grand competition. It must be this very sword technique. Yu Heng felt his breath quicken. This time around, he seized the initiative, joined the Taishu Dao sect, and stood out in the outer sect competition to enter the inner sect. All for the opportunities within the inner sect. A mid-grade Earth-tier sword technique, even Purple Palace immortals would fight tooth and nail for it, and Golden Core cultivators would drool over it. Who could have imagined it would be nothing more than a rag used to wipe the table corners? And the reason he knew all this? Because he was a reincarnated soul. In his previous life, Yu Heng had been ordinary. He joined the Taishu Dao sect only to witness countless disciples perish in that great battle, which finally granted him the exceptional opportunity to enter the inner sect. The inner sect held many legends. It concealed countless opportunities and held immense fortune. It had forged countless myths of prodigious talent. Yet he had merely been a backdrop to these legendary prodigies, an utterly ordinary nobody. Now, Yu Hang has been reborn. As long as he follows the path and seizes his opportunities, he is confident he can surpass the prodigious legends of his past life. Even to stand shoulder to shoulder with those most dazzling stars. Yu Hang departed with the tattered rag, returning to his quarters. Though the elder of the library hall found it peculiar that a disciple would take interest in a mere rag, he could only attribute it to the peculiar tastes of the sect's disciples. People need their hobbies, after all. The elder of the library withdrew his gaze, choosing not to pry further. Upon returning to his quarters, Yu Hang washed the tattered rag until it gleamed, then studied it with such intensity he forgot to eat or sleep. Yet, he saw nothing. No, this can't be right. It's impossible that I'm mistaken. I must have overlooked something crucial. Bloodshot eyes glowed as Yu Hang resumed his relentless pursuit of deciphering the sword technique hidden within the tattered rag. A full month later, it suddenly dawned on him. He burst into laughter. So that's it. That's it. The great heavenly creation sword technique, what a splendid name. Once I master this sword art, I shall surely shine brilliantly in the next inner sect competition. I will be accepted as a disciple under an elder's tutelage, becoming a true disciple. Time is running out for me. I must grow stronger quickly, using every means possible to strengthen myself. Only then can I weather the coming calamity. Yu Hang murmured to himself, his gaze intensely focused as he began cultivating the great heavenly transformation sword art. He was completely unaware. In another corner of the Taishu Dao sect, a figure observed his every move through a water mirror. Name, Yu Hang. Age, 17. Talents, Reincarnator Gold Flash of Insight Purple Fates Entangled 1 Black. Talent, 65. Comprehension, 61. Loyalty, 80. A. Reborn 1. Chapter 133. Reborn 1 Gold, Fortune plus 30. Reborn into the past while retaining memories of the future, enabling strategic advantage and seizing opportunities. Fate's Pawn Black, bound by an unknown supreme scheme, serving as a pawn. Is this fortune or calamity? When Yu Hang emerged victorious from the outer sect competition and entered the inner sect, Luo Tian had already taken notice of him. However, due to his fate entangler destiny suggesting his rebirth might not be coincidental but orchestrated by some powerful being, Luo Tian refrained from acting rashly. Uncertain whether the mastermind was friend or foe, he chose to observe discreetly. Judging by current evidence, the timeline this reincarnator inhabited before his rebirth differs little from the present one. Luo Tian pondered. The fact that the reincarnated individual had discovered the items he had buried indicated that this reincarnated soul had also experienced the timeline of the Taishu Dao sect before their rebirth. Moreover, this reincarnated individual likely had intricate connections to the Taishu Dao sect before their rebirth. What preoccupied Luo Tian most, however, was the great calamity mentioned by the reincarnated individual. Troubled times were approaching. Luo Tian snapped his fingers to divine the future, but the heavenly secrets remained veiled. Nothing could be discerned. Liangzhou. Under the onslaught of 66 demonic sects, bolstered by the demon emperor's presence, Liangzhou's cultivator forces suffered relentless defeats. Zheng Ping'an spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword in his hand was so battered its edges were curled, its spiritual essence nearly dissipated, on the verge of turning demonic. Countless demonic fiends had fallen by his blade. Damn it, why haven't those big shots come to clean up this mess yet? Boss, what the hell are the higher-ups scheming about right now? Hundreds of dragon slayers turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man clad in crimson dragon slayer robes. The middle-aged man was the commander-in-chief of the dragon slayers and the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau. A divine lord at the nascent soul stage. Known as Wan Xiang. The dragon slayers' deployment to Liangzhou had already cost them over half their men, the heaviest casualties in a millennium. Had the dragon slayers not intervened, Liangzhou might have long since fallen, becoming a sanctuary for demonic forces. Yet, even in this dire situation, the ruler of Liangzhou, the heavenly sovereign of the primordial realm, showed no sign of appearing. The middle-aged man fell silent. He knew it wasn't just the ruler of Liangzhou who had vanished. The rulers of all 9 provinces had vanished. Even the chief of the Demon Suppression Bureau had vanished. What had they gone to do? How many more of the dragon slayers must die before this calamity ends? A world drenched in crimson. After enduring countless hardships, Su Chang and Chu Mozhang finally reached Liangzhou. This battlefield was nothing short of a meat grinder. Cultivators at the Qi cultivation and foundation establishment stages were dying in droves. Even those at the Purple Palace realm lived precariously, often meeting their end. The two exchanged a glance and smiled simultaneously. In the distance, a Purple Palace realm demon cultivator suddenly felt a chill run through his body. Sensing something amiss, he spun around to find 2 young men grinning at him. Attack together. Kill him first. Steal his storage ring, then force him to reveal the whereabouts of the other demon cultivators. Su Chang and Chu Mozhang had traveled 10,000 miles to the Liangzhou demon-human battlefield. for the boundless opportunities scattered throughout this land. Before the second-tier Purple Palace Demon Cultivator could react, one youth transformed in an instant. A murderous intent as vast as a blood-red sea engulfed him, pinning him to the cliff face with a blood-red spear. Meanwhile, Zhu Moshan's pupils turned white, instantly subduing the Demon Cultivator. They plundered his storage ring and all cultivation resources, then, guided by the subjugated Demon Cultivator, launched into a sweeping campaign. With abundant resources, their cultivation soared at an astonishing pace. Within a forbidden zone, yin and yang energies swirled around an ancient tree. Hanging from its branches were two fruits, one pure white, the other pitch black, each embodying the laws of yin and yang. This is the legendary yin-yang tree, a heaven-tier treasure. Father said such a treasure only appeared 10,000 years ago during the Longxia dynasty. Since the Longxia dynasty fell 10,000 years ago, no yin-yang tree has ever been seen in the world again. A young girl's excited voice shattered the tomb's silence. Beside her stood a youth clad in crescent moon robes, a smile playing on his lips. These two were none other than Lu Yundong, heir to the immortal Isle of Panglai, and Luo Ming, who had ventured forth for training. Along their journey, they had slain demons and monsters, witnessed the depths of human nature, and sought out opportunities, encountering many extraordinary events. Recently, after Lu Yundong had a dream revealing a place of opportunity, the pair followed the dream's guidance and discovered an underground cavern. Thus, the scene before them unfolded. They had discovered the legendary heavenly treasure, the yin-yang tree. Just as Luo Ming was about to pick the fruit from the yin-yang tree, the surrounding space erupted in violent tremors. A beam of light pierced through time and space, striking Luo Ming directly. When Luo Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. It was pitch black, and at the very center of this space stood a stone giant, imprisoned. The giant abruptly raised its head, gazing at Luo Ming. "You carry the aura of the 9 secrets of the primordial chaos. Are you a descendant of my queen?" A terrifying aura surged like a raging sea, crushing down upon Luo Ming's fragile vessel. What a terrifying being. This is definitely a powerhouse beyond the golden core stage. Luo Ming's heart raced with dread. "Elder, I did not mean to intrude. The 9 secrets of the Great Unity were learned from my master. Please do not hold it against me." Luo Ming hurriedly spoke, for this terrifying giant clearly wasn't someone to trifle with. At his words, a flicker of disappointment passed through the giant's eyes. Soon, he continued, "My time is running out. Though you are not the one I await, I may not live to see that day. How about a deal between us? I can tell you how to bypass the formation and obtain the yin-yang tree. I can also teach you the middle 3 secrets of the 9 secrets of the Great Unity. In return, I need you to owe the descendants of Longxia a favor to protect them when the time comes." Luo Ming considered it. The deal seemed fair enough. He agreed. The giant struggled to extend a finger, touching Luo Ming's forehead. The next moment. Within the Taishu Dao sect. "Congratulations! Player Luo Ming, disciple of Luo Tian, has triggered a golden encounter. Rewards obtained, the 9 secrets of the Great Unity Part 2 and the heavenly grade treasure yin-yang tree. The current level of the 9 secrets of the Great Unity is high heavenly grade." Luo Tian beamed with delight. Sending the youngster Luo Ming out to gain experience had indeed been the right decision. Not only did he obtain the middle volume of the 9 secrets of the Great Unity, but he also acquired a heavenly grade rare treasure. Curious, Luo Tian opened the sect's daily log to review the recent activities of several disciples. Taishu calendar year 14, July. Luo Ming and Lu Yundong performed a funeral rite for a pig demon that had never harmed anyone, leaving both feeling deeply remorseful. Taishu calendar year 14, month 8. Zheng Ping'an slew 3 Purple Palace cultivators of the demon path but fell into an ambush, sustaining severe injuries. He was rescued in time by a mighty dragon slaying guard. September, year 14 of the Taishu era. Su Cheng and Xu Mozhang rushed to the Liangzhou battlefield. Through secret planning and coordinated divine abilities, they slaughtered enemies across the field, specifically targeting weaker Purple Palace cultivators of the demon path for assassination. They plundered resources and advanced their cultivation. Chapter 134. Taishu calendar year 14, month 10. Luo Ming and Lu Yundong discovered an ancient ruin. Driven by curiosity, they ventured to explore it and encountered the dragon's summer guardians. Luo Ming struck a deal with the guardians, securing a crucial opportunity. November, year 14 of the Taishu era. Liu invited Li Ernia to explore the ruins together. They fell into an ambush. To evade pursuit, the pair hid in a mountain village, posing as a married couple while biding their time. Taishu calendar year 14, month 12. Yu Heng discovered a ruin, gaining a golden opportunity, talent plus 10, insight plus 10. Tisk, no wonder he's a reincarnated soul. He casually snags such insane opportunities. Luo Tian never imagined such an outrageously powerful opportunity could exist in this world. Yu Heng had found it, boosting both his aptitude and insight by plus 10. Within the sect, numerous disciples gathered to watch 2 figures sparring. Cheng Huijin and Zhang Tianming, those 2 youngsters, sparred every 2 or 3 months. Luo Tian was used to it. Except every time ended with Cheng Huijin's defeat. Luo Tian sighed inwardly. If only Cheng Huaijin would just unleash his demonic mode one day and learn his lesson. This was merely a minor interlude, soon forgotten. The outcome, naturally, was Cheng Huaijin's defeat. Facing the dejected Cheng Huaijin, Luo Tian merely shrugged indifferently, telling her not to worry about it. With 4 senior brothers standing guard ahead, the burden of the sect would never fall upon Cheng Huaijin. The little brat should forget the past and focus on cultivating diligently within the sect. 4 months later, Lianzhou fell. The demon emperor struck, slaying 18 nascent soul cultivators in a single blow. He breached all defenses, seized Lianzhou, and transformed it into the demon sect's stronghold. Within the city walls, the commander of the dragon slaying guards, clad in crimson armor, stood before the demon emperor, blade drawn. He addressed the guards behind him. "You must leave. I can only hold him back for 10 breaths." The demon emperor observed the 10,000 phenomena divine lord blocking his path with keen interest, his expression tinged with admiration. "This emperor admires men like you. Lay down your blade and surrender to me, eternal life shall be yours." The lord of all phenomena offered no reply, silently counting. 1 breath. Behind him, the dragon-slaying guards faced the demon emperor without hesitation, frantically activating the teleportation array. A light barrier gradually enveloped them all. "It seems you've made your choice. Those who oppose this emperor meet no good end. You shall share the fate of those 18 fools, 1,000 years of cultivation, all for naught." The demon emperor's gaze grew icy as he traversed space, appearing before the lord of all phenomena. He raised his hand, pressing down. The earth shook violently. The entire city shattered in an instant, reduced to flying dust. Hiding thousands of miles away, Su Cheng and Xu Mozhang witnessed this terrifying spectacle and fled without looking back. The demon emperor was simply too terrifying. Dispatching them would be easier than crushing ants. Over the past half year, Su Cheng and Xu Mozhang had joined forces to eliminate more than a handful of demon cultists at the Purple Palace level, earning the demon cult's bitter hatred. If captured by the demon emperor, their chances of survival were slim to none. Yet they failed to notice that among the countless dragon slayer guards, one figure bore a familiar silhouette. The demon emperor raised his palm, his gaze shifting slightly. "It seems I underestimated you." With a single strike, the 10,000 phenomena divine lord was crushed deep beneath the earth. His arms shattered, yet he remained standing, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 3 breaths. The demon emperor's gaze remained unruffled as he clenched his palms into fists and slammed them toward the earth. A bottomless pit collapsed into the earth, spanning thousands of meters around. The 10,000 phenomena divine lord was not yet dead. Trembling, he took out a purple pill and swallowed it. Hundreds of streams of demon beast essence blood exploded within his body, yet he continued to stand before the demon emperor. Zheng Ping'an and the others activated their teleportation array, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. The demon emperor reached out to intercept it, only to be blocked by the 10,000 phenomena divine lord. "What's the point?" The demon emperor crushed the 10,000 phenomena divine lord without expression, but 10 breaths had already passed. The dragon slayer guards had already been teleported away from Lianzhou. In the end, they failed to prevent the demon emperor from establishing his demon kingdom. Instead, his cultivation had only grown stronger. With the celestial sovereign absent, the demon emperor stands unrivaled. Within the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian saw the news of Liangzhou's fall on the 9 provinces channel, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The demon path had risen with unstoppable momentum. The 9 provinces had become the 7 provinces. For players, this was a blessing. The demon emperor's might meant that now, whether righteous players or native cultivators, they all shared a common enemy, the demon emperor. A moment to catch their breath. Luo Tian's task is to use this respite to rapidly expand the player base. Taishu calendar year 15, month 4. Zhang Ping'an, Su Cheng, and Xu Mozhang withdraw from Liangzhou to seek new opportunities. Taishu calendar year 15, month 5. Luo Ming successfully refined the heavenly grade treasure, the supreme young fruit, mastering a golden grade divine ability and reaching the 6th level of the Purple Palace realm. Taishu calendar year 15, month 6. Zhou Shou's demon slaying guard was surrounded by enemies. Jiang Tianming led sect disciples to successfully break the siege and rout the demonic creatures. Luo Tian blinked. Could it be that old Master Zhou is trying to pair off Jiang Tianming with that little brat Zhou? Luo Tian had reason to suspect that the demon slaying guard's encirclement had been deliberately orchestrated by the half-immortal Zhou. One was his most prized disciple, the other his most cherished granddaughter. Jiang Tianming's future was limitless. Protecting Zhou for 100 years would pose no problem. Even if Master Zhou was secretly orchestrating things, Luo Tian found it perfectly understandable. Exactly 1 year had passed since the last gift package was opened. Luo Tian opened the gift package he had saved for a year. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained the Seeker's Token. Luo Tian examined the token that appeared in his hand with curiosity. Seeker's Token Special. Use this token to enter the Seeker's Pavilion and select an inheritance. It is said to contain legacies left behind by immortals. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Legacy left by immortals. These immortals are not ordinary mortals. The immortals referred to in the Immortal Seeker token must be those who truly attained enlightenment, transcended the 5 elements, and escaped the cycle of reincarnation. Looking back at the history of this realm, the closest one to an immortal remains the elusive Yu Huang. Beyond that, only legends of immortals exist. No cultivator has truly attained immortality. Luo Tian held back. The matter of the Immortal Seeker's mandate absolutely must not be exposed. Otherwise, his Taishu Dao sect would surpass the Demon Emperor in its appeal to cultivators across the 9 provinces by the minute. On the other side of the Taishu Dao sect, Zhou Banxian was engaged in lively conversation with Yun Tianhua. Suddenly, Yun Tianhua shifted his tone and turned to look at Zhou Banxian. Old Zhou, what exactly are you up to? The demon-slaying guard being ambushed by demonic creatures, that was your scheme, wasn't it? A stiff smile appeared on Zhou Banxian's face as he sighed. Elder Yun should know that this old man doesn't have much time left. My only concern is my granddaughter. Yun Tianhua looked puzzled. Old Zhou, even after you're gone, there's still the sect master, Jing'an, and your disciple Jiang Tianming. They'll all help look after Zhou. Why must you do this? Chapter 135. Facing Yun Tianhua's puzzlement, Zhou Banxian chuckled softly. Old age brings more concerns. Jing'an has promising talent, but he's still immature and awkward. I can't trust him with Zhou. Tianming's cultivation is slightly weaker now, but his innate talent is peerless. He's inherited my heavenly mechanics arts and is the last heir of our heavenly mechanics valley. His future potential is limitless. Elder Yun, what choice do you suggest I make? Yun Tianhua understood Zhou Banxian's meaning. His visit here was part of a chain of discoveries. He had uncovered that the siege of the demon-slaying guard was no coincidence and had grown suspicious, leading him to seek out Zhou Banxian. Yun Tianhua still asked. Old Zhou, have you considered what that little girl Zhou might think? Zhou Banxian closed his eyes, his expression as solemn as Mount Tai, his tone unwavering. I do this for her own good. I would rather she despise me for a lifetime than see her drift through this cruel cultivation world without support. Family matters are the hardest to resolve. Seeing Zhou Banxian so resolute, Yun Tianhua refrained from further persuasion. He trusted that Master Zhou knew his own limits. Taishu calendar, year 15, 7th month. Commander of the dragon-slaying guard falls in battle. Zheng Pingan's resolve is stirred, vowing to slay the demon emperor and avenge his fallen comrade. Taishu calendar, year 15, month 8. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang encountered an old man during their escape, who bestowed them with a chance to advance. Both broke through to the 4th level of the Purple Palace realm. September, year 15 of the Taishu era. Li Erniu penetrated deep into the Divine Wasteland village, uncovering a great secret hidden within. He and Liu settled there in seclusion, determined to investigate the mysteries of the village. Taishu calendar, year 15, month 10. Your sect disciple, Song Shu, inadvertently uncovered a great demon's conspiracy and was pursued by the demon. Luo Tian's gaze sharpened. In recent years, it had been either demonic beasts or demonic cultivators. The sight of demonic tribes had become rare. Now that these great demons were conspiring together, they clearly harbored some unspeakable secret. Interesting. It seems I must investigate what these demons are plotting to stir up. Luo Tian was intrigued. Last time in Blackwind Mountain, he had sensed a great secret hidden among the demonic tribes, but before he could uncover it, the demons of Blackwind Mountain had been wiped out. Now they were making a comeback. Could they possibly have a trump card up their sleeves? Eastern border of Chiyu province. Renowned demon kings gathered in assembly, their presence causing countless beasts to tremble in fear, immobilized by the overwhelming pressure radiating from the demon kings. Hovering above these demon kings loomed an even more terrifying shadow. 2 pairs of blood-red eyes opened within the black mist, each eye larger than the towering bodies of the mountain like demon kings themselves. No one knew the true magnitude of the figure concealed within the black mist. Greetings, demon god. One by one, the demon kings bowed their proud heads. Facing this colossal and terrifying presence, they dared not show the slightest disrespect. The demon god was the title bestowed upon the mightiest among the demonic race. Its status equaled that of the nascent soul realm among the human race. Our demon race has long endured oppression from the human race. Now, with chaos engulfing the 9 provinces, this is the perfect opportunity for us to break free from human bondage. Are you willing to join me in overthrowing the rule of the human clan's Crimsonine royal house? From within the black mist, the colossal figure vaguely extended countless arms. Its towering form rivaled the heavens, and each hoarse utterance caused the earth and heavens to tremble. We swear allegiance to Lord Thousand-Armed Azura until death. Countless demonic beings cried out with frenzied fervor. In this world, the demonic race is not without demon gods. The Dragon Lord of the North Sea was one such demon god, yet he dwelt in seclusion, caring not for creatures beyond his domain. There was also the eternal immortal lord, that ancient tortoise, who likewise never cared about the demon race's survival. At last, they had found a leader who would take concrete action. The hearts of countless demon kings surged with excitement. The demonic hordes advance in overwhelming numbers, launching their assault upon the Crimson Nether province. Within the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian also received intelligence from his investigations. It turned out that an extraordinary figure had emerged among the demonic tribes, a demon god at the nascent soul stage, known as the Thousand-Armed Azura, who led the demonic hordes in a counterattack against Chiyu province, aiming to exploit the chaos. Such audacity! Luo Tian surmised that this so-called Thousand-Armed Azura must possess considerable prowess even among nascent soul cultivators. 3 days later, an imperial decree arrived at the Taishu Dao sect. The Demon Tide Rebellion demanded that the Taishu Dao sect dispatch forces to aid the Chiyu royal house in repelling the demonic onslaught. Luo Tian gave the decree a dismissive glance. If the Chiyu royal house and the Thousand-Armed Azura were to destroy each other, it would be most advantageous for him. Naturally, Luo Tian had no intention of fully supporting the Crimson Yin royal house. Slack off, absolutely slack off. He dispatched a token force half-heartedly to fulfill the formality, then dismissed the matter entirely. A single nascent soul cultivator couldn't destroy the Crimson Yin royal house. At most, it would cause some trouble. The roster was finalized. To Luo Tian's surprise, Zhou Banxian had actually placed Jiang Tianming in the training squad. Perhaps gaining more experience out in the field could be beneficial. After pondering for a moment, Luo Tian also assigned Cheng Huijin to the training squad. Taishu calendar year 15, November. Luo Ming and Lu Yundong entered the dream realm and fell into slumber. Taishu calendar year 15, month 12. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang were ambushed by demonic cultivators. The Nine-Bent River god severely wounded the demon emperor, buying Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang a chance to escape. Taishu calendar year 16, month 1. Jiang Tianming slew a demon prince's offspring, enraging the demon horde and leaving him surrounded. Taishu calendar year 16, month 2. Jiang Tianming reunited with the long-lost Cheng Huijin, and the two fled together. Taishu calendar year 16, month 3. Jiang Tianming and Cheng Huijin continued their flight. Taishu calendar year 16, month 4. Facing death, Cheng Huijin activated his innate protective demonic soul, slaying the demon king but sustaining severe injuries. Rescued by Jiang Tianming, they arrived at Xinhuang Village. Luo Tian pondered for a moment. Li Ernio and Li Yu both seemed to be in this Xinhuang Village. The daily records of the sect hinted that this Xinhuang Village concealed a great secret. Jiang Tianming and Cheng Huijin arrived at Xinhuang Village. I wonder if we can uncover this village's secrets and seize the opportunity. It seems the demonic tides forces are no trivial matter. Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Even the Crimson Yin royal house was suffering defeat after defeat. But reflections were one thing. Luo Tianxin understood clearly. This wasn't because Chiyu province was too weak to handle even a single demon god at the nascent soul stage. Rather, it was because the major factions of Chiyu state had made slacking off the norm. A demon god at the nascent soul stage couldn't stir up much trouble. But who would resolve it? That was the conundrum. They had to wait for those powers to negotiate a solution. Until that outcome materialized, they could only bide their time. Time dulled. The spirit of Hero's life was now filled with nothing but scheming. Beyond the demonic hordes closing in, what truly piqued Luo Tian's interest was news of the demon emperor's injury. This being known as the Nine-Bent River god was truly formidable. He had actually managed to chip away at the demon emperor's health bar. Though fallen, he died with honor, having successfully delayed the demon emperor's advance. Chapter 136. 2 months later. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained the Post-Heaven Superior Fortune Treasure, the Record of Mystic Unity. Xianyuan Unity Record, a high-grade post-human fortune treasure capable of suppressing a sect's fortune. Level 1 effect, increases the success rate of disciples and elders breaking through to the Golden Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm by +1%. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. It had been years since he last encountered a fortune treasure. The path of cultivation grew increasingly arduous with each subsequent breakthrough. Every incremental boost to breakthrough success rates could prove decisive at critical moments. Without hesitation, Luo Tian upgraded the Xianyuan Gui Yi Lu to level 4. This increased the success rate for breakthroughs at the Golden Core and Nascent Soul realms by 2%, while also reducing the severity of injuries sustained from failed breakthroughs by 10%. It was indeed a valuable item. Once the sect developed further, it would undoubtedly play an extremely crucial role. Now, the Demon Tide front had suffered defeat, pushed back 3,000 li by the demonic hordes. The Crimson Shadow Royal House issued another urgent decree, demanding reinforcements from all major factions. Luo Tian could only sneer at this request. Had it been a decade earlier, when fervor ran high, he might have staked everything to resist the Demon Tide. But now, the Crimson Shadow Royal House clearly sought to use the Demon Tide as a tool to weaken the major factions. Luo Tian would never fall for such a ploy. Amidst the summer cicada's joyful chorus, Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang returned to their sect. Both had now reached the 4th level of the Purple Palace realm. The elders, observing the two with their profoundly unfathomable auras, were utterly astonished. Their breakthrough seemed as effortless as drinking water or eating a meal. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang were disappointed not to see Luo Ming. They believed that with their repeated extraordinary encounters, their cultivation should be no less than Luo Ming's. Strange, Su Chang mused, why is it that as senior disciples, we always feel compelled to surpass our juniors? Su Chang was deeply frustrated. The two found Luo Tian and presented numerous items, all spoils from the demon-slaying battlefield. Luo Tian listened to their thrilling tales of the journey. It must be said that Su Chang's extraordinary fortune played a significant role in their success. Time and again, when danger loomed, Su Chang's extraordinary luck would find a sliver of hope, allowing them to narrowly escape through desperate gambles. Those who survive great calamities are destined for future blessings. They gathered rare treasures until their hands grew numb. This trial had matured them considerably. When they reached the part about an elder who had sacrificed his life to protect them at the hands of the demon emperor, both fell silent, their expressions heavy with sorrow and bitter hatred. If we ever grow powerful enough, we will slaughter the demon emperor and avenge our elder. Luo Tian knew that elder must have been the nascent soul cultivator known as the Nine-Turn River. One who could cripple the demon emperor who slaughtered nascent soul cultivators like dogs must rank among the foremost beings beneath the heavenly sovereigns across the 9 provinces. It was a pity he had died like this. With more powerful allies, they might have truly slain the demon emperor and ended the turmoil. Lo Tian felt a pang of regret, but if the demon emperor had died so easily, it would likely be players like them who suffered the consequences next. Therefore, Luo Tian chose to conceal the news of the demon emperor's injury. Su Chang and Xu Mozhang had no immediate plans to venture out for further training. Their gains this time were immense, requiring time to properly assimilate their resources. While cultivating within the sect, the two also served as sect elders, guiding disciples in the ways of cultivation. Time flew by swiftly. September, year 16 of the Taishu era. Li Long arrived at the Taishu Dao sect as a guest. Luo Tian listened as Li Long boasted about his disciples' experiences over the years. Luo Tian couldn't help but wonder when this fellow would embark on a master-disciple romance. Facing Luo Tian's curiosity, Li Long hesitated, his expression darkening. Yu Yu's feelings toward me might be those of a disciple toward her master, or perhaps the dependence between a father and daughter. Besides, in the cultivation world, master-disciple romance is always a major taboo. I don't want my selfish desires to subject Yu Yu to gossip and scrutiny. Things are actually fine this way. Luo Tian rolled his eyes, concluding the guy had the desire but not the guts. Li Long's decision left Luo Tian sighing with emotion. Over 16 years, these visitors from another realm had become fully integrated with the locals, bound by the world's rigid conventions. Beyond possessing the heavens mandate system, they were also members of this real world. After Li Long departed, Luo Tian opened the sect's daily log to check on the recent status of several young disciples within the sect. Taishu calendar year 16, month 9. Chen Huijin and Jiang Tianming were trapped in Shenhuang Village. They had vaguely uncovered a trace of the village's hidden secrets but unexpectedly encountered Li Erniu and Li Yu, causing the lead to go cold. Luo Tian. October, year 16 of the Taishu era. Luo Ming and Lu Yundong traversed the Dream Realm to reach the Netherworld. Taishu calendar year 16, month 11. Luo Ming and Lu Yundong discovered the legendary Higanbana. As the Higanbana bloomed, they encountered departed loved ones and received the Underworld Realm's inheritance. Golden Grade Supernatural Ability +1. Cultivation breakthrough to the 7th level of the Purple Palace. Underworld Realm. Vast fields of lotus flowers bloomed wildly, their petals like raging flames threatening to consume all existence. Luo Ming watched the layers of petals drifting down, frozen in place as if under a spell. The blurry figures in his mind gradually took on distinct outlines. Images of blood being sucked drop by drop also surfaced in his mind. He witnessed scene after scene. He witnessed the childhood sweethearts from their first meeting to their wedding day. He saw the simple man's face light up with a gentle smile as he chopped wood, split firewood, and sold candied hawthorn berries day after day. Watching the days pass quietly, one after another. One day, the simple man and gentlewoman welcomed a newborn baby, and the man worked even harder. He saw his master appear, and Elder Zhou. He saw the simple man bring home spirit stones and meticulously polish them. The tranquil life was shattered on the day the blood moon descended. The village was attacked by demonic beasts, and many perished. To protect his wife and child inside the house, the simple man summoned his courage and grabbed an ordinary axe. An axe that struggled to split firewood. How could it possibly pierce the demon beast's defenses? And so, the simple man died. The woman hiding in the cellar wept helplessly, daring not to make a sound. While shielding Luo Ming, she had been struck by debris from the collapsing bridge. With no food and no means to tend her wounds, in her final moments, she could only think of letting her infant child drink her own blood to survive until tomorrow, and then the day after that. The sweet taste in Luo Ming's memory gradually turned acrid. Father. Mother. The flower of the other shore bloomed for an instant. Luo Ming saw two figures looking toward him. Their faces wore comforting smiles as they slowly faded away, merging with the light and dust. Luo Ming fulfilled her final wish, her cultivation breaking through once more to reach the 7th level of the Purple Palace. The blooming lotus flowers coalesced into a seed, planted within Luo Ming's divine sea. Luo Ming mastered another golden grade divine technique. 1 red, 2 gold. As the red spider lilies vanished, Luo Ming and Lu Yundong were swept away by a dazzling, crystal-like giant hand, returning them to the dream realm. Chapter 137. Taishu Calendar Year 16, December. Luo Ming and Lu Yundong were rescued by the Dream Sovereign as the Netherworld collapsed, returning to the Dream Realm. Luo Ming piqued the Dream Sovereign's interest, earning a golden opportunity, the Dream Realm Inheritance. Golden Grade Divine Technique +1. Cultivation Breakthrough to Purple Palace 8th Layer. Luo Tian. If he remembered correctly, Luo Ming now possessed 1 red and 3 golden divine abilities. His stats panel was even more impressive than his own as the sect master. His cultivation had even reached the 8th level of the Purple Palace realm. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and muttered, "If I don't find a way to break through to a level 4 sect master soon, I'll be in trouble if little Ming overtakes me in cultivation." For a sect master to be defeated by his own disciple would be utterly humiliating. Luo Tian began to ponder. How could he take down a gold core cultivator? 17 years had passed since his transmigration into the Heavenswell world. Each year, players received 1 free disciple recruitment opportunity. Every year, some lucky player managed to recruit a purple quality disciple. In the preceding 16 years, Xiao Chen was the only one who had ever recruited a golden quality disciple using a recruitment token. On the very first day of this 17th year, a shocking announcement echoed across the 9 provinces channel. Someone had recruited a gold quality disciple. Luo Tian stared expressionlessly at the white quality disciple he had recruited. Was this the price of cheating? Holy, boss, 666. A golden tier disciple? I'm drooling with envy. The chosen one of fate. Does this mean we righteous players finally get another big shot? Recruiting a golden tier disciple means instant ascension. 10 years ago, you'd be walking on eggshells, but now, under Lord Luo Tian's guidance, anyone recruiting high-tier disciples can register with the Supreme Immortal Alliance. Not only does it grant higher status, but also the Alliance's protection and resource allocation. Slurp, a mouthful of luck. This year's fortune's worse than last year's, only white-quality disciples recruited. Hoping for a legendary gold one next year. When will the heavens finally smile upon me? I too dream of a golden legend. The fortunate one who recruited a golden tier disciple was Xia Haoran from the Haoran sect. 17 years have passed and he's still stuck at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Yet the disciple recruited with golden quality ascended to the heavens in 1 step. Luo Tian sent word, dispatching a 3rd-tier sect master to escort Xia Haoran to Qingli County. A sect master with a golden quality disciple held boundless potential. On the front lines, the demonic tide army continued to push back the human forces, forcing them into retreat. The demon emperor of Lianzhou remains silent. The 2nd month. Luo Tian received intelligence. A medium-sized secret realm had emerged. This secret realm contained vast deposits of spirit iron, spirit wood, and spirit stone ore. Its soil, saturated with spiritual energy, was also suitable for cultivating spiritual plants. One sect after another was stirred by the emergence of this medium-sized secret realm. In the Grand Hall, Luo Tian had gathered numerous elders for a rare meeting. The medium-sized secret realm has emerged in Xinghe County. Major powers like Tianjian Mountain and the Pure Yang Dao sect have dispatched elders, and even the Crimson Yin Royal House has sent personnel. They are determined to secure the treasures within that medium-sized secret realm. Securing a share of the spoils within a medium-sized secret realm proved no easy feat. Luo Tian smiled. Let Su Chang and Xu Mozhang lead the expedition into the secret realm. My Taishu Dao sect will secure our share of the spoils. With Su Chang and Xu Mozhang leading the expedition, the other elders felt reassured. Upon receiving the order, Su Chang and Xu Mozhang emerged from seclusion. The selection of disciples for the secret realm expedition sparked fierce competition within the sect, ultimately resulting in 20 disciples being chosen to accompany them. Su Chang and Xu Mozhang led the sect disciples to vie for the secret realm, unlikely to return for at least several months. Luo Tian opened the sect's daily records. Taishu Calendar Year 17, Month 3. Zheng Ping'an underwent the Dragon Slayer Guard initiation rite, advancing his cultivation to the 6th level of the Purple Palace realm. Luo Tian's eyelid twitched. The last time he had observed Zheng Ping'an's progress, the man had only been at the 3rd level of the Purple Palace realm. The Dragon Slaying Guard's foundations were truly profound. They'd enabled Zheng Ping'an to achieve 3 consecutive breakthroughs. Taishu Calendar Year 17, April. Jiang Tianming, Cheng Huijin, Li Ernia, and Li Yu explored the secrets of Shenhuang Village when they encountered a mysterious presence blocking their path, triggering a golden encounter. Within Shenhuang Village, wisps of cooking smoke curled upward. A white-haired elder, leaning on a walking stick, appeared before the 4. His back hunched, each step left him gasping for breath. Yet with each step, he seemed to tread upon the very edge of the underworld. The 4 were unsure whether this figure was human or spirit. His gaze fell upon Cheng Huijin and he chuckled softly. How amusing. To think the supreme great demon dwells within you, young one. Truly, you are prime material for cultivating the demonic path. The demon emperor has emerged. How could I, the demon lord, remain a mere vengeful spirit in this world? Terrified, the four found themselves unable to move. They watched helplessly as the old man drew closer to Cheng Huijin, carrying her away. When they opened their eyes again, Jiang Tianming, Li Ernium, and Li Yu found themselves in a desolate wasteland. No matter how hard they searched, they could find no trace of Shenhuang Village. Player Luo Tian's disciple Cheng Huijin triggers a golden encounter, inheriting the demon lord's legacy. Demon Essence plus 30, current Demon Essence 85%, all damage plus 35%. Is this what destiny feels like? Luo Tian sighed softly. He wished Cheng Huijin would forever prioritize humanity, but her innate talent destined her to become a supreme demonic overlord. What secrets lay hidden within that peculiar Shenhuang village, sheltering a demon lord? To trigger a golden encounter, this demon lord must be at least a nascent soul cultivator. Luo Tian resolved to wait for Jiang Tianming and the others to return to the sect before thoroughly investigating the mysteries within. Taishu calendar year 17, month 5. Su Chang and Xu Mozhang arrived in Qinghai County with sect disciples. The Jin Yuanlong family provoked them and were defeated by Su Chang. The Jin Yuanlong family's hatred toward the Taishu Dao sect increased by 10 points. Luo Tian checked the Jin Yuanlong family's enmity points. Holy, 80 points of hatred? Did I kill your entire Jin Yuanlong family or something? Luo Tian's face darkened. 80 points of hatred meant nothing less than a life or death vendetta. This was downright petty. Taishu calendar year 17, June. Luo Ming learned of the opening of the Xian Yuan secret realm, rushed to Qinghai County, and killed the Jin Yuanlong family's heir and guardian cultivator. Jin Yuanlong family's hatred toward the Taishu Dao sect increased by plus 19. Luo Tian felt a sense of foreboding. The Jin Yuanlong family's hatred toward the Taishu Dao sect reached 99. This truly meant there was no turning back now. This is bad. Those shameless old fools will surely intervene. Having slain the heir of the Jin Yuanlong family, they would certainly not let Luo Ming and his companions off the hook. Luo Tian synthesized all his transmigrator gift packs. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained a Tier 4 Wandering Pass. The 4th Tier Wandering Pass was a valuable item. But for Luo Tian, it was unusable at present. Within the Taishu Dao sect, a sparse spiritual rain fell. Rainbows shot skyward from Qingli and Changning prefectures, vast divine powers as intricate as the stars in the heavens. Chapter 138. Within the Jin Yuanlong family, a middle-aged man clad in a dark golden robe opened his eyes. His aura transformed into a colossal dragon stretching 1,000 meters, unfurling wings vast enough to obscure the sky and shrouding the entire dragon family in shadow. Someone has killed Jenner. The middle-aged man roared with fury. The soul lamp of his most cherished son had extinguished. The extinguished soul lamp signified death. Whoever you are, you will pay the price. The man departed, vanishing from the dragon residence. Within Qinghai County, numerous powerful figures gathered outside the secret realm, shaking their heads in lament. Luo Ming had slain the young master of the Jin Yuanlong family, an act they deemed profoundly unwise. The Jin Yuanlong family fiercely protected their own, and this incident would likely not end well. Within the secret realm, Luo Ming reunited with Su Chang and Xu Mozhang. The three disciples engaged in a lengthy conversation, recounting their experiences over the years. Upon learning of Luo Ming's ordeal, Su Chang and Xu Mozhang were filled with deep emotion. Who would have thought that the little runt, after leaving the Taishu Dao sect, would become so capable on his own? He had ventured into 2 of the 9 great forbidden realms single-handedly. However, upon learning that Luo Ming had killed the young master of the Jin Yuanlong family, the two exchanged glances. They had spared the Jin Yuanlong heir precisely because they feared the Jin Yuanlong family behind him. The Golden Core expert of the Long family was notoriously protective of his own. With matters having reached this point, they knew further discussion was futile. They must find a way to protect Luo Ming. Xu Mozhang looked at Su Chang, who sent a message to his fiancée without hesitation. Meng Lingyun grasped the gravity of the situation upon seeing Su Chang's message and returned to the Dragon Palace to seek reinforcements. Luo Ming currently possessed cultivation at the 8th level of the Purple Palace realm. He was still far from reaching the Golden Core stage. Yet Luo Ming showed no panic. He revealed his hidden trump card to his 2 senior brothers. Su Chang and Xu Mozhang listened with skepticism. The trio journeyed together, searching for treasures within the secret realm. Medium-sized secret realms were rare, yet they contained countless treasures of heaven and earth. Qinghai County. A distance of hundreds of thousands of miles was but a few hours' journey for a golden core cultivator. The once clear sky suddenly darkened. A dark gold colossal dragon spread its wings, obscuring the sun and sky. With each breath, terrifying dragonfire engulfed the entire county. Upon the dragon's back sat a figure, radiating an innate authority that commanded respect without a trace of anger, like an unrivaled sovereign resonating with the very fabric of the cosmos. At the sight of the arrival, all present felt a chill run through their hearts. The Jin Yuanlong clan had indeed dispatched a golden core true lord. None other than the current patriarch of the Jin Yuanlong clan, Long Feiyang. Where is the wretched creature who slew my son? Long Feiyang swept his gaze indifferently across the crowd. His dark golden pupils narrowed vertically, and the terrifying pressure he emitted made no one dare entertain the slightest thought of defiance. A golden core immortal was truly terrifying, so terrifying that he could effortlessly see through every thought in their minds. Regret filled their hearts. Those young men all possessed remarkable talent. They were destined to become great figures in the future. Alas, they had failed to exercise restraint, provoking the Jin Yuanlong family. Upon learning that the killers of his son were within the secret realm, Long Feiyang turned his gaze inward. The rules of a medium-sized secret realm were not something a golden core cultivator could break. Even he had to abide by the rules and wait for Luo Tian and the others to leave the realm. Meanwhile, Luo Tian led dozens of Tier 3 players toward Qinghe County. After lying low for so many years, he had steadily built up his player base. Whether dozens of Purple Palace 9th tier cultivators could slaughter a single golden core cultivator, Luo Tian did not know. But he still wanted to give it a try. In the North Sea region, at the North Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon Lord of the North Sea was astonished. Meng Lingyun had vanished without a trace after her last tantrum, and despite sending men to search for her, they had found nothing. Now she had returned to the Dragon Palace of her own accord. Speak. What brings you here? He knew his daughter's temperament all too well. Father, you must save Su Cheng. If you don't save him, your daughter will be left a widow. Meng Lingyun grabbed hold of the North Sea Dragon King's sleeve and tugged at it. I knew this couldn't be good. The Dragon Lord of the North Sea rolled his eyes. He thought to himself that it would be better if that boy died, then his precious daughter wouldn't have to marry anyone. But seeing Meng Lingyun's wide, teary eyes, he sighed helplessly. It's just a minor matter. There's no need for father to intervene. Let Grandpa Turtle accompany you this time. An elderly man with a green turtle shell on his back, white hair, and a walking stick entered. His gaze toward Meng Lingyun was filled with affection. Ha! Let this old man see who dares bully the son-in-law of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The turtle elder carried Meng Lingyun through layer upon layer of space toward Qinghe County. In the dream realm, Lu Yundream saw Luo Ming in peril within her dream. She immediately awoke and sought out the dream sovereign. He was also her master. After arriving in the dream realm with Luo Ming, Lu Yundong caught the dream sovereign's eye and was taken as a disciple, now backed by two of the realm's most powerful factions, the Penglai Immortal Island and the dream realm itself. After Luo Ming departed the dream realm to return to the Taishu Dao sect, Lu Yunmeng remained in the dream realm to cultivate. Lu Yumeng confronted the dream sovereign. Master, Luo Ming is in peril. I implore you to save his life. The dream sovereign's voice echoed from within the mist, so that youngster has encountered danger. No wonder you're so anxious. Very well. Since it concerns him, I shall intervene this once. I too wish to see how far that youngster ultimately progresses. Whether he can follow in the footsteps of the Yu Emperor and ascend to that realm. The world fell silent in an instant, and within the mist, the scene of Qinghe County appeared. In the deepest palace of the netherworld. A hollow voice echoed from within the palace, its tone icy and menacing. How dare such a presumptuous creature lay hands upon the heir I have chosen? Countless chains as thick as mountains burst through the netherworld, tearing apart space. At that moment, Long Feiyang awaited the opening of the secret realm. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness pierced his heart, a state of mind unshaken for centuries. It spread from his feet, up his spine, to the top of his head. He opened his mouth, exhaling a wisp of frosty breath. Something's wrong. This isn't cold air. Long Feiyang snapped to realization. The white mist carried no chill. This is bad. Someone is using divine abilities to lure my true spirit. Terror gripped Long Feiyang. What kind of being could unleash such divine power without warning, luring his true spirit with no chance to resist? By the time Long Feiyang reacted, it was too late. The world before his eyes transformed into a vast expanse of white. The mountains and rivers beneath his feet became a layer of crystal and lake, mirroring his reflection like a flawless surface. The dream barrier. This is the divine power of the dream sovereign. I wonder when Xiao Jun offended the sovereign to warrant such elaborate measures, bringing him here. Long Feiyang was filled with dread. Recognizing his location, he had no choice but to lower his stance. For standing before him was a genuine nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 139. Long Feiyang racked his brain but couldn't fathom why the dream sovereign would appear here. The illusory dreamscape began to warp. A veiled, enchanting figure reclined upon a celestial bed formed from gathering clouds and mist. Her fingers twirled slowly, silent, yet plunging Long Feiyang's heart into the depths of despair. An elder of the Long family had once paid homage to the dream sovereign. Though their memories of the dream lord's countenance had faded after leaving the dream realm, they had painstakingly pieced together fragmented memories of the dream sovereign, which matched the enchanting woman before him perfectly. This shattered the last shred of hope within him. Yet, this was only the beginning. The original dreamscape suddenly began to tremble. The world spun violently as the mirror-like surface of the lake beneath him cracked with a series of sharp, cracking sounds. Black mist seeped through the cracks, slowly coalescing into a doorway. Black flames swirled around the portal, resembling the gates of hell. Boom! The gate swung open, and a being clad in a dragon-patterned robe emerged, its entire form shrouded in black mist and engulfed in black flames. It looked down upon Long Fei-yang. The Dream Lord, upon seeing the figure, expressed mild surprise. How did you manage to escape as well? The black mist and flames receded, revealing an old man with a ruddy face. He smiled at the Dream Sovereign. Someone dared to bully the young and take advantage of my chosen disciple. Naturally, I must step in as their protector. The ruler of the Netherworld. Long Fei-yang felt a chill run down his spine. A chill ran through his entire body. Elder. This must be a misunderstanding. How could I possibly dare to bully your chosen one? Long Fei-yang felt utterly wronged. The red-faced elder sketched a large-headed youth in the air and pointed at it. I'm not unreasonable. Do you know him? Long Fei-yang shook his head. Stop playing dumb with me. It's the disciple I chose who killed your son. The red-faced elder waved his hand, erasing the sketch. Beside him, the Dream Sovereign doubled over with laughter. Was that old codger drawing a turtle or a person? Long Fei-yang snapped to attention, eyes wide and teeth clenched. Elder. I truly didn't know this youth was your chosen disciple. The red-faced elder snorted coldly. Even if you didn't know, did you still have to harm him? So what if a son died? It's no big deal. Just have another one. Why risk your own life over it? Long Fei-yang. Is this even human? At that moment, if it weren't for the overwhelming power difference between them, he would have killed him without hesitation. The two supreme rulers, high and mighty, judged Long Fei-yang. They did not immediately execute him. They were still waiting. The direction of the Long family remained utterly silent. Not a sound to be heard. Dream barrier. A dragon tortoise hundreds of feet long breached the barrier, with a young girl seated atop its shell. The Dream Sovereign and the Nether Sovereign watched the dragon tortoise intruding into the dreamscape. Xuanwu, Divine Lord of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Have you come to rescue him? The auras of the three great nascent soul realm powerhouses split the sky into three. Divine yet demonic. At that moment, Long Fei-yang felt like an ant crawling on the ground, pinned down by three towering mountains, unable to move. But, the moment he saw the dragon tortoise, a sudden hope to survive surged within Long Fei-yang's heart. Ancient dragon tortoise. I am the head of the Jin Yuanlong family. I beg you to save my life. In principle, the Jin Yuanlong family falls under the jurisdiction of the Dragon King of the North Sea. It is subordinate to the Dragon Palace of the North Sea. The dragon turtle's massive head loomed over Long Fei-yang. The icy glint in its eyes sent the newly kindled hope tumbling back into the depths of despair. So it was you, boy, who dared to touch the son-in-law of my North Sea Dragon Palace? Long Fei-yang froze. The son-in-law of the North Sea Dragon Palace? What a beast! How could he harm such a young child? Damn it! Within Qinghe County, a sudden spiritual rain began to fall. It poured down in torrents. A sorrowful aura permeated the air. The figure of Long Fei-yang, who had been seated cross-legged above Qinghe County, began to dissolve like sand, bit by bit. This scene was witnessed by the powerful figures of various factions within Qinghe County. A Golden Core True Lord, dead. Luo Tian had not yet arrived at Qinghe County City, yet he sensed a disturbance. Golden Yuan Long clan's hatred toward Taishu Daozong -90. Lord of the Netherworld Realm's favorability toward the Taishu Dao sect +50. Ruler of the Dream Realm's favorability toward the Taishu Dao sect +50. North Sea Dragon Palace's favorability toward the Taishu Dao sect +50. Luo Tian? Seems like he won't need to step in after all. Upon arriving at Qinghe County City, Luo Tian received the news. The head of the Jin Yuanlong family had died suddenly. It proved exactly what Luo Tian had suspected. When the secret realm opened, the trio spotted Luo Tian outside the secret realm. Master? They considered countless possibilities. Except for one. Standing outside to greet them would be their own master. Luo Tian looked at the three troublemakers. He led the group back to the sect. After discussion, the trio learned of the death of the head of the Jin Yuanlong family. They also understood why Luo Tian had appeared in Qinghe County City. The trio felt deeply moved. Luo Tian, possessing only the cultivation of the 9th level of the Purple Palace realm, dared to confront a Golden Core True Lord head-on. Luo Tian, however, felt a deep sense of admiration. These disciples truly were his lucky stars. Though he hadn't completed the task of eliminating a Golden Core cultivator, they had given Luo Tian a new insight, alliance and strategy. Behind Su Cheng stood the North Sea Dragon Palace. Behind Luo Ming stood the Dream Realm and the Netherworld Realm. Each was guarded by a nascent soul cultivator, completing the mission in the three counties. Now, the only thing standing between them and becoming a level 4 sect is waiting for Luo Ming to break through the 9th layer of the Purple Palace. They also need to find a way to eliminate a Gold Core cultivator. 1 month later, the demonic hordes were routed. Luo Tian received the news. His expression peculiar. The demon army, which had been advancing like a tidal wave, had been utterly annihilated, some dead, some fleeing. They actually chose to make an example of Tianjian Mountain. Luo Tian recalled the stone tablet he had once obtained. That formidable being named Gu Xian of Tianjian Mountain. He had slain a great demon king. His sword intent pierced the heavens, lingering for 1,000 years. Tianjian Mountain faced a demonic onslaught. At the moment of imminent peril, within Tianjian Mountain, a sword beam erupted. It directly slays several great demon kings, including the demon god. The demonic tide was severely crippled. Truly the legacy of the former leader of the Crimson Een Sword Path. Even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Who knows how many ancient monsters lurk within the sword tomb? Luo Tian sighed inwardly. This demon god had grown far too arrogant. With no one to rein him in, he believed himself invincible. Though the demonic tide receded, the situation remained far from optimistic for Luo Tian. November, year 17 of the Taishu era. Jiang Tianming, Li Erniu, and Li Yu returned to the sect and reported the strange occurrences in Xinhuang village to Luo Tian. Master, that village is deeply strange. Inside, we all became ordinary mortals, unable to wield even a shred of our cultivation. At night, terrifying monsters roamed the village. Chen Huijin was detained in the village by someone claiming to be the demon lord and is now missing. Xinhuang village has vanished without a trace. Luo Tian instructed Jiang Tianming to lead the way, while Su Chang and Xu Mozhang set out together to search for traces of Xinhuang village. Luo Ming entered the Seeking Immortals order to seek out the inheritance. Chapter 140. Jiang Tianming soon led the two to the location of Xinhuang village. The trio searched around. Jiang Tianming turned around and discovered Su Chen and Xu Mozhang had vanished. Could it be that village can only be entered once? Jiang Tianming wondered inwardly, having never encountered such a bizarre place before. January, year 18 of the Taishu era. Luo Ming emerged from the immortal seeking realm. Without a word, he began his seclusion. Luo Tian felt puzzled. He wondered what Luo Ming had encountered in the immortal seeking realm. The system offered no clues either. Taishu calendar year 18, month 2. The long-dormant demon emperor finally stirred, sacrificing millions as offerings. He forged a terrifying monster. Luo Tian couldn't care less. What did the fate of the world matter to him? How long before the demon emperor reached Chiyu province? Luo Tian cared more about who had broken through to the foundation establishment realm today within the Taishu Dao sect, and who had ascended to the Purple Palace realm tomorrow. Luo Ming was in seclusion, cultivating. No one knew when he would emerge. Cheng Huijin remained in Xinhuang village, receiving the demon sovereign's inheritance. Jiang Tianming, Su Cheng, and Xu Mozhang were all present in Xinhuang village as well. After pondering, Luo Tian turned his gaze toward Li Erniu. Li Erniu and Li Yu were together. It really is true that when a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil. Luo Tian was delighted. The two clearly had made substantial progress. To this day, the Taishu Dao sect had yet to witness the birth of a new infant. Li Erniu and Li Yu's union brought good fortune to the sect. The Chiyu royal house. Because Luo Tian controlled 3 counties, the elders of the Chiyu royal house were furious. These outsiders are growing far too fast. If another century passes, will even our Chiyu royal house be forced to bow beneath them? The Chiyu royal house began to feel apprehensive. Exterminate them. We must eliminate every trace of this threat. An ancient presence within the royal palace spoke. A projection materialized above the palace. A bewitchingly beautiful woman spoke calmly. I find these outsiders' emergence rather timely. With demons and monsters still rampant, the demon emperor sweeping across the 9 provinces, chaos reigning within, and the demonic tribes lurking outside waiting for their chance. How much longer do you think we can hold out? If these extraordinary beings mature, even if just one reaches the return to Void Realm, they could buy great you some time. Within the Crimson Een Prince's residence, countless auras locked onto the woman. Dream Sovereign, why are you here? You have violated the pact between the 9 realms and the 9 provinces. Are you not afraid that the Heavenly Lord will discover this and descend upon your dream realm? Within the Crimson Een royal palace, ancient beings voiced astonishment, their tones heavy with gravity. The rulers of the 9 great realms were all Yuanling realm powerhouses. Each was a force to be reckoned with. In the past, with the ancestor presiding, the rulers of the 9 realms dared not show their faces. Now that the ancestor had vanished, the Crimson Een royal palace dared not provoke those ancient powers lightly. The Dream Lord scoffed contemptuously. Those old fools are too busy trying to erase every trace of their existence to even leave their own lairs. Why would they show up in the 9 provinces? A moment of silence hung over the Crimson Een royal house before a hoarse voice echoed faintly. You wish to protect the outsiders within your dream realm? You alone are insufficient. As the words fell, endless black mist swirled up from the ground, connecting with the sky above. Creaking chains extended from the fog, revealing a figure clad in loose black robes seated upon the throne. With me added to the mix, the voice said indifferently, is that enough? The ancient presence within the Crimson Een palace fell silent. the rulers of the two great realms appeared. Both were now sheltering those outsiders. The powerful figures within the mansion exchanged glances, ultimately reaching a compromise. We may refrain from attacking the outsiders, but they must abide by the rules. They cannot arbitrarily strike against the native cultivators of the 9 provinces. As the Lord of Dreams said, all the celestial lords of the 9 provinces vanished without a trace. The demonic tribes beyond the borders watched with hungry eyes. Within, the demon emperor harbored ambitions to devour all 9 provinces. The major factions were fragmented and ineffective, putting in the effort but not the results. If those extraordinary beings lacked powerful backing, the Crimsonine royal house would rather crush these rapidly rising outsiders in their infancy. Waging war now against the Dream Emperor realm and the Netherworld would be a losing proposition. Several days later, uninvited guests arrived at the Taishu Dao sect. Luo Tian sat in the pavilion, eyes narrowed, watching the 3 figures before him with wary vigilance. He could sense that each and every one of them was an exceptionally powerful being. What brings the 3 seniors to our humble sect? Luo Tian adopted a deferential posture, compelled to proceed with caution. After the 3 introduced themselves, Luo Tian finally understood their identities. The ruler of the Netherworld realm, the ruler of the Dream realm, and the former Crimson Shadow King of the Crimson Shadow Royal House. He also grasped their purpose. In just 20 short years, players had created far too many purple palaces, arousing the Red Shadow Royal House's apprehension. Fortunately, having powerful allies made negotiations smoother, allowing for direct mediation. Regarding the demands put forth by the Crimson Shadow Royal House, such as refraining from arbitrarily attacking cultivators across the 9 provinces, Luo Tian readily agreed to them all. Whatever demands they made, he agreed first and asked questions later. Once he attained the nascent soul stage, these demands would be worthless scraps of paper. The old Crimsonine king remained skeptical that an outsider could be so easily swayed. After all, who lacks ambition? But as long as he could harness the power of these players to hold back the Demon Emperor, once the venerable ancestor is freed from his bonds, what would these outsiders matter then? A superficial agreement, each harboring their own agenda, was finalized. After the Crimsonine king departed, the Lord of the Netherworld and the Lord of Dreams surveyed the Taishu Dao sect. Exchanging glances, they saw shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Such an abundance of prodigies gathered here. A once-in-a-century prodigy was as common here as in a wholesale market. No wonder the Crimson Yao King's court sought to annihilate these extraordinary beings. The enchanting woman smiled at Luo Tian. Master Luo, my dream realm is predominantly inhabited by women. If you would not mind, you may send disciples to cultivate in my realm. It would strengthen the bond between our 2 factions. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. Was she suggesting breeding? Children born to geniuses would surely inherit extraordinary talents. Luo Tian didn't agree outright. He needed to demand benefits after all. His disciples couldn't be shortchanged, even if the dream realm was filled with beauties. Your Excellency should know that our Taishu Dao sect highly respects our disciples' opinions. This matter is of great importance. Making a rash decision could likely stir discontent among many disciples. The enchanting woman fixed her gaze intently on Luo Tian. Every woman in the dream realm possessed breathtaking beauty, captivating countless men beyond its borders. The way she phrased it made it sound as if the dream realm had taken advantage of the Taishu Dao sect. The Lord of the Netherworld roared with laughter beside them. Who in your dream realm would even look at those weaklings? In my Netherworld realm, both men and women are incredibly robust. When it comes to bearing children, they'll definitely choose my Netherworld realm. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, I dare not do that. If I made such a decision, the sect would collapse the very next day. Legend had it that the Netherworld was filled with fierce and terrifying beings. This was pushing his inner disciples into a pit of fire. Luo Tian could only refuse both of them for now. He wondered if the young disciples back at the sect would wail in despair upon hearing the news. Chapter 141. The next day, Luo Tian issued a decree. All players were forbidden from arbitrarily killing native human cultivators. Group raids targeting entire sects or clans were strictly prohibited. Any violators would be expelled from the Supreme Immortal Alliance and declared its public enemy. This decree instantly sent shockwaves through the Supreme Immortal Alliance. Previously, it had merely been forbidden to indiscriminately slaughter native cultivators. Now it had become an outright ban. This sparked widespread discontent among many players. After all, murder and arson bring riches. For many low-level players seeking advancement, the best path was to take desperate risks and raid local sects. Li Long and the other administrators immediately contacted Luo Tian. Luo Tian revealed the agreement he had made with the Crimson Ghost Prince's mansion. Players and local factions had reached a truce to unite against external threats. I see, but Alliance leader, might such a decision cause discontent among some members? Lu Fang voiced his concern. Luo Tian glanced at the pop-up message and let out a cold laugh. Over the years, as more and more third-tier sect masters emerged, the player community's conduct has grown increasingly brazen. Some veteran administrators leveraged their seniority to abuse their power for personal gain. Lu Fang was one such example. As the most senior administrator within the Supreme Immortal Alliance, he leveraged his position to cultivate loyal followers within the organization. Using these confidants, he engaged in bandit-like activities, causing many factions to fall victim to his schemes. However, the factions Lu Fang targeted either had poor reputations themselves, or harbored grudges against the Taishu Dao sect. As long as there were no incriminating evidence, Luo Tian turned a blind eye. Any who defy this decree, regardless of status, shall be regarded as mortal enemies of the Supreme Immortal Alliance. Should any administrator shield such transgressors? Do not blame this alliance master for disregarding past ties. Luo Tian remained unwavering in this stance. The Taishu Dao sect now needed a stable environment to thrive. Anyone who stands in its way, well, they'd better go talk to his divine might. Meanwhile, seeing Luo Tian's unwavering resolve, Lu Fang flew into a rage and cursed furiously. You bastard Luo Tian! You've made a fortune as alliance leader while your sect flourishes, yet now you dare use peace as an excuse to block our resource acquisition? Lu Fang was deeply dissatisfied. He had accompanied Luo Tian from the days of a small, insignificant immortal alliance to its current prominence. They were fellow villagers and brothers for over a decade. Now, he was openly threatening him? Lu Fang scoffed. So what if he stuck to his old ways? How many of these administrators had clean hands? If pushed too far, he wasn't the only one in the Supreme Immortal Alliance with a golden grade disciple. A month later, Lu Fang unexpectedly obtained the method for refining martial cores. With enough martial dan, wouldn't the cultivation speed of my disciples rise to a whole new level? The prospect thrilled Lu Fang. Though the method required human essence blood as a catalyst, a practice far too sinister. If the Supreme Immortal Alliance can't tolerate me, then so be it, I'll simply switch allegiance to the demonic path. In the end, the allure of the martial dance power overcame his reason. Within the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian gazed drearily at the lake's surface. Since the decree was issued, many players harbored discontent. After making an example of a few rule breakers, the situation had stabilized. In the blink of an eye, half the time has passed, and the 10-year term is nearly upon us. His Taishu Dao sect still had to pay tribute of martial elixirs to the Qiyu royal house. After all, nominally, his Taishu Dao sect still fell under the jurisdiction of the Qiyu royal house. Luo Tian shook his head and opened the sect's daily log. Taishu calendar year 18, month 5. Disciple Yu Hang of the sect enters Xinhuang village. Yu Hang, the reincarnated one. Luo Tian hadn't paid much attention to him in a long time. Every time he did notice him, it seemed to be solely focused on cultivation. A reincarnated individual entering Xinhuang village. There must be great opportunities. Luo Tian was curious. Among those entering were also disciples Su Chang and Chu Moshang, 3 contenders vying for the greatest opportunity within. And then there was Cheng Huijin, who had obtained the Demon Sovereign's opportunity. Luo Tian glanced at Cheng Huijin's information. Taishu calendar year 18, month 5. Cheng Huijin is undergoing the Demon Sovereign's inheritance. Every day, she longs to return home. Luo Tian's heart suddenly clenched. Though Cheng Huijin possessed extraordinary talent for demonic cultivation, she was still just a young girl at an age when she should have been innocent and carefree. Instead, she was confined with the brutal demon sovereign, enduring the harshest possible inheritance. I hope Xiao Qingzi and Xiao Maji can reach Huajin soon and bring her out. That was all Luo Tian could do but hope. Taishu calendar year 18, June. Yu Hang forcibly breaks into the demon sovereign's illusory realm, disrupting the demon sovereign's succession. Luo Tian. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Holy, did that kid go to Xinhuang village just for Huijin? Luo Tian realized he should have drowned the kid by this lake long ago. A reincarnated individual introduced far too many variables. Luo Tian activated the epic Transmigrators gift pack with a grim expression. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained Divine Power Stone ×1. The item was valuable, but unlocking the 5th Divine Ability slot required 2 Divine Ability Stones. The days that followed brought little change. Luo Tian passed the time observing his disciples' amusing antics. Occasionally, he would bestow hidden opportunities upon disciples who caught his eye, allowing them to accidentally gain them. The clamor of firecrackers disrupted the tranquil peace of the Taishu Dao sect. Another new year has arrived. Luo Tian lifted his head. His expression complex. Colorful fireworks burst in brilliant displays overhead. Su Cheng, Xu Moshang, and Cheng Huijin remained in Xinhuang village, yet to emerge. Zheng Ping'an was busy with the dragon-slaying guard. Luo Ming remained in seclusion, assimilating the benefits gained from the Xuanxian order. A table was laden with delicacies. Yun Tianhua had not yet returned from training his disciples. The young girl Zhou had left the sect after a heated argument with Zhou Banxian over his marriage, setting out to roam the martial world with Jing'an. Jiang Tianming remained stationed outside Xinhuang village. Only Luo Tian and Zhou Banxian remained to partake of the delicacies. Master Zhou, you're too stubborn. Luo Tian spoke softly under the moonlight. Zhou Banxian set down his wine cup, his expression somber. There's no need for the sect leader to elaborate on this point. This old man understands. But sect master, if you were in my position, how would you choose? Luo Tian fell silent. If he were in Zhou Banxian's position, he might choose the same path as Zhou Banxian. It wasn't that Ding'an wasn't good enough, but Jiang Tianming was simply too exceptional. Whether in character, aptitude, insight, or social grace, he was far too exceptional, a level of excellence that the simple-minded Jing'an could never hope to match. He began to wonder, if he hadn't arranged for Jiang Tianming to become Master Zhou's disciple back then, would all this have been avoided? Luo Tian smiled bitterly. Perhaps that very decision had been the most grave mistake of all. Master Zhou, I want to know the truth behind the destruction of Tianji Valley. Luo Tian looked at Zhou Banxian. This question had puzzled him for a long time. Why had Tianji Valley provoked a joint assault from the renowned sects of the era? Even if one were to pry into the secrets of these great sects day after day, it shouldn't have provoked such divine wrath and human fury. Let the great sects of this age unite in their condemnation. Chapter 142. Zhou Banxian wasn't actually surprised by Luo Tianwen's question. Years ago, he had already known that this young man had been probing, openly and covertly, for the secrets behind the downfall of the heavenly mechanics valley. Zhou Banxian's old eyelid fluttered once as he remarked indifferently, Master Sect Leader, curiosity can sometimes kill the cat. Luo Tian retorted, but this sect leader is no cat, I am a soul-reaping tiger, a dragon crossing the river. Zhou Banxian waved his hand dismissively, still won't tell you. Luo Tian instantly flew into a rage. After all, he detested riddlemasters more than anything. After a long pause, Zhou Banxian offered a consolation. If the sect leader possesses the strength to protect yourself in this world, if you can stand upon the chessboard, then, should this old man still be alive that day, I shall naturally reveal clues to the earth-shattering secret. Luo Tian, so you old codger only have half-baked knowledge yourself, and you call that a clue? After the new year, Luo Tian received news that was both good and bad. Player Luo Tian's disciple Cheng Huijin, with the assistance of fellow sect disciple Yu Hang, successfully received the Demon Sovereign's inheritance. Talent +5, Insight +5, current talent 85, Insight 90. At the golden quality tier, every single point of improvement in talent and insight is enormous. With both aptitude and insight enhanced, coupled with her truly extraordinary talent, Cheng Huijin's performance was exceptionally impressive. Player Luo Tian's sect disciple Yu Hang triggered a golden encounter, talent +10, insight +10, divine wasteland gift *1. Yu Hang's current talent, 85, insight, 81. Initially just an ordinary purple tier prodigy. Suddenly, he'd elevated himself to golden quality. Is this the terrifying power of a reincarnated being? Whoa, terrifying indeed. Luo Tian sucked in a sharp breath. Player Luo Tian's disciples Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang undergo the divine wasteland village baptism. Cultivation +2, both break through to the 7th level of the Purple Palace realm. Ever since Chu Mozhang and Su Cheng began traveling together, their cultivation progress skyrocketed. In less than a few years, they had both reached the late stage of the Purple Palace realm. Perhaps there exists some kind of bond between them. A reincarnated powerhouse blessed with extraordinary fortune and countless techniques. Opportunities seized the moment they appeared. It's just a pity they encountered a reincarnated being. Within Shenhuang village, Yu Hang felt like crying. He had planned to bring Cheng Huijin to receive the baptism of the Divine Wasteland Tree. The Divine Wasteland Tree harbors the cosmic energies accumulated over millennia. Yu Hang wanted to build rapport with Cheng Huijin. After all, this was the peerless demon emperor who, after the war of good and evil, reunified the demonic path and ignited the second war of good and evil. But when Yu Hang arrived beneath the legendary Divine Wasteland Tree, he discovered two figures seated in meditation beneath its canopy. Senior Brother Su, Senior Brother Chu. Cheng Huijin's expression lit up with delight upon seeing his two senior brothers. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang awoke and also spotted Cheng Huijin. Little junior sister. They had been searching for Cheng Huijin for a long time and had finally found her. But, why was there a man beside junior sister? Whoa! The two shot Yu Hang a hostile look. Yu Hang hadn't expected that the opportunity of the Divine Wasteland Tree would ultimately be snatched away by Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang. He flashed what he considered a friendly smile at the pair. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang exchanged a glance. A genuine smile. Yu Hang felt a chill run through his entire body. March, year 19 of the Taishu era. Under the grueling training regimen imposed by Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang, he successfully broke through to the Purple Palace realm. Luo Tian was deeply gratified. Yu Hang's innate talent and comprehension had both reached golden grade quality. He planned to find a reason to take Yu Hang as his disciple. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. It's decided, it'll be you. The inner sect competition. Soon, news spread throughout the sect that the sect master himself would personally oversee the inner sect competition. It hasn't even been 5 years since the last inner sect competition. Why is it being held early this time? Numerous disciples were puzzled, and numerous elders were puzzled, but they soon realized their confusion mattered little. What mattered was the importance Luo Tian placed on this competition. Not only had a high-grade Earth-tier artifact appeared, but participants could also enter the forbidden 9th level of the library hall to randomly select a cultivation technique. The 9th level of the library. No one knew what lay within, yet they knew that even an Earth-grade upper cultivation technique was unworthy of being placed on the 9th level. This time, the competition isn't being hosted by Elder Zhou or Elder Yun, it's being personally overseen by the sect master. The crowd grew even more astonished. The astute among them sensed something amiss. The slacker sect master has actually started working. What scheme was he plotting? Zhou the half-immortal paced restlessly within the hall, utterly clueless about Luo Tian's intentions. By the time June arrived, Jiang Tianming, Su Cheng, Xu Moshang, Cheng Huijin, and Yu Hang all returned to the sect. Upon learning that the sect's inter-sect competition had been moved up, Yu Hang was astonished. In his memory, the inter-sect competition should not be held at this time. What? The winner of the inter-sect competition can enter the 9th level of the library hall? Yu Hang exclaimed in delight. The 9th level of the library chamber held the true foundations of the Taishu Dao sect, legendary heaven-tier cultivation techniques and heaven-tier spells. There were even fragments of immortal techniques. At this point, Yu Hang wasn't certain if the sect possessed any of those legendary immortal arts, but heaven-tier techniques were definitely present. No matter what, he had to participate. The inner sect of the Taishu Dao sect was bustling with activity. Numerous prodigies who had been absent for ages, some who hadn't even appeared during the last inner sect competition, were now emerging, each aspiring to claim the top spot. Luo Tian sat calmly, waiting for the action to unfold. This year's inner sect competition championship was destined to be Yu Hang's solo performance. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained a golden opportunity token *1. Luo Tian was thoroughly satisfied. The inner sect competition raged on as expected. Within the sect, most purple-grade disciples of this generation had reached the late foundation establishment stage. A small number had broken through the peak of the 9th layer of foundation establishment and were seeking ways to advance to the Purple Palace stage. Yu Hang, having broken through to the Purple Palace realm alone, should have been in a position to crush his opponents. Luo Tian let out a soft chuckle. Amidst the trials, a dark horse had unexpectedly emerged. A fair-featured youth clad in a loose white robe, his hood drawn low over his head, held a large seal in his hand as he effortlessly defeated his opponent. His opponent was a genius at the peak of foundation establishment. Luo Tian took a closer look. It's that kid Jing'an. How could he have changed so much? Luo Tian was puzzled. He hadn't really paid much attention to this sect disciple. He only remembered him as a sweeping monk type of genius, someone who grew more formidable the further along he progressed. Secondly, he was the little sidekick to that Zhou girl. Luo Tian opened the sect's daily log. Taishu calendar year 18, month 11. After a heated argument with Zhou and the half-immortal Zhou, Jing'an followed Zhou in leaving the Taishu Dao sect. In the first month of the Taishu calendar, Jing'an encountered a high monk from Dian Temple and was enlightened by him. Fast forward to May, beneath the Bodhi tree, Jing'an attained enlightenment and broke through to the Purple Palace realm. Upon checking loyalty points, Luo Tian's face turned green. Damn the Great Transformation Temple. They dare to convert even a disciple of my Taishu Dao sect. He knew the sect harbored many prodigies, destined to attract the attention of rival factions sooner or later. But he never imagined the first to make a move would be this bunch of bald monks. Did they truly believe that just because they couldn't act freely, it meant they couldn't target them? Chapter 143. Luo Tian took note of the Great Transformation Temple. Below the stage, the ultimate showdown commenced. Yu Hang faced off against Jing'an. Yu Hang recognized that face. It's him? Senior brother Jing'an from the library? Yu Hang recognized Jing'an. In a past life, an ascetic monk sat within the Dao sect's library. When the sect faced collapse, he emerged from seclusion and decisively slew one of the sect's greatest enemies. His prowess ranked among the very best, even in that era teeming with prodigies. Now, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Jing'an, the aura of those bald monks from Dian Temple. This caused Yu Hang's expression to darken. The Great Transformation Temple had once been a formidable adversary of the Taishu Dao sect, yet it had also claimed the lives of many of the sect's disciples. It had even forced Cheng Huijin to leave the Taishu Dao sect. Damn it! Senior brother Jing'an has fallen victim to Dian Temple's fate. Yu Hang snapped to realization, seething with rage. Butterfly effect? As the two clashed, Yu Hang effortlessly unleashed a barrage of divine techniques. Jing'an, I'll make you come to your senses. Yu Hang pounded relentlessly into Jing'an's body, punch after punch. The elders on the platform watched the two clash, exchanging glances. Master, should we intervene? Even Zhou the half-immortal felt his heart leap in his throat, though he desperately wished Jing'an would die right there on the stage. The stage had never seen a fatality. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. Until every last one steps down from the stage. Until every last one admits defeat. This contest has no winner or loser. It is not over. Hearing Luo Tian's words, even the other elders, though burning with impatience, could only watch helplessly. Jing'an's body turned copper-colored. Like a bronze statue, a swastika symbol appeared on Jing'an's forehead. Yu Hang, seeing this, pinned Jing'an's limbs down and slammed his head against Jing'an's forehead. Two immense bursts of spiritual energy erupted violently. Yu Hang's 7 orifices bled. He was indeed a reborn being. He would seize opportunities meant for others in the sect. He, Yu Hang, was a villain, but in his previous life, he too had been sheltered by generations of fearless prodigies who risked life and limb for the sect. How could the future pillars of the sect, the heroes of heaven and earth, be reduced to someone else's lackeys? Luo Tian watched Yu Hang strike the Buddhist seal of Dian Temple again and again. He admitted he had underestimated this young man. At the very least, he's not a heartless bastard. Yu Hang possessed the means to free Jing'an from the Great Transformation Temple's control. After countless attempts, the Buddhist seal shattered. Yu Hang collapsed to the ground, smiling. In the final second, Luo Tian announced, in this grand competition, Inner Door Disciple Yu Hang has claimed first place. The Inner Sect competition concluded. Luo Tian finished awarding the prizes to everyone. Yu Hang and Jing'an were both carried away, both unconscious. Luo Tian's expression darkened considerably. The others weren't fools either, especially Zhou Banxian. Upon learning that only Jing'an had returned and Zhou Zhou's whereabouts remained unknown, he flew into a rage and launched a thorough investigation. She was his only granddaughter. If anything happened to her, he would spare no cost to exact vengeance, even if it meant sacrificing millions in a blood ritual, shattering mountains and rivers, or turning the seas red with blood. Luo Tian scoured Zhou Zhou's daily records but found no trace of her whereabouts. Only one phrase remained, in grave peril. Not dead. That was the best possible outcome. Taishu calendar year 19, month 10. A group of Buddhist disciples from Dian Temple encountered demonic cultivators on their journey. They were drained of all their vital essence and blood, dying violently, leaving only a few desiccated corpses behind. The Great Transformation Temple was enraged. The entire realm was shocked. Such brutal methods can only be the work of demonic cultivators. The Great Transformation Temple is guarded by a golden core cultivator. These demonic scum are growing ever more brazen. Within the Great Transformation Temple, the chief monk, Hui Kong, wore a grim expression. It had been years since anyone dared to challenge the temple's authority so brazenly. Whoever dared to kill my temple's disciple shall pay the price. The assembled high monks fell silent, frozen in fear. The death of a Buddha's disciple was no trivial matter. Yet more than that, Hui Kong's fury burned against the demonic sects who dared defy the temple's authority. A prodigy like the Buddha's disciple was a once-in-a-century occurrence. Yet he had recently discovered that among the disciples of those extraordinary individuals, there were far too many with exceptional talents. If all could be converted and brought into the Buddhist fold, the Great Transformation Temple might well become the foremost Buddhist institution in the 9 provinces. Hui Kong thought of that exceptionally wise woman. If he could successfully guide her, his Dian Temple would gain a brilliant strategist. With a century-long vision, he could elevate the temple to unprecedented heights. Alas, her resolve was too unwavering. Opening the cracks in her heart would not be accomplished overnight. Within the Taishu Dao sect, with Dian Temple taking the lead, the major factions shifted from open conflict to covert maneuvering. Lured by Luo Tian's celestial machinations, a group of demonic cultivators who had been in seclusion for years happened to pass by and slaughtered the Buddhist disciple of the Great Transformation Temple. Even if the Great Transformation Temple investigated, they could not trace this act back to Luo Tian. In the blink of an eye, it was time to open the big gift package again. Luo Tian felt a flicker of anticipation. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has obtained a Tier 4 Wandering Permit *1, a 4th Tier Wandering Permit, a valuable item, but it still needed time to mature. In his possession were 2 4th Tier Wandering Permits. Compared to these, he yearned more for structures like the Demon Sealing Tower, treasures like the Eternal Scroll of All Beings, or the Crimson Glowing Disciple Recruitment Permit, or even another heaven-defying prodigy like Luo Ming. 20 years had slipped by since his arrival in this world. Master, Disciple Yu Hang has regained consciousness. Upon receiving the news, Luo Tian vanished. Yu Hang opened his eyes to find himself lying in a brightly lit room. His limbs felt numb, his entire body drained of strength. How long have I been unconscious? A voice answered him. You've been unconscious for a year. Yu Hang saw a young man in feathered robes appear before him, his dignified face wearing a faint, enigmatic smile. Yu Hang's eyes widened instantly. Disciple Yu Hang greets the sect master. Yu Hang rose to perform the sect's formal greeting, but he was far too weak. His spiritual energy was depleted, leaving him no different from a frail mortal. He stumbled and fell directly to his knees before Luo Tian. Embarrassed, he realized the sect master had made such a grave oversight. I was about to ask if you wish to take me as your master, but since you have already paid your respects, I shall accept this gesture. Yu Hang looked up in disbelief. Seeing the feather-robed Taoist smiling, it didn't seem like a jest. He immediately snapped to attention, mustering every ounce of strength to bow repeatedly with a thud. Disciple Yu Hang greets his master. This was the sect master, the most protective sect master in all the world, the ruler of the Taishu Dao sect, the future supreme being destined to dominate the 9 provinces. Luo Tian took Yu Hang as his 6th disciple. He always showed favor to prodigies. Within days of Yu Hang's awakening, Jingyan also stirred. Jingyan lifted his head to find 2 familiar figures standing before him. The sect master's expression remained calm, while Elder Zhou's face darkened. Upon seeing Jingyan awake, he grabbed him by the collar and demanded, Jingyan, where is my granddaughter? Fragments of memory surfaced in Jingyan's mind. His expression darkened. His lips moved with difficulty as he managed to say, Big sister. She was captured by the people from Dian Temple. Zhou Banxian's eyes widened, a murderous aura flickering for the first time. I asked you, where is she now?